The most esteemed relative in the family, a university associate professor, came to my home with his unruly brat and sharp-tongued wife, subjecting me to the utmost humiliation. They called me an ill-mannered poor relative who couldn't even get into a junior college. When the brat tore up my college entrance exam records and ruined my future, they actually forced me to bow at a 90-degree angle to apologize. I took a deep breath and walked up to him with a smile on my face. Sorry, I shouldn't have hit you so lightly when you tore up my file just now. Slap. A crisp slap echoed through the room, instantly twisting the relative's face in fury. He spat out vicious threats, vowing to ensure I'd never set foot in a university. He didn't know that the torn file in my hand had already been replaced with data on controllable nuclear fusion technology that would lead the world for 50 years. My name is Lu Yu, a time-traveling research scientist currently facing both college entrance exam failure and humiliation from relatives. Looking down at my father's deliberately lowered wine glass, I sighed deeply in my heart. Father had arranged to meet with Uncle Lu Jinshan, an associate professor at Longke University, to discuss my repeating senior high school. As a time traveler, I woke up only to find I'd missed the science section of the college entrance exam. Having neglected liberal arts for years, I scored merely 350 points in Gokao. This liquor is terrible, tastes like plastic, Lu Jinshan complained with a disdainful smack of his lips. He once completed his studies with the help of his grandparents, yet now shows no gratitude toward our family. Finally, my father spoke up for help. Jinshan, doesn't your affiliated high school of University of Science and Technology Dragon have a cram class for retakers? I heard there's a score limit. I wonder if you could help me out. Lu Jinshan waved his hand dismissively. Ha, no problem, leave it to me. Hiss. Suddenly, there was a distinct tearing sound from my bedroom. My heart tightened, I rushed into the room, and my fists clenched instantly. I just received my college entrance exam file folder, but it was torn open and the files inside were ripped into several pieces. A chubby boy with a fierce expression on his face, Lu Jinshan's son, tossed away a crumpled ball of paper and looked at me provocatively. What kind of crap is this? Why are you glaring at me? Put that down, now. I struggled to hold back my anger and rushed forward to snatch the white paper from his hands. You brat, this is my college entrance exam file. Tearing it might turn it into a dead file. Humph, I only scored 350 points, not even enough for a junior college. The little fatty scoffed, so what if it's torn? I finally snatched the paper airplane back. The chubby little boy burst into loud sobs. Dad, Mom, my brother hit me. Lu Jinshan and his family rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Lu Yu, how could you hit someone? He's your younger brother. Auntie's face darkened instantly. I didn't hit him, he tore my file first. I retorted. And you're scolding us? If it weren't for your uncle's help, you wouldn't even have been able to get into the repeat class. Auntie pointed at me and scolded angrily. Lu Jinshan's face darkened as he spoke. The matter of the files, have the Education Bureau reissue them. I can help with the repeater class, but first you'll have to lower your head to my son and apologize. He tore up our Xiaoyu's file. Why should Xiaoyu apologize? Mother Lu erupted in anger. Asking him to apologize is doing you a favor. Don't be so shameless, no wonder your grades are terrible, you're just a wild child with no family upbringing. Aunt sneered maliciously. The little fatty gloated in agreement. Bastard. He threw the paper ball in his hand to the ground and stomped on it heavily with both feet. Just as I was consumed with rage, a ding sounded in my mind. Congratulations, host, for activating the revitalized Dragon Nation system. Option 2, slap this brat across the face. Reward, full system unlock, along with breakthrough experimental data on controlled nuclear fusion. Controlled nuclear fusion. I instantly dismissed the 5 million yuan option 1. These 5 words carry the weight of Dragon Nation returning to the world summit and humanity stepping into the cosmos. If you don't apologize, I'll make sure you can't even attend school, Auntie said arrogantly. I suddenly laughed. Apologize to your precious Dudu? Sure, Uncle, Auntie, I really should apologize. Lu's father was stunned. The apology must include a bow 90 degrees. Auntie screeched in a shrill voice. Got it, Auntie. I slowly walked over to Dudu. Dudu, I'm really sorry. I said sincerely, just now when you tore up my file, I shouldn't have hit you so lightly. Smack! I raised my hand and delivered a resounding slap. A bright red handprint appeared on Dudu's face, and he immediately burst into sharp cries. You bastard. Auntie glared at me with venomous eyes. Isn't this exactly what you asked for, an apology to Dudu? I also taught him a lesson on your behalf. I innocently spread my hands. Lu Jinshan was completely enraged. You dared to hit our Dudu, is that it? Fine, forget about repeating the year. I'll definitely make you regret that slap. Regret? Who will regret it remains to be seen. I smiled faintly. Lu Jinshan slammed the door and stormed out, while Auntie sneered sarcastically at our family, calling us low-class poor relatives. Son, don't take it to heart. I'll think of another way for the repeat year. Father Lu comforted me. It's fine, Dad. The notification sound rang again. Congratulations, host, you have completed option 2. Newbie reward, breakthrough experimental data on controllable nuclear fusion has been issued. Activate option 2. Find a way to obtain this year's admission letter from Longke University. Reward, academician level knowledge reserve in Blue Star's science subjects. The reservoir of knowledge at the level of a science academician is crucial to me. I chose the latter without hesitation. A massive influx of knowledge poured into my brain, and the data about controlled nuclear fusion made me tremble with excitement. The data provided by the system could advance Dragon Country's research by at least 50 years. Dad, you don't need to worry about me repeating the year for now. I took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. This year, I'm aiming for Dragon University of Science and Technology. Dragon UST? Father Lu grew serious. The college entrance exam is a major life event, don't take it lightly. Listen to your father, repeat the year. With my score of 350, getting into Longke University is just a pipe dream, and he thought I was making excuses. Dad, don't worry just yet. Give me some time, let me sort it out. I can't explain the system issue, I just had to let him leave for now. The door closed, and I frowned in frustration. Getting in by scores is impossible. The system's requirement is to obtain this year's admission letter. I suddenly remembered that Dragon University of Science and Technology has a Chingha fund, which specializes in angel investment, funding scientific research projects. If we publish the controlled nuclear fusion technology through this channel, it might just work. As long as an expert recognizes its value, not only would it guarantee admission, but even securing a position as a top-tier professor would be effortless. I quickly compiled the controlled nuclear fusion data in my mind into a document and submitted it to the review institution of Chingha Fund. Done. I opened my phone, and the class group chat was buzzing with discussions about the graduation gathering. Suddenly, Zhao Hui chimed in. We've been discussing for so long, has anyone noticed Lu Yu speaking up? He used to be quite active, right? My plan has already begun. Chapter 4, My son got into Renmin University. As soon as Zhao Hui spoke, many classmates couldn't help but flash smug, gloating smiles. Lu Yu's grades had always been among the top in the class, but for some reason, he only scored 350 points on the college entrance exam. In their top-tier rocket class too, that was practically the lowest score possible. Ha, Zhao Hui, you're joking. If I were him, I wouldn't be in the mood to speak right now either. Yeah. If I were him, I'd probably be looking for a junior college right now. Community college? You guys must be misunderstanding something. Lu Yu's 350 points wouldn't even get him into a community college. Zhao, that's a pretty harsh thing to say. You're the only one in our class who could realistically aim for Kyoto University this year. Zhao Hui excelled academically, was handsome, and came from a privileged background. As a result, many boys in the class looked up to him. Hearing their leader speak, several of Zhao Hui's followers chimed in to support his point. High schoolers fresh out of exams, they're full of energy. Scrolling through the class group chat, Lu Yufei didn't feel angry at all. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. The memories stored in his mind instantly reminded him who Zhao Hui was and why he harbored such intense hostility toward him. Lu Mier, the class monitor and class beauty, had always been Zhao Hui's secret crush. However, Lu Mier was completely indifferent to him. She kept things superficial with most boys, but she often smiled when she was with him, her former desk partner. Students at this age just love to compete for attention. Lu Yu didn't feel angry, he just found it rather amusing. Xiao Yu, come out for dinner. Lu Yu's father's voice drifted through the bedroom door and reached Lu Yu's ears. Got it. Lu Yu deleted all the data on controlled nuclear fusion from her computer, shut it down, and headed to the dining table. Today's meal was quite sumptuous, spicy chicken wings and chili chicken, both of which Lu Yu loved. Yet the atmosphere at the table was somewhat subdued. Dad, if you have something to say, just say it. Lu Yu understood exactly why the silence had fallen. Lu's father sighed and said, Xiao Yu, I never finished high school. There are some things I just don't understand. But with such an unexpected outcome on the college entrance exam, 350 points is nowhere near your usual level. I think we should try for a retake if possible. Lu's mother added, equally worried, yes, Xiao Yu. Times are different now compared to when we were young. Without a bachelor's degree, it'll be really hard to find a decent job later. Our family isn't wealthy, but we can definitely afford to support you through another year of school. Lu Yu set down her chopsticks, a hint of resignation in her voice. Mom, Dad, I understand what you're saying. It's just, there are some things I can't explain to you. Not wanting to repeat the year doesn't mean I've given up on myself. I've already submitted my application to Longke University. I should hear back in a couple of days. Lu Yu understood perfectly well that his parents wanted him to retake the exams for his own good. But the system? Controlled nuclear fusion? There was no way he could explain that to his parents. If he actually told them, they'd probably rush him to the hospital to have his brain checked. After weighing all factors, he could only act first and report later. Once the admission letter from Longke University arrived, everything should fall into place. Sigh. Upon hearing the words Longke University, Lu's parents exchanged glances and sighed deeply. They both believed their son must have suffered a crushing blow from failing the college entrance exam, causing him to lose his mental balance. It wasn't that they didn't trust their child, but how could a score of 350 possibly secure an admission letter from Longke University? After the brief conversation, the dinner atmosphere grew even more somber. After leaving the table, Lu Yu returned to his room to continue organizing the newly acquired knowledge in his mind. Watching her son's retreating figure, Lu's mother hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. It was Lu's father who finally pulled her aside. "Honey, we can't rush this. He needs to figure things out on his own." Lu's mother sighed deeply. "But what if his entire future is ruined?" "Alright, pushing him too hard won't help. Let's give him some space." Father Lu took Mother Lu by the hand and led her downstairs to stroll around the park near their neighborhood and clear their minds. But barely 10 minutes into their walk, they bumped into a group of parents from a nearby neighborhood, gathered in a huddle seemingly discussing the recently concluded college entrance exams. "Oh my, Sister Lu. What a coincidence." A woman in the center of the group recognized Lu's mother immediately and called out a greeting from afar. "Sister Wang, have you finished your meal and come for a stroll too?" Mrs. Lu responded somewhat reluctantly. They had been neighbors with Aunt Wang for a while, but due to some petty squabbles, the nitpicky Aunt Wang always made the stairwell feel unsettled. Later, however, Aunt Wang's husband made a fortune, and the family moved to a nicer neighborhood next door. Unexpectedly, after nearly a year without seeing each other, the two women encountered one another in the park today. "You bet. We just had a dinner party celebrating our son's college acceptance. We came out for a stroll after eating." When Aunt Wang mentioned her son, a proud smile lit up her face. "You probably don't know, but my son got into Renmin University of China this year. It's one of the top universities in our country." Hearing this, many parents nearby lit up with envy. "Renmin University? I heard you need over 600 points to get in this year. Future graduates from Renmin are the cream of the crop. Sister Wang has raised such a wonderful son." Mr. and Mrs. Lu shared an awkward laugh. "Ha, congratulations." Back in the day, Aunt Wang's child's grades couldn't hold a candle to Lu Yu's. Who would have thought he'd actually get into Renmin University of China in Beijing through the college entrance exam? To say they weren't envious would be impossible. "Oh, right." Aunt Wang suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, "Sister Lu, your son Yu is in the same class as my son, right? He must have done well on this year's college entrance exam, right?" Hearing Aunt Wang's words, the surrounding parents chimed in. That's right. Little Yu always had top-notch grades. How did he do this year, Sister Lu?" Back in the day, Lu Yu was the neighborhood's poster child. "Let's not even talk about how poorly Xiao Yu performed this year." Lu's mother blushed and stammered. "Oh, Sister Lu, stop being so modest." Aunt Wang urged, "What's there to be shy about? Tell us." "Exactly. Sister Lu, how did your kid do this year?" The other parents chimed in unison. "Xiao Yu didn't get into college this year." Lu's mother's voice was quieter than a mosquito's buzz, yet it still reached the ears of this group of nosy aunties. Aunt Wang chuckled and said, "That's not just underperforming, that's not performing at all, ha." The parents who had been asking warmly all shook their heads. "Xiao Yu didn't get into university? Your family must be having a rough time. That's not right." A pang of sorrow gripped Lu's mother, and she hesitated to speak. Aunt Wang realized she'd been a bit too harsh just now and offered a perfunctory consolation. "It's okay, Sister Lu. Even though your son didn't get into Beijing University like Sister Wang's, he'll still be able to support himself after finishing college." She said this, yet her face betrayed a smug, gloating smile. Mrs. Lu's face paled, her lips trembling slightly. Noticing his wife's distress, Lu's father quickly pulled her away from the park and headed home. Once inside, Mrs. Lu finally broke down. A single tear rolled down her cheek. "Honey, Xiao Yu didn't do well on her exam, but how could she treat her like that?" "It's okay, it's fine." Lu's father quickly embraced his wife, comforting her. "Xiao Yu has always been sensible. I believe he won't disappoint us in the end. He must be feeling worse than us about his results. We can't put too much pressure on our child." Mrs. Lu wiped the tears from her eyes and nodded softly. "Yes." She glanced toward Lu Yu's room, relieved to see her son hadn't come out to witness her tears. At that very moment, late at night in a luxury hotel, Lu Jinshan stormed over to his desk, muttering curses under his breath, and opened the review page for Tsinghua Fund. Yes, he was the reviewer for Longke University's Tsinghua Fund. Chapter 5, Digging Your Own Grave. Seriously, why did they have to come inspecting now? Why not earlier or later? Today was bad enough running into that stingy relative, and now they have to come bother me at night. Lu Jinshan muttered under his breath. He was one of the leaders in charge of Longke University's Tsinghua Fund, though he'd never really managed anything unless there was something in it for him. It was only when a subordinate called to alert him just as he was about to sleep that he learned about the inspection. He hadn't logged into the Tsinghua Fund's audit backend in nearly a year. If the inspectors found out, he'd be guilty of dereliction of duty. Seriously, what's the point of this kind of project anyway? All day long, I waste my time dealing with these pseudo-scientists. They haven't even read a book, yet they want to build perpetual motion machines. After opening the Tsinghua Fund review, Lu Jinshan's expression darkened even further. The very first email that caught his eye had a subject line about a controlled nuclear fusion concept. The rest were all about perpetual motion machines and various other nonsense. Controlled nuclear fusion, is that something ordinary people can just pull off? Both China and the US have poured immense resources into it without achieving any meaningful results. And some amateur scientist has the nerve to publish this? Ridiculous. Get lost. Just looking at you annoys me. Lu Jinshan dragged the controlled nuclear fusion email straight into the trash bin without even bothering to open it. After going through the motions of reviewing a few seemingly viable projects, he shut down his computer. That should cover it, right? He calculated that this should suffice to placate the inspectors, then dialed a certain boss's mobile phone. Right, isn't it graduation season now? I want to set an example to give a speech to the students to boost their motivation. No need for payment. Is money really the point? It's about nurturing the future blossoms of our dragon nation. But let me make one thing clear. I'm only going to class 1 of the rocket program at Linjiang Middle School. Alright, I'll leave the arrangements to you. I trust you. After hanging up the phone, a sinister smile spread across Lu Jinshan's face. This morning, his precious son had been humiliated by that penniless relative's family. He couldn't possibly let this go without settling the score. If you had simply apologized to my son this morning, I might have let it slide. But people, sometimes they just don't know when to quit. Then don't blame me. Lu Jinshan had already mapped out his plan for exacting this revenge. After tidying everything up, Lu Jinshan climbed back into bed and fell asleep. If time could be rewound, this would be the moment Lu Jinshan would regret most for the rest of his life. Longke University Tsinghua Fund Headquarters. Professor Zhou has arrived. The researchers preparing for the inspection immediately went to greet him, escorting Professor Zhou inside. Professor Zhou was a materials science professor at Longke University. He wasn't originally assigned to inspect the Tsinghua Fund, but due to an unexpected conflict with the scheduled inspector, he had stepped in at the last minute. Where is your supervisor, Lu Jinshan? Professor Zhou surveyed the room and inquired with a frown. Professor Lu, he's away on official business and won't be back for the time being. Business? More likely off to another speaking engagement to rake in the cash. A cold smile flashed across Professor Zhou's face as he shook his head. He was an upright man completely different from Lu Jinshan's style. That's why he'd always despised such self-serving behavior. First, show me your background review records. Has Tsinghua Fund truly failed to unearth a single worthwhile project all these years? Professor Zhou pulled up a chair and sat down. Is it that there truly were no good projects? Or did someone's negligence cause them to slip through the cracks? Chapter 6, The World's Landscape Will Change. Longke University, Tsinghua Fund. Professor Zhou, now that's a bit harsh. You know our Tsinghua Fund deals with individual academic researchers, mostly self-taught experts with little accumulated expertise. It's truly difficult to find a legitimate research project. Several researchers tried to defend Lu Jinshan. The truth would be revealed with a simple check. Zhou Mingbo wasted no words, immediately opening the back-end audit records for Lu Jinshan's account. As he reviewed them, his brow instantly furrowed. 1 year. He'd only logged into this account once. And that was tonight. Can someone explain to me what the reason is? Professor Zhou, Lu Jinshan usually uses our accounts for reviews, so there are no records. The subordinates' voices trembled slightly. Clearly, they knew themselves how ridiculous that excuse sounded. Fine, then I'll see for myself what he reviewed today. Zhou Mingbo didn't press the issue, instead directly accessing the backend to see exactly which projects Lu Jinshan had reviewed today. The moment he looked, the sole file in the recycle bin instantly caught Professor Zhou's attention. Controlled nuclear fusion? What the hell is this nonsense? Zhou Mingbo was so exasperated he laughed. Has Tsinghua Fund really sunk this low? And there was even this nonsense in the email. Professor Zhou, Director Lu immediately sensed something was off with this, which is why he dragged it to the recycle bin. Saw it and thought it was problematic? I bet he didn't even look at it. Zhou Mingbo dragged the document back out of the recycle bin. As a professor in the physics department, he possessed deep knowledge of materials science and even more expertise in controlled nuclear fusion. Angry as he was, he couldn't help but feel curious just how ridiculous could the contents of this document be? The document opened, revealing its contents. He had intended only to glance through it casually, but the moment his eyes fell upon it, Zhou Mingbo's gaze froze abruptly. This. Professor Zhou, what's wrong? Shut up for now. Zhou Mingbo took a deep breath, then began reading intently. The more he looked, the more his heart raced. His pulse quickened with each passing moment. Everyone, leave the interrogation room and wait in the lobby. Without my order, not a single person is to leave the lobby. All phones are to be temporarily surrendered. Zhou Mingbo's expression suddenly turned extremely stern. What? Zhou. Don't you understand the order? Yes. Though filled with confusion, the researchers could only obey. Just as they reached the gate, a voice interrupted their movement once more. Also, does anyone here understand nuclear engineering? Professor Zhou, I know a little. A researcher surnamed Zhao stepped forward. His name was Zhao Zhongxing. Alright, you stay here. The rest of you follow my orders. After issuing the command, Zhou Mingbo turned his gaze back to the computer screen. His gaze trembled slightly. With his years of experience, he knew the nuclear fusion technology involved here was no child's play. Though Zhou Mingbo couldn't be certain of its feasibility. But if even a fraction of this controlled nuclear fusion data was genuine, it could revolutionize existing research. And Lu Jinshan had actually tossed such a critically important document into the recycle bin? That bastard Lu nearly caused a major disaster. Zhou Mingbo showed the document's contents to Zhao Zhongxing and sought his opinion. Researcher Zhao, take a look at this first. What do you think about its feasibility? Yes, Professor Zhou. Zhao Zhongxing's eyes gleamed with intensity as he murmured softly. Boost the high-intensity current drive power, then reshape the tokamak device's inner wall through high-speed electron cyclotron. Enhance the power and add a new 5 megawatts high-speed heating system. The more he read, the brighter his eyes grew, and the more his heart raced. Genius. This is absolutely genius. This is truly controllable nuclear fusion technology. In my personal judgment, it may very well be feasible. Zhao Zhongxing, too, grasped the gravity of the situation, his face flushing crimson. Professor Zhou, should we report this immediately? Yes, I'll report it to the National Security Bureau. Keep a close eye on them, not a single word must leak out. Without further hesitation, Zhou Mingbo swiftly transmitted everything through the secure line to the National Security Bureau. After hanging up the phone, he stood there in a daze, murmuring to himself. I have a feeling the entire world order might undergo earth-shattering changes because of this one phone call. Chapter 7, National Think Tank. Professor Zhou, are we really stuck waiting for the National Security Agency to arrive and verify the authenticity of this data? Researcher Zhao frowned deeply, his voice tinged with concern. I fear that if we delay too long, there's a risk of data leakage. With just the two of us, we can't possibly verify its authenticity, only get a rough idea. Professor Zhou sighed helplessly. Could we request the government to convene a think tank for joint deliberation? Researcher Zhao's eyes lit up as an idea struck him. The National Think Tank serves as the advisory body to the state leadership, a specialized research institution focused on developmental studies. It comprises experts of all ranks across every field in Manhwa. They maintain separate professional roles in daily life, only participating in discussions as think tank advisors during major decision-making events. Among them is Professor Zhong, the academic giant of nuclear engineering at Longke University Zhong Zhengchuan, who is one of its members. The National Think Tank? Brilliant idea. Professor Zhou's eyes lit up. Controlled nuclear fusion, a technology powerful enough to reshape the world order, is precisely the kind of major decision-making event we need. Alright, better sooner than later, I'll submit the application immediately. Professor Zhou Mingbo didn't hesitate for a moment. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Minister Sun? Yes, it's me, Zhou Mingbo. What's the matter, Professor Zhou? So late at night, has something urgent come up? Minister Sun Haoxuan of the Ministry of Scientific Research frowned as he asked. Well, I have a technical document here that may require immediately convening all members of the National Think Tank for analysis. It's critical. Zhou Mingbo cut straight to the point without beating around the bush. Nonsense. Sun Haoxuan's expression shifted slightly as his tone grew stern. Professor Zhou, you're no newcomer here. Why such recklessness? You should know what the National Think Tank is, Professor Zhou. You call out of the blue, demanding to activate it without explanation. What do you think you're doing? Members of the National Think Tank are elite professionals from every field. Especially those in the scientific research sector. Each is a national treasure-level talent. Talent deserves respect. How can you just call and demand an immediate assembly of all think tank members? This is sheer nonsense. Zhou Mingbo took a deep breath and explained, Minister Sun, this is a matter of utmost urgency. I can't go into details with you right now. But I swear on my scientific career this data could potentially revolutionize our current controlled nuclear fusion research. We must discuss it immediately. Professor Zhou, it's not that I don't trust you, but everything must follow protocol. Minister Sun's tone softened slightly. How about waiting until tomorrow? I'll submit the request first. No. Zhou Mingbo declared firmly, every day we wait increases the risk of data leakage. Minister Sun, trust me, this cannot be delayed. Minister Sun, trust me this once. I beg you. But? Minister Sun sighed deeply, making his decision internally. Send the data over the secure line first. I'll gather the think tank members immediately. He gritted his teeth, his resolve set. Nuclear fusion technology. Those 5 words carried immense weight. Hurriedly throwing on his suit, Minister Sun boarded his official vehicle and sped toward the research institute where the think tank convened meetings. Simultaneously, he issued the order to assemble the think tank. Now. What's going on? I'm currently outside the capital. It'll take me a while to get there, hold on for me. I'm outside the 3rd ring road, I'll get there as fast as I can. Upon receiving the order, the members of the National Think Tank instantly grew solemn. Summoning them at this hour? There's no doubt something major must have happened. Soon, nearly everyone from the institute had gathered. Director Sun, what major incident has occurred to warrant such a large-scale mobilization? Chief Engineer Tan led Minister Sun into the laboratory. You don't need to ask for details. Just import the data first. Director Sun waved his hand and handed the USB drive containing data transferred via the secure line to Chief Engineer Tan. Everyone, take a close look. Is this set of data viable? Data? The group froze in surprise. Had they been summoned in the middle of the night just to verify whether some data was viable? What kind of data could be so precious? I know some of you might be annoyed at being called in late at night. Minister Sun waved his hand decisively and said sternly, but I'm sure you all understand we wouldn't have called you here for something trivial. Right. The group nodded solemnly, their expressions grave. Soon, they had all reviewed the set of documents, and each face grew intensely solemn. Controllable nuclear fusion. Unbelievable. No wonder. I think it's highly feasible. Look at his approach. High-energy electron beams can generate stable plasma within a superconducting magnetic field, enabling more efficient fusion reactions. Not only that, but his choice of materials for the tokamak device is also highly unique. Look, he selected a new type of high-temperature superconducting material, rare earth barium copper oxide REBCO, which can generate stronger magnetic fields in a smaller space, thereby reducing the device's size and cost. Moreover, this material possesses excellent radiation resistance, minimizing damage to the device from radiation produced during the fusion process. However, using REBCO carries a risk. It may suffer damage from neutron irradiation at high temperatures, leading to material degradation or failure. This could significantly compromise the safety and stability of the fusion reactor. But this isn't insurmountable overall. The advantages still outweigh the disadvantages. Indeed, building upon REBCO, we can select a superconducting material with higher irradiation tolerance. By combining numerical simulations with experimental approaches to optimize the preparation process and design parameters of superconducting materials, we can certainly enhance our ability to predict and control irradiation effects. The entire laboratory instantly erupted into lively discussion. Director Sun sat quietly in a corner, neither speaking nor making a sound, simply waiting for the outcome of the debate. About half an hour later, a phone rang abruptly. Here it comes. Many think tank members from various countries might also casually take on projects at large corporations on the side to earn some extra income. Such an abrupt, wholesale requisition was bound to provoke discontent among some entrepreneurs. Minister Sun frowned as he answered the call. Mr. Ma, what is it? The caller was none other than Ma, chairman of Ant Group. Minister Sun, has something happened? Mr. Ma cut straight to the point. Minister Sun replied, Mr. Ma, I'm sorry. This involves state secrets. I cannot disclose any information. Though he uttered the apology, his tone was unyielding, betraying not a shred of remorse. Minister Sun, are you certain? Beep. Before Ma could press further, Minister Sun abruptly hung up, leaving the multi-billionaire entrepreneur with a cold shoulder. Several more calls followed, some from Dragon Nation departments, others from major business leaders. Without exception, they all shared the same objective. Minister Sun maintained his unyielding stance, absorbing all the pressure while directing think tank members to continue their calculations. Professor Zhou, I hope this set of data won't let us down. Minister Sun clenched his fists nervously, awaiting the results. Given his rank, bypassing proper channels to directly mobilize the national think tank without reporting it could be seen as abuse of power and reckless behavior. But if this data truly held the potential to transform all of Longke's research institutions, as Professor Zhou and the other leaders claimed, then he couldn't afford to care about the consequences. Also waiting anxiously were researcher Zhao and Professor Zhou from the Longke University Research Institute. Why was there still no word at this hour? Don't worry. All we can do now is wait. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with unease. While they were on edge with anxiety, Lu Yu on the other end was sleeping soundly. Chapter 8, Graduation Ceremony. The night passed, and Lu Yu yawned as she opened her eyes. Morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, spilling across the sheets like the dawn itself, lazy and beautiful. The first thing Lu Yu did after waking was turn on her computer to check if any replies had arrived in her inbox. However, he recalled that only one night had passed, so he figured there probably wouldn't be any response yet and abandoned the idea. Today had brought enough complications already. He'd have to put the email issue on hold for now. If necessary, he'd visit Longke University in a couple of days and try approaching one of the professors in person. Lu Yu had a fair grasp of the domestic research system. If the Tsinghua Foundation couldn't meet his needs, he'd simply buy a plane ticket to Beijing and go directly to Longke University to speak with the relevant leaders. As long as they weren't incompetent fools like Lu Jinshan, they would likely recognize just how invaluable controllable nuclear fusion technology truly was. What Lu Yu didn't know was the ripple effect his single email had set off in the dead of night. It was like a butterfly fluttering its wings, setting off a terrifying hurricane thousands of miles away. World-renowned experts had rushed to Kyoto overnight for him, joining discussions immediately. The National Security Bureau had even classified him as a confidential subject that very night. And this was merely the beginning. The formidable machinery of the state had already begun to move silently on his behalf. What followed would be the true storm. Lu Yu slowly made his way to the kitchen, preparing a simple breakfast: fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and an egg, simple yet filling. After finishing, he promptly changed into more formal attire. Today was the day of the school's graduation ceremony. Though he wasn't particularly interested in the ceremony, he had surrendered to his parents' strong insistence. "Xiao Yu, you're up so early." Lu's mother managed a strained smile. Last night, her husband had emphasized countless times that rushing the decision to repeat the year was counterproductive. They absolutely mustn't appear too upset, lest it further upset Lu Yu. It was better to ease the situation than to confront it head-on. Lu's father, dressed in more formal attire, said, "We'll head out after lunch. The venue is the Riverside Hotel." After all, it was his son's graduation ceremony. If he dressed too casually, wouldn't his son be laughed at by his classmates? After a quick breakfast and lunch, the Lu family headed together to the Riverside Hotel, the venue for the graduation ceremony. After a brief traffic jam, they finally arrived at their destination. Wow, this place is truly luxurious. Indeed, it was a 5-star hotel, nothing like a cheap motel. The moment they stepped into the Riverside Grand Hotel, the overwhelming aura of luxury instantly stunned both Lu's parents. Both were modest wage earners. The finest hotel they'd ever stayed in was a budget chain like Heart of Jiangjin. A 5-star establishment like the Riverside Grand Hotel, where a single night stay cost over 1,000 yuan, was simply incomparable. "There should be a private room on the 5th floor for the graduation banquet. Could you kindly show us the way?" Lu Yu briefly instructed the waiter. In his previous life as a researcher, he had attended events at hotels of this caliber more than once, so he was neither unfamiliar nor intimidated. "Certainly. Please follow me." The attractive, sweet-voiced attendant offered a gentle smile as she led Lu Yu's family to the private room on the 5th floor. Squeak! The private room's door slowly swung open, revealing its opulent interior to the two figures. Chapter 9, Class Beauty Lumiere. The private room was spacious. Seeing the table laden with an array of fine tableware and the parents dressed in suits and ties, adorned with gold and silver jewelry, Mr. and Mrs. Lu felt somewhat at a loss. Dressed plainly, they stood out like a drop of ink in a pool of water, feeling decidedly out of place. The high school Lu Yu attended not only boasted excellent educational resources but also came with hefty tuition fees, firmly establishing it as one of the city's top-tier institutions. Among the parents' group, they belonged to the lowest tier. "Xiao Yu, go play with your classmates first. Your dad and I will find a place to sit." Worried her son might notice her distress, Lu's mother tried to distract him. She and her husband found a random spot to sit. Beside them sat a wealthy lady decked out in gold and silver jewelry, clearly well off. "I'm Zhao Hui's mother, the organizer of this gathering." The wealthy woman smiled slightly and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" We're Lu Yu's parents." Lu's mother's voice was soft, and her presence was naturally overshadowed. It wasn't surprising, really. The woman before her was adorned in jewels and finery, her skin fair and radiant, while Lu's mother wore simple clothes and looked pale and worn. To say she didn't feel inferior would be impossible. "Lu Yu?" The elegant lady smoothed her hair, as if recalling something, and said softly, "I seem to recall my son mentioning your Lu Yu. Your Lu Yu, didn't she do poorly on the college entrance exam this time?" The moment these words left her lips, the expressions of Lu's parents turned visibly awkward. "Yes, that's right," Mrs. Lu murmured softly, head bowed. But Zhao Hui's mother had already turned her head away. This couple dressed plainly and acted timidly, clearly not wealthy. Their son had only scored 350 points on the college entrance exam, with a bleak future ahead. Parents like these held little social value. She and they weren't from the same world. Seeing that the other party showed no desire for conversation, the humiliated Lu parents naturally felt it unwise to press their warm faces against a cold buttock. They simply kept their heads down, absent-mindedly fiddling with the elegant tableware, hoping the upcoming graduation ceremony might sway their son to reconsider and decide to repeat the year. After all, the teacher had announced in the parent group that a professor from one of Longke's top universities would be giving a speech. Perhaps that could reignite their son's passion for learning. On the other side of the private room, Zhao Laoda was still the most impressive. Even before the admission results were out, he'd already received a call from Huaqing University. That's Huaqing University, after all. At the student table, classmates who just received their scores were enthusiastically discussing admission cutoff scores. And the guy sitting front and center? That's Zhao Hui, the one everyone calls Big Brother Zhao. You guys don't need to hype me up like this. Everyone did great this time, we all have bright futures ahead. Zhao Hui smiled faintly, casually tugging at his sleeve to reveal the Rolex Oyster Perpetual 116610 on his wrist. Big Brother Zhao, you got a new watch? Holy cow, isn't that the new Rolex Starlight series? That must cost over 100,000, right? His sidekick immediately chimed in with feigned admiration. The other underlings also noticed the new timepiece on Zhao Hui's wrist and immediately began showering it with loud praise. Low-key. Zhao Hui smiled absent-mindedly, his eyes darting toward the class beauty, Lumiere, sitting at another table, hoping she'd notice the commotion. Unfortunately, Lumiere didn't even turn her head, her gaze fixed silently in one direction. Following her gaze, Zhao Hui's blood boiled instantly. Lu Yu. He stood up and strode toward Lu Yu, feigning warmth as he greeted her. Lu Yu, it's been ages since the college entrance exams. He deliberately emphasized the words college entrance exam. Hi. Lu Yu waved casually, seemingly oblivious to the undertones in Zhao Hui's voice. Zhao Hui, refusing to let it go, prodded again. Professor Lu, have you decided which top-tier university you'll apply to? Tsinghua or Peking University would be excellent choices. Why not grace us with your presence and become our alumnus? Ha! The surrounding underlings all burst out laughing. In their class, even the worst student had passed the undergraduate cutoff except for Lu Yu. But Lu Yu, who had always excelled, ended up scoring a mere 350 points. Even if it was an accident, these underlings couldn't help but gloat. Zhao, cut him some slack. With that score, he won't get into any decent school. Fat Su clutched his stomach and laughed. Without connections, his score won't even get him into a decent junior college, huh? Amidst the buzzing laughter. Sigh, how childish. Lu Yu murmured under his breath. He didn't care about the gossip and mockery at all, but someone else did. We're all classmates here. Do you really think mocking others like this is something to be proud of? A crisp female voice suddenly cut through the laughter in the private room. A stunning figure with fair skin, striking looks, and long, slender legs suddenly appeared beside Lu Yu. None other than the school beauty, Lumiere. Hands on her hips, she glared at the group of boys surrounding Zhao Hui. Wait, Miao, I wasn't mocking him. I was. Zhao Hui stammered, trying to explain, but Lumiere cut him off with a cold expression. Don't call me Miao. We're not that close yet. Zhao Hui looked utterly embarrassed, at a loss for words. One of the guys beside him defended, Class Monitor Lu, we weren't picking on Lu Yu. We were just trying to help him find a way to get his books. With scores like his, he wouldn't even get into a junior college without some connections. Lumiere's pretty face turned slightly cold as she snorted. Do you think I'm some fool you can fool around with? Alright, class president, we're all classmates here. There's no need to be so harsh, is there? Though Zhao Hui harbored resentment, he couldn't vent it on Lumiere. He could only lead his group of underlings back to their own building. As he left, he shot Lu Yu a fierce glare, part defiance, part warning. After Zhao Hui and his crew departed, only Lu Yu and Lumiere remained in the corner of the private room. Chapter 10, Success. So, long time no see. Thanks for saving me just now. Facing the lovely woman before him, Lu Yu felt slightly awkward. In his previous life, he'd been utterly absorbed in research. Aside from a few female researchers at the lab, he'd barely interacted with the opposite sex. Especially someone as beautiful as Lumiere. Lumiere gave a sweet smile and said, "It's nothing. Whether for professional or personal reasons, helping you was the least I could do. Besides, those guys were completely out of line. Public or private?" Lu Yu paused, slightly taken aback. Ahem, professionally speaking, I'm the class monitor of Rocket Class 2. Helping classmates is my duty. And personally? We were deskmates for so long, helping each other is only natural. Lumiere's playful smile lit up her rosy cheeks, revealing two charming dimples. Lu Yu smiled faintly. I see. In his memory, they had indeed been deskmates for a period, and it was during that time their friendship had blossomed. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hui, Lumiere's admirer, grew intensely jealous and constantly targeted him. By the way, what are your plans after this? Lumiere cautiously probed. Are you thinking about retaking the entrance exam? She knew Lu Yu had only scored 350 on the college entrance exam. Something must have gone wrong, otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten such a low score. I don't plan to retake it. Lu Yu shook his head earnestly. Repeating the year would just waste another year, it's not worth it. I plan to go for it at Longke University this year. Longke University? Hearing those three words, Lumiere was stunned. But she quickly snapped out of it. Lu Yu must be joking. His college entrance exam score was only 350 points, even doubling that wouldn't guarantee admission to Longke University. Right, never mind me. Where are you planning to go for college? Lu Yu didn't know how to explain the Longke University situation to her, so he simply changed the subject. Beijing Film Academy, I guess. Lumiere murmured softly. I ranked in the top 3 in my major during the arts entrance exams. I just need to pass the academic portion. Wow, you're going to be a big star. Lu Yu looked at Lumiere with surprise. Even someone like him, who wasn't particularly involved in the entertainment industry, knew that many stars in the circle had come from the Kyoto Film Academy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were half the sky of the film and television world. He instinctively took another look at Lumiere's face. Her exquisitely delicate features paired with skin so smooth it looked like it could be pierced by a breath. While calling her a city-shattering beauty might be an exaggeration, she was undoubtedly a first-rate beauty, absolutely camera-ready. No wonder she could make a rich kid like Xiao Wei fall head over heels. Under Lu Yu's gaze, Lumiere's cheeks flushed with shyness. What big star? I'm not even close to being a star yet, let alone a big one. She blinked, then suddenly asked again, Lu Yu, are you really not going to retake the entrance exams? I genuinely think you could score higher. You could get into Beijing University or Huaqing University. Then we could be classmates in the capital together. I don't plan to retake the exams. Lu Yu shook his head indifferently. All right. Lu Miaowei sighed softly, her mood growing somber. Truthfully, the bond they'd shared as deskmates had long since taken root in her heart, blossoming into an indescribable fondness. Unfortunately, their college entrance exam scores stood like an insurmountable chasm, tearing them apart. Without shared hobbies or similar lifestyles, it was difficult for them to find common ground. Lu Yu, somewhat oblivious to Lu Mia's low spirits, tapped his chopsticks lightly as he pondered how to secure the admission letter from Longke University. Meanwhile, at the Think Tank Institute. Director Sun, the results should be coming out any minute now. The assistant reported. This controlled nuclear fusion technology experiment was incredibly complex. Even with so many experts discussing it and bringing in countless simulation devices, it took nearly a full day to produce results. Let's hope the results don't disappoint us. Director Sun's expression was tense as he clenched his fists. It must succeed. It absolutely must succeed. His breathing quickened involuntarily. He had staked his career on ensuring this set of data was processed at full computational capacity. The head of a major department, his fingertips had even turned slightly white from the excessive force in his hands. Over the past day, he had weathered countless pressures from above. Finally, the results were about to come in. Yes. That's it. Calculations, operations, simulations all correct. The theoretical derivation is also entirely feasible. Engineer Tan suddenly leapt to his feet, roaring with excitement. The other think tank experts also wore expressions of wild joy, as if a huge weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Wonderful. Minister Sun slowly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then sank to his knees, gasping for breath. Since receiving the news last night, he hadn't closed his eyes for a single moment, enduring relentless pressure from other departments and companies while holding the line. Only now did he finally breathe a complete sigh of relief. Minister Sun, your health. The chief engineer beside him hurried forward to offer support, but Sun waved him off. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Seal off the research institute first. No one is to leave the premises until the confidentiality agreements are signed. Yes, Minister Sun. The chief engineer promptly acknowledged the order. Minister Sun forced himself to stand, pulled out his phone, and reported the successful calculation to his superiors. After hanging up, every department of the entire state apparatus began operating solely for Lu Yu. Longke University. We have news success. The data is accurate. Zhou Mingbo trembled slightly, his excitement making even his beard quiver. Professor Zhou, it really worked? This is no time for jokes. Researcher Zhao spoke with palpable anxiety. It really worked. We just got the first-hand report the data calculations are correct. Nearly 60 years old, Zhou Mingbo pumped his fist excitedly, slamming it down on the table. Wonderful. A wave of cheers erupted throughout the research institute. Wait, besides the news from the capital, the National Security Bureau has also reported something. Zhou Mingbo glanced at his phone again, his expression instantly turning peculiar. What's the situation with the National Security Bureau? Who exactly sent that email? Researcher Zhao asked impatiently. He had long wanted to know which big shot could possibly obtain such advanced technical data. Could it be one of the reclusive masters from the Long Academy? Yes. Zhou Mingbo rubbed his eyes, still looking utterly incredulous. Professor Zhou, old Zhou, stop teasing us. We're practically having heart attacks here. Zhou Mingbo looked utterly bewildered as he spoke slowly and deliberately. The sender of the email was a high school student named Lu Yu, who had just finished the college entrance exam half a month ago and only scored 350 points. Chapter 11, The Professor is actually him? Professor Zhou, this is no laughing matter. Researcher Zhao's expression froze. He had indeed considered many possibilities: Chinese spies infiltrating Eagle Nation for technology, or returning talents bringing advanced techniques back home. This defies all scientific logic. A high school student, one who scored a mere 350 on the college entrance exam, could actually develop such advanced technology and data? Where would that leave the old faces of this entire group? Scientific research belongs to geniuses. Zhou Mingbo took a deep breath and said slowly. A genius of this caliber has chosen our Longke University. We must not disappoint their trust. Yes. But who at Longke University is qualified to teach such a prodigy? A name suddenly sprang to his mind. We certainly can't, but Professor Zhong would be perfect. Exactly. Professor Zhong. Researcher Zhao snapped to attention. He's a renowned academician in our country and an expert in this very field. Why don't we ask if Professor Zhong would be interested? Professor Zhong was a direct disciple of the late Professor Deng in China. Calling him one of the founders of China's nuclear physics wouldn't be an exaggeration. However, due to his dedication to research and limited energy, he hasn't personally taught in quite some time. Now, this prodigy Lu Yu who's burst onto the scene, he's bound to pique Professor Zhong's interest. No time to waste. Zhou Mingbo pulled out his phone and immediately began contacting Professor Zhong to report this news to the venerable scholar. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. After a brief exchange, the line abruptly disconnected with a click, leaving Zhou Mingbo's expression turning peculiar. How about it, Professor Zhou? Researcher Zhao leaned in to ask. Before I made the call, old Zhong had already boarded the plane. He should arrive in about 2 hours. Zhou Mingbo stared at his wristwatch, his voice flat. He hadn't anticipated that old Zhong would be even more urgent than he'd imagined, actually boarding a flight to depart immediately. Lingjiang Grand Hotel, 5th floor. Lu Yu, caught up in the graduation gathering, naturally remained unaware of the commotion at Longke University. Squeak! The door creaked open as a refined man wearing glasses appeared in the doorway. Professor Ko has arrived. The crowd in the private room lit up with excitement at the sight of their teacher. Hello, everyone. Mr. Ko smiled as he entered the room and addressed Zhao Hui. Congratulations, Zhao Hui. I hear you've already received your admission letter from Huaqing University? Zhao Hui stood up and replied with feigned modesty. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, sir. Once a teacher, always a father, you'll always be my mentor. Haha, good, good. Teacher Ko broke into a hearty laugh, feeling quite pleased with himself. He had always held high hopes for Zhao Hui. Not only was he academically gifted, but he also came from a privileged family background. If anyone in the class was destined for great things, it was undoubtedly Zhao Hui. Just as the teacher-student rapport reached its peak, a figure standing out starkly from the surrounding crowd suddenly appeared before Teacher Ku. Mr. Ku, hello. I'm Lu Yu's father. Mr. Lu extended his hand, slightly nervous. Hello. Teacher Ku shook hands with Mr. Lu, completely baffled, and asked, May I ask what brings you here? May I inquire about your school's remedial program? Mr. Lu asked cautiously. His reason for wanting Lu Yu to attend this graduation gathering was not only to expose her to a stimulating environment and reignite her passion for learning, but also to inquire with the teacher about the remedial program. After all, although Linjiang Middle School couldn't compare to Longke University affiliated high school, it was still a very good secondary school. Repeat year? You're Lu Yu's father, right? Teacher Ko looked slightly uncomfortable as he replied diplomatically, Our school's remedial program requires a minimum college entrance exam score of 500 for admission. I'm afraid that's the policy. He remembered Lu Yu, her regular grades were solid, but she'd only scored 350 on the college entrance exam. Such a shame. 5,500 points? Teacher, I don't recall this requirement existing before? Mr. Lu's body trembled slightly as he frowned and asked. That's correct. Previously, there was no such requirement. However, this year a professor from one of China's top universities suggested to our principal that we raise the standards for repeating the year. Our principal felt it was reasonable, so we implemented it. Teacher Ko looked apologetic as he said, Lu Yu's Gaokao results this year are truly unfortunate, but rules are rules. I'm sorry. The implication was clear, Lu Yu wouldn't be admitted to Linjiang High's repeaters class either. Professor? Lu's father froze, unable to process the information. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed outside the door. Mr. Ko quickly excused himself, My apologies, I must step away for a moment. He hurried to the private room's entrance, flung open the door, and greeted respectfully, Professor, you finally arrived. Haha, this hotel layout is quite confusing. I searched all over the 5th floor before finding this room. The professor's voice outside sounded familiar to Lu's father. No way, it couldn't be. Suddenly, something occurred to Lu's father, and his pupils contracted sharply. A bold thought sprang to mind. Professor Ko raised his voice to address everyone in the private room. Everyone, quiet please. Allow me to introduce our distinguished guest, Professor Lu Jinshan from Longke University, invited by our institution. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Chapter 12, One Bad Apple Spoils the Whole Bunch. Wow, he really is a professor from Longke University. Our high school is seriously impressive. They actually invited a professor from Longke University to give a speech at our graduation ceremony. You bet. That's so awesome. After a brief murmur of discussion, thunderous applause erupted instantly throughout the VIP box. Every parent and student gazed at the venerable professor standing by the door with eyes brimming with admiration and respect. Except for Lu Yu's family. Jinshan, Yu. Lu's father stared blankly at Lu Jinshan before him, frozen in place as if under a spell. He suddenly understood why Jiangcheng High's remedial class had suddenly introduced a baffling new rule. It all came down to Lu Jinshan. Ha, Teacher Ko, the students are quite enthusiastic, aren't they? Lu Jinshan paid no attention to Lu's father, instead smiling and greeting the classmates inside the private room. Yet beneath his smile lurked a cold, vindictive satisfaction. Classmates, Professor Lu will be giving you a talk shortly about future university and life planning. This opportunity is hard to come by, so everyone should listen carefully. Teacher Ko supported Lu Jinshan as they made their way to the front of the stage. Is he the professor who came to give this lecture? Lu Yu also noticed Lu Jinshan, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Although he had known the school would invite a professor from Longke University to speak, he never imagined it would be Lu Jinshan. Wasn't this a bit too coincidental? At the front desk of the auditorium, Lu Jinshan tested the microphone. Hello? Hello? Satisfied that the microphone was working properly, a pleased smile spread across his chubby face. In truth, he had originally planned to decline this speaking engagement and return to the Longke University Civilian Research Institute in the capital that very evening. But this morning, he suddenly received news that Longke University's Tsinghua Fund Institute would be undergoing equipment replacement, with a one-day closure period during which no one was permitted to enter. Unable to return, and with the memory of his son being bullied still fresh in his mind, Lu Jinshan felt a surge of anger. Such a golden opportunity for revenge, right at his fingertips, how could he possibly let it slip away? Thus, his dazzling appearance at the graduation ceremony came to be. Classmates, first, congratulations to you all. You've finished your senior year and the college entrance exams, officially stepping onto the journey of adulthood. Lu Jinshan read his speech with feigned solemnity, yet his eyes never left Lu Yu's family. After learning Lu Yu was in this class, he deliberately added something to the speech to vent his anger. Ahem. Lu Jinshan cleared his throat and continued. I've reviewed your transcripts and must say, you're all quite outstanding. Especially Zhao Hui and Lu Mier. One has already received an early admission offer from Huaqing University, while the other secured an offer from the Kyoto Film Academy. Wow. The mention of these prestigious institutions sent a ripple of astonishment through the room. Countless envious gazes instantly converged on Lu Mier and Zhao Hui. Damn, Kyoto Film Academy? That's insane. One's an academic superstar, the other a future film star. This is straight out of a romance novel. Come to think of it, both Huaqing University and Kyoto Film Academy are in Kyoto. They're such a perfect match, could they possibly? Hearing the classmates' chatter, Lu Mier felt a chill run down her spine. She pinched her best friend's arm. Shut up, don't say that. Zhao Hui, however, stood tall and proud, wearing a smug look of triumph. He kept glancing back at Lu Mier, hoping she'd notice him. Unfortunately, Lu Mier didn't even glance his way. No worries, the motorcade should arrive any moment. Once it arrives, Miaoer will see just how much I love her. Zhao Hui took a deep breath, silently pumping himself up. To win Lu Mier's heart with a grand declaration at the graduation ceremony, he had spared no effort. To achieve this, he spared no expense, booking a fleet of 16 fiery red Ferrari supercars. The entire fleet was loaded with 999 freshly picked red roses. According to his plan, the Ferraris would form a clear love U with the roses on the parking lot. Then, he would walk up to Lu Mier with a bouquet of roses in his hands and confess his feelings to her. Zhao Hui was confident this romantic gesture would win Lu Mier's heart and convince her to be with him. However, when he glanced down at his phone, he noticed the convoy hadn't moved an inch on the GPS map. Was it stuck in traffic? Ahem, classmates, you must understand the principle that bad company corrupts good character. One bad student can often ruin the entire positive atmosphere. At this point, Lu Jinshan felt he'd made enough small talk and decided to get straight to the point. Slowly setting aside his speech, he descended the steps one by one, and as far as I know, within your very own Linjiang High School, there exists such a rotten apple. Oh no! Lu's parents both felt their hearts tighten, their lips trembling slightly. They knew Lu Jinshan's retaliation was about to begin in earnest. Some of you may have guessed who I'm referring to. That rotten apple is Lu Yu. Lu Jinshan sneered coldly, fixing his gaze on Lu Yu. Chapter 13, Which one is Lu Yu? On the highway, a convoy of fiery red Ferrari supercars rolled by. On any other day, such a luxurious convoy would undoubtedly draw every gaze on the road, turning heads left and right. Yet at this moment, few paid the convoy any attention. Because at the highway checkpoint, a far more astonishing scene unfolded. Wait, what the heck is going on up ahead? The Ferrari driver wiped sweat from his forehead, staring blankly at the long line of military vehicles stretching before him. Among them were rows of armored vehicles loaded with live ammunition and troop transports packed with soldiers. They stood in perfect formation at the checkpoint ahead, completely blocking the intersection with not a single inch of space left for passage. Compared to these colossal behemoths, the Ferraris looked downright ordinary. After all, one might see a few Ferraris in a week, but these heavily armed armored vehicles were truly a sight one might never see again in a lifetime. Could war be imminent? The same thought surged simultaneously in the minds of every driver present. Many felt a mix of tension and excitement, while a few inconsiderate individuals had already gotten out of their cars to start filming with their phones. No, the client is already calling to rush us. The lead driver of the Ferrari convoy nervously swallowed hard and opened his door. Sir, when can we proceed? I'm in a hurry. He cautiously gestured toward the Ferrari convoy behind him. Sorry, we're conducting counter-terrorism operations and will be blocking the road for a while. The soldier guarding the checkpoint stared blankly, his expression unyielding. Counter-terrorism operation? The driver glanced at the long line of armored vehicles stretching out before him and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. This kind of operation would probably blow the terrorists' ashes to the winds. Sir, I'm in a real hurry. Could you make an exception? The driver blinked and pleaded again. The soldier remained unmoved. Only vehicles transporting injured patients may use the green channel. All others must wait on the highway until the blockade is lifted. Alright, fine. The driver sighed in resignation. He knew forcing his way through was impossible under these circumstances. He'd just have to wait. He picked up a cigarette, lit it slowly, and just as he was about to take a drag, woo! A deafening roar erupted from his mouth. Immediately after, a violent gust of wind swept down, snatching the cigarette right out of the driver's hand. What the hell? In sheer terror, countless people on the highway simultaneously looked up, witnessing a scene they would never forget. Bathed in blinding light, a gleaming steel colossus of a helicopter roared overhead at breakneck speed, its whistling wind echoing through the air. It took the driver a full minute to snap back to his senses. That direction, wasn't that the Linjiang Grand Hotel? Scratching his head in confusion, he thought, no way. That Zhao guy is so impressive. Did he really hire our fleet and even an armed helicopter just to confess his feelings? Of course, an armed helicopter wouldn't be used for a personal confession. The driver's thought barely surfaced before he dismissed it. Little did he know, this imposing armed helicopter was indeed heading toward the Linjiang Grand Hotel, and it truly was launched for one specific person. 5th floor private room, Linjiang Grand Hotel. Lu Jinshan strolled leisurely over to stand beside his parents, gazing down at them with the air of a victor. Let me introduce you all. These two are Lu Yu's parents. Whoosh! Countless eyes instantly focused on Mr. and Mrs. Lu. Jinshan, whatever issues we have, can we discuss them at home? Lu father gritted his teeth, his voice barely audible. Being stared at like a monkey by so many eyes was already unbearably painful for him. Unfortunately, Lu Jinshan paid no heed to his father's words, continuing calmly, as far as I know, the student, Lu Yu, scored only 350 points on the college entrance exam, the lowest in the entire school. A child's misdeeds reflect poorly on the parents. Am I not correct, you two? You're talking nonsense. Our Lu Yu is no rat, no rat's dung. Father Lu's face turned ashen, wanting to speak but finding no words. Having left school early to work and support his family, his education was limited. Naturally, he couldn't hold his own in a verbal spar with Professor Lu Jinshan of Longke University. Lu Mier also couldn't stand by any longer. She stood up and retorted, Professor Lu, I think your words are unfair. Lu Yu may have underperformed on the college entrance exam, but his regular grades were perfectly fine. Besides, academic performance is only one aspect of a person's worth. You can't call him a rat just because of his exam score. As class monitor, Lu Mier was generally well liked. Her words sparked murmurs among some classmates. Yeah, I remember Lu Yu's grades were actually pretty good before. Professor Lu is being way too harsh. Does he have some beef with Lu Yu's family or something? Thank you. Lu Yu shot Lu Mier a grateful glance, feeling a warmth in her heart. He hadn't expected that when faced with Lu Jinshan's harassment, this girl would stand up for him without fear of authority. Yet faced with the challenge, Lu Jinshan showed no sign of panic. A cold smile played on his lips. Miss Lu, you're mistaken. When have I ever judged people based on their college entrance exam scores? This Lu Yu in your class isn't just problematic academically, he has far greater issues with his character. Greater problems? The assembled students all froze in surprise. Although some male cliques were quite hostile toward Lu Yu because of Zhao Wei, that was the extent of it. At least in their eyes, Lu Yu was still considered an exemplary student with outstanding character. Yes, to be perfectly honest, I'm actually Lu Yu's uncle. Lu Jinshan shook his head and said, you think Lu Yu's regular grades were good, but he just underperformed on the college entrance exam. But the truth is, all those good grades he got were from cheating. Cheating? Lu's father could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand on the table and roared, Lu Jinshan, don't talk nonsense. My son has never cheated. The earlier insults were one thing, but as a father, how could he stand by and watch his son be slandered like this by Lu Jinshan? What's more, it was his family who had scraped together the money for Lu Jinshan's tuition all those years. Now, this ingrate not only showed no gratitude but had completely abandoned all decency to turn on us. Nonsense? As a professor at Longke University, how could I possibly be making things up? Lu Jinshan sighed, feigning deep regret. Truth be told, it's my fault as his uncle for failing to raise Lu Yu properly, leading him to become what he is today. I share the blame. These past few years, he'd often text me problems during class, asking for answers and solutions. I used to think it showed his eagerness to learn and thirst for knowledge. But now I realize those problems were probably exam questions. At this remark, the voices defending Lu Yu fell completely silent. I knew it. He must have been cheating all along. How else could he possibly score so low? Exactly. How could anyone who actually studied get only 350 points? And here I was treating him like some academic genius. Turns out his scores were all from cheating. Ugh, what a shameless liar. What you steal can never be truly yours. See? The college entrance exam exposed him. Instantly, countless disdainful glances converged on Lu Yu. Teacher Ke's face hardened as he looked at Lu Yu. Lu Yu, were all your previous grades obtained through cheating? Teacher, would you believe me if I said I never cheated once? Lu Yu's brow furrowed slightly as his fists clenched unnoticed. He didn't really care about the rumors, but seeing his parents' furious yet helpless expressions, a surge of anger welled up inside him. If you didn't cheat, then why would Professor Lu accuse you of cheating? He's a distinguished professor at Longke University. Would he really go out of his way to frame you? Teacher Ke sneered coldly. I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. I actually used to regard you as a model student. Teacher Ke, Lu Yu truly didn't cheat. Lu Mier was still trying to defend Lu Yu. As his former deskmate, she knew his academic ability and character well. He simply couldn't have achieved such high scores by cheating. But by now, no one was listening to her. Every teacher and student was convinced that Professor Lu was telling the truth. Lu Yu's past excellent grades had all been achieved through cheating. The wealthy woman who had been seated at the same table as Lu Yu's parents now looked at them with utter contempt, stood up, and moved to another table. In that moment, the Lu family became the laughingstock and object of scorn at the graduation ceremony. TSK, TSK. Like father, like son. Lu Jinshan wore a smug expression, his eyes brimming with arrogance as he looked down on the Lu family with the air of a victor. In his eyes, his plan for tonight had undoubtedly achieved a resounding victory. Dad, let's go home. We're done here. Lu Yu could no longer bear to watch. She stood up, grabbed her parents' hands, and tried to lead them out of the venue. Just as he turned his back, light suddenly flooded in. Like lightning piercing through dark clouds, or light breaking through the darkness. To be precise, this blindingly bright light, powerful enough to make everyone squint, was the searchlight of a large armed helicopter. Every person in the hall stared in stunned silence at the unforgettable scene unfolding outside the window. A large armed helicopter hovered directly outside the fifth-floor window, mere inches away. What on earth was that? Even Zhao Hui, who had seen his share of the world, turned pale with shock. He clung to the edge of the table, trembling, barely managing to stay upright. The helicopter's door swung open. Several fully armed SWAT officers deftly descended the rope ladder and pushed open the glass doors on the fifth floor. Immediately after, several elderly men, surrounded by the SWAT team, strode purposefully into the private room on the fifth floor. The elder in the center, his gaze piercing, asked, "May I inquire which of you is Lu Yu?" Chapter 14, Lu Jinshan, stunned into speechlessness. Silence. Dead silence. Everyone present was stunned by the helicopter's grand display. Not a single soul dared step forward to respond. In truth, they hadn't even heard what Elder Zhong had said over the deafening roar of the helicopter. My apologies, students. I'm afraid I startled you. Old Master Zhong smiled kindly as he approached. We flew here specifically to seek out a student from your school who has made an outstanding contribution. You're looking for a student from our school? Faced with this earth-shattering display, Teacher Ke was utterly dumbfounded. They even brought in an armed helicopter. Could it be that one of his students was the offspring of some high-ranking official? Who are you looking for? Zhao Hui, standing nearby, plucked up the courage to ask. For some reason, Teacher Ke felt he had seen this elderly man somewhere before. He looked very familiar. I'm looking for Lu Yu. Is he here? The old man smiled gently, showing no sign of impatience. At the mention of Lu Yu's name, everyone present froze in shock. At first, they thought the helicopter's roar had drowned out the sound, causing them to mishear. But to their astonishment, the person the old man was seeking was indeed Lu Yu. Mr. Zhong, how did you get here? At that moment, a startled cry erupted from within the private room. Professor Lu Jinshan shakily made his way toward Elder Zhong, but was stopped by two SWAT officers flanking him. Wait, Professor Wang, how did you get here too? As he drew closer, the horror on Lu Jinshan's face deepened. Others might not recognize them, but as a professor at Longke University, he knew perfectly well that these two were pillars of Long Nation's scientific community, the kind of heavyweights whose footsteps could make the floor tremble. Yet here they were, gathered in the same room and in a scene straight out of an American action movie, no less. What on earth was going on? However, facing Lu Jinshan, old Zhong showed him no mercy. Captain Lu, please take him down first. Yes, Professor Zhong. Captain Lu gave a subtle signal to his subordinates, and the nearby SWAT officers immediately understood. They produced a bright red arrest warrant and presented it to Lu Jinshan. Professor Lu, you are under arrest. Please accompany us for questioning. Arrest? Lu Jinshan was stunned. If the appearance of the armed helicopter had merely stunned him, this moment left him utterly and completely panicked. Mr. Wang, you must have made a mistake. He protested loudly. Mistake? Old Wang snorted coldly. Your routine of extorting bribes and favors the school's parasites turning a blind eye to your corruption, that's one thing. But this time, you nearly derailed something crucial. If it weren't for researcher Zhao Zhongxing, clinging to his post like an old bone used as firewood, diligently and earnestly holding down his job, our Dragon Nation might have lost a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for revival. This explanation didn't help Lu Jinshan understand what was going on, it only left him more dumbfounded. What does this have to do with Zhao Zhongxing? Lu Jinshan was still thinking about how he'd severely punish Zhao Zhongxing once he returned to the capital. That old codger tricked him with some controlled nuclear fusion, making him get his hopes up for nothing. Wait, Zhao Zhongxing? Controlled nuclear fusion. Lu Jinshan suddenly realized something, his face instantly turning deathly pale. He hadn't become a professor at Longke University by being a fool. As he spoke, he realized what had happened. Old Zhong's presence here meant that controlled nuclear fusion technology was real. This is it. I'm finished. Lu Jinshan slumped to the floor, his beard trembling. If this charge stuck, it wouldn't be something that could be explained away as mere negligence. The students and teachers nearby were all dumbfounded by the sudden scene unfolding before them. While the names of Professors Wang and Ji were unfamiliar to them, Professor Zhong's name was a household name. He was a figure worthy of being written into the history books of the Dragon Nation, a towering pillar of the scientific research community. Such a national treasure-level figure, flying in by helicopter specifically for Lu Yu? First, Professor Lu was arrested by special police, and now several research luminaries were searching for Lu Yu. Could there be some connection between these two events? In an instant, countless eyes converged on Lu Yu. Their gazes held a mix of astonishment, fear, and curiosity. I am Lu Yu. Lu Yu turned around, taking in the armed helicopter and the three scientific luminaries before him. Instantly, everything clicked into place. He hadn't anticipated that the Dragon Nation would react so swiftly to the data he submitted, even dispatching an armed helicopter specifically to retrieve him. However, after a brief moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure. Professor Zhong, did you also see my email? Old Zhong nodded meaningfully and said, I did. Many of your perspectives are quite insightful, some points I hadn't even considered myself. For instance. Ahem. Captain Lu beside him cleared his throat softly, interrupting Old Master Zhong. Old Master Zhong, Mr. Lu, some of these matters are not appropriate to discuss here. We should. Much of the content in that email has already been classified as top secret. Not a single detail can be leaked. He also worried that if Professor Zhong got carried away in his academic enthusiasm, he might accidentally let slip a word or two here. Understood. Old Zhong nodded lightly and smiled. Student Lu, have you ever flown before? I've flown on commercial airliners, but never on something like this. Lu Yuzhan smiled brightly, replying with genuine honesty. Well, since you haven't, why not give it a try? Professor Zhong turned to Lu Yu's parents and joked, brother, sister, how about we give you a ride? Taking a taxi home from here would cost quite a bit. Professor Zhong, thank you, thank you. Lu's parents stammered in their response. Ha, no need to be so formal. You two raised Lu Yu, a pillar of our nation. I should be thanking you. Professor Zhong said kindly. A pillar of the nation? Though witnessing Lu Jinshan, who had previously flaunted his power, being subdued brought a sense of vindication to both parents. But everything unfolding before them now far exceeded the scope of life experience they'd accumulated over decades. Lu's father tugged lightly at Lu Yu's sleeve and whispered, son, the email you mentioned. Mom, Dad, don't worry. It's good news. Lu Yu reassured them with a smile. He took his parents' hands, gave Captain Lu some instructions, and then, escorted by a line of SWAT officers, boarded the helicopter. Under countless stunned and complex gazes, the helicopter became a blur, vanishing into the distant horizon, forever etched as a legend in the school's history. Rich kids pulling up in luxury cars to leave class reunions? Plenty of them. But departing in an armed helicopter? That was truly unprecedented, a first in history and likely never to be repeated. Chapter 15, Fainting. After Lu Yu departed, the remaining classmates and teachers all felt the atmosphere was no longer suitable for continuing. Lu Mier, watching Lu Yu's retreating figure, couldn't help but let a faint smile touch her lips. Officer, can we leave now? She turned to Captain Lu and asked. Of course. Once everyone signs this confidentiality agreement, you're all free to leave. However, Miss Lu, Mr. Lu specifically requested that since it's getting late, we can escort you home if you need it. Captain Lu said with a smile. Thanks. This is the agreement, right? Lu Miaowei gave a sweet smile and signed her name on the confidentiality agreement. Just as she was about to leave. Lu Miaoer, you can't leave. The one blocking Lu Mier's path was Zhao Hui. His forehead was already beaded with sweat from the tension. What are you doing? Lu Mier looked at Zhao Hui in bewilderment. Zhao Hui's face turned ashen with frustration. The usually eloquent man couldn't utter a single word. It wasn't entirely his fault after all, very few people could think clearly in such a high-pressure situation. Miaoer, you can't leave. Zhao Hui spoke in a tone that was half plea, half command. His mind had been utterly overwhelmed by the series of events that had just unfolded, completely shattering his rationality. He hadn't even considered the consequences of stopping Lu Mier. All he knew was that if Lu Mier really left like this, his meticulously planned romantic confession would be completely ruined. Pursuing her again in the future would likely be impossible. Lu Miao rolled her eyes, ignoring Zhao Hui's attempt to block her path. What a mystery. But just as she started to walk on, her wrist was yanked by the hysterical Zhao Hui. Lu Mier, they must have made a mistake. That helicopter definitely wasn't here for Lu Yu. What kind of person is old Zhong? How could he make a special trip for someone who only scored 350 on the college entrance exam? You absolutely can't just walk away like this. Zhao Hui was already rambling incoherently. Let go. Lu Miao raised an eyebrow, trying to pull away from Zhao Hui's grip. But how could a frail young woman, weak as a kitten, possibly match the strength of Zhao Hui, a burly guy who worked out regularly? Let go of me. You're being a pervert. Let go of me. Being held like this, Lu Miao was genuinely frightened. Captain Lu shook his head and gave a subtle signal to his subordinate beside him. Ahem. 2 SWAT officers immediately stepped forward, yanking Zhao Hui away and warning, freeze. You let go of me. Restrained, Zhao Hui struggled violently, still trying to lunge toward Lu Miao. You must have the wrong person. Lu Yui's a good-for-nothing who only scored 350 on the college entrance exam. How could he possibly? I said, don't move. One SWAT officer, growing impatient, gently nudged Zhao Hui's midsection with the butt of his rifle. Don't you understand human speech? Gag. The blow from the rifle but turned Zhao Hui's face deathly pale as he retched violently. The pain jolted his brain, finally restoring his senses. What was I doing just now? Facing the muzzle, Zhao Hui recalled his actions and a bone-chilling fear washed over him. If that gun had gone off, wouldn't his life have been? The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground in a brief faint. He didn't get up. Boss Zhao passed out? His former crew stood frozen in shock. The female classmates in his class who had once harbored secret crushes on Zhao Hui all frowned, unable to bear the sight. Fainting from fright? That's just pathetic. Folks, who could understand? Unbearable. Lu Miao frowned and, escorted by 2 SWAT officers flanking her, also left the class reunion. She didn't spare Zhao Hui a single glance. Today, I've really seen it all. Teacher Ku muttered to himself. Just then, a phone rang abruptly, beep beep. Caller ID, Principal. Teacher Ku didn't dare delay and quickly answered the call. Hello, Principal? Yes, this is Lu Yu's homeroom teacher. What? He invented a new battery technology for electric vehicles that significantly boosts the utilization rate of new energy? Yes, he's already been picked up. After the call ended, Teacher Ku suddenly understood. No wonder it had alarmed old Zhong, who personally came to take Lu Yu away. Such remarkable achievements at such a young age, it was only natural that a scientific prodigy like this would catch the attention of both the nation and old Zhong. The surrounding classmates also had an aha moment, feeling they finally understood everything. New energy electric vehicles were a key national support project. Achieving breakthroughs in this field was truly extraordinary. If they knew the truth, it would probably crush them. After all, compared to controlled nuclear fusion technology, any new energy technology might not even amount to a fart. Wait, if we're being pedantic, could controlled nuclear fusion actually be classified as new energy tech? Just as Zhao Hui was questioning his existence, another roar erupted. Compared to the earlier roar, this sound was much softer, like the engine of a sports car. Oh no! Zhao Hui, who had just regained consciousness, suddenly realized something, his expression shifting slightly. Damn it! Why did it have to happen now, of all times? The sound also drew the attention of many classmates present. They all looked up and down, only to see several fiery red Ferraris adorned with countless red roses. Where did these sports cars come from? Half an hour earlier, they would have been stunned by so many Ferraris. But after everything that just happened, these Ferraris seemed rather insignificant in comparison. Miss Lu Miao, on this special day, I want to share what's in my heart. We've known each other for 3 years, 3 whole years. How many 3-year spans does a lifetime hold? I want to tell you that Zhao Hui's pre-recorded voice echoed through the Ferrari. Deeply affectionate, self-absorbed. You idiot! Damn it! Ignoring the dizzying sensation in his head, Zhao Hui rushed to the rooftop and shouted, Turn it off! Turn it off, I said. Stop it! Do you hear me? If none of this had happened, it would have been the most romantic confession ever. But now that Lu Miao had already left, what the hell was the point of confessing? Wasn't this just rubbing salt into his wound? Unfortunately, the driver downstairs hadn't heard Zhao Hui clearly. What? Don't turn it off? Turn it up? Got it. A young man's confession should be grand and dramatic. He deliberately turned up the volume a bit, then flashed a handsome smile. Turning toward Zhao Hui upstairs, he gave him a thumbs up, signaling, I get it. You. Ah. Zhao boss, are you okay? Quick, help him up. Feeling the pitying stares around him, Zhao Hui's rage overwhelmed him. His vision went black and he fainted once more. Inside the helicopter. Mr. Zhong, ask whatever you wish. Lu Yu said calmly. He could see that old Master Zhong was holding back a flood of questions, his face twisted with the effort. Good lad, no need to rush. This isn't the place for questions. Old Zhong shook his head instead. Let's go back first and talk. Your place is already cordoned off. Chapter 16, The President of Renmin University visits. Lu Yu felt a pang of curiosity. Cordoned off? Access by land is difficult. But we have a helicopter, so it won't affect us. Old Master Zhong nodded slightly and smiled. On the way, I'll introduce you to us old men. Don't be formal.
Though we're decades your senior, in certain areas of knowledge, we might not match up to you.
You flatter me, old Master Zhong.
Lu Yu replied modestly. I am Zhong Zhengchuan.
Since you already know me, I won't need to introduce myself. Old Master Zhong gave a light pat to the elderly gentleman beside him and said, this gentleman is Old Master Wang Chishan. He is also one of the leading figures in China's nuclear technology field and the director of the upcoming Red Sun project.
Oh, I'm hardly the leader, just the one taking the lead. Wang Chishan waved his hand dismissively. Red Sun?
The crimson sun rises, illuminating the sacred land of the 9 provinces.
The project's name could it be?
Lu Yu paused for a moment before realizing, so you mean this project is about?
Correct.
Old Zhong smiled meaningfully.
We'll discuss the project in detail once we reach the capital.
Wang Chishan patted Lu Yu's shoulder with a smile and said, for now, get some rest.
We might have to head to the airport tonight and hit the road. All right. Lu Yu nodded instinctively. Traveling tonight?
A sudden thought popped into his mind.
Garden Residential Complex. The atmosphere felt off today.
The usually bustling road was eerily quiet. Aunt Wang, who had just finished visiting relatives with her son, beamed with excitement. Son, getting into Renmin University is such an honor for our family. These past few days, she'd been basking in the glory. Countless relatives wore their envy on their sleeves. After all, this was Renmin University of China.
Mom, why do you keep going on about it every day? Young Wang, however, was full of ambition. Renmin University is just the beginning.
I plan to pursue a master's degree at Longke University.
Excellent. My son is so promising.
Much more promising than that Lu Yu from the Lu family.
Aunt Wang laughed proudly.
Before 50, you see a father's respect for his son. After 50, you see a son's respect for his father. Having such a promising son filled her heart with joy beyond words. Especially when she thought of Lu Yu, the one who used to outshine her son, scoring a mere 350 points on the college entrance exam. Her mood lifted even further.
Mom, stop comparing him to me. He's not even on the same level as me.
Xiao Wang wore an air of superiority, throwing around foreign words. He firmly believed he and Lu Yu belonged to entirely different worlds.
All right, Mom understands. Hey, look over there. Doesn't he look just like your principal?
Aunt Wang burst into laughter, but suddenly, her peripheral vision caught a figure. It was an elderly man in an old-fashioned suit, hurriedly escorted by a group of special police officers toward a certain direction. That figure, how could it resemble the principal on her son's acceptance letter so much? It's not just a resemblance, that must be our president from Renmin University. Little Wang squinted and watched for a moment, puzzled.
Aunt Wang also seemed to realize something, her expression growing excited. Son, could it be that your principal is coming to visit us? A home visit? Impossible.
Little Wang shook his head in confusion. Logically speaking, he was just an ordinary freshman at Renmin University, not some national competition award winner. There was absolutely no way the president would make a special home visit just for him. But if it wasn't because of him, why would the president of Renmin University, all the way from Beijing, show up in little Linjiang City? It's very possible. Even if we didn't invite the president in for a visit, it wouldn't be impossible. Son, our family has really made something of itself this time. Aunt Wang beamed with pride, her smile stretching from ear to ear. How impressive would it be to have the university president as a guest? Son, go tidy up the house first. Let's make sure we leave a good impression on the president. Aunt Wang quickly retrieved the admission letter, her voice trembling with excitement. Mom's going to greet the president now.
Heh, this will definitely make our neighbors green with envy. Mom, don't go embarrass yourself.
Little Wang tried to stop her, but his actions were a split second too late.
Aunt Wang dashed out the door. Make way. Make way. Clutching Renmin University's acceptance letter, Aunt Wang pushed through the crowd, shouting, Principal! Principal! What's the matter? Sister Wang, why so excited?
The neighbor next door asked.
Ha!
The president of Renmin University saw my son's talent and came to visit us at home.
Aunt Wang waved the acceptance letter, boasting proudly. The neighbors all gasped in surprise. The president of Renmin University? Sister Wang, you're something else.
Sis Wang, once little Wang makes it big, you've got to throw another banquet so we can all celebrate together.
Aunt Wang grinned widely. Don't worry, don't worry. Her wrinkled face practically split open with joy. Finally, the president of Renmin University, escorted by several bodyguards, arrived at the entrance of Aunt Wang's neighborhood.
But instead of stopping, the group continued jogging forward.
Principal! Principal Shangguan!
Auntie Wang rushed to stand before President Shangguan, waving the acceptance letter. Her sudden appearance startled the two bodyguards flanking Principal Shangguan, who immediately stepped forward to block her.
Ma'am, we're on duty. Please step back. I know.
Principal, our student Xiao Wang is here. Auntie Wang remained oblivious to the unusual situation, continuing excitedly.
Little Wang? The university president, surrounded by the commotion, looked utterly bewildered.
He forced down his anxiety and said, Ma'am, I don't know any student named Xiao Wang.
Could you please step aside? We're in a hurry. You don't know him?
Aunt Wang froze, then immediately retorted, my son, Wang Sharan. He just got into your university this year. If you don't know him, come over to our place for a meal. This line of reasoning might have worked in elementary or middle school. But this was university. How could President Shangwon possibly waste time on such nonsense? Oh, Wang Sharan? Congratulations on his admission to Renmin University this year. Principal Shangwon offered a perfunctory compliment before stating plainly, I shan't be staying for a meal. I've come today seeking another student. Another student? Mrs. Wang, doused with a bucket of cold water, was dumbfounded. Yes. Before she could ask who this other student might be, a deafening roar erupted beside her ears. Boom! A large armed helicopter roared overhead, sweeping across the garden community. Damn it, too late! Principal Shangwon cursed under his breath, bypassing Aunt Wang and pushing forward. He had to hurry, there might still be a chance to find Lu Yu. Mrs. Wang felt utterly dejected and was about to head home. But suddenly, her body trembled and her eyes filled with disbelief. What did Principal Shangwon say? Lu Yu? Chapter 17, Operation Red Sun? Impossible. I must have misheard. How could Principal Shangwon possibly be looking for Lu Yu? Yes, I must have misheard. Aunt Wang muttered to herself. In her mind, Lu Yu was just a poor student. How could the university president possibly pay him a personal visit? No, I have to go check. Aunt Wang gritted her teeth and headed toward Lu Yu's residential complex. But just as she rounded a corner, the scene before her stunned her. Parked before the entrance to Lu Yu's residential complex were rows of camouflage green military vehicles. Countless soldiers, fully armed and on duty, stood guard at the gates, their presence solemn and imposing. Aunt Wang was dumbfounded. She cautiously approached a soldier, carefully choosing her words. Comrade, what exactly is going on here? Counter-terrorism drill. Unauthorized personnel must stand down. The soldier replied sternly, his face set in a serious expression. Counter-terrorism drill? Aunt Wang stared at the countless military trucks and armored vehicles blocking the entrance, her lips twitching slightly. She might not be highly educated, but she wasn't stupid. What kind of counter-terrorism drill specifically targets a single residential complex? And with this scale, this spectacle, even if real terrorists showed up, they'd probably be blown into the anime world in minutes. Reborn, then starting from scratch with terrorist attacks in another world? Auntie Wang glanced up. The helicopter from earlier had already landed, positioned precisely in the direction of Lu Yu's building. So Principal Shangwon was actually looking for Lu Yu? And this entire military operation, along with the ridiculous counter-terrorism drill cover-up, it was all likely because of Lu Yu. Thanks, comrade. I'll be heading back now. Aunt Wang stared blankly at the acceptance letter in her hand. Her initial excitement had faded considerably, replaced by a tinge of disappointment and frustration. Her face felt sore, as if she'd been slapped. Her own son had been thrilled for over half a month about getting into Renmin University, yet looked down on Lu Yu, who scored 350 points. And what about Lu Yu? The president of Renmin University personally went to recruit him, even deploying the military to guard the neighborhood. Heaven and earth apart. The helicopter descended slowly. A man in military uniform reported, Captain Lu, we've thoroughly searched the entire compound. We can preliminarily confirm there's no risk of data leakage. Good. Captain Lu nodded in satisfaction and said, check it again thoroughly. There must be no oversights whatsoever. Yes, sir. The man in uniform jogged away. Currently, all residents' mobile phones and electronic devices have been collected for data screening. Some hot-blooded young men hadn't even had time to delete certain adult films from their phones before being forced to hand them over. The awkwardness was palpable. Old Zhong pulled Lu Yu aside. Alright, young friend Lu, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you first. Regarding the plasma insulation layer on the inner walls of the Toby Mark device, what method do you think should be used to coat it with new materials to better address the insufficient insulation issue? Lu Yu pondered briefly before responding. My approach would be to first reduce the output power, then apply a preliminary coating of the newbie-type insulation layer. Gradually increase the output power while monitoring the performance and stability of the new insulation layer. Good idea, but what about the cost and safety of the newbie thermal insulation layer under overload conditions? Old Zhong nodded slightly and continued his inquiry. I plan to use nanoporous metals. They remain stable at high temperatures and can effectively dissipate heat from overloaded conditions into the surrounding cooling system. Watching the two whispering in the corner, Captain Lu felt a bit helpless. Professor Zhong, time is critical. Shouldn't we postpone these academic discussions? He sighed and continued, the capital has been waiting for quite some time. Old Master Zhong gave an awkward chuckle, scratching his head. Ha, you're right. We nearly delayed the important matter in the capital. Lu Yu paused in surprise. The capital? Yes. Due to confidentiality restrictions, we couldn't inform you earlier. Old Zhong nodded slightly and said, pack your essentials quickly. We may need to depart shortly. First, make time to say goodbye to your parents. He patted Lu Yu's shoulder. Lu Yu sensed the answer in her heart and replied decisively. Got it. Combined with Wang Qishan's earlier words urging him to head to the capital immediately, this was most likely connected to the mysterious Red Sun project.
Chapter 18, Parting Approaches.
The thought of finally gaining access to the core technological circles of the Dragon Nation sent waves of excitement through Lu Yu. After bidding farewell to his parents, he smiled calmly and waved goodbye.
Had he said everything he needed to say?
Old Zhong, standing beside the aircraft, reminded him, this trip to the capital won't be over in a day or two.
You'd better be prepared. I've thought it through. Let's depart. Lu Yu nodded calmly, his gaze unwavering.
With the support of the SWAT officers, he climbed the ladder and boarded the helicopter.
All right, let's go.
Kyoto, deep within the Yenshan Mountains.
The normally desolate mountain depths were now churning with dust as armored vehicles rumbled past, the earth trembling with their constant roar. Is this the new lab?
Zhou Mingbo, who had been drafted into the project, stared at the laboratory before him, his face etched with astonishment. Having spent years on the front lines of scientific research, he could recognize that much of the equipment within was the latest top-tier international models. Moreover, the supporting facilities were perfected to the extreme. Who knew how much funding had been poured into this? Unlike other state laboratory designs, the walls of this new facility featured a fiery red sun emblazoned upon them, radiating like a rising crimson orb. Beneath it lay a sea of mountains, bathed in dazzling radiance. Within the sun, a three-legged golden crow spread its wings, dazzling and captivating. Old Zhou, you're here too? At that moment, an elderly man clad in a white lab coat approached with a cheerful smile. Zhou Mingbo glanced at him and smiled.
Old son, they actually summoned you too?
Yeah, in the middle of the night, they suddenly sent a transfer order and literally carried me here straight from my bed.
Old man's son shrugged playfully, then suddenly lowered his voice. Old Zhou, do you know what's really going on? Me? Zhou Mingbo shook his head as if recalling something. Let's wait. We'll probably find out soon enough. Surrounded by fellow colleagues summoned for the same reason, most of them top experts in materials science and atomic physics, and recalling the email he'd seen just days ago, a bold thought began to form in his mind. You old fox, you actually know the inside scoop? Old man's son, seeing Zhou Mingbo's pensive expression, immediately sensed something was off. We've been friends for years, can't you spill a little? He lowered his voice further and leaned in to ask, is it related to controlled nuclear fusion? Before Zhou Mingbo could answer, the laboratory door suddenly swung open. An elderly man with a solemn expression, escorted by a group of elite soldiers armed to the teeth, stepped into the laboratory. Though his pace was slow, he carried the momentum of a dragon and tiger. Old Master Wang? Many experts present froze, instantly recognizing the elder's identity. Wang Qishan, Dragon Nation's premier nuclear power expert, recipient of the Republic's Lifetime Achievement Award, and academician of the Dragon Academy. Have you heard the rumors? They say old Master Wang spearheaded a top-secret project earlier. Could it be? A few well-connected professors exchanged whispers, their expressions growing excited. As highly intelligent scientific researchers, they could roughly guess the direction of this gathering upon seeing the scene. Comrades, I apologize for summoning you all at such a late hour. Wang Qishan's gaze cut like a knife as he swept sharply across the assembled experts. I hope everyone can set aside any personal feelings, because what follows is of utmost importance. Professor Wang, you say that, but how could we possibly feel emotional? Professor Wang gave a slight nod. Very well. Before we get into specifics, there is a top-secret agreement that everyone needs to sign. Let me state up front, this is entirely voluntary. If anyone objects, raise your hand now to withdraw. However, once the agreement is signed, there can be no turning back. He clapped his hands, and several elite soldiers carried copies of the agreement to each professor's desk. The cover bore a bright red seal, top secret. Seeing these two characters, many experts present visibly stiffened, their expressions turning intensely agitated. It was well known that security classifications had specific tiers, and the highest tier was represented by documents bearing the red top secret seal. Leaking such documents was tantamount to treason. Many among them had only participated in lower-level classified projects once or twice, let alone top-secret red-headed documents. Damn it, I was right after all. Even Zhou Mingbo, usually refined and easygoing, couldn't help but let out a curse. Having some inside knowledge, he roughly guessed what tonight's announcement would entail. The other professors present all let out a collective gasp, yet not a single one raised their hand to decline participation. For a true researcher, nothing could be more enticing than participating in a project of this caliber. Soon, one confidentiality agreement after another was signed. Very well. Since everyone has chosen to join, let's get down to business. Wang Qishan nodded with satisfaction, then adopted a serious tone. Each of you here is a top-tier expert in materials science and atomic energy. You can probably guess why we've gathered you together. The new project about to commence, Red Sun. Chapter 19, Chief Engineer Lu's Identity. Red Sun? Many professors' faces lit up with excitement. They had long heard rumors that the nation was investing heavily in a major initiative. Now it seemed highly likely this was the very same Red Sun project that had been kept completely under wraps.
Participating in a research project of this caliber was the dream of countless scientists.
Ahem, everyone, please calm down for now. I ask that you all first skim through this document. Some of you may have already seen it. But there's no harm in reviewing it once more.
Wang Shishan cleared his throat and gave a subtle nod to the soldier beside him.
Soon, copies of the document were distributed to each professor's desk. Formatted like an email, it read, Research on Controlled Nuclear Fusion? At first glance, the title left several professors in the know feeling somewhat perplexed.
After all, controlled nuclear fusion was a broad concept encompassing numerous detailed subprojects, materials, plasma walls, and so on. Most papers should focus on researching a specific, detailed project.
How could one simply begin with a statement about research on controlled nuclear fusion? Yet despite their confusion, most professors patiently continued reading.
After all, this was distributed by the esteemed Professor Wang Shishan. There must be deeper meaning here. As their eyes scanned downward, the expressions on each professor's face grew increasingly peculiar. Who on earth wrote this paper? Good heavens, why hadn't I thought of this approach before? No wonder our team failed to ignite the tokamak device last time. The problem was right here. This thinking is way ahead of its time, using a high-beam ion pulse device to stabilize the plasma wall while also solving the electron cyclotron problem. The expressions on each professor's face grew increasingly captivating. Even Li Myung-bak, who had read this email countless times, couldn't help but marvel. Each new reading brought fresh insights and understanding. Especially when considering the identity of the email's author.
What does that final sentence mean?
Many professors who reached the end also noticed the final sentence in the email, I hope to receive your university's letter of acceptance. Only the acceptance letter is required, no additional appointments are needed.
What on earth did that mean? An admission letter? Was this a metaphor for some stage in controlled nuclear fusion? Many professors exchanged puzzled glances, utterly baffled. It's no wonder they were baffled.
Preconceived notions made it impossible for them to imagine that the paper's author could be a college entrance exam candidate, and that the meaning of admission letter was actually a request for an admission letter. Could it be that this paper was actually written by one of Longke University's professors? Or perhaps Professor Zhong? Was he trying to play a joke on us at the end of the paper? Faced with the perplexity of the assembled experts and professors, Wang Shishan did not offer a direct answer. He merely stated calmly, I should introduce you to Mr. Liu, the chief engineer of the Red Sun project. However, he's currently busy with calculations. In any case, you'll meet him shortly. A slight twitch crossed Wang Shishan's lips, as if he felt a touch of awkwardness. However, everyone else's attention was focused entirely on this engineer Liu, and none noticed Wang Shishan's fleeting expression.
Engineer Liu? Liu engineer?
The expressions of the assembled professors were filled with confusion. Having spent countless years immersed in Longke's scientific research community, they were all heavyweights in their respective fields. Yet, they had never heard of an expert or academician surnamed Liu. Professor Wang, is this paper also Liu engineer's work? At that moment, one professor suddenly realized something and quickly stood up to ask. Yes. Wang Shishan nodded slightly and said, to be honest, I was originally supposed to be the chief director of the Red Sun project. However, Engineer Liu's insights in certain areas surpassed mine. Therefore, I proactively requested higher-ups to have him replace me in this role.
Hearing old Wang's sincere words, the professors were stunned. More capable than you? Could it be old Zhong?
But old Zhong's surname is Zhong, not Liu.
Wang Shishan shook his head.
Professor Zhong will be taking charge of another critically important top-secret project. Its significance rivals that of Red Sun.
I cannot disclose further details at this time. If it's neither you nor Professor Zhong, then who else could it be? The professors exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Academician Wang and Academician Zhong were already top-tier experts in controlled nuclear fusion within the country. Could someone even more formidable than them be? Perhaps some overseas heavyweight had renounced the dark side and returned to the embrace of the Dragon Nation? Like old Qian did back then?
Yes, that must be it. Many professors believed they had uncovered the truth. No wonder they'd never heard of this engineer Liu if he'd been active overseas all along. Their unfamiliarity made perfect sense. Instantly, the image of a venerable elder, a man of unwavering integrity, willing to face death without fear, flashed through the minds of the assembled professors. Their eyes fixed intently on the entrance, awaiting the arrival of that Mr. Liu. Squeak! Finally, the door opened. Bathed in the glare of powerful lights, a figure slowly emerged before the crowd, escorted by countless special police officers.
Chief Engineer Liu. Chapter 20, Tang Monk's Flesh. Professor Wang, who might this be?
As the figure appeared at the doorway, the expressions of all the professors present froze.
By all accounts, one should have mastered the art of concealing emotions by this age.
Yet the scene before them made maintaining composure nearly impossible. A youth who appeared remarkably young, clad in a school uniform, was escorted into the conference room by a group of soldiers armed with rifles. Not only that, but the youth walked straight to the very end of the table and plopped down. Neither the soldiers beside him nor Professor Wang made any move to stop him. Could it be?
A terrifying thought surged through the minds of all the professors unaware of the inside story. Under the astonished gazes, old Wang smiled and introduced. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Mr. Liu, the chief engineer of the Red Sun project. Put. A professor mid-sip couldn't hold it and water sprayed straight out of his mouth. He wasn't alone. The other professors' expressions were equally stunned, all wearing looks that screamed, "Did I hear that right? Professor Wang, are you absolutely certain? Professor Wang, you're joking with us, right?" Soon, a barrage of skeptical questions followed. It wasn't that they lacked composure, the scene before them was simply too astonishing. After all, this Liu engineer was far too young, still wearing a high school uniform, at most a recent graduate preparing for college entrance exams, without even a university degree. This is ridiculous. Everyone, I'm not joking with you. Wang Shishan shook his head and smiled. Honestly, when I first saw this email, I was just as skeptical as you all. I couldn't believe it was real either. But we have to trust the investigation by our comrades at the National Security Bureau. This email was indeed written entirely by Engineer Liu himself. In fact, the National Security Bureau had already thoroughly investigated Liu Yu's background, even digging up information on 3 generations of his ancestors. Apart from Liu Jinshan, no one else in his family has any connection to the academic world. Given Liu Jinshan's caliber, he wouldn't even be able to see the tail lights of this email, so academic fraud is out of the question. Nor did he have any connections whatsoever with overseas entities. Is it really him? He looks far too young. A prodigy of the highest order. After receiving confirmation, the assembled experts began scrutinizing the young man before them. Honestly, that refined and scholarly demeanor really gave off that vibe. But wait, why does Engineer Liu look a bit pale? While they scrutinized Liu Yu, he was also carefully observing each person before him. After all, although he had been a researcher in his previous life, he had never independently led a team to complete a project. Comrades, I know you're shocked, but this must not affect our work. Wang Qishan's expression turned stern as he declared, the demand for controlled nuclear fusion within our country is immense. I urge you all to fully support Engineer Liu and strive to build our first controlled nuclear fusion device as soon as possible. Yes. The experts replied in unison, their eyes fixed with determination. Alright, adjourn for now. They'll bring your research materials shortly. From this point forward, all your needs, meals, rest, and daily necessities will be handled here. We apologize for the inconvenience. Professor Wang nodded slightly. Dismissed. Go get some rest. The experts dispersed to rest. Professor Wang, thank you for your trust in me. Liu Yu looked at Wang Qishan with sincere eyes. I've never led a research project before, yet you appointed me chief engineer directly. Haha, no need for thanks. Old Wang made a shushing gesture, cutting Liu Yu off. For a prodigiously talented young man like you, our approach to nurturing talent naturally can't be conventional. Besides, I believe you can make this project a success. Wang Qishan patted Liu Yu on the back and lowered his voice, if you need to throw up, go ahead. The restroom is over there. Liu Yu's expression stiffened slightly before he hurriedly added, I'll take my leave then. With that, he bolted out of the conference room. This little monster actually gets airsick. Seems he hasn't transcended human limitations just yet. Watching Liu Yu's retreating figure, old Wang smiled with a complex expression. To produce such earth-shattering, mind-boggling research at 18, the word genius barely scratches the surface for this phenomenon. If Liu Yu didn't still need to eat, drink, and suffer from motion sickness, Wang Qishan might even doubt whether he was truly human. Ugh! Liu Yu gasped for breath, his expression finally relaxing. Seems like he should avoid helicopters in the future. Sure, they're cool, but they make him way too dizzy. For some reason, a basketball star from his past life suddenly flashed through his mind, sending a chill down his spine. After splashing cold water on his face, Liu Yu stared at his reflection in the mirror and fell deep in thought. This was his first time leading a research team entirely on his own. Trust, in a way, was also a form of pressure. But with sufficient research resources and systematic support, Liu Yu was confident he could achieve a breakthrough in existing controlled nuclear fusion. As for why a leap forward rather than immediate commercialization, the reasons were complex. It was like attempting to construct a high-tech building with extremely advanced specifications, yet struggling to produce every single tile material or load-bearing column. Even if you now possess all the technologies required to construct this building, it would still take considerable time to produce all the materials step by step, gradually assemble them, lay the foundation, and see the building rise from the ground. Rome wasn't built in a day. And right at this moment, ding! A notification sound rang out. Liu Yu pulled out his phone to see it was from Elder Zhong. His message was simple, just one sentence. Rest well today. Tomorrow, quite a few old-timers, myself included, will be seeking your wisdom. Liu Yu tapped the screen lightly and typed a reply. Got it, Old Zhong. Upon arriving at the Yenshan base, the organization had actually provided him with a new phone. While it used his original SIM card, the hardware and interface resembled an old-fashioned phone from over a decade ago. Liu Yu understood this was for security purposes.
After splashing cold water on his face once more, he returned to his room to sleep. The night passed quickly, and dawn arrived in the blink of an eye. When Luyu opened his eyes, breakfast was already laid out before him: slices of toast, a fried egg, and a cup of warm milk, nutritious and wholesome. Not even having to fetch breakfast myself, the treatment was pretty good. Luyu smiled faintly. After a quick breakfast and washing up, he headed straight to the conference room from the previous night. Squeak! As the door swung open, an overwhelming sea of faces flooded his vision, startling Luyu. What was especially startling was the fanatical fervor etched on every face. They stared at him as if he were a juicy piece of Tang Monk's flesh. Trouble's coming. A wry smile tugged at Luyu's lips. He knew the next few hours wouldn't be pleasant. Chapter 21, Aliens, Definitely Aliens. Good morning, Engineer Lu. Old Zhong rose first with a smile to greet him. Good morning, Mr. Zhong. Under the gaze of so many eyes, Liu couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable, stiffly waving his hand in greeting. Mr. Zhong smiled as he stood up and offered the seat of honor. Come, sit down. That wouldn't be appropriate. Lu Yu replied modestly. Every person present was old enough to be his father, and the few eldest among them could even qualify as his grandfather. Not to mention, among the attendees were national treasures like old Master Zhong. Wouldn't sitting in the seat of honor be disrespectful to his elders? What's there to be shy about? Wang Xishan slapped him on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. We believe the most accomplished should lead. You're the chief engineer. If you don't take the seat of honor, who will? Seeing Lu Yu still hesitating, he pushed him directly into the seat. Come on, sit down. Fine, fine. Lu Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Compared to other researchers, old Wang Qishan's style was truly unapologetically bossy. Alright then, let's officially begin. Lu Yu composed himself and asked, does anyone here have any questions about our Red Sun project? The words had barely left his mouth. Swish! A wave of raised hands erupted. Nearly everyone present, including old Zhong and old Wang, had their hands up. Seeing the twinkle of amusement in the eyes of Elder Zhong and Elder Wang, Lu Yu couldn't help but let out a wry smile. You two, really? The Red Sun Project, as its name suggests, aims to create a rising red sun that illuminates the sacred land of the 9 provinces. Their task was to create a crimson sun atop Mount Yenshan, even if it was merely a rising sun. In ancient times, the sun symbolized divine miracles. To recreate such a miracle through human means, the difficulty was unimaginable. Currently, international organizations recognize only 2 paths to conceptual success: achieving a sustained controlled nuclear fusion mode P mode duration of 101 seconds, or surpassing 10,000 seconds in conventional fusion time. As the current global superpower, the Eagle Nation can only sustain 95 seconds under high load conditions. The Dragon Nation, lagging in advanced technology, achieves an even shorter duration of just 70 seconds. The objective set by senior leadership in the mission for Red Sun is to extend this duration as much as possible, ideally approaching or even matching the United Kingdom's achievement. As for surpassing it, according to the leadership's assessment, that remains unrealistic in the near term. Who's first to ask? Lu Yu, seeing the crowd of inquisitive faces, decided to take them one by one. I'll take advantage of my seniority and go first. Wang Xishan stroked his white beard and smiled. Chief Engineer Lu, how do you propose resolving the issue where electromagnetic forces cannot influence the strong nuclear force, and the Coulomb scattering cross-section is excessively large? The moment the question was posed, the scholars in the conference room held their breath and turned their gaze toward Lu Yu. The inability of electromagnetic forces to interact with the strong nuclear force has long been recognized as one of the most challenging problems in academia. This means electromagnetic forces cannot sufficiently constrain the strong nuclear force, making nuclear fusion processes extremely difficult to control and rendering stable energy production impossible. The excessive Coulomb scattering cross-section primarily stems from the electromagnetic force's range decaying with distance, resulting in a nearly infinite effective range. To resolve this, we must account for particle collisions within the fusion cross-section and leverage quantum effects, specifically ion waves, to strengthen and control the electromagnetic force's constraints. Lu Yu replied calmly. Systematic knowledge seemed ingrained in his mind as if innate. Thus, Lu Yu could articulate answers and personal insights without much deliberation. Utilizing fusion cross-sections? An excellent approach. Old Wang nodded thoughtfully, sat down, and began calculations with paper and pen. After a while, he looked utterly stunned when SFF1N2V, the electromagnetic force attenuation, actually decreased by 1/3. This significantly reduced the impact on the tokamak device. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. He stood up abruptly and said, "Excuse me, everyone. I need to step away for a moment. I'm going to run a simulation experiment." With that, Wang Qining jogged off, eager to reach the lab. Indeed, I hadn't misjudged him. Old Zhong looked at Lu Yu with satisfaction and said, "Engineer Lu, I have a question too. Under the constraints of the magnetic field and the attraction of ions, electrons undergo changes like cyclotron acceleration, producing Bremsstrahlung radiation. At this point, how can we minimize the energy loss? Another conundrum." The nerves of the assembled scholars tightened further.
The energy loss problem was also widely recognized as a major unsolved problem in the academic community. Why pursue controllable nuclear fusion? To create virtually limitless new clean energy, freeing Blue Star from oil dependence and enabling it to soar toward the vast expanse of stars and oceans. But even if controlled nuclear fusion were developed, failing to resolve the excessive energy loss problem would render it useless, a liability that's neither here nor there. Simply put, the costs outweigh the benefits. It's a losing proposition. Amidst the incredulous stares of fellow scholars, Liu Yu remained composed. Based on the Lawson criterion, by pre-calculating the radiative power and thermal transport power using the power stack, then coating the plasma inner wall with keV, energy can be reabsorbed during escape, creating a cycle. Then, according to after about 5 minutes, Liu concluded calmly, that's the gist of it. But to put it into practice, we'll likely need several more simulation experiments. Whoa! A collective gasp echoed through the conference room. Even old Zhong couldn't conceal his astonishment, his beard quivering slightly. In less than 5 minutes, he had offered the most concise solution to a problem that had long plagued the academic community. A genius of the highest order. It wasn't just him. The gaze of every scholar in the conference room toward Liu Yu had subtly shifted. A prodigy, truly a prodigy. He couldn't possibly be an alien, could he? Colleagues, is there anyone here who studies astronomy? This must be a UFO that forgot to take itself back. Did any of you understand his zero power criterion in the latter part? I didn't understand a single word. 50 years of my life wasted. Chief Engineer Liu, I have a series of questions about tokamak ignition. One question after another poured forth from these scholars, all passionate about research. Liu Yu answered each one patiently and thoroughly, resolving most of their doubts except for a few. Old gentleman, I truly am not an alien, and I have no idea what you mean by a star-destroying cannon. Kryptonian? You wouldn't be referring to that guy who wears his underwear on the outside, would you? I really have no idea. Liu Yu looked utterly helpless, turning to old Zhong for assistance. Ahem, enough of this nonsense. Old Master Zhong looked equally exasperated as he personally stepped in to pull the professor, who was so shocked he seemed to have lost his mind, away. Wang Qishan then announced. Alright, since everyone's questions are mostly covered, head back and digest this properly. We'll officially kick off tomorrow. Special personnel will collect your notes tonight, so you need to review them promptly. His aged cheeks glowed with a healthy flush, and a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Clearly, the simulated experiment had succeeded. Yes, Professor Wang. The scholars nodded in unison, then departed the conference room carrying their notes and materials. To them, the data scattered across these papers was truly priceless. Unfortunately, to prevent leaks, higher-ups mandated that all experimental theories and data be submitted for unified sealing. They could only commit as much as possible to memory. After the scholars departed, the vast conference room was left with only 3 people, old Zhong, Wang Qishan, and Liu Yu. Chief Engineer Liu, how does it feel to take the reins on your first day? Old Zhong asked with a twinkle in his eyes. Liu Yu shook his head with a wry smile. Senior Zhong, please don't joke with me. I'm not joking. Tomorrow, Mr. Wang and I must report to headquarters. From now on, you'll need to step up and take charge. Old Master Zhong patted Liu Yu on the shoulder and remarked sincerely, I first became chief engineer at 25, though it was only for a small project. The new generation surpasses the old. Each generation grows stronger than the last. Both of you are going to give presentations tomorrow? Liu Yu was somewhat surprised. He wasn't worried about managing the scholars under his jurisdiction. After today's QA session, he believed he had established some initial authority. What he hadn't anticipated was that both Professor Zhong and Professor Wang would be reporting to higher-ups simultaneously. Funds and equipment don't materialize out of thin air. They aren't infinite, inexhaustible resources. Every penny must be spent where it's truly needed. Professor Zhong asked sternly, you've reviewed the Red Sun project proposal. How much funding do you estimate is necessary to achieve the initial objectives? Controlled nuclear fusion? That's burning through money. Liu Yu did a quick mental calculation, then held up 3 fingers and tentatively asked, this amount? Chapter 22, An Unexpected Call. 300 billion? You kid, you really are asking for the moon. Wang Qishan shook his head helplessly. Our nation's fiscal resources are limited. That figure, we simply can't pull it out of thin air anytime soon. Indeed. After all, fiscal funds don't just blow in on the wind. Old Zhong chimed in, the maximum Wang and I can secure this year is 200 billion in funding, and it will take at least a year for the full amount to be dispersed. Both men understood that substantial research funding was absolutely essential for controlled nuclear fusion research. But expecting 300 billion in cash all at once was indeed asking the impossible. It's not that the funds don't exist, but they must adhere to the principle of earmarked use. Ah, Professors Zhong and Wang, you've misunderstood my meaning. Liu Yu spoke timidly, I didn't mean 300 billion, I meant 30 billion. How much? Wang Qishan froze in shock, say it again. Exactly how much? How many zeros after the 3? 300 billion, 3 followed by 10 zeros.
Lu Yu repeated helplessly, however, I need this 30 billion to be fully deposited within 5 days. In truth, he didn't necessarily need 300 billion. According to the system's data, only 27.8 billion was required to complete the initial planning for Red Sun. Because with the system data, he could avoid countless pitfalls. However, to account for unforeseen circumstances, he deliberately inflated the figure by 2.2 billion.
Wang Qishan's expression hardened as he lectured, Chief Engineer Lu, you're oversimplifying things.
300 billion might accomplish a great deal in other fields, but in ours, it might not even be enough to power a single small Toby Mark device. Moreover, scientific success depends on numerous factors, not just theory, but also practical operational considerations. Old Zhong chimed in solemnly, indeed, Chief Engineer Lu. You're still young and may not grasp the true scale of such funding.
300 billion is nowhere near enough. He exchanged a glance with old Wang, both finding Lu Yu's proposal rather unrealistic. Please trust me this once.
With just 30 billion, I can complete the initial phase of the Red Sun project. Lu Yu stated earnestly, if the goal is merely to construct one large-scale Toby Mark device and successfully ignite it for operational testing, I can accomplish this within 2 months. As long as the 30 billion yuan is transferred within 10 days.
2 months? Both old Zhong and old Wang momentarily doubted their own ears. If the project only runs for 2 months, 30 billion would indeed suffice. But the question is, how could a large-scale Toby Mark device possibly be built in just 2 months? Just building a prototype and simulating trial and error processes might not even be enough. Lu Yu declared firmly. I know you both might think I'm being overly ambitious, but I swear by science I can make it happen. You're certain?
Old Zhong's gaze wavered.
Absolutely. Lu Yu nodded with unwavering confidence. All right. Since you're so confident, I'm willing to trust you.
Old Zhong gritted his teeth and made the decision. I'll go give my work report tomorrow and do my best to get the 30 billion into your hands within 10 days.
Old Zhong, have you lost your mind too?
Wang Qishan beside him was dumbfounded. 2 months to build a large-scale Toby Mark device, ignite it, and...
That's impossible.
Old Zhong pointed to the documents in his hand and declared with conviction. Mr. Wang, a high school student, arrived at such detailed calculations solely through reading papers and computations.
Do you really think that's plausible?
Before this, I truly thought it was impossible.
Wang Qishan took several deep breaths before slapping his thigh hard. Forget it. I'll go all out too. Little monster, Mr. Zhong and I will report this tomorrow.
We'll do everything in our power to secure 30 billion within 10 days. You focus on your work, worst case, Mr. Zhong, and I might lose a bit of face.
I won't let you two down. Lu Yu solemnly pledged his commitment.
After discussing tomorrow's plans, Wang Qishan tried to pull Lu Yu aside for advice. Little monster, that Kev material you mentioned earlier. But before he could finish, old Zhong cut him off with a sigh. This meeting has gone on for 5 or 6 hours already.
Let's head back to our rooms and rest. We have a flight back tomorrow. Rest? What rest?
My old bones are tough, skipping an hour of sleep won't kill me.
Wang Qishan pressed urgently, little monster, let's continue.
That. You, sigh. Old Zhong was both exasperated and amused. You may not need rest, but Chief Engineer Lu certainly does. He's been lecturing us in the conference room for 5 or 6 hours straight, without even time for a meal. At his age, he's still growing.
Oh, damn. What was I thinking?
Mr. Wang finally snapped out of it and apologized immediately. Chief Engineer Lu, my apologies.
It's fine. I feel okay. Let me finish explaining your issue, Mr. Wang, then I'll go rest. Wang Qiming quickly refused, practically pushing Lu Yu out of the conference room. No. You're our nation's new treasure. Go eat first, then get some proper rest. Make sure you eat well and sleep well. If you need anything, just ask.
Once Lu Yu had left, the vast conference room was left with only old Wang and old Zhong.
What do you make of this young man? Old Master Zhong broke the silence first. Without hesitation, old Wang replied, a genius. A prodigy. You could even call him a freak of nature. He's a good kid.
Old Master Zhong paused briefly before sighing. Tell me, is it selfish of us old fools to burden him with such responsibility at this age?
18, the age when youth soars.
Yet, due to the nation's needs, Lu Yu has been appointed chief engineer of the Red Sun project. For the next few months, perhaps even years, he'll be confined to a sea of dry data. For a youth yearning for freedom, this was undeniably cruel.
There's no choice. Time waits for no one.
Old Wang shook his head and sighed. A great transformation is unfolding in this world.
Every nation is racing forward. Whoever leads the pack will have the best chance to guide the new world.
The Eagle Nation gathers talent, with many technologies years, even decades ahead of us. Take military technology, for instance. The Eagle Nation has already announced the deployment of next-generation exoskeleton armor.
If we don't step up our efforts, what other options do we have?
Old Zhong nodded slightly.
Indeed, we have no choice. Do you think we'll live to see the Dragon Nation's revival?
Old Wang sighed, his voice tinged with unease.
Yes. We absolutely can. Old Zhong's voice suddenly grew passionate. Do you know?
I've always regretted that I wouldn't live to see controlled nuclear fusion truly applied in my lifetime. But seeing this little marvel has changed my mind. Those bastards who once insulted our dragon nation will pay for their past deeds blood for blood. Inside the room. Ding. Lu Yu had just finished dinner and was taking a stroll around the perimeter under the escort of base security. Suddenly, he heard a phone notification sound from the private terminal phone he had been using. It should have been confiscated. However, Elder Zhong had temporarily withheld confiscation to facilitate Lu Yu's communication with his parents, instructing the technical department to install an anti-tracking and leak-proofing plugin instead. No images could be sent out. However, calls originating from within the country could be answered after undergoing review. Was it Old Man Zhong? Or Old Man Wang? Or my parents? Lu Yu picked up the phone and glanced at the screen, his expression instantly becoming quite animated. The sender wasn't Elder Zhong, Elder Wang, or his parents, it was a name he'd nearly forgotten. Lu Jinshan. Chapter 23, How about sending a red envelope? Let's just forget it. What's up? Without much thought, Lu Yu asked directly. In his memory, this uncle had vanished without a trace after being taken away by the SWAT team. I'm your aunt. Can we find a place to meet? Meet? Can't we just talk about it over the phone? Lu Yudo. The project hasn't officially started yet, so he could technically request to leave the Yinshan base. But honestly, he's not really interested. This isn't something we can explain in a few words. We really should meet in person. Find a time to come to Beijing. Could it be about Lu Jinshan? Ah, never mind. Meeting it is. Lu Yu guessed what was on his mind and tapped his fingers. I'm in the capital too, but tonight's my only free slot. Pick a place. Anyway, work doesn't officially start until tomorrow. Let's treat tonight as our last chance to blow off steam. You're in Kyoto too? My aunt seemed taken aback, but she quickly recovered. Alright, since you're here too, let's meet at Yenshan Cafe in 2 hours. Alright. Lu Yu tucked his phone away and headed to base to report. Though he didn't know why his aunt had suddenly sought him out now, he could roughly guess it was related to Lu Jinshan. He was reluctant to go, but then he thought, those people need to know there's a price to pay for doing wrong. Soon, the request came through. Approved. But, Captain Lu, is this really necessary? I'm just visiting relatives, not going to war. Lu Yu glanced at the 4 or 5 burly, fully armed SWAT officers beside him, his lips twitching slightly. Taking such a group of men with such a menacing aura out with him, wouldn't that scare his aunt to death? Not necessary? Captain Lu replied sternly, of course it is. Your health and safety aren't just your own concern. If anything happens to you, how am I supposed to explain it to old Zhong and the higher-ups? If I didn't have to stay behind to oversee security at the base, I'd personally escort you out myself. Lu Yu nodded slightly, sighing helplessly. Alright then. He understood Captain Lu's actions were for his own safety, but being surrounded and protected by this group of uniformed SWAT officers felt indescribable. Alright, I know you young folks like excitement. Get out there and come back soon, the project officially starts tomorrow. Captain Lu patted Lu Yu on the shoulder and added, after this, getting out won't be so easy. Understood. Thank you, Captain Lu. Lu Yu nodded. Let's get going, Chief Engineer Lu, the SWAT officer said. Escorted by the SWAT team's armored vehicles, he arrived at the Yinshan Cafe in less than an hour and a half. The SWAT officers guarding him had swapped their assault rifles for compact handguns holstered at their waists, but their conspicuous uniforms made them the center of attention wherever they went. Gentlemen, hello. What would you like to drink? The cafe manager approached, menu in hand, his voice trembling slightly. He'd been running this coffee shop for 3 to 5 years and had seen all kinds of customers come and go, but this was truly a first. Would you like something to drink? Mr. Lu, just order for yourself. Don't mind us. All right. Lu Yu nodded helplessly, then turned to the manager. 2 lattes, please. Yes, sir. The manager nodded nervously, his eyes darting toward Lu Yu's face. Was this a cosplayer? Or an actual SWAT officer on a mission? Why would he address a young man who looked under 20 as Mr. Lu? Though puzzled, he dared not ask further. Soon, the coffee arrived. Auntie Biao's figure slowly approached. Lu Yu, you're pretty quick, aren't you? Aunt Joan's voice remained sharp. Originally, she had come to confront him, wanting to appear forceful. But when she looked up and saw 4 or 5 fully armed SWAT officers surrounding Lu Yu, her expression froze instantly. Lu Yu, what's with them? Lu Yu gave a slight nod and replied calmly, Auntie, did you need something today? Well, yes, there is something. Her expression remained tense. After a moment's hesitation, she asked first, how come you're in the capital too? Compared to her initial demeanor, her presence had diminished significantly, clearly intimidated by the SWAT team surrounding Lu Yu. I came to the capital with my classmates to relax after finishing the college entrance exams. Classmates? You mean they're your classmates? Auntie cautiously eyed the SWAT officers beside her. Seeing they weren't armed, she finally exhaled in relief. Though she was getting on in years, she was aware of some youth pastimes like paintball and cosplay. Even if she couldn't quite grasp it, she understood that young people were naturally restless and loved to stir things up.
Luyu, I know you're a good kid, so I'll just come out with it. She swallowed hard, her frown deepening. Actually, I came to see you because of your uncle, Lu Jinshan. Be honest with your aunt, did you report it to the police earlier? I figured as much. Luyu remained calm. He glanced at his aunt. Compared to when he was at home, her complexion had grown noticeably haggard. Luyu, our two families are relatives after all. How could you call the police over such a trivial matter? Seeing Luyu acting as if nothing had happened, his aunt's anger flared. Lu Jinshan had been suddenly arrested yesterday, and even now, she still didn't know what crime her husband had committed. The only thing she knew was that when she saw Lu Jinshan at the detention center, he looked utterly distraught, muttering one name over and over, Luyu. Her aunt could only speculate, could it be that this kid had torn up his college entrance exam file and reported it to the police? Luyu thought for a moment before nodding. It probably has something to do with me. It really is because of you? Her voice shot up an octave. But she took a deep breath, and her tone softened again. Luyu, we're all family. How about I send you a red envelope? Let's just forget about this whole thing, okay? Chapter 24, The Collapsing Ant. A red envelope? Well, we're all family. Making such a scene just makes us look ridiculous. Auntie tried her best to appear courteous. After all, when you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. She pulled a red envelope from her pocket and handed it to Luyu. There's 10,000 yuan inside. It should cover your tuition and living expenses for the next year of retaking the exams. Can we drop the lawsuit? No. Luyu was blunt, pushing the red envelope away. Setting aside matters of principle for now. He was, after all, the chief engineer of the Red Sun project, a man set to receive 30 billion yuan in research funding in a month's time. Did his aunt really think a measly 10,000 yuan red envelope could corrupt him? Is this how you test officials? If 10,000 isn't enough, I'll add more. Gritting her teeth, his aunt pulled out her wallet again, took several bright red bills, and placed them on top of the red envelope. 15,000. If you agree, you can take it right now. This should cover your parents' earnings for several months, shouldn't it? Her aunt's face was filled with arrogance. In her mind, Luyu's parents were nothing but penniless. With 15,000, he couldn't possibly refuse now, could he? However, Auntie, have you misunderstood something? Luyu's fingers gently pressed against the bills inside the red envelope before pushing it forward lightly. This isn't something money can fix, and certainly not with 15,000. If you still hold this attitude, then there's nothing left for us to discuss. With that, he grabbed the coffee cup from the table and stood up, making a move to leave. Luyu, what do you mean by that? Auntie Lu shed her false facade, revealing her true colors. So what if I tore up your college entrance exam file? Don't bite the hand that feeds you. My husband may be behind bars, but his connections are still intact. If you really want to fight us to the bitter end, you can forget about repeating the year. Since soft tactics won't work, we'll have to get tough. Put. But no sooner had Auntie's threat been uttered than several SWAT officers nearby couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Auntie glared at them angrily. This is our family business. Outsiders, mind your own damn business. All right. We just thought of something funny, heh. The lead SWAT officer covered his mouth, unable to stifle his laughter. Mr. Lu, at just 18 years old, is the chief engineer of the Red Sun project. Forget repeating a year. Even if he wanted to become a specially appointed professor directly, countless universities would be lining up to offer him positions. And this woman actually thinks she can threaten him with school? Are you out of your mind? Go ahead and try it, but if you want your husband to serve 2 fewer years, I'd advise against it. Luyu said indifferently. His aunt was so furious she could barely contain herself. What exactly do you want? Her eyes locked onto Luyu with such intensity that if looks could kill, Luyu would have been torn to shreds by now. Luyu shrugged innocently, her expression calm. My demands are simple. Have your son apologize to me in person, then once your husband is released, you'll all come apologize to my parents together. Then we'll talk. Apologize? Auntie paused for a moment, then her expression twisted into a vicious sneer. Don't even think about it. Impossible. She and her husband both considered themselves superior. How could they possibly apologize to Luyu's parents over some childish behavior? If word got out, how humiliating would that be? Besides, her son was her precious little treasure. Making him apologize would surely leave him with psychological trauma. If you won't agree, then forget it. Luyu gave her an indifferent glance before rising. Let's go back first. You're pushing it too far. Her aunt, furious and flustered, tried to throw a tantrum. She stood up, intending to use her seniority to discipline Luyu to slap him hard across the face. But just as her hand shot up, ouch! A tremendous force surged through her wrist without warning, clamping down on her hands like iron pincers. Immediately afterward, a pair of powerful hands slammed her face first onto the table. Don't move. Auntie, seized in an instant, turned pale with fright. What are you doing? Let me go. Luyu, tell your classmate to let me go. We'll release you immediately, provided you don't harm Mr. Lu. The lead SWAT officer said coldly. Their orders were to protect Mr. Lu's safety at all costs.
Even if this woman was Mr. Lu's relative, if she tried to harm him, they would have to intervene forcefully.
Otherwise, if anything happened to Mr. Lu, how could they account for it? I won't do it. Let me go. The aunt struggled desperately. Lu Yu gave a calm order, release her. Yes, Mr. Lu.
Several SWAT officers obeyed the order, slowly releasing their grip, though their eyes remained fixed on her with intense vigilance.
Lu Yu, they what the hell are you doing?
Even Auntie, no matter how dim-witted, finally caught on at this moment. These heavily armed men, their cold, commanding presence and the decisive, swift action they just displayed made it clear they were no ordinary college entrance exam candidates.
Could it be?
A terrifying thought surfaced in her mind.
And they addressed Lu Yu as Mr. Lu. Could it be that Lu Yu had some direct leadership role over them? If that were true, her husband might never get out of this.
The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became, her legs trembling uncontrollably.
Let's go.
Lu Yu paid no attention to his terrified aunt, turning his back on her as he strode toward the gate.
Lu Yu, wait. Don't go. I agree to apologize.
Her aunt finally broke down, frantically reaching out to grab Lu Yu's sleeve. But the nearby SWAT officer glared at her, forcing her to tremblingly withdraw her hand.
With a sob in her voice, she pleaded, I'll bring my son over right now. Please don't leave. I beg you. To save her husband, she couldn't afford to care about her dignity anymore. Fine. But my patience is limited.
Lu Yu slowly sat back down, glancing at his phone.
I'll wait another half hour at most. Hurry up. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I'll still be here. Her aunt grabbed the car keys, trembling, and ran out of the cafe. All right, I'm on my way.
Her place was quite close to the cafe. Half an hour round trip was plenty of time.
Bullying the weak and fearing the strong.
Lu Yu shook her head, offering a summary of her aunt's behavior. Before long, her aunt and her son reappeared inside the cafe. Only this time, the brat had a pout on his face, clearly displeased. Mom, why did you make me come here? Little Hong is waiting for me to log in and help her climb the ranks in honor of kings.
Lu Yu chuckled, little chubby, we meet again? You deadbeat student? What are you doing here?
The brat glared at him, puffing out his cheeks in a huff. My mom said it was urgent.
You're not involved, are you?
Auntie wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, panting as she said, Baby, hurry up and apologize to Brother Lu.
Once you've apologized, Mommy will take you back to play games, okay? Apologize? Mom, why should I apologize to him?
At the mention of apologizing, the little chubby kid instantly froze in confusion.
I only tore up a few of his papers.
His family is the one begging ours for help.
Why should I apologize to him?
That day, Lu Yu slapped him across the face, a grudge he still couldn't forget. Making him apologize to his enemy felt worse than death. Baby, Mom can't explain it all in a few words. His auntie grew impatient, wiping sweat from her brow as she said, All right, baby, just apologize to Brother Lu first. I'll buy you something delicious later, okay?
No way.
The little chubby boy stood with his hands on his hips, his face puffed up with anger, looking like he was asking for a beating.
I won't apologize. Why does he deserve my apology? Baby, will you listen to Mommy? Auntie pleaded, her face worn with exhaustion. No way. Why should I apologize to him? I want him to apologize to me.
The brat remained defiant, his face still asking for a beating. I'm the one who should make him apologize to me. Lu Yu, standing nearby, watched the exchange between his aunt and the brat as if it were a play, occasionally shaking his head.
No wonder he's so stubborn.
It's true, sometimes you just have to discipline a child.
If a child isn't taught right, it's the parent's fault.
If this brat were his son, he'd have slapped him across the face long ago. Finally, her aunt's patience snapped. If you don't apologize to Brother Lu, you won't be using the computer next week.
No computer?
The moment he heard his mom wouldn't let him play games, the brat's eyes instantly turned red.
Mean mom. How dare you take away my computer? I'm gonna play it.
The commotion grew louder and louder, drawing the attention of the entire cafe to their table.
Finally, his aunt couldn't take it anymore.
She raised her hand and slapped him.
Smack. Chapter 25, a 30 billion bet.
A sharp crack echoed as a vivid red handprint slowly emerged on the brat's cheek.
Wah!
The little chubby boy's wails erupted, echoing throughout the entire coffee shop. He never dreamed his mother would hit him for Lu Yu's sake.
Wah! Mommy's mean. I won't apologize.
The little chubby boy clutched his cheeks in pain, growing even more rebellious.
That'll teach you to disobey your mother. What were you thinking, tearing up someone else's things when you're stuffed? Now look your father's.
Auntie, already on the verge of breaking down, seemed to find an outlet for her pent-up emotions. She plopped down on the floor and began wailing.
TSK, what goes around comes around. Lucky for you, your karma found me.
Lu Yu stared at her cousin kneeling on the floor, her eyes devoid of sympathy, instead filled with a hint of amusement. Cause and effect, her tyrannical, arrogant upbringing sowed the seeds, and the consequences were bound to erupt someday. And thankfully, her son had provoked her, not some ruthless, merciless thug out there. Otherwise, he might have paid with his life.
What happened to my dad? Mom, what happened to my dad?
Seeing his mother weep, the chubby boy froze in terror, forgetting his tantrum. Mom, please stop crying.
I'm sorry. He turned to glare at Luyu with bloodshot eyes. I was wrong. Who are you apologizing to? And why so quietly? Didn't you eat dinner? Luyu asked with a smile. You.
The chubby boy's eyes welled up with tears as he gritted his teeth. Brother Lu, I'm sorry.
What did you do wrong? I shouldn't have torn up your college entrance exam file. What else? Wah, I shouldn't have lied to my parents and said you hit me. I shouldn't have. Wah. The chubby kid finally couldn't hold it in.
He burst into tears again.
He sat on the ground sobbing. I really know I was wrong. Wah, please spare my dad. Wah. That's more like it. Luyu gave a slight nod.
It wasn't that he truly needed that apology, but to make this little rascal understand that when you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. He's just a child, why bother? That excuse doesn't fly.
Luyu, is this acceptable? What about the matter with Jinshan?
Auntie wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, a glimmer of hope flickering in her gaze.
Auntie, have you heard of Article 397 of the criminal law? Luyu asked suddenly, without warning. Huh? Auntie Jean was startled, still processing the question.
Article 397 of the criminal law stipulates that those found guilty of dereliction of duty shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years or criminal detention where the circumstances are particularly serious. The sentence shall be fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years but not more than 7 years. Specific sentencing standards are determined by comprehensively considering factors such as the extent of losses caused, social impact, and the degree of subjective negligence of the perpetrator. Given what Uncle did, 7 years is the bare minimum, and he can forget about his position.
Luyu said earnestly. You said you'd help. You can't go back on your word. Auntie was dumbfounded. Break my word? When did I ever promise to get Lu Jinshan out? I only wanted an apology, nothing more. I'm leaving. Good luck to you. Luyu ignored his distraught aunt. He downed the last of his coffee and left the cafe with satisfaction. Saving a life is better than building 7 tiers of a pagoda. I've done this family a huge favor, consider it merit earned.
The big favor he referred to wasn't clearing Lu Jinshan of charges, but helping the family give that brat a proper lesson. Otherwise, in a place like the capital teeming with influential figures, who knows what trouble that little chubby brat might stir up in the future? The SWAT officer beside him inquired. Mr. Lu, should we make a special report regarding your uncle Lu Jinshan's case?
No need. Let the law take its course. Let him learn a proper lesson. Luyu nodded. Understood. The SWAT officer replied. Truthfully, Lu Jinshan's charges could be minor or major. With Luyu's current authority, to put it dramatically, he could make a dream come true overnight. Clearing Lu Jinshan of his crimes would be as simple as uttering a single word. But the question was, on what grounds would Luyu grant his aunt's wish? Because they failed to raise their son properly? Because she struts around all day, puffed up with pride? Well then, climb away.
Riding in the SWAT team's special vehicle, Luyu and his group returned to the Yenshan nuclear base.
Work would officially commence tomorrow. Gazing at the full moon outside the window, Luyu felt a pang of emotion. Before officially enrolling at Longke University, he could no longer receive any assistance from the system.
He would have to rely solely on himself to achieve the maturation of controlled nuclear fusion technology.
This pressure also fueled his determination. He was confident. He only hoped that securing funding from Zhong Lao's side would proceed smoothly. Otherwise, even the most skilled cook can't make a meal without rice.
The capital city, bathed in moonlight with few stars in sight.
Professor Zhong, Professor Wang, you must be joking, right? Didn't we already settle this earlier? I'm about to report up the chain, how am I supposed to explain this?
At the head of the science management department's table, a man with graying temples massaged his temples, his face etched with frustration.
None other than Director Sun himself.
Old Zhong sighed and said,
Director Sun, do you really think I'd joke about something this serious?
We did indeed agree on Phase 1 of Red Sun, with a timeline of 1 to 2.5 years. But circumstances have changed. Minister Sun's face twisted into a bitter expression. This isn't just a minor change. Forget about needing 30 billion in a few days, you're telling me you're cutting the entire first phase down to 2 months?
2 months? What can you possibly accomplish in that time? Asking me to revise the plan like this is practically inviting criticism.
With him on board, 2 months is sufficient. Old Zhong's gaze was piercing as he insisted, raising 30 billion in cash within days is a bit tricky. But if this 30 billion truly enables a qualitative leap in our nation's controlled nuclear fusion technology, the future returns it generates will far exceed this initial investment. I know you've done extensive research on controlled nuclear fusion, but major breakthroughs don't happen that easily. Minister Sun shook his head.
How much have we invested in controlled nuclear fusion over the years?
Even today, under conventional conditions, we can only sustain it for about 1,000 seconds.
And when operating it near commercial P-high load, it lasts a mere 70 seconds. We're still an extremely long way from mature commercialization. Old Joan's eyes flashed with intensity. The past is the past, and the present is the present.
With Chief Engineer Liu at the helm, I believe he can complete the task ahead of schedule within 2 months. You make it sound so simple, but this isn't something that can be achieved with mere belief.
Minister's son was about to say more. But just then, the door to the science management department swung open. A middle-aged man in a black suit reported. Minister's son, the meeting is about to begin. The bureau is already urging us. All right, let's get in the car now. Minister's son's expression hardened, then twisted into deep conflict. Guided by his secretary, he stepped out of the science management department. But as he reached the doorway, he suddenly waved his sleeve and declared, "This time, I'll take one more gamble with you two elders." Without a backward glance, he strode out of the office like a general marching to battle. Watching Minister's son's figure grow distant, old Jean gazed after him for a long moment before murmuring softly, "Thank you." He understood the profound conflict churning within this leader's heart at that moment. Precisely because of that, his own gratitude deepened even further. Kyoto, at a certain center. On the crimson carpet, several sandalwood chairs stood around a circular table. At first glance, each chair appeared simple, but upon closer inspection, one could discern the exquisite craftsmanship in every detail. Elegance and ancient charm were woven into every detail. Squeak! The wooden door slid open. Accompanied by his secretary, Director's son entered the inner chamber. "Minister's son, please sit." The young secretary brought a wooden chair from beside the round table and gestured for Minister's son to sit down. "Thank you, young comrade." Minister's son smiled faintly, thanked him, and then sat down without a trace of emotion. Looking at the senior officers, he took a deep breath, and his entire aura shifted instantly. Chapter 26, The Military Pledge. "Minister's son, the Red Sun plan should officially commence tomorrow, correct?" The voice from the round table was calm and measured, as soothing as a spring breeze. Minister's son nodded slowly and replied, "Comrades, everything is proceeding smoothly. However, adjustments may be necessary regarding funding and timelines." He outlined the situation in broad terms. As his words fell, the room grew noticeably colder. "Minister's son, weren't the budget and timeline already finalized in the proposal you submitted earlier? Was shortening it to 2 months their idea, or yours?" One commander said sternly, "We absolutely cannot put excessive time pressure on the project. Do you understand? We must not make the mistake of amateurs directing professionals." "Sir, I understand your point." A bead of sweat formed on Director's son's forehead. "But this truly wasn't my idea, it was proposed by Senior Zhong and Senior Wang." He knew the senior officials had misunderstood. Some projects, driven by certain non-specialist leaders eager to deliver quick results to please superiors, were ordered to be completed within extremely tight deadlines. This issue had previously caused the abandonment of many high-quality research projects. Such incidents were common 20 years ago, but they're rare now. And as for a major project like Red Sun? Even if they gave Minister's son 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to handle it so recklessly. In other words, a task that old Zhong and the others estimated would take at least a year, or up to 2.5 years, is now supposedly solvable in just 2 months? Isn't that a bit too risky? Though the commanders weren't technical experts, they understood the staggering leap from 2 years to 2 months. Minister's son said, "I share those concerns, but both Senior Zhong and Senior Wang insist it's worth attempting. The only catch is securing a one-time allocation of 30 billion yuan, and it must be done immediately, without a moment's delay. Moreover, after the first phase concludes, preparations for the second phase's funding must begin immediately." The leader frowned and asked, "Money isn't the issue. If phase 1 succeeds, we can immediately begin preparing funds for phase 2. But are you truly certain 2 months will suffice? We must take things step by step. Our nation's chip industry fell behind precisely because we tried to force growth too quickly. This time, I refuse to let history repeat itself. This time is different." Minister's son's face hardened with resolve. "I will pledge my honor here, if Red Sun fails to deliver the expected results within 2 months, I will resign in disgrace. Trust us this once, this 30 billion yuan will deliver its full value within Red Sun." Yenshan Base, dawn breaking. Morning sunlight streamed through the narrow window, spilling across the bedsheets. Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes and immediately reached for his phone, dialing old Wang's number. Ever since old Wang and old Zhong mentioned last night that they would request research funding from higher-ups today, securing the full 30 billion yuan became Lu Yu's foremost concern. After all, even the most skilled cook can't make a meal without ingredients. Without funding, even the system's data would be useless. He couldn't just conjure a tokamak device out of thin air, could he? He didn't possess that kind of ability. The call connected quickly. "Hello, Professor Wang. Great, we'll meet at the lab shortly." The conversation wrapped up quickly. Professor Wang didn't explicitly confirm whether the research funds would arrive on time, leaving Lu Yu feeling slightly uneasy. After a quick breakfast, Lu Yu slipped on a white lab coat and headed straight for the lab. There, numerous researchers involved in the project had already gathered, awaiting its commencement. "Good morning, Chief Engineer Liu." Every pair of eyes turned to Lu Yu, filled with a mix of awe and admiration. During yesterday's meeting, Lu Yu's series of explanatory presentations had significantly deepened their understanding of controlled nuclear fusion technology. They all truly experienced the saying, hearing one lecture from you is better than reading books for 10 years. Many scholars even sighed to each other, lamenting that decades of previous study had been wasted. Good morning, everyone. Let's wait for old Wang first. Lu Yu responded politely. Before long, Professor Wang appeared in the laboratory. His eyes were slightly sunken, as if he hadn't slept all night. Professor Wang, would you like to rest first? Lu Yu hurried over to support him. Professor Wang waved him off with a smile. It's fine. I'm tough as nails at my age. Staying up a night or two won't kill me. Chief Engineer Lu, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? I'll hear the good news first. Lu Yu's lips twisted into a wry smile. Frankly, I'd rather not hear the bad news first. Alright, then let's start with the good news. Ahem. Standing in the center of the lab, old Wang cleared his throat. After persistent efforts by myself, old Zhong, and Minister Sun, we've finally convinced the higher-ups. The 30 billion yuan funding will arrive shortly. 300 billion. Hearing Professor Wang's announcement, every scholar present lit up with excitement. Excellent. Even Lu Yu's expression relaxed as if a weight had been lifted. Professor Wang, thank you. Compared to Lu Yu, the scholars in the audience were far more overcome with emotion. For many among them, the largest project they'd ever handled involved research funding in the hundreds of millions. 300 billion yuan was unprecedented. Don't get too excited just yet, there's still some bad news. Professor Wang shook his head, a hint of resignation creeping into his smile. Although higher-ups have agreed to raise and distribute 30 billion yuan in research funding within 10 days, Minister Sun has also made a solemn pledge: if we fail to achieve the preliminary objectives of the Red Sun project ahead of schedule within 2 months, someone must step forward to take responsibility. What? 2 months? The smiles that had just begun to bloom on the faces of many scholars present froze instantly. Professor Wang, you can't be serious. Even with 30 billion in funding, there's no way we can achieve the initial goals in just 2 months. Yes, Professor Wang. This is practically pushing you and Professor Chen into a pit of fire. Who came up with 2 months? This is sheer nonsense. Does he even understand nuclear fusion? This is utterly. Before he could finish, a resonant voice cut through the air. It was me. My original plan was to complete the initial phase of the Red Sun project within 2 months. Lu Yu stood calmly in place, seemingly oblivious to Wang Qishan's dire news. I proposed it. Oh, so it was you, Chief Engineer Lu? Ahem, just pretend I never said anything. I'm mute. The researchers, who had nearly erupted in curses, instantly turned uncomfortably awkward. But even knowing Lu Yu was the one who suggested it, their expressions remained somewhat peculiar. While Lu Yu's performance yesterday had won them over, 2 months was indeed too short a time frame. Chief Engineer Lu, I hope this bad news didn't scare you too much? Wang Qishan patted Lu Yu on the shoulder and joked. Mr. Wang, I was expecting something much worse. Is that all? Lu Yu replied with confidence, as long as your 30 billion arrives on time, I believe I can lead everyone to extend the high load mode duration by 10 seconds within 2 months. Taking responsibility sounds intimidating. But as long as we don't fail, no matter how intimidating the threat seems, it remains just that intimidating. Lu Yu was absolutely confident he could pull it off. Good lad, no wonder old Zhong was willing to stake everything on you. Old Wang was momentarily taken aback, then a satisfied smile touched his lips. Chapter 27, Just Friends? Lu Yu turned and addressed the others. Comrades, I know many of you have your own research and insights on controlled nuclear fusion. Lu Yu's voice boomed like a bell as he continued, based on past scientific experience, extending controlled nuclear fusion by 10 seconds within 2 months is indeed impossible. But, he shifted his tone and activated the projector. If we adopt a completely new design avoiding repetitive iterations and rebuild the tokamak device entirely based on my approach, achieving the requirement is not impossible. This blueprint is the result of my 2 days of working through the night. It's just a preliminary draft for everyone to review first. Feel free to ask questions anytime if anything is unclear. Lu Yu projected the blueprint onto the holographic display and stepped back a few paces. The moment the scholars' and professors' eyes fell upon the blueprint, their expressions shifted instantly. This is entirely different from any tokamak device we've encountered before. From the materials lining the plasma chamber to the ignition method, this is a masterpiece. If we build it according to this blueprint, achieving that 10-second extension might just be possible. Originally skeptical and lacking confidence, their attitudes did a complete 180 after scrutinizing the blueprint. Their gaze toward Lu Yu instantly transformed. If scholars had previously held mere admiration for Lu Yu, now their gazes seemed to worship a deity. Young man, if you had this plan, why didn't you show it to me and old Zhong first? Old Wang stepped forward, feigning displeasure. If I'd had this blueprint, convincing Minister Sun wouldn't have been so difficult. Time was too tight. I only finalized this blueprint this morning. Lu Yu offered an apologetic smile. TSK. I've discovered you're not just a number cruncher. But enough praise for now, you might get so full of yourself you'd float away. Old Wang shot him a disapproving look, leaving the rest of his sentence unspoken. What he truly wanted to say was simple. Lu Yu's speech today not only demonstrated exceptional scientific expertise but also revealed remarkable leadership qualities. With Lu Yu's scientific talent, barring unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to become one of the world's foremost scientists. Combined with this unifying force, he will truly become the pillar of Longke's scientific community, inspiring more young scholars to steadfastly follow this path, one after another. Old Zhong, you truly didn't misjudge him. Wang Shishan murmured softly to himself, it seems this gamble with you is about to pay off big time. Luohai City. Uncle and aunt, did Lu Yu just leave that night? Will he come back for summer vacation? The fair-skinned, beautiful Lu Mier stood gracefully at the gate, her large eyes blinking as she looked at Lu's mother. You must be Lu Yu's classmate? Lu's mother responded warmly, he probably won't be back anytime soon. Since you're here, why not come in and sit for a while? She knew Lu Mier, who sat next to her son in class and got along well with him. Just the other day, she was the only one who stood up for Lu Yu. Thus, Mrs. Lu's attitude was exceptionally warm. This must be disturbing your time, isn't it? Lu Mier was a bit embarrassed. Not at all, haha. Lu's father smiled and said, young lady, it's so hot outside. Why not stay a while longer before leaving? We just cut up some fruit, have a couple of slices to refresh your palate. Alright then. Lu Miao blushed, slipped off her sneakers, and put on the slippers Mrs. Lu handed her. She'd just resolved an issue with her files today and even shot a small commercial on the side. She'd originally planned to head straight home to rest, but somehow, step by step, she found herself at Lu Yu's place. No sooner had Lu Miao settled down than Lu's mother suddenly lowered her voice and asked, young lady, may I ask what exactly is your relationship with our Xiaoyu? We're just ordinary classmates and friends. Lu Miao flushed, twisting the hem of her skirt. Miss Lu, our family is very open-minded. We don't interfere much in Lu Yu's affairs. Are you sure you're just ordinary friends? Mrs. Lu seemed poised to press further, but was cut off by Mr. Lu. Ahem, could you keep your mouth shut? You're scaring the girl. Old man, I was just... Lu's mother realized her mistake and hurriedly stood up, apologetically saying, I'll go get the fruit platter. With that, she left the room, her face flushed with embarrassment. In the living room, only Lu's father and Lu Miao remained. Lu's father smiled and said, she's just like that, sometimes a bit too enthusiastic. Don't take it too seriously. It's fine, uncle. Lu Miao smiled sweetly and shook her head. Her gaze drifted to the certificates hanging on the wall as she asked curiously, Uncle, I heard Lu Yu was transferred to the capital because of his electric vehicle battery technology. Did he get involved in research at a young age? Probably not. Mr. Lu, who had been reading the newspaper, froze before shaking his head. His son's grades had always been decent, but only in terms of school test scores. Neither his mother nor I ever worried about his studies. Maybe he figured it out on his own during high school, behind our backs? A proud smile slipped onto Lu Yu's father's lips. Looking back now, even I, his father, find it unbelievable. Yeah, even back when we were deskmates, I could tell he was sharp. Lu Miaowei silently added in her mind, but he was so wooden, sometimes like a wooden statue. Otherwise, back then, maybe. Thinking this, a faint blush once again spread across her fair cheeks. After a simple fruit snack, Lu Miao chatted with Lu Yu's parents for quite a while, mostly about stories from Lu Yu's childhood in younger days. Who knew he'd done such silly things back then? She heard some laughable stories, like when he'd stolen his mother's makeup and smeared it all over his face until he was bright red. Lu Miao's smile stretched from ear to ear. Lu Yu's image grew considerably more endearing in her heart, and she felt she had somehow drawn closer to this mysterious young man. Uncle and aunt, I'm off. After bidding farewell to Lu Yu's family, Lu Miao walked alone. She glanced at her acceptance letter, Kyoto Film Academy. She wondered what life would be like once she arrived there. Sigh, leaving Luohai City. I'm really going to miss it. Unbidden, Lu Miao's eyes began to well up. Back in senior year, she'd wished for this day to come sooner, yet now that departure was final, sadness and reluctance welled up inside her. However, the thought of attending Kyoto Film Academy and spending the next 4 years in the same city as Lu Yu lifted her spirits. The sadness in Lu Miao's heart dissipated considerably. Especially when she imagined their relationship might grow closer in the future, a sweet warmth filled her heart. Catching up to Lu Yu in the realm of science was undoubtedly a pipe dream. But that didn't mean Lu Miao would give up on getting closer to Lu Yu even if it was just a little bit. Several advertisers had already approached her to shoot small to medium commercials or corporate promotional videos. If, someday in the future, she truly made a name for herself in the film and television industry, at the very least, the gap between them would narrow considerably. She clenched her fists and encouraged herself, go for it, Lu Miao. You can do this. Chapter 28, Ignition Imminent. Witness the Miracle. Yenshan Base. When one immerses themselves in a passion, time flies by. Thanks to the relentless research of Lu Yu and his team, 2 months had flown by in the blink of an eye. Hey, be careful, this device absolutely cannot overload. Lower the value by 3%.
Inside the Red Sun Project Laboratory, a group of scholars in their 50s worked with feverish intensity. Countless precision robotic arms assembled intricate components, intelligently integrating them into the tokamak device at the laboratory's center. An ordinary observer witnessing this scene might well wonder if they had traveled to the future. At the highest control console stood a young man clad in a white lab coat. None other than Liu, who had been appointed chief engineer of the Red Sun project just 2 months prior. Compared to 2 months prior, Liu sported a hint of stubble and his hair was noticeably more disheveled. Yet his appearance had shed some of its youthful innocence, gaining a touch of maturity. Chief Engineer Liu, the meteorological station's readings are in. Climate, temperature, and humidity show no anomalies. Got it. Double-check the coding on the tokamak device's inner wall. Yes, Chief Engineer Liu. After his subordinate left, Liu stood alone gazing at the colossal machine before him, unable to suppress his admiration. It's truly amazing. From the control room's vantage point, the device appeared majestic. Encased in a silvery white alloy shell, it radiated a cold metallic sheen, its massive ring-shaped structure extending along the central axis. When illuminated, it transformed into a dazzling star, radiating boundless energy. Indeed, this single tokamak device was but a grain of sand in the vast ocean compared to the sprawling metropolis. Yet, it was precisely this tokamak that could meet the entire power demand of the capital. An elderly man, similarly clad in white robes, approached with his hands behind his back. One cannot help but marvel at the wonders of science. This must be the allure of controlled nuclear fusion and near endless supply of clean energy that stirs an irresistible longing. Liu shook his head with boundless emotion, then turned and smiled. Professor Wang, you finally arrived. Ha! The ignition ceremony is just days away, and the inspection team will be here soon to oversee things. How could I not come? Wang Shishan chuckled and said, it's a pity old Zhong won't have the fortune to witness the tokamak device ignition with his own eyes. By the way, old Wang, where exactly did old Zhong go? Liu's expression turned concerned as he recalled something. It's been 2 whole months now. We haven't even seen old Zhong's shadow. Could it be his health? Old Zhong's bones are tougher than mine, you needn't worry about that. Wang Shishan shook his head, his expression turning mysterious. Him? He's been assigned by higher-ups to oversee another major project. Don't ask any more questions. You'll find out in time. A major project? Liu paused slightly before nodding. Understood. Though he was curious what major project could have caused old Zhong to miss this ignition ceremony. But since old Wang hadn't mentioned it, he didn't press further. The inspection team would arrive this afternoon. The most urgent task now was to complete the tokamak device assembly as quickly as possible. Yes, ignition was imminent. The success of this ignition would determine the fate of Longke, indeed, of humanity for centuries to come. Old Wang and Liu exchanged glances, both feeling a bit tense. Chapter 29, Su Xiaoxiao? In the afternoon, the normally tranquil skies above the Yenshan laboratory echoed with a constant roar. A helicopter slowly descended onto the Yenshan helipad under the watchful eyes of the gathered scholars. Escorted by several special police officers, 7 or 8 researchers in white lab coats stepped out. Leading them was a middle-aged man with graying temples. His attire differed from the other lab personnel, a simple black coat over plain white innerwear, resembling the currently trendy government-style outfits circulating online. Unlike those online fashion influencers, however, the man before them was the real deal. Minister's son. You're personally leading the team this time. Wang Shishan, who had come out to greet them, immediately spotted the central figure of the inspection team and stepped forward warmly. The success of securing sufficient funding for the Red Sun project was largely due to Minister Sun's efforts. Seeing him now, both Liu and old Wang couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth. I made a solemn promise to higher-ups, how could I not come see for myself? Minister Sun exchanged a warm embrace with Wang Shishan before turning his attention to Liu, standing behind Elder Wang. Though Minister Sun had never met Liu in person, he was well aware of the young man's legendary achievements. One of the key reasons Minister Sun had come to inspect in person today was to see for himself what this young man, regarded by countless scientific heavyweights as someone capable of transforming the Dragon Nation's research landscape, was truly like. And upon seeing him, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Young. So young. He had seen Liu's photos before and knew the prodigy was barely 20. But photographs and the real person were ultimately different. The moment he saw Liu in person, Minister Sun was stunned. Minister Sun? Liu observed the dazed Minister Sun, extending his hand with a touch of awkwardness as he gently reminded him. Minister Sun snapped back to reality, offering an apologetic smile. Chief Engineer Liu, my apologies, I was lost in thought. He shook Liu's hand with great enthusiasm, then turned to introduce. Allow me to introduce everyone. This is Chief Engineer Liu, the lead engineer of the Red Sun project. Chief Engineer Liu, this is Professor Chen, specializing in nuclear medicine. This is Director Zhang, with deep expertise in materials science. And this is. Minister Sun proceeded to briefly introduce each member of the inspection delegation to Liu. It must be said that the delegation's scholars covered an exceptionally broad range of specializations from military manufacturing to medical and public welfare fields. The reason is simple: if controlled nuclear fusion truly achieves a breakthrough, it would bring tremendous advancement to nearly every industry. Precisely for this reason, countless developed nations have relentlessly poured in immeasurable resources. To prevent leaks, these individuals were all the cream of the crop.
Chief Engineer Lu, such a promising young talent.
Several members of the inspection team, all in their 50s, warmly shook hands with Lu Yu, expressing their astonishment. Though they had long known that the chief engineer of the Yi Red Sun project was a young man nearing 20. Seeing him in person still left them speechless. Minister Sun introduced the final member, a faint smile touching his lips. Chief Engineer Lu, this is Su Xiaoxiao, specializing in biology. Come to think of it, she's actually your age.
Same age?
Hello. Lu Yu instinctively extended his hand while looking up. At that glance, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. At first, he'd thought Minister Sun was joking about the peer, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be true. In terms of looks, Su Xiaoxiao before him was no less stunning than Lu Mier, and when it came to figure, she was even more impressive. Even clad in a loose white lab coat, her fiery figure remained undeniable. What was even more captivating was the unique aura she carried, a blend of scholarly refinement and icy reserve. She resembled a high mountain flower, noble and elegant yet keeping others at arm's length.
Hello, Chief Engineer Lu.
Su Xiaoxiao responded coldly. She offered a perfunctory handshake before swiftly withdrawing her hand. Lu Yu's outstretched hand hung in midair, neither retracted nor maintained, leaving the atmosphere momentarily chilly. It was Director Sun who stepped in with a smile to break the ice. Chief Engineer Lu, Miss Su hasn't been in the best of moods lately. Please forgive her.
Mr. Wang, keeping us waiting like this might not be the best way to treat guests, huh? Ha ha.
He extended his hand and shook Lu Yu's once more. Old Wang quickly caught on and chuckled, you've arrived just in time.
The tokamak device is only one final step away from successful assembly.
He led the inspection team into the Yanshan base.
Why does that girl look like I owe her money? Watching Su Xiaoxiao's retreating figure, Lu Yu shook his head in puzzlement, utterly baffled.
He didn't mind Su Xiaoxiao's impolite behavior, but he couldn't quite figure it out.
They were supposed to be meeting for the first time today, right? Where did her hostility come from? Never mind. Assembling the tokamak device was the priority. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't dwell on it. Lu Yu followed the inspection team's footsteps and quickly entered the Yanshan base.
The sight of the laboratory's cutting-edge equipment and futuristic instruments filled with advanced technology drew looks of envy from many scholars. At the very center of the base laboratory, a massive sphere stood tall and imposing, its presence commanding respect. Everyone, we're just one final step away from completing the tokamak device's assembly. Lu Yu explained, once the plasma inner wall and all peripheral devices are fully integrated, we should theoretically be able to initiate ignition and light this artificial sun.
Chief Engineer Lu, are you saying ignition could happen today? An eager expert from the inspection team asked.
He had longed to witness controlled nuclear fusion firsthand, and now that the opportunity was within reach, it was impossible not to feel excited.
Theoretically, yes. But at this stage, practical implementation is not feasible.
Lu Yu shook his head slightly and explained, igniting controlled nuclear fusion requires careful consideration of numerous environmental factors. Any issue with temperature, humidity, or geothermal conditions could lead to an irreversible failure. Of course, once our technology matures further. While not anytime, anywhere, at least the constraints will be significantly reduced. According to data from the Meteorological Bureau and Seismological Bureau, the day after tomorrow is the optimal time to formally activate the tokamak device. At that time, live coverage will be broadcast simultaneously to several senior leaders here in Yanshan.
The day after tomorrow?
The impatient expert sighed in frustration. Having seen the tokamak device with his own eyes, he couldn't wait another day.
Alright, we're about to begin the final assembly phase. Everyone, please step back.
Lu Yu took a deep breath and commanded in a clear voice, everyone, this is the final step.
First, use the laser equipment to evenly coat the new material B. Then, use the plasma cutter to cut the inner wall according to the blueprint. Yes, Engineer Lu. The scholars in charge of the operation held their breath and focused intently on their tasks.
The laser arm precisely layered the new material, layer by layer, before the plasma cutter sliced each layer into several uniform polygons. Finally, a massive sphere-like structure appeared before the scholars' eyes.
Success! Assembly complete! Long live Chief Engineer Lu!
Cheers erupted as countless scholars in their 50s and beyond shouted Chief Engineer Lu's name, venting their pent-up excitement. Over these past 2 months, Chief Engineer Lu had truly performed countless miracles, allowing them to experience firsthand what lightning speed truly meant. In just 60 days, he had actually built this massive tokamak device. Everything is ready now, just missing the spark. Finally, it worked. Standing at the control console, Lu Yu simply offered a calm, composed smile. Amidst the thunderous cheers, his white lab coat fluttered in the air, lending his gaunt figure an air of otherworldly mastery.
Witnessing this scene,
Several venerable scholars in the inspection team and old Wang shared the same thought: the new generation surpasses the old, each generation grows stronger than the last.
2 days until ignition. Chapter 30, Su Xiaoxiao's Troubles.
In just 2 months, they've made such remarkable progress.
Professors Zhong and Wang truly didn't deceive me.
Gazing at the newly assembled tokamak device at the laboratory center, Minister Sun couldn't help but marvel. Though he knew little about scientific research, that didn't stop him from being profoundly impressed by the scene before him. But just then, a cool, detached voice cut through the air. "It certainly looks impressive, but I hope it's not all show and no substance." The voice was faint, yet Minister Sun still caught it. Why do you hold grudges so easily?" Minister Sun cast a helpless glance at the voice's owner, Su Xiaoxiao. Truthfully, Su Xiaoxiao's credentials weren't quite sufficient to qualify her for the inspection team. However, considering her remarkable achievements at such a young age, coupled with the fact that her father was the president of Huaqing University and her grandfather had once been a high-ranking official, Minister Sun had made an exception and allowed her to join the delegation. Truth be told, Minister Sun held an exceptionally high opinion of Su Xiaoxiao. Even setting aside all that, she was a top-tier genius in Longke. At 15, she took the college entrance exam early and gained admission to Huaqing University. Within just 2 years, she completed the coursework for all 4 years of her undergraduate degree ahead of schedule. She then successfully applied to the University of Oxford overseas. After earning her master's degree in just 1 year, Su Xiaoxiao immediately returned to China to establish her own project team. Now, at just 18 years old, Su Xiaoxiao is already the primary lead on several small to medium-sized projects. In Longke's scientific research circles, this growth trajectory was nothing short of terrifying, though, of course, one had to exclude that monster Lu Yu from the comparison. "This girl is a bit too proud and holds grudges too long." "I'm not holding a grudge," Su Xiaoxiao replied flatly. "I'm just worried that if this fails, it could make our entire scientific community a laughingstock." Su Xiaoxiao remained impassive, completely unmoved by the earlier fervor in the lab. Minister Sun sighed helplessly, shaking his head. "Xiao Su, I know your funding was cut and you're frustrated. But consider this: if the Red Sun project succeeds, harnessing controlled nuclear fusion would provide nearly limitless energy. Your primary field of biology would see rapid breakthroughs. I truly hope it succeeds, but do you really think it's possible?" Su Xiaoxiao's expression remained icy. "Minister Sun, how many years has it been since controlled nuclear fusion achieved any significant breakthrough? Our last artificial sun experimental base took 2 years to build, yet it only represented a minor step forward from existing technology. Then what? You dug up this guy from who knows where, and in just 2 months, he built a tokamak device. How is that any different from a baby learning to walk at 1, run at 2, and knock out Mike Tyson at 3? Do you really believe this thing can achieve ignition?" A cold smile curled her lips as she shook her head. "Don't tell me this ends up being another H-core funding scam. That would be..." Before Su Xiaoxiao could finish, Minister Sun cut her off sternly. "Su, you must take responsibility for your words. Certain things shouldn't be said lightly." The H-chip incident remains a painful wound in Longke's scientific community, a taboo topic for countless scholars. After that devastating blow, Longke's chip industry never recovered. Falling behind once meant falling further and further behind, until Western powers had them by the throat, making even breathing difficult. Even today, when Minister Sun reflects on the H-chip incident, he still feels a lingering sense of dread. I spoke out of turn. Su Xiaoxiao also realized she had gone too far and shot Minister Sun an apologetic glance. Yet her inner conviction remained unchanged. She still believed the probability of the tokamak device achieving ignition was close to zero. Minister Sun sighed helplessly. Truthfully, he understood Su Xiaoxiao's perspective. It wasn't just her. Every expert in the inspection team likely harbored similar doubts. It was just that, with their extensive experience, they didn't wear their doubts on their sleeves. "Professors, Xiao Yang will now guide you through the facility. I must excuse myself for the moment." After giving his assistant Xiao Yang a few instructions, Liu bid farewell to the inspection team. The day after tomorrow marked the official ignition date. He needed to ensure all data was accurate to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Soon, after a flurry of calculations and tests, the afternoon slipped away in an instant. Night. At the base cafeteria, Liu carried a heaping tray of food, looking for an empty seat to sit down. At this hour, the dining hall was sparsely populated, with most seats vacant. Glancing around, a striking figure suddenly caught Liu's eye. "Forget it, better keep my distance." Liu shook his head, carrying his tray to a seat he'd chosen 2 rows away from Su Xiaoxiao. Though not skilled in social niceties, he could tell this girl seemed to harbor a bit of hostility toward him. Never mind. Time to eat. Liu couldn't be bothered with what others thought. Staring at the food in his bowl, his mind suddenly drifted back to a research project from his previous life. It was a project he'd taken on shortly after graduation, reconstructing food using polymer technology. It had taken his team an incredibly long time to finally get it right. But later, as related technologies surged forth, looking back made it seem like they'd taken many detours. If they hadn't adopted the polymer siphon model back then, could they have avoided so many problems?
The molecular structure of regular meat. He was muttering to himself. Su Xiaoxiao, who was a short distance away, grew increasingly perplexed as she listened. After a moment of hesitation, Su Xiaoxiao carried her tray over to Lu Yu's table. "Chief Engineer Lu, have you researched polymer food synthesis technology?" she asked doubtfully. "HM?" Lu Yu glanced up at her and nodded. "Yes, I have. No, wait, I was quite interested in this field for a period, so I've done some research on it." "To a certain extent? What exactly do you mean by molecular center diffusion technology?" Su Xiaoxiao frowned and asked again. She studied Lu Yu's expression, trying to gauge whether he might be lying. "Let's discuss the theoretical aspects after the experiment wraps up. I'm pretty swamped right now." Lu Yu replied dismissively. He sensed the girl was in a foul mood and didn't want to provoke her. "It's not theory. I'm currently working on a polymer food project using the polymer siphoning technique you mentioned, and I'm running into a lot of problems. Could you explain the molecular center diffusion technology to me?" Su Xiaoxiao's tone softened slightly. The icy expression on her face remained, but it had mellowed considerably. She didn't quite believe Lu Yu truly possessed the ability to transform controlled nuclear fusion in one fell swoop, but judging by his earlier monologue, he clearly had some understanding of the field. "You're unfamiliar with this technology?" Lu Yu shot her a glance, thinking to himself, seems this technology hasn't exactly gone mainstream in this world yet. He was about to say something. But at that very moment, a familiar electronic tone suddenly rang out in Lu Yu's mind. Ding! Hearing the sound, Lu Yu's body trembled. It was the system. Ever since he first completed a system task, it had played dead for 2 whole months, not making a single sound. Lu Yu had assumed the system wouldn't be able to assist him again until he officially enrolled at Longke University. But now, just as the ignition was about to begin, the system had suddenly reappeared. Could it be that with its renewed assistance, the chances of ignition success would approach 100%? Amidst Lu Yu's surging excitement, the system's electronic voice sounded again. "Congratulations, host. New option activated. Option 1, mind your own business. Ignore Su Xiaoxiao's request and leave immediately after eating. Reward, 10,000 hours of overtime sleep. Option 2, mutual aid and solidarity. Help Su Xiaoxiao resolve her trouble. Reward, ultra-high-speed intracranial computational simulation capability. Please make your selection." Lu Yu froze for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. Help out casually? Do I even need to choose? Guiding a junior with a simple gesture could earn system rewards? How effortless. And option 2's reward sounded absolutely insane. Chapter 31, really in debt? The official ignition is just 1 day away. At this critical juncture, the brain's high-speed computational simulation capabilities would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Thinking this, Lu Yu looked up and smiled. "Ever since we met today, you've seemed in a foul mood. Let me guess, your project funding got slashed because of me, didn't it?" "How did you know?" Su Xiaoxiao asked in surprise. "We've never met before today. If you have hostility toward me, it's most likely about funding, right?" Lu Yu blinked. "That's part of it, but the main reason is that you're dragging the entire scientific community into this mess." The icy glint in Su Xiaoxiao's eyes faded slightly as she stubbornly insisted. "Whether it's chaos or not, we'll discuss that later. Let's address your issue first. Didn't you ask for my help?" Su Xiaoxiao wisely shut her mouth and whispered. "I'm leading a polymer food project, primarily focused on addressing dietary needs for aerospace and extreme environments, with secondary applications for commercial use. Now, with only 1 week left until my project deadline, the remaining half of the funding is insufficient to support further research. Within days, I need to mobilize 30 billion yuan in research funding. Following the principle of earmarked funds, this money can only be diverted from other research projects. Unfortunately, Su Xiaoxiao's primary research project is now on the chopping block. Half the funding? That's enough. Polymer cuisine may sound complex, but it essentially involves physically and chemically reconfiguring and reshaping ingredients to recreate their original forms. In a sense, cotton candy and pudding represent the simplest forms of polymeric cuisine." Lu Yu inquired, "Which specific aspect does your project focus on?" Su Xiaoxiao hesitated. "The segment I oversee primarily focuses on meat. Such foods are notoriously difficult to preserve long-term under normal conditions. Therefore, we're experimenting with converting meat from solid to liquid and emulsified states using siphon bottles and a series of chemical processes, while preserving its original flavor and texture. The primary application is commercial. Originally, we had secured a partnership with a culinary company named Homo in Shimokitazawa, Sakura Country. Once the technology matures and passes inspection, it will be ready for official deployment. However," a hint of resignation flickered across her cold expression. "With our current funding, there's absolutely no room for trial and error. We can only transform the beef into a texture resembling beef sauce, which falls far short of authentic marbled beef. In 2 days, 2 food connoisseurs from the Shimokitazawa company will arrive to evaluate the results. I'm considering whether we should voluntarily withdraw to avoid embarrassing our dragon nation."
Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's despondent expression, Lu Yu felt a wave of understanding wash over him. As a former researcher in his past life, he understood this feeling all too well, having to reluctantly abandon an experiment he was certain he could complete, all because of insufficient funding. But today, with him present, the outcome would be different. In his previous life, polymer siphon technology had been phased out roughly 5 years prior. Replacing it was the more mature and stable molecular center outward diffusion technology. Compared to its predecessor, this method carried a lower risk factor and was far easier to implement. Most crucially, because it performed high-density diffusion from the center, both trial and error time and costs were drastically reduced. Lu Yu said, "Hold on, let me explain it briefly." He leaned closer, casually picking up a chopstick and using the food on her plate as a model to illustrate molecular center-based diffusion, in simple terms, is achieved by. At the restaurant entrance, the white-haired Wang Shishan finished loading his tray and was about to take a seat. But as he scanned the room, his gaze immediately landed on Su Xiaoxiao and Lu Yu sitting together. Looking closer, Lu Yu was holding chopsticks, poking around in Su Xiaoxiao's plate with a muttered explanation. "This kid's got away with the ladies, huh?" Old Wang chuckled to himself, a sudden thought popping into his head. Lu Yu and Su Xiaoxiao were close in age, both future pillars of Longke's scientific community. This might actually be worth pushing forward. Chapter 32, Old Wang's Concerns. Essentially, it was like this: if the polymer siphon method was akin to using a straw to suck up the rice grains, thereby disrupting the entire form of the rice dish, then center-to-edge diffusion is like using chopsticks to directly poke into the center of the rice grains, breaking them apart and then reassembling them. Lu Yu withdrew his chopsticks and concluded with a final summary. Su Xiaoxiao gazed thoughtfully at her plate, nodding slightly. "If it truly works as you describe, perhaps we could manage with half the budget." A flicker of excitement, barely perceptible to others, flickered in her icy eyes, like the first thaw of snow. "You can think it over tonight. If anything's unclear, you can ask me tomorrow. Let's eat first. If you don't start now, your food will get cold," Lu Yu said. Even now, the system hadn't made a single sound, meaning Su Xiaoxiao's problem hadn't been completely resolved. However, the official ignition of Red Sun wasn't until the day after tomorrow, so there was no need to rush. "All right, thanks." Su Xiaoxiao politely expressed her gratitude. She lowered her head, intending to continue eating, but upon seeing the disarray on her plate, her hand holding the chopsticks paused slightly. "What's wrong? Is there something else?" Noticing something off in Su Xiaoxiao's expression, Lu Yu looked up and asked curiously. But the moment he looked up, he saw exactly what the problem was, and his expression instantly turned awkward. "My apologies, I wasn't paying attention earlier. I should have explained it on my own plate. Let me serve you a fresh portion." As utensils used for eating, chopsticks inevitably pick up some saliva. Lu Yu had just used his own chopsticks to poke around in Su Xiaoxiao's food. If he were a big guy, it wouldn't matter, but after all, there are gender differences. "No need, it's fine. I'll just get it myself." To Lu Yu's surprise, Su Xiaoxiao didn't seem the least bit upset. She stood up, intending to get another plate of food, but before she could take a step, Old Wang's voice rang out with laughter. "Ha! I thought you two wouldn't get along. Who'd have guessed you'd be sharing a plate in less than half a day?" Hearing the laughter, Lu Yu and Su Xiaoxiao both froze. They'd been so engrossed in their conversation that they hadn't realized Old Wang was in the cafeteria at all. "Mr. Wang, you've misunderstood. I was just explaining the issue with polymer food to her, not." Lu Yu hurriedly explained. Wang Shishan looked at Su Xiaoxiao, whose cheeks were flushed crimson, and laughed heartily. I was just joking with you too." "Your joke, Old Wang, is quite frightening." Lu Yu's mouth twitched slightly. "Mr. Wang, please continue your meal with Chief Engineer Lu. I'll head back to my room to rest." Su Xiaoxiao, unable to eat, her face flushed, left the cafeteria without looking back. "Already leaving?" Old Wang sat down across from Lu Yu and chuckled. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Mr. Wang, this is..." Lu Yu looked helplessly as if to protest, but quickly caught himself, forcing a bitter smile. "There's absolutely nothing going on between Su Xiaoxiao and me. Could you stop trying to set me up? I was genuinely just discussing polymer food issues with her. Look at you, no sense of humor whatsoever." Old Wang chuckled. "The ignition test is in 2 days. I was just trying to lighten the mood with a joke, worried you'd be too stressed." "Maybe you should cut back on the jokes, old man. They're just making me more stressed." Lu Yu exhaled in relief, silently grumbling to himself. After sharing a meal, Old Wang suddenly turned serious. "Enough small talk. How confident are you about the ignition ceremony in 2 days?" 90%. Lu Yu replied bluntly. "I'll do my best tomorrow to raise that to 99%. 90% is quite good." Old Wang nodded with satisfaction. "Tomorrow, double-check and fine-tune all the parameters. That's all we can do. The rest is up to fate." Lu Yu's resolve was unwavering. "Yes. I will do everything in my power to ensure the success of Red Sun. Yes, I believe in you." Old Wang gave a slight nod. Suddenly, a thought struck him. His expression turned serious as he said,
There's something I'm not sure if I should say. It might be a bit unlucky to bring it up now. It's fine, old Wang. Please speak freely. Lu Yu smiled faintly. I'm a staunch atheist. I don't believe in superstitions. Go ahead. Alright, I'll say it. Just in case, and I mean just in case. Old Wang spoke with utmost solemnity. If and I mean if Red Sun fails, you must adjust your mindset and face it calmly. You absolutely must not let a temporary setback weigh you down. The responsibility will be shouldered by me, and old Zhong do not carry any psychological burden. Under no circumstances should one failure impact your future for years, decades, or even your entire life. Wang Shishan voiced the thoughts weighing on his mind. Compared to the consequences of Red Sun's failure, he was actually more concerned about the psychological impact of defeat on Lu Yu. Over his years in office, old Wang had witnessed far too many promising young talents completely collapse after a major setback, abandoning their research paths or even taking their own lives. Professor Wang, rest assured. I've got thick skin. Lu Yu sensed the old man's worry and reassured him. Even if we really fail, what can we do? We'll still eat when we're hungry and sleep when we're tired. What else is there? Hearing you think that way puts my mind at ease. Professor Wang nodded with relief. After dinner, Lu Yu returned to his room and retired early. Early the next morning, after a simple breakfast, he and his assistant thoroughly reviewed every piece of data in the lab. By the time he confirmed everything was in order, it was already noon. Leaving the lab, Lu Yu was just about to head out for lunch when he spotted that striking figure before him. Lu Yu froze. Su Xiaoxiao? Chapter 33, Mission complete, reward received. I was just planning to come find you this afternoon. After a brief moment of surprise, a smile curved at the corners of Lu Yu's mouth. Only by resolving Su Xiaoxiao's issue could he unlock the system's reward. Su Xiaoxiao waved a greeting and said, Chief Engineer Lu, I thought about it a lot last night. I generally understand the concept of the center to diffusion technology you mentioned, but I still have some questions I'd like to ask you. Her expression remained cool, yet it felt much warmer than yesterday's. Alright, ask away. I'll answer everything honestly. Lu Yu nodded. Su Xiaoxiao asked softly. Should we find a lab to talk privately? I have some doubts that might require data to support. Alright. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. He led Su Xiaoxiao to an unoccupied laboratory. This lab was originally used for processing components for the tokamak device, but it was sufficient for simple experiments in polymer food synthesis. First, let me review the first question, the stability of beef connective tissue under central to diffuse disruption. Lu Yu took Su Xiaoxiao's notebook and began reading the neat, delicate handwriting aloud. For the entire afternoon that followed, Lu Yu accompanied Su Xiaoxiao, demonstrating every challenging problem she had conceived. That's the gist of it. Any other questions? Lu Yu inquired. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head slightly and murmured softly, no. Following the steps you just outlined, even with only half the experimental funding, we still have a high probability of success. Good to hear. Lu Yu nodded with satisfaction. Su Xiaoxiao's fair, delicate face softened as she murmured, thanks. Huh? What? Lu Yu, who had been waiting for the system's voice, was momentarily distracted and didn't catch what Su Xiaoxiao had said. He thought she was asking another new question. I said, thank you. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head, her fair, delicate face flushing crimson. Though she had a touch of pride, she was by no means lacking in manners. Especially when she recalled her initial malicious assumptions about Lu Yu, who had helped her despite her past misjudgments. Su Xiaoxiao felt even more guilty, her face growing even redder with embarrassment. Oh, haha, it's nothing. Lu Yu finally caught on and teased, your funding got cut because of me, so helping you out is just me doing my part. Ding! At that moment, the familiar electronic voice of the system finally echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing option 2. Reward acquired, ultra-high-speed intracranial computational simulation capability. Accompanied by a surge of electronic data, countless streams of information flooded into Lu Yu's mind like tidal waves from the ocean. It's here. A satisfied smile spread across Lu Yu's face. Researcher Su, I have some business to attend to. I'll be leaving now. With the mission accomplished, there was no need for him to linger. All right. Su Xiaoxiao hesitated, her expression complex. Chief Engineer Lu, I still don't believe you can achieve a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion in such a short time. But I wish you success. Success or failure would soon be revealed. Lu Yu waved without turning back and returned to his room. The immediate priority was to understand the practical applications of the high-speed computational simulation ability now embedded in his mind. He casually pulled out a research paper on the inner wall of tokamak device plasmas and began flipping through it. Inertial confinement fusion refers to the development of controlled nuclear fusion using lasers or ion beams as drive sources. These deliver pulsed, high-intensity energy uniformly onto the surface of a microspherical target pellet filled with deuterium-tritium DT fuel. This creates a high-temperature, high-pressure plasma. The recoil pressure forces the target shell into rapid centripetal motion, QSP has 100 prediction.
The sheer volume of complex terminology and equations felt somewhat obscure at first glance, even to the seasoned Lu Yu. Yet upon seeing them now, Lu Yu's mind automatically generated a clear model as if simply importing the data would effortlessly yield the results. Indeed, a system-generated product is always top-notch. Lu Yu savored the marvelous sensation in his mind, a satisfied smile curling his lips. He opened another research document on controlled nuclear fusion, specifically helium-3 fusion, and began flipping through it rapidly. Negative ions typically catalyze only hundreds of fusion reactions, but the alpha sticking effect must be considered. Within its decay cycle, the ion may adhere to the produced E4, with an initial adhesion probability of 0.9 and an adhesion rate hovering around 0.6. The sensation remained the same. The moment he saw the data, a similar model instantly formed in Lu Yu's mind. Whether it was calculations or comprehension, his speed had increased by tens or even hundreds of times compared to before. Though securing this reward took considerable time, it was undoubtedly worth every moment. Lu Yu took a deep breath, gazing at the piles of data and materials on his desk as he began flipping through them one by one. The data and models accumulating in his mind grew increasingly numerous. When assembled together, a clear tokamak device rapidly materialized in his thoughts. Ignition, simulation successful. About an hour later, Lu Yu, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, slowly exhaled a breath of relief. This final simulation was nearly to ensure absolute safety against any unforeseen circumstances. Even without the system's assistance, he possessed sufficient information to guarantee tomorrow's ignition would succeed. In times of great importance, one must maintain composure. After completing the simulation, Lu Yu pulled the blanket over himself and drifted off to sleep. But as soon as he fell asleep, the machinery of the state began racing into action for the next day's ignition ceremony. Steel 5th Regiment, deploy to Yanshan. Air Defense Brigade 7, deploy to Yanshan. Countless armored vehicles and missile defense units were deployed to the surrounding areas, establishing a tight security perimeter. Armed helicopters circled incessantly above Yanshan. Anyone looking up at that moment would witness a sky as impenetrable as an iron dome. Forget airplanes, even a mosquito trying to fly in would have to ask the anti-aircraft missiles for permission. The night passed swiftly. The next day, Lu Yu donned a white lab coat and, accompanied by his assistant, walked straight to the laboratory control console. Professor Wang, Minister Sunday. He gave a slight nod in acknowledgement before turning his gaze toward the tokamak device, his eyes radiating unwavering resolve. At this moment, even the seasoned veteran Wang Lao couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He drew a deep breath, his gaze as sharp as a dragon's. Chief Engineer Lu, everything is in place. We can begin. Chapter 34, Extinguish. Minister Sun, how are preparations on your end? Lu Yu gave a slight nod before turning his gaze to Minister Sun beside him. He knew that as the head of a department, Minister Sun's visit to Yanshan base couldn't possibly be just a simple tour. Minister Sun took several deep breaths, his expression solemn. The satellite phone is ready. We can initiate the official live broadcast at any moment. Chief Engineer Lu, shall we begin? All right. Lu Yu fixed his gaze firmly on the group of researchers below the control room and ordered, everyone, we've worked tirelessly for 2 months at Yanshan base. Now it's time to see what we've achieved. Countdown, 5 minutes. Prepare for ignition. Yes, Chief Engineer Lu. The scholars in the lab fixed him with eyes like torches, their voices roaring like a tidal wave. In each pair of eyes fixed upon Lu Yu, a fiery spark burned. Over these past 2 months, Lu Yu had led them to create countless miracles, countless impossibilities. Now, the moment of ignition had finally arrived. How could they not be thrilled? How could they not be ecstatic? Connect the satellite phone and begin the live broadcast to the commanders. Minister Sun, too, was swept up in the fervor of the moment. He waved his hand and gave the order. He suddenly regretted not bypassing protocol to begin the broadcast early, so the higher-ups could witness the pure passion and fervor of Long Nation scientists. With such a team, how could the Dragon Nation not rise again? Amidst a series of beeps, the scene from the Yanshan base laboratory appeared on the commander's large screens. Is this the tokamak device? It certainly looks impressive. Let's just hope the ignition goes smoothly. Yes, this ignition is crucial. The commanders watched the unfolding events on the screen, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Controlled nuclear fusion technology of this caliber could be said to be inextricably linked to the future destiny of the Dragon Nation. Such a revolutionary technology that challenges the very laws of nature. Was 2 months truly sufficient even for the initial phase? Success or failure, the stakes were enormous. Countdown, final 10 seconds. The assistant raised his voice, shouting each syllable distinctly. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Engage high load mode. Lu Yu gave the command decisively. A dazzling beam erupted from the laser igniter's core, striking the spherical tokamak device. Zzzzz. A massive roar erupted throughout the entire laboratory in an instant. Come on. Lu Yu clenched his fist, silently chanting in his mind. At that moment, every researcher's heart raced like an F1 race car in competition. Every single one of them prayed with the utmost sincerity that the ignition experiment would not go wrong. Could he succeed? Standing behind the crowd, Su Xiaoxiao watched Lu Yu in the control room, a complex mix of emotions rising within her. When she first arrived at the Yanshan base, she had assumed the Red Sun project was a complete farce, destined to become the biggest joke in the entire history of Long Nation's scientific research. After all, how could a high school dropout, plucked from obscurity without even a college education, possibly lead such a monumental project as controlled nuclear fusion? Yet, the events of the past 2 days had subtly shifted her original perspective. Even she, hailed as a scientific prodigy, had to admit she wasn't even worthy of comparison to the man standing before her. But this was controlled nuclear fusion, after all. Ignition, would it succeed? Su Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, pressed her palms together, and began praying silently. Seconds felt fleeting, yet at times stretched as long as a century. Finally, boom! As if something had exploded, the tokamak device suddenly erupted in a dazzling burst of light. Immediately afterward, a massive fireball ignited at the very center of the laboratory, resembling a sun slowly rising. Ignition was successful. The moment the artificial sun rose, the entire lab erupted in cheers. Gazing at the dazzling brilliance of the artificial sun, even old Wang's eyes welled up with tears. Zhong, if only you were here to witness this miraculous light with your own eyes. 2 months this little monster has truly made history. Ignition successful. Excellent. Minister Sun was equally overcome with emotion, his legs trembling slightly. Now, it all comes down to how long it sustains. Though the lab team basked in a wave of joy, the higher-ups' demands went beyond mere ignition success. They required extending the previous record by 10 seconds. High load mode, running smoothly. He glanced at his watch and began counting nervously. 1, 2. The artificial sun's brilliance remained undimmed, blazing like the midday sun. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Every pair of eyes gleamed with excitement as they watched the burning tokamak device. 14, 15. The moment the cry of 15 rang out, disaster struck. Whoosh! The searing tokamak device suddenly flashed brightly for an instant, then began to fade at a visible pace. What's happening? What just happened? The faces of the scholars controlling the device paled simultaneously. They frantically adjusted data and power settings, desperate to bring the tokamak device back online, but all their efforts proved futile. In just 1 second, the artificial sun extinguished completely. The once blindingly bright Yanshan laboratory plunged into a bewildering darkness. The faces of the researchers showed frustration, confusion, pain, and bewilderment. The artificial sun burned for a total of 14 seconds. Extinguished. Chapter 35, The Last Chance. Minister Sun, we demand an explanation. The voice on the satellite phone was calm, yet as cold as the frost of the ninth heaven. 300 billion in funding poured in, with a promise it would be done in 2 months. Ignition succeeded, yet it extinguished after merely 14 seconds? This outcome is unacceptable. This. Minister Sun stared blankly at the tokamak device, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Everything had been normal just a second ago. Why did the artificial sun suddenly extinguish? Professor Wang, Chief Engineer Lu, what on earth is going on? Minister Sun cast a pleading glance toward Lu Yu and Wang Shishan, hoping to find answers in their expressions. Yet their faces were equally grim. Where exactly did things go wrong? How could this happen? Lu Yu and Wang Shishan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. The data and equipment had been checked countless times. The simulated results showed no issues. Last night, Lu Yu had even used the system's ultra-high-speed intracranial simulation to confirm everything was okay once more. So why, despite successful ignition, did it only last 14 seconds? Seeing no response from old Wang and Lu Yu, Minister Sun steeled himself and replied, "Comrades, we're still investigating the issue. Please give us one more chance." Both the Red Sun project and the 30 billion yuan research funding represented opportunities. Human patience has its limits. This is the final chance. A sigh echoed through the satellite phone. Minister Sun's heart sank. He knew this was the ultimatum. If they failed to pinpoint the issue this time, his tenure as minister would likely come to an end. Minister Sun sighed, casting his last glimmer of hope toward Lu Yu. If anyone could prop up the crumbling edifice and turn the tide at this critical juncture, it could only be this young man who had already performed miracles. Chief Engineer Lu. Not only Minister Sun, but every scholar in the lab fixed their gaze upon Lu Yu. Their faces bore the stubborn refusal to accept defeat, the confusion of uncertainty, yet not a single one showed the word give up. They all believed Lu Yu would lead them to turn the tide and reignite the artificial sun. As all eyes were fixed upon him, Lu Yu closed his eyes tightly, rapidly recalling and calculating. All internal factors are in order, the data is normal, the facilities are functioning properly, and the derived formulas are also sound. Since the problem lies neither within nor without, it must be external. Both the laser igniter and the plasma combustion within the tokamak device rely on the geothermal energy beneath Yanshan. Located at a tectonic plate boundary, the Yanshan region boasts abundant geothermal energy, yet it is extremely unstable.
Lu Yu took a deep breath and ordered, Xiao Fan, check the latest data from the Meteorological Bureau and Seismological Bureau. Make sure it's the absolute latest. Yes, Chief Engineer Lu.
Assistant Xiao Fan promptly began the search. Soon, the results came in. Chief Engineer Lu, all data from the Meteorological Bureau is normal, no significant changes in temperature or humidity.
But the Seismological Bureau.
He paused, then continued. The Seismological Bureau detected an extremely minor tremor deep beneath the capital just half a minute ago.
The epicenter is extremely close to Yanshan. Sure enough.
Lu Yu and Old Wang exchanged glances.
Both instantly grasped where the problem lay.
The earthquake had caused fluctuations in geothermal energy.
The plasma instruments, which relied on this geothermal energy, exceeded their power limits, leading to the tokamak device's overload and the artificial sun's extinction. Why didn't the Seismological Bureau give us advance notice?
Xiao Fan voiced his dissatisfaction.
Lu Yu shook his head slightly. It's not their fault.
Such a low-level earthquake was simply impossible to predict in advance. The fact they detected this set of data at all was already a stroke of luck.
The vibrations deep underground are ever-changing. Even with today's highly advanced technology, they're difficult to detect. For major earthquakes, detecting them 5 minutes in advance is considered quite good. Most minor tremors, however, remain undetectable.
Though the impact of such tremors on residents is negligible, so it's no big deal. However, for a project like controlled nuclear fusion where every piece of data must be as precise as a strand of hair, even the slightest tremor could completely derail the entire experiment. Once phase 2 is reached and large-scale fusion is fully stabilized, these disturbances will cease to be an issue.
Minister Sun, please inform the other leaders.
Old Wang looked at Minister Sun with a grave expression. The ground tremors beneath Yanshan have had a significant impact on power output.
We can only reschedule the ignition for another day. Postpone?
Minister Sun gritted his teeth as he explained the situation over the satellite phone.
Postponing the experiment is acceptable. But Minister Sun, the military pledge you made was for today, not another day.
It's not that we're being unreasonable, but some matters simply cannot be compromised.
Someone must take responsibility for this failure.
The commander stated sternly.
Commander, the responsibility lies with me.
I will bear full responsibility, but please give the project one more chance. Minister Sun sighed as if resigned to his fate. 300 billion yuan poured in, enough to create a tidal wave if thrown into the sea, yet the progress of Red Sun is this dismal.
This is unacceptable to anyone.
The trust from higher-ups was nearly exhausted. If trading his own career could buy another chance, he would gladly shoulder this responsibility alone.
This.
The researchers hesitated, glancing at Wang Chishan.
Well, sigh.
Old Wang sighed deeply, a flicker of pain in his eyes. Everyone, wrap things up for now. Igniting the ignition point while the ground is shaking carries too high a risk factor.
Success was within reach, yet at this very moment, an unexpected setback occurred. The anguish and sorrow in this octogenarian's heart need no elaboration.
What's more, his insistence on shortening the timeline to 2 months had also put Minister Sun in danger.
He felt deeply uneasy. At that very moment, Mr. Wang, Minister Sun, wait.
Lu Yu's crisp voice interrupted Old Wang's order.
Chief Engineer Lu, this cannot be forced. Even if we fail this time, we can still succeed by taking one step at a time.
Old Wang knew exactly what Lu Yu was thinking and hurried to dissuade him.
Yet Lu Yu's gaze remained unwavering. Mr. Wang, trust me this once. Now that we know the cause, this ignition will succeed. If anyone bears responsibility, it shouldn't be Minister Sunday.
I was the one who insisted on shortening the timeline to 2 months.
Chief Engineer Lu, you.
Minister Sun felt a warm surge in his heart, but still shook his head.
This setback was unforeseeable. Chief Engineer Lu, please don't let my actions delay the project. At my age, a disciplinary action means little.
You're still young and have a bright future ahead. Minister Sun was lying.
If he truly took full responsibility, it wouldn't end with just a disciplinary action under strict interpretation. He could even face prison time.
Yet to give the experiment more chances, he chose to sacrifice his own future. Watching Director Sun, Lu Yu sighed inwardly. A leader like this, even if he doesn't understand the technology, still commands my deepest respect.
Professor Wang, I truly know how to resolve this issue. But the ground beneath Yanshan Mountain shifts and changes constantly. How could this work? We still can't take that risk.
Professor Wang shook his head firmly, refusing to budge.
If the tokamak device detonates here, not only will all previous efforts be destroyed, but it could also result in casualties. The risk is too great.
Wang Chishan couldn't let Lu Yu take that chance. Lu Yu's gaze burned with intensity as he insisted.
Old Wang, trust me. We just need to factor in the geothermal energy fluctuations caused by the tremors. That's all it takes to keep the tokamak device stable. Incorporate the geothermal energy? You make it sound so simple.
Old Wang's mustache twitched with anger as he retorted, how complex the data is. One change affects the whole system.
Even if we deployed a supercomputer on site for calculations, success isn't guaranteed. You want to challenge the divine might of Taihu Lake with your human brain? Lu Yu's gaze remained unwavering as he nodded. Man can conquer nature.
Without waiting for Old Wang's approval, he turned directly to Minister Sun. Minister Sun, I implore you to request permission from the leaders on the line. Give us one more chance today.
This ignition will succeed.
This. After a moment's hesitation, Minister Sun gritted his teeth and nodded. We've gambled so many times before, one more won't make a difference. Xiao Fan, have the Seismological Bureau send their latest data over immediately.
Yes, Chief Engineer Lu.
The assistant acknowledged the order and promptly requested assistance from the Earthquake Bureau. Laser ignition team, prepare for another ignition.
5-minute countdown.
Yes, Chief Engineer Lu.
Everyone else, maintain absolute silence. Not a word. After all instructions were given,
Lu Yu took a deep, tense breath, closed his eyes, and began his calculations with utmost concentration. A model of the tokamak device, built atop a minor earthquake, vividly materialized in his mind.
Chapter 36, Silence.
Shortly after, Assistant Fan hurried forward to report.
Chief Engineer Lu, the Seismic Bureau's data is in.
The earthquake beneath Yanshan has a focal depth of 40 kilometers and a magnitude of 24.
Good.
Lu Yu nodded slightly, importing the specific data into the model in his mind. In an instant, the already highly detailed tokamak device became even more three-dimensional. The seismic activity caused the geothermal energy to surge by 124, with H2H4 He and superscript 1 superscript 1 EV.
In the inner vacuum, F equals KQQ2 or superscript 2.
A terrifying torrent of data surged through Lu Yu's mind, ultimately converging into a single point.
This is utter nonsense, sigh. Wang Chishan sighed with mixed emotions, watching the united team.
For a moment, he couldn't tell whether he should be pleased or angry. In his view, they shouldn't have taken this risk by igniting the reactor at this moment. Yet what left him both exasperated and amused was that he, the chief director of the Red Sun project, had been completely sidelined.
Lu Yu gave the order, and the entire lab's scholars sprang into action. What was there for him to do?
To achieve such unity and cohesion at not even 20 years old, what incredible leadership!
Could this little monster actually pull it off?
Watching Lu Yu with his eyes tightly shut, Old Wang felt his anxiety growing by the second. If the geothermal energy subsequently declines by 5, then the ion power of the tokamak device must be increased by 347. During the ignition phase, it would be more appropriate for the laser igniter to initiate at its original power level of 12,145. The information surging through Lu Yu's mind grew increasingly terrifying. At this moment, the final assembly of the intracranial model was just a step away from completion.
Over the satellite phone, a senior commander ordered.
Minister Sun, connect me to the chief engineer of the Red Sun project.
We need to speak with him directly. This might not be the right time, sir.
Minister Sun reluctantly refused. Though he knew little about research, he understood that what Lu Yu needed most now was quiet time to think. The slightest disturbance could lead to irreversible consequences.
Then tell me first, what exactly is the current status?
They needed concrete details, exactly what stage of development the Red Sun project was in, and whether success was even possible. Right now, Chief Engineer Lu was working hard to adjust the data. Perhaps. Minister Sun was about to continue when suddenly,
everyone, please quiet down. Lu Yulian, engrossed in calculating the most critical section, didn't even open his eyes.
He slammed his fist on the table and roared.
At this moment, every ounce of his brainpower was focused on simulating the tokamak device. The slightest distraction could cause the simulation to fail.
Thus, he instinctively bellowed without considering what Minister Sun was doing. Sir, Chief Engineer Lu is currently performing critical calculations.
Could we discuss this later?
Minister Sun asked, lowering his voice as much as possible.
Understood.
A brief acknowledgement came from the other end of the line, and all fell silent.
The entire room fell into a deathly silence.
Minister Sun breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze toward Lu Yu, standing at the center of the control room.
All hope rested on him.
If the laser igniter power is reduced by 13,435, the plasma wall structure is transformed into a microhexagonal polyhedron, and the internal ion stabilizer power is increased by 114,514.
Simulation successful.
Lu Yu's eyes snapped open, sharp as a drawn sword. Ignition.
Yes, Chief Engineer Lu.
The scholars of the laser ignition team took a deep breath, pushed the crossbar, and once again activated the laser igniter. Follow my commands in real time. Laser ignition team, section B, reduce power by 243, increase angle C by 12.
The plasma inner wall restructured its morphology, reducing the gap to plasma stabilizer, produce 510 kilowatts power via deuterium-tritium combustion.
Apply fusion gain factor Q10.
Maintain pulse duration over 400s. Activate high beam pulse stimulation. Develop 2025 megawatts total heating and current drive power. Increase electron cyclotron by 5. Note, steady state. Command after command was issued by Lu Yu and executed flawlessly by his subordinates. Every scholar in the lab buzzed with adrenaline-fueled excitement, their hands moving with precision and minds racing at heightened agility. None of them were willing to accept the failure of the last ignition attempt. Whoosh! The tokamak device erupted in dazzling light once more. Ignition succeeded once more. Old Wang was tense beyond belief, his breath trembling. Little monster, you absolutely must succeed. Lu Yu stood in the control room, his spine straight as a spear, his voice clear and commanding. Everyone, stay alert. Follow my commands at all times. Yes, Chief Engineer Lu. The tokamak device has once again entered maximum load mode. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 10 seconds, 11 seconds, 12 seconds. Every heart in the room hung in suspense. During the last ignition, the tokamak had shut down precisely at this point. Boom! Another deafening roar erupted from the tokamak device. Was this another failure? Could they be repeating the same mistake again? Watching Lu Yu's retreating figure, Su Xiaoxiao felt as though something had clenched her heart. No, he must have a solution. Before anyone could react, Lu Yu's voice boomed from the control room. Now, reduce the current drive power by 45% while maintaining only the background noise to stabilize the tokamak device. Increase the plasma stabilizer power to 11,451 and simultaneously shut down electron cyclotron 1345. A series of commands were swiftly issued. Yes, Chief Engineer Lu. Departments receiving the orders immediately sprang into action according to Lu Yu's directives. Crossbars shifted into position as robotic arms alongside the tokamak device whirred into action, reshaping the entire facility. The base transformed into a vision of the future. Whoosh! A sound like something vaporizing erupted once more from the tokamak device. Immediately afterward, the once scorching surface began cooling rapidly, and the blinding light that had seemed on the verge of exploding gradually returned to normal. Success? Minister Sun swallowed hard, his eyes fixed nervously on the hard-won sun before him. He feared it might extinguish before his eyes in the next second. On the other end of the satellite phone, the 7 senior officials sat bolt upright, their eyes fixed intently on the burning artificial sun. Even these seasoned officials, who had weathered countless storms in the political arena, found their hearts racing. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 30, 31, 32, 33, 40. Old Wang clenched his fists so tightly his fingertips turned slightly white. He understood profoundly what it meant to feel seconds drag on like years though only moments had passed, the wait felt longer than a century. Agony, pure agony. Minister Sun nervously pinched his thigh, his heart racing to nearly 130 beats per minute. Previously, the highest record for Dragon Nation was 70 seconds, while Eagle Nation's best sustained time was 95 seconds. Now, they were still halfway short of the 80 seconds demanded by the leaders. 41, 42, 43, 44. The thunderous countdown erupted throughout the laboratory. As if infected by this fervent passion, the leaders on the other end of the satellite phone were also counting down in their hearts with palpable excitement. 63. 64. 65. 67. Minister Wang's heart tightened. They had already matched the previous record. Only 10 seconds remained until the required 80 seconds. Chapter 37, Unexpected Fainting. Increase the high beam ion pulse generator's power to 432 and activate energy recovery. Adjust the plasma chamber walls to convergence mode. Everyone, pay attention, this is the final moment. Stay calm. Lu Yu's calm command rang out once more. The last mile is the hardest. Only 10 seconds remain until mission success. At this critical juncture, absolutely no mishaps can occur. Yes, Chief Engineer Lu. The researchers forced themselves to stay calm and began executing Lu Yu's orders. As the tokamak device pulsed, the artificial sun's glow grew ever brighter and more stable. Watching the needle on his wrist gauge twitch, Minister Sun's eyes flickered with excitement before he pumped his fist triumphantly. Professor Wang, we've done it. Yes, we've succeeded. Wang Chishan gazed at the burning artificial sun, his eyes growing distant. He murmured to himself, 2 months, and we've actually succeeded. Had someone told him before meeting Lu Yu that China's controlled nuclear fusion technology could achieve a major breakthrough within 2 months, extending the fusion duration to 80 seconds, he might have laughed it off and shown them the door. If that person had told him that the one responsible for all this was a student who had just finished the college entrance exams, old Wang would likely have his security escort them to a mental hospital for a thorough examination of their sanity. But now, everything he had never dared to dream of was unfolding before his very eyes. And it was still unfolding. A sudden shout from somewhere snapped everyone's attention back to the present. Yes, although the requirements were met and everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the tokamak device's combustion continued unabated. Increase pulse frequency to 312. At the main control console, Lu Yu remained calm as he issued commands. Although the target set before ignition was 80 seconds, his goal was far more ambitious. 90 seconds. Minister Sun glanced at his wristwatch, his excitement mounting. Even the global superpower Eagle Nation could only sustain controlled nuclear fusion for about 95 seconds at most. Yet now, they were just 5 seconds away from matching Eagle Nation's record. The final 5 seconds. On the other end of the satellite phone, the faces of several high-ranking officials were flushed with excitement. They even regretted not being present at Yenshan Base to witness this historic moment firsthand. Watching it on a screen just wasn't satisfying. Such a thrilling moment demanded real-time observation on site to truly satisfy. Time's up. Excellent. Success. Another thunderous cheer erupted throughout the entire laboratory. From this moment onward, Longke's controlled nuclear fusion technology had truly reached the world's pinnacle, tying with Eagle Nation. He really did it? Outside the control room, Su Xiaoxiao stared blankly at Lu Yu's retreating figure. Bathed in the dazzling glow of the artificial sun, Lu Yu's white lab coat stood out strikingly. In a daze, she felt as though she saw two suns slowly rising simultaneously in the scientific community of the Dragon Nation. Another 3 seconds passed, bringing the total duration in high-load mode to 98 seconds. This equated to 2 hours under conventional operating conditions. The deep frown on old Wang's brow finally relaxed completely. From today onward, we've overtaken Eagle Nation. Excellent. Finally, success. In the control room, Lu Yu, who had been tense throughout, finally relaxed. Just as he reached to wipe the sweat beading on his forehead, darkness suddenly engulfed his vision, and a dizzying sensation of spinning overwhelmed him. Thud. Before consciousness completely faded, Lu Yu heard shouts echoing. Chief Engineer Lu! Chief Engineer Lu! Little monster! What are you all standing around for? Where's the medical team? Hurry up! Contact Beijing Union Hospital immediately. Where's the helicopter? Move faster. Chapter 38 Experiment Exoskeleton Device Ultimate Weapon. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the beeping of the instruments, Lu Yu's consciousness gradually cleared. He slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? The moment his eyes fluttered open, the concerned face of old Wang appeared before Lu Yu. Little monster, you're finally awake. Phew. The exhausted old Wang relaxed visibly the moment Lu Yu regained consciousness. He composed himself and said, "You're in a VIP ward at Kyoto Hospital." Kyoto Hospital? Lu Yu froze slightly. He'd heard of the name. It was arguably one of the finest hospitals in the Dragon Nation. Its premium ward gathered the nation's most precious medical resources, rivaling even Eagle Nation's Mason Clinic. Old Wang, how's the controlled nuclear fusion holding up? What's the duration reached? After regaining consciousness, Lu Yu's second question wasn't about his own condition, but about the Red Sun project. He recalled that in the final second before losing consciousness, the tokamak device had sustained high-load operation for approximately 98 seconds, a mere 3 seconds shy of the internationally recognized 101-second threshold. Whether they ultimately broke the 101-second barrier was now Lu Yu's foremost concern. Hearing Lu Yu's question, old Wang's expression froze for a moment before he shook his head with a complex look. Young monster, your dedication to research puts even me to shame. He composed himself and stated solemnly. Operation Red Sun was a resounding success, far exceeding the expectations of our superiors. After you lost consciousness, it sustained high-load operation for an additional 2 seconds, reaching a total duration of 100 seconds, nearly equivalent to 3 hours in conventional mode. Though it fell 1 second short of the 101-second high-load target, this outcome far surpassed this old man's expectations. If we proceed with commercial deployment in standard mode, it's just around the corner. Lu Yu nodded slightly, a hint of regret in his voice. Just 1 second short? It's like being at the top of a 100-foot pole, just 1 step away. Everything requires steady, methodical progress 1 step at a time. Research is no different. Don't keep dreaming of stepping on your own feet to reach the sky. You're absolutely right. Lu Yu nodded and posed his third question. Professor Wang, how long was I unconscious? What's my condition? He was genuinely a bit concerned about whether his body had suffered any serious issues. Rest assured. Ruijin Hospital held a specialist consultation for you, and the conclusion is that there are no major issues. Wang Shishan patted Lu Yu's shoulder and continued, you were unconscious for most of the day. It was likely due to exhaustion and overtaxing your brain. Put work aside for now and rest properly. When old Zhong arrives this afternoon, we'll discuss the next steps for the Red Sun project. I was unconscious for half a day? Seeing the weary expression on the old man's face, a wave of warmth washed over Lu Yu. All right. He nodded slightly, but then something occurred to him. He gave a wry smile. Mr. Wang, could you tell me what project Mr. Zhong is leading? Any details you can share? Lu Yu knew the controlled nuclear fusion project had always been old Master Zhong's pride and joy. Yet even for the monumental moment of the Sunrise Project's official ignition, old Master Zhong hadn't been able to attend in person. Clearly, the project he was leading was exceptionally important. I can't disclose details now, but you'll certainly learn about it in time. A meaningful smile curved the corners of old Wang's mouth. You young people, he said, will fall in love with this project. Fall in love? Lu Yu was puzzled. Indeed, haha. Not just you young folks, even an old codger like me felt my blood boil when I witnessed it firsthand. Old Wang's smile grew even more enigmatic. Kyoto Exoskeleton Research Institute. Test machine serial number Dragon Elephant, prepare. Accompanied by the emotionless electronic voice, a dark-skinned man with eagle-like sharp eyes slowly approached the center of the experimental site. At the center stood a gleaming new exoskeleton, approximately 2 meters tall and incredibly broad, radiating sheer dominance. You should be familiar with the training procedures, I needn't elaborate further. Prioritize caution. Inside the control room, Old Master Zhong held an electronic microphone, communicating with the elite soldiers in the research facility. The dark-skinned man in military uniform gave a slight nod, his gaze unwavering. Understood, Old Zhong. He took a deep breath, approached the exoskeleton, and slid his limbs into the designated slots. Zzzzz. A crackling electrical hum filled the exoskeleton as the sockets slowly closed, enveloping the resolute soldier within. Clang, 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 clang. Amidst the clanging of metal, the exoskeleton armor awakened like a colossal beast, revealing its fierce, imposing form. Torso section loaded. Lower body section loaded. Head armor loaded. The exoskeleton's head visor slid down, completely obscuring the dark-skinned man's face, transforming him into a predator straight out of a sci-fi movie. Old Zhong, assembly complete. We can begin the first experiment. Alright, the experiment officially begins. Master Zhong waved his sleeve, and his assistant promptly pressed a button. Boom! A massive boulder, roughly 5 to 6 meters in diameter, plummeted from the sky and crashed into the testing area. Judging by the sound alone, that boulder must weigh at least a ton. Huff! The dark-skinned man clad in the dragon elephant armor approached the boulder step by step. He took a deep breath, then gripped the base of the stone with both hands and lifted it with a sudden heave. Lift! Zzzzz. An even louder crackling of electricity erupted from his exoskeleton armor. Under the stunned gazes of the scholars, the boulder weighing a full ton or two was forcibly hoisted above his head. Then, with a sudden surge of strength in his arms, heave-ho! Boom! The boulder was hurled into the air by him, flying several meters before crashing back down to earth with a deafening roar. No matter how many times I witness it, it never fails to leave me in awe. Gazing at the swirling dust before him, even Zhong Lao, the project's chief supervisor, couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Even the world's strongest man champions could only manage a maximum deadlift of 500 kilograms with equipment assistance. Yet with this exoskeleton, he could effortlessly lift boulders weighing 6 or 7 tons. No wonder, 15 years ago, Eagle Nation could utterly humiliate Dragon Nation with this technology that seemed to come from another planet. Puff, puff. The elite soldier who had just completed this feat took only a few deep breaths before beginning the next experiment. His knees bent slightly before he leapt forcefully over a 6-meter-high obstacle in front of him. A quick roll absorbed the impact, and he landed firmly behind the barrier. Next, he reached behind his back and drew the experimental heavy machine gun. Aiming. Aiming. Success. Success. Beneath his visor, the electronic beep sounded as the machine gun's sights, aided by the handheld targeting device, instantly locked onto the head of the humanoid target. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed across the testing ground. This heavy machine gun, which normally required several men to steady and operate, felt like a child's toy in the hands of the exoskeleton-clad man, utterly recoil-free. Moreover, every shot was a headshot, striking the very center of the target. Truly terrifying. Even the elite soldiers who rode the dragon elephant couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. He was one of the most elite special forces soldiers in their camp, yet at this distance, even firing in short bursts would be difficult to achieve such precision. Yet, aided by this exoskeleton armor, he could suppress the recoil with one hand and land headshots every single time. After the chill came excitement. Perhaps on the open battlefield, a single exoskeleton-assisted soldier might not make a significant difference. But for assassination, decapitation strikes, reconnaissance, and high-value sabotage, these already elite special forces operatives would become the sharpest blade the enemy could dread. But, warning, remaining energy below 30%. A shrill electronic tone shattered the dark-skinned man's vivid imagination. Main control room. Experiment complete. Though the experiment achieved complete success, his face remained clouded with worry as he studied the parameters. The same old problem persisted. Without resolving the energy issue, deploying it for actual use was nearly impossible. Staring at the exoskeleton's energy consumption data, Old Zhong sighed helplessly. The road ahead is long and arduous. A single test run had already consumed 70% of the exoskeleton's energy. Such severe energy expenditure would place an enormous strain on logistics and supply. Professor Zhong, should we try reducing its efficiency? It might temporarily solve the problem. The assistant suggested cautiously. Old Zhong shook his head firmly. No, absolutely not. Reducing power and efficiency might solve the energy problem in the short term, but how could we then compete with the UK's latest exoskeleton armor? To avenge the blood debt from 15 years ago, the efficiency must be high enough. To cure the disease, we must address the root cause. Old Zhong suddenly recalled the Red Sun project. If breakthroughs could be made in controlled nuclear fusion technology, it would undoubtedly provide immense assistance in powering exoskeleton armor.
But only 2 months remain since the project's inception.
Never mind. Better to consider other options first.
Old Zhong shook his head, about to return to the lab to ponder solutions, when a guard rushed over, clutching a red telephone.
Professor Zhong, urgent report from Yenshan. Chapter 39, Generous Rewards. News from Yenshan? His expression instantly grew grave as he looked at the red telephone.
This red hotline was reserved exclusively for experts and scholars of a certain rank, boasting the highest level of confidentiality and virtually impossible to intercept. Typically, messages transmitted through the red line were of the utmost importance.
Ahem, everyone, please step outside for now.
The guard, well aware of the red line's significance, promptly ushered the other scholars out, leaving old Master Zhong with sufficient private space.
May everything go smoothly for you. Professor Zhong took a deep breath before lifting the receiver. Hello, it's me. What? It worked? 100 seconds? Professor Wang, we don't joke about things like this. Could you repeat how many seconds? Really 100 seconds? Is he okay? Alright, hold on a moment. I just finished my experiment here. I'll try to make it before afternoon. Alright, I'll hang up now.
After the call, though Professor Zhong's expression remained largely unchanged, his trembling fingers betrayed the excitement surging within him. After over a decade of relentless pursuit, controlled nuclear fusion had finally achieved a major breakthrough today. The joy surging within him was beyond words.
Professor Zhong, have you finished your call? Yes. Immediately report to headquarters that the current exoskeleton project must be suspended and redesigned from scratch.
I will continue to lead this project,
Professor Zhong said quickly.
His assistant stared blankly, bewildered.
Professor Zhong, what did you just say?
We've worked on this for so long, we were just one step away from solving the energy issue.
Why scrap it and start over? Because fundamental changes have occurred at the core level. That's why it must be reworked. Fundamental changes?
The assistant was dumbfounded.
Yes.
Old Zhong patted the assistant on the shoulder and said meaningfully, you should remember today.
Every student in the Dragon Nation will remember today.
Ha! The assistant scratched his head, staring blankly at old Master Zhong. He hated riddle makers more than anything, but this was old Master Zhong. He couldn't very well walk up to him and say, riddle makers, get out of Longke.
Kyoto Hospital. Little monster, how are you feeling?
Old Wang entered the ward with a cheerful smile, accompanied by a vibrant elderly gentleman none other than old Zhong.
Lu Yu replied earnestly. Nothing unusual. I feel like my body should be almost fully recovered.
He also roughly understood why he had suddenly fallen unconscious at the Red Sun site. Using ultra-high-speed computational simulations within the cranium places immense strain on both the brain and body. Prolonged real-time calculations, moreover, impose a burden beyond estimation. Falling unconscious back then was essentially a self-preservation mechanism triggered by his brain.
Glad to hear it. The doctor said your body is fine and you can be discharged.
Outside the ward, a middle-aged man entered.
None other than Minister's son from the Dragon Nation's Science Management Department.
He approached Lu Yu's bedside with a smile, carefully presenting a high-end suit.
You really gave us a scare back then, our great hero, he said. Minister's son, you're here too? Lu Yu froze. Not only am I here, but everyone else from the lab is here too. We just didn't want to disturb your rest, so we didn't come in.
Minister's son chuckled, then produced a red file and declared solemnly, now that you're well, I'll announce the higher-ups' decision. On August 31, 20XX, the entire project team demonstrated outstanding performance in the national-level project, Red Sun, and is hereby awarded the first-class merit. Among them, Chief Engineer Lu Yu demonstrated particularly outstanding performance and is hereby awarded. A series of formal commendation documents were slowly read aloud by Minister's son. In summary, the gist was that the entire Red Sun project team was awarded a first-class merit for the group, along with a collective bonus of 500 million yuan. First, Lu Yu was awarded an individual special merit award undisclosed for confidentiality reasons. Second, Lu Yu was personally awarded a 100 million yuan bonus disbursed under the New Energy Battery Fund, a private research institute in Beijing, and 500 million yuan in personal research funding. Third, Lu Yu was granted a private villa within the Third Ring Road of Beijing disclosed under the Yangtze River Outstanding Youth Fund due to confidentiality requirements. Furthermore, in recognition of Lu Yu's exceptional contributions, he especially conferred the title of Special Class Academician of the National Long Academy of Sciences, with rank and benefits equivalent to Grade B. Confidentiality requirements prevent public disclosure at this time. Finally, Lu Yu was placed on the national top-tier security list, receiving the highest level of security protection. That was quite the grand gesture. Although Lu Yu had long anticipated that the Dragon Nation's high command would bestow exceptionally generous rewards upon him, he still couldn't help but be astonished when he learned the specifics of the compensation. What's the big deal? You deserve every bit of it. Old Wang patted Lu Yu's shoulder regretfully. Too bad due to confidentiality requirements, much of it can't be disclosed for now. Otherwise, I'd love to see the look of shock on those old codgers' faces. As one of Longke's most distinguished academicians, he understood exactly what these rewards signified.
An academician at 18.
Even Zhang Lao, a direct disciple of Qian Lao, only gained eligibility for academician nomination in his 40s. Lu Yu, however, had ascended to the heavens in one step. Professor Zhong, as Professor Qian's direct disciple, you should understand the importance of confidentiality. Minister Sun turned to Lu Yu and said, back when developing the 2 bombs, 1 satellite program, Professor Qian and his team were stationed in the desert for over a decade.
Even their families didn't know where they'd gone.
Though conditions are vastly different today, the importance of confidentiality must not be overlooked.
Lu Yu, please don't harbor any resentment. The organization will ensure you receive everything you deserve. He worried that Lu Yu might take offense because certain rewards couldn't be made public.
After all, young people can't be expected to have perfect temperaments.
Minister Sun, I understand the organization's position.
Lu Yu nodded slightly, replying sincerely, truthfully, I'm already deeply satisfied to receive such generous rewards.
Really? Absolutely.
He wasn't stupid, he understood the importance of confidentiality perfectly well. Even if the organization didn't require him to keep it confidential, Lu Yu would insist that everything be kept under wraps for now. Otherwise, in the days ahead, he'd likely have to deal with agents from chilling organizations like the CIA, the Chinese Intelligence Agency, and the KGB.
Besides, the organization's reward was already quite generous.
The monetary sum and the villa were substantial assets.
But the real heavyweight rewards were the honorary academician title and the full B-level rank benefits. What does that mean?
To put it dramatically, you could dream something up one night and make it a reality the very next day.
Lu Yu's lips curved into a smile as he quipped, Minister Sun, may I ask you something? Certainly. Minister Sun nodded slightly. Go ahead. In terms of rank, are we now on equal footing? Can I start calling you Old Sun? Ha! Come to think of it, you're right. Just worry that in another year, I'll be calling you Little Sun, heh.
Inside the hospital room, Old Zhong, Old Wang, Minister Sun, and Lu Yu all broke into smiles. The previously solemn atmosphere instantly lightened and became much more cheerful. As the laughter subsided, Lu Yu slipped into the high-end suit handed to him by Minister Sunday. Escorted by the group of dignitaries, he stepped out of the VIP ward. Outside the door, over a dozen scholars from the Red Sun project crowded the corridor, nervously watching the ward entrance. Seeing Lu Yu unharmed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Su Xiaoxiao from the inspection team was also among the crowd. When she saw him emerge from the ward wearing the high-end suit, her first reaction was also a sigh of relief. Her second thought, however, was that he actually looked quite handsome in that suit. Not only were his features refined, but the suit also flattered his physique.
Wait, what am I even thinking?
Su Xiaoxiao quickly rubbed her temples and pinched her arm. After exchanging brief greetings with those present, Lu Yu asked solemnly.
Old Wang asked with a serious expression, Little monster, what are your plans after you're discharged?
The foundation for the Red Sun plan is already laid. The rest will proceed step by step according to the plan I've devised. From here on out, it will be under your leadership and responsibility, Old Wang.
Lu Yu replied flatly. Old Wang paused, taken aback. What do you mean? You're not planning to lead Red Sun anymore?
Lu Yu nodded slightly and replied earnestly.
Yes. With the new semester approaching, I intend to immerse myself in foundational studies at university and consolidate my knowledge. What? Chapter 40, Returning Home in Triumph. A certain bureau in the capital. Did he really say that?
Chief, those were his exact words. Minister Sun nodded slightly, repeating everything Lu Yu had said outside the hospital room earlier.
The senior officers exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes.
These young people of the new era are truly beyond what us old-timers can fathom.
Indeed.
To achieve something as monumental as the Red Sun project while maintaining such composure and poise, it puts so many worldly people to shame. To have such a young man is a blessing for our nation. Minister Sun sat quietly, his expression complex as he listened to the leader's effusive praise. In truth, he too felt both astonished and profoundly impressed by Lu Yu's decision.
Has he decided which university to attend?
One of the senior officials' questions interrupted Minister Sun's thoughts. He has already decided to attend Longke University of Science and Technology. Although both Beijing University and Huaqing University sought to recruit him, Lu Yu remained unmoved.
Minister Sun reported truthfully. Longke University? One of the leaders nodded and instructed, by the way, isn't Professor Zhong from Longke University in charge of our exoskeleton armor project? Why not transfer him over too?
Minister Sun gave a slight nod and smiled. Sir, Professor Zhong has been considering that very move.
Very well, it's settled then.
Another leader deliberated for a moment before solemnly stating, regardless of which university Lu Yu attends, we must absolutely ensure his personal safety.
He is now an invaluable asset to our entire nation. We absolutely cannot afford any mishaps. Protecting his personal safety is our responsibility to every citizen of Longke. Is that clear? Minister Sun nodded, understood. Huaqing University, Institute of Polymer Food Science.
His approach really worked. Su Xiaoxiao murmured to herself as she looked at the trays of polymeric dishes prepared by the researchers. A week had passed since bidding farewell to Lu Yu at Kyoto Airport. Back at her institute, she had completed the task with remarkable ease using the method Lu Yu had taught her, requiring only half the research budget. Today was the day to deliver the project results. Su Xiaoxiao turned to one of the researchers and instructed. Shinchuan, go make preparations. The gourmet from Japan will be arriving shortly. Yes, team leader Su. Shin nodded. He was an exchange student from Sakura country, currently working under Su Xiaoxiao's project team. Fluent in both Japanese and Dragon country languages, he was the ideal person to host the Japanese guests. Shortly after, 2 Japanese food connoisseurs arrived at the research institute, dressed in sharp suits and speaking in a thick, hard-to-understand Chinese accent. Hello, my name is Tokugawa. Hello, I am Shoin. They represented a members-only restaurant called Midsummer Night. Their mission today was to thoroughly evaluate the institute's polymer cuisine. If the cuisine met their standards, their company would pay a hefty price for the rights to use the recipes and only the rights to use them. I can't wait. Bring it out already. Mayashin wiped his mouth with a napkin, his face brimming with anticipation. Simply savoring the rich aroma in the air, he could already tell this trip to the Dragon Kingdom would be well worth it. Soon, 3 dishes were served in succession. They were vegetable sticks dipped in liquefied polymerized beef, milk pudding injected with liquid polymerized beef via syringe, and delicious liquid polymerized snowflake beef tossed with pasta. Please enjoy. Shinji smiled as he poured 2 glasses of welcome wine for his guests, then played an elegant rendition of Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence. Amidst the refined musical ambience, the 2 picked up their cutlery and began their meal. Soon, blissful smiles spread across the faces of these 2 culinary connoisseurs. How is it, gentlemen? Jinchuan asked with a smile. Iruan wiped his mouth and sighed with satisfaction. It's incredibly fresh and incredibly delicious. While savoring the delicious pasta, Tokugawa agreed in his obscure Dragonese, indeed. Compared to those polymer meals we used to eat, this is 10 times no, 9 times more delicious. Like snow. The 2 exchanged glances, both feeling this government-funded feast was well worth the trip. Soon, the negotiations concluded smoothly, with Sakura country offering a price 10% higher than Su Xiaoxiao had originally anticipated. He should be heading home soon, right? After seeing off the 2 Japanese guests, Su Xiaoxiao gazed out the window, and Lu Yu's figure unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. She had always considered herself the rising star among China's new generation of scholars, a fact she secretly took pride in. But this trip to Yanshan had taught her that there were always higher mountains and greater talents beyond her reach. Longke University? A thought slowly rose within Su Xiaoxiao's mind. Lingjiang Airport. Wasn't this a bit exaggerated? The moment Lu Yu stepped out of the aircraft door, his expression froze. The entire tarmac around him was deserted, as if it had been cleared just for him. Not exaggerated, not exaggerated. A middle-aged man in a suit approached with a smile. Organizational protocol mandates we ensure your personal safety, Mr. Lu. It's our duty. You wouldn't happen to be. Lu Yu lowered his head, briefly appraising the middle-aged man who had come to greet him. His expression grew even stranger. This old uncle, he looks somewhat familiar. Could it really be? Mr. Lu, you can just call me Old Zhao. The middle-aged man offered a polite smile. No, I'll stick with Uncle Zhao. Why are you the one picking me up? Lu Yu cast a puzzled glance at Zhao Shi, his brow slightly furrowed. He knew his current rank was quite high, but surely Mayor Zhao didn't need to personally greet him just because he was returning home? However, Leader Zhao had misunderstood his meaning. He apologized. Mr. Lu, the old leader is overseeing construction projects down south and couldn't spare the time today. I'm here to greet you instead. I hope you'll understand. Mayor Zhao, you've misunderstood my meaning. Lu Yu shook his head helplessly, too weary to explain. Never mind. Let's go. I need to stop by my place first. Then he added, as if remembering something. Oh, and keep a low profile. Don't draw too much attention. Old Zhao chuckled, got it. He turned to his secretary, Secretary Zhou, prepare the car. Garden community. The neighborhood aunties and uncles gathered under the shade of the trees, chatting as usual. School's starting soon, and I'm actually a bit reluctant to let my little one go. Yeah, thank goodness he got into a local university. With his self-care skills, he'd probably make a complete mess of things if he went away. As they chatted, the conversation drifted toward the Lu family. Old Lu, I heard from your wife that your son is coming back today? Old Lu nodded proudly. Our Xiaoyu spent 2 months helping with our D in the capital. Now that it's all wrapped up, he can come home to rest and prepare for the new semester. Impressive, your son. You bet. He's my seed, after all he's bound to be exceptional. Ha ha. Father Lu smiled proudly, but then seemed to remember something. He glanced at his wristwatch, stood up, and excused himself. I need to head home and start cooking. Xiaoyu's finally back for a visit, so I'll need to prepare a proper welcome feast. With that, Lu's father hurriedly departed. Wow, the Lu family is blessed to have such a wonderful son. Yeah, I always said something must have gone wrong during his college entrance exams. Watching Mr. Liu's contented retreating figure, the uncles and aunts all gazed at him with envy in their eyes. But just then, a sharp, biting voice cut through the air. So what if he developed an electric vehicle technology? I thought his son had invented a nuclear bomb or something. Really, it's no big deal. Chapter 41, Is that my husband in the car? Everyone turned to see who had spoken. It was Auntie Wang. Seeing her, the uncles and aunts couldn't help but exchange mocking glances. Ever since the university president's visit last time, Auntie Wang had been deeply unsettled. She kept showing up here every other day. And now, here she was again? Sister Wang, that's not right of you to say. Someone spoke up in her defense. Liu is making contributions to the country by developing new technology. Isn't that what makes him a scientist? I know he developed that electric vehicle technology. Auntie Wang retorted sarcastically, my point is, there's no need to make a big deal out of it. If I invent a square steering wheel, that's new technology too. What's the big deal? Calling him a scientist? Everyone chuckled but said nothing. Humph. Everyone could tell Sister Wang was just jealous because her son couldn't measure up to others. Her words were like a vinegar jar overturned sour to the core. Sister Wang, you shouldn't be fixated on others all the time. Your son got into Renmin University, that's pretty impressive too. Someone stepped in to offer comfort. Staring at him? When did I ever stare at him? Aunt Wang placed her hands on her hips, her voice sharp. I just can't stand the way you people fawn over him day in and day out. My husband's about to get promoted thanks to a powerful connection. Why would I need to keep an eye on him? The group of uncles and aunts started to mock her, but when they heard the second half of her sentence, their smiles froze on their faces. Sister Wang, is that true? Did your husband really hook up with some big shot? Yeah, Sister Wang, spill the beans. Your husband's really getting promoted? Congratulations. He's reaching new heights. After a moment of stunned silence, their expressions instantly shifted to fawning flattery. They all knew Auntie Wang's husband held a secure government position with a decent rank, a deputy K-level official. But he was getting on in years, and at his age, there was usually no room for further advancement. Of course it's true. Hearing the neighbor's flattery, Aunt Wang beamed with pride. My husband said the chief secretary noticed his hard work and outstanding achievements, and will mention him to the boss. Wow. If he gets promoted one more time, he'll be a full-fledged official. Holy moly, that's huge. Sister Wang, if your husband really connects with Leader Zhao's chief secretary, who knows how far he could go in the future. At the mention of chief secretary, the neighbors grew even more excited. They were ordinary folks from the city streets, whose only contact with higher-ups was through the neighborhood office and community committee. A chief of staff, a proper second in command, was a figure from the clouds to them. In an instant, the flattery grew even louder. Ha! They were all neighbors, all part of the same community. Auntie Wang couldn't stop grinning, practically walking on air. If her husband could truly rise to a full K-level position, it would be like the difference between the small king and the big king in Landlord. How glorious that would be. Just as Auntie Wang's vanity was being thoroughly satisfied, an elderly woman suddenly rushed into the pavilion, panting heavily. There's a car at the entrance to our neighborhood. What? Auntie Wang and the neighbors looked at her in confusion, completely baffled. A car. The woman gasped for breath, her expression brimming with excitement. Come on, what era are we in? What's so unusual about a car? Aunt Wang and the neighbors exchanged glances, finding it rather amusing. This isn't 50 years ago, Sister Xiao. What's gotten into you? 50 years ago, cars really were a rare thing. But nowadays, aren't they everywhere on the streets? Even if it's a BMW or a Mercedes, is there really any need to get this worked up? No, whoa, that wasn't just any ordinary car. Aunt Xiao finally regained her ability to organize her thoughts, her face flushed with excitement. That car had little flags on it, and the license plate was Lina 00006. Ah! The crowd, who had been mocking Aunt Xiao moments ago, suddenly froze in place. Lina 00006. Chapter 42, Impossible, Absolutely Impossible. The young folks might not grasp the significance of this license plate, but old-timers like them, who'd lived decades, knew it inside out. Such plates were reserved for big shots. And there was a little flag on the car. Uncle Li suddenly remembered something and looked at Auntie Wang with excitement. Sis Wang, you don't think this car is here to find your husband, do you? His address had unconsciously shifted to formal you. That's right, Sister Wang. Your husband holds the highest position around here. The neighbors all grew excited too. Could it really be? Aunt Wang froze, her face filled with hesitation. Her husband had mentioned this car before. It belonged to a city official, and Secretary Zhou might occasionally drive it. If Secretary Zhou from the city happened to have urgent business with her husband, then the appearance of such a car was indeed possible. She'd better go take a look. A flicker of delight already lit up Auntie Wang's face. If the big leader's car really came looking for her husband, how impressive would that be? Auntie Wang and her neighbors hurried excitedly to the front gate. Soon, they caught sight of the vehicle itself. It was indeed a certain brand with the temporary license plate number Lin 00006.
It really was the leader's car. Aunt Wang beamed with delight. However, the car didn't even pause for a moment at the community entrance. It drove straight into the underground parking garage of one of the buildings. Strange, why didn't it stop? Aunt Wang looked up. When her gaze fell upon the building's number, the smile froze on her face. That was Lu Yu's family. I remember now, didn't old Lu just mention today that his son was coming back? So this big shot's car wasn't picking up Sister Wang's husband, it was bringing Lu Yu home. Lu Yu is really making something of himself. The neighbors quickly caught on, murmuring among themselves with looks of envy on their faces. To be personally picked up by a city leader, such an honor isn't something just anyone gets to experience. The neighbors chattered excitedly, leaving only Auntie Wang standing there, dazed and disoriented. How could this happen? Just minutes ago, she'd been spouting off, saying Lu Yu was nothing special. But reality had just slapped her in the face. Her face was completely lost. First, her son couldn't measure up to others. Now, even her son and husband combined weren't worth a single strand of that other person's hair. A wave of helplessness gradually filled Auntie Wang's heart. Garage. Director Zhao, didn't I tell you to keep a low profile? Lu Yu frowned slightly. He glanced back at the luxury car they'd arrived in and sighed helplessly. The moment you drive this car out, word will spread like wildfire in under half an hour. Zhao chuckled and replied. Mr. Lu, discretion is one thing, but proper security must be maintained. Based on your security level, we should have cleared 2 entire blocks. But because you insisted on keeping a low profile, we've only deployed this one blast-proof, shock-resistant vehicle and a few plainclothes SWAT officers to protect you. He didn't know what contributions this young man had made to warrant such high-level attention. But since the order had been given, he had to ensure Lu Yu's personal safety. All right then. With the matter settled, Lu Yu could only nod in resignation. He understood this was the organization looking out for him. Given his administrative rank and importance to the nation, this level of security was actually remarkably low-key. Yet experiencing this VIP treatment for the first time felt somewhat jarring. Escorted by plainclothes officers, the group arrived at the entrance of Lu Yu's residence. Garden Residential Complex, Lu Yu's residence. We haven't seen our son in 2 months. He's finally coming home. Seated on the sofa, Lu's mother leafed through photos of her son, her eyes reddening. All right. Our son has made something of himself. He went to the capital to serve the country, and his return today is a cause for great joy. What's there to cry about? Old Lu comforted his wife while chopping vegetables. He said that, but his hand holding the knife trembled slightly with emotion. Just then, a series of frantic knocks interrupted the couple's conversation. Knock. Knock. Father and Mother Lu exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with excitement. Could it be our son has returned? He's here. Mrs. Lu rushed to open the door, only to find not Lu Yu standing outside, but an unfamiliar middle-aged man. Her expression instantly clouded with disappointment. Chapter 43, A New Friend? Excuse me, who might you be? Mrs. Lu asked, looking at the middle-aged man before her with confusion. You must be Lu Yu's mother. Instead of revealing his identity outright, Leader Zhao offered a slight smile. I'm the official in charge of escorting your son home. He's right behind me, look. He shifted slightly to the side, clearing a space. Standing behind Lu Yu's parents, who else could it be but Lu Yu himself? Xiao Yu. Lu's mother immediately took 2 excited steps forward. Mom, I'm back. Lu Yu smiled. What's all the commotion? Who's back? Lu's father, holding his chopsticks, hurried to the front door and immediately spotted his son. Clatter. The chopsticks fell straight to the floor. Xiao Yu, you're back. Ha ha. How's life in the capital been these past days? Getting used to it? Father Lu's face broke into a broad smile as he stepped forward and gave Lu Yu a big hug. You're truly my son, well done. Dad, rest assured I haven't let you down. Lu Yu hugged her father back, her face equally radiant with joy. For him in this lifetime, beyond advancing the nation through technology, it was this familial bond that remained an unbreakable attachment he could never let go of. Son, how did you lose so much weight in just 2 months? Lu Yu's mother approached slowly, embracing her son. Her eyes glistened, brimming with tears. Are you eating well over there? Mom, don't worry. I'm eating just fine. Lu Yu wrapped his arms around his mother and reassured her, losing weight is actually good. Now I look slim in clothes but have muscle underneath. You're such a smart aleck now. Lu's mother held her son tightly, reluctant to let go. Mom, I really am eating well and sleeping well over there. At most, I've pulled a few all-nighters. Lu Yu wasn't lying. While the culinary habits in the capital differed from those in Linhai province, he was the chief engineer. After struggling with the cafeteria food the first couple of days, he had the base manager add several special food stalls, all serving dishes he loved. If he could secure 30 billion yuan in research funding, surely such a minor request wouldn't be too much to ask? Staying up late is bad for your health. You really should cut back on it from now on. Lu's mother lifted her head, gently brushing his eyes with a pained expression. Look at those dark circles, you look like a little panda. Mom, I'll recover. Watching the scene of the family of 3 reunited before them,
Zhao, the ignored leader, and Zhou, the secretary, standing nearby, also chuckled. Zhao whispered, to be honest, when I first heard about him, I imagined he'd be like some Frankenstein's monster from the movies.
Secretary Zhou nodded slightly in agreement.
Yes, who would have thought someone who achieved what most people dare not even dream of in their entire lives at such a young age would look so ordinary?
Though calling someone that handsome ordinary seems a bit off.
Zhao shook his head slightly.
Normal would be more accurate. Ahem.
While Secretary Zhou and Leader Zhao were talking, Lu Yu's family also noticed the two standing beside them.
Excuse me, how should we address you both? Father Lu recognized their faces and said awkwardly, my apologies. We were so overwhelmed earlier that we neglected to properly greet you both.
Brother Lu, call me old Zhao.
You can call in young Zhou. No need to apologize. We're just here for security. You three are reunited, no need to mind me.
Secretary Zhao and Leader Zhou said with smiles. No, you brought my son home, I must thank you both.
We just made plenty of food.
If you don't mind, please stay for dinner before leaving. Brother Lu, judging by your outfit, you must be quite the cook.
Well then, we'll gladly accept your kind invitation.
Oh dear, what a scatterbrain I am. Father Lu scratched his head awkwardly.
How could I forget to take off my apron?
He fumbled to untie the apron around his waist, but perhaps it had been tied too tightly earlier, he just couldn't get it undone.
No worries, Brother Lu.
Zhao, the leader, patted his shoulder and smiled warmly. A man who can cook is a good man.
Alright, I'll just leave it on for now. Everyone laughed. Watching this scene of family harmony, a smile also spread across Lu Yu's face. After sitting down and enjoying a delicious lunch, Leader Zhao and Secretary Zhou left the house.
Take care on the road, Brother Zhao. After seeing off Director Zhao and his party, only Lu Yu's family of 3 remained at home.
Hey, honey. That Zhao fellow looks kind of familiar. Have we met him somewhere before?
He does look familiar.
Wait, I think I remember where we saw him. It was on the news. Zhao is the city leader of Zhao City, right?
Mr. and Mrs. Lu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with utter shock.
Their son had actually been personally escorted home by Leader Zhao? It felt like a dream. Mom and Dad were both in the kitchen tidying up the cookware.
Lu Yu wanted to go help but was stopped by both Mom and Dad at the same time. He could only sit back down on the sofa alone.
New friend?
After opening Green WeChat, Lu Yu stared at the small red dot on his contact list, puzzled. He'd been living under strict secrecy these past 2 months, with very few people able to contact him.
How could a new contact appear now?
Lu Yu looked closely. The profile picture was a chemical reagent, and the name was incredibly simple, just the character Su. Su? After a moment of confusion, the image of that iceberg-like girl instantly flashed through Lu Yu's mind.
Was it her? Chapter 44, am I that stupid?
After pressing the accept button, Lu Yu sent a hi bear emoji in the chat box. Before long, her phone buzzed with a notification.
Why are you using such a stupid-looking emoji?
The blunt reply made Lu Yu feel Su Xiaoxiao's disdainful gaze through the screen.
Silly? Lu Yu awkwardly tapped her phone screen. Soon, a new reply arrived, silly. Really silly. Lu Yu.
He couldn't help but feel that even though they just added each other as friends, the conversation was already starting to feel awkward.
With no other choice, Lu Yu changed the subject. How's your research project going? Finished it yet?
Yeah, thanks to your technical expertise, it's perfectly resolved. With the conversation back on research, their exchange suddenly felt much more natural.
Congratulations.
Lu Yu typed out the 2 characters, just as he was about to send them. Her phone emitted another ding. Immediately, your Wei account received a payment of 150,000 yuan. The sender, of course, was Su Xiaoxiao.
Ha! Lu Yu tapped the screen, this isn't necessary. Should I transfer it back?
Su Xiaoxiao, no need.
You deserve it.
Besides, it's money earned from Japan, no need to feel guilty.
Su Xiaoxiao, this is just the project bonus.
If your technology catches on, the patent royalties alone will far exceed this amount. I don't have that much money right now, but I'll transfer it to you when I do.
Lu Yu, seriously, it's unnecessary. Lu Yu, if you really feel guilty, then. Su Xiaoxiao, offer yourself as payment?
Lu Yu, who had just taken a sip of water, nearly spit it out in shock.
He'd intended to type, just send a red envelope covering the cost of a milk tea. But who could have predicted she'd respond with that?
Half a minute later, Su Xiaoxiao, just kidding.
Su Xiaoxiao, you didn't take that seriously, did you?
Reply already, stop playing dead.
Lu Yu. Lu Yu, you scared me. So you can joke around too?
No wonder his brain couldn't process it. He genuinely struggled to reconcile Su Xiaoxiao's iceberg-like expression with the concept of joking.
Su Xiaoxiao, I'm human, not some monster. Is it so strange that I can joke around?
On the other end of the screen, she silently added to herself, and if we're being honest, you're far less human-like than I am. They exchanged a few more words before Su Xiaoxiao ended the conversation.
Su Xiaoxiao, gotta go for now. See you when we're back at school. School? Lu Yu was puzzled and tapped the screen. Didn't you graduate with your master's degree ages ago?
The moment he typed those words, he suddenly remembered something and deleted the line.
Su Xiaoxiao was the daughter of Huaqing University's president and already worked in the university's research project team.
It made perfect sense for her to pursue further studies.
Luyu, are you going to pursue a PhD at Huaqing University? After a brief pause, Su Xiaoxiao's reply was terse, no.
After replying, her profile picture quickly turned gray as she went offline.
Not Huaqing University? Luyu closed the chat window.
Though curious, he didn't dwell on it.
Could it be Longke University? Longke University? Sweetheart, you're joking with Dad, right?
Looking at his precious daughter, the president of Huaqing University, Su Hongli's lips twitched slightly.
Dad, I'm not joking.
Su Xiaoxiao's voice was calm and direct. I've already applied for special admission.
The acceptance letter will be arriving at home soon.
This. Su Hongli scratched his graying hair, bewildered.
But, daughter, why would you go to Longke University? You've already achieved success in your field. If you truly want to delve deeper, you should pursue a doctorate. Even if you wish to study a new discipline, isn't Huaqing University the best choice? Why go to Longke University?
His daughter had always been determined in her academic pursuits, so Su Hongli preferred not to interfere.
But today, why was she? There's no why. I've already made up my mind. I came to tell you.
Su Xiaoxiao remained utterly composed as she said, while I'm away from Huaqing, don't work late into the night. Take care of yourself.
Oh.
Before Su Hongli could react, Su Xiaoxiao had already turned and gone back inside to pack her things.
What on earth is she up to? Su Hongli stroked his beard, utterly perplexed.
Yet he dared not pry further, merely sighing inwardly that his daughter had grown up and was beyond his control.
A photography studio in Linjiang City. 3, 2, 1, action. Smile a little sweeter, move your hand slightly to the right, and lower the mask a bit. Perfect.
With a click, the photographer pressed the shutter button, immediately flashing a satisfied smile.
Lu Miaowei set down her face mask and tentatively asked, Jason, how's that? Absolutely beautiful, nothing short of perfect.
The photographer pulled up the footage, displaying the final result on the large screen. As expected of a top student from future Kyoto Film Academy, you're truly exceptional.
Those so-called influencers we hired earlier?
They all talked a big game, but their results weren't even half as good as yours. Blushing slightly from the praise, Lu Miao replied shyly, thank you.
I should be thanking you.
If I hadn't found you, I wouldn't have had a model for this Leia mask promo shoot. The photographer known as Jason smiled faintly.
I'll transfer your payment as agreed. It's just a shame our collaboration is starting when you're about to head to Kyoto. Yeah, I'm leaving in a couple of days. Lu Miao nodded lightly.
The mention of Kyoto suddenly brought a delicate face to mind.
He should be back by now, right? Bye, Jason. Lu Miao waved goodbye, but just then, Jason called her back. Wait a moment. I just remembered something.
There's a web series director who's about to start filming in Kyoto.
I'll give you his contact info, it might be helpful to you.
She pulled out a piece of paper, scribbled the director's name and contact details on it, and promptly handed it to Lu Miao.
Jason, thank you.
Lu Miao accepted the note, a wave of gratitude washing over her. Though it was just a simple contact, for a newcomer like her, it was still a precious opportunity.
The photographer smiled. You solved an urgent problem for me. A drop of kindness deserves a drop of gratitude, right? Go for it, head to Kyoto and become a big star. Jason, you're teasing me again.
Leaving the photo studio, Lu Miao held the note in her hand, clenched her small fist, and silently resolved.
I have to work hard, I can't let him leave me too far behind. Just then, her phone dinged.
Opening it, she saw a message waiting for her on green micro.
After a quick glance, Lu Miao's cheeks lit up with a delighted smile. He really is back. And he even sent me a special green wee message to tell me he's back. Who would have thought that this goddess in the eyes of her classmates would get so excited over a simple message? Principal's office, Linjiang Middle School. Is this real?
The principal stared at the newly issued official document in disbelief, his mustache quivering slightly. Just moments ago, he had received a crucial notification on his phone. From now on, Linjiang Middle School would receive special admission quotas from Huaqing University, Kyoto University, and Longke University every single year. If this were true, how many talented young students would flock to apply to their school? Could it be a mistake? Fearing his excitement might be for naught, the principal hurriedly called the provincial education department to inquire. Beep. After a brief conversation, he set down the receiver in a daze and slumped back in his chair. Both the notification itself and the special admission quota were genuine. Why? Why on earth? The principal stroked his chin, deep in thought. He knew full well that nothing comes for free. Meanwhile, in the teacher's lounge, Teacher Ka stared at the latest updates on the Ministry of Education's official website, equally incredulous. He had always hoped to be recognized as a special grade teacher, a title that typically required 3 or 4 more years of experience to qualify for. But this year, he'd been granted special approval for a project he'd never even heard of? A name suddenly surfaced in both their minds simultaneously. Lu Yu.
Chapter 45, Classmate, you're holding your book backwards. The final days of summer vacation slipped by in the blink of an eye.
After resting for a few days in Linjiang City, Lu Yu and Lu Miaowei boarded a flight together, arriving at the central city of Longke, the capital. As expected of the capital's airport, it's truly massive. Gazing at the colossal Beijing Capital International Airport, Lu Miao couldn't help but express her admiration. Indeed, how many global business and political elites pass through this airport daily? So many once looked down on us, but times have changed. With the rise of our nation, what rightfully belongs to us will eventually return. Lu Yu gazed at the airport with a meaningful look. Registration for Longke University is a bit later than yours. I'll drop you off at Kyoto Film Academy first. He casually picked up Lu Mia's suitcase and walked her all the way to the entrance of Kyoto Film Academy. See you later. Alright, go ahead and register. We'll meet up later. Lu Yu handed the suitcase back to Lu Mia and waved goodbye. Wait. Watching Lu Yu's retreating figure, Lu Miao suddenly bit her pearl-like lips, her face flushing crimson as she called out to him. Lu Yu turned back, puzzled. What is it? There are so many handsome guys and beautiful girls at this school. Are you worried I might fall for one of them and run off with him? Ha! Lu Miao lowered her head, shyly twisting the hem of her skirt as she emphasized her point. If I were to run off with some handsome guy, wouldn't you be left all alone in the capital? Why don't we? By this point, her fair, delicate face had flushed bright red, like a perfectly ripe little peach, tempting one to take a bite. Isn't it great to have so many handsome guys around? Lu Yu smiled faintly and replied. In the science department at Longke University, there probably aren't many girls to begin with, let alone beauties. I couldn't find one even if I wanted to. You're so dense. Lu Mia was both furious and embarrassed. She stomped her foot on Lu Yu's instep, then grabbed her suitcase and stormed off without looking back. Ouch! Lu Yu winced in pain, sucking in a sharp breath. Watching Lu Mia's retreating figure, he smiled helplessly. He wasn't stupid. He understood exactly what Lu Mia's hint meant. But with his career yet to take off, how could he possibly settle down? At least right now, he had no thoughts of romance or flirtation. Yet they were friends after all, and outright rejection felt too abrupt. Lu Yu could only hope that Lu Mia's affection was merely the fleeting fondness between young people. After leaving the Beijing Film Academy, he took the subway and soon arrived at the entrance of Longke University. Today was the final day for new student registration. And the main gate was crowded with talented young people from all corners of the country. Guided by upperclassmen, they carried their bags to move in, about to embark on 4 years of both joyful and painful university life. Hey, need a hand? A helpful senior approached and asked. Lu Yu smiled faintly and waved him off. Thanks, but I'm fine. I can manage on my own. Certain documents inside his suitcase could be considered classified materials. According to confidentiality regulations, he really couldn't let anyone else touch them. Glancing around, he saw mostly freshmen. Their faces mostly radiated anticipation and dreams for the future, along with that touch of youthful innocence from the ivory tower. In the near future, they would shine in various fields. Some lucky ones would become leaders in their industries, the pillars of Longwa's next generation. Except for a few individuals who didn't quite look like students. As he scanned the room, Lu Yu noticed something unusual. After observing for a moment, a smile curved his lips. Well. Pushing his luggage, Lu Yu walked slowly up to a classmate engrossed in a physics journal. He tapped the student on the shoulder. Hey, buddy, you've got your book upside down. Ha? Oh, I was just spacing out for a moment and didn't really pay attention to the book, heh. The student flashed an awkward smile, then flipped the book back around and pretended to continue reading. Lu Yu smiled and asked. Classmate, I'm a bit confused by this formula. Could you explain what it means? He pointed his finger at a specific passage in the book, feigning curiosity. This. A bead of sweat appeared on the student's forehead as he forced himself to say, I just started reading this book not long ago. I don't understand it either. Oh, I see. Lu Yu smiled casually, then suddenly asked, Buddy, first mission? What mission? What are you talking about? The student cleared his throat twice and stiffened his expression. Classmate, I'm focused on reading. Please don't disturb me. Cut the act, buddy. Those calluses on your thumb and index finger thick as a tiger's paw show you've handled guns plenty. And your eyes? They haven't left me for a second. Lu Yu sighed helplessly. If Captain Lu assigned you to protect me, you could have just stepped forward. No need to hide like this. The way you're doing it just makes things look weird. I'm an athlete, I throw javelins. These calluses are from training. He trailed off, even he finding his own excuse ridiculous. The student's voice trailed off as he spoke, finally settling into a sour expression. This really is my first mission on campus. How did you spot me? I thought my disguise was pretty flawless. Lu Yu gave him a once-over inside. Fine, whatever floats your boat. Just stop sneaking around like a rat. Follow me. Did you even need to recognize me? At the school gates, a dark-skinned, muscular man with a crew cut stood holding a book upside down, occasionally stealing glances your way.
Seriously, anyone could sense something was off, right?
Upon hearing Lu Yu's command, the student immediately snapped to attention and saluted.
Yes, Mr. Lu. My surname is Chu. You may call me Ah Chu.
Alright, Ah Chu. Lu Yu gave a slight nod and said, try not to act too military while on campus.
Yes, Mr. Lu. This time, Ah Chu didn't salute again, merely giving a slight nod.
He took the suitcase Lu Yu handed him and followed closely behind, walking slowly into Longke University.
Admissions office. Hello, are you here to check in as a new student?
The senior staff member at the admissions office asked warmly. Lu Yu gave a slight nod and promptly handed over his ID card. Thank you. Swish. The senior swiped her ID card with practiced ease, just as he was about to return it. But upon seeing the image displayed on the screen, his expression shifted subtly. Huh?
This is strange. What's going on? Sir, is something wrong?
Lu Yu asked, puzzled. His ID card had been specially reissued by the relevant authorities in Manhwa.
Logically, there shouldn't be any issues. Nothing much, it's just...
The senior's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he stared at the screen. Your major field is blank. And your dorm address is listed as a dedicated faculty apartment, a standalone building at that.
This doesn't make any sense. Please hold while I make a call to verify. Chapter 46, New Assignment?
After what seemed like the duration of a phone call, the senior student returned to his window position. But his expression remained unsettled. I never quite figured out what was going on, but your enrollment paperwork is all taken care of.
Now, I'll take you to the apartment.
The senior stood up and left the admissions office window.
Here. It's fine. Someone will handle it.
Lu Yu nodded slightly. All right. He started to walk away, but just then, a familiar electronic alert suddenly sounded in his mind.
Ding.
Congratulations, host.
You have officially enrolled at Dragon Science University. Rewards have been dispersed. As the electronic tone sounded, countless streams of data surged into Lu Yu's mind like waves.
Whoa! Lu Yu sucked in a sharp breath, enduring the stabbing pain. Fortunately, it all happened in the blink of an eye, and in an instant, everything returned to normal.
Chu, sensing something was amiss, hurried over and asked. Mr. Lu, are you okay?
I'm fine. Just the sun's a bit harsh on the eyes.
Lu Yu shook his head. Let's go. After the electric current sensation faded, understanding and insights into one mathematical formula after another surfaced in his mind. As if innate, they could be summoned with a single thought. Mr. Lu? Hearing Ah Chu address Lu Yu, the senior's expression shifted slightly. His peripheral vision kept darting between Lu Yu and Ah Chu behind him. That title felt a bit odd. Among classmates, who would address someone as Mr.?
Moreover, he had assisted at the admissions office for 2 years, handling nearly 1,000 enrollment procedures, yet none had ever been this unusual. The blank field for major meant Lu Yu could audit any course he desired, completely free from constraints like credits or graduation exams. His assigned housing was even more absurd. At Longke University, even regular professors couldn't possibly have their own detached apartment. This treatment would make people believe he was the president. He definitely didn't get in through the regular college entrance exam process. Could he be a high-ranking official's offspring? The senior student scrutinized Lu Yu and the burly Cho standing behind him, suddenly feeling he'd uncovered the truth. Yes, that must be it. How could an ordinary student possibly attend school with bodyguards? But if he really is a high-ranking official's offspring, then everything makes sense. Those perks in the standalone professor's apartment wouldn't be surprising at all. After all, this was the capital, a gathering place for big shots. As the old saying went, even the turtles in the Yongding River were more valuable than some local officials. The senior student found his reasoning increasingly plausible. Seizing an opportunity, he asked. Hey, classmate, admission scores for Longke University keep climbing every year. What was your Gaokao score? My college entrance exam didn't go as planned, I only scored 350 points. Lu Yu didn't hide anything, replying frankly. 350 points? The senior nodded slightly, muttering under his breath, that's right. Getting into Longke University with just 350 points? Besides pulling strings, he couldn't think of any other possibility. Surely this 18-year-old couldn't have invented something Nobel Prize worthy? It's just not fair. The senior mused silently to himself. The thought of someone who got in through connections, with a score of 350, living in a large house that even professors couldn't get, and getting a degree without attending classes, made him feel a pang of bitterness. After walking a bit further, Lu Yu and his group arrived at the university's central plaza. The spacious plaza bustled with people, lively as if preparing for some upcoming event. Lu Yu politely inquired. Senior, is this plaza usually this crowded? Not usually. Most students only pass through here when heading to the library. The senior shook his head slightly and explained, today's crowd is because the school's science knowledge competition is about to start. Both new and returning students will participate, so there are quite a few people. Oh, I see.
Lu Yu nodded slightly and didn't press further. But then the senior suddenly remembered something and teased her with a mischievous smile. Lu, would you be interested in joining the competition? There are only 5 questions in total. If you can answer them all correctly, the rewards in terms of credits and GPA are substantial. You might even be taken under the wing of our school's esteemed Professor Zhong as his direct disciple. Lu Yu shook his head and declined. Nah, not interested. Even a project like Red Sun, costing over 30 billion, had caught his attention. This so-called campus competition simply couldn't spark much interest in him. As for GPA, its allure was exceedingly limited. All right. The senior had anticipated this outcome, thinking to himself, at least this kid knows his own limits. Though their science competition only had 5 questions total, each one was far more difficult than anyone could imagine. For someone who scored a mere 350 on the college entrance exam, describing them as incomprehensible would be an understatement. If this guy actually participated, he wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. He'd be crushed into dust on the very first problem, wouldn't he? Is that where the dorm is? Lu Yu pointed toward a distant standalone apartment building and asked. The senior suppressed his envy and nodded. Yes. Here's your student card. Just swipe it at the card reader by the main gate to enter. He handed a sleek student card to Lu Yu. It had to be said even the student ID itself was different from theirs. Its exterior felt hard and cold to the touch, its pure black color adding a touch of high-end sophistication. Thanks. Lu Yu took the card and was about to swipe it to enter the building. But at that very moment, a familiar electronic alert suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The system? Lu Yu's expression froze. He immediately stopped in his tracks, waiting for the system to present its options. Having completed the previous system-assigned option upon entering Longke University, it was only natural for a new one to follow. The thought of potential rewards even sparked a hint of anticipation in Lu Yu's heart. Host activates system. Option 1, participate in Longke University's upcoming science competition and secure first place. Reward, advanced photonic quantum chip technology. Option 2, refuse to participate in the upcoming science competition at Longke University. Reward, none. Hearing the 2 options presented by the system, Lu Yu's expression grew solemn. In an instant, Lu Yu made his decision. Participate. Optical quantum chip technology, an irresistible temptation for any researcher. Though it might seem like a shortcut compared to conventional lithography technology, mastering it could significantly alleviate Longwa's current predicament of being choked off in the chip industry. Lu, just swipe your card to enter. Seeing Lu Yu frozen in place, the senior assumed he didn't know how to use the card reader. He reached out, intending to help Lu Yu swipe the card. But just then, Lu Yu slowly turned around, his face flushing with embarrassment. Senior, could I ask again what exactly is this science competition you mentioned? Chapter 47, Reaping What You Sow? Outside the Longke University faculty apartments. What did you say? The senior froze for a moment, thinking he must have misheard. I'd like to ask, when exactly is this science knowledge competition you mentioned? Is it still possible to register now? Lu Yu repeated patiently. Well, the competition is about to start. There are 2 ways to register, one is to complete registration in advance, and the other is to register on site. The senior's face twitched slightly, as if he was holding back a laugh, and he asked, Lu, are you planning to participate? Yeah, I'd like to give it a shot. Lu Yu nodded earnestly. Alright, once we've packed up, I'll take you there. The senior's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he nodded. But you'd better be careful. Our school's competitions are far more challenging than the college entrance exams. You wouldn't want to get discouraged and lose your motivation to study, would you? Don't worry, senior. Lu Yu gave a slight nod. I know what I'm getting into. You know what you're getting into, huh? The senior gave a non-committal chuckle, then picked up Lu Yu's luggage and swiped her card for check-in. Come on in. He was already itching to see Lu Yu make a fool of himself on the competition stage. That college entrance exam was a piece of cake, yet he only scored 350 points total. How dare this connection-dependent loser even think about entering a science competition? Wasn't that just courting disaster? Squeak. The front door of the detached apartment slowly swung open, revealing its luxurious interior. Compared to gaudy, ostentatious decor, the 3-story standalone apartment's interior exuded far more elegance and taste. The first floor featured a spacious hall spanning approximately 120 square meters, adorned with several calligraphy and painting works on the walls. While their authenticity remained uncertain, the masterful brushwork suggested they were undoubtedly valuable pieces. What luxury! The senior student leading the way couldn't help but exclaim in awe upon seeing the scene. After all, this was Kyoto, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The property value alone for this 3-story villa, including land and construction, likely exceeds 100 million yuan. And judging by the elegant decor, the renovation costs must have run into the millions. Even as students of Longke University, few could ever hope to live in such a place, no matter how hard they worked their entire lives.
Yet here were some individuals, admitted with a mere 350-point entrance score, enjoying a grand mansion from day one, a place most might never live in their entire lives.
All roads lead to Rome, but some are born in Rome. At this thought, the senior's gaze toward Luyu grew even more envious. Alright, Achu, help me pack my luggage.
Luyu beside him, however, remained oblivious to the senior's envy-fueled glare, calmly directing Achu to pack his belongings. After inspecting the first floor, he slowly ascended the stairs. Compared to the lived-in feel of the first floor, the second floor exuded a much stronger academic atmosphere. Numerous experimental instruments, the kind rarely seen even in some labs, were neatly arranged on the tables in the second floor rooms, giving the place the appearance of a miniature laboratory. After a cursory look, Luyu sent a satisfied thank you message to Professor Joan before stepping back out of the room. He politely addressed his senior.
Senior, I'm almost done here. Could you take me to the competition venue?
Sure thing. The senior nodded excitedly and led Luyu back toward the central plaza. Along the way, he instinctively explained. The science knowledge competition at the start of the semester is one of Longke University's long-standing traditions. Both freshmen and upperclassmen can participate, competing together on the same stage. Not only does it effectively gauge how seniors have studied over the break, but it also helps freshmen understand that learning is an endless journey where hard work is the boat that carries you forward.
Ha! Luyu nodded slightly and asked, Senior, aren't you participating?
Nah, I'll pass on the fun, he chuckled. The senior gave an awkward smile, his expression slightly uncomfortable.
Back when he first enrolled, he'd eagerly signed up for the competition. But the outcome?
Well, let's just say it dealt a severe psychological blow to his tender freshman soul.
By the time Luyu and his group arrived at the central plaza of Longke University, the square was already packed with people, shoulder to shoulder. The competition questions were answered using computers.
The screen of each contestant was shared in real time via the university's teaching software, allowing spectating students to freely choose which participants' display to watch. Above the plaza hung a giant screen, displaying numerous contestants scratching their heads in frustration as they stared at the paper questions, their expressions filled with agony.
Oh no!
The senior's expression froze momentarily before turning slightly disappointed.
We wasted too much time during the move-in phase. The exam has already started now.
The exam has started.
Can we still register? Luyu asked in confusion. Didn't they say registration had two types, early registration and on-site registration?
Well, that's true. The senior looked a bit awkward as he explained, but if you register now, you'll have much less time for the exam compared to the other students. Plus, it'll be super awkward because you'll be the only one who shows up late.
It's fine. Less time is okay. Luyu asked directly, how much time is left until the exam ends?
His reason for joining the competition was simple, to complete the system's task and secure first place. If there was too little time left, the difficulty would be quite high. But if there was still enough time, Luyu had full confidence.
Let me see, about half the time remains 1 hour.
The senior glanced at his watch and goaded him with a mischievous smile.
Are you sure you want to sign up?
Don't blame me later for not warning you, though there are only 5 problems in the competition, each one is far more challenging than anyone imagines.
Senior, I'm confident.
Luyu nodded slightly, her voice firm.
60 minutes should be more than enough. Luyu believed she could handle it.
Alright, I'll take you there. Senior silently cursed his own foolishness. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he led Luyu straight to the registration desk. Entering under everyone's gaze, only to fail to solve a single problem. Just imagining it was amusing.
Chapter 48, 10 minutes? 10 seconds. Thanks, Senior. I'd better hurry and register.
Luyu smiled faintly before heading to the registration desk to sign his name.
Student, why are you so late?
The teacher at the desk frowned and asked.
I was delayed moving my belongings into the dorm. My apologies.
Luyu offered an apologetic smile, completed his registration on the form, and then entered the exam hall under the staff member's guidance. That girl at station 13 is amazing. She started on the third problem within an hour.
Yeah, and she's supposedly a freshman. How did she finish the first 2 questions so fast? A freshman? What kind of prodigy is this kid? Solving problems faster than Wang, our top math major. She might just crack the 4th problem. Whispers of discussion rippled across the central plaza of Longke University. Students from various departments critiqued the scene, watching candidates either frowning intently or scribbling furiously on their scratch paper. Their own enthusiasm seemed to be ignited by the spectacle. But right now, most students' attention was focused on one girl inside the exam hall. Not only because of her stunning beauty, but also because her abilities were simply too formidable. Squeak! Just then, the sound of a door creaking open echoed slowly. An administrator escorted Luyu into the exam room and gestured toward a computer in the corner. The questions are on there. Power it up and get started. You have 55 minutes left. Work quickly. Luyu gave a slight nod. Understood, thank you, teacher. He scanned the room, searching for a seat, but a familiar figure caught his attention. Su Xiao Xiao? Luyu approached her voice and whispered softly, what are you doing here? I came to school. Su Xiaoxiao's reply was brief.
After answering, she buried her head back in her work, showing no intention of explaining further. Lu Yu felt puzzled, but seeing how focused she was on her work, he didn't press further.
Isn't she the daughter of Huaqing University's president? Why would she come to study at Longke University? Never mind.
Lu Yu glanced at her watch, took a deep breath, and sat down at the desk next to Su Xiaoxiao, separated by a partition. She opened her laptop and began working on the problems. This scene was naturally captured by the surveillance cameras in the exam hall and transmitted to the large screen in the central plaza.
Why is there another screen? This guy must be late? Seems like it.
Coming in this late, he probably can't even solve the first problem.
Being late for a competition? Seriously. How did someone with zero time management skills even get into Longke University? Don't speak too soon.
He seems to know that girl.
Maybe he's a big shot among the freshmen too.
Since Lu Yu was the only latecomer, he quickly drew the attention of nearly every spectator in the stands.
Whispers erupted all around. Just then, another figure appeared in the audience. Big shot, my ass. I know this guy. Hey, brother Zhang, what took you so long? I was helping out at the admissions office. There was a ton of stuff to do, so I got here late.
The man called Brother Zhang was the senior who had helped Lu Yu with his enrollment paperwork earlier. Now, he stood there with a look of utter disdain on his face, shaking his head repeatedly as he watched Lu Yu's figure on the screen. This guy's a connection getter, snuck in through the back door. Scored a measly 350 on the college entrance exam. Who knows where he got the nerve to enter our Longke University's science competition?
350? How is that even enough to get into college?
Students nearby who overheard Brother Zhang's words all froze slightly.
Longke University's admission cutoff this year was around 650-700 points. 350? That's barely half the minimum requirement. Is he out of his mind? How dare he enter this competition?
Brother Zhang's roommate couldn't help but sneer. At his level, he'll probably get crushed instantly.
He might not even understand the questions. Then what was he talking to that girl about earlier? They seemed to know each other. Yeah, that girl is a total genius. The first problem that took me half an hour to solve? She nailed it in just over 10 minutes. Bro Zhang shrugged and laughed. How should I know?
Maybe he just saw how pretty she was and wanted to chat her up.
Recalling that standalone luxury apartment, he couldn't help but add with a touch of envy.
Honestly, even if she really embarrassed herself, her life is still a million times more comfortable than ours.
Sigh.
As they chatted, Lu Yu officially booted up his computer, entered his name and student ID, and turned his attention to the first question.
When a Dewar flask undergoes thermal radiation at temperature X, the wavelength at which the radiation waves infinitely propagate is A.
After a cursory glance at the first question, Lu Yu smiled faintly. Simple. The question itself wasn't particularly difficult, but the calculations were extremely tedious. Without a solid foundation, it was easy to make conceptual errors during the process, leading to a chain of mistakes.
But with his system's ultra-high-speed cranial simulation capabilities, was this even a challenge?
Establish a model to calculate the thermal radiation effect of a Dewar flask. Simplify the model to two infinitely large blackbody plates, each in contact with heat sources at 45 K in room temperature. First, use the blackbody radiation law to calculate the transmitted radiation power. For the second part, insert a 95% reflective film between the two blackbody plates and then determine the reflected power and the temperature of the reflective film. Applying Kirchhoff's radiation law, we first assume the reflective film absorbs the remaining 5% of energy before radiating it outward.
Then, in less than half a second, Lu Yu tapped the keyboard and confidently entered the answer, T300K, M96M. Okay, first question done. Next.
Lu Yu immediately turned his gaze to the second question.
Could he really understand the first question? I bet he can't. This problem's difficulty level would normally be placed as the second question in past tests. Yet this year it's been bumped up to the first question? Isn't this just torturing us freshmen? I bet he can't either, heh.
While the students in the audience were joking around, Lu Yu put pen to paper.
T300K, M96M. When the first T appeared, everyone exchanged glances, puzzled. Is he starting his rough draft? Could he actually understand the question? But when T300K, M96M was fully written out, the laughter in the audience abruptly fell silent. This is the damn answer.
Brother Zhang and his roommates exchanged stunned glances, looking utterly horrified.
He just wrote out the answer? How is that even possible? Damn it, I'm out of here. Chapter 49, The Goldbach Conjecture. Even as highly educated intellectuals, they couldn't help but curse at the sight before them. It wasn't that they lacked refinement, it was simply that Lu Yu's speed in writing the answer in a single second was utterly terrifying.
Mind you, the conceptual difficulty of this problem wasn't high, but the computational hurdles were immense.
Even establishing the most basic model required at least 5 minutes.
Even with a calculator to assist with the subsequent computations, most people would need 5 to 10 minutes to complete it. And that was only possible if one's train of thought remained completely uninterrupted. This is precisely why they were astonished that Su Xiaoxiao finished the problem in just 10 minutes. 10 minutes is the theoretical fastest time to solve this problem. But the moment Lu Yu put pen to paper, that ironclad rule was shattered. 10 minutes? Not even 10 seconds. Could he have just guessed wildly and stumbled upon the solution by sheer luck? A classmate asked in a trembling voice. How the hell could you guess this answer? It's not like 11 if you don't know it, you can just guess 2, T300K, or M96M. Those who don't know it probably couldn't even copy it down properly. Another classmate immediately shot back. Are you kidding? This isn't elementary school math, how could there be such a thing as guessing the answer? Could it be he actually did it? All eyes turned to Brother Zhang. After all, he was the one who initially suggested that Lu Yu was a connection who got in through backdoor favors. That's absolutely impossible. After a brief hesitation, Brother Zhang clenched his teeth and dismissed the idea. Unless he has a computer inside his head, how could anyone solve it in 10 seconds? He must have memorized the answers beforehand. Someone leaked the questions. Leaked? Hearing Brother Zhang's words, the crowd froze for a moment before their expressions shifted to sudden realization. Yes, a leak. Under normal circumstances, even if your reasoning was crystal clear from start to finish, solving it in such a short time would be impossible. But if the questions or even the answers had been leaked beforehand, that would make perfect sense. Brother Zhang, convinced by his own offhand suggestion, declared with certainty. Right, someone must have leaked the questions and answers beforehand, and then he memorized T300K and M96M. What a shameless bastard. He's quite handsome, but I never expected his character to be so rotten. I almost fell for that face of his. Regardless of gender, the surrounding students all wore expressions of contempt. Cutting corners is one thing, but to cheat in a semi-entertainment, semi-formal competition like this? How shameless. In an instant, the looks they shot at Lu Yu were filled with hostility. But inside the exam hall, Lu Yu remained oblivious to everything happening outside. His sole thought now was to solve all 5 questions quickly, secure first place, and claim the system reward. Question 2 primarily involved chemistry. True to Longke University's reputation, the exam questions were not only comprehensive but also quite advanced in depth. Lu Yu stroked his chin and examined it carefully. In structural chemistry, based on the concept of linear lattice structures, connect the hydroxyl group and the carbonyl group, then. After a moment's thought, a corresponding model formed in his mind. Considering magnesium boride superconductivity at 39K, achieving an ideal crystalline state requires accounting for magnesium atom projections, then. Approximately 5 minutes later, Lu Yu slowly typed in the answer, B0C0C0A0A0B0. Done. Next question. He shifted his gaze to the third question. He'd already solved the second question? That fast? He must have memorized the answers beforehand and just copied them down. This question focused on molecular chemistry. He hadn't even sketched the most basic molecular model framework. How could he possibly write the answer directly? This was outrageous. Copying the first question was bad enough, but to keep bluffing on the second one. This won't do. I must report this to the dean. Such dishonest practices cannot be allowed to continue. In the stands, a group of passionate students felt indignant. One student stood up and left to report the matter to the dean. Do you think he even has an answer for the third question? Brother Zhang looked around at his dorm mates and asked. Since he had answers for the first and second questions, he should have one for the third too. One student joked, "Hey, do you think there's a chance he actually did it himself?" Impossible. His friends immediately shot down the idea. Unless he can solve the fourth problem or even just write out the steps, the earlier ones are 100% copied answers. Yeah. The first student nodded slightly and said, if there were a solution, the first 3 problems wouldn't be an issue. But the fourth problem? There's no question of solutions or no solutions. If he could solve that one, that would be truly impressive. Problem 4 is a variant of the Goldbach conjecture, one of the 3 great mathematical conjectures. The closest result achieved so far is Chen's theorem, proposed by the Chinese mathematician Chen Jingrun. Solving it, even just a variant, would be extraordinary. The other students shook their heads in disbelief. Though math competition problems maintain similar overall difficulty, they increase slightly each year. This year's problems were undoubtedly the toughest ever. Even in simpler years, almost no one could fully solve the fourth problem. Amidst their discussions, Lu Yu had already filled in the answer to the third problem in the answer sheet. 2 problems left, 50 minutes remaining. Phew. Lu Yu took a deep breath and stretched. At the same time, Su Xiaoxiao, seated next to him, also successfully completed the solution to the third problem. She lifted her head and instinctively glanced toward Lu Yu. How was he doing? Partitions separated the seats, so she couldn't see which question Lu Yu was currently working on. She could only guess silently. Almost simultaneously, both pairs of eyes fixed on the fourth problem. The Goldbach conjecture? Lu Yu paused briefly before instantly recognizing the origin of the problem. In truth, the Goldbach conjecture sounded incredibly complex, yet its proof was remarkably simple. Any even number greater than 2 can be expressed as the sum of two prime numbers. Simply put, it was an extension of the problem. Since the conjecture's inception, each generation of mathematicians has strived to progressively prove the problem up to 11. In 1920, Brahm from a Nordic country proved 99. In 1924, the Iron Cross nation of Europe saw Lotmar prove 77. Then in 1966, mathematician Chen Jingrun from the Dragon Kingdom proposed Chen's theorem, proving 12, bringing the Goldbach conjecture within one step of confirmation. Finally, something challenging. Liu smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on the variant of the Goldbach conjecture as his pen flew across the page. Chapter 50. Can this be said? Look, that girl has started writing. In that instant, many eyes shifted back to Su Xiaoxiao. After all, someone who had solved the first 3 problems by memorizing answers in advance held little interest for further observation, since the 4th problem didn't even have the concept of a standard solution. She first considered the 3' theorem. This approach had worked in the earlier steps. Assume a small prime variable first. I actually think we should start by tackling the almost Goldbach conjecture. First, assume there exists a fixed prime number k, then. Bull. The almost Goldbach conjecture is a desecration of the Goldbach conjecture. How is it blasphemy? It's profoundly insightful. Suppose any prime number can be written as the sum of k powers of 2, forming an extremely sparse set. Considering set theory. On the bleachers, as Su Xiaoxiao worked through the steps, students voiced their own thoughts and perspectives. This left several observing teachers feeling deeply moved. This kind of academic debate is precisely what a university like Longke University should foster. He probably couldn't even understand this kind of problem, right? Brother Zhang's level wasn't particularly high either. Back when he competed in contests, he stumbled on the second problem. As for proving the Goldbach conjecture, he didn't really grasp that either. So while the other students passionately debated the conjecture, Brother Zhang turned his attention back to Liu, hoping to witness the latter's humiliation. After all, this wasn't something you could just memorize answers for and get through. But what was he writing? Stunned, Brother Zhang abandoned all decorum, yanking his math major friend toward the screen. Look over there. Look at what he's writing. What's there to see? What's so entertaining about a clown? It's just. The math major, who had been passionately debating moments ago, was initially resistant and quite unwilling. But when he saw what was written on Luyu's scrap paper, his eyes widened instantly like copper bells. Brother Zhang shook him urgently. I can't quite make out what's written there. Quick, tell me, what does he write? Let me take a closer look. The table of large even numbers is the sum of a prime number and the product of no more than 2 prime numbers. I don't understand the latter part, but the former seems to be heading in the right direction. The math major rubbed his glasses and stammered, he wrote this himself? It couldn't be possible that someone else went up there and wrote it for him. But how could that be? He tapped a classmate in front of him. Hey, buddy, take a look at the screen over there. Do you understand the steps that follow? Hey, buddy, look at the 3rd line. It proves that sufficiently large odd primes can be expressed as the sum of 3 primes. Is there a problem with that? Word spread like wildfire. Gradually, every student switched their screens to Luyu's computer display. Every single one of them was watching every equation he wrote, every theorem he proved. Many of them could barely make sense of the earlier sections, but as they progressed further, even the top students in the math department began to lose their grasp. Man, this feels like I'm reading hieroglyphics. Brother Zhang stared at the columns of equations on the screen, suddenly feeling his face swell. It felt like someone had slapped him. Damn it, hey, buddy, can you explain what that formula on the 2nd line means? Bro Zhang had been certain Liu wouldn't even grasp the first problem's question stem, only to discover in the end that he himself couldn't make sense of it. No way. This argument is pushing me to my limit. Su Xiaoxiao set down her pen and sighed. By leveraging a transformation of Chen's theorem, she had successfully extended the proof of this variant of the Goldbach conjecture to 44. Though over 20 minutes remained before the exam ended, she knew deep down that her own abilities were insufficient to continue the proof further. After setting down her pen, Su Xiaoxiao's gaze drifted involuntarily toward Luyu's direction once more. He should have reached the 4th problem by now, right? Recalling Luyu's real-time computational prowess in calculating controlled nuclear fusion power back at the Red Sun base, Su Xiaoxiao didn't believe the first 3 questions would pose much difficulty for him. But the 4th question was different. While it's true that physics ultimately leads to mathematics, but between the 2 disciplines, whether in research direction or purpose, there were fundamental differences. Su Xiaoxiao didn't believe Liu could defy the laws of nature like that. In her view, if Liu could advance the steps to 22, that alone would be remarkable. Meanwhile, Luyu's pen flew across the paper, number of p's px number of lower bounds px1 2. 2 entire sheets of draft paper were already filled, and he had reached the most critical step, breaking through the variant of Chen's theorem to challenge 11. At that moment, the entire gallery fell silent. No one cared anymore whether Liu had memorized the answers to his previous 3 problems in advance. Every student's attention was riveted on the new formulas he was writing, holding their breath in anticipation.
Odd-even pair theorem, CNX1 and CNX, odd prime theorem, NX1 and NX, odd-even pair theorem, R superscript 2 NX1 and R superscript 2 NX. Applying the commutative and associative laws of addition, let QQ2 Q3 equals 3. Then, Q3 QQ2 Q3 equals 3. Evidently, Q3 QQ2 holds if and only if Q3 equals 3. Otherwise, the odd numbers 2, 1, and 3 all serve as counterexamples to the 3' theorem. QK superscript 2 superscript 3 PQK, i.e., every odd number greater than or equal to 2 is the sum of two odd primes. 112. Proof complete. By the time the last character was written, Lu Yu's back was already drenched in sweat. Though merely a variant, it remained some distance from the true Goldbach conjecture. Yet performing such extensive calculations and derivations in such a short time was terrifyingly difficult. Without the system's prior rewards, even with his foundation in science fundamentals, he would have found it nearly impossible. Phew, finally done. Lu Yu took deep breaths, savoring the fresh air. 10 minutes left. He needed to hurry and solve the final problem. His gaze immediately shifted to the fifth problem. He was about to start writing when his lips twitched slightly upon reading the question. It wasn't that he couldn't solve it. On the contrary, the fifth question was significantly easier for Lu Yu than the fourth. He could breeze through it in just 5 minutes. But the problem was, could he even say that? Su Xiaoxiao, seated in the adjacent cubicle, also turned her attention to the fifth question. Interesting. A faint smile touched Su Xiaoxiao's icy cheeks before she turned her amused gaze toward Lu Yu. In the entire world, the number of people who could solve the fifth question would definitely not exceed the fingers on one hand. And wouldn't you know it, one of them was sitting right here in this very exam hall. Chapter 51, Big Trouble. Dead silence fell over the spectator stands. He actually proved it? Brother Zhang stared at the screen, frozen in place like a wooden statue. Though he couldn't follow the dazzling series of proofs that preceded it. The final result 112 was something he could grasp. Not just Brother Zhang, the entire crowd of math department students stared at the screen as if they'd seen a ghost, speechless for a long time. No, we have to go tell the dean about this. Since the competition began, no one had ever successfully proven problem 4. It must be a miracle, nothing short of a miracle. There are shared bikes over there. Ride one to the dean's office, hurry. Many could no longer sit still, rising to pedal toward the dean's office. The rest remained seated, eyes fixed intently on Lu Yu, waiting to see if he could work another miracle and solve the fifth problem. Only 10 minutes left. It's probably impossible. Indeed, even solving it within 10 years would be remarkable, let alone 10 minutes. Under the intense gaze of countless eyes, Lu Yu ultimately did not pick up his pen to tackle the next problem. To his classmates, this naturally signaled surrender. See? Even a genius couldn't possibly solve this one. It's a major challenge the entire world faces. It's only natural not to solve it. Indeed, solving the first 4 problems was already an incredible feat. Meanwhile, at Longke University's mathematics department, dean's office. Professor Zhong, you're not joking with me, are you? The white-haired old man rubbed his hands awkwardly. Having graduate students and doctoral candidates assist a freshman undergraduate? That's a bit much, isn't it? He was Chao Sanrong, dean of the mathematics department at Longke University. Today, old Zhong had suddenly sought him out and made this request. As a national treasure-level scientist, the university should have accommodated every one of old Zhong's requests. But this demand was utterly bizarre. Having undergraduates assist graduate students was rare enough, let alone the reverse. Old Xiao, Professor Zhong said, I don't want just any graduate students. I need several of the very best ones from your department. Professor Zhong remarked meaningfully, this is also an opportunity for your students. After all, it might be the closest they ever come to the pinnacle of science in their entire lives. The pinnacle of science? Dean Xiao's mouth twitched slightly as he couldn't help but interject, Professor Zhong, that's a bit of an exaggeration, don't you think? Even if your student is a genius, he's still just an undergraduate. He's light years away from real research, let alone the pinnacle. The graduate students under me are all proud and ambitious individuals. How am I supposed to convince them? In truth, due to the high secrecy of the Red Sun project, very few people truly knew Lu Yu's identity. To the vast majority, he was merely a gifted college entrance exam candidate with, at best, a few minor inventions to his name. If Dean Xiao truly knew about Lu Yu's contributions to controllable nuclear fusion, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. He'd immediately agree to old Zhong's request. Old Xiao, there are some things I can't discuss openly. You'll have to think this through yourself. Old Zhong patted Dean Xiao on the shoulder and said meaningfully, once you figure it out, you'll realize that today I'm not making a request for your student, I'm giving your student an opportunity. Ha! Just as Dean Xiao was about to respond, a series of chaotic knocks sounded at the door. Knock, knock. Come in. Dean Xiao immediately turned toward the door. He gave a slight nod. With a creak, the door to the dean's office slowly swung open. A breathless college student stepped inside. Professor Zhong, you're here too, phew.
The student hadn't expected to find old Master Zhang here. Surprised, he gasped for breath as he greeted the elder.
What happened? Why the rush?
Dean Xiao stroked his white beard, his tone reproachful. I've told you all before, when faced with trouble, you must keep your cool.
Stay calm at all times.
Not the dean, huff huff.
The student took a deep breath, panting heavily. I came by bike. I'm a bit out of breath. That competition at our Longke University.
In his excitement, his mind went blank, and his ability to form coherent speech plummeted.
Look at you, rushing again.
Seeing his student's frantic state, especially in front of Elder Zhang, Dean Xiao felt a wave of irritation.
Wasn't this embarrassing him?
Organize your thoughts and speak slowly.
Got it? Understood, Dean Xiao.
The student took a deep breath and carefully phrased his response. The science competition just held at Central Plaza. Someone solved the fourth problem you assigned.
What? Dean Xiao, who had been as steady as a rock, suddenly had his mustache twitching. Say that again?
Someone has solved the fourth problem you assigned, I swear.
Who? Which college? Name and surname.
Dean Xiao sprang to his feet. Take me to see him immediately.
Is this a false claim, or has a genuine proof emerged? Dean Xiao, ahem.
Just then, old Master Zhang beside him gave a soft cough.
Haha, old Zhang, my apologies for making you witness this.
Only then did Dean Xiao recall that old Master Zhang was still in his office. He hurriedly apologized. As you know, we hold a competition every year at the start of the semester.
There are 5 problems in total. For this year's fourth problem, I adapted the Goldbach conjecture, hoping to help students understand that learning is boundless. But it seems someone actually solved it today. The Goldbach conjecture?
Old Zhang's eyes narrowed. Though his primary field was physics, he possessed profound expertise in mathematics. He understood the Goldbach conjecture quite well.
Such a notoriously difficult mathematical problem that had stumped the entire global mathematical community, and it had been proven right here at Longke University? I don't know who he is?
The student who came to report scratched his head hesitantly.
But I heard he's a freshman named Lu. Professor Zhang, sitting beside him, picked up the thread and asked in a solemn voice, Lu Yu? Yes, Lu Yu. The student exclaimed in realization. The name Lu Yu sounded familiar. And how did old Zhang know this name?
Dean Xiao massaged his temples, glancing sideways at old Master Zhang.
Suddenly, it clicked. Wasn't this the undergraduate old Master Zhang had just mentioned? Once he caught on, Dean Xiao's expression lit up with excitement. Hurry up and take me to meet him, quickly.
Old Xiao, hold on. There's one thing I need to confirm with you first. Just then, old Zhang calmly interrupted the eager Dean Xiao.
Professor Zhang, what is it?
Dean Xiao paused slightly, puzzled.
What would you like to ask? Feel free to say it. For this year's final exam question, did you reuse the one from previous years?
Old Zhang's gaze grew solemn.
Yes, I did. Why?
Dean Xiao scratched his head, growing even more puzzled.
That question was personally crafted by you, Professor Zhang. Is there a problem with it?
For Longke University's science competition, the first 4 questions change every year, and they get progressively harder. Only the 5th question has remained unchanged, the same problem year after year, never solved by anyone. This year was no exception.
Is there a problem with that? A major problem. Professor Zhang furrowed his brow and took a deep breath. He silently prayed, please don't let that kid be so reckless. If this really leaks out, it'll be a huge problem. Chapter 52, First Place.
Longke University's Central Plaza Competition Hall.
Only 5 minutes remain. Please make the most of your time.
The proctor glanced at the wall clock and reminded the students.
Only 5 minutes left? What should I do?
Lu Yu twirled his pen, staring at the final question with a look of deep frustration. The system's objective was for him to secure first place.
Logically, solving the first 4 questions should suffice. But what if? What if someone else in the room solved the 4th question?
Then he wouldn't get the system's reward. But if he actually wrote down the answer to the 5th question, the slightest slip-up could violate the confidentiality agreement he'd signed earlier. As he hesitated, another 4 minutes slipped away. With only 1 minute remaining, please verify your college name and student ID. Submit your exam papers when the bell rings.
The proctor reminded them one last time. Just 1 minute left. I'll write a small section of general theory, it should be fine, since it's public anyway. After a brief hesitation, Liu made his decision.
He unscrewed his pen cap and wrote, based on the internal structure of the tokamak device. Just then, a hoarse voice abruptly rang out, the competition is temporarily suspended. All students, put down your pens and paper and remain in your seats.
Dean Xiao?
In the Central Plaza, some sharp-eared students instantly recognized the voice's owner.
Xiao Canrong, Dean of the Mathematics Department at Longke University. Dean Xiao has arrived. Hearing his voice, many students present instantly perked up. They all wanted to know, was Lu Yu's solution to the 4th problem correct? Thump, 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 thump.
Amidst a flurry of hurried footsteps, Dean Xiao and old Zhang appeared in the examination hall.
Hello, Professor Zhang. Hello, Dean Xiao.
The examinees present stared in shock at the sudden appearance of these two heavyweights, nervously offering their greetings. The exam hall was completely soundproofed from the outside, so they had no idea what had transpired beyond its doors. Naturally, they couldn't fathom why both Elder Zhong and Dean Xiao had appeared here simultaneously. Only Su Xiaoxiao immediately turned her gaze toward Lu Yu. Though she too was unaware of the details, one thing was certain. The sudden suspension of the competition must have something to do with Lu Yu. Young Lu, on your very first day at this school, you've already given me quite the surprise. Old Master Zhong regarded Lu Yu with a faint, enigmatic smile as he strode toward him. I hear you've solved the fourth problem? Solved the fourth problem? At Master Zhong's words, the expressions of everyone in the exam hall shifted slightly as their gazes simultaneously focused on Lu Yu. As direct participants in the competition, they understood just how terrifyingly difficult that fourth problem truly was. And this student, who arrived an hour late, had actually solved the fourth problem. In an instant, many self-assured contestants shook their heads in disbelief. Impossible. This fourth problem is a variant of the Goldbach conjecture. Theoretically, it has no solution. Yeah, how could anyone possibly solve it? Some students noticed that Professor Zhong addressed Lu Yu as young Lu and adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Who knows? Maybe this problem really does have a solution? True. While this is a variation of the Goldbach conjecture, the fact that our nation's mathematician Chen Jingrun published the Chen conjecture proves it has a solution to some extent. Whether agreeing or disagreeing, all the examinees present fixed their gaze on Lu Yu. Each pair of eyes brimmed with eager curiosity and thirst for knowledge, hoping to catch a glimpse of Lu Yu's exam paper. After briefly scanning Lu Yu's entire paper, if I hadn't come, would you have actually written down the answer to question 5? Professor Zhong shot Lu Yu a feigned reproachful glance, his voice low and irritated. He saw the words tokamak device already written on Lu Yu's paper clearly. He had just begun writing. Haha, old Zhong, I know my limits. I wouldn't write anything that involves leaks. Besides, Lu Yu lowered his voice awkwardly, but the question's already there. If I didn't write something, I just couldn't shake the feeling it wasn't right. Humph, you little rascal. Old Master Zhong shot him a disapproving look but held his tongue. After all, Lu Yu hadn't actually written anything classified. Alright, let me see what you wrote for the fourth question. Old Master Zhong took a deep breath and said, it's not just me who wants to see it. Many of the old-timers in our academy are eager to take a look too. You should know that this fourth question is a variation of which conjecture, right? Yes, it's a variation of the Goldbach conjecture. Lu Yu nodded earnestly and said, solving this problem was indeed quite challenging. It took me nearly 40 minutes to grasp the solution and finally figure it out. 40 minutes? And you call that quite difficult? Hearing Lu Yu's words, the expressions of all the professors present changed noticeably. The Goldbach conjecture involved in this problem is a topic worthy of being recorded in the annals of human mathematical history. Ever since the Chinese mathematician Chen Jingrun proposed Chen's theorem, over 40 years had passed without any further progress. And now this student claims to have solved it in just 40 minutes? Professor Zhong, is this student of yours even credible? Dean Xiao cast a displeased glance at the exam paper. As the dean of the mathematics department, he had spent years immersed in the ocean of mathematics. His passion and reverence for the discipline were beyond question. Mathematics is a serious discipline. How could it be treated with such disrespect? Dean Xiao was about to deliver a stern rebuke, but the moment he glanced at the paper's contents, his expression shifted instantly. Odd prime pair theorem, CNX1 and CNX, odd prime theorem, NX1 and NX, odd prime pair theorem, R superscript 2 NX1 and R superscript 2 NX. The first part employed Chen's theorem and Hermann's conjecture, yet the latter portion contained. He hastily retrieved his reading glasses, wiped them clean, and began studying the paper intently. Not only Dean Xiao, but the other deans who had rushed over upon hearing the news, all set aside their initial skepticism and began scrutinizing Lu Yu's exam paper with serious attention. Though they lacked Xiao Canrong's profound expertise in mathematics, their respective fields were largely intertwined with the discipline. Thus, merely examining the proof process revealed its validity to a significant degree. Soon, the expressions on the deans' faces began to shift. This approach fully accounted for the non-equality of semi-primes, while also incorporating the near primes and exceptional sets. If this solution were followed, the probability of the final result being correct would absolutely exceed 50%. After reviewing the entire paper, Dean Xiao declared decisively, 50%. It might not sound high, but for a world-class mathematical challenge like the Goldbach conjecture, it was nothing short of a miraculous figure. Over the past century, countless mathematical formulas have been built upon the foundation of the Goldbach conjecture. If a partial proof could truly be achieved even at just 50%, it would be an epic achievement capable of transforming the entire mathematical world. Professor Zhong, your student is truly remarkable. The professor's gazes shifted from the exam papers to Lu Yu, their eyes brimming with astonishment. To solve such a world-class problem in just 40 minutes, this level of genius transcends the label of child prodigy. If you knew what he's been doing these past 2 months, you'd be even more astonished. Professor Zhong shook his head, thinking to himself, that was a feat truly capable of changing all of humanity.
Just then, Lu Yu's voice suddenly rang out, Professor Zhong, should this competition continue? Although I left question 5 blank on my exam, I should still be able to secure first place, right? His research focus lay more in applied physics, so solving the Goldbach conjecture held little excitement for him. In contrast, the system's reward, a photonic quantum lithography machine, was what truly captured his anticipation. After all, that was the true treasure capable of breaking China's current chip bottleneck. First place? Ha, you little monster. Upon hearing Lu Yu's question, old Zhong paused briefly before bursting into laughter. Though I haven't seen anyone else's exam papers, who here could possibly solve the Goldbach conjecture like you did? He couldn't help but mimic Wang Chishan, dubbing Lu Yu little monster. Truly, no other title could be more fitting or affectionate.
Dean Xiao, still reeling from the shock, announced.
Indeed.
I can declare right now that you are the first place winner of this year's Longke University science competition. He swept his gaze across the entire exam hall, his voice booming like a bell. Everyone, do any of you have any objections? The room fell completely silent.
Objections? How could they possibly object? Would they dare to object?
The genius who solved the Goldbach conjecture was already on a completely different level from them.
This was a blow from a higher dimension.
To compete alongside such a titan in the same exam hall, tackling the same test paper.
This would be something to brag about for years to come.
The exam hall fell silent, but outside, chaos erupted. Amidst the surrounding buzz of heated discussion, Brother Zheng, the one who'd originally brought Lu Yu to stay, stared blankly at the big screen, speechless for a long while.
Damn it, I'm such an idiot.
He suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face.
A genius who solved the Goldbach conjecture?
Forget a big house in the professor's quarters, even erecting a statue in his honor wouldn't be too much.
And here he was, making reckless assumptions and spreading rumors? How embarrassing. Chapter 53, Exoskeleton Gear. Kyoto University Forum.
A shocking post titled Dragon Tech Freshman Solves the Goldbach Conjecture had been up for just 5 minutes.
The comments below had already piled up dozens of pages deep.
But most of them were just bashing the original poster.
Snow Lotus Hook rare, did water get into OP's brain? Sacrificing even basic decency for experience points? Hello world, agree with number 1. OP is clearly trolling. Zhao Mr. Hui, does OP even know what the Goldbach conjecture is? Can't even make up a decent story and you call yourself a freshman? Why don't you just die? Lidong Pearl, one glance confirms it, a pure, unadulterated moron.
Shimikatazawa Advanced Math, the OP's brain must be filled with snowsad. Though the commenters are all college students from various universities, including top-tier institutions like 985 and 211 schools. But online, most people's standards inevitably drop. Soon, the comments section was flooded with abuse. Though a few dissenting voices emerged, such as, I'm also from Longke University of Science and Technology. What the OP said is true, it happened at the recent Longke University science competition. But such comments were quickly drowned out in the sea of abuse, barely noticed by anyone. Of course, Lu Yu, the central figure in this forum drama, remained completely unaware of what was unfolding. He was currently in the president's office at Longke University, facing a group of professors who were as fierce as wolves and tigers, his head pounding. Mr. Lu, our computer science department is short-staffed. Would you be interested? Our computer science program at Longke University has maintained a collaborative relationship with Yao class at Huaqing University. It's undoubtedly among the top in the entire country. Yao Qing, dean of the computer science department, launched the offensive first. Go on, they're doing math research. What the hell does that have to do with your computer science? Li Fei, dean of the physics school, swiftly joined the fray. Lu Yu, if you join our finance school, I guarantee you'll secure a national scholarship every year. Plus, you'll get direct admission to master's and doctoral programs with your choice of advisor. After graduation, you'll have your pick among the big 3 state banks, Goldman Sachs, and Citigroup. Oldly, if you don't have the right tools, why are you taking on such delicate work? Xiao Sanrong couldn't hold back any longer and snapped, Professor Zhong hasn't even arrived yet, and you're already scrambling to recruit him? Besides, if Lu Yu is going anywhere, it should be to our math department. That's where he'll truly shine. Watching the professors nearly come to blows over him, Lu Yu's expression grew uneasy. He could only cast his gaze toward the entrance, hoping old Zhong would arrive quickly to rescue him from this awkward situation. Finally, tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed as old Zhong's figure appeared at the doorway. Everyone seems to be having quite a lively discussion. What are you all talking about? Dean Xiao retorted indignantly, Old Zhong, you're just in time. You must judge this. Given Lu Yu's demonstrated mathematical talent, shouldn't he be studying in depth at our mathematics college? With us old-timers mentoring him, he'll surely become one of Longwa's top mathematicians. Old Xiao, calm down. No need to rush. Old Zhong patted his shoulder with a smile and said, Lu Yu's mathematical talent is undeniable, but his situation is rather unique, so he won't be studying according to a specific major like ordinary students.
What does this mean? The professors exchanged glances, none quite grasping what old Zhong meant.
Rest assured, I will personally instruct him and ensure he becomes a pillar of our nation. The professors were momentarily stunned.
Professor Zhong will personally take charge. Professor Zhong, since you'll be personally mentoring him, we won't interfere.
All the professors could see it. Master Zhong had decided to take on a disciple. With that, they all abandoned any further attempts to recruit him, took their leave, and exited the principal's office. Soon, the spacious principal's office was left with only Lu Yu and Professor Zhong. How does it feel to be the center of attention? Professor Zhong asked with a smile. Lu Yu's lips curved into a wry smile.
Professor Zhong, I was nearly driven to a headache just now. Please spare me the mockery. Alright. Old Master Zhong chuckled, then his expression turned serious. What are your plans for the next 4 years at university?
Well, I plan to solidify my foundational knowledge while continuing to contribute to Longke's scientific research alongside my studies.
Lu Yu nodded solemnly.
Although coming to Longke University was partly due to the system, the greater reason was actually himself. As the old saying goes, haste makes waste. Lu Yu firmly believed that 4 years of focused study were essential. After all, speed doesn't guarantee victory. Avoiding stumbles is the true path to success.
Professor Zhong's face lit up with approval. Indeed.
Had I achieved such remarkable accomplishments at your age, I doubt I could have remained as composed as you. However, while groundwork is important, there are certain projects that will likely still require your assistance.
Go ahead, old Zhong.
Lu Yu nodded slightly and replied, wherever I can be of service, I will do my utmost. Over the past decade, while global stability has largely returned, border conflicts and maritime disputes have persisted as constant sources of friction. On several occasions, we clashed with British expeditionary forces along our borders, and we consistently found ourselves at a disadvantage.
Are you aware of these incidents?
Old Zhong abruptly shifted the conversation.
I know some of it.
Lu Yu nodded, recalling, there were times when even my father was so furious he couldn't eat properly for days on end.
Yeah, it was pretty demoralizing.
Old Zhong sighed, then grew serious.
Do you understand why those repeated failures happened?
I don't know the specifics, but I can guess roughly.
Lu Yu murmured softly.
The events back then were classified military secrets. Only the Dragon Nation's military and high-ranking officials had access to the details.
The general public only ever learned the final outcome. Oh, you can guess? Old Zhong smiled and said, tell me.
In ancient warfare, it all boiled down to the 6 elements: heaven, earth, and man. In modern times, technology must be added to that equation. Lu Yu analyzed, I believe that in terms of will and character, no one surpasses the soldiers of our Dragon Nation.
Regarding favorable conditions, I trust the judgment of the Dragon Nation's military leadership. Even if there were slight discrepancies, they couldn't have led to such a devastating defeat. That leaves only technology.
Old Zhong nodded slightly in approval.
Quite right. Your deduction is spot on.
The Dragon Nation military's crushing defeat back then was due to technology.
First, let me show you something. I brought this out specially from the laboratory.
Old Zhong produced a device resembling a mechanical arm, equipped with hydraulic components and protective mechanisms.
He secured it onto his own hand and inserted the battery. Is this an exoskeleton suit?
A flicker of astonishment flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. He knew exactly what exoskeleton gear was, but even in his previous life, such technology had only just begun to emerge.
Could exoskeleton technology be this advanced in this world?
Stunned, Lu Yu held his breath, focusing intently on Old Zhong as he waited for the next move. As one ages, bodily functions naturally decline. Old Master Zhong flexed his arm and said, 20 years ago, I could still do over a dozen pull-ups. But now, I can't even lift a 15-kilogram dumbbell. But with this, it's different. He suddenly reached out and gripped the desk in the principal's office, then yanked it upward with all his might.
Thud. Chapter 54, Hesitation.
Thud. Amidst a deafening roar, the solid wooden desk weighing nearly half a ton was flipped over by Old Zhong with just one hand.
How about that?
Old Master Zhong asked with a faint smile. He flipped over such a massive solid wood desk, yet his breathing remained steady, as if he'd merely lifted a water bottle.
This is just too wild.
Lu Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and scrutinized the mechanical arm in Old Master Zhong's hand. The entire arm radiated a futuristic, cyberpunk aesthetic, with countless conduits handling cooling and ventilation.
A blue glow emanated from the center right section, likely the power supply.
The overall impression was highly advanced, but...
Old Zhong, is this mechanical arm powered by electricity? Lu Yu asked doubtfully.
Old Master Zhong nodded slightly and explained, currently, exoskeletal mechanical devices come in 2 main types. One is the electrically powered model you see before you, while the other utilizes traditional petrochemical power. Each power source has its pros and cons. Electric power is cleaner, more stable, and portable, eliminating the need for an internal combustion engine. However,
its drawbacks are significant. Rapid energy depletion severely limits usage frequency.
Fuel-powered exoskeletons require an internal combustion engine, offering slightly more abundant power but with extremely high instability and poor portability. Old Zhong gave Lu Yu a general introduction to the two different types of exoskeletons.
Was it this technology that allowed Eagle Nation to defeat us back then?
Lu Yu, being exceptionally intelligent, quickly grasped why old Zhong had shared this technology with him. If even an elderly man like Zhong Lao, who couldn't lift a chicken, could effortlessly raise a solid wooden table weighing half a ton with an exoskeleton, imagine what elite soldiers could achieve. A top-tier special forces soldier equipped with a full exoskeleton system would resemble a miniature mech straight out of a sci-fi movie. Old Zhong nodded lightly and said, "You're right. Back then, the UK's exoskeleton technology was still in its infancy, but to our military at the time, it was a game-changer. Even with issues like power supply instability, its emergence effortlessly shifted the entire course of battle." At this topic, even old Zhong's voice, usually as steady as a mountain, couldn't help but clench with anger.
Back then, our forces deployed 2 brigade-level units. During the actual combat phase, we hadn't even deployed heavy thermal weapons.
Yet the Eagle Nation, relying on their high-powered exoskeleton equipment, effortlessly defeated our troops.
Lagging behind means getting beaten.
Because of our technological backwardness, they were forever buried in foreign soil.
Hundreds of wives lost their husbands, hundreds of children lost their fathers.
As he reached the most emotional part, old Zhong's eyes reddened and his fists trembled slightly.
Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Lu Yu clenched his fists, his gaze unwavering.
Though he hadn't witnessed the conflict firsthand, he could vividly imagine how those British bastards had slaughtered his compatriots, how they had buried young men with bright futures in foreign soil. Moreover, having witnessed the sheer power of the mechanical arm on old Zhong's hand, he could only imagine the horrifying state of hundreds of his countrymen's remains. Under such terrifying force, leaving even a single intact corpse would be exceedingly difficult. The only word to describe it was likely miserable. Old Zhong drew a deep breath and sighed. But thankfully, after that battle, we began prioritizing individual combat capabilities, advancing exoskeleton technology to its current state. Though we still lag behind the Eagle Nation, our situation is vastly improved compared to the past.
Lu Yu pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Senior Zhong, roughly what year of the Eagle Nation's research does our current Dragon Nation's development correspond to?"
According to military testing, our latest exoskeleton suit outperforms the Eagle Nation's exoskeleton equipment from that era by 20% across all performance metrics.
However,
a hint of concern flickered in old Zhong's eyes. But this is still a comparison to the Eagle Nation of 15 years ago. Today, no one knows exactly how far they've progressed.
Were you in charge of this when the Red Sun project was implemented?
Lu Yu suddenly recalled something. 2 months ago, when the Red Sun project was launched, only old Wang served as the overall project leader, coordinating the entire operation. Old Zhong, however, seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving no word whatsoever. Looking back now, it must have been connected to this exoskeleton armor. Yes, current research has made some progress, though one critical relationship issue remains unresolved. Old Zhong frowned deeply and said, "If the power supply issue remains unsolved, it will inevitably fail to achieve widespread application, and its future utility will be severely limited." Power supply. Lu Yu suddenly recalled something, a flash of realization dawning in his mind.
"Did you abruptly end the project and return to Longke University for controlled nuclear fusion?" "Exactly. Without your little monster's existence, solving the power supply problem would likely take years."
Professor Zhong replied cheerfully, "But with the results of your Red Sun project, just one small tokamak device can significantly boost the exoskeleton armor's power supply."
"Professor Zhong, rest assured,"
Lu Yu declared firmly, "any assistance I can provide, I will offer without hesitation."
"Good.
I'll take you to the lab shortly."
Old Zhong smiled with satisfaction and explained, "I've already requested permission to relocate the exoskeleton lab to Longke University. This will be much more convenient for both you and me." "The lab is at Longke University? That's excellent." Lu Yu nodded. For him, time was money. Saving even a little travel time was naturally ideal. "Oh, and one more thing." Old Zhong's expression suddenly grew uneasy. "What's wrong? If you need anything, just say the word." Lu Yu also noticed the unusual look on old Master Zhong's face. This kind of hesitant expression was something he had almost never seen on old Master Zhong's face before. A sudden suspicion rose in Lu Yu's mind. Chapter 55, This is just fine. "Old Master Zhong, are you considering taking me as your disciple?" Lu Yu asked tentatively. Master Zhong replied with a complex expression, "Yes, and yet no. You little monster, both your innate talent and your relentless effort far surpass what ordinary people can achieve. But I don't know if I'm qualified enough to be your teacher." Lu Yu's many shining qualities were plain for anyone but the blind to see. But the problem is, some of those highlights are simply too dazzling. Like blazing stars in the night sky, dazzling beyond measure. Even a heavyweight in Long Nation's scientific community like Master Zhong couldn't help but doubt himself. Could he truly teach Lu Yu? Was he truly worthy to be Lu Yu's teacher? "Professor Zhong, you have always been my revered idol." Lu Yu said earnestly, it would be my honor to become your disciple. Really? Absolutely. Lu Yu gazed at old Zhong with utmost sincerity. Not a single word he spoke was false, every utterance came straight from his heart. Though with the system's assistance, his understanding and insights in certain fields surpassed Master Zhong's, this knowledge ultimately came from the system. When it came to Master Zhong, whether in scholarly knowledge or personal integrity, Lu Yu held nothing but complete and utter reverence and admiration. That may be true, but... Old Master Zhong scratched his head, a lingering hesitation in his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I've got it. I could accept you as a disciple on my master's behalf. While I might not be qualified to teach you in certain fields, my own master certainly would be. Though he never witnessed your talents firsthand, had he been alive, he would have welcomed you with open arms. Take on disciples in his stead? Lu Yu paused for a moment, but quickly caught on. You mean, you want me to become Master Qian's disciple? Your junior brother? Master Zhong's teacher was Qian Lao, a top-tier scientific luminary in Longke. To put it without exaggeration, had Professor Qian not resolutely returned to the country back then, Dragon Nation's nuclear strike capabilities would have struggled to reach their current heights. And 20 years ago, when the military cut funding to focus on economic development, Longke relied primarily on nuclear deterrence to safeguard its national security. It's safe to say that without Professor Qian's contributions, there would be no Dragon Nation as we know it today. To be the disciple of such a titan, Lu Yu felt every cell in his body trembling with excitement. Yes, I am the senior disciple under the master's tutelage. Master Zhong gave a slight nod and smiled. Then it's settled. From this day forward, you belong to our lineage. That's it? Lu Yu was a bit dazed and asked, no initiation ceremony or anything? We don't bother with such formalities. Time spent on empty rituals is better spent delving into a couple more research topics. Master Zhong laughed heartily. What's the matter? Disappointed? Not disappointed. Lu Yu shook his head, smiling sincerely. For us researchers, this is just fine. You youngster, haha. Professor Zhong smiled with satisfaction. Come on, I'll show you around the lab. I have a meeting later. The two got into the car and headed straight for the laboratory located on campus. Longke University Exoskeleton Research Institute. This is the place. Lu Yu and old Zhong donned protective suits and pushed open the door. Squeak! Rows of sleek new equipment and futuristic exoskeleton suits filled the room, catching their eyes. Is this our lab? After scanning the room, a hint of astonishment flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. This advanced? Many of the instruments and peripheral equipment here were on par with those in Red Sun, clearly a hefty investment. It just goes to show no wonder it's ranked among the top 3 research universities in the country. Indeed. When it comes to research strength, our Longke University holds its own against Tsinghua and Peking University. Old Zhong smiled and said, Professor Zhong, this is? At that moment, a bespectacled, scholarly-looking young man approached Professor Zhong. Allow me to introduce you both. This is Zhou Qingshu, one of our lab staff members. And this is Lu Yu, a freshman at Longke University. Due to confidentiality agreements, Professor Zhong did not disclose top-secret information like the Red Sun project to Zhou Qingshu. A freshman? Zhou Qingshu paused slightly, but extended his hand politely. Hello, Lu freshman. Lu Yu shook his hand and replied, Hello, Senior Zhou. Oh dear, it's already 4 o'clock. Old Zhong glanced at his wristwatch and apologized. Alright, Qingshu, you and Songbai give Lu Yu a quick tour of the lab. I need to head to a meeting first. Yes, Professor Zhong. Zhou Qingshu replied with a nod. Professor Zhong hurried off to the meeting. Back in the lab, Zhou Qingshu smiled slightly. Junior colleague, Professor Zhong should have given you a general introduction, right? Yes. Our primary research focus is advanced exoskeleton technology. Lu Yu nodded slightly. Exactly. Exoskeleton technology, as the name suggests, enables humans to accomplish many tasks beyond their normal capabilities through robotic exoskeletons. Zhou Qingshu explained with a smile. At that moment, another long-haired woman approached with a smile. The simplest example, junior colleague, you've seen Iron Man, right? Of course. Lu Yu smiled faintly and said, in Iron Man, Tony Stark's armor represents the pinnacle of exoskeleton technology. Powered by controlled nuclear fusion, his exoskeleton armor transcends conventional exoskeleton concepts, resembling more of a sci-fi mecha. Exactly. Junior, you're quite sharp. Songbai's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she said, let me introduce myself. I'm Songbai, and I'll also be a researcher in the lab going forward. Hello, Senior. Lu Yu politely shook her hand. Songbai and Zhou Qingshu weren't particularly surprised to see Lu Yu here. After all, just an hour earlier, Dean Xiao Sanrong had briefed them, instructing them to assist Lu Yu. As doctoral candidates under Dean Xiao, both felt it was only natural to lend a hand to their junior colleague. As for why Lu Yu, having just enrolled, could gain access to such advanced experimental projects, they were genuinely puzzled. Zhou Qingshu added from the side, that said, the technology in Iron Man is still light years away from reality. Just achieving controllable nuclear fusion alone would take untold decades. Songbai chuckled, exactly. Movies are movies. We should grasp the general concept without overanalyzing. You guys have no idea. Luyu looked at Zhou Qingshu and Songbai, hesitating slightly. From their tone, it seemed they were unaware of the tremendous achievements of the Red Sun project. Controlled nuclear fusion may not be perfected yet, but its practical application is finally within reach. Could it be old Zhong hadn't informed them yet? With that thought, Liu held his tongue, swallowing the rest of his words. Junior, what's wrong? Zhou Qingshu asked with a hint of confusion. Liu smiled faintly. Nothing. Please continue. Alright, I'll continue the introduction. Though still puzzled, Zhou Qingshu didn't press further and continued his tour. Up ahead is the heart of the lab. This is where we'll hold our meetings from now on. He led Liu into a more spacious area. A large whiteboard hung on the central wall, covered in information and data written in black marker. Judging by the handwriting, it seemed to be left by old Zhong. Junior colleague, everything written here is classified information. Under no circumstances should it be disclosed to outsiders. Songbai smiled. Old Zhong must have briefed you on that already, right? Yeah, I understand. Liu responded distractedly, his gaze fixed on the formula left by old Master Zhong as he murmured softly. When the load distribution imbalance coefficient PT exceeds 200T, the strength of chain connections must be adjusted. Zhou Qingshu watched his junior's earnest expression and smiled. Junior, this is the formula Professor Zhong left behind. It's perfectly normal if you don't grasp it immediately. Seeing Liu still deeply engrossed in his study, he didn't interrupt further. Instead, he slowly left the room, giving Liu some breathing space. In Zhou Qingshu's view, it was only natural for a freshman encountering research knowledge of this caliber for the first time to feel. It was only natural for them to feel overwhelmed. Chapter 56, System, New Options. Longke University Exoskeleton Armor Research Center. Something seems wrong with the data here. Liu didn't notice Zhou Qingshu's departure at all. Frowning deeply, he picked up a marker pen nearby and began calculations on a sheet of scrap paper. Though the system-granted ability allowed him to perform calculations purely mentally, decades of habit still made him prefer pen and paper. It wasn't that the data was wrong, but certain aspects did indeed raise some issues. Especially here. He glanced at a spot on the whiteboard and muttered to himself. The chip old Zhong used here is a 27 nanometers wireless driver chip. Its thermal tolerance is military grade, sufficient for the load of previous exoskeleton devices. But for the new fusion-powered exoskeleton we're about to research, it falls far short in both computational power and signal transmission speed. He scribbled and crossed out a long string of calculations on the paper. After roughly working through the numbers, he crumpled the scratch paper into a ball. Forget it. I'll just discuss it directly with Professor Zhong when the time comes. He tossed the crumpled paper into the trash can. Liu didn't notice that the crumpled paper didn't land inside the bin. Instead, it bounced off the edge and fell behind it. Just then, Zhou Qingshu and Songbai entered the room. How's it going, Junior? Are you stunned by this concept? Zhou Qingshu asked with a light chuckle. I am somewhat stunned. The overall concept is quite novel, but I feel there are some errors in the details. Liu admitted frankly. Wrong? Zhou Qingshu and Songbai exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment and doubt. Though they couldn't fully comprehend everything on the whiteboard, common sense told them, how could a freshman undergraduate possibly point out errors in Professor Zhong's work? Arrogant and presumptuous. Both Songbai and Zhou Qingshu's impression of Liu took a significant downturn in an instant. Junior, you're still young. There are things you don't understand. This. Songbai stepped forward to intervene, but heard Liu's calm reply, Senior, rest assured. I know what I'm doing. When Professor Zhong arrives tomorrow, I'll have a chat with him. Just listen to your senior's advice. Acting so rash will leave a bad impression on Senior Zhong. Songbai said earnestly. A freshman claiming to have pointed out Professor Zhong's mistakes, what nonsense is this? She tried to dissuade him further, but seeing Liu's stubborn refusal, her own temper flared. Oomph. If you insist on acting like a fool, go ahead. I can't be bothered. Songbai glared angrily at Liu's retreating figure and muttered through clenched teeth, my good intentions go straight to the donkey's liver. Liu scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless. It seemed he had inadvertently offended his senior classmate. Sighing, Liu continued following Zhou Qingshu on a brief tour of the lab. At the lab entrance, Zhou Qingshu smiled and said, that's about it. When the project officially restarts, we'll have the chance to use some of the exoskeleton equipment inside. Thank you for your time today. After exchanging a few polite words, Liu waved goodbye. Now that he's gone, I'll go persuade that kid again. Otherwise, when the old man arrives tomorrow, he might just kick everyone out. Zhou Qingshu sighed and said. He pulled out his phone, about to dial Liu's number again to try persuading her. But just then, a gentle female voice called out to him, wait. What is it? Zhou Qingshu paused slightly, looking at Songbai in confusion. Didn't he think he was right? Why would she try to persuade him? Songbai said with a soft laugh. You mean? Zhou Qingshu wasn't stupid. He quickly understood what Songbai meant. He wanted him to go find old Master Zhong? Exactly. Doesn't he already know what to do? Songbai snorted derisively. You're being too. He shook his head with a smile, thinking to himself, women, indeed, should never be trifled with. Making the junior suffer a bit is actually for his own good. Songbai chuckled with a hint of amusement. Being this handsome, if he gets too full of himself, he'll just end up being a scumbag who tricks young girls. She didn't harbor any ill will toward Luyu, she simply couldn't stand his arrogant demeanor. Longke University faculty apartments. Luyu casually pulled out a blank sheet of paper, intending to jot down some new ideas. But just then, a familiar electronic notification suddenly sounded in Luyu's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully secured first place in the Longke University science competition, completing the objective. Reward obtained, photonic quantum chip technology. Accompanied by a tingling sensation, a crystal-clear blueprint slowly projected itself into Luyu's mind. Is this the chip utilizing optical quantum technology? Carefully studying the blueprint in his mind, Luyu couldn't help but sigh with admiration, truly the work of the system. System made, always top-notch. Though merely a blueprint, every component and detail within it was flawless. If he could develop this, it would undoubtedly revolutionize the current situation where the Dragon Nation is being strangled in the chip industry. I'll sketch out a portion of it and take it to old Master Zhong tomorrow. Luyu picked up a pen, ready to begin sketching. But just then, the familiar system prompt sounded once more in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, option activated. A new option? A satisfied smile curved Luyu's lips. Participating in the Longke University competition this time had been effortless, securing first place despite a minor hiccup along the way. The reward he received, photon quantum technology, was exceptionally valuable. So, what would the options and rewards released by the system be this time? Thinking of cutting-edge technologies, Luyu couldn't help but feel excited. Option 1, the Sea of Learning has no shores, diligence is the boat. Continue dedicating the entire night to academic research. Reward, 100 stay-awake pills, usable during all-nighters to maintain alertness. Option 2, balance work and rest to double efficiency. Take appropriate breaks to relax, meet up with a familiar classmate in Kyoto for fun, and refrain from academic research before 11 p.m. Reward, physical enhancement pills. Upon consumption, significantly boost overall physical fitness and immune capabilities. Please make your selection. This. Luyu hesitated upon hearing the system's two options. To be honest, both options were incredibly tempting. 100 pills for staying up late, equivalent to 100 highly efficient all-nighters, a massive boost for many research endeavors. The other option was equally irresistible. Fine, you it is. After a moment's hesitation, Luyu made his choice, option 2 it is. Staying up late is valuable, but health is priceless. As the saying goes, your health is your greatest asset. Only with a strong body can you achieve outstanding research results. After all, no one can guarantee they'll never get sick, right? A bad cold or fever could knock you out for 2 or 3 days, that's a lot of lost time. And if you're unlucky enough to encounter some rare, complicated illness, then you're out of the picture. How could you possibly pursue research? So Luyu chose option 2, the health-boosting pills. Though the name sounded a bit dubious, like those sketchy infomercials on shady TV stations, a product from the system should be reliable, right? Luyu glanced at his watch, 7 o'clock. Perfect timing, he could grab dinner before heading out. But, should he meet up with a familiar friend in the capital? Luyu scratched his head in frustration, feeling a bit of a headache coming on. Or maybe reach out to a high school classmate? As the heart of Dragon Nation, Kyoto's universities demanded significantly higher entrance scores than elsewhere, making it less cost-effective for students from other regions to attend. Out of his entire class, only 2 people he was relatively close to were currently attending university in Kyoto. One was Zhao Hui, the other was Lumiere. Zhao Hui? Forget it. Without a second thought, Luyu immediately ruled out Zhao Hui. That seemingly leaves only Lumiere? Sigh. Luyu sighed. She'd barely managed to get through this morning, and now she was asking her out again tonight? That would only lead to misunderstandings. No way. After a moment's thought, he sent a message to the account with the ID Sue on his phone. Hey, are you free? Want to grab dinner tonight? The reply came swiftly. Not free. I'm studying the solution you wrote. But if you're willing to explain it to me over dinner, I suppose that's not out of the question. The usual cold tone. Alright, deal. Luyu smiled. Well, discussing this with Su Xiaoxiao at least meant they wouldn't be too awkward sitting across from each other at the table. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to talk about. Chapter 57, have you heard about it? After arranging the meeting spot with Su Xiaoxiao, Luyu wasted no time. He tidied up and headed out. Soon, he arrived at Book Mountain Lounge. Unlike ordinary bars, the patrons here looked decidedly youthful, their eyes holding a touch of innocent foolishness. Finally, back-to-school season is here. Our business is picking up again. The bartender murmured softly.
Shushan Chengbar was nestled in Kyoto's university district, surrounded by countless prestigious institutions: Kyoto University, Huaqing University, Longke University, and Kyoto Film Academy. Thus, many of the customers coming and going were university students. For many students, this place is practically their second cafeteria. And you'll often witness the peculiar sight of customers holding bubble tea more frequently than cocktails. Is this the place? Lu Yu casually found a seat and surveyed his surroundings. He had to admit, the atmosphere here suited his taste perfectly. No noisy environment, just tranquil music paired with the wafting aroma of food, creating a pleasant feeling for both body and mind. At this hour, the place was quite crowded, mostly with students. Like the table behind him, they'd ordered a stack of coffees and were buried in a book. Judging by the cover, they were likely prepping for graduate school entrance exams. "Sir, what would you like to order?" The enthusiastic waiter approached with the menu. Lu Yu glanced hesitantly at the menu and deliberated. I'll just have your signature beef set for 2. Is that 70 yuan? He wasn't sure what Su Xiaoxiao would like to eat. So he decided to start with the set meal and order more dishes later if she didn't like it. One signature 2-person set meal, is that correct? Certainly, sir. The waitress smiled slightly and asked, "May I ask a question? Are you dining with your girlfriend?" Girlfriend? Lu Yu immediately denied it. No. Why was the waitress asking that? Were the staff here this nosy? Seeming to notice Lu Yu's confusion, the server gave an apologetic smile and explained, "Sir, it's like this, it's back to school season, and we're running a special promotion. If you're dining as a couple, you can get a 20% discount on the set meal price." Just as Lu Yu was about to decline, a clear female voice suddenly rang out from behind the server. "What couple?" Accompanying the voice, a stunning figure slowly appeared before Lu Yu. The girl before him wore no makeup, radiant like a lotus blossom in clear water. Whether it was her fair, delicate cheeks or her exquisitely refined features, she was sure to turn heads wherever she went. Su Xiaoxiao had arrived. Perhaps momentarily stunned by Su Xiaoxiao's beauty, the waiter's expression froze for a second. But he quickly recovered. "Hello, ma'am. Are you here together?" "Yes, we are." "But..." Su Xiaoxiao shot the waiter a cold glance and continued. "Your beef set menu uses low-quality frozen beef. Charging 70 for that? You must be desperate for money. Forget 20% off, I wouldn't take it even at half price." "Miss, ahem, we're not using substandard." The waiter's face instantly turned green. "Don't talk so much." Su Xiaoxiao ignored him and said directly. "Cancel this set meal. Bring 2 portions of hand-shredded chicken and some grilled lamb skewers first." After placing the order, she turned to Lu Yu, her expression softening slightly. "This is probably your first time here, but I'm practically a regular. Only those 2 dishes here are passable, everything else is a ripoff." "Yeah, without you here, I'd have fallen for this tech-savvy scam." Lu Yu chuckled. Some might find Su Xiaoxiao's blunt, no-nonsense way of speaking abrasive, but he actually admired it. "Alright, let's get straight to the point. I've reviewed your complete solution steps for the Goldbach conjecture, but there are still some parts one don't fully grasp." Su Xiaoxiao admitted frankly. She pulled out her laptop and displayed the step-by-step derivation process before Lu Yu. Lu Yu glanced at it and patiently explained, "Here, for instance, we can use Bernoulli's inequality to scale PQ. Since log 2a greater than 0, we can scale PQ using the Bernoulli inequality. Since log 2a greater than 0, we obtain pqlog superscript 2 eloglog superscript 2 eloglog 1 superscript 2. Thus we obtain a2a superscript 2 a2ae. Dividing by a2a and taking the square root, we..." The 2 of them became so engrossed in studying the problem that they forgot the food had been served. By the time Su Xiaoxiao and Lu Yu snapped back to reality, half an hour had already passed. "I'll go to the restroom first. You go ahead and eat. When I return, we'll continue. I have quite a few questions, so I'm afraid I'll be troubling you again today." Su Xiaoxiao said sincerely, "I'm sorry." "No problem. Go ahead. I'm actually getting a bit hungry." Lu Yu casually picked up a grilled skewer and began to eat. With Su Xiaoxiao temporarily gone, he was now alone at the large table. As he refueled, he mentally reviewed his line of reasoning. But just then, a distinctly familiar voice reached his ears. "Guys, have you heard about that Dragon University thing? It's totally ridiculous." Chapter 58, Forced Sale? Zhao Hui? Is it really him? As Lu Yu squinted to identify the source of the voices at that table, he tugged at the corner of his mouth. Who would have thought he'd run into Zhao Hui here? This was way too coincidental. His gaze swept around the room, noticing several people beside Zhao Hui, likely his roommates. Lu Yu had no intention of acknowledging them, but perhaps because he de-stared too long, his gaze was met by the others at Zhao Hui's table. "Lu Yu? What are you doing here?" Zhao Hui's brow furrowed slightly, a look of awkwardness flitting across his face. It was all thanks to Lu Yu that he'd been completely humiliated at the graduation party. "Zhao Hui, you know him?" Zhao Hui's classmates also turned their attention to Lu Yu. "Yeah, we were high school classmates. He's studying at Longke University."
Zhao Hui hesitated, holding back more words. Your high school classmates and ran into each other here? What a coincidence. Since we're all classmates, why not join us for a meal?
Upon hearing Lu Yu was a Longke University student, one of Zhao Hui's roommates became extremely enthusiastic, immediately trying to pull Lu Yu over to their table. No, I'm not that close with him.
Zhao Hui's face instantly turned green.
He tried to say something, but in the end, he reluctantly held back. If he admitted he wasn't on good terms with his old classmate, the roommates would surely press him for details.
And once they asked, would he have to reveal the humiliating incidents from his graduation reunion? Or keep them buried? Hey, since you and Zhao Hui were high school classmates, why not join us? We were just talking about that thing at Longke University today.
The chubby guy enthusiastically approached Lu Yu and invited him. It's on me, your meal's covered too. All I ask is that you share the gossip about what happened at Longke University today. Lu Yu instinctively wanted to refuse, but he was also curious about what these people meant by hot topic.
I've got company, so I won't order anything. Just chatting with you guys. He sat down next to the chubby guy and asked, what's your name, classmate? My surname is Xiao. My name is Xiao Shuncheng. You can just call me Xiao.
Xiao Shunqing introduced himself, grinning as he gestured toward the others beside him. No need to introduce Xiao Hui, you probably know him better than we do. This guy with glasses is a Jie. He's the top scorer in the college entrance exam for Nanhu province this year, the only one who got 149 in math, just 1 point shy of perfect.
Hello. Lu Yu greeted him politely. He attends Longke University? A Jie glanced at Lu Yu and asked casually, what's his major? No specific major. Lu Yu replied truthfully.
The university had granted him a special privilege to study freely, unbound by majors or credit requirements. He could pursue whatever subjects he desired. Therefore, he didn't have a traditional major.
No major?
The bespectacled man, a Jia, furrowed his brow slightly before shaking his head. A hint of contempt flashed in his eyes as he turned his head away, refusing to look at Lu Yu again. Though a Jia didn't attend Longke University, he possessed common sense and understood that virtually no university could exist without the concept of majors. That left only one possibility. Lu Yu's major was so inferior it was embarrassing to even mention. After all, even within the same university, the gap in admission scores and future prospects between different majors was enormous. Take nursing, a dead-end major, and compare it to hot fields like computer science or finance. There's simply no contest. Haha, Lu Yu, you're quite the joker. Seeing the awkward silence, Xiao Shunqing quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Oh, you mentioned your companion stepped out?
Male companion, or a close female companion? A female companion. Lu Yu answered truthfully, but close is an overstatement.
We're not that familiar with each other, just met recently.
Just friends.
Zhao Hui, who had been pretending not to care while listening intently, froze. When Lu Yu first mentioned a companion, he'd assumed she was talking about Lu Mier.
But if they'd only just met, then it definitely wasn't her. Zhao Hui had assumed they'd already become a couple? So there was still hope for him? Ha, alright. Pure friendship between a man and a woman is pretty great too.
Xiao Shunqing said mysteriously, hey, buddy.
You're a freshman at Longke University this year, right? There's been some hot news at your school lately, heard about it? A major one, the kind that could blow up the entire university scene in Kyoto. Chapter 59, Another Chance Encounter. Hot news? What kind of hot news?
Lu Yu scratched his head in confusion.
Could you elaborate? Although he was a Longke University student, he had only just officially enrolled today and spent the entire afternoon at the Longke University science competition. He simply hadn't had time to pay attention to any gossip.
Therefore, Lu Yu assumed that whatever major hot topic Xiao Shunqing was referring to, he most likely hadn't heard of it.
You don't know about this?
Xiao Shunqing exaggeratedly opened his mouth wide and said, you know that Longke University holds a science competition every year during enrollment season, right?
Surely you know that? Lu Yu nodded slightly. Yes, I know. Is the big news you mentioned related to that?
Suddenly, something occurred to him, and his expression shifted slightly.
Xiao Shunqing's hot topic couldn't possibly be. That doesn't make sense. If you know about the science competition, how could you not know about today's big news?
Xiao Shunqing scratched his head in puzzlement. Well, today some genius at your science competition solved the famous mathematical problem, the Goldbach conjecture.
And just like you, he's a freshman. Our entire university forum is buzzing. Everyone's debating whether it's real or not. The Goldbach conjecture?
Zhao Hui and Jie already knew about this, so they didn't seem particularly surprised. But Lu Yu's expression was starting to crack.
So he was just eavesdropping, only to find himself caught in the middle? Seeing Lu Yu's dazed expression, Jie assumed he didn't know what the Goldbach conjecture meant.
The Goldbach conjecture, proposed by Goldbach in 1742, states, every even number greater than 2 can be expressed as the sum of 2 prime numbers.
Got it?
Jie said with a hint of contempt.
If he doesn't even know what the Goldbach conjecture is, how did this guy get into Longke University? Could it really be nursing? I know.
Lu Yu gave a slight nod, ignoring Ajie's attitude. But Ajie wouldn't let it go, shaking his head and saying, "Honestly, this whole thing is pointless. It's 100% fake news. It just makes me sick that Longke University would stoop to such sensationalist nonsense. It's practically a desecration of mathematics. What's there to discuss?" "Ajie, you don't have to be so harsh." Xiao Shunqing shook his head slightly and smiled. "It's just everyone chatting about it together. Think of it as a bit of fun, let's talk about it." "Fun?" Ajie's expression darkened. "Mathematics is sacred. How can it be treated as fun?" "Alright, you're right." Xiao Shunqing was getting a bit annoyed with Ajie too. He turned to Lu Yu with an apologetic smile. "Sorry about that. He's got a peculiar temperament. Don't take it to heart." "No problem." Lu Yu waved her hand lightly and smiled. "Mathematics is sacred, that's a pretty good line. Genius has its pride, that's normal. In business or politics, you might need someone more smooth and naturally outgoing like Xiao Shunqing. But when it comes to research, one must possess a sincere and stubborn heart to truly live up to the name of science. Someone like Ajie, though a bit arrogant, is genuinely suited for research." "Haha, buddy, I think you're genuinely humorous." Xiao Shunqing thought Lu Yu was joking and laughed. "Since you know about this too, what do you think, is that proof of the Goldbach conjecture real or fake? Aren't you from Longke University too? Let's chat about it." "I think..." Lu Yu hesitated slightly before carefully replying, "It should be real, right?" He knew full well whether it was real or not. After all, he was the one who had proven the Goldbach conjecture. But this wasn't something he could openly discuss. Plus, Su Xiaoxiao would be back soon, and he didn't want to linger here too long. Before Xiao Shunqing could respond, another cold laugh echoed. "Heh, ignorance breeds boldness." The one laughing coldly was none other than Ajie. He shot Lu Yu a cold glance and said, "You may not know what the Goldbach conjecture means in the mathematical world. I suggest you learn some math before spouting nonsense. Even the great Chen Jingrun only managed to prove it up to 123. If a freshman could prove it, every other math professor would die of embarrassment. If you don't understand math, you'd better shut up." Lu Yu hesitated for a moment. "I've done the calculations. Better safe than sorry." He couldn't be bothered arguing with Ajie anyway. This discovery would be made public eventually. "Zhao Hui, why aren't you saying anything? Share your thoughts, will you?" Xiao Shunqing turned his gaze toward Zhao Hui and asked. I'll reserve my opinion." A peculiar expression flashed across Zhao Hui's face. Originally, he shared Ajie's view of freshmen proving the Goldbach conjecture was utter nonsense. But Lu Yu's appearance had given him pause. While most undergraduates couldn't possibly prove the Goldbach conjecture, Lu Yu, a prodigy who'd been picked up by helicopter, was anything but ordinary. Zhao Hui even began to wonder if the freshman who supposedly proved the conjecture was actually the person standing before him. He shot Lu Yu a suspicious glance before clamping his mouth shut. Being humiliated by Lu Yu once was painful enough, facing the same person a second time would be unbearable. Reserved judgment? Ajie shook his head and shifted his gaze to the side. Just as the atmosphere froze once more, Xiao Shunqing suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there." "What is it?" Zhao Hui and Ajie followed the direction of Xiao Shunqing's finger. They saw a woman of delicate beauty walking back into the lounge with a white-haired old man. The two seemed to be discussing something. "Isn't that Professor Tan from our math department?" Zhao Hui rubbed his eyes in surprise. At his age, is he experiencing a second spring? He really does look like a professor from our math department. Ajie beside him also froze in surprise. In his memory, the dean of Huaqing University's mathematics department was a venerable elder. Within China's mathematical community, he was among the foremost authorities and absolute pillar of the field. How could such a respected elder be on a date with a beautiful woman in a quiet bar? Could it really be? No, what kind of garbage is in your heads? Where did your minds wander off to? Xiao Shunqing couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "That woman, you don't recognize her? She's the president's daughter. A renowned genius who's already leading her own projects. If you keep spouting nonsense, don't blame me if blood splatters on you." "The president's daughter?" Zhao Hui and Ajie froze for a moment, then quickly snapped to attention. Both their faces turned green. They'd both heard that the principal's daughter was a prodigy in the research world, achieving remarkable success at such a young age. But they never imagined she'd be this stunning, so stunning it led to this misunderstanding. So it was her. "Looks like we got the wrong person. I was wondering, so that's how it is." After learning the woman's identity, Zhao Hui and Ajie exchanged a glance, both visibly relieved. It was now clear the professor and she must have been discussing serious academic matters. Not at all what they had imagined. "Back already? And you brought another one back?" Lu Yu, who had been focused on eating, slowly looked up and followed the direction Xiao Shunqing was pointing. Sure enough, the beauty they were talking about was Su Xiaoxiao. Seeming to sense the stares from the table, Su Xiaoxiao slowly turned her head and met their gaze. Her expression immediately turned slightly surprised. "Lu Yu?
How did he end up over there? Chapter 60, Mission Accomplished. Hey, look, she's looking over here. Did she overhear your earlier discussion? Oh no.
Before Zhao Hui and his group could react, Su Xiaoxiao slowly stood up and began walking step by step in their direction. Xiao Shunqing had no idea that Su Xiaoxiao was approaching because of Lu Yu. He assumed she'd overheard Zhao Hui's earlier gossip and was coming to confront them, causing his expression to instantly tense up. "S-senpai, hello?" As Su Xiaoxiao approached the table, Zhao Hui stammered out a greeting. Though he'd always been arrogant, his sharp edges had long since been worn down. Moreover, Su Xiaoxiao's queen-like aura was overwhelmingly intimidating. Ajia felt a bit nervous too, lowering his head, lacking even the courage to meet her gaze. For a science guy like him, only when discussing math-related topics would he become animated. "How did you end up here? Weren't we at that table?" Su Xiaoxiao's cool voice suddenly rang out. She ignored Zhao Hui's greeting entirely, her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Lu Yu. "I ran into some high school classmates. Since you weren't back yet, I figured I'd catch up with them." Lu Yu smiled and said. "High school classmates? Them?" Su Xiaoxiao glanced around at the surrounding classmates and raised an eyebrow. "So, are you done chatting?" "We're done, senior." Xiao Shunqing replied cautiously. He was genuinely a bit scared Su Xiaoxiao had overheard the conversation between the two guys beside him just now. "Alright. Let's continue then." Su Xiaoxiao glanced at the elderly professor beside her and introduced, "I bumped into him on my way back in. He's a math professor at Huaqing. There are parts of your proof for the Goldbach conjecture he didn't quite grasp, so he needs your help too." "No problem. I happen to have plenty of time tonight." Lu Yu smiled. He returned to the table with Su Xiaoxiao and the old professor, resuming their discussion on solving the Goldbach conjecture. Only Xiao Shunqing, Zhao Hui, and Ajia were left standing there, completely dumbfounded, frozen in place as if petrified. What the hell just happened? Xiao Shunqing scratched his head, utterly bewildered. A stunningly beautiful senior and a math professor appeared simultaneously, then whisked away the guys they'd been dining with like queens? And then she mentioned the Goldbach conjecture? No idea. Anyway, the senior probably didn't hear our gossip. The rest? I don't want to get involved. Zhao Hui felt a tingling sensation in his head, trying desperately not to dwell on that crucial question. Seriously, you guys don't get the point? Ajia's slightly trembling voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Shunqing looked puzzled. The point? What point? The Goldbach conjecture. Ajia slammed his fist on the table, his eyes flashing with disbelief. Didn't you hear? He's the one who proved the Goldbach conjecture at Longke University. Our senior and professor are seeking his guidance too. Man, give me a break. Why did you have to say that? Zhao Hui finally couldn't hold back, a flash of pain crossing his eyes. Both he and Lu Yu were human beings. How could the gap between people be so vast? But this can't be, absolutely impossible. Ajia's fingers trembled slightly as he stared in disbelief toward Lu Yu. Even the legendary Chen Jingrun couldn't achieve this, how could he possibly? Xiao Shunqing scratched his head and said, but our senior said he actually proved it. Zhao Hui, your classmate, is he really that amazing? Though Xiao Shunqing's voice sounded calm, his slightly trembling fingers betrayed the shock within his heart. The Goldbach conjecture, what it truly meant to them, students of Huaqing University, was crystal clear. He was indeed exceptional back in high school. Zhao Hui's face twisted in agony as he gritted his teeth. But this shouldn't be possible. Ajia felt like his world was spinning, clutching his head in disbelief. His ridiculous expression resembled that of an ostrich. Just minutes ago, he had been mocking Lu Yu from his lofty perch, claiming the latter didn't understand mathematics. And now? The clown? It turned out to be himself. Unconsciously, Zhao Hui despaired as he realized the gap between him and Lu Yu seemed to widen at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Close the gap? Chase it with his life? That pretty much sums it up. Anything else you didn't understand? Lu Yu capped his pen and handed the draft paper to Su Xiaoxiao. Got it. I understand the gist. I'll need to study the specifics in more detail tonight. The professor from Huaqing University's mathematics department nodded slightly, expressing admiration. Lu, among the mathematicians I know, your approach is absolutely top tier. Especially regarding the transformation of the Linux formula, many of us old-timers never quite grasped it before. I wonder if you might be interested. Su Xiaoxiao interrupted helplessly. Alright, Dean. Stop trying to poach talent. This is one area we simply can't afford to lose. The dean might not know, but she certainly understood that Lu Yu was no ordinary student. Haha, in that case, I shan't disturb you further. The dean gave an awkward smile and said, Lu Yu, thank you for your help today. If you ever encounter any problems in the future that I can assist with, please don't hesitate to ask. All right. Lu Yu accepted the favor with grace. Afterward, he followed Su Xiaoxiao, intending to leave the quiet bar. As night deepened, unlike typical bars, the crowd at this quiet bar had thinned considerably. At this hour, a regular bar would only be kicking off its nightlife. They're leaving too? Lu Yu glanced at the seats.
The seats where Zhao Hui and his group had been sitting were now empty, clearly having left quite some time ago. Let's go. Su Xiaoxiao shot him a glance and pulled open the lounge's doors. Lu Yu gave a slight nod, about to follow. But just then, the familiar voice of the system suddenly echoed in Lu Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the reward option. Reward obtained, 1 health boosting pill. Chapter 61, Ingestion. What's going on? At the gate, Su Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Yu with confusion. Nothing. Just spaced out for a moment. Lu Yu shook his head slightly, keeping the system reward a secret, and instinctively shoved his hands into his pockets. Let's go. But as soon as his hand entered the pocket, he felt a hard object. Was this the system's reward? Though he didn't take it out to examine it closely, Lu Yu could roughly guess that this was the reward issued by the system. I'll look into it when I get back. Lu Yu took a deep breath and followed Su Xiaoxiao out of the lounge. Even Lu Yu himself didn't realize that tonight, though it was just a dinner outing with Su Xiaoxiao, had altered the destinies of countless people. Jie learned the truth that beyond every person lies someone greater, and beyond every sky lies a wider expanse. From then on, he set aside his arrogance and dedicated himself to rigorous study, eventually becoming an outstanding young mathematician. The old professor, guided by Lu Yu, deepened his mathematical expertise. A year later, he published a paper in a top-tier journal that brought him immense satisfaction. As for Zhao Hui, the emotional knot that had been buried in his heart all this time was finally untangled. Zhao Hui's emotional knot was actually quite simple. Back in middle and high school, his competitors were his peers at Linjiang Middle School. With his privileged background and exceptional abilities, he naturally stood out in the competition, effortlessly basking in the adoration of his peers. But things were different in the capital. Setting aside the phenomenon that was Lu Yu, even within Huaqing University alone, there were countless individuals more accomplished than him. Top scorers from the national college entrance exams flooded in like a river of scholars, too numerous to count. Take his 2 roommates alone. A guy named Jie scored just 1 point shy of perfect on his math exam, yet he still became the provincial top scorer in the college entrance exam. Zhao Hui's academic performance was solid, but compared to this level of elite, it was worlds apart. Then there was Xiao Shunqing, the other roommate, the son of a wealthy Beijing family. When it came to the kind of background Zhao Hui prided himself on, Xiao Shunqing completely outshone him. Having long grown accustomed to being the center of attention, Zhao Hui now found himself in an environment where everyone around him seemed more accomplished. The sense of disparity and disappointment was palpable. Especially today, upon discovering that Lu Yu seemed even more exceptional than he had imagined, this sense of loss should have erupted completely. But when he learned Lu Yu was the freshman who had solved the Goldbach conjecture at Longke University, a strange chemical reaction ignited within him. It turned out that even his roommates, whom he considered exceptionally talented, could only look up to Lu Yu. Turns out, everyone's pretty much the same. If everyone was destined to play the role of admirer, then what difference did it really make? Human psychology is truly fascinating. When Zhao Hui realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could never catch up to this former classmate. His mental exhaustion actually vanished? Of course, Lu Yu remained oblivious to these psychological nuances. Even if he did, he'd just shrug it off with a casual smile, not giving it much thought. After all, he and Zhao Hui no longer inhabited the same world. Moonlight like a shuttle. The cool moonlight slowly illuminated the street. As they walked, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly asked, "What kind of relationship do you have with those classmates? Friends? Not really. My relationship with that classmate was just average. As for the others, we were merely acquaintances." Lu Yu pondered for a moment before asking, "Why do you ask?" "Nothing." Su Xiaoxiao shook her head instinctively and added, "I was just wondering, someone as talented as you probably doesn't have many friends." "I knew it." "Why?" Hearing Su Xiaoxiao's response, Lu Yu scratched his head in confusion. Why on earth would someone like him have trouble making friends? Lu Yu thought his social skills shouldn't be that bad. No particular reason. Just a gut feeling. Su Xiaoxiao's gaze grew complex as she said, "Don't you find that many people in this world are incredibly hard to communicate with? You explain principles and reason with them, but they don't understand a thing, they just argue back?" "A bit, but not that exaggerated." Lu Yu hesitated, scratching his head. "They might not be as naturally gifted as us in certain areas, but calling them impossible to communicate with is going too far." "Oh? Everyone has their own domain and their own brilliance, like..." Lu Yu paused briefly before adding offhandedly, "You're sharp-minded, but if you were a professional athlete, your body would be too frail. We'd be just as weaklings in their fields." That's roughly the idea." "Your explanation's a bit messy, but I get the gist." Su Xiaoxiao blinked thoughtfully and said, "But your example has some issues." "Ah, what's wrong with them?" Lu Yu was puzzled, but before he could react, a slender hand suddenly grabbed his collar. "The problem is..." A faint smile curved at the corners of Su Xiaoxiao's lips. "What are you doing?" Before Lu Yu could process it, Su Xiaoxiao's toes suddenly hooked outward. Her left hand grabbed his sleeve, yanking him along. "What the hell are you doing?"
Before Lu Yu could react, a dizzying sensation of spinning overwhelmed her. Fortunately, just as he was about to fall, Su Xiaoxiao reached out and pulled him back, steadying him once more. What was that? Lu Yu was still shaken, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Su Xiaoxiao clapped her hands, a fleeting smile dancing in her cool eyes. That's called a small outer throw, a classic judo move. You know judo? Lu Yu recalled the movements from moments ago. Indeed, her actions bore a striking resemblance to judo. Yes. Su Xiaoxiao flicked a strand of hair behind her ear, a smile curling her lips. I've been training in jujitsu and judo since childhood. I just earned my black belt in judo, and I'm currently a blue belt in jujitsu. So your analogy doesn't hold up. Whoa. Lu Yu took a deep breath and gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. Respect. Though he didn't know much about judo and jiu-jitsu, he couldn't even tell them apart. The dizzying sensation from that move was still vivid in his mind. Seems I'll have to be more careful from now on, best not to provoke her. Lu Yu silently resolved within himself. Under the cool moonlight, the two chatted idly for a while longer before finally waving goodbye. After saying goodbye to Su Xiaoxiao, Lu Yu returned to the professor's residence at Longke University. By the time he arrived, it was nearly 11:30 p.m. Mr. Lu, would you like a late-night snack? I can prepare something. A Chu approached Lu Yu at a leisurely pace. Lu Yu shook his head slightly. Thank you, but no need. Suddenly recalling something, he asked with a hint of confusion, did anyone follow me when I went out earlier? Yes. A Chu nodded earnestly and explained, given your security clearance level, you always have people following you for protection when you're out. It's for your own safety. So, you all saw it? Lu Yu's expression turned slightly awkward. By saw, do you mean when you nearly tripped over your female colleague? A Chu scratched his head, scratching it innocently. Ah, never mind. Lu Yu sighed, covering his forehead in exasperation. This was the downside of top-secret clearance. While security was ironclad, privacy was completely non-existent. He knew Ah Chu wasn't mocking him, but it still sounded odd. After dismissing a Jia, Lu Yu pulled out the health-boosting pills from his pocket. Staring at the ceramic bottle's opening, his mood was complex. The name did sound a bit like some unregulated product. But since it was a reward from the system, it should be fine, right? Lu Yu unscrewed the cap and took a deep breath. A refreshingly cool fragrance slowly wafted out from the cap, reminiscent of mild medicated oil. The scent was incredibly soothing. Lu Yu couldn't resist taking a couple more sniffs before removing the pills from the bottle. The pill was spherical, not very large, and uniformly dark green in color. Just the color alone looked rather unsettling. Green? Does this need to be mixed with water? The system hadn't provided any instructions on how to take the pills. Lu Yu picked up his water glass, hesitated for a moment, then closed his eyes, steeled his resolve, and shoved the pill straight into his mouth. Moments later, his body jolted as if electrocuted, propelling him straight off the sofa. Thud. Chapter 62, New Project, about to begin. Instead of the expected clogged sensation in his throat, a refreshing coolness washed over him like popping an entire box of green arrowgum into his mouth. Melt in your mouth? Lu Yu slowly sipped some water, feeling the subtle changes spreading through his body. As the pill dissolved, a warm current slowly radiated from his stomach, spreading to every limb and bone within a single breath. The sensation was like soaking in a hot bath, utterly blissful. Hiss, huff. Lu Yu drew a deep breath, forcing himself to stifle a moan born of sheer bliss. Finally, the warmth slowly faded away, replaced by a sharp pain in my abdomen, as if something had been torn apart. Gah! Lu Yu sucked in a sharp breath from the pain and hurried to the bathroom. Gurgle. As the toilet flushed, Lu Yu emerged from the bathroom with a sigh of relief. An unprecedented sense of relief completely filled every cell and pore of his body, as if he had been reborn. Lu Yu stepped before the mirror and examined himself anew. This time, he froze in surprise. His skin had lightened slightly, and his abdominal muscles had become so defined. He gently pulled back his sleeve. His already decent biceps now looked much fuller. Pulling out the hem of his shirt revealed 8 perfectly defined abdominal muscles. In the mirror, he looked incredibly handsome. He looked as if he'd undergone specialized muscle building training. However, these muscles weren't the bulky, unrefined kind. Overall, they were very well proportioned. If he wore clothes, they wouldn't stand out particularly. He truly embodied the saying, slim in clothes, muscular without them. Truly a system-crafted physique. Every inch of him felt reborn. Lu Yu flexed his neck, marveling at the transformation. During the Red Sun project, prolonged sitting and his neck and shoulders had developed minor strain, though top-tier medical care had prevented any serious issues. But the discomfort of cervical spondylosis was still unpleasant. After taking this single pill, the aching and discomfort vanished instantly. The feeling of renewal could be summed up in one word: bliss. After carefully examining the changes in his body, Lu Yu, while his energy was still high, roughly sketched the technical diagrams of the quantum light chip onto the blueprint. Then, he slowly drifted off to sleep. Dawn. Warm sunlight, like the runny yolk of a soft-boiled egg, slowly spilled across the floor. After a busy half-day, old Zhong arrived at his new lab with a group of researchers.
Professor Zhong, is this the new project we're about to launch? An expert inquired eagerly.
Surveying the state-of-the-art equipment lining the lab, the experts couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement. Haha, take a look around the lab first. I'll give you a detailed introduction shortly.
Professor Zhong smiled and solemnly stated. This project concerns the future dignity of our dragon nation.
Once we begin work, you must not take it lightly.
Rest assured, Mr. Zhong. We understand.
The experts exchanged glances and replied with conviction. Suddenly, one expert glanced curiously at a crumpled paper ball in the corner of the conference room. He instinctively picked up the crumpled paper, skimmed its contents, and his expression instantly turned peculiar.
Old one, what's wrong?
The other experts gathered around, puzzled, examining the contents on the whiteboard together. After a quick scan, their expressions all shifted to one of astonishment.
Professor Zhong, did you write this? Chapter 63, Academician Lu? Everyone, what's going on?
A flicker of confusion crossed old Zhong's eyes. Under the gaze of the assembled experts, he scanned the entire contents of the crumpled paper. Then, a subtle shift appeared in his expression.
This isn't my writing. After careful consideration, old Zhong shook his head. No, definitely not. The diverse data formulas on the crumpled paper involved some very new concepts.
In his memory, old Zhong seemed to have never left such a paper in his laboratory. The most critical piece of data on the paper involved major modifications to the project's core chip. This would fundamentally alter the very core of the entire project.
Are you suggesting someone left this crumpled paper in the lab? Several scholars nodded slightly, understanding old Zhong's implication.
Indeed, a seasoned pillar like old Master Zhong would never impulsively alter the core chip of an exoskeleton armor system.
Wouldn't that be treating the entire project as a joke?
One scholar voiced his confusion, but our lab has high-level security.
Ordinary people shouldn't be able to get in. Could it be?
The group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and suspicion. As the saying goes, you guard against outsiders day and night, but it's the insider you can't guard against. While it's extremely difficult for outsiders to infiltrate a lab with such high security, it would make perfect sense if someone from within the lab was responsible.
I'm not sure. I'll check first. Old Zhong's expression darkened as he dialed the numbers for Zhou Qingshu and Song Bai.
Since the project hadn't officially commenced yet, the lab had been managed by old Xiao's two disciples, Zhou Qingshu and Song Bai.
If something had happened, these two should know something about it.
Soon after the call, both rushed to the lab.
Professor Zhong, what's happened? Seeing the scholars gathered in the lab, Song Bai's expression grew tense.
She hadn't anticipated this project would be so massive, mobilizing so many renowned experts from various fields even before its official launch.
Professor Zhong, you summoned us so urgently, is it?
Zhou Qingshu took a deep breath, suddenly recalling something. The two exchanged glances, and a sense of foreboding suddenly rose in both their minds.
Could it be? Have you seen this crumpled paper?
Master Zhong's expression was grave, his tone stern.
We.
Under old Master Zhong's piercing gaze, Zhou Qingshu and Song Bai both felt the pressure mounting.
Speak up if you know.
Old Master Zhong's brow furrowed slightly as he said, this is a very serious matter.
Do not even think of concealing anything, or the consequences will only be more severe. I know. Seemingly shaken by old Master Zhong's sternness, Song Bai's face paled slightly. Only she and Song Qingshu were responsible for guarding this lab. Besides them, only Lu Yu had ever entered. Coupled with Lu Yu's earlier words, the owner of the paper ball was obvious.
She sighed inwardly, thinking helplessly, Junior, I warned you.
You wouldn't listen. You can't blame your senior for this.
Truthfully, she'd only intended for old Master Zhong to give Lu Yu a stern talking to.
Who could have predicted it would escalate to this?
But now, she could no longer shield Lu Yu.
Song Bai steadied himself and stammered, it should be the undergraduate you brought, Lu Yu. He left him behind. Lu Yu? Old Zhong paused slightly, then softened his tone, is it really him?
Yes. Zhou Qingshu, standing nearby, nodded slightly and added. Seeing the solemn expression on old Master Zhong's face, both he and Song Bai began silently praying for Lu Yu in their hearts. Sigh. Before Zhou Qingshu could finish sighing for his junior classmate, old Master Zhong slowly picked up the crumpled paper and examined it meticulously. He hadn't examined it closely before, but these revised details were indeed polished to perfection. Ha! Hearing old Master Zhong's words, not only Zhou Qingshu and Song Bai, but even the group of experts and scholars behind them were stunned. Was old Master Zhong implying that the data on this crumpled paper was actually sound? Professor Zhong, I'm from the semiconductor industry. While I'm not familiar with other fields, I do have expertise in my own specialty. A scholar stepped forward, pointing at the crumpled paper. According to our national specifications, a 28 nanometers chip is already sufficient to meet all the requirements for exoskeleton armor. Using a high-precision 14 nanometers chip would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut.
Moreover,
At this point, his expression turned slightly uneasy. Given our current chip manufacturing capabilities, we lack the capacity to mass-produce 14 nanometers level chips. As the final words were spoken, several other chip industry experts present wore grim expressions. Though hurtful, it was the truth. He must have had his reasons for doing so. Old Zhong shook his head slightly and said, I believe he didn't change the 28 nanometers chip specifications to 14 nanometers specifications without good reason. Professor Zhong, are you certain? Hearing Zhong Lao's words, the expressions of the assembled experts grew even more bewildered. They were still unaware of the Red Sun project, let alone what role Liu played within it. The only thing they knew was that Liu was an undergraduate student participating in the project. As for why an undergraduate was involved in such a high-level project? To build credentials and make a name for himself, of course. Such practices weren't particularly uncommon in academic circles. If someone had powerful connections, slipping a token figure into a project team wasn't exactly a big deal. But judging by old Zhong's tone, his attitude toward this token participant was anything but ordinary. Professor Zhong, should we bring him over for a chat? Zhou Qingshu suggested. Bringing Liu over for a thorough questioning seemed like the optimal solution at this moment. Yet his suggestion was immediately dismissed by old Zhong. No rush. Old Master Zhong shook his head slightly, glanced at his wristwatch, and said, It's only 7. He might not be awake yet. Let's not disturb him now. We'll wait until noon, when we're ready to formally launch the project. I'll bring him over then. Disturb him? Zhou Qingshu and Songbai thought they must have misheard. But when they realized old Zhong didn't seem to be joking, their expressions froze. What did he mean, don't disturb him at this hour? Zhou Qingshu's mouth twitched slightly. It wasn't even 7 o'clock yet, barely past 6:30 at most. After one phone call from old Master Zhong, they'd rushed here without pause. Yet now that Liu was involved, suddenly it was don't disturb him? Was the gap between people really that wide? And Liu was just an undergraduate student, while he and Songbai were both graduate students. Professor Zhong paid no mind to Zhou Qingshu and Songbai's inner thoughts. After entertaining a group of professors and scholars, he took a small crumpled piece of paper and began studying it intently. His brow would furrow deeply at times, then break into a broad smile the next. Honestly, it was kind of creepy to watch. Finally, as the midday sun climbed higher, Liu's figure appeared in the laboratory. Professor Zhong, is our project about to begin? Liu strode in casually and asked, why are there so many people here? Seeing this scene, Zhou Qingshu and Songbai both felt their hearts tighten. He's asking for trouble. After all, gathered within the laboratory were the foremost experts from across the entire Dragon Nation's scientific community. Apart from Senior Zhong, the pillar of the field, everyone else present was a top-tier authority in their respective domains. As a junior researcher, shouldn't he have greeted all the bigwigs respectfully before entering? How could he act like this? Yet, to their astonishment, something unexpected happened once more. Far from reprimanding him, old Master Zhong smiled and stepped forward. Long time no see. You look much more energetic now. Haha, isn't it because we're about to start a new research project? I absolutely must keep my spirits up after all, health is the foundation of revolution. Liu smiled faintly. He knew full well that his renewed vigor was likely due to the system's little pills. But naturally, he wouldn't explain that to old Zhong. Ahem. Now that our protagonist is here, it's time to officially kick off our project. Old Zhong cleared his throat twice. Then, to the stunned gazes of Zhou Qingshu, Songbai, and the assembled scholars. Under Captain Lu's command, a squad of fully armed SWAT officers stormed into the laboratory. Immediately afterward, the main door slowly closed and was locked tight. The older scholars managed to maintain their composure. But Zhou Qingshu and Songbai, both in their early 20s, were utterly stunned by the spectacle. What was this? They nervously glanced at Liu, only to find their junior classmate standing perfectly composed in place. His complexion was rosy, his expression natural. As if he had anticipated this very moment all along. There's no need to be nervous. This is standard procedure. Didn't your advisor tell you? Old Zhong noticed their unease and spoke up to reassure them. Our advisor. Zhou Qingshu nervously swallowed, his voice trembling. He only said to come assist an undergraduate student. Nothing else was mentioned. Assist? Old Master Zhong couldn't help but smile. Old Xiao actually resorted to deception? But you can't really blame Dean Xiao. After all, how else would you convince 2 graduate students to assist a freshman who just enrolled without a bit of verbal artistry? At least his intentions were good. Ahem, don't worry, this will be an opportunity for you both. Old Zhong patted both of them on the shoulder reassuringly. As he spoke, Captain Lu had already instructed his SWAT team to distribute confidentiality agreements to each person. Please review them carefully before deciding whether to sign. Once signed, there will be no turning back. Captain Lu solemnly warned. Confidentiality agreements? The scholars showed no hesitation, signing their names immediately. They all knew that exoskeleton armor had always been a research project of great national importance, so signing a confidentiality agreement was only natural. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Qingshu and Song Bai also signed their names with excitement.
Alright, now that everyone has signed, allow me to introduce you.
Old Zhong smiled faintly and pointed to Lu Yu. This is my junior colleague, Academician Lu, the chief engineer of the Red Sun project. He is also one of the principal leaders of our exoskeleton armor project.
Academician Lu? Chapter 64, The Chip.
The expressions of everyone present, whether Zhou Qingshu, Song Bai, or the assembled professors, froze solid.
After a long moment, a faint voice suddenly broke the silence. Professor Zhong, you must be joking with us, right?
Yes, Professor Zhong, this. Echoing voices quickly followed. Clearly, none of them could quite believe that this young man, who looked barely 20, was truly an academician-level figure. And no wonder the evaluation process for academicians in Longke was notoriously rigorous.
Not even a single expert present held the title of academician.
Precisely because of this, the title of academician remained the highest honor in Longke's scientific community.
Each academician stood as a pillar supporting the nation's research endeavors. How could a youth under 20 be called an academician?
The most stunned of all were Zhou Qingshu and Song Bai.
Academician.
They stared at Lu Yu in utter disbelief, as if they'd just heard news of the apocalypse. How could this be possible? Until just moments ago, they had treated Lu Yu as a junior colleague. Yet in the blink of an eye, Lu Yu's status had reached a level beyond their wildest dreams. Both began to doubt whether they were dreaming. I know you may have doubts and questions in your hearts, but that's all right. Old Zhong smiled faintly and said. Once everyone finishes reading the documents in their hands, the answers should become clear. The document distributed by Captain Lu earlier is an outline of the Red Sun project, covering only preliminary research initiatives and directions. It does not contain the core data of Red Sun. Therefore, distributing it to you does not violate the Red Sun confidentiality agreement.
Old Zhong, is this really true?
After briefly skimming the Red Sun outline, the scholar's breaths grew intensely heated.
Has our nation truly developed controllable nuclear fusion technology?
Of course it is. Old Zhong smiled faintly. The success of Red Sun has surpassed even my initial expectations. I never dreamed in my wildest dreams that our dragon nation could advance controlled nuclear fusion to this level so quickly.
Amazing.
The voices of several scholars trembled slightly. Though not professors of atomic energy, they fully grasped what controlled nuclear fusion truly meant for the nation. It represents an almost limitless supply of clean energy. If controlled nuclear fusion technology matures completely, it will revolutionize countless industries today and transform the entire world. And all of this was happening because of. In that moment, gazes filled with awe, admiration, and disbelief converged on Lu Yu. Truly, heaven has blessed our dragon nation. Several professors murmured in awe. An 18-year-old youth presided over a project capable of rewriting human history and successfully ignited the fusion reaction? If this isn't divine favor upon the dragon nation, what is? Had anyone else claimed this, they might have dismissed it as a joke, laughing it off. But this was spoken by Old Zhong himself, and the black and white documents were right there before them. They had no choice but to believe it.
Everyone, please calm down. Lu Yu spoke calmly.
First, you must understand that the importance of the Red Sun project to the nation is no less than that of the two bombs, one satellite initiative in its day. Therefore, everyone must keep their mouths shut and prevent any leaks of classified information.
The scholars nodded in unison. Rest assured, we understand.
Only Zhou Qingshu and Song Bai remained frozen in shock, staring blankly at Lu Yu.
How could he feel like he was a different person? Song Bai covered his mouth, thinking silently.
At that moment, Lu Yu's expression was calm yet utterly serious, not like a young man at all, but rather like a venerable academic giant with silver hair and profound wisdom. He was a world apart from the inexperienced yet confident junior he had been before.
Alright, since everyone understands, let's get straight to the point. Lu Yu stated calmly.
The moment the project launched, his identity shifted completely from Lu the student to Chief Engineer Lu, Academician Lu. After all, following the Red Sun project, this was his second time presiding over such an occasion, and he had long since mastered the art.
Professor Zhong, please go ahead and share your thoughts. Lu Yu ceded the center stage to Old Zhong. Haha, you knew you'd push me forward, didn't you?
Professor Zhong chuckled heartily as he stepped to the center of the lab conference room and declared. Everyone, the initial objectives of our exoskeleton armor have already been achieved.
You know why I requested the central authorities to scrap the entire project and rebuild a new exoskeleton armor system from scratch?
A scholar shook his head slightly and replied earnestly.
I don't know. He had long harbored doubts why overturn the existing system and start from scratch? Wasn't this just pointless fuss? The reason lies in the documents you all hold.
Old Zhong smiled faintly and said.
Documents?
Everyone lowered their heads to look at the Red Sun project outline in their hands. The attendees were all renowned scholars or professors in the academic world, naturally possessing brilliant minds. Thus, they grasped the meaning almost instantly, their expressions turning intensely excited. Professor Zhong, are you suggesting we replace the core with a miniature tokamak device?
Yes.
Professor Zhong nodded emphatically and stated, based on our current controlled nuclear fusion technology, mass production is not far off. But if we wait until everything is perfectly ready, it will be too late. What we must do is integrate the prototype mini tokamak device with the exoskeleton armor. Then put them into practical application. Everyone, do you have confidence? The scholars exchanged glances and declared in unison, absolutely. The passion erupting from this group of old men was no less intense than that of the young. For these veteran researchers, learning of the breakthrough in the New Red Sun project was like getting a call from the lottery center telling you you'd won 5 million, utterly exhilarating. Just then, a slender arm timidly raised. Oh? What is it? Professor Zhong smiled kindly and turned to Songbei. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. May I ask, he stammered, how might I and he be of assistance? Songbei timidly pointed to Zhou Qingshu beside her and asked nervously. Her trembling voice sounded utterly uncertain. It wasn't her fault. After all, though she and Zhou Qingshu were considered outstanding under their mentor, in a gathering of such heavyweights, they probably weren't even fit to run errands. What exactly was the purpose of bringing them here? Haha, this is an opportunity your advisor has given you. Professor Zhong smiled kindly. I had your advisor transfer you here to assist academician Lu with his work. You met him yesterday, and I'm confident you'll learn a great deal from him as you continue to work together. Songbei nodded quickly, understanding. Thank you, I see. She wasn't slow on the uptake and quickly grasped the underlying reason. Assist. Professor Zhong's phrasing was diplomatic. The term running errands would have been more accurate. However, this was no slight to the two of them. On the contrary, being able to assist Lu Yu was an absolutely precious opportunity for both her and Li Qingshu. How many people longed to run errands but never got the chance? Old Xiao's two students have commendable character. Old Zhong nodded with satisfaction. Truth be told, requesting these two from Dean Xiao carried risks. But it was a necessary step. Though their task was menial labor, for a project of this scale, even the so-called odd jobs were likely beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Without solid expertise in the relevant field, one couldn't even handle the menial tasks. And while there were many scholars and professors present, quite a few of them were old enough to be Lu Yu's grandfather. Having them assist Lu Yu with menial tasks would feel awkward. Alright, let's get straight to the point. Old Zhong's eyes twinkled with amusement as he looked at Lu Yu. Chief Engineer Lu, would you mind sharing your new concept with us? As Old Zhong spoke, all eyes turned simultaneously toward the whiteboard and Lu Yu. Indeed, after everything that had transpired, they had nearly forgotten about this very matter. If an ordinary undergraduate student had carelessly altered old Master Zhong's formula data, they would likely have dismissed it with a laugh. But the one who altered Professor Zhong's data was the genius academician Lu of Longke. That demanded a thorough and careful re-examination. Professor Zhong, your data is fundamentally based on a small tokamak device as the core. Overall, there's nothing fundamentally wrong with it. Lu Yu pointed at the whiteboard and stated, however, this part must be modified. All eyes followed Lu Yu's pointing finger. At this sight, everyone's brows furrowed. Chips. Chapter 65, The History of the Chip Industry. Yes, chips. Lu Yu's expression turned solemn as he said, Mr. Zhong, your original design called for 28 nanometers chips for mass production. If electricity were used as the core energy source, it would indeed be feasible. However, when the energy core shifts to a compact tokamak device, the situation changes entirely. Even a miniature tokamak demands computational power far exceeding that of conventional electrical power sources. Consider this. Lu Yu took out a marker and began meticulously listing detailed data on the whiteboard. He had calculated these figures specifically last night. By your logic, that's indeed the case. The professors gathered around the whiteboards exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a mix of astonishment and doubt. If we use 28 nanometers chips, the failure rate and accident rate of the exoskeleton armor will increase significantly, and each operational response time will be delayed by 0.05 milliseconds. Don't underestimate those 0.05 milliseconds. In a life or death struggle, 0.05 milliseconds determines whether you're standing or lying down. I've considered the chip issue before. Professor Zhong stroked his white beard with a sigh. My conclusion back then was that 28 nanometers chips were sufficient for exoskeleton armor. But now it seems that wasn't enough after all? Lu Yu smiled faintly and said, Professor Zhong, my understanding of the tokamak device runs a bit deeper than yours. It's only natural that some aspects might have slipped your notice. Professor Zhong shook his head slightly and chuckled. Haha, the younger generation is pushing the older one aside. I can't deny that age catches up. Please continue. All right. Lu Yu nodded lightly and sketched on the whiteboard with a marker. To maximize the functionality of exoskeleton armor, the military-grade chips must be at least 14 nanometers. For peak performance, we could also produce a batch of specialized units using 7 nanometers manufacturing. However, while 7 nanometers chips offer slightly better performance, their cost-effectiveness is too low for mass production. Additionally, considering the modularity of discrete transistors, achieving 21 GHz in a single core configuration is already Lu Yu laid out his analysis and data on the whiteboard. The professors, all holding doctoral degrees, gathered around the small whiteboard, listening with rapt attention, as if they were middle school students attentively following a teacher's lecture. At that moment, a bespectacled scholar stood up.
Chief Engineer Lu, may I interrupt?
Compared to the other professors, he appeared relatively young, around 35 to 40 years old, the prime age for researchers.
Lu Yu gave a slight nod and said, "Go ahead. Let's keep the discussion open and candid, no need for formality." "Alright, I'll keep it brief."
He furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Chief Engineer Lu, based on your data, the 14 nanometers military chip is indeed the optimal choice.
However, we currently face a problem."
"What problem?"
Lu Yu asked directly. "Currently, China's chip industry is under pressure from the entire sector.
At present, we are far from achieving independent production capabilities for 14 nanometers chips that are free from dependence on the United States." The scholar pursed his lips and sighed. "As for 7 nanometers, we're still a long way off. At least in the short term, the possibility of independent production is zero."
His expression grew grave, clearly deeply concerned about the current state of the Dragon Nation's chip industry.
"If we can't produce them ourselves, why not try placing orders with other countries?"
A professor, puzzled, stood up and asked. "Even if Eagle Nation wants to choke us off and refuses to sell, surely we could buy a batch from other countries?"
"The Eagle Nation may have long arms, but chip suppliers still need to make money.
They can't control everything, right?"
As soon as this suggestion was made, several professors chimed in. "Exactly. I hear Europe Skull has a thriving chip industry too.
That Alstom company, aren't they nearly reaching the 10 nanometers standard?"
"Exactly.
If TSMC won't sell us chips, we'll just find another supplier." The murmurs of discussion echoed through the laboratory.
Many professors believe that with enough money in their pockets, they could always find a supplier.
"Your proposed solution is unlikely to work."
The bespectacled scholar shook his head slightly, sighing helplessly.
"For commercial chips, we could certainly place an order. But military chips? Even 14 nanometers ones? The British are clamping down hard. As for 7 nanometers military chips? Forget about it, not a single loophole will be opened." Another professor stood up and asked. "Then what about independent development? Given our nation's current progress, how long until we can mass produce 14 nanometers military chips? Independent development is indeed a more reliable path. Unfortunately,
it will take at least several more years.
It's not feasible in the short term."
The scholar sighed and said, "Since the H-chip incident, our nation's chip industry has been in a state of decline, hitting rock bottom.
Even in recent years, though higher-ups have recognized the problem, achieving breakthroughs in the short term remains unrealistic." The H-chip incident.
Hearing this phrase again, the expressions of all the professors present turned solemn.
Though not specialists in chip technology, most had heard of this event, one that would be etched into the annals of Long Nation's scientific history. Some present had even witnessed it firsthand.
They all understood profoundly how deeply it had struck the nation's scientific community, especially the chip sector.
Sigh. Hearing the term, even old Zhong couldn't help but sigh helplessly.
Back then, influenced by certain historical factors in the Dragon Nation, a culture of exaggeration had taken root within the scientific community. Slogans like "catch up with Britain in 3 years, surpass America in 5" were commonplace.
Against this backdrop, the sensational H-chip incident erupted. Chapter 66, Quantum Technology. The central figure of the incident was Professor Chen, a returnee from a prestigious university in a major city. Capitalizing on the nation's optimistic outlook for the chip industry, Professor Chen repurposed stolen data from a British chip company, repackaged it, and presented it as an independently developed chip.
His promotional claims were: a single integrated circuit, no larger than half a fingernail, contained 2.5 million components and a 32-bit processing core capable of 200 million operations per second. Verified by domestic authorities, this achievement approached international advanced technology, with performance surpassing foreign counterparts in certain aspects.
However, it was all nothing more than simple academic fraud involving label stripping.
Using the H-chip, Professor Chen applied for dozens of research projects and fraudulently obtained billions in research funding. Keep in mind, the purchasing power of billions back then is not the same as today. This snowball of deception grew larger and larger until, inevitably, it came crashing down.
Under the spotlight of countless media exposés,
the H-chip, which should have brought pride to the nation, ultimately became a jaw-dropping major scientific fraud scandal. From that point onward, the credibility of Dragon Nation's scientific community plummeted, and the chip industry fell behind step by step. Now, even attempting to leapfrog competitors by throwing money at the problem is incredibly difficult.
Sigh, chips really are a problem.
Old Zhong shook his head slightly, a hint of resignation in his expression. According to Lu Yu's data, 14 nanometers chips seemed indispensable. Replacing them with 28 nanometers chips would result in significantly inferior performance. Yet the 14 nanometers military-grade chips were being choked off by the Eagle Nation.
What about the core chips for the exoskeleton armor? The professors exchanged glances, each face etched with deep worry.
None of them had anticipated that just as they were ready to throw caution to the wind and achieve something great, they'd be stymied at the very first step. As the lab descended into a deathly silence, Lu Yu suddenly spoke up. Professor Zhong, if it's just a 14 nanometers military chip, I believe I might have a solution.
You have a solution? Everyone present had their eyes sparkling. Speak your mind.
As long as it falls within the scope of national resources, I'll do my utmost to secure it for you.
Old Zhong's eyes blazed with intensity as he declared firmly. I believe.
Lu Yu slowly pulled a blueprint from his backpack. We can tackle the root of the problem, the lithography machine.
Start with the lithography machine?
The expressions of those present faltered slightly. They weren't stupid, but they struggled to grasp the meaning behind Lu Yu's words.
What did he mean by tackling it at the source, the lithography machine? It's impossible.
The UK has us in a stranglehold. We can't even buy chips, let alone directly purchase lithography machines. The eye specialist shook his head flatly in denial. As a critical national asset, lithography machines couldn't be perpetually reliant on purchases. Lu Yu nodded slightly and explained, what I mean isn't buying them, but bypassing the lithography machines altogether. We'll build our own photonic quantum chips directly.
Build our own photonic quantum chips?
Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, the eye specialist paused in surprise, but quickly regained his composure, shaking his head rapidly.
Chief Engineer Lu, let me be clear, I hold no bias against you.
But, with current quantum superposition technology, eliminating lithography machines and going straight to quantum computing is unrealistic. His tone was unwavering. As a leading expert in the chip industry, he fully understood just how terrifyingly difficult it was to manufacture chips, especially high-precision ones. Even in those few technologically advanced nations with cutting-edge chip capabilities, the progress made in quantum chips remains minimal. Indeed, Chief Engineer Lu, the journey to create optical quantum chips is long and arduous. Another white-haired professor nodded in agreement. Having spent years immersed in the chip industry, he deeply understood the immense human and material resources required to manufacture quantum chips. Currently, our country has invested substantial funds in related fields, but the gray-haired professor shook his head slightly and sighed. The results have been minimal. Although both Magic City Microelectronics and Unigroup have made some progress in terms of high-end lithography machines, our Dragon Nation still lags far behind the Western world. Even 14 nanometers chips pose an immense challenge for us. His tone was heavy with gravity. For those deeply immersed in the chip industry understand all too well the predicament facing China in this field. The bitterness and hardship involved cannot be fully explained in a few words.
Chief Engineer Lu, we must stay grounded.
Yes, Chief Engineer Lu, we should seriously explore other solutions.
Chief Engineer Lu, why not try debugging your tokamak device? See if it can adapt to 28 nanometers military chips?
Several other experts who had also achieved success in the chip field shook their heads in shared frustration. They understood, Lu Yu was young and impetuous, daring to challenge the heavens themselves. But the difficulty of independently developing chips was immense. Besides, different fields are worlds apart. While Lu Yu had made progress in controlled nuclear fusion, shifting focus to chips was an entirely different matter.
Human energy is finite. None of them believed Lu Yu could be that terrifying. To achieve extraordinary accomplishments in both controlled nuclear fusion and chip technology simultaneously, is that even humanly possible? Gentlemen, what if I told you I have the capability to build it? Lu Yu knew words alone wouldn't change their impressions, so he slowly placed the USB drive on the table. Chief Engineer Lu, I know you're young and ambitious, so your temperament is somewhat reckless, but a lithography machine really isn't. The eye specialist shook his head slightly, about to continue, but when his gaze fell upon the USB drive on the table, he fell instantly silent. This. He steadied himself and leaned closer to examine it. Chief Engineer Lu, what is this? The remaining experts were also drawn to the small USB drive, crowding around to examine it closely. Let's open it up and see. What a surprise! You've actually implemented optical quantum technology? The eye specialist swallowed hard, his voice trembling. But even with quantum light technology and large-scale stacking, completely bypassing the 14 nanometers barrier seems impossible, doesn't it? Indeed, relying solely on quantum stacking would present significant power constraints. Lu Yu nodded lightly, pointing to a section on the blueprint. Look here. Under the optical quantum stacking, we further deepen the structure using traditional photolithography patterns. This approach won't eliminate all drawbacks, but it significantly boosts the performance of 14 nanometers chips. In short, it's sufficient for mass production. But wouldn't this approach cause congestion in the constant current output channels, impacting power efficiency and heat dissipation? The eye scholar pressed further, unwilling to concede. For heat dissipation, my plan is to adopt a more innovative 16-channel constant current cooling system. While it's more costly than the traditional 8-channel crossflow cooling, considering its effectiveness, the extra expense is entirely justified. Lu Yu affirmed. This. The scholar fell into a brief silence. Just a moment ago, he had declared the path of independently developing chips completely unfeasible. But the very next moment, Lu Yu presented this blueprint, delivering a resounding rebuttal. Yet, given the invaluable worth of this blueprint, he found himself in an intensely conflicted state. This slap in the face felt kinda satisfying. Everyone, take a good look at this blueprint. It will be the focus of our work moving forward. Lu Yu stood at the center and announced. Only by thoroughly resolving the chip issues can we fully dedicate ourselves to integrating exoskeleton equipment with the tokamak device. Otherwise, even if the latter succeeds, without the chip's support, it would just be a piece of scrap metal. Some of these technologies are simply too advanced. The assembled experts all felt a headache coming on. Even scholars specializing in chip technology found certain aspects of the blueprint too advanced, deviating significantly from conventional lithography approaches. It seemed to double the difficulty of comprehension. In truth, the blueprint for the optical quantum lithography machine that Lu Yu obtained was fundamentally different from traditional lithography machines. By stacking light quanta, it took a shortcut to achieve 14 nanometers chip performance. To draw a comparison from martial arts novels, it resembled the forbidden techniques found in various stories, shortcuts akin to the star-sucking technique or the secret manual of the sunflower. While it might falter in minor details compared to the advanced techniques of the orthodox schools, they excel in rapid prototyping and high efficiency. While this approach is only viable for 14 nanometers chips and completely impractical for 7 nanometers, given Dragon Nation's current circumstances, it's a case of black cat, white cat. Any cat that catches mice is a good cat. Chief Engineer Lu, may I make a copy to review later? The white-haired professor asked, his voice trembling. His gaze upon the blueprint was like a demon spotting Tang Seng's flesh. At a glance, the blueprint's content seemed comprehensible, yet its intricate details demanded extensive study for true understanding. For experts in the chip field, the allure of such a blueprint was beyond monetary measure. Old Zhong? Lu Yu turned slightly, casting a questioning glance at Old Zhong. According to our confidentiality agreement, it's not possible. Old Master Zhong shook his head slightly. At these words, a hint of disappointment flashed across the faces of the eye specialist and the other scholars in the chip field. However, Old Master Zhong shifted his tone and said, within the laboratory, you may conduct research freely, thoroughly mastering every key point and critical aspect. Each of you here represents the present and future of our nation's scientific research community. I believe that after this experiment, everyone will gain a deeper understanding in their respective fields. To freely browse research within the laboratory? The assembled scholars all froze in astonishment. Then, they cheered excitedly, long live Professor Zhong. Li Qingshu and Song Bai, standing nearby, watched the scene unfold with a touch of emotion in their eyes. Though they couldn't comprehend the blueprint at all, witnessing the professor's reactions made it clear to them that it was undoubtedly a priceless treasure. I think I'm starting to understand. Song Bai smiled wryly. Dean Xiao sending us here truly is a great opportunity. If they had previously felt reluctant to assist a young undergraduate student, then at this moment, they were utterly and completely convinced. Chapter 67, The Massive Chip Gap. Longke University Exoskeleton Armor Research Institute. 7 or 8 hours had passed since Lu Yu presented the technical blueprints. Though the professors had initially been enthusiastic about their research, their advancing age inevitably took its toll. By now, several of them were feeling rather weary. Only Lu Yu remained as energetic as ever. Alright, that's all for today's work. Everyone should take a break. Professor Zhong announced. Professor Zhong, it's only 11. I'm young, I can push through a little longer. Lu Yu sat at his control console, continuing to refine the key points of the technical blueprints. Ever since taking those health-boosting pills, he felt his body had undergone a complete transformation. At this hour, his body would normally be sending signals of fatigue. But now his mind was clear, his limbs nimble as if he'd just finished warming up. Listen to me, take a break first. Old Zhong shook his head slightly and said. But Old Zhong, I really can keep pushing forward. Let the comrades rest first. Lu Yu kept working without pause. Precisely because you're young is why you must rest properly. Otherwise, you'll be plagued with ailments in your old age. Old Master Zhong feigned anger. If you don't stop now, I'll have someone pull the power switch. Alright, I'll stop. Lu Yu raised both hands in surrender, smiling apologetically. I know you're looking out for my health. Stopping is fine, right? Good to know you understand. Old Zhong snorted and said, once you get back, take a good shower and get some sleep. Don't work overtime in the apartment for too long. Understood. Lu Yu nodded lightly. This project was different from the previous Red Sun closed-door program. During the project period, he could still move freely around campus, supplementing his knowledge and enriching himself. This was a privilege granted exclusively to him, secured by Old Zhong through special arrangements with higher-ups. The reasoning was compelling. As an invaluable scientific prodigy, Lu Yu's developmental value far outweighed the worth of any single project. If he were merely confined to isolation, there would be no need for Lu Yu to immerse himself in knowledge at Longke University. Any research institute would suffice. However, he could come and go freely. But others weren't so fortunate. As Lu Yu approached the door, Zhou Qingshu suddenly stepped forward. Chief Engineer Lu, may I add you on WeChat? It would make our communication much more convenient. His expression was awkward, clearly struggling to adjust to his new role. Add me as a friend? Liu gave a slight nod, casually snatching a small piece of paper and scribbling his WeChat ID on it. While he was immersing himself in knowledge at Longke University, if any issues arose in the lab requiring his remote guidance, it would indeed be necessary to have a means of remote communication. Goodbye, everyone. Keep up the good work. Liu waved faintly and departed the lab as the experts watched him leave. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. It was hard to believe such miraculous blueprints could come from an 18-year-old student. One scholar gazed at the technical blueprint and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the new generation surpasses the old. Old Zhong nodded slightly, his own heart stirred by emotion. This youngster has brought me so many surprises. To have such talent is truly a blessing from heaven for our Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation shall rise. The Dragon Nation shall rise. These 4 words, the guiding creed of countless predecessors, have endured to this day. And today, more than ever, Old Master Zhong felt that these 4 words were drawing ever closer. Dragon Nation HW Headquarters. During the board meeting, President Ren, the latest update on the fruit sector is in. The sharply dressed chief operating officer respectfully reports to an elderly gentleman. Currently, Fruit 15 will adopt the newly developed 14 nanometers high-precision commercial chip. In terms of system operating speed and responsiveness, it is 125 times faster than our original HW40M series phones. Its battery life performance is even more outstanding. He presented the newly acquired data in full to the elder before him. This is troublesome. Competing for market share was already difficult enough. Now, without sufficiently high-precision chips, even maintaining production of high-end phones is a problem. Sigh. Mr. Rin sighed slowly and shook his head. Apple phones have long reigned supreme in the smartphone market, leading the world in both technological innovation and marketing strategies. Competing with such a colossus is a long and arduous journey. So what about our M50 series phones? Can we maintain normal production? After a moment's contemplation, Mr. Rin posed another question. At the mention of the M50 series, the man in the suit finally showed a glimmer of excitement. Currently, our M50 prototype has debuted at major tech exhibitions, receiving overwhelmingly positive feedback. Many users have highlighted its exceptional user experience, stating it would be their top choice if priced appropriately. Regarding pre-orders, we've already secured 500,000 units. Compared to the latest Apple model, there's still a gap, but that gap is steadily narrowing. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Mr. Ren's weathered cheeks. Not bad. The HWM50 series was designed with specifications targeting the latest iPhone 15 model. The immense resources invested in this endeavor are beyond the comprehension of other domestic smartphone manufacturers. With such courage, to go head-to-head with the world's top smartphone giant, Apple, and compete for market share, only this company has it. However, Mr. Ren, we currently face another issue. The chief operating officer suddenly seemed to recall something. The smile slowly faded from his lips, and his expression grew grave. He said. Mr. Ren cut straight to the point without hesitation. Our original chip supplier, Alstom from Gaul, abruptly terminated our agreement, ending our supply relationship prematurely. Moreover, they have refused to pay the penalty for breach of contract. Our current chip supply chain has encountered a problem. Mr. Rin remained composed and calmly inquired. What is the approximate shortfall? Given the current chip shortage, not only would mass production be impossible, but even delivering the pre-ordered 500,000 M50 phones would be difficult. Upon hearing the COO's response, several directors beside him immediately grew restless. What? How could this happen? Chapter 68, Who's Thinking About Me? The earlier news about the upcoming release of the latest Fruit phone model had also been quite shocking. But they had anticipated this development, so they didn't appear overly panicked. Instead, they had already begun formulating countermeasures. However, the chip shortage issue has genuinely given them quite a scare. After all, chips are the heart of a smartphone. Without sufficiently advanced chips, even the most technologically sophisticated components in a phone amount to nothing more than a useless hunk of metal. Huawei's latest M50 series phones utilize internationally advanced 14 nanometers chips as their core, paired with the self-developed Kirin operating system. In terms of processing speed and responsiveness, it may fall slightly short of the latest Apple models, but it remains a rare gem in the entire smartphone market. However, if Alstom breaches the contract and fails to secure sufficient chips, they will face immense difficulties even in fulfilling the 500,000 pre-orders. What should we do? One director grew anxious and asked, can we lower the chip specifications? Our inventory of 14 nanometers chips is running low, but we should still have a decent supply within the 14 nanometers to 28 nanometers range, right? No, that's impossible. The chief operating officer shook his head decisively. I've confirmed with the technology department. Every hardware and software component of the latest M50 chip is custom engineered for high-precision 14 nanometers chips. If we rashly switch to 28 nanometers chips, Forget performance degradation, whether it would even boot up normally is highly questionable. Then what should we do?
Faced with such a critical situation, the expressions of several directors showed signs of panic. If they could switch chips, even accepting some performance loss and reduced competitiveness might alleviate the immediate crisis. But now, with the M50 series phones about to launch, not even the pre-order inventory has been produced yet. By the time the pre-sale event arrives, how could they possibly explain this to customers? Mr. Ren, what do you think? A board member cast a hesitant glance at Mr. Ren. Should we delay the launch and explore other solutions? No matter what, we can't risk damaging our reputation. Remember, commercial credibility has always been one of the cornerstones of our company's survival.
No!
A decisive rejection suddenly cut through the meeting.
The speaker was none other than HW's CEO, Mr. Ren.
Neither switching to 28nm chips nor delaying the launch event was acceptable.
CEO Ren's piercing gaze fixed on the table as he declared,
changing chips or delaying the launch event would undermine customer trust in our HW brand. Trust is the foundation of business.
Solutions always outnumber challenges. Our priority is to complete production of the pre-ordered phones.
We'll figure out how to produce the rest later.
He turned his gaze to the COO. How many 14nm commercial chips do we have left in inventory?
Mr. Ren, we only have enough chips left to produce. The chief operating officer bowed his head slightly, reviewing the data in his hands before hesitantly replying, the remaining quantity is only sufficient to complete production of 200,000 units of the M50 series.
We'll need to find a solution for the remaining 300,000 units.
A director with a fiery temper stood up and slammed his fist on the table.
Then we'll figure it out.
I refuse to believe a tiny chip can block our entire path. President Ren took a deep breath and silenced the director with a stern glance. Don't act impulsively. In times of great crisis, one must maintain composure. He adjusted his glasses and issued orders in a measured tone.
First, have our negotiation team engage Alstom of Gaul. Increase the offer if necessary.
If that fails, I'll reach out to higher-ups to see if we can secure some assistance. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures.
Hearing Chairman Ren's directive, the board members' eyes lit up. Indeed.
HW Corporation is one of the few domestic companies daring to venture into cutting-edge high-tech fields. And precisely because of this, HW has faced multiple assaults from Western nations like the UK.
Although this has caused some setbacks in the company's development, HW has the entire Dragon Nation as its backing.
If there's any way to alleviate the urgent chip shortage, that would be ideal. Mr. Ren, I'll personally lead a team to Alstom for negotiations immediately. Mr. Zhao, HW's chief operating officer, decisively chose to personally lead the mission.
Understood.
Mr. Ren gave a slight nod, his deep gaze drifting through the window toward the distant skyline.
Ever since founding HW, it seemed like ages since he'd last met old son. Longke University faculty housing.
After adding Zhou Qingshu's WeChat, Liu resumed his research on optical quantum chip technology. Suddenly, his nose tickled.
Achoo! Liu sneezed abruptly, glancing at the air conditioner in confusion. Huh? It's not cold in here. Could it be someone's thinking about me again? A peculiar premonition surfaced from within his heart. Chapter 69, Alstom's Stance.
While Liu pondered who might be thinking of him, on the other side,
at Gaul country's Libra airport,
a neatly dressed group slowly boarded their pre-booked private vehicle, heading toward the Alstom headquarters. As a renowned city of romance within Gaul and the location of Alstom's headquarters, its urban scenery was exceptionally beautiful. Bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, flocks of white pigeons, the Eiffel Tower reflecting the sunlight, and gypsies dressed in peculiar attire lining the streets collectively formed the romantic yet fragmented urban atmosphere of Paris. However, the passengers in the private vehicle had no heart to appreciate these sights. For this negotiation was of critical importance, it could determine the very survival of HW Company. Soon, the black limousine came to a gentle halt at the entrance of Alstom's headquarters.
Gentlemen, do you have an appointment? The blonde-haired, blue-eyed receptionist inquired politely.
Hello. Mr. Zhao, president of operations at HW and head of the negotiation team, extended his hand politely. We are from HW Corporation. We wish to speak with Mr. Gauss, your company's head of Asia-Pacific operations. Suishan, the interpreter, conveyed Zhao's words to the receptionist.
Mr. Gauss? Please hold on a moment.
The blonde-haired, blue-eyed receptionist bowed her head, searched for a moment, then stood with an apologetic expression.
I'm sorry, gentlemen.
Mr. Gauss has been reassigned to serve as the second in command for the North American region. He departed for the UK yesterday.
Transferred?
Mr. Zhao and the rest of the negotiation team all looked stunned. All their previous matters had been handled directly with this Mr. Gauss.
Why would he be transferred out of the blue? It seems this trip is destined to be anything but smooth sailing. Mr. Zhao sighed and inquired. May I ask who is currently the head of your company's Asia-Pacific region? Could we arrange a meeting with him?
The blonde-haired, blue-eyed receptionist looked down at her computer for a moment before replying. The current head of the Asia-Pacific region is Mr. Dai Lu.
May I ask if you have an appointment? We did not make an appointment.
However, HW Company has maintained a long-standing partnership with your company.
Your sudden breach of contract is unethical in business.
Mr. Zhao stated directly, please have him come out to discuss this.
Please hold on.
After all, the receptionist was just a receptionist, she couldn't make any decisions.
I'll go check. She hurried away from the front desk and entered the elevator. Ding, ding, ding. Before long, the receptionist reappeared in everyone's sight.
Behind her stood a striking, tall blonde woman. Judging by her gray suit, she appeared to be a secretary or similar role.
You must be Mr. Zhao, the CEO of HW Company?
The blonde secretary smiled slightly and introduced herself.
I'm Mr. Dai Li's secretary. You can call me Karina. How may I assist you? Hello, Karina. Mr. Zhao didn't waste time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. We have matters that require a detailed discussion with Mr. Dai Lu in person. Could you assist us in arranging a meeting? Hearing the translation, Karina flashed an apologetic smile. I'm afraid that won't be possible, gentlemen. Mr. Dale is currently discussing business policies with a distinguished guest. If you didn't make an appointment, you'll likely have to wait a while. Karina's wording was polite.
But if you looked closely at her expression, you could detect a hint of amusement beneath her apologetic smile.
A while? How long? Mr. Zhao frowned.
Rest assured, Mr. Dai Lu has assured us he will meet with you as soon as possible.
Karina smiled. Please follow me to the VIP lounge to wait.
This. Members of the negotiating teams exchanged hesitant glances with Mr. Zhao.
Let's go. We'll wait a little longer.
Mr. Zhao frowned slightly but said nothing further.
Following Karina's lead, they entered a room and began waiting. But this wait stretched on for nearly an hour and a half. It's been an hour and a half already.
I've changed my water 2 or 3 times already.
I've asked 100 times and still no clear answer. They're just stringing us along, treating us like monkeys.
The most hot-tempered member of the negotiation team couldn't hold back any longer. He flung his water cup straight into the trash can.
Mr. Zhao, should we just head back? This Mr. Dai Lu is clearly playing games with us.
His words sparked agreement from the other impatient members in the waiting room. Exactly, Mr. Zhao.
He clearly has no intention of meeting us. Why don't we just barge in? Yeah, just barge in and see what he's up to.
They're the ones who broke the contract first, yet now they're acting like they own the place. Mr. Zhao's expression flickered between anger and frustration.
After a long pause, he shook his head. No, we'll keep waiting. Wait? Mr. Zhao, we've already waited an hour and a half.
What else is there to wait for? Zhao's voice was solemn.
Even if we have to wait another hour and a half, we must wait. Today's negotiations determine the company's survival. Waiting is our only option.
As he uttered those final words, his voice carried a hint of exhaustion and humiliation.
But
the others sensed the shift in his demeanor and said no more.
Still, a look of humiliation flashed across each of their faces. As HW's chief operating officer, having battled on the front lines of the business world for years, how could Mr. Zhao not recognize that the other party was stringing them along? But what could they do about it?
When you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. If Longke could achieve mass production of 14 nanometers high-precision chips, if Longke could carve out its own niche in high-tech fields, perhaps they wouldn't have to be at the mercy of others.
But there are no ifs.
Even though Huawei has become one of the top tech companies domestically, catching up to the cutting-edge technology of the Western world still requires a long journey. All they can do is wait quietly in the waiting room, waiting for an opportunity significant enough to alter their current predicament.
Even if it's only a 1% chance.
About half an hour later, Karina's slender figure reappeared before the crowd.
Everyone, Mr. Dale is ready.
Karina flashed a sweet smile and gestured invitingly.
Please follow me.
To the sound of her heels clicking tap, 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 the delegation of experts followed Karina to the door of a room.
Mr. Dale, I've brought the people. Let them in. A deep, resonant male voice echoed through the office doorway, reaching everyone's ears.
Squeak. The heavy door creaked open slowly, revealing a balding Caucasian man wearing gold-rimmed glasses seated at his desk.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you. Karina smiled and said, this is Mr. Dale, the newly appointed head of Alstom's Asia-Pacific region. Hello, Mr. Dai Lu.
Zhao greeted him politely, his eyes casually appraising Mr. Dai Lu. Dai Lu wore an impeccably tailored suit, its craftsmanship and material quality clearly indicating a hefty price tag. Pinned to his lapel was a small badge signifying his status. The symbol on that badge caused Mr. Zhao's brow to furrow slightly.
M10. Chapter 70, Conflicting Philosophies. At Alstom, the letter M followed by a number typically represented an individual's rank within the company.
Generally, the higher the number following the M, the greater the individual's rank. For instance, the previous head of Alstom's Asia-Pacific region, Mr. Gauss, held the rank of M11. Yet the newly transferred Mr. Daila had actually been demoted. His rank was one level lower than Mr. Gauss's. This was blatant disrespect. Zhao's expression grew grave.
It seemed today's negotiations would prove more complicated than he had anticipated. Everyone, please be seated.
Mr. Dailu adjusted his glasses and gave Karina a subtle nod.
Karina immediately understood and stepped out of the office. Shortly after, she reappeared in Mr. Dale's office, carrying several portable chairs. Apologies, everyone. Some of the company's equipment is currently under maintenance, so we'll have to make do with these chairs for now. I hope you'll bear with us.
She unfolded the chairs and plopped them down on the floor. Upon seeing the chairs in full, the expressions of everyone present shifted slightly. Compared to the exquisitely crafted wooden chair beneath Mr. Dale's seat, the chair Karina brought out looked like a cheap plastic chair from a supermarket.
The inferior material was one thing.
What was more crucial was that this chair was significantly lower in height than the one beneath Mr. Dailu's behind.
This meant that,
if they sat on this chair, they would have to look up at Mr. Dailu from below during the subsequent conversation. This was undoubtedly a blatant insult.
Mr. Dale, is this how your company treats its guests?
Zhao understood this was a warning shot across the bow. Therefore, under no circumstances could they sit in these chairs. To do so would bring shame upon the entire nation of Longke.
Everyone, I've already explained. Mr. Dailu feigned innocence, spreading his hands and saying, our company's equipment is currently under maintenance.
Finding these chairs at all is already a sign of respect for you all.
Of course, if you prefer not to sit, you may choose to squat instead.
As he finished speaking, a playful smile touched the corner of his mouth. After the interpreter relayed his words verbatim, the faces of the entire negotiating delegation turned ashen. Several hot-tempered members nearly erupted in curses. But General Manager Zhao stepped in to stop him. We won't sit on that chair, nor will we choose to squat. If your company is unwilling to provide a suitable chair, then we shall have no choice but to stand while we discuss matters with you. As he spoke, he took a few steps forward, looking down at Mr. Dale.
Fine, whatever you say.
Mr. Dai raised his chin defiantly. Mr. Zhao was born into a wealthy family, and his parents' genes were no slouch either. Even in Gaul, where the average height was 175 centimeters, he was considered tall. Mr. Dailu, perhaps due to genetic factors, stood only 172 centimeters tall. Sitting on the stool, he had to strain his neck to look up at Mr. Zhao and his group, making conversation difficult and leaving his neck aching terribly.
After a tense standoff between the two sides,
Mr. Dai finally relented, conceding, all right, Karina, go find some suitable chairs.
Yes, Mr. Dale.
Karina nodded with a complex look in her eyes. She hadn't anticipated that the show of force Mr. Dale had prepared in advance would be diffused in such a dramatic fashion. Soon, wooden chairs that were both more suitable in height and material were arranged within the office. And the negotiations finally commenced in earnest. With a grave expression, Mr. Zhao placed a stack of documents on Mr. Dale's desk.
Mr. Dale, could you please explain exactly what happened with your company's breach of contract? 1 hour later. My apologies, everyone. Mr. Daler said arrogantly, I believe I have made myself perfectly clear.
Regarding the breach of contract, it stems from the fact that your company's products, both in terms of quality and performance, fail to meet Alstom's standards. Therefore, our cooperation must be suspended. For chip supply, you'll need to find another source.
Mr. Zhao clenched his fists in indignation and retorted, do you realize your company's shameless actions completely violate business ethics? If you insist on breaching the contract, I believe no other company will be willing to cooperate with you.
Upon hearing Mr. Zhao's words, Mr. Dai Li's lips curled into a smug smile, as if he'd heard the funniest joke.
Mr. Zhao, might you be misunderstanding something? Do you really think our Asia-Pacific operations would grind to a halt without HW? Though this is beside the point, I'll inform you anyway, our Alstom Asia-Pacific branch has just confirmed a batch of orders. The volume of these new orders is at least as substantial as your original ones.
New orders? Hearing Mr. Dai Li's words, the members of the negotiation team were all taken aback. In the Asia-Pacific region, HW is undoubtedly a top player in their field. And after they just pulled such a move that goes against business ethics, how could any company still be willing to sign new orders with them? As for commercial integrity, Mr. Dale's smile grew more playful as he quipped, out of humanitarian considerations, we can pay your company a portion of the breach penalty. And as a courtesy, we'll cover your travel expenses for this trip.
Ha ha.
I have important matters to discuss with distinguished guests shortly. Mr. Dai waved his hand dismissively and chuckled, Karina, show them out.
Everyone, please follow me out.
Karina flashed a professional smile and gestured for them to follow.
You've gone too far.
Even the usually mild-mannered Mr. Zhao was livid, his face turning ashen.
And now they're talking about waiving the tea service fee?
What do they take us for? Beggars? Zhao snorted coldly and stormed out. If Alstom keeps up this kind of business conduct, bankruptcy won't be far off. Only after the negotiating team departed did the smile slowly fade from Mr. Dale's lips.
Replacing it was a grim, menacing expression.
Mr. Dale slammed the documents on the table and cursed furiously.
That damned monkey. In my opinion, we should force every company to impose a chip embargo on Dragon Nation. 300 years ago, they were nothing but our lapdogs. Yet in less than a century, they dare to. What gives them the right?
A century ago, before the Dragon Nation even existed, their Gallic Empire ruled as a world superpower, a top-tier force boasting the mightiest land army across the entire European continent. Back then, only the British Empire could rival Gaul. Technology, military might, culture, colonies. In which of these fields were they not among the world's elite? Yet in less than a century, Gaul lost all its former glory. Its surrender became a laughingstock across the globe. Of the colonies they once took pride in, only a small handful in West Africa remained.
But what of the Dragon Nation?
It had transformed from a former semi-colony into a colossus ranking second in global GDP.
How many Gauls seethe with envy over this?
20 years ago, they could still mock the Dragon Nation for needing countless textiles to trade for a single Boeing aircraft.
Now, however,
they painfully realize that the Dragon Nation has carved out its own territory at the forefront of high-tech innovation.
If they continue to let this happen, won't they? Must. Suppress. Mr. Dale sat back down, his face darkening.
But just then, the phone rang abruptly. He answered the call with irritation, but upon recognizing the caller's identity, his tone instantly turned obsequious.
Yes, it's me. Mr. Smith, it's truly an honor to be of service to your company. Rest assured, I've just declined HW's request. Your company's order will be shipped immediately. Thank you so much for your generosity. The caller. None other than Mr. Smith, the Asia-Pacific CEO of Fruit Company. Chapter 71, Him? Longke University Professor Apartments. If we calculate based on the blueprints, the original budget might not be sufficient. Luyu scribbled on a blank sheet of paper for a moment before reaching his conclusion. The exoskeleton armor research was a major project, and funding was exceptionally generous. Nearly 5 billion had been allocated to ensure the latest exoskeleton research was completed. But the problem was, spending 5 billion yuan on exoskeleton research alone was already pushing the limits. Solving the lithography machine issue would likely require additional research funding. This is going to be tricky. Luyu twirled his pen, pondering silently. Just then, a notification chime sounded on his Greenway device. The message was from Lumiere. Luyu, I just realized I forgot to return your power bank to you. Power bank?
Luyu recalled that during the flight, when Lumiere's phone ran out of battery, he had lent her a power bank.
Had she forgotten to return it? No big deal. I don't really need that power bank anyway. If you don't mind, just keep using it. Luyu said casually. How could I just use your things? Lumiere was quite serious as she replied, how about this? I'll swing by your school later and return it to you. That's fine too. Luyu considered it for a moment and didn't refuse. He was just wondering whether he should clarify certain things with Lumiere after she arrived. Saying it outright might make it awkward for both of them to remain friends. But not saying anything would make him look like a jerk? Forget it. He'd play it by ear when the time came. Luyu tapped his head, feeling a headache coming on. Some problems are even harder to solve than the Goldbach conjecture. Outside the Dragon Science Department, a slender, cute-looking girl paced nervously. How should she approach him then? Should she just return the power bank and leave, or invite him out for a meal or something? Lumiere was torn. Her striking looks naturally drew attention, and standing before the gates of Longke University, she attracted quite a few glances. However, most of the passers-by were Longke University students. They would glance at her once or twice before inwardly sighing, she's beautiful, then looking down and walking around her. A few bolder upperclassmen approached to strike up a conversation. Hey, are you a freshman? No, I'm here to find someone. Lumiere shook her head slightly, replying politely. Looking for someone? The senior paused, then smiled, our campus is pretty big. If you need directions, I might be able to help. Though, a girl this pretty coming to campus to find someone? Most likely she's looking for her boyfriend. But getting a chance to chat with such a lovely, adorable girl? That's pretty great too. Really? Lumiere flashed a sweet smile. Thank you so much. Little sister, where are you looking for someone? The senior student enthusiastically replied. The guys at our school usually live in Longyuan 1 or Longyuan 3. As for the girls, they usually live in Longyuan 4 or Longyuan 5. So, where exactly is the person you're looking for staying? Lumiere pulled out her phone and looked down. Let me check. He lives in. Huh, that's strange. Lumiere's expression turned puzzled. His address isn't in any of those Longyuan buildings you mentioned. Huh? A look of surprise flashed across the senior's face. Let me check. All Longke University students, including graduate students, should be living in Longyuan 1 or Longyuan 6. Doctoral students reside at another campus in the capital. The senior's gaze shifted to Lumiere's phone. Seeing the address, his face lit up with sudden understanding. Oh, I see. Sorry, little sister. I jumped to conclusions earlier. I know where the person you're looking for lives. Follow me. The address on Lumiere's phone was for Longke University's faculty apartments, though they likely wouldn't appear on standard maps.
So she was related to one of the professors.
He'd assumed this cute girl was here to visit her boyfriend at the university. Prejudiced? Lumiere was a bit confused about what the senior student was talking about.
Still, she didn't press the matter, following the senior's footsteps as they slowly approached an elegantly designed building.
This is it.
The senior smiled gently and said softly, "The professor you're looking for should be here."
Professor?
Lumiere was momentarily stunned, then instantly realized he had misunderstood.
She politely said, "You must have the wrong person. I'm looking for a student named Lu Yu. No, not a professor." The senior's expression froze. Mistaken? That can't be. The address on your phone is our Longke University faculty housing. I thought you might be related to one of the professors. Never mind, I'll go check. Wait here for a moment.
The senior looked puzzled as he asked around the nearby students. After a moment, he returned to Lumiere's side. But his expression had grown even stranger.
"Senior, what's wrong?" Lumiere asked in confusion. "Nothing, it's nothing. Never mind, it's no big deal."
The senior scratched his head in confusion, muttering under his breath, "This is the professor's residence.
I didn't even go to the wrong place." "Senior? Oh.
I checked for you, this really is the professor's quarters."
Senior asked in confusion, "Do you have a photo of him? Let me see, was it you who got it wrong, or was it me?" "I have a photo." Lumiere took out a photo she'd taken of Lu Yu before. "You, the person you're looking for is him?" Seeing the figure in the photo, the senior froze instantly, his pupils suddenly contracting. Chapter 72, Mr. Lu? It's actually him?
The senior rubbed his eyes. Once he clearly recognized the figure's identity, his expression turned peculiar. Yes, he had seen Lu Yu before. Though he hadn't known this person was Lu Yu before, that face was etched firmly in his memory. And it wasn't just him, any student from Longke University who had participated in the science competition should recognize that handsome face. There was no other reason that day had been simply too shocking. A freshman had solved the renowned mathematical problem, the Goldbach conjecture. How could that not leave a lasting impression? No wonder, no wonder. The senior stared at Lu Yu's figure and murmured, "If it's him, then living here would actually be quite fitting." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he frowned inwardly. Strange, strange. Why was it such a sensation at the time, yet afterward, not a whisper of it ever surfaced? I didn't even know his name was Lu Yu. By all accounts, after pulling off such a spectacular feat, the next day, Lu Yu's identity should have been known throughout the entire school. But as a national top-secret personnel, how could Lu Yu possibly allow his personal information to leak so easily? The very day after the science competition ended, all traces of Lu Yu were wiped clean from Longke University. All anyone knew was that a freshman had solved the Goldbach conjecture, nothing more. As for who that freshman was? No one knew. If it was him, he might indeed be staying here. How about this? I'll take you to knock on the door. Asking will reveal everything. The senior led Lumiere over a fence, drawing closer. For some reason, the closer they got to the professor's apartment, the fewer students were around until there wasn't a single soul in sight. Though puzzled, the senior didn't let it slow him down. Just as he was about to knock, something unexpected happened. A group of security guards emerged from nowhere, instantly surrounding the bewildered senior and Lumiere. Freeze! Who goes there? The sudden commotion left both of them utterly stunned. Lumiere's face went pale with fright. She managed to stay somewhat composed, but on the other side, the senior was pinned against the wall. Stay calm. Officer, I haven't broken any laws, officer. I'm innocent. The senior was on the verge of tears. I just watched some adult movies, that's all. This is too much, officers. Don't move. A security guard approached him and began a body search. Meanwhile, Lu Yu had been calmly taking a test, but the commotion downstairs had him puzzled. What's going on? It's so noisy. He glanced toward the window and caught sight of Lumiere being surrounded. His expression instantly turned peculiar. Realizing what was happening, Lu Yu didn't even bother putting his shoes on properly and rushed downstairs. Achoo, and all of you stop roughhousing. Everyone, hold your horses. It's a misunderstanding. You must have gotten the wrong idea. Upon hearing Lu Yu's command, the security personnel finally ceased their actions and stood respectfully to the side. Yet even so, the fear on Lumiere and the seniors' faces hadn't faded. Achoo, what's going on here? Lu Yu turned his questioning gaze toward Achoo. Well, we spotted two individuals sneaking around suspiciously. Worried they might harm you, Mr. Lu, so we... Achoo gave a brief explanation of the situation. I see. A hint of resignation flashed across Lu Yu's face. This is on me. I forgot to give you guys a heads up beforehand. By the way, who is this? I'm the guide. She's unfamiliar with the terrain. The senior student introduced himself nervously. Can I go now? He now felt lingering here wasn't a good idea, it would be best to slip away. Hold on a moment. Lu Yu ignored the senior and turned to look at Lumiere. Their eyes met, and suddenly, they both smiled in unspoken understanding. Lu Mier's smile was a shy, soft chuckle, while Lu Yu's was a wry, resigned smile.
Why didn't you even give me a heads up? I was waiting at the school gate to pick you up. Lu Yu broke the silence first. Chapter 73, Near Water Tower Gets the Moon First.
I was planning to call you when I got to the gate, but then I thought I'd surprise you.
I didn't expect all this to happen.
A blush spread across Lu Mier's cheeks, her heart pounding like a frightened deer.
This whole farce had unfolded by accident, and she truly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Let's go inside and talk.
Lu Yu instructed Ah Chu and the others to take good care of the senior student before leading Lu Mier into the professor's residence.
Wow, your place is so big.
Lu Mier's eyes darted around in surprise, her face brimming with envy.
I thought our dorm was pretty decent, but compared to this, it's like night and day. Well, you know I'm not just studying here. Lu Yu poured Lu Mier a cup of tea.
The steaming vapor drifted onto her delicate, rosy cheeks, making her flawless face look even more adorable.
Oh, right, the power bank.
Lu Mier suddenly remembered something, carefully pulling the power bank from her pocket and handing it to Lu Yu.
I'm terribly sorry to trouble you with this extra trip.
After watching Lu Yu tuck the power bank away, Lu Mier was torn. She didn't know whether she should leave or linger a bit longer, searching for topics to chat about. Lu Yu noticed her nervousness and asked directly.
Miaoer, what do you think our relationship is right now?
Having lived 2 lifetimes, he was more mature.
We're friends, right? Lu Mier said hesitantly.
She wanted to add that she didn't want to be just friends with Lu Yu, but in this tense atmosphere, she couldn't bring herself to speak.
Yes, we're friends. Seeing Lu Mier's pretty face flush crimson with nervousness, Lu Yu felt a twinge of pity.
The words he was about to say might be too direct, and he worried they might upset her. But Lu Yu still spoke up.
Miaoer, I understand what you meant when you spoke to me yesterday.
The moment those words left his mouth, Lu Mier's heartbeat quickened, and her delicate little fists clenched tightly in nervousness. At the time, I was just trying to brush it off. But now, I think it's better if we talk things out.
Lu Yu said sincerely. You're an exceptional young woman. But the path I've chosen isn't one ordinary students can walk.
Along the way, there will inevitably be thorns and obstacles beyond what others can imagine.
So until I achieve certain goals, I can't afford to entertain other thoughts.
You say we're friends, and I truly consider you a cherished friend. But at least for the foreseeable future, our relationship won't be able to progress any further.
Do you understand what I mean?
Lu Yu conveyed his thoughts with tact. He had expected Lu Mier to feel hurt, sad, or even tearful after hearing this.
However, yes, I understand what you mean. Lu Mier nodded slightly, her eyes bright.
I do hope our relationship can progress further, but since we're good friends, as your friend, I'll definitely support you unconditionally. Until you achieve your goal, I won't be so bold as to bring up yesterday's words again.
Let's just be good friends, deal. Alright, deal.
Watching Lu Mier's carefree demeanor, Lu Yu felt both surprised and relieved.
I thought you might be disappointed after what I said. He chuckled. I was a little disappointed, but not much. Lu Mier said adorably. Will that goal of yours remain unattainable forever? Probably not. Lu Yu silently calculated in his mind. Without the system's help, it was indeed possible. But with this bug-level existence of the system, progress toward his goal of revitalizing the Dragon Nation could be much faster. Then that's great. Just don't look down on me for being your friend now, okay? Lu Mier suddenly flashed a playful smile. Since you'll achieve your goal someday anyway, I'll just wait. Who knows? Maybe I'll get the first chance at love when the time comes. Or maybe some dashing hunt will suddenly appear and sweep me off my feet.
After saying this, her face flushed crimson, as if startled by her own bold words.
It makes me happy that you think that way. Lu Yu said sincerely.
His happiness stemmed not from Lu Mier's willingness to wait, but from her ability to handle this emotional matter with such understanding and compassion. If she were one of those drama queens you see in the news, the type who cries, screams, and threatens suicide, Lu Yu would have had to call security to handle the situation. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they parted ways. The security team didn't give the senior student much trouble either. After advising him that young people should know their limits, they saw them both off. Lu Yu remained alone, waiting quietly in the professor's apartment for Zhou Qingshu's arrival. I wonder how things are progressing at the Research Institute. Chapter 74, Zhu Rong. Chief Engineer Lu, shall we depart? After seeing off Lu Mier, Zhou Qingshu finally appeared before the professor's residence. Lu Yu hailed a car and drove Zhou Qingshu directly to the Exoskeleton Equipment Research Institute at Longke University. He needed to consult with old Zhong and request additional research funding from higher-ups. Originally, he had intended for Zhou Qingshu to bring the blueprints along, but considering there was little else to do today, he decided to visit the lab personally and continue his research. Soon, Lu Yu's black official vehicle pulled up at the entrance of the classified laboratory. Good afternoon, Mr. Lu. The soldiers on guard saluted respectfully, watching as Lu Yu entered the laboratory. Such a promising young talent. Upon seeing Lu Yu in person, the sentries couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration deep within. As elite soldiers guarding the facility, they had achieved considerable success in their own field. Yet, the most dreaded thing between people is comparison. Identity verification successful, Chief Engineer Lu. After entering the laboratory, the automated inner doors slowly opened, revealing the faces of Elder Zhong and his group before Lu Yu. Professor Zhong, you look well. Lu Yu walked in cheerfully, blueprints in hand. Professor Zhong patted Lu Yu on the shoulder and chuckled. Thanks to you, kid, good news really lifts the spirits. Just thinking about that nuclear-powered exoskeleton armor we might actually build, it's hard not to feel excited. So, what's going on? Lu Yu smiled and said, Senior Zhong, there is indeed a rather important matter requiring your approval. Based on my calculations, the prefabricated photonic quantum stacking lithography machine will likely require substantial funding. If we divert resources from the exoskeleton research budget, I fear subsequent studies may face funding shortages. Oh? Old Zhong immediately understood and chuckled. You youngster, you want me to go beg for money? I'm not very familiar with the procedures for that, so I'll have to rely on you. Lu Yu chuckled. Truth be told, given his current standing, he could have approached higher-ups directly for funding. But Lu Yu didn't want to get entangled in matters involving certain political affairs. He preferred to focus solely on his research, and when it came to securing funds, old Zhong truly had more experience than he did. So, he'd have to trouble the old gentleman once more. You youngster, you're up to no good. Old Zhong laughed heartily. Alright, how much do you need? He understood Lu Yu's intentions. Jokes aside, he fully supported him. After all, it would be a waste for a research genius like Lu Yu to spend his energy elsewhere. 10 billion. Lu Yu held up 10 fingers. Whoa, 10 billion? Old Zhong sucked in a sharp breath and chuckled bitterly. You really are a money-guzzling beast. Thank goodness you were born in our dragon nation. In some smaller countries, they probably couldn't afford to feed your appetite. Indeed. Lu Yu nodded lightly, replying earnestly, while the initial investment of 10 billion is indeed substantial. But given the potential of the optical quantum chip, once the technology matures, recouping this initial investment will be a breeze. If you find the funding difficult to secure, you can take these blueprints with you. I'm confident the folks at the Science and Technology Management Department will understand. Lu Yu gently pushed the blueprint toward Elder Zhong. However, Elder Zhong unexpectedly pushed it back. That won't be necessary. Old Zhong shook his head, a smile in his eyes. Your blueprint is currently classified as a confidential document of our nation. Passing it around carelessly only increases the risk of compromise. But Lu Yu scratched his head, puzzled. If we don't send the blueprint along with the detailed plan, will we be able to secure the funding? It might be difficult, but it's not impossible. Old Zhong gave a faint, enigmatic smile. Securing funding in my name might prove difficult, but... He paused dramatically, then patted Lu Yu's shoulder lightly. You might not realize just how intimidating your name is these days. My reputation? Lu Yu froze, not quite grasping what old Master Zhong meant. But seeing old Zhong had no intention of explaining, Lu Yu wisely chose not to press further. Ha! Lu Yu scanned the lab, ready to begin his work. But to his surprise, he noticed that every single person in the lab had stopped working on their tasks and was instead staring intently at a screen. Old Zhong, what's this? Lu Yu asked in confusion. Could it be that the lab is closed today? Haven't you heard? Something big is happening today. Seeing Lu Yu's bewildered expression, old Zhong shook his head and said earnestly, I've told you before, you need to balance work and rest. Take more time to relax. But I did rest. Lu Yu insisted stubbornly. If you'd actually rested, how could you not know today is the launch day for the Zhurong unmanned rocket? Old Zhong feigned anger. Zhurong rocket? Lu Yu froze for a moment before quickly catching on. Today? Isn't it supposed to be the 8th? Today is the 8th. Old Zhong sighed helplessly. You're like a monk in the mountains, oblivious to the outside world, buried in your books. If you keep this up, your health will suffer. Never mind. Since you're here today, take a break and join us for the viewing. Lu Yu nodded lightly and found a seat. All right. His gaze immediately focused on the laboratory screen. A launch countdown ticked down on the screen. Though still in preparation, launch was now just 10 minutes away. Chapter 75, Funding We Need Money. Longke University Exoskeleton Equipment Research Center. Gazing at the suspended large screen, Li Qingshu murmured. I really hope nothing goes wrong. The National Space Agency has been preparing for Zhurong for so long. Indeed. As our nation's first Mars exploration robot, a successful launch and landing would signify China's entry into a new frontier of space exploration. Song Bai agreed. Though neither majored in aerospace engineering, their shared interest had equipped them with foundational knowledge. Dragon Nation's aerospace technology stands among the few fields where it leads the world. Only the United States NASA holds a slight edge over China in aerospace. 10 minutes until launch. Watching the countdown ticking away in the lower left corner of the screen, Li Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of tension. Zhurong, as the name suggests, originates from the ancient Dragon Nation myth of the fire god Zhurong, also revered by the people as the kitchen god. His original name was Changli, but due to his role as the fire official, he was named Zhurong by Emperor Ku. The reason for naming the Mars probe rocket Zhurong was, of course, for its simple and beautiful symbolism.
The agonizing wait always drags on.
Finally, only 10 seconds remained until the rocket's final launch.
Longke Chuanjiao Space Center. Final 10 seconds, countdown.
The steady voice of the launch director echoed through the control center. In that instant, every expert's gaze sharpened, their eyes fixed unwaveringly upon the towering launch pad. This was the culmination of 5 years of aerospace dedication. Success or failure hinged on this single moment.
10. 9. With each countdown, the hearts of everyone present skipped a beat. The moment that would decide their fate. Only 8 seconds remain. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. It was coming. Breathing grew tense in an instant. 1. The commander's final command rang out, brimming with passion, almost like a roar. Zhurong, ignition. Launch. As the launch command echoed, a thunderous roar erupted from the towering launch vehicle. The roar of the engines instantly engulfed the entire spaceport. Blazing flames erupted from the tail of the Zhurong, their dazzling light as intense as the sun itself, blinding everyone. Buzz. A terrifying vibration followed. Propelled by cutting-edge aerospace engines, Zhurong, carrying the hopes of every person, slowly ascended toward the azure sky. Success? Witnessing the successful ignition, the experts in the Launch Control Center collectively exhaled in relief. Their excitement gradually subsided, replaced by a wave of exhaustion. Several individuals, particularly those in poorer health, even stumbled and collapsed to the ground, overcome by dizziness. Though their bodies were weary, their eyes brimmed with satisfaction and excitement. 5 years of effort not wasted. Zhurong's journey lies in the vast expanse of stars and oceans. Comrades, now is not the time to relax. Stay alert. The control room operator was about to speak when suddenly, a piercing alarm erupted throughout the launch center. ZZZZZ. Engine power anomaly. Engine power anomaly. Core fan blades beginning to detach. The eyes of everyone in the ignition center narrowed sharply. How could this happen? Quick, switch to auxiliary power mode. It's not time to give up yet. Everyone, push harder. Recalibrate the engine data. Shouts echoed through the main control center. Amidst flashing red lights, every aerospace expert swiftly returned to their stations. With a death-defying resolve, they stared at the large screen, rapidly adjusting minute data points. Too bad. The main engine has lost 50% of its power. Main engine power loss, 70%. Rocket power is insufficient. Amidst the chaotic noise, the Zhurong rocket in the sky suddenly erupted with a violent roar. Boom! A blinding red light exploded across the sky. Bathed in the blinding light, tears welled up in the eyes of several aerospace experts. It's over. 5 years of hard work, 5 years of hope for hundreds of millions of people in the Dragon Nation all destroyed in an instant. A man may not shed tears easily, but only when he has not yet reached the depths of sorrow. Since the Zhurong 1 launch ceremony was broadcast live, the rocket's explosion appeared in real time across major channels, websites, and social media apps. Soon, Zhurong 1's failure spread like wildfire across every social media platform, surging to the top of trending topics. On Weibo, it even hit 6 trending topics within seconds, each reaching the explosive level. It's important to note that Weibo has a strict classification system for trending topics, divided into 3 tiers: hot, boiling, and explosive. Typically, reaching the boiling level is considered quite impressive for a trending topic, and it's rare for even one topic to hit the explosive level in a month. This sudden surge of 6 explosive trends nearly overwhelmed Weibo's servers. The internet erupted in fervor, and of course, the trolls were quick to appear. What a piece of junk. Exactly. All that national funding just to make fireworks? To hear a loud bang? I told you so. This Dragon Nation's aerospace tech is all a scam. Compared to the Eagle Nation's NASA, it's nowhere near. Experts? Academicians? In my opinion, not a single one of them is useful. I suggest the government launch a thorough investigation. With a project this massive, the research funding must be substantial. Did these useless fools embezzle it? Unspeakable filth, orchestrated by certain forces, swiftly flooded domestic forums. Though some positive voices emerged, they were swiftly drowned in the cesspool. Ah, what a pity. It was going so well just moments ago. How could it have failed? Within the Longke University Exoskeleton Research Center, everyone felt a sense of helplessness, or perhaps frustration. It felt like watching a basketball game where your favorite team gets blown out at the last second. It was painful, frustrating, and infuriating. Though they weren't directly responsible for Zhurong, nor even involved in aerospace engineering. But as members of Longke's scientific community, they all sincerely hoped Zhurong would launch successfully, marking another milestone for Longke's aerospace industry. Everyone, don't lose heart. Old Zhong stood up and offered encouragement. Although the Zhurong launch failed, as the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. Failure is temporary. As long as we learn from this setback, this launch still holds value. I believe our aerospace team can do even better. Everyone has had enough rest. Return to your posts. Right. Everyone present nodded solemnly.
Although the Zhurong launch had failed, their mission had only just begun.
We cannot let negative emotions continue to spread throughout the entire laboratory. Everyone returned to their workstations, striving to set aside their feelings of regret and disappointment over Zhurong's failure.
They threw themselves back into their tasks with renewed dedication. Each had their own area of expertise. For them, building the exoskeleton equipment well and making it strong was the best way to prove themselves. Only old Zhong approached Lu Yu quietly.
Any thoughts? It's a bit of a shame, a regret. Lu Yu replied honestly. But I don't have much else on my mind.
Though we failed this time, I believe our next space mission will astonish the entire world.
Oh?
Old Zhong was slightly startled and said, tell me more.
As long as Red Sun succeeds in the end, all this is trivial.
If our controlled nuclear fusion technology can be perfected, then Dragon Nation's aerospace sector will enter an entirely new realm. Then, fueled by nearly limitless clean energy, we could traverse the solar system and beyond. While this remains a distant dream for other nations, for our Dragon Nation, it is but a matter of time. Therefore, the success or failure of Zhurong is of little consequence for now. A hint of surprise flashed in old Zhong's eyes as he remarked in a solemn tone.
Ambitious, indeed. However, we must not be overly ambitious at this stage. We need to stay grounded and tackle problems step by step. Lu Yu nodded slightly in agreement.
I concur with your perspective. Though space exploration has always been one of Lu Yu's greatest aspirations, for the current Dragon Nation, the welfare of its people and military affairs remain paramount. Therefore, we must not confuse priorities. I will secure the funding you requested as swiftly as possible. Chips are going to burn through a lot of cash, I reckon. But don't worry about that, the higher-ups will definitely approve it. Old Zhong sighed with emotion as he left the lab, beginning preparations for securing the funding.
Dragon Nation. Research Management Department.
You two are pillars in your respective fields in our country, and besides, this is practically a form of academic exchange.
Could you please be more cordial?
Minister Sun gazed earnestly at the two white-coated elders facing off before him, his brows knotted in deep concern.
Calm? Am I not calm? I haven't laid a hand on this old fool that's calm enough for me. Hitting? Zhou, you try hitting me.
Shut your mouth, or I'll really beat you.
You. Minister Sun quickly interjected, stop. Gentlemen, let's discuss this calmly.
Old Zhou, you're no spring chicken.
If anything happened to you, it would be a loss for our entire nation. I'm begging you both calm down, okay?
The elder addressed as old Zhou snorted coldly and waved his hand dismissively.
Oof. For Minister Sun's sake, I'll let you old codger rant a little longer. The future of public welfare lies in new energy development. Aerospace technology is nothing but a vanity project until it achieves full maturity. Even if you do land on Mars, what good will it do? Zhou Lao was the foremost expert in China's new energy vehicle sector. His opponent in this debate, Li Pengfei, known as Oldly, served as president of Beijing Aerospace University and stood as one of the pillars of the nation's aerospace industry.
The reason these two were arguing so fiercely here, nearly coming to blows, was actually quite simple.
Research funding. Showpiece?
Professor Li laughed bitterly, flinging his hand dismissively.
Short-sighted. You call me short-sighted? If not you, then who else?
Oldly sneered coldly and said,
aerospace is where the world's top powers compete.
Our nation's Zhurong launch mission just failed, and the entire global scientific community is mocking us, the Dragon Nation.
Unless we avenge this humiliation, our nation's reputation will suffer greatly. Besides, hasn't the higher-ups just allocated a special fund for your new energy sector? With so many brands vying for subsidies and competition intensifying, will that special fund alone suffice? New energy is the cornerstone of our industrial upgrade. Do you even understand that? Old Joe couldn't contain his anger. Key my ass. New energy is key, but aerospace isn't? I think you're just. Minister Sun sighed and finally interrupted.
He pondered, Mr. Li, Mr. Zhou.
Don't worry about the funding just yet. Let's discuss it thoroughly. Besides,
just as he was about to continue smoothing things over, an assistant hurried over and whispered something into Minister Sun's ear.
This. After triple-checking the information, Minister Sun's expression abruptly changed. Is the source reliable? Chapter 76, could it be a connected party?
Noticing the change in Minister Sun's expression, Old Zhou and Old Li, who were still arguing, both froze.
Minister Sun, what's wrong?
They both sensed something unusual in Minister Sun's expression.
Ahem.
Minister Sun cleared his throat twice and said, Gentlemen, I'm afraid the funding you're both vying for may be. His tone was rather diplomatic, but both men understood the implication.
Why?
Old Zhou frowned deeply, his voice urgent. Minister Sun, in this funding review, only I and that old fool reached the final approval stage.
Why can't this funding? Has someone else jumped the queue? The pie is only so big.
If they get a smaller slice, it most likely means someone else has taken that piece.
It's not quite accurate to say they cut in line.
Minister Sun hesitated slightly before saying, the destination of this funding batch pertains to a classified project of our nation.
As for the specific details, I'm afraid I cannot disclose them to you both. A secret project. Old Joe and Old Lee exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with reluctance. They had argued here for so long precisely to secure the latest funding. A mere secret project wasn't going to deter them. Mr. Lee pressed on, unwilling to concede. Minister Sun, can you not disclose even the broad direction of the project? Mr. Lee was desperate to secure the new funding, learn from the launch failure, and initiate the second launch as quickly as possible. Thus, he was the first to speak. Let me consider it. After a moment's thought, Minister Sun replied, the specific details of the project cannot be disclosed, but I can explain to the two elders that it concerns the nation's semiconductor sector. Is the chip sector related to lithography machines? Both Lee and Zhou frowned simultaneously. Zhou Lao was even more direct. Minister Sun, you must think twice about the lithography machine matter. The H-chip incident is still fresh in our minds, truly shocking. Indeed, Minister Sun. Mr. Lee chimed in, adding pressure. Recently, the photolithography and ultraviolet sectors have been rocked by numerous scandals. This one project alone demands 5 billion yuan, no small sum. Shouldn't you seek approval from higher authorities? Minister Sun shook his head calmly and stated solemnly. I'm sorry, gentlemen, but this document was sent directly to the XX Bureau. Only after approval will it reach my desk. The funding has already been finalized. Hearing this, the two elders, who had been preparing to argue their case, froze in place. It's already been approved by higher-ups? Minister Sun patted the two elders on the shoulder apologetically. You two are pillars of our nation's scientific research community. This is a special circumstance requiring special consideration. However, I can assure you both. When the next round of research funding is allocated, your projects will be our top priority. A heavy silence fell over Minister Sun's office. After a long pause, Professor Zhou sighed and said helplessly, Minister Sun, since you've put it that way, we can only step back. We hope this 50 billion yuan funding will be put to good use where it's truly needed. The two exchanged a glance. Though both felt a lingering sense of reluctance, they knew further insistence would be futile. They left the office. Stepping out of the research management department. Old Zhou, what exactly is this new project? Old Lee's eyes flickered as if deep in thought. Old Zhou shook his head slowly and sighed, I don't know. But the fact that it can swallow 50 billion in one gulp, just that appetite alone tells you this project won't be small. Let's just hope it doesn't repeat the past mistakes. Indeed. The damage to our nation's scientific reputation from that H-chip incident back then was simply too great. Old Lee nodded in agreement. The two men who had nearly come to blows in the office moments before now chatted like old friends. Yet beneath their words, both harbored deep distrust toward the new project. Professor Zhou snorted and muttered. If you ask me, it's probably some well-connected insider pulling strings up top. Otherwise, why would they suddenly jump the queue? And with the funding approval flying through without a hitch, this connection must be pretty powerful. Who knows? Ahem. Seeing Old Zhou's remarks growing increasingly extreme, Old Lee quickly cleared his throat. Realizing he'd overstepped, Old Zhou muttered, just saying. Don't take it to heart. But speaking of which, it would be helpful if we could just take a look at the project proposal. That might shed some light on the situation. Mr. Lee agreed, indeed. Unfortunately, the project proposal is classified. I'm afraid we won't be able to see it. Science Management Department. Director Sun, please take a look. The secretary said respectfully. She placed a document folder on Director Sun's desk and promptly exited the office. Huff. Director Sun took a deep breath and turned his gaze to the red-headed document folder on the desk. Sealed with red wax, it bore the words top secret. What could possibly be in this proposal to warrant such swift approval from higher-ups? Minister Sun rubbed his hands together and carefully opened the red envelope. Inside the envelope lay the top secret document, none other than Lu Yu's project proposal application for funding from higher authorities. Typically, such proposals would meticulously outline the project scope, standard economic benefits, funding requirements, and experimental challenges. RIP. With a tearing sound, Director Sun finally managed to pull the document out. But, the moment he glimpsed the contents, he froze in place as if struck by lightning. The densely packed project plans were eye-catching, but what truly grabbed attention were the two boldly highlighted characters. Lu Yu. Minister Sun was overcome with emotion. In ancient times, there was a saying, one character is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. And the value of these two characters has now surpassed even that phrase. This kid is seriously impressive. But the chip industry is no ordinary field, it's incredibly complex. Can he really handle it? That incident back then truly crippled the chip industry in the Dragon Nation. Alas! Just as Minister Sun was lost in his thoughts, a call rang directly into his office. Chapter 77, Let's Talk in Person. Minister Sun, your phone. Oh? Minister Sun slowly rose from his seat and took the phone. Who could be calling me at this hour? His gaze fell upon the phone screen, revealing an unfamiliar yet strangely familiar number. His expression turned decidedly troubled. Would you like to take it? The secretary, reading his expression, asked for instructions. Never mind. Bring it over. Minister's son took the phone and waved for the secretary to leave. Then, he slowly pressed the answer button. Hello, it's me. Old Run, it's been nearly a decade since we last had any formal contact, hasn't it? What brings you calling so late? Must we meet in person? Fine.
After hanging up, Minister's son's expression turned serious.
The caller was none other than the CEO of HW Company, Mr. Rin.
One was a government official, the other a businessman. They had to avoid any appearance of impropriety. But, at this moment, Old Rin suddenly requested a meeting. It seemed he was genuinely facing some issue.
Xiao Zhou, prepare the car.
Minister's son boarded his official vehicle and headed straight to the venue arranged with Mr. Ren, the private room at Emerald Pavilion.
Shui LV Gu private room.
Minister's son pushed open the door and entered. After scanning the surroundings, he finally sat down with a sense of relief.
Minister's son, I apologize for this abrupt request.
Mr. Ren slowly poured a pot of clear tea and pushed it toward Minister's son's seat. Neither of us enjoys alcohol, so let's substitute tea for wine.
Here's to you. Old Run, what's going on? Cut to the chase.
Minister's son drained his cup in one gulp and smiled.
If it weren't important, given your temperament, I doubt you'd have sought me out before we both retire. Minister's son, this isn't just any matter. I wouldn't have sought you out otherwise. Mr. Rin sighed and stated plainly. To be perfectly honest, my company HW is currently facing some operational difficulties.
Due to technical reasons, the UK has organized a group of high-tech companies to impose an embargo on our HW chips.
I'd like to understand if there are any national support policies that could assist us. Alternatively, could we purchase surplus inventory from the National Treasury?
I'm prepared to pay 15 times the market price.
Chip embargo?
Minister's son's brow furrowed slightly.
He had actually heard about this matter. Have your previous suppliers also ceased providing new chip supplies? Minister's son inquired with a frown. Yes.
Mr. Ren nodded slightly and explained, our original chip supplier was Alstom from the High Furnace Nation. But just recently, Alstom publicly announced they were reneging on the contract. I dispatched a delegation to negotiate with them at a premium price, but it was to no avail. It's likely not about the money, but rather the Eagle Nation pulling strings behind the scenes. Minister's son frowned slightly and said, although the current national support policies have consistently poured resources into your high-tech companies, the chip issue is unlikely to be resolved anytime soon.
You understand the state of our nation's chip industry better than I do. He knew Old Ren well, a man who never cut corners. However, due to international sanctions and suppression, Longke's chips are currently in an extremely short supply. While 28 nanometers chips could still be mass-produced with some effort. 14 nanometers chips, however, are classified as strategic resources in Longke. They're allocated exclusively to critical civilian and defense sectors, and demand far outstrips supply. Even with policy favoritism, it's utterly impossible for a private company like HW to source them directly from domestic suppliers. I was just asking. Ren sighed. He had already heard the answer in Minister's son's silence. Actually, Minister's son suddenly remembered something and tapped his fingers on the table. What is it, Minister's son? Please speak freely. Mr. Rin sensed a turning point. His visit to Minister's son was, in truth, a last resort. HW Company was currently teetering on the edge of an unmanageable crisis. Therefore, he would grasp at any lifeline that came his way. We have an expert currently developing chip-related content at Longke University, though I can't guarantee his work will meet your requirements.
Minister's son said slowly.
An expert? General Manager Ren furrowed his brow and asked, Minister's son, how long has this expert been conducting chip research? He has just begun. Minister's son hesitated.
Luyu's chip project research had indeed just been launched, with funding only recently approved.
It's only just begun. Disappointment flashed in Mr. Ren's eyes.
Minister's son, as you well know, lithography machines are called the crown jewel of industrial history. Without 5 to 10 years of research, we might not even see a shred of progress.
The expert you mentioned is unlikely to solve HW's immediate crisis. He once spent a fortune to recruit a mathematician who was considered top tier at the national level. That mathematician spent nearly 4 to 5 years before finally solving a multiverse string theory problem, successfully helping HW achieve a breakthrough in 5G technology. Even a world-class mathematical expert required such an extended period to achieve minimal progress. He doesn't believe a researcher from a domestic university could achieve anything significant in the chip field in such a short time. Lao Run, while others might not succeed, he might just pull it off. Minister's son's expression grew subtle. All right, I'll seek approval from higher-ups shortly to see if I can arrange a meeting between you and him. I believe you'll be quite surprised if you meet him. For ordinary people, attempting to crack the chip field in a short time is nothing short of a pipe dream. But is Lu Yu an ordinary person? Could an ordinary person achieve breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion technology within 2 months? Could an ordinary person delve so deeply into the theoretical data of controlled nuclear fusion before even entering university? Minister Sun believes that breaking through the chip field in a short time. Lu, you can do it. Meet him? President Rin was baffled and asked, Minister Sun, what exactly are you suggesting? At your level, would you really need special permission from higher-ups to arrange a meeting? Old Sun's rank, even in the capital where power and influence run rampant, is anything but low. You'll see soon enough. A meaningful smile played at the corner of Director Sun's lips. The two clinked glasses one last time, drained their cups of clear tea, and waved goodbye. After seeing off Minister Sun, General Manager Rin returned to the company, gazing out the window at the moonlight with a complex expression. Although the expert Minister Sun had recommended seemed somewhat mysterious, he still didn't harbor high expectations. After all, as the CEO of Longke's most prestigious tech company, he understood all too well how incredibly difficult it was to achieve anything significant in the chip industry. It was like water wearing away stone without years of persistent effort. How could one ever break through? Yet now, this was his only hope. What a headache. At that very moment, on the other side. Chapter 78, Smith sat casually in his office, making a call. Mr. Dong, have you made up your mind? The terms we're offering this time are very generous for you. Working under Mr. Rin your entire career, you might never earn that much. All we ask is for you to expose some potential issues at HW and make a contribution to society. Just provide some half-truths, half-lies evidence. Simple, right? Still hesitating? On the other end of the line, Mr. Dong looked grim. I don't want to betray Mr. Rin. Besides, HW's tax issues aren't serious, just a minor case of the common ailments of large corporations. Even if we hand over those, it won't meet your demands. Oh? Smith smiled faintly. Seems you know exactly what we need. How about this? Forge some more evidence, and I'll add another 50 million. That amount should be enough for you to take a gamble. Mr. Dong seemed to wrestle with the decision for a long moment before finally uttering, you must promise me once this is done, you'll get me out of the country. Mr. Dong, you're a straightforward man. Deal. Ha! A sinister smile curled at the corners of Smith's mouth, as if he could already witness HW's downfall. Longke University Exoskeleton Equipment Research Center. Senior Songbai, record the precision of the optical quantum entanglement for me. Lu Yu said distractedly while conducting the experiment. Chief Engineer Lu, this round's experimental results show our optical quantum entanglement precision has improved by 50% compared to the initial version. Songbai recorded the observation results in the experiment manual, a look of delight spreading across her cheeks. They had been working tirelessly in the lab for over a week. Normally, for an experiment of this complexity, a week would be sufficient just to grasp the fundamental direction. But under Lu Yu's leadership, the entire experimental team seemed to have unlocked some kind of cheat code. Faced with numerous complex problems, Lu Yu always pinpointed the crux instantly and resolved them with terrifying efficiency. In the blink of an eye, with substantial funding poured in, the optical quantum lithography machine was now within arm's reach of final production. Indeed, it seemed this week's efforts had not been in vain. Lu Yu exhaled deeply, a relaxed smile touching his lips. This past week, he'd been shuttling between the dorm and the lab, switching back and forth between studying and research, an experience unlike anything he'd ever known before. Fatigue was inevitable. But more than that, it felt fulfilling. Young man, what are you up to? The laboratory door creaked open as old Zhong stepped inside. Professor Zhong, I'm currently working on enhancing the precision of quantum computing. If we can't significantly improve the existing accuracy, I fear that even if we manage to build the chip, it won't be able to fulfill its intended purpose. Lu Yu stood up and reported. That's been a major concern for the experimental team lately. The eye scholar who accompanied Professor Zhong nodded slightly inside. Although their experimental team, with Lu Yu's assistance, had successfully achieved a higher quantum bit count record, universal quantum computing remained elusive. This was because dozens or even more quantum bits, if not fully interconnected, lacking sufficient precision, and difficult to correct errors, still posed insurmountable challenges. If quantum computing lacks sufficient precision, even if the photonic quantum chip achieves 14 nanometers, it cannot successfully power exoskeleton devices centered on controllable nuclear fusion. This is one reason many scholars remain skeptical about optical quantum chips. Oh, how is it going? Professor Zhong glanced at the experiment manual, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Progress this fast? Yes, Professor Zhong. Lu Yu smiled faintly and said, we've made some breakthroughs recently. The results will be fed back to the real-time testing group shortly. How did the precision suddenly improve so much? After scrutinizing the experiment manual, the eye scholar rubbed his eyes, utterly incredulous. Calm down, Tang. Old Zhong patted Tang Ken's shoulder with a smile. You've known this little monster for over a week now. Haven't you gotten used to it yet? Old Zhong, getting used to this is a luxury I can't afford. Tang Ken's lips twitched slightly, his emotions a tangled mess. Haha, it is a bit of a luxury, but you'll get used to it. It's easier to go from frugality to luxury than from luxury to frugality, after all. Old Master Zhong's smile deepened. This rocket-like pace of scientific research is indeed an immense luxury for researchers like them. But aside from this little monster, few others possess such capability. Professor Zhong, how much funding remains for our chip research project? Lu Yu suddenly remembered something and asked. Although their project team had achieved terrifying progress within this week, the amount of money burned could equally be described as terrifying. In pursuit of ultimate quality and speed, cost-effectiveness sometimes had to take a back seat. Rest assured, we still have 600 million left from the 1 billion chip research fund. Barring any major setbacks, it should be sufficient to complete our research. Old Zhong replied with a relieved smile. Lu Yu smiled in response. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Oh, right. Old Zhong suddenly remembered something and said, this afternoon, put your work aside for a bit. I'll take you out to meet someone. Meet someone? Lu Yu paused slightly and asked, is it Minister Sun? No. Old Zhong shook his head. We'll see when the time comes. I'll let you know beforehand this afternoon. All right. Lu Yu nodded, refraining from further questions. Though he didn't know exactly who Old Zhong intended to take him to meet, he could roughly guess it was likely related to the project he was currently handling. Since he'd be out this afternoon, he needed to focus even harder on wrapping up his current project this morning. Lu Yu buried his head and continued his diligent research. Before long, the sun hung high in the sky. Lu Yu returned to his lodgings and changed into fresh clothes. Led by Old Zhong, he boarded a private vehicle and departed Longke University. Inside the vehicle. Professor Zhong, now that we're on our way, could you finally tell me who we're meeting? Lu Yu asked with a smile. Of course. The person we're going to see, you should know or at least recognize. Old Master Zhong teased. Lu Yu froze, I know them? Yes. Old Zhong smiled, pointing to a billboard outside the window. The person we're going to meet is him. Outside the window. A pitch-black billboard displayed an image of a middle-aged man holding a sleek smartphone, accompanied by the slogan. Broad as the sea, powerful in its depth. H-Mate 50 series, coming soon. Chapter 79, 1 week. The founder of HW, Mr. Ren? Lu Yu was taken aback. He turned his head, looking at Old Zhong with confusion. Old Zhong, is the person you're taking me to meet today Mr. Ren? Yes, why? Old Master Zhong's eyes twinkled with amusement as he asked, nervous? Lu Yu shook his head honestly. Not really. It's just that I can't quite figure out how our fields intersect with Mr. Ren's. There wasn't, originally. Mr. Zhong shook his head. But after the West imposed chip restrictions, things changed. We'll discuss specifics once we arrive. All right. New World Hotel, Kyoto. Sir, your order is ready. Shall I bring it now? The waiter inquired politely. Though she didn't know the exact identities of the people in the private room, she could easily guess they were either wealthy or influential. Minister Sun waved his hand. Not yet. You may go about your duties. Certainly. Should you require anything, please call for me. The waitress flashed a professional smile before retreating from the room at a measured pace. Minister Sun, what kind of personality does this expert have? Inside the private room, General Manager Rin felt a bit tense. Over the past week, he had exhausted numerous avenues through his connections and wealth. Yet no chip supplier could resolve the chip issue for the M50 series phones. Fortunately, good news arrived from Minister Sun's side. The higher-ups had agreed to let Mr. Ren meet with that mysterious expert. His personality? Well, he's quite amiable. Minister Sun mused. Oh, amiable? Mr. Ren was slightly surprised, then laughed, able to get along well is good, it makes working together easier. Some of the talented folks under me, though their quirks are stranger than the next, and each one's harder to please than the last. Ha ha. The two shared a knowing smile. HW Corporation had once set its sights on a young mathematician from Russia, offering him a $2 million annual salary. Frankly, that generous salary would have tempted 99% of talent. But this Russian mathematician flat out refused to switch jobs, and his reason was quite amusing. He was used to working near his home and didn't want to leave his hometown. Mr. Ren's solution to this situation was equally amusing. He simply spent a fortune building an HW Bear Country research branch right across from the mathematician's residence. This way, once the mathematician joined the company, he could literally work right outside his front door, without having to take a single extra step. This gesture deeply moved the mathematician, who formally joined Huawei. When news of this reached the outside world, some criticized HW for extravagance. Yet it was precisely this attitude toward talent that propelled HW's rapid rise, cementing its status as the most powerful tech company in Dragon Nation in recent years. Minister Sun, the person is already downstairs. The secretary reported. Good. Let's prepare. Also, have the security team downstairs step up their vigilance. We absolutely cannot have any mishaps. Minister Sun nodded slightly and instructed. Yes, sir. The secretary nodded and hurried downstairs to greet Elder Zhong and Lu Yu. Meanwhile, Minister Sun and President Ren adjusted their attire, awaiting the formal arrival of the two guests. Knock, knock. A series of hurried footsteps echoed outside the private room's door. Here they come. Minister Sun remarked with a smile. Squeak.
As the door swung open, two figures, one old, one young, appeared inside the private room. One was Elder Zhong, and the other, naturally, was Lu Yu.
Ah, I've long heard of your distinguished reputation, Academician Lu.
President Ren rose enthusiastically, approaching Elder Zhong and extending his hand.
Hello, Mr. Ren.
Old Master Zhong shook hands with Mr. Ren, his expression slightly peculiar.
Ahem.
Minister Sun cleared his throat appropriately and said, Old Ren, you've mistaken someone.
This gentleman is indeed a pillar of our nation's scientific research community, but he is not Academician Lu. He isn't? Mr. Ren froze for a moment.
Having served as a CEO for many years, his ability to recognize people was naturally quite sharp. But since Minister Sun himself said he'd misidentified the person, he trusted the minister wouldn't be joking with him. Immediately, Mr. Rin turned his gaze back toward the entrance. Three people had just entered. One was Minister Sun's secretary, another was the elderly gentleman before him, and the third was a young man who appeared to be under 20, seemingly the elderly gentleman's assistant.
Minister Sun, has Academician Lu not arrived yet? President Ren asked in confusion.
The Academician Lu Minister Sun had mentioned couldn't be the elderly man before him, nor could it possibly be Minister Sun's own secretary.
Surely it couldn't be that young man under 20?
After all, even though he wasn't a researcher, he understood basic logic.
Typically, students around 20 were just starting university.
The more gifted ones might have already completed their master's degrees and started leading their own projects and conducting research and development.
But someone holding the title of academician must surely be a pillar of society in their 40s or 50s, right?
Yet, Old Ran, Academician Lu has been here all along, far away yet right before our eyes. Minister Sun patted his shoulder and chuckled.
Hello, President Ran.
At that moment, Lu Yu also approached General Manager Ren at a leisurely pace and politely said,
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lu Yu. Lu Yu? You're the academician Lu Minister's son mentioned?
Mr. Ren was taken aback for a moment, then his expression abruptly changed, his eyes flashing with disbelief.
Yes, it's me. Lu Yu smiled faintly. Minister Sun, you're not joking with me, are you? At a loss for words, Ren turned to Minister Sun with a pleading look. Is he really Academician Lu? Minister Sun gave a startled laugh. Don't doubt it, old Ren. The Academician Lu I mentioned is him. Now you understand why his security and confidentiality levels are so high, right?
Ren smiled with mixed emotions. I see.
Truly, heroes emerge in youth. He shook Lu Yu's hand with profound emotion. Academician Lu, it's an honor to meet you.
HW had recruited prodigies before, like their previous Genius Youth project, where new hires commanded six-figure annual salaries. But talents of that caliber are worlds apart from those at the academician level.
Everyone took their seats. Suppressing his inner shock, CEO Ren stated, Academician Lu, allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Ren, and I am the CEO of HW. Hello, Mr. Ren.
Lu Yu gave a slight nod and replied politely, I've long admired your work.
May I ask what brings you to request this meeting?
He had, of course, heard of Mr. Ren's name. And as one of the few high-tech companies in the country daring to challenge Western hegemony, HW held considerable favor in Lu Yu's eyes.
Ahem. Academician Lu, your time is precious, so I'll get straight to the point.
Mr. Ren skipped the pleasantries and bypassed the usual banquet formalities, getting straight to the point. Our HWM50 series smartphones are about to launch, but due to the chip embargo from the Eagle Nation, we currently face a significant gap in chip supply. I heard from Minister Sun that you're overseeing a project in the chip sector. Could you share its current progress?
Chips? Lu Yu was no fool. The moment Ren opened his mouth, he had a pretty good idea of what was going on. However, he didn't directly address the progress, instead shifting his gaze toward Minister Sun. No problem, he said.
Minister Sun smiled and said, I've already sought approval from higher-ups. Anything not involving other matters can be discussed.
All right.
Lu Yu nodded slightly, then stood to explain. The chip project we're currently developing is a photonic quantum chip. Unlike traditional chips, photonic quantum chips utilize quantum superposition technology. As long as the precision of the quantum flow is sufficiently refined, the chip's performance can match that of high-precision 14 nanometers chips.
Oh, 14 nanometers? Ren's eyes lit up.
HW's most critical shortage was precisely high-precision 14 nanometers chips.
Looks like we came to the right place. But it was still too early to celebrate. After a moment's hesitation, Mr. Ren asked nervously, May I ask how far your experimental project is from reaching production?
Typically, research projects take anywhere from a few months to several years to transition from conception to implementation.
Academician Lu's project had only just begun.
If the time to investment and output proved too slow, it would likely offer little help for HW's pressing needs.
We're currently about 2 weeks away from officially going live. Lu Yu said cautiously. How long?
Hearing Lu Yu's figure, not just President Ren but even Minister Sun was stunned.
2 weeks. Lu Yu repeated, elaborating, we only have one final test phase left.
Once that passes, all we need is a higher-end 3D printer to achieve mass production.
Ahem, Academician Lu, isn't that a bit too fast? Minister's son looked to old Zhong with lingering doubt.
While he had complete faith in Lu Yu, this pace was simply staggering. Old Zhong smiled and said,
Minister's son, rest assured. Nothing will go wrong.
As one of the project's lead architects, he knew full well that Lu Yu's projections were already extremely conservative. At the current pace, it would likely take just a week and a half to achieve full-scale production of the experimental project.
Mass production in just 1 week? That would mean.
A hint of delight flashed in President Ren's eyes.
Chapter 80, How can technology advance? Old Ren, I told you long ago our academician Lu is different from other experts.
Seeing his old classmate's astonished expression, Minister's son laughed heartily. He had anticipated Lu Yu would astonish Mr. Ren, but never imagined the photonic quantum chip project would advance so rapidly.
In just 1 short week, mass production was about to become a reality. Academician Lu, I have an unasked request.
Mr. Ren pondered for a moment before carefully formulating his words. Lu Yu smiled faintly and replied, Go ahead, Mr. Ren. Given the current backdrop of chip embargoes from the Western world, he could roughly guess what Mr. Ren needed.
Then I'll be direct. Could you grant us HW special authorization?
Our M50 series phones are ready for launch. All we lack is a 14 nanometers high-precision chip supply chain.
Mr. Ren stated frankly. Lu Yu turned his gaze toward Minister's son, seeking his input. Minister's son, what is your opinion?
Rather than seeking Minister's son's opinion, it was more accurate to say he was using Minister's son as a conduit to convey the nation's stance. Among the 3 key figures present, Minister's son undoubtedly represented the state stance. The information I've received is that, as long as it doesn't involve classified projects, we can do our best to assist HW. Minister's son smiled frankly and explained. As one of our nation's few high-tech industries, HW deserves greater support and preferential treatment. Otherwise, everyone will just focus on assembly work for quick profits. How could our country's technology advance then? He and CEO Ren were old classmates, and he deeply admired HW's ambitious business vision. Both professionally and personally, he naturally hoped Lu Yu would be able to lend a hand to HW. Alright, since you put it that way, Lu Yu cut straight to the point. Our current photonic quantum chip technology is just 1 step away from mass production. I'll accelerate this process as much as possible. While Minister's son, you can initiate the manufacturing chain in advance to prepare for large-scale production. This way, production can commence at full speed the moment the technology is finalized. As for you, Mr. Rin, you can continue building momentum for your M50 series phones. Utilize your existing chip inventory to complete the first wave of phone production. Once my project is officially launched, we can then commence the second series of production.
Mr. Rin, what do you think of this plan?
Mr. Rin gave Lu Yu an appreciative look and chuckled, It seems Academician Lu's talents extend beyond research. Your macro-level coordination skills are equally impressive.
We'll proceed as you suggest. Lu Yu didn't hesitate, raising his glass. Agreed. Let's raise a toast in advance to our project and a fruitful collaboration.
The group toasted each other with tea instead of wine. After downing their tea in one gulp, President Rin suddenly remembered something and added,
Academician Lu, you've done HW such a tremendous favor. Both in principle and in gratitude, I should properly thank you. As a businessman, I don't know much about scientific research.
Therefore, I've prepared a share transfer agreement in advance.
It will be structured as a technology equity investment. What do you think?
Ran gave a subtle nod, and his secretary promptly pulled a contract from his briefcase and handed it to Lu Yu.
Oh.
Lu Yu picked up the contract and skimmed it briefly. The terms were remarkably straightforward. HW would be granted patent usage rights, while Lu Yu would receive 1% equity stake and 200 million yuan in cash as technical equity.
Mr. Run, that's quite generous.
Lu Yu smiled but did not sign the contract. I understand your shares hold tremendous value, but for our current experiments, cash is more crucial. I'll take 0.01% equity, but I need 1 billion yuan in cash.
No shares? Cash instead? Everyone present, except for old Zhong, was taken aback. After all, although HW Corporation isn't publicly listed, its valuation is extremely high. Once it goes public, even 1% of the shares could easily be liquidated for tens of billions in cash. Even HW CEO, Mr. Rin, held only slightly over 1% of the shares. And what's more, even without going public, the annual dividend payouts from HW shares alone were exceptionally high. To abandon such shares for cash seemed downright short-sighted. Minister's son reminded him. Academician Lu, perhaps you should reconsider? HW shares are no ordinary investment. He assumed Lu Yu had chosen cash because, being too young, he couldn't see the value of HW shares. No need. Lu Yu smiled and waved his hand dismissively, then turned his gaze toward President Run. Academician Lu, you truly live up to being one of the rising stars of our nation. Mr. Rin paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. Very well, we'll proceed as you suggest.
But instead of 10 billion in cash, I'll add 2 billion more, consider it my token of appreciation.
He understood Lu Yu's implication.
It was a display of confidence that this billion in cash, in his hands, could generate far greater value in the short term than any shareholding ever could. For anyone else, Mr. Rin might have dismissed this as blind and foolish confidence. But for Lu Yu, a prodigy who'd achieved monumental breakthroughs in chip technology within 2 weeks, it wasn't arrogance. It was pragmatism.
All right. Faced with Mr. Ren's offer, Lu Yu didn't refuse.
After all, no one ever complains about having too much money.
The negotiations concluded on a pleasant note.
Lu Yu and Mr. Rin agreed that the technology would be implemented within 2 weeks, while Minister Sun would prepare the industrial supply chain in advance. This ensured that once the technology was ready, mass production could commence immediately.
After leaving the hotel, dealing with someone as straightforward as Mr. Rin was quite convenient.
In the private car, Lu Yu mused.
Some businesspeople, despite running large enterprises, could be incredibly tedious when discussing ventures full of pretense, testing the waters, and endless back and forth.
Mr. Ren, however, was different.
Whatever needs to be said, just say it straight. Negotiating this project took less than half an hour.
Exactly. Old Zhong nodded in agreement.
Have you thought about how to spend this 12 billion?
Take 500 million as bonuses to boost everyone's motivation and distribute them to the lab staff.
The remaining funds will go straight into the project. Lu Yu stated directly. All into the project? Professor Zhong expressed surprise, then smiled. To achieve this at your age is truly remarkable. He'd met many young scholars talented and skilled, yet always chasing after money. Material comforts are necessary, but they shouldn't be excessive.
Lu Yu quipped, besides, our project has already burned through so much of Longke's money.
It's about time we became self-reliant.
After all, while he spearheaded the development of quantum light chip technology, without China's 50 billion yuan in research funding, even a skilled cook couldn't make a meal without rice. Moreover, Lu Yu's food, clothing, housing, and transportation are all covered by the state, so there's really nowhere for him to spend money.
Alright, we'll proceed as you suggest.
Old Zhong gave a slight nod and smiled.
Minister Sun's decision not to intervene in Lu Yu's funding today signaled the upper echelons of Longke's government granting their project team high autonomy and self-management authority.
Therefore, how the funds were allocated was entirely up to the project team to decide. Back at the lab, Lu Yu and Old Zhong didn't share the good news about the bonus with the team members, wanting to surprise them at the very end. Meanwhile, the production of photonic quantum chips was progressing at an extremely rapid pace. Under Lu Yu's leadership, numerous challenges were overcome at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days had passed.
Today marked the pre-sale launch of the Fruit Phone. On a certain platform, a livestream rapidly climbed to the top of the trending charts.
Even before the broadcast officially began, it had already attracted hundreds of thousands of viewers. The host of the livestream was one of the platform's top 100 content creators. Hello everyone, I'm Ding Tongxue.
And today,
the reason his livestream suddenly flooded with so many viewers is quite simple. Today was the pre-sale launch day for Apple's latest iPhone 14. Ding Tongxue had received an invitation from Apple's Asia-Pacific division to livestream a detailed review of the iPhone 14 specifications. The pitch-black screen was flooded with comments.
It doesn't start until 7 p.m.? How can there still be 5 minutes left? I can't wait to see my husband. Sold my kidney already. Any rich guy wanna V me 5,000 so I can splurge on an iPhone 14? Wah! My power's almost out, can't watch the live stream anymore. Any rich guy wanna send me 50 bucks?
Just as the crowd was buzzing with chatter, the black screen suddenly shifted. A bespectacled, refined-looking man appeared on screen, none other than Ding Tongxue, one of the top stars in the tech section of a certain platform.
Hello everyone, can you hear me?
Ding Tongxue flashed his signature smile. After confirming the live stream's audio equipment was working properly, he took a black box from his assistant's hands. He then slowly unwrapped it. A brand new iPhone 14 was revealed before everyone's eyes.
Chapter 81, a resounding success.
As you all know, this livestream is our response to Apple's pre-sale event, featuring the latest review of the iPhone 14. In the livestream, Ding picked up the phone with a smile and began his introduction, while pre-order sales soared.
Asia-Pacific Division Conference Room.
All the division's executives were gathered in the conference room, nervously awaiting the pre-sale results. Just then, the conference room door swung open as a stunning blonde woman walked in. Mr. Smith, the results are in.
Oh? How did it go?
Everyone instantly sat up straight, nervously looking at Mr. Smith's secretary.
Everyone. Our pre-sale event was a huge success. The secretary reported excitedly.
Our engagement has surpassed 10 million across all platforms, and pre-sales have exceeded our initial projections by 50%.
This means we'll easily exceed this year's sales targets and business volume. Mr. Smith pumped his fist excitedly and declared, I knew it.
My strategy was spot on. We should invest heavily in product marketing and brand positioning.
Once we make those dragon country fools realize we're the true premium brand, sales will skyrocket effortlessly. Several executives immediately stood up and chimed in. Indeed.
Thanks to your decisive leadership, we've achieved such remarkable results this time.
Mr. Smith, your foresight is truly remarkable. Listening to the flattery, Mr. Smith's tail nearly reached the sky. He immediately ordered excitedly, "Please connect me to Mr. Cuckoo.
I must share this good news with him immediately."
Mr. Cuckoo was the CEO of the fruit company.
He was convinced that with this tremendous success under his belt, he would surely win Mr. Cuckoo's in headquarters' favor, securing a higher salary and more shares.
"Yes, Mr. Smith." The secretary followed the instruction and quickly dialed Mr. Cuckoo's number. Beep, beep.
Moments later, the call connected.
"Mr. Cuckoo, you won't believe the incredible results we've achieved in the Asia-Pacific region," Mr. Smith exclaimed excitedly as soon as the call connected. "Oh?" Mr. Cuckoo sounded somewhat surprised. "Go on.
I hope you can truly astonish me. The Asia-Pacific market has always been a top priority for Fruit Company. After all, both in terms of population and economy, the region holds a significant share globally. Through our marketing efforts, we've successfully boosted the projected pre-sales figures by a full 50%, and this number is still climbing. Particularly in the Dragon Kingdom, our pre-sales for this generation have surged by 60% compared to last year.
This is an unprecedented triumph," Mr. Smith exclaimed excitedly. "I think you understand what this signifies."
It's only been 2 hours since the pre-sale event ended, and our pre-sales have already reached 500 million. These Dragon Country fools are pouring money into our coffers non-stop.
500 million. Even CEO Cuckoo on the other end of the line was taken aback.
After all, this was merely the 2-hour pre-sale figure already hitting $500 million. Compared to last year's launch of the 13th generation, this was an unprecedentedly brilliant start.
"Mr. Smith, are you certain the data is accurate?" Cuckoo pressed. "Absolutely," Mr. Smith exclaimed excitedly. "This data has been verified and checked immediately. Rest assured." "Excellent," Cuckoo praised.
"If the upcoming launch goes smoothly, I'll request your stock bonus from headquarters. But you must also be aware that tomorrow is HW's new product launch press conference.
Keep a close eye on their real-time movements, understand?"
Although in Western markets, HW's competitiveness still pales in comparison to Apple. But in the Asia-Pacific market alone, HW's competitiveness and influence are not significantly inferior to Apple's.
"Know your enemy and yourself, and you'll never be defeated. Mr. Cuckoozen, rest assured." Mr. Smith, not swept away by joy, sneered coldly, "Of course I won't overlook HW.
Beyond the chip I've employed a few other minor tactics.
This time, I'll ensure HW never raises its head again." Keiko nodded in satisfaction, praising. "Excellent. Both I and the board eagerly await your results. Goodbye." Beep. The call ended. HW. Recalling that night's ordeal.
A cold, menacing glint flashed in Mr. Smith's eyes. "Contact Mr. Dong. Tomorrow, make sure he has everything arranged."
Chapter 82, Mr. Dong? "Yes, Mr. Smith. I'll contact Mr. Dong immediately."
The secretary nodded slightly in agreement. Mr. Smith seemed to think of something else and added,
"Don't forget to deliver the tickets first.
Tomorrow, you must ensure Mr. Dong departs smoothly without any complications."
"Understood?" "Yes, Mr. Smith." The secretary withdrew.
"Mr. Smith, the Mr. Dong you mentioned. A gray-haired Caucasian executive," the secretary asked in confusion.
Not everyone was privy to Smith's plan. Some executives remained in the dark. "Don't worry, you'll all find out tomorrow." Mr. Smith grinned.
As he surveyed the executives on the board, his smile grew increasingly smug.
"Tomorrow will be unforgettable for Mr. Ren.
Longke University Exoskeleton Equipment Experimental Research Fund Center.
Chief Engineer Liu, could you come over for a moment?"
A gray-haired professor stared nervously at the screen. "We're about to run the final test.
Could you take a look and see if there are any issues with my equipment parameters?" "Coming." Liu rose from the control room and approached the professor. "Take a look."
The professor respectfully stepped aside.
Liu bent down, his gaze fixed on the instrument's screen. After a moment's thought, he smiled. "Actually, there's nothing major wrong. It's just that the stability coefficient of the quantum state is a bit off. Let me handle it."
He sat down and tapped the instrument screen a few times. After swiftly stabilizing the quantum state once more, Liu smiled.
"There. Take another look. It should be fine now." "Yes." The professor nodded slightly and rechecked the experimental apparatus. Sure enough, that faint sense of something amiss vanished completely. "Chief Engineer Liu, your skill is truly breathtaking,"
the professor remarked with admiration. When the project team first began, although they knew the young man before them was the head of the controlled nuclear fusion project, the age gap between them made it feel somewhat awkward to address him as Chief Engineer Liu. Yet as the research delved deeper, the title Chief Engineer Liu rolled off the tongue more naturally and with growing conviction. "Just a few final preparations, then we'll begin the final experiment." Lu Yu smiled and said, once this experiment succeeds, we can begin mass production immediately after our project is implemented.
Yes, Chief Engineer Lu.
The professor nodded excitedly. Just then, the figure of old Zhong appeared in the control room.
Junior colleague, how are the preparations?
Everything is ready.
We're just waiting for your signal.
Lu Yu smiled faintly and said, the parameters for the experimental equipment should all be in order.
We've just been waiting for your arrival.
Good.
Let's not delay. Master Zhong's expression turned solemn. The experiment shall now commence.
Understood. Lu Yu returned to the control room, his gaze sharpening. Attention all teams. The ground-based quantum chip experiment is officially underway.
Yes, Chief Engineer Lu.
The scholars responded in unison. Team 1, initiate simulated quantum computing. Team 2, initiate quantum entanglement state stability testing.
Team 3, prepare in advance for testing the photonic quantum chip's performance. In an instant, the once quiet laboratory erupted into a cacophony of activity.
Lu Yu stood in the control room, hands behind his back, surveying the bustling scholars below.
Though he appeared idle, he was in fact the core and brain of the entire project. Junior colleague, how confident are you?
Old Zhong asked with a smile.
99%. That's practically 100%.
Lu Yu took a deep breath and replied earnestly. To accommodate HW's schedule, he had accelerated the timeline somewhat, but never compromised on quality. If we succeed in this experiment, it will mean a giant leap forward for our nation's chip industry. Old Zhong sighed with emotion. The Western powers believe that by locking down our chips, they can restrict our development.
But with our vast nation and millions of scholars, how could they possibly succeed?
Lu Yu nodded slightly in agreement.
Indeed.
It's like centuries ago, when our feudal dynasties thought withholding tea exports would simply parch their thirst.
Come to think of it, it's quite laughable.
Lu Yu believed that
even without him, the Dragon Nation would one day break through the Western chip embargo.
His presence merely accelerated the process. It's just a pity that the quantum simulation limit of photonic quantum chips currently only achieves 14 nanometers precision. Otherwise, we could have completely bypassed the lithography machine issue and started mass-producing 3 nanometers precision chips.
Lu Yu felt a pang of regret. Amidst their conversation, the ground-level experiments below were unfolding with full force. Simulation accuracy, 90%.
Group 2, boost particle pass-through and Hamming coefficient further.
Almost there.
On the main control room computer, the final progress bar to experimental success showed only 5% remaining.
Glancing at the coefficients displayed on the control room computer,
Lu Yu's brow furrowed slightly as he picked up the microphone, revised the quantum walk evolution time for set 2.
Synchronously adjust the corresponding Hamming coefficients.
We're so close now, just one more step.
The teams below immediately responded.
Yes, Chief Engineer Lu.
As Lu Yu's command echoed through the lab, the quantum walk's evolution time parameters were rewritten. Finally, a sparkling photonic quantum chip appeared before everyone's eyes.
After verification by 3 teams, one member excitedly announced.
Chief Engineer Lu, we've succeeded.
The chip is functioning perfectly, with readings matching our projections exactly. It rivals most 14 nanometers precision chips.
We succeeded? Success! After a moment of stunned silence, the laboratory erupted in enthusiastic cheers.
Even Zhou Qingshu and Songbai embraced each other in excitement, shouting, "We did it!"
Ha ha!
Their role in the lab was essentially assisting Lu Yu with miscellaneous tasks, and they weren't particularly knowledgeable about the specialized technical aspects.
But after working so hard for so long, they too were completely fired up by everyone's enthusiasm and threw themselves wholeheartedly into their tasks. How could they not be thrilled to witness the project's success with their own eyes?
Phew, not bad. Lu Yu slowly exhaled, a satisfied smile finally curving his lips. Once the ground-based experiments succeeded, they could mass-produce the quantum light chips according to the experimental parameters. And this would undoubtedly significantly enhance the comprehensive strength of the Dragon Nation.
Professor Zhong, please contact Minister Sun.
I'll reach out to HW directly shortly and have their technical inspection department come over. Lu Yu thought of something, and the smile on his lips grew even broader.
Everyone on the project team has endured immense hardship for this endeavor.
It's time they received the recognition they deserve. Lu Yu tapped the microphone and smiled.
Everyone, I have some good news and some even better news.
Which would you like to hear first?
The good news? And the even better news?
The cheering crowd fell silent, expressions momentarily frozen in confusion.
Chief Engineer Lu, you're referring to?
Asked the bespectacled scholar named Tang Kan, his voice tinged with confusion. The good news, of course, is that our project has been a resounding success. We've successfully implemented the optical quantum chip.
Lu Yu smiled.
As for the even better news, you'll all find out shortly.
HW Headquarters. Mr. Rin, we've received word from Longke University.
The secretary reported excitedly. Professor Lu from the academy has confirmed that their chip has successfully entered production and, with the industrial supply chain in place, will soon achieve mass production. She should have addressed Lu Yu as Academician Lu. But considering the confidentiality agreement, she quickly corrected herself and addressed him as Mr. Liu instead.
Great. Fantastic.
Even Ren, who is usually unflappable, showed a flicker of excitement in his eyes.
He had waited far too long for this news. Have the technical department go over there immediately and do everything possible to assist Mr. Liu with the handover.
Taking a deep breath, Mr. Ren continued.
Have the media management department prepare as well. Tonight is the press conference. We must showcase the spirit of our Dragon Nation.
The chip issue had been like a heavy boulder, firmly lodged in his heart, preventing him from moving forward. Now that this heavy burden had been lifted, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief.
Oh, Mr. Ren.
The secretary suddenly remembered something and lowered his voice to ask, regarding Director Dong's side.
No rush.
Mr. Ren waved his hand dismissively.
It's too early to act now. Let their weaknesses reveal themselves first. We can strike later. Let's play the long game and reel in the big fish.
The secretary understood Mr. Ren's meaning and smiled. Mr. Ren, brilliant.
In the blink of an eye, night fell.
Today, Mr. Ren had specially prepared a high-end suit to attend the M50 series press launch event. Reporters had already gathered, brandishing their cameras and flashes, snapping away at Ren at random.
The blinding flashes and clicking sounds filled the air. Well versed in the routine, Mr. Ren remained unfazed. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Mr. Ren smiled warmly and said amiably.
The moment the words left his mouth, a flurry of hands shot up.
Mr. Ren, I'd like to ask, do you have confidence in the M50 smartphone? A reporter stood up and asked. Absolutely.
Mr. Ren replied sincerely. The M50 features HW's latest 5G technology, representing a significant technical leap forward compared to the previous M40.
At HW, we are committed to delivering the best user experience. The reporter sat down, and another blonde-haired, blue-eyed reporter stood up and asked. Mr. Ren, what are your thoughts on yesterday's Apple pre-sale event? Do you believe your company's M50 will outperform the Fruit 14 in the upcoming competition, or will the Fruit 14 win more favor? Upon hearing this question,
many viewers watching the launch event outside the screen raised their eyebrows slightly. This reporter sure knows how to ask questions. As the old saying goes in our country, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Facing the provocation, Mr. Ren remained completely unfazed, smiling as he replied, I believe both Apple's 14 series and Huawei's M50 are top-tier devices in the smartphone market.
As for which one will ultimately prevail, let's leave that question to the market.
The blonde-haired, blue-eyed reporter sat back down. Thank you for your response, Mr. Ren.
A hint of admiration flashed across her cheeks.
Faced with her provocative question, Mr. Ren's response was both elegant and magnanimous. He neither blindly praised the M50 nor lost confidence and avoided the topic. Instead, he skillfully neutralized the provocative intent of the question with a magnanimous approach.
All right, any other questions? Mr. Ren smiled faintly and said. Me.
Several reporters scrambled to answer. But just then, the latest news suddenly came through their earpieces. The expressions of every reporter in the room instantly changed.
What happened? Mr. Ren also sensed something amiss in the air.
Before he could figure out what was happening.
Mr. Ren, have you received the news?
A reporter stood up with a grave expression and blurted out, just moments ago, your HW was hit by a major scandal.
Right now, the entire internet and media are buzzing about your situation. Chapter 83, the crucial factor now is him. A major scandal?
Mr. Ren and the assembled HW staff all paled. However, compared to the bewilderment and confusion of others, Renzone, who had prior knowledge, quickly regained his composure.
Miss, please wait a moment.
He temporarily halted the press conference and summoned his secretary. After exchanging a few whispered words with the secretary, Ren's expression turned grave once more.
Everyone, I apologize. We'll have to suspend the press conference for now. Accompanied by his bodyguards, Mr. Ren exited the venue.
The frustrated journalists present rushed forward with microphones in hand. Mr. Ren, please address the allegations of tax evasion against you.
Mr. Ren, is it true about the unfair competition allegations against you? Mr. Ren, please answer our questions.
However, Mr. Ren paid them no mind, walking straight out of the press conference. This move completely ignited the already intense buzz across major websites.
On Weibo, the top 4 trending topics were all about Huawei.
And the intensity of the buzz reached explosive levels.
1. HW's CFO exposes massive tax issues within the company.
Explosive.
2. HW repeatedly employed improper means, including H&E, to suppress competitors.
Explosive.
3. CEO Ren faces serious legal charges. If convicted, he could face up to 15 years in prison.
Explosive.
4. CEO Ren left the press conference without uttering a word. Explosive. Since HW's CFO, Director Dong, made these revelations,
the story was inexplicably pushed to the top of the charts, instantly flooding major platforms. Meanwhile, the popular comments section below was swiftly flooded with a particular type of reaction. I knew he wasn't a good person all along.
See? Those who constantly tout HW as the pride of China got their comeuppance now, didn't they? We must thoroughly investigate HW. Investigate Rin Zhengfei. What a beast in human form. And I even pre-ordered the M50 series phone. If I'd known, I would have stuck with Apple 14. Comments like these, as soon as they appeared, were systematically upvoted and pushed to the top.
Meanwhile, more rational comments sank to the bottom of the thread, barely visible to anyone.
Ordinary netizens were the easiest to sway. In no time, many netizens were chanting, boycott Huawei. Punish Rin Zhengfei. Apple headquarters. Well, my work turned out pretty well, didn't it?
Mr. Smith admired his masterpiece with satisfaction and chuckled.
Mr. Smith, is this your plan? An executive expressed surprise, this is a defection scheme? It could easily incite the Dragon Nation to boycott HW? That seems far too simple. You don't understand. Mr. Smith feigned profundity and chuckled, once you control the media's throat, you control everything.
We need only release partial evidence, then manufacture public opinion to generate buzz.
As for whether it's true or not, who really cares?
The executive began to grasp the concept and asked, so the allegations against Mr. Ren
are obviously fabricated. Smith laughed insolently and said, but even if it's fake, who would care? All we need to do is ruin his reputation first. Once we send Director Dong out of the country, without certifications or testimony, all that'll be left is a pile of fabricated evidence for the police to investigate. This will drag out the investigation indefinitely, and HW's reputation will be utterly ruined.
They'll lose any capacity to compete with us.
Then, in the vast Dragon Nation market, won't we be the only ones left? Smith laughed maniacally. The fabricated evidence, of course, couldn't prove Mr. Ren's guilt. However,
this would substantially prolong the police investigation. For the purpose of ruining HW's reputation, it would be more than sufficient. Next, HW would face a crisis of image and a crisis of chip supply.
Mr. Smith couldn't imagine HW having any chance of turning things around.
I told you I'd make you regret this.
Watching Rin Zong's flustered retreat from the press conference, the smile on his lips grew ever more pronounced. Longke University.
Stepping out of the lab, Lu Yuchang breathed in the fresh air deeply, feeling a surge of relief wash over him.
To meet the tight deadline, he hadn't had time to visit the university library or attend classes for the past week and a half.
Instead, he had poured all his energy into developing the optical quantum chip. This moment, the successful delivery.
He could finally relax.
He unlocked his phone, ready to open Greenway and share the good news of the experiment's successful implementation with Su Xiaoxiao. But just then, a pop-up suddenly took over the top of his phone screen.
It was a pop-up ad from the CU browser. HW tax scandal. CEO Rin faces multiple charges, may face jail time. The headline had that distinct CU flavor.
After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu tapped the notification and entered the page. After all, while many of CU browser's headlines might be clickbait, what if this was? After scanning the entire article, Lu Yu's expression turned grave. Part of the report about the chip crisis was indeed true. However, after his optical quantum chip was unveiled, the chip issue was no longer a concern. However, other aspects, including allegations of tax evasion and illegal competition, remained uncertain to Lu Yu. Although he lacked expertise in these areas, all the allegations stemmed from a single source, HW's chief financial officer. Moreover, after uploading the allegations, Director Dong went completely offline. Numerous media outlets attempted to contact him but were unable to reach him. This was highly suspicious. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu dialed Minister Sun's number.
Minister Sun, have you seen the news about HW?
Minister Sun replied promptly, of course. The current situation is a bit tricky, but I trust President Ren's integrity, he wouldn't do such things.
Don't worry. Let the dust settle a bit longer. Lu Yu nodded slightly and said, yes, I understand. He, too, trusted Mr. Ren's integrity and believed he wouldn't do such things. But without concrete evidence, Lu Yu couldn't definitively say HW was completely without fault. Let's leave everything to the relevant authorities. HW headquarters. Mr. Ren, why didn't you? The secretary hesitated. Mr. Ren smiled faintly and asked, are you asking why I didn't clarify everything at the press conference? Yes. The secretary nodded anxiously. Currently, online support for HW has plummeted by nearly 70%. The pre-order department's phones are nearly overwhelmed with calls from customers canceling their pre-orders. If we had clarified things directly back then, maybe the situation would have been better. Mr. Rin chuckled and shook his head. You're oversimplifying things. At this point, nothing I say at the press conference will make a difference. The other side is coming at us with such ferocity, how could a few words at a press conference possibly defuse this crisis? Rather than clarifying at the press conference, it's better to feign weakness. To destroy an enemy, first drive them mad. The secretary expressed concern, but don't worry. Mr. Rin smiled as he explained to his secretary, the current allegations appear severe, but in reality, there are only two critical points at stake. One is the chip. The other is Director Dong.
With academician Lu's assistance, we at HW have already resolved the chip issue, no cause for concern.
The only remaining trouble is Director Dong.
The secretary fumed. That Dong guy is a real piece of work. You've been so good to him, every benefit and share he was entitled to, he got. Yet he still.
President Rin shook his head and said,
"That's just how the world works.
Fortunately, we've already made our arrangements.
We just need to intercept him before he boards the plane. By then, all the rumors will be debunked."
The secretary nodded slightly, her expression complex. Yes. The key now is Director Dong. HW has done everything within their power.
The only variable is whether the police can successfully intercept Director Dong at the airport.
Kyoto First Airport. Departure Lounge. Sir, excuse me. Thank you, please move aside.
A man wearing sunglasses and a high-end suit hurried through the crowd, pulling a suitcase behind him. In no time, he reached the boarding gate. "Sir, your flight won't officially depart for another hour."
"We haven't started boarding yet,"
the check-in counter staff member said politely. Although the man in sunglasses before her seemed a bit oddly dressed, her professional demeanor allowed her to maintain a smile throughout.
"I know, ma'am."
The man in sunglasses smiled. "I just wanted to line up early."
"Is that okay?"
"Of course, sir."
The check-in counter staff replied courteously.
The flight was scheduled to depart in an hour, and boarding typically began half an hour before departure.
Most passengers wait in the lounge seats for boarding to begin.
Someone lining up early at the gate like this is actually quite rare.
"Thank you."
The man in the suit smiled faintly and produced an empty wine glass. He pretended to hold a champagne glass with one hand while steadying his empty cup in the other, mimicking the motion of pouring.
He raised his empty glass and clinked it against the moon. "Goodbye, and cheer for the new life."
He drained the glass in one gulp, a complex emotion flickering in the corner of his eye. "Farewell forever."
This man in sunglasses was none other than HW's chief financial officer, Director Dong. Just 10 minutes earlier, he had posted the fake news about HW online.
Barring any unforeseen circumstances, in half an hour he would board this Eagle Air flight bound for Eagle Nation. From then on, he would be gone forever. This final glass of wine was a toast to the past, a toast to his homeland.
Is this guy some kind of performance artist?
The scene struck many staff at the boarding gate as odd. But the veteran staff who had worked at Kyoto First Airport for years didn't give it much thought. After all, when you've been in the service industry long enough, what kind of oddball haven't you seen? Time ticked away. Finally, only 1 minute remained before boarding. A faint smile touched Director Dong's lips. "It's not like we're short on that last minute. Could you help me check my ticket early? It's the last few seconds. Please wait a little longer." The staff member glanced at their watch, their expression unchanged.
"We have to input the tickets into the system. Rules are rules." "Sorry."
"Phew, no problem."
Director Dong waved dismissively.
For some reason, as the final moment drew nearer, an inexplicable sense of foreboding began to surface in his mind.
Probably just my imagination.
Director Dong wiped the sweat beading on his forehead and thought to himself. He lowered his gaze, focusing intently on the movement of the blue crystal on his Omega watch.
1 second, 2 seconds. Finally, the minute hand shifted.
Phew. Director Dong exhaled deeply, pulled out his ID, and smiled.
"Now, is it ready?"
"Certainly, sir."
The ticket inspector deftly took Director Dong's ID and completed the check.
This time, it was truly goodbye forever.
A complex smile played on Director Dong's lips.
He lifted his suitcase, about to take a step forward, when suddenly a hand rested on his shoulder.
"Comrade, don't rush off just yet." Chapter 84, What? 14 nanometers. Apple Asia Pacific Division. Friends, get excited.
Next up, we're getting endless joy, endless joy.
Ha!
The table was laden with champagne bottles, and the room was thick with the scent of alcohol. Watching the pre-sale figures climb relentlessly on the wall, Mr. Smith was jumping up and down with excitement. Originally, on the day of the pre-sale event, the pre-sale figures had already reached an extremely high number. Yet, fueled by his smear campaign against HW, that figure began surging again at an astonishing rate. Many angry HW phone buyers felt deceived by Mr. Rin and began canceling their HW pre-orders en masse, shifting their attention to the Fruit 14 instead.
As a result, iPhone 14 sales surged to an extremely terrifying height. Soared to an utterly terrifying height.
Mr. Smith, meanwhile, was grinning from ear to ear.
To his eyes, each rising pre-order figure was nothing less than a stack of greenbacks.
Yachts, babes, parties. He'd already decided that after wrapping up the iPhone launch, he'd head back to the UK for a vacation and throw a massive victory party to reward himself.
Stupid Chinese. Without cutting-edge technology, what can you possibly compete with us with, relying solely on your cheap labor?
Ha! All we need is a licensing agreement, and we can effortlessly exploit your cheap labor to reap endless profits.
Ha ha!
Just as Mr. Smith was laughing so hard his mouth nearly split, his secretary's anxious figure suddenly appeared in Smith's room.
"Mr. Smith, Longke has made a breakthrough in chip technology. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed secretary reported breathlessly. Breakthrough? Mr. Smith hadn't yet recovered from his state of excitement.
He grinned, waving his hand dismissively.
Calm down. Even if they did make a breakthrough, so what? Go on, did they crack 32 nanometers chips and achieve mass production? In Smith's understanding, Dragon Nation's chip industry was extremely underdeveloped. Mass-producing 32 nanometers chips would already be a major breakthrough. No, Mr. Smith. No? Mr. Smith froze slightly, furrowing his brow. Did they actually achieve a breakthrough to 28 nanometers and successfully mass-produce 28 nanometers chips? Impossible.
In his understanding, only Magic City Microelectronics seemed capable of mass-producing 28 nanometers chips.
Other Dragon Nation chip manufacturers simply didn't possess that capability. No, Mr. Smith. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed secretary took a deep breath and said, the Chinese government just announced that their photonic quantum chips have achieved 14 nanometers precision.
And they've already commenced mass production.
14 nanometers? What? 14 nanometers?
Upon fully comprehending his secretary's words, Mr. Smith instantly leaped up from the sofa in shock.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They haven't even managed to produce 28 nanometers chips yet. How could they possibly achieve mass production of 14 nanometers? It simply couldn't be.
The lingering haze of drunkenness in his mind vanished instantly. A 14 nanometers chip meant that Dragon Nation had officially crossed the threshold into high-precision chip manufacturing.
Any attempt by the Western world to sanction Longke's chip industry again would incur costs many times greater than before, while yielding negligible benefits. But this can't be possible.
Mr. Smith leapt up from the sofa, grabbed his phone, and began scrolling through related news articles.
Before long,
his face turned pale, then flushed crimson.
Mr. Smith, should we report this to headquarters immediately? The secretary asked nervously. It must be technical fraud, it absolutely must be. Smith nearly roared. Get me the phone, I need to call headquarters.
This must be technical fraud. Their progress couldn't possibly have advanced that quickly. We'll expose their false lies before the entire world. Soon, the call to headquarters was connected.
Mr. Cuckoo, you must have received the latest news from Dragon Nation as well? Mr. Smith took a deep breath and declared angrily. This kind of technological fraud is tarnishing the entire chip industry. We must immediately consult the FBI and have them expose Longke's lies.
14 nanometers chips have already crossed the threshold into high-end semiconductor production.
Without our assistance, how could Longke possibly achieve mass production? A sigh echoed from the other end of the line.
Soon after, Mr. Cuckoo's resigned voice slowly emerged from the receiver.
Mr. Smith, I fully understand your anger and frustration.
However, according to intelligence from some of our sources, the Dragon Nation's claims are highly likely to be true. According to our sources, Dragon Nation has already initiated a large-scale production chain. Soon, countless 14 nanometers photonic quantum chips will flood the market. Regrettably, our plan to curb Longke's rise through chip technology has failed.
Mr. Cuckoo's emotions were equally complex at that moment.
He never imagined that within such a short time frame, Longke could actually achieve mass production of 14 nanometers chips. He immediately activated Apple's informants within Dragon Nation to verify the authenticity of the news. The outcome, of course, speaks for itself.
Impossible, impossible, wait.
Mr. Smith suddenly remembered something, his expression abruptly freezing. His expression immediately darkened.
What's wrong, Smith? Mr. Cuckoo sensed something was amiss and frowned as he asked. Nothing.
Mr. Smith took a deep breath and forced himself to sound calm. I purchased a batch of Alstom and TSMC chips at a premium earlier, intending to capitalize on the chip embargo by selling them at a high price to companies posing minimal threat.
How many did you buy, Smith? Mr. Cuckoo asked sternly.
I bought roughly 2 years' worth of our consumption.
Mr. Smith stammered. Are you out of your mind? Cuckoo's tone instantly turned urgent. I'm warning you, dispose of that batch of chips immediately. Otherwise, you won't get a single share promised by the board. Immediately. Right now. Mr. Smith was flustered. Yes.
Actually, he wasn't entirely at fault.
After the West tightened its chip embargo, there was no doubt that chip prices in the Dragon Nation would skyrocket.
By stockpiling large quantities of 14 nanometers chips in advance, he could later sell them in batches at extremely high prices. Not only would this generate more revenue for Apple, but also line his own pockets, making them bulge with cash. The problem is, this entire scheme hinges on the Dragon Nation's inability to mass-produce 14 nanometers chips.
Once Dragon Nation's photonic quantum chips enter mass production,
then across the Asia-Pacific region and even the entire European and American markets, the price of 14 nanometers chips would plummet at an astonishing rate, a game Dragon Nation excels at. For Dragon Nation, with its complete industrial chain, mastering the technology and having sufficient resources would enable them to ramp up production like a machine, bringing once unattainable high-tech products down to earth.
Mr. Cuckoo, rest assured I will strive to offer them at affordable prices, not
Smith hadn't finished speaking when a clatter of footsteps abruptly cut him off.
Mr. Smith, it's a major crisis. Chapter 85, New Bad News. Shut up, Thorne. Give me a moment of peace. I already know about the chip. Mr. Smith roared.
He assumed Thorne had burst in for the same reason as his secretary, because the Dragon Nation had successfully cracked the 14 nanometers chip.
This news felt like a crushing blow.
But beyond his anger, Mr. Smith felt no despair. Even if the massive stockpile of chips he'd purchased couldn't be sold at cost, resulting in huge losses for Apple, he believed his achievement in bringing down HW would outweigh the losses in the board's eyes. As long as HW went under smoothly, he would remain the head of the Asia-Pacific region, and his equity incentives wouldn't be significantly reduced.
However, no, Mr. Smith. Thorne's expression was tinged with despair. It's something else. Not the chips. It's.
His voice betrayed a hint of panic.
Not the chips? Mr. Smith's brow furrowed sharply. Then what is it? Calm down and speak up. A deeply ominous premonition suddenly rose in his mind. It couldn't be. Mr. Smith, it's HW. Thorne's expression was one of utter terror. The Kyoto police issued an alert about HW. The bulletin states that all allegations against HW are completely unfounded.
Furthermore, they would pursue legal action against those responsible for spreading false rumors.
Kyoto police issued a notice?
Mr. Smith's expression froze on his face. Impossible. The evidence we fabricated couldn't be exposed without meticulous, prolonged scrutiny of the accounts.
In such a short time? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Thorne was on the verge of tears. No, Mr. Smith. They caught Director Dong at the airport red-handed. With both eyewitnesses and physical evidence, our fabricated proof won't hold up. Director Dong was arrested? A wave of helplessness suddenly washed over Mr. Smith. Support me. I need to compose myself. Smith swallowed hard and said, hand me the phone. Let me see what's going on. Thorne tremblingly handed Mr. Smith's phone to him.
After a quick glance at the webpage, Mr. Smith's face turned deathly pale. Across major online forums in the Dragon Nation, Kyoto Police's announcement regarding HW rapidly dominated the majority of popular sections. The content was remarkably straightforward. On September 24, 20XX, the allegations against HW were preliminarily determined to be false information. The gist was that Longke police had apprehended Director Dong at the airport as he attempted to flee. Dong had confessed to fabricating the allegations against HW, and the case was under further investigation.
The comments below were overwhelmingly one-sided. I've always said HW isn't that kind of company. I trust Mr. Ren's integrity.
You lot are always so hot-blooded, never thinking for yourselves, jumping to conclusions at the slightest hint. I said it before, don't comment until you know the truth. Shame on me, I actually believed the rumors yesterday.
How embarrassing. I've already pre-ordered the HW. Live and learn. Same here. I cancelled my iPhone 14 pre-order and switched to Huawei's M50. Honestly, domestic brands are the way to go. Good heavens. If the police hadn't caught that person, wouldn't Mr. Ren have been framed? Mr. Smith's expression instantly turned vicious. Damn it. Didn't we already give that Dong guy his flight ticket?
If he'd followed our plan and left the country immediately, he wouldn't have been caught.
What the hell did that bastard do?
The secretary seemed to recall something and timidly interjected.
Mr. Smith, it seems Director Dong was already on HW's radar.
That's why, after sending the message, he was immediately identified by the police. He didn't even have time to leave the country.
Why didn't you say so sooner? Mr. Smith roared. I'm just guessing after the fact. The secretary trembled and lowered her head, unable to meet Mr. Smith's furious gaze. Their original plan was actually quite simple.
By dangling tempting offers like promising Dong Director a high-level position and shares in the fruit company, they successfully lured him into stabbing Ren's CEO in the back. Then, they would have Director Dong collaborate with them to tamper with HW's financial ledgers and fabricate false accounts, framing HW for tax and financial irregularities.
Finally, during HW's press conference, Director Dong would expose everything.
Fruit company would then orchestrate a PR campaign to amplify the scandal, setting the internet ablaze. Taking advantage of HW's overwhelmed state, they would then help Director Dong flee the country at top speed. This way, when police investigated HW, they would have no witnesses or confessions, only the meticulously fabricated false accounts to judge by.
The protracted investigation period would inevitably destroy HW's reputation completely. Moreover, considering HW's massive chip issues, if its image is further tarnished, operational difficulties and eventual bankruptcy would be a foregone conclusion.
If the plan succeeded, Apple would completely dominate the high-end smartphone market in Longke. Because once HW collapses, the remaining companies Xiaomi, Vivo, even combined wouldn't stand a chance against Apple in the high-end market. Originally, this plan seemed flawless. But they never imagined Director Dong would be targeted by HW from the very start. They never imagined Liu could actually help Longke crack the 14 nanometers chip in such a short time.
Mr. Smith, what should we do? The secretary asked anxiously. Should we first sell off the chips in the warehouse, then? Before she could finish her question, Mr. Smith cut her off abruptly. Sell my ass. This isn't the time to be thinking about profits and losses. Arrange a private vehicle and plane tickets immediately. We're leaving now. Everything else can wait until we're back in the UK. Now that Director Doem has been arrested, it's only a matter of time before they trace it back to him. The top priority now is to get back to the UK as fast as possible. If we get caught in Dragon Country, it's all over. Yes, Mr. Smith. The secretary replied nervously. She booked the flight at top speed, then loaded up with a large sum of cash and gold bars. Together with Mr. Smith, they boarded a private car bound for the airport. However, the jet-black limousine had barely reached the highway toll booth when a piercing wail of sirens erupted. Impossible. Impossible. Mr. Smith's face drained of color. How could these cowardly Longwa people dare to attack us? Absolutely impossible. He kept making the sign of the cross over his chest, praying the sirens would fade into the distance. Yet, according to Murphy's Law, the more you dread something happening, the more likely it is to occur. Instead of fading away, the sirens grew louder and more piercing. Finally, uniformed officers, standing tall and imposing, appeared before Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, this is a subpoena. Please come with us. Under the gaze of numerous drivers, a dazed and disoriented Mr. Smith was forced to stop on the elevated highway, then escorted into a police vehicle by the imposing officers. This scene was recorded by some drivers and uploaded to social media platforms like Douyin and Kuaishou. The videos sparked intense discussion the moment they were posted. After all, scenes like this directly forcing a vehicle to stop on the highway and then escorting someone away are usually only seen in blockbuster movies. In reality, it's extremely rare. Netizens from across the country flooded the comments section with analyses. What kind of murderer are they arresting that they're pulling out such a big operation? Doubtful. That's a Rolls-Royce. A typical murderer wouldn't have the means to drive such a luxury vehicle. Probably some kind of economic crime. I agree, probably some corporate executive getting investigated. A few sharp-eyed observers noticed something off. Look closely, he bears a striking resemblance to the head of Fruit Company's Asia-Pacific division. No way. Fruit Company is a globally renowned corporation. It must just be an angle thing. Yeah, he really does look like him. Could it be related to HW's issues? Damn, let's wait for Apple's statement. I'm not buying it. Police arresting an Apple executive? Netizens flooded the comments section with their speculations. Although the foreign man in the video bears a striking resemblance to Mr. Smith, Apple's Asia-Pacific regional director, most people find it hard to believe this is real. After all, just arresting a high-ranking executive from such a major overseas corporation? However, soon after, an account identified as Kyoto Police posted an announcement on Weibo, instantly topping the platform's trending topics again. One Kyoto Police Department announcement: Smith formally arrested bombshell. Chapter 86, Explanation? The moment the trending topic appeared, the entire Weibo platform erupted. Clicking into the trending topic, the first video below showed Smith being pulled over and taken away on the highway. The number of likes and reposts on the video was shockingly high. Holy crap, it really is Smith? I thought it was just a look-alike, but it really was him. The police report says it's related to HW. Looks like the Baidu Tieba guys were right. HW's financial issues were all fabricated by Smith colluding with insiders. Ugh. These foreign companies have no shame. Soon, a flood of comments appeared in the discussion section. Most people apologized for having jumped on the bandwagon to bash HW earlier, while angrily condemning Apple's shameless behavior. Though a few overly loyal Apple fanboys still stubbornly defended their stance. But their voices couldn't sway the prevailing public sentiment in the slightest. Apple Inc. Mr. Cuckoo, our pre-order numbers in the Asia-Pacific region are plummeting at an alarming rate. Several executives urgently reported to Mr. Cuckoo, the CEO of Apple. Since Smith's arrest, our pre-orders are being cancelled in batches and in an organized manner. In just 2 hours, our pre-sale revenue has dropped by 30% and the numbers keep falling. Mr. Cuckoo, what should we do? Although Mr. Smith's arrest primarily impacts sales in the Asia-Pacific region. However, Longwa, a vast nation of 1.4 billion people, represents an absolutely critical market that cannot be ignored. Losing such a massive market is simply unacceptable for Fruit. Mr. Cuckoo made a decisive call. Send an apology letter immediately, clearly disassociating us from Smith and making him take full responsibility. Don't forget to reduce the price of some pre-sale units in the Asia-Pacific region. This should help regain some market share. He took a deep breath and continued. Simultaneously, offload as much of the 14nm chip inventory as possible. Clear these chips before prices hit rock bottom. Got it? Understood. Several executives immediately felt their hearts sink. Damn you, Smith. Your actions are burying over a decade of our hard work in the Asia-Pacific region. Mr. Cuckoo grew increasingly furious, unable to contain his rage. Go to hell, Smith. This time, the losses fruit companies suffered could only be described as catastrophic. Because they weren't short on chips, fruit companies' pre-sale phones had started production early, all using the relatively expensive high-end 14nm chips. However, after Dragon Nation launched its 14nm photonic quantum chips, the 14nm chip market experienced a massive price drop, plummeting by 10 percentage points to date. And that's just the monetary loss. The credibility and image lost in the Dragon Nation now threaten its vast market over a decade of effort seemingly gone down the drain in an instant. Dragon Nation is trending again, quickly appearing on Weibo's hot search list. 3. Fruit company headquarters issues apology statement explosive. To set the stage for the apology, the fruit company simultaneously deployed paid commenters and PR teams to steer public opinion and manage the crisis, attempting to restore its tarnished image. The apology statement was straightforward, simply distancing itself from Mr. Smith and the entire fruit organization. Simultaneously, it claimed that to make amends for this mistake, Fruit Company was offering a sincere gesture by reducing the pre-sale price by 500 yuan, welcoming everyone to continue purchasing, etc. Numerous comments from obvious paid commenters flooded the discussion section. It was just the Asia-Pacific division that messed up. I think Fruit. Yeah, even CEO Cook personally apologized. I think their sincerity is genuinely strong. Apple even slashed the price by 500 yuan for us in China. This is a huge perk, right? Girls, if you're not buying, I'm grabbing mine first. No matter what, the iPhone 14 is still the best model out there. Whatever you say, I'm buying it anyway, hee. But while these paid commenters initially dominated the discussion, once the trending topic hit the main page and everyone saw it, they were quickly slammed. Don't you have any backbone? Apple is blatantly treating us like cash cows. Are we just going to stick our necks out for them to chop? Pfft, shameless. Forget a $500 discount. Even if they slashed the price by $2,000, I wouldn't buy it. Investigate Apple thoroughly. Their underhanded schemes go far beyond just framing Huawei. They talk a good game, but it's all about milking our Dragon Nation market, isn't it? I'll refuse to buy. It's not just on Weibo. Across platforms like Douyin, Kuaishou, and Bilibili, Apple's apology statement is buried under a deluge of mockery and abuse. If not for the Great Firewall blocking China's angry netizens, they'd likely storm right onto Apple's global official website. Apple headquarters. Mr. Cuckoo, our apology statement has been issued, and we've implemented the 500 yuan price reduction as you requested. However, the wave of cancellations has not only failed to subside, it's accelerating. Keiko's subordinate reported nervously. In less than an hour, Apple's iPhone 14 Pro pre-orders alone have plummeted by 200,000 units, equivalent to billions in value. This figure even accounts for the iPhone 14 Pro's new pre-order volumes in Western markets. In other words, even with the Western market's new pre-orders factored in, iPhone 14 Pro pre-orders were still plummeting at an alarming rate. Mr. Cuckoo, what should we do? The subordinate asked in a trembling voice. Quiet. Keiko frowned and said, I'm thinking. Though he held the title of CEO at Fruit Company, which sounded impressive, in reality he was merely working for the company's board of directors behind the scenes. If Fruit Company's sales revenue plummeted this year, then he himself would likely be held accountable. Should we try contacting HW and have them step in to clarify things for us? His subordinate tentatively suggested. HW might be an option. Keiko took a deep breath and hesitated. I'll send a private email to HW's CEO. I trust he'll do us a favor. If we can frame all this as Mr. Smith's personal actions, there's still a chance to salvage our market in the Asia-Pacific region. Though, at this point, having him bow to Mr. Ren would be rather embarrassing. But given the current threat to our Asia-Pacific operations, we can't afford to be picky. Soon, an email sent from Keiko's account under his personal name reached HW CEO Ren's inbox. Its contents were a discreet request. HW headquarters. Ha! Mr. Ren glanced at the email and chuckled, shaking his head. Mr. Ren, how shameless of them. They did such a shameless thing first, yet they have the nerve to ask us to clear things up for them? The secretary fumed. She was utterly stunned by Fruit Company's outrageous maneuver. How could a person, a major corporation, sink to such depths of shamelessness? What a shameless bunch. You can't expect any sense of decency from a people who built their nation on plunder. Mr. Rin smiled and shook his head. The secretary hesitated for a moment before asking doubtfully, Mr. Rin, are we really going to help them clear their name? Yes, ha. Mr. Ren's lips curved into a faint smile. Of course we should. Since Mr. Cuckoo has made the request, we ought to show some consideration. Chapter 87, HW's clarification letter, Wall Street turmoil. Soon after, the official HW account on Weibo posted this message. At the request of Mr. Cuckoo, CEO of Fruit Company, our company hereby issues the following announcement. 1. The defamation and framing of our CEO, Mr. Ren, were perpetrated by Fruit Company's Asia-Pacific division. Whether this action originated from Fruit's headquarters remains inconclusive at this time. Please await further investigation by law enforcement.
2. Our company will not abandon legal recourse and will continue to pursue further legal action against Fruit Company's Asia Pacific division to hold them accountable. 3. In short, this message appears to be speaking on behalf of Fruit Company. Yet in reality, it remains uncompromising where it should be firm and unwavering in pursuing all necessary accountability. The most striking element is the accompanying image shows a screenshot of Mr. Cuckoo's email to Mr. Ren's inbox. Already in the public spotlight, Huawei saw this information go viral, receiving massive traffic pushes and quickly climbing to the top of Weibo's trending list. Countless netizens witnessed Mr. Cuckoo's politely worded request letter with their own eyes. Ha! Is Apple finally backing down? What a shameless move. I used to think the CEO of Apple was a true entrepreneur. What a disappointment. Exactly. HW handled it perfectly. They should sue them hard. I support this. Our Dragon Nation isn't the same as it was a century ago. Why should we bow down to these foreigners? One by one, the comments flooded HW's account. The overwhelming majority praised HW for doing the right thing, exactly how they should fight back. Though a handful of Apple fans still lingered below, hurling insults about how CEO Ren had gone too far and shouldn't have acted this way. But soon, these comments were drowned out by a deluge of backlash. Meanwhile, pre-orders for HW's M50 series surged once more. This stood in stark contrast to Apple's precipitous drop in pre-orders. Moreover, the uproar sparked by Cuckoo's email wasn't confined to China. It also generated significant buzz in Western media and online communities. Many influential figures and entrepreneurs on foreign platforms came forward to criticize Kiki, calling his plea for help weak and shameful. Meanwhile, Apple's stock price has plummeted at a visible rate since the market opened. In a grand mansion in a small town of the Eagle Nation, a white-haired elder frowned deeply at the relentlessly plunging curve on his screen, sighing heavily. Mr. Buffett, it's time for lunch. A servant entered, carrying exquisitely prepared dishes. The old man was none other than Warren Buffett, revered worldwide as the Oracle of Omaha. As the foremost titan in the investment realm, Buffett's returns could only be described as terrifying. To maintain relative independence, Buffett had settled in this small town 2 years prior. He navigated the turbulent seas of the stock market, riding the waves and tracking every undercurrent. But today, this once unflappable stock guru faced a major setback. Thank you, please take it out first. Buffett shook his head, declining the servant's offer of food. I'll eat later. Yes, Mr. Buffett. The attendant bowed respectfully and wheeled the cart out of his room. Yet, the moment the door closed, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. Mr. Buffett's daily routine had always been exceptionally punctual. His mealtimes, workouts, and bedtimes were precise down to the minute. But why was Mr. Buffett acting so out of character today? Never mind. The maid shook her head and left the room. Mr. Buffett's hands were occupied with major business deals, matters far beyond her purview. Similar scenes unfolded in investment banks and financial institutions across the Western world. Wall Street titans, once invincible in countless battles, now faced unprecedented defeats, suffering losses beyond count. The reason, of course, was simple. Many institutions had ties with the UK government, granting them early access to policy insider information. A tiny fraction among them even held enough influence to alter policies themselves. Upon learning of the impending tightening of chip export restrictions, a large number of Wall Street institutions jointly used massive funds to short-sell chip stocks in Hong Kong-listed Chinese companies and the share market. This included stocks like Shanghai Microelectronics and Longke International. Simultaneously, beyond shorting, numerous investment banks also acquired substantial holdings in Apple Incorporated shares. They waited for the iPhone 14 launch to significantly boost the stock price, allowing them to offload their positions. However, no one anticipated that Longke would achieve a breakthrough in 14nm chip technology in such a remarkably short time frame. The news of this breakthrough sent long-related stocks and chip-related shares in the share market soaring. Moreover, due to negative news such as Apple's legal disputes in the Asia-Pacific region, Apple's stock price suffered a steep decline. This back and forth left Wall Street investment banks, usually undefeated, reeling from massive losses. And all of this was caused by one man. Lu Yu. Richard, the stocks we heavily shorted, Magic City Microelectronics and SMIC, hit near limit-up gains right after today's opening. How are we supposed to explain this to our clients? Mr. Mark, instead of making me explain to clients, why don't you explain to me how Longke suddenly broke through 14nm chip technology? It's foreseeable that, for these Wall Street sharks, today will be a day they won't soon forget. And the mastermind behind it all, Lu Yu, is currently relaxing comfortably in his villa, enjoying a delicious meal. Indeed, this Longjude roast duck truly has a unique flavor. After popping a wrapped duck pancake into his mouth, Lu Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. This flavor is truly authentic. At that moment, two middle-aged men appeared in Lu Yu's villa. Academician Lu, you sure know how to live it up, haha. I could smell your roast duck from miles away. Minister Sun led General Manager Rin into Lu Yu's villa, both men smiling warmly, clearly in high spirits. Minister Sun, President Run? Sit. Lu Yu smiled as he brought 2 chairs and placed them in the living room.
Perfect timing, I bought a little extra. Would you both like to try some? Thank you for your kindness.
Mr. Rin smiled as he sat down and said, however, we have to hold another press conference shortly, so we won't be staying long.
Apologies. The last press conference was interrupted due to Director Dong's mishap. With HW's popularity soaring now, shouldn't we seize the momentum and pick up where we left off?
Mr. Rin, there's no need for apologies.
Lu Yu smiled faintly and said, I understand you're pressed for time. If you have something to discuss, please just get straight to the point.
Mr. Ren's straightforward nature
was something he admired. How could he possibly be upset?
Very well, I'll be direct. Mr. Ren composed himself, adjusted his lapel, and then solemnly declared, Academician Lu, on behalf of all 200,000 HW employees and their families, I formally express my deepest gratitude to you.
With that, he stood still. Then, with utmost solemnity, he bowed deeply to Lu Yu. Mr. Ren, there's no need. Lu Yu hurried forward, intending to help Mr. Ren rise. But
President Ren stubbornly kept his head bowed, completing the full bow before finally raising his head.
Academician Lu, this is something I must do.
Without your assistance, if HW couldn't achieve breakthroughs in chips, we would have faced a truly catastrophic disaster. You didn't just help me personally, you helped all 200,000 employees at HW and their families. Thanks to you, they've kept their jobs and maintained stable lives.
Mr. Ren stated earnestly. Lu Yu smiled and shook his head.
Mr. Ren, as long as HW remains committed to advancing Dragon Nation's technology, that will be the best gratitude you could offer.
Academician Lu, rest assured.
When I founded HW, it was to give our nation a proper technology company. Mr. Ren paused, then solemnly added. With this breakthrough in chip technology, HW can finally free up resources to focus on other areas. 5G, domestic operating systems? Minister Sun, standing nearby, cleared his throat softly and murmured a gentle reminder.
Ahem, Mr. Ren, you're getting a bit sidetracked.
They came here to express their gratitude to Lu Yu, not to hold an investment promotion conference.
Haha, my apologies. Ren Zong flashed an apologetic smile. It's an old habit of mine. Let's get back to the main topic.
Whenever he touched on cutting-edge technology, he couldn't help but get carried away.
What can you do?
Academician Lu, I've brought the shares we agreed upon earlier. Mr. Ren gave a discreet signal to a secretary behind him.
The latter immediately understood, pulling out a portable safe. After skillfully entering the password, click. With a crisp click, a high-tech-looking safe automatically popped open, revealing a black and white contract in plain sight. Academician Lu, this is the share transfer agreement.
If you're ready, we can proceed with the transfer immediately. General Manager Ren explained.
Lu Yu took the contract and gave it a cursory glance.
The terms were straightforward, exactly as they had agreed. The shares of HW005 would be transferred to Lu Yu's account under the guise of a technology equity investment.
Lu Yu didn't scrutinize it closely, trusting that Mr. Ren, given his character, wouldn't tamper with the contract. Alright, let's sign it now. Alright.
Mr. Ren drew out a fountain pen and signed his name in the party name field.
Lu Yu didn't hesitate either.
He took the pen handed to him by Mr. Ren and signed his name in the party name field.
All done, Mr. Ren. Mr. Ren tucked away the contract and instructed his secretary to hand a copy to Lu Yu.
Then, with a hint of apology, he said,
Academician Lu, the 12 billion yuan in cash you requested may not be fully available immediately.
For now, I can only secure 600 million in cash.
The remaining 400 million will require a bit more time. I'm truly sorry. Lu Yu took the copy of the contract and shook his head. I understand, Mr. Ren. Please don't let this affect HW's cash flow.
Our current project isn't particularly cash-strapped, you can deliver it in installments. He understood perfectly well that 10 billion in cash wasn't something even a wealthy individual could easily come up with. When people casually mention someone's net worth being hundreds of billions or even trillions, that figure includes every last asset they own. Luxury cars, mansions, shares, and equity. These all constitute a portion of one's net worth. Yet these assets cannot be liquidated in large quantities within a short time frame without causing a significant depletion of one's total assets. Therefore, even for a billionaire worth hundreds of billions, it would still be quite challenging to get him to produce hundreds of millions in cash all at once. After finishing his remarks, Mr. Ren turned to look at Minister Sun.
Minister Sun, you take it from here. All right. Minister Sun nodded slightly and joked, Academician Lu, you've solved our nation's chip crisis this time, another monumental achievement. To be honest, I'm a bit jealous of you.
Lu Yu smiled faintly and replied modestly, Minister Sun, there's no question of merit or credit.
We're all contributing to Longke's scientific research.
He knew that Minister Sun, who had accompanied Chairman Run, was here to convey directives from the nation's highest leadership.
But, Chapter 88, Lu Yu's motivation. Ahem.
Minister Sun cleared his throat and announced, the contributions and dedication of your project team have not gone unnoticed by higher-ups.
However, considering the exoskeleton project has not yet been formally completed, the rewards will be deferred. They will be distributed collectively once the exoskeleton project is finalized. At that time, please remind everyone in the project team to remain patient. The Dragon Nation will never shortchange anyone who makes outstanding contributions. Lu Yu nodded slightly and replied, "Rest assured, I understand. I'll convey the message when I visit the lab this afternoon." He had anticipated this outcome long ago. That the rewards for the chip breakthrough would be distributed together with those for the exoskeleton research breakthrough. The reason was straightforward: the exoskeleton research was a top-secret national project. While the chip breakthrough was equally significant, it remained a sub-project under the main initiative. If rewards were distributed in batches under the state's name, there was a risk that certain issues could compromise the entire project. Therefore, for the greater good, it was best to distribute the rewards only after all major hurdles within the project had been overcome. That said, this approach might dampen morale somewhat. But Lu Yu has his own methods. You understand. Minister's son nodded slightly and smiled. Then we won't disturb you any longer, our great hero. Let's go, old run. Lu Yu smiled in return and bid them farewell. Take care, both of you. After seeing off Minister's son and President Run, Lu Yu finished the specially purchased Peking duck from Jingjude before leaving the professor's residence. Escorted by a Chu, he arrived at the laboratory. Chief Engineer Lu, good day. Spotting Lu Yu's figure, the busy crowd immediately paused their work. Countless eyes, filled with respect and admiration, focused solely on Lu Yu. Hello, everyone. Lu Yu waved with a smile and said, I suppose everyone has already heard about the HW matter? Yes. The crowd nodded in unison. Scholar Tang Kan, known as the Eye Scholar, smiled wryly. Chief Engineer Lu, you've kept this from us for quite some time. Who would have thought that our optical quantum chip, once launched, could actually? He has always been a renowned scholar in China's chip industry. His current state of mind was a mix of excitement and helplessness. The excitement stemmed from the fact that the photonic quantum chip project he had poured his efforts into had achieved major success and was already being implemented to tangibly assist the chip industry of the Dragon Nation. The helplessness, however, stemmed from the fact that, at nearly 40 years old, he had devoted half his life to China's scientific research community. Yet, breakthroughs elusive for 2 decades had materialized within a mere month, achieving success. Looking back, his emotions were complex. Everyone, remember the good news I shared with you earlier? A faint smile touched Lu Yu's lips. Good news? The group froze, then quickly recalled Lu Yu's earlier teasing. At the time, they hadn't paid it much mind after all. The photonic quantum chip's development hadn't been officially successful yet, and there was still much work to be done. But now, their hearts began to race with excitement. After pulling off such a major project, surely there would be substantial rewards? Zhou Qingshu and Song Bai, in particular, wore looks of intense anticipation. They were just ordinary graduate students who had only worked on minor projects with their advisors, nothing comparable to a project of this caliber. True, they were just doing the grunt work. But being able to participate firsthand was still incredibly exciting for a researcher. Ahem. Lu Yu cleared his throat solemnly. Due to confidentiality protocols, national-level awards will be distributed collectively only after our entire project team officially concludes its work. No need to rush. They'll be distributed only after the project concludes? At Lu Yuqing's words, a hint of disappointment inevitably flashed across the faces of those present. Though many present were seasoned veterans who understood the higher-ups' intentions. But people are people, it's hard to escape one's emotions. Who wouldn't want immediate recognition for their achievements? But just as their disheartened expressions began to show, Lu Yu's tone suddenly shifted. But, considering the hard-won achievements everyone has made recently, HW and I have decided to offer some rewards and incentives in our personal capacity. Lu Yu announced in a clear voice. Financial incentives? The assembled group froze in surprise. Once they regained their composure, they all responded with embarrassment. Chief Engineer Lu, this is really unnecessary. We all understand that you've contributed the most. How can we possibly accept rewards from you? They all felt that although Lu Yu had a prominent reputation, he was still just a young man in his early 20s. Even though his expenses were covered by the Dragon Nation, his personal finances were likely not substantial. There was no need for him to go out of his way to spend money. Besides, within the project team, the one making the greatest contributions and dedicating the most effort every day was Chief Engineer Lu himself. Having Chief Engineer Lu dip into his own pocket to reward these veteran professors made everyone feel a bit awkward. It's fine. The rewards that should be given certainly won't be withheld. Lu Yu said earnestly. Senior Zhou, please distribute the forms for everyone to record their positions and responsibilities. The project bonus will be determined based on everyone's contributions. Everyone will receive their share. Zhou Qingshu hesitated. Chief Engineer Lu, this really isn't necessary. If I think it's necessary, then it is necessary. Lu Yu said sternly. Timely incentives are naturally crucial for a team. If we distribute rewards through official channels in the name of the state, it could easily lead to leaks.
But if the rewards are distributed directly in his personal capacity, that risk can be minimized. Alright. Seeing Lu Yu insist on distributing the bonuses, Zhou Qingshu refrained from further persuasion. Instead, he dutifully accepted the forms and distributed them. The tally was completed swiftly. Lu Yu collected the forms, entered the data into the computer, and returned to the center of the lab. Clearing his throat, he stated calmly. Based on the transfer schedule, the bonuses should be deposited into your accounts within the next day or two. The bonus amounts were determined based on your job level and contributions. To prevent any disputes later, I'll give a general overview now. Hearing Lu Yu's words, the professors in the lab felt even more ashamed. Most were seasoned academics with 20 or 30 years of experience, possessing considerable personal wealth. Having Lu Yu, who had just turned 18, personally fund their rewards felt downright unseemly. Besides, even if Lu Yu had spearheaded the Red Sun project, he probably didn't have much money on hand right now, did he? However, first, for the 13 full professors among you, your bonuses will range between 8 million and 10 million yuan, based on your contributions within the lab. Lu Yu stated earnestly. How much? The lab members thought they'd misheard. Are you sure it's 8 million, not 800,000? 8 million per person, 13 people would be over 100 million. Could Lu Yu really come up with that much money on his own? Chapter 89, Challenges in Bionics. Within the range of 8 to 10 million. Before the lab members could react, Lu Yu spoke patiently and deliberately. For the 8 senior colleagues holding associate professor titles, several of your bonuses fall between 5 and 8 million yuan. As for the remaining few, he outlined the approximate bonus amounts, which were primarily determined by academic rank and contributions. However, even those with lower titles received substantial bonuses. Even Zhou Qingshu and Song Bai, who handled menial tasks, each received 1 million yuan. Am I dreaming? Song Bai stared blankly at Zhou Qingshu, then suddenly reached out and gave him a sharp pinch on the thigh. Ouch! Zhou Qingshu, still reeling from the shock, yelped in surprise at the sudden pinch. Luckily, everyone's attention was focused on Lu Yu at that moment. So no one heard his cry, otherwise he'd have truly died of embarrassment. What the hell? Zhou Qingshu rubbed his thigh in pain, glaring at Song Bai through gritted teeth. Why the hell did you pinch me? I was just worried we might be dreaming. Song Bai looked pitifully at him. That's 1 million yuan. How many years would it take us to earn that much after graduating and getting jobs? That's just too unrealistic. Zhou Qingshu froze for a moment, then a wry smile touched his lips. Yeah, it really is a pipe dream. His family was impoverished, and he had struggled with tuition fees since childhood. Fortunately, the Dragon Nation provided substantial educational subsidies, making the 9-year compulsory education in primary and secondary schools virtually free. Upon entering high school and university, he managed to cover his basic needs and even contribute to his family's expenses through part-time work and scholarships earned through diligent study. But, even after graduation, earning 1 million would likely take years, maybe even a decade. After all, he majored in mathematics. Even though Longke University carries a prestigious name, the earning potential for math majors is genuinely mediocre. Unless he completely abandoned his dream of research and dove headfirst into the financial industry. But he never dreamed that while still pursuing his master's degree, he'd already achieved the $1 million milestone he once dared not even imagine? Something's not right. Zhou Qingshu suddenly sensed something was off and glanced at Song Bai. You're pinching your own thigh to make sure you're not dreaming, why pinch mine? He. Song Bai stuck out her tongue playfully. Pinching my own thigh hurts. After finalizing the reorganization of the lab's operations, Lu Yu returned to the control room to discuss the next research direction for the exoskeleton device with old Zhong. Professor Zhong, if we were to replace the exoskeleton's power core with a miniature tokamak device, some of the structural designs should still have room for improvement. Lu Yu analyzed thoughtfully. Currently, our primary research focus is enhancing the endurance and performance of the exoskeleton. If we were limited to using electricity as the energy core, the operational logic and internal structure you previously designed would be sound. However, more optimal internal configurations would result in terrifying energy consumption that batteries simply couldn't sustain. However, once we transition the energy core to a compact tokamak device, we can pursue maximized internal architecture and spare no effort to enhance our exoskeleton's performance. After hearing Lu Yu's words, Elder Zhong nodded in agreement. Quite right. It seems our thoughts align perfectly. Not only the main control chip, but many internal structural issues can actually be significantly improved upon the original foundation. With that, old Zhong smiled and asked, Junior brother, do you have any more specific ideas? Specific ideas? Lu Yu pondered for a moment before saying, if I were to design it, I'd go with bionics. He voiced his thoughts. Ha! Great minds think alike. Old Zhong patted Lu Yu's back with a smile, saying with satisfaction, actually, designing the internal structure of the exoskeleton device based on bionics was my original idea. Bionics. As the name suggests, it involves studying the structure and functional principles of living organisms, then applying these principles to invent new equipment, tools, and technologies, creating advanced solutions for production, learning, and daily life. This term only emerged in modern times. The reason it has been studied by countless people is simple: certain biological functions, whether in the nervous system or sensory capabilities, far surpass the sophistication of current artificial machinery. Countless scientific devices have been designed through biomimicry. For instance, the hull of a submarine was modeled after the skin structure of dolphins, while the fly eye camera was inspired by the structure of a fly's compound eye. There are many similar examples. Lu Yu seemed to recall something, hesitating to speak. Professor Zhong, you also hope to apply bionics to our exoskeleton technology. But why? You're asking why later plans didn't incorporate bionic technology into the exoskeleton's internal structure, correct? Old Master Zhong smiled faintly. Yes. Lu Yu gave an embarrassed chuckle. The reason is actually quite simple. Old Master Zhong sighed, his expression turning solemn. While many bionic technologies are exceptionally well suited for exoskeleton equipment, but the development of bionics in our country is far too underdeveloped. Not a single Chinese company ranks among the world's top 10 bionic robotics firms. Moreover, since the chip embargo, numerous high-tech restrictions have followed in quick succession, aiming to impose technological blockades upon us. Acquiring such technology at this juncture is virtually impossible. We had even approached Boston Dynamics, hoping they would sell us some of their technology. We were willing to pay 150% of the market price. But the response we received can be summed up in 4 words: forget about it. At this point, old Zhong couldn't help but sigh again. Facing technological blockade, this is the helplessness we endure. For many technologies, we're at the mercy of others. If they refuse to sell, they simply won't. What can you do? Lu Yu shared his thoughts, adding, that's why developing our own technology is the only way forward. In the past, China's tech circles were permeated by the mindset that buying was better than building. But with rapid economic and technological advancement, the nation has finally cultivated its own high-tech industries. Lu Yu believed that one day, the Dragon Nation would possess all the high-tech innovations now barred by Western sanctions. If bionics can't fully replace it, could we at least substitute part of the internal structure? Lu Yu seemed to think of something and pressed further. Without mature technology, relying on bionics prematurely won't enhance our exoskeleton performance, it'll just become a liability. Old Zhong shook his head slightly, his eyes filled with regret. Lu Yu remained unconvinced. So there's absolutely no solution? A solution? A wry smile tugged at old Zhong's lips. It's not that there's no solution. The solution is for Dragon Nation to rapidly elevate its bionics technology to world-class standards. But is that something easily achieved? Lu Yu sighed, his eyes brimming with resignation. It just feels such a pity. Ants weigh barely anything, yet they can effortlessly lift food dozens of times heavier than themselves. A cricket stands only 2 or 3 centimeters tall, yet with a single leap, it can jump 40 or 50 centimeters. If we could apply these biological structures to our exoskeleton equipment, wouldn't that be amazing? Old Zhong patted Lu Yu's shoulder and advised. The road must be traveled step by step, and meals must be eaten bite by bite. With you and thousands of Dragon Nation scholars like us, I believe we'll achieve what we deserve someday. Don't let temporary setbacks discourage you. After discussing ideas with old Zhong for a while longer, Lu Yu didn't linger long in the lab. Instead, he headed to the cafeteria, casually ordered a cup of coffee, and found a seat. With the chip issue resolved, the next challenge was confronting the exoskeleton device head-on. Lu Yu absent-mindedly fiddled with his straw, musing to himself. Is bionics technology really that difficult to master? Suddenly, a bold idea surfaced in his mind. What if I tried teaching myself? The moment this thought surfaced in Lu Yu's mind, he dismissed it. A wry smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Without systematic guidance, how could such a vast field of knowledge be mastered so easily? In the cafeteria, most students and teachers gathered in groups, enjoying delicious food while chatting cheerfully about amusing stories. Occasionally, a bookworm or two could be spotted clutching textbooks, diligently studying even during mealtime. What was he thinking about? As Lu Yu pondered the exoskeleton device, a cool, clear female voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. A cool-looking beauty carrying a tray of dishes sat down next to Lu Yu, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him. Thinking about the project. Lu Yu looked up, exasperated. Su Xiaoxiao, why do you have to stare at me like that? It feels like you want to drag me into a lab and dissect me for research. How did you know I wanted to dissect and study you? Su Xiaoxiao asked earnestly. Her icy features showed no hint of jest. She genuinely seemed intent on dragging Lu Yu off for dissection. Whatever makes you happy. Lu Yu's words froze on his lips before he finally rolled his eyes in resignation. This woman, is she serious? To be honest, I'm probably not the only one who wants to dissect you. Su Xiaoxiao looked dead serious as she said. If your existence were made public, I bet every biology PhD in the world would want to study your brain structure. A slice of Einstein's brain tissue is still preserved in a test tube somewhere in a lab today.
Your brain would be even more valuable for research than Einstein's. Forget the big names in biology, even I'd love to dissect your brain and study the specific structure of each lobe. Have you studied biology? Lu Yu suddenly remembered something and asked. Of course. Su Xiaoxiao shot him a look and said, we've known each other for so long. You didn't even know biology was my major field of study? True. Lu Yu gave a helpless smile. I almost forgot you have a bachelor's in biology from Huaqing University and a master's in biology from the Oxford. That resume of yours is definitely impressive. As he spoke, Lu Yu's eyes suddenly flickered, as if he'd thought of something. Are you familiar with bionics? I've been wanting to learn about bionics lately. Could you recommend a couple of books to get me started? Chapter 90, Filial Piety comes first. Dragon University Cafeteria. You want to study bionics? Su Xiaoxiao stared at Lu Yu in bewilderment, her expression full of confusion. Aren't you majoring in theoretical physics and atomic science? Why study bionics? Her understanding of Lu Yu stems primarily from the Red Sun project. And since the Red Sun project was a controlled nuclear fusion initiative, Su Xiaoxiao naturally assumed Lu Yu was a theoretical physicist and atomic energy scholar. Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before saying, my current project requires bionics technology, but the current bionics technology in Longke isn't sufficient to help. Your top secret project? Su Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow and inquired. Something like that. Lu Yu smiled and replied. Bionics, huh? Su Xiaoxiao hesitated slightly before saying, during my graduate studies at THOXFHRD, I specialized in biology and also delved into bionics for a period. But the bionics technology in the land of the rising sun isn't exactly top tier globally. Without knowing the specifics of your project, I can't guarantee I'll be able to help you at all. Lu Yu was somewhat surprised. You took bionics as an elective? Yes, I also worked on a couple of medium-sized projects related to bionics. Su Xiaoxiao admitted frankly. Lu Yu's surprise wasn't without reason. Bionics had very few corporate applications domestically. Simply put, it was a field where graduates struggled to find jobs. Consequently, scholars specializing in bionics in China are practically few and far between. And Su Xiaoxiao? Not only had she taken bionics as an elective at the Oxford, but she'd also worked on a couple of bionics projects in the land of the rising sun? This background might actually be helpful. All right. Lu Yu pondered for a moment before offering a wry smile. I'll consult with Professor Zhong and see if we can bring you into the project team. Frankly, I'd feel a bit disappointed if we couldn't use advanced bionics to modify the internal structure in this project. Su Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. All right. She didn't press Lu Yu for more details about the project. As the daughter of Huaqing University's president, she understood exactly what a classified project entailed. If you're looking for introductory materials, Su Xiaoxiao considered her words. Professor Li Xiu's molecular bionics and its applications, Professor Wang Bo's bionics and material science, and Professor Xiaoxiao's fundamentals of bionic structures should all be quite helpful for your introduction. But they're only introductory. Having worked on bionics projects herself, Su Xiaoxiao understood profoundly just how challenging this field truly was. It's an interdisciplinary field requiring not only a deep foundation in biology but also knowledge of materials science, molecular science, mechanics, and chemistry. For Lu Yu, materials science, molecular science, and mechanics might not be the issue. But the foundation in biology and chemistry isn't something that can be made up in a day or two. Without years of foundational knowledge accumulation, rushing into study would only result in a series of half-baked, superficial understandings. Expecting any real contribution from that would be nearly impossible. All right, thank you. Lu Yu smiled and said, I'll take a look. Hopefully it'll be helpful. Su Xiaoxiao glanced at Lu Yu, hesitating as if she had something to say. Never mind, it's nothing. Her voice was barely audible. Lu Yu, deep in thought about bionics, didn't catch what Su Xiaoxiao said. I'll be going now. Lu Yu downed the last of his coffee, waved his hand, and signaled his departure. Su Xiaoxiao watched Lu Yu's retreating figure and flicked a strand of her own hair. Strange. I'm usually not interested in this kind of gossip. Why am I thinking about him and that other person today? Looks like I need to give my brain a break. She felt puzzled, sensing that her studies were draining her mental energy too much and that she needed a good rest. Back at the professor's apartment, Lu Yu pulled out her phone, intending to contact her parents. With National Day approaching, he wanted to pick out some gifts for his parents in Beijing to send back home. Her fingers tapped the familiar number, and the call connected quickly. Hello, Xiao Yu. The woman's voice on the other end sounded a bit emotional. Have you been busy with school lately? Are you eating and resting properly? I miss you so much, my dear. I've called you so many times, but you always call back later. Studying in Kyoto must be really tough, right? Before Lu Yu could respond, a deep male voice chimed in from the other end. Our son's an adult now. You shouldn't worry so much. I'm his mother. What's wrong with worrying? Just because he's an adult doesn't mean he's not my son anymore.
Listening to his parents' conversation over the phone, Luyu's lips curved into a faint smile. Dad, Mom.
My studies have been pretty demanding lately.
So I couldn't see your messages right away, but things have eased up recently.
Recently?
Luyu's project team was focused on developing optical quantum chips. With tight deadlines, the workload was naturally intense. He updated his parents on his recent life, naturally substituting academic work for the specifics of the project. They inevitably touched on the recent hot topic HW. I told you those Westerners have no good intentions. They profit off our Dragon Nation's money while suppressing our Dragon Nation's brands.
Put. Lu's father declared indignantly. Thankfully their schemes were exposed. Who knows how many people they would have harmed otherwise. Luyu smiled and added, it's also thanks to our nation's breakthroughs in chip technology.
He really wanted to tell his parents about his own contribution.
After all, what child doesn't want their parents to be proud of them? But unfortunately, this involved the exoskeleton project, a top-secret initiative.
Luyu could think about it, but he truly couldn't tell his parents. After chatting about flowers for a while, the three finally turned to the main topic.
Son, if you're free during the National Day holiday, why not come back for a visit? Lu's father said over the phone. Grandma's 80th birthday is coming up soon, and we're planning to go back to our hometown. The National Day holiday is coming up soon. If you can make time, why not come with us back to our hometown?
It's been a year or two since you last saw your grandmother.
Going back to our hometown?
Hearing his father's words, Luyu paused in surprise.
The hometown he remembered was a small county town in Jinshan City, nothing grand.
However, ever since his parents had settled in Luohai City, they rarely returned to their hometown. Eventually, they only made the trip back once every year or two during the new year. Some memories had gradually faded with the passage of time.
Grandfather.
The last time he'd seen his grandfather was 2 years ago, when he'd just started high school. Luyu remembered the old man as kind and affectionate, doting on him endlessly. However, my father's two brothers had never treated him well. Every time we returned, there were overt and covert taunts, which left Luyu with a rather negative impression of the hometown.
Luyu hesitated.
There was still a mountain of work on the project, and returning home now might not be ideal. But after all, it was his grandmother's 80th birthday.
Not going back would be too much.
Just as he was wrestling with this dilemma, a familiar electronic notification suddenly sounded in his mind.
Ding!
Host's yearning for familial bonds and intense desire for bionic technology detected.
Options are now available. Option 1, filial piety comes first.
Take leave during National Day to accompany your parents back to your hometown for grandma's birthday celebration.
Reward, 100x Mind Accelerator for 7 days. Option 2, remain at Longke University and continue overseeing project content. Reward, none. Chapter 91, 100x Mind Accelerator. A 100-fold thought accelerator? What is this?
Hearing the system's options, a flicker of confusion arose in Luyu's heart.
Yet to his surprise, the system's voice sounded again, thoughtfully explaining.
The 100-fold Mind Accelerator enables the host to process information at 100 times the normal speed for 7 days, dramatically enhancing both learning speed and efficiency. In a single day, one could absorb 100 times the knowledge previously acquired.
100 times?
Luyu froze for a moment, his expression turning slightly peculiar.
He had assumed the system's claim of 100-fold was merely hyperbole, never expecting it could genuinely boost efficiency 100-fold? And when did the system start explaining items? Probably because he'd completed so many options earlier, the system had upgraded a bit?
Luyu scratched his head, deciding not to dwell on it. Instead, he began calculating the benefits of the 100-fold accelerator. It could accelerate 7 days' worth of time.
Each day's learning efficiency would be multiplied by 100.
That meant in 7 days, he could absorb knowledge equivalent to 700 days, roughly 2 years' worth of learning.
This is insane. After a moment of calculation, Luyu's astonishment only deepened.
2 years with his current mental capacity, that was practically enough time to master the fundamentals, if not the intricacies, of most academic disciplines.
Please make your selection, host.
The system's voice sounded once more, prompting him.
Without a moment's hesitation, Luyu declared, Option 1. Was there even a choice?
Not only could he return home to celebrate his grandmother's birthday, but he could also efficiently learn bionics technology.
Even a fool would know which option to pick. After the selection was made, the system's voice faded away.
Luyu began pondering when to book his flight.
But first, he dialed old Joan's number to request leave.
Longke University, Exoskeleton Equipment Research Center. Old Joan was in the middle of a meeting when the ringing of his phone interrupted him. Upon seeing Luyu's name on the caller ID, his face immediately lit up with a smile.
Ha! So you actually know how to ask for leave, huh? How long? A week? Isn't that too short? Make it a month, take a full month to rest before coming back. 7 days is enough? Alright then. Just remember to balance work and rest, don't overwork yourself.
Your health is your most valuable asset.
Alright, it's settled.
Don't worry, I'll handle things here.
You can come back after the mini tokamak device is returned. Beep. The call ended. Zhong Lao resumed the meeting, turning his gaze to the other researchers. Ahem. Let's continue discussing the National Day work arrangements. I'm granting everyone a 3-day holiday. Use this time to properly organize your personal affairs. Everyone returns in 3 days and will proceed with the next round of experiments. Understood? The group remained silent, exchanging glances. Some wore smiles that looked more like grimaces than anything else. Why the double standard? What are you staring at? If any of you can develop controlled nuclear fusion, I'll personally approve a year, 10 years, or even 100 years of leave for you. Old Zhong caught the drift and snapped irritably. Besides, don't you know what kind of workload Chief Engineer Liu had recently? Just in terms of hours worked, the combined total of several people in your entire team doesn't match what Xiaoyu does alone. How could we dare compare ourselves to Chief Engineer Liu? The group twisted their mouths in a wry smile, and the mere thought of Liu Yu's work ethic sent a shiver down their spines. Especially recalling her terrifying workload in hours from just a short while ago. It was truly horrifying. Back when HW's optical quantum chip was on a tight deadline, Liu practically lived in the lab, working day and night to solve extremely demanding, brain-draining problems. At first, Professor Zhang would try to stop Liu Yu from pulling all-nighters, insisting he get proper rest. But later, seeing Liu Yu pull all-nighters only to remain sharp and energetic the next day. After consulting top physicians who confirmed no significant health risks or impacts, old Zhong remained deeply concerned but stopped interfering with Liu Yu's late-night work. But everyone else watched in awe and dread. Ah, Guiqing, you're heading back to your hometown? Lu Miao bit her pearl-white teeth slightly, her voice tinged with regret as she sent the message. A reply came swiftly. Yeah, my grandmother's 80th birthday. Alright, have a safe trip back. After sending the message, Lu Miao watched the scenery outside the window, feeling a bit disappointed. She had been planning to ask Liu Yu out for a trip during the National Day holiday, but since he had to return home for the celebration, those original plans were now dashed. Just then, a lively female voice suddenly rang out beside Lu Miao's ear. What's up, my beautiful Lu? Who are you thinking about? The unexpected voice startled Lu Miao to her core. Yi Qiao Qiao. Could you please stop sneaking around like a cat? You're practically silent when you walk. It's really startling, okay? Lu Miao pouted. He. Yi Qiao narrowed her eyes mischievously at Lu Miao. Let me guess you were chatting with your special someone, weren't you? What him? Lu Miao replied guiltily, what are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about. Yi Qiao chuckled, my lovely Yi, once you debut, if your fans found out about your special someone, their hearts would probably shatter into a million pieces, right? Get lost. Lu Miao rolled her eyes. I don't plan on being an idol anyway. I'll let my skills do the talking. Fine, let your skills do the talking. Yi Qiao chuckled. I really don't know what kind of magic he has that has you so smitten. You're practically more pathetic than those backup options. No way. Backups are being strung along. He explicitly told me there's no chance between us right now. Lu Miao crossed her arms, protesting indignantly. Yi Qiao summed up. So you're not even as good as those backup options. You're such a smart ass. Lu Miao suddenly sprang into action, wrapping her arms around her best friend's waist, asking for a beating. Ha! What are you doing? Stop tickling me. Ha! Lu Miao, you're so mean. Ha! Stop it. If you keep this up, I'm gonna fight back. The two girls wrestled playfully, their silver bell laughter filling the dorm room. If certain hot-blooded young lads caught sight of this steamy scene, they might just start spurting blood from their noses. Chapter 92, Close Protection. Make it the September 29th, 10 p.m. ticket. After booking the flight, Liu sat in the professor's apartment, selecting gifts for her father and mother. His mother loved tea and admired beautiful teaware. So Liu spent several thousand yuan online to order a set of ceramic teaware for her mother. But no matter how he browsed, he couldn't find a suitable gift for his father. Achoo, what do you think would be a good gift for my dad? Liu pondered for a moment before asking Achoo. My dad never really had any particular hobbies. If I had to name one of his few interests, it would be drinking. But buying a bottle of M-brand liquor to take back. It felt a bit odd and too mundane, lacking any real thought. For a moment, Liu found herself at a loss. As for a gift, Achoo pondered for a moment before slowly recalling. I remember when I first enlisted and got my first paycheck, I bought my dad a nice watch. He was beaming with joy, like a child who'd just gotten their favorite toy. When talking about his family, a smile instinctively touched Achoo's lips. A watch? Liu had also considered giving his father a more expensive watch. But he knew his father had little interest in such luxury items, and certainly no obsession with collecting watches. Still, this did give Liu an idea. What if I gave my dad a lighter instead? Liu stroked his chin thoughtfully. As the saying goes, the three essentials for men: watches, cell phones, and lighters. Liu recalled how many middle-aged men in his previous life placed extraordinary importance on these three items.
When dining with friends or colleagues, they would always gently lift their sleeves, pretending to casually reveal an expensive watch on their wrist. Then they'd place their latest model phone and lighter on the table with just the right amount of force. And instantly garnered compliments like, "Mr. X, you have such taste" from friends and colleagues. Though his father didn't care much for such superficial accolades, as a longtime smoker, Liu believed his father wouldn't refuse a lighter of decent quality.
Decision made. Liu searched online late into the night and finally decided on Cartier's latest lighter. Cartier, once a renowned jewelry house exclusively serving the British royal family, was hailed by King Edward VII as the jeweler to kings and the king of jewelers. Later, it ventured into lighter production for the first time due to the Paris fashion show. The price, naturally, was steep. But for Liu Yu, who had just received a substantial bonus and stock options, this sum was clearly insignificant. All right, done. Liu Yu clapped his hands and asked, "Achu, have you reported this to headquarters?" "Yes." Achu gave a slight nod. "The orders from above were only just relayed down." "Oh?" Liu Yu was a bit surprised. "What a coincidence. What did they say?" "Captain Liu's position is that since you're determined to return, we certainly won't stand in your way. However, we must ensure your personal safety is absolutely guaranteed." Ah Chu replied. "Ensure more?" Liu Yu paused slightly, asking, "What exactly does more thorough entail?" A bad feeling began to take root in his mind. "According to Captain Liu's instructions, I'll accompany you back, and he'll make arrangements at your hometown." Ah Chu said earnestly. "You're coming back with me?" Liu Yu's lips twitched slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Others go to college for a while, then bring their girlfriend home to meet the parents. But me. If he couldn't explain this properly, his dad would probably chase him out with a broom. MHM. Achu nodded earnestly, scratching his head as he said. "You can tell your parents I'm your classmate or roommate, and that due to some family circumstances, I need a little help from you. It might be a bit awkward, but there's no other way. Captain Liu is doing this for your own safety, after all." Liu Yu gave a slight nod, sighing helplessly, "I understand." He knew full well how crucial his personal safety was to the entire Dragon Nation. If it meant a bit of awkwardness, so be it. Better than losing his life. "And one more thing." Achu continued. "Captain Liu has arranged special flight tickets for you and your family. We'll conduct an additional security sweep of the aircraft before departure to ensure your safety throughout the journey. You can cancel the tickets you booked. Captain Liu will have someone deliver the tickets to you shortly." "They're giving us tickets?" Liu Yu's smile held a hint of complexity. "This service is remarkably thorough. But since I just booked these tickets." He sighed, then quickly cancelled the newly booked flights. He exhaled deeply, then promptly cancelled the newly booked tickets. Before long, Captain Liu's people arrived with the tickets. First class, no less. Liu Yu raised an eyebrow. There were 3 tickets in total, one for his return flight to Luohai City, one from Luohai City to Jinshan City, and one direct flight from Jinshan City to the capital. All 3 tickets were first class, without exception. "I wonder if my parents booked their train tickets yet." Liu Yu accepted the tickets, silently pondering to himself. Given their personalities, they probably wouldn't splurge on plane tickets. More likely, they'd book high-speed rail or regular train tickets. Though Liu Yu didn't particularly care about the mode of transportation. Still, why pass up a free first-class upgrade? Before long, the days slipped by. Liu Yu successfully located the books Su Xiaoxiao had mentioned in the library at Longke University and checked them out. The gifts for his parents were packed into his luggage, ready to be brought home. The lab arrangements and plans were organized meticulously, ensuring everything would run smoothly even in her absence. Before he knew it, September 30th arrived. At the entrance of Longke University, Liu Yu, backpack slung over his shoulder, gazed at the sun in the sky and smiled contentedly. Time to go home. Though only a month had passed since leaving Luohai City, the thought of seeing his parents' smiling faces again filled Liu Yu with renewed determination. And the thought of the system's upcoming reward, a mind accelerator, made him even more excited. If he could truly break through the bionics problem within weeks, exoskeleton technology would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap. Leaving campus, he headed straight for the airport. As for the flight ticket, Ah Chu had already taken care of it for him. Chapter 93, Homecoming. Luohai City First Airport. Phew. It had been a whole month since he'd been back. He really missed it. Liu Yu descended the steps and stepped off the plane. Gazing at the azure sky and breathing in the familiar air, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Although the capital was one of the nation's major centers and undoubtedly among its most developed cities, it still didn't feel as familiar to Liu Yu as Luohai City, where he had lived for countless years. Yes, the thought of returning to Jinshan City soon. I feel a bit nostalgic too. Behind Liu Yu, Ah Chu, lugging their luggage, couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion too. Returning to Jinshan City? Liu Yu paused slightly and asked, "Are you from Jinshan City?" "Brother Liu, didn't I tell you before?" Ah Chu smiled and explained, "Before joining the military, I studied and worked in Jinshan City. Later, due to outstanding performance, I was transferred to Beijing for close protection duties."
That's why, when Captain Lu learned you were heading to Jinshan City, he chose me to continue ensuring your personal safety.
Lu Yu nodded slightly. I see.
Had he not just voiced his surprise, he wouldn't have realized Chu was actually from Jinshan City. But this was actually convenient. It would give him a more solid reason to explain things to his parents when he returned home.
Are your parents still in Jinshan City? No. Chu shook his head slightly. Because of my job, they've both moved to Beijing.
Mr. Lu, please wait here for a moment while I arrange for a vehicle dispatch.
All right.
Soon, a vehicle as dark as iron pulled up outside the airport entrance. To prevent a repeat of the previous incident when he returned home, Lu Yu had specifically instructed his superiors before today to keep things low-key and not have Mayor Zhao send people to pick him up again. This time, he had only requested a specialized police vehicle.
Bulletproof and blast-resistant, capable of withstanding most collisions without damage.
The police markings on the exterior had been spray-painted over to avoid drawing attention on the road.
Brother Lu, please get in.
Chu opened the door and said respectfully.
MHM. Lu Yu nodded lightly and settled into the bulletproof, blast-resistant police vehicle.
Chu took the front driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and pressed the accelerator, ready to start the engine.
Oh, right.
Lu Yu suddenly remembered something and instructed, when we get home, don't you dare call me Mr. Lu.
Otherwise, my parents will.
Got it. With a roar, the police car sped off, racing toward the garden community.
Knock, knock.
Here it comes. Lu Yu hadn't knocked long before hearing a creak as the gate slowly swung open. After opening the door, Lu's mother saw Lu Yu and her expression instantly turned utterly astonished.
Xiao Yu, didn't you have a 10 a.m. appointment? How come you're back so soon?
She had thought it might be a delivery or takeout, but when the door opened, it was her own son returning home.
Hee, I changed my flight. Changed? Lu Yu froze for a moment, then feigned reproach. You little rascal. Why didn't you tell us? Your dad and I were planning to pick you up. Mom, I'm old enough now.
I won't get lost coming back on my own.
Lu Yu chuckled. Oh, and this is.
Amidst the small talk, Lu's mother noticed Chu standing behind Lu Yu. Her expression instantly turned puzzled.
How come after just a month, my son brings home a man? A classmate? Or?
Lu Yu smiled and pointed to Chu behind him, introducing him. Mom, let me introduce you.
This is my roommate, Chu. He's also from Jinshan City. Since we're all heading back anyway, I thought I'd bring him along. Lu's mother relaxed visibly and immediately warmed up. Oh, so he's your roommate. Come on in, let's talk inside.
She warmly ushered Lu Yu and Chu inside, handing them slippers to change into.
Xiao Yu, you're back so early?
Lu's father, drawn by the commotion outside, came over to see his son had returned.
Dad, it's been a month since we last saw each other. Did you miss me?
Lu Yu smiled and gave his father a big hug.
Of course I missed you. Your mother and I think of you every day, worried you might not be adjusting well in the capital. Lu's father chuckled. He turned to look at Chu and said with a smile, Xiao Yu, your classmate is really strong, isn't he? Tall and sturdy, is he an athlete? Uncle, you have a keen eye. Chu chuckled and replied, I'm a specially recruited athletic student at Lu Yu's school. My major is javelin throwing, so I'm a bit more muscular than the average student. Athletes are great. Lu's father praised, physical fitness is the foundation of everything. With a strong body, you can accomplish tasks with half the effort and double the results, haha. By the way, what should I call you? Uncle, my surname is Chu. You can just call me Chu. All right. Mr. Lu smiled and gave an okay sign.
After spending a month at the school, Chu had toned down that military-like decisiveness and ruthlessness. Combined with his deliberate disguise, he actually gave off a scholarly air. Standing before Lu's parents now, his expression was natural, his smile warm and amiable, not a single flaw to be found. Had Lu Yu encountered today's Chu outside campus, he might have genuinely believed Chu was just a javelin-throwing athlete. Oh, right, Dad, Mom. Lu Yu remembered something and pulled two exquisitely wrapped gifts from his suitcase. I brought you both some gifts from Kyoto. Take a look, what do you think? Though her words carried a hint of reproach, the joy in her eyes and the smile at the corners of her mouth spoke volumes. You silly child, your father and I have our salaries. There's no need for you to spend your living expenses on gifts for us. Honestly. Hee, Mom and Dad, don't worry. My living expenses are more than enough. Lu Yu chuckled. He knew his parents were worried his allowance might not be enough, so he deliberately said it that way. This packaging is quite elegant, isn't it? Lu's mother and father accepted the gift Lu Yu handed them. After unwrapping it, the full contents were revealed before everyone's eyes. Is this a tea set? Lu's mother glanced at him with delight, inwardly marveling, what a thoughtful son. She didn't have many hobbies in her daily life. Aside from playing a little match 3 puzzle game during her free time at work, she loved brewing tea. Her son had bought her a tea set. Clearly, he had put thought into it. Lu's mother gently tapped the ceramic teapot with her finger. Instantly. Ding! A remarkably crisp sound echoed throughout the entire room. What quality is this?
Hearing that clear, resonant sound, Lu's mother sensed something was off. She had owned some moderately priced tea sets before, but the sound they made when tapped was nowhere near as crisp and pleasant as the one in her hand now. Moreover, the patterns, texture, and luster of this teapot utterly outshone any she'd ever purchased before. This quality is no ordinary thing. Xiaoyu, how much did you spend on this set? Mrs. Lu asked with concern. And Mrs. Lu wasn't the only one harboring such doubts. This lighter is actually a foreign brand. In Lu's father's mind, foreign brands were always quite expensive. If he knew this wasn't just any ordinary foreign brand, but a renowned luxury label once praised by the monarch of the British Empire as the jeweler to the emperor among jewelers, his hand would likely tremble unconsciously, afraid of dropping it on the floor. The feel of it is quite nice. Father Lu continued to fiddle with the lighter in his hand. Whether it was the smooth texture or the substantial weight in his palm, everything seemed to scream pricey. Though he knew little about high-end luxury brands. Just by its feel alone, he could tell this lighter was anything but cheap. Yes, Xiaoyu. He asked suspiciously, how much did you spend on the gifts you bought for me and your mom? Lately, they'd seen numerous reports on TV about college students taking out online loans. The reports mentioned that some students, driven by vanity, would take out nude loans or online loans to sustain their high-consumption lifestyles. Moreover, these online loans often employed various tricks to deceive naive students. Could their son have gotten involved in something like this? For a moment, both Lu's father and mother felt a pang of worry. Dad, Mom. Don't worry, I really didn't spend much. Lu Yu smiled and explained, Beijing is the heart of our entire dragon nation. Things like this might be hard to find in a small city like Luohai, but in the capital, they're nothing special. Besides, I'm just a student, how much could I possibly spend? And with the bonus I received for my previous experiment, buying these things really didn't cost me much. You two can rest assured. Lu's father and mother exchanged a glance, their doubts instantly easing. That's right, Lu's father said. Your mother and I almost forgot you're not just attending school, you're also conducting experiments. Father Lu chuckled. So how's that battery conductor ring project coming along? Dad, don't worry. Lu Yu smiled faintly and said, everything's going smoothly. Maybe in a little while, we'll be able to put it into official use. Great. Lu's father beamed with delight, you're truly your old man's son, a real go-getter. Knowing his child would soon contribute to the nation filled this veteran worker with boundless pride. Seeing the pride in his parents' eyes, Lu Yu's smile grew even broader. Due to confidentiality, he couldn't tell his parents he was researching a project capable of changing the entire world and had already achieved significant milestones. Their knowledge of his work was limited to the fictional lead-acid battery conductor ring project. Still, witnessing their beaming pride was enough to fill Lu Yu with contentment. Oh, right. Lu Yu remembered something and pulled out several plane tickets. Mom and Dad, you can cancel your train tickets. The higher-ups rewarded my research team for our breakthrough with tickets to Jinshan City. The flight's on the morning of October 1st, we can leave tomorrow. Airline tickets? Lu's mother paused slightly, glancing at the tickets in Lu Yu's hand. Your organization is so generous they actually gave you tickets? What do you know? Our son is a future scientist, his perks are top-notch. Lu's father chuckled. His words instantly dispelled her doubts. After all, when they went to the capital, it was old Zhong and his group who came to pick them up in a helicopter. Compared to that, a few plane tickets really weren't anything to fuss about. And first class, no less. Mr. Lu shifted his gaze to the tickets and was genuinely surprised. His expression turned wistful as he remarked, your mother and I have never flown in our entire lives, let alone in first class. Dad, you'll absolutely love the feeling of takeoff. Lu Yu smiled. Soon, everything was settled. Their luggage was packed and cleaned, while new belongings were repacked into suitcases, ready for departure. Night. Lu Yu sat casually on the sofa, about to give Ah Chu some instructions. But just then, a familiar notification sound suddenly rang out in Lu Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the option. The 100x Mind Accelerator reward for 7 days has been dispersed. Please collect it. Chapter 94, Reward Received. Reward dispersed? Before Lu Yu could process it, a timer appeared in the lower right corner of her view. Accelerator remaining time, 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Accelerator remaining time, 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. Lu Yu instantly understood, was this a countdown? Meaning the current thought accelerator had officially activated? He scrambled out of bed, grabbed a copy of Molecular Science and Bionics, the book Su Xiaoxiao had recommended, from his luggage, and flipped it open at random. Since manganese can switch between divalent and tetravalent oxidation states, it primarily functions in redox reactions and electron transfer. This concept provided inspiration for the research of Spicia and others. So the primary focus is the electron transfer process in living organisms? For Lu Yu, merely glancing at the article once or twice felt like the knowledge was deeply imprinted in his mind. She effortlessly extracted the key conclusions, as if she'd studied it for ages. Yet the actual time spent studying was less than 3 seconds. That efficiency is terrifying. Xiaoyu, aren't you going to sleep? At that moment, Lu Yu's father, dressed in his pajamas, entered her room. Dad, I'll be going to bed soon. Lu Yu smiled and gave a perfunctory reply. After his father returned to his own room, Lu Yu found another excuse to send Ah Chu away. He then decided to use the extra sleep time he'd earned from the system reward earlier. Instantly, his mind, which had been growing weary with the night, became crystal clear. Staying up late is definitely not good. But extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. So I chose to pull an all-nighter. Lu Yu took a deep breath. As he got into the zone, his page-turning speed accelerated. From turning a page every 10 seconds to 7 seconds, then 4 seconds. The swish-swish sound of pages turning filled the entire room. It must be said, the scene looked rather eerie, reminiscent of those viral quantum speed reading ads from a while back. But there was a crucial difference. One was pure NT nonsense, while Lu Yu genuinely absorbed an entire page's worth of knowledge within 3 or 4 seconds. President's office, Watching University. Xiao, can you tell Dad what's really going on here? President Su stared at the transfer order in his hand, utterly flustered. He had just learned that his daughter was to join a top-secret project and would be conducting closed-door research at Longke University for the foreseeable future. Dad, is there a problem? Su Xiao tilted her head, looking at her father with confusion. She seemed baffled as to why her father was making such a fuss. Problem? What problem? Principal Su sighed, momentarily at a loss for words. Participating in such a major project wouldn't be a bad thing for his daughter, but the problem was that it ran completely counter to the path he had planned for her. Compared to joining such a large-scale project and tackling grand endeavors, he actually hoped his daughter would take the lead on smaller-scale projects instead. With less pressure, she could focus on the research she truly loved. After all, the larger the project, the greater the pressure. Take the development of the 2 bombs and 1 satellite. Back in the day, Professor Qian led a team of pillar scientists, enduring decades of hardship in the northern desert. The pressure they endured was far beyond what ordinary people could ever imagine. Dad, don't worry. I'll take good care of myself. Su Xiao finally understood her father's meaning and offered a resigned reassurance. Usually it's fathers comforting daughters, but with her, it was the other way around. Xiao, it's not that I doubt your ability to take care of yourself. It's just that. Principal Su hesitated, unable to finish. His daughter had excelled since childhood, whether in academics, daily life, or even sports. Her achievements were consistently outstanding. He had always regarded Su Xiao as his pride and joy. But sometimes, a daughter being too exceptional could also be a source of worry. Take marriage prospects, for instance. That alone presents a headache. While Xiao's appearance could undoubtedly be described as beautiful, but with her personality, average men simply wouldn't catch her eye. And for a truly exceptional man to win her over, he'd have to endure her icy temperament. Only then could they possibly build a lasting relationship. But how many such men exist? What a headache. Principal Su massaged his temples, sighing inwardly. Well, at least Xiao was only 18. She had plenty of time ahead of her. Maybe one day he could look around his workplace for some promising young men and introduce them to Xiao. Dad, what are you thinking about? Su Xiao looked at Principal Su suspiciously. Her intuition told her something was off about what her father was currently pondering. Ahem, nothing. Really, nothing. Luohai City. After a night had passed, Liu slowly closed the book in her hands, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of her lips. Truly a hundredfold thought accelerator produced by the system. In just one night, I've actually grasped the entirety of 3 books: Molecular Science and Bionics, Molecular Bionics and its Applications, and Foundational Structures of Bionics. Amazing. This feeling is truly amazing. He shook his head, stood up, and stretched his limbs. Ah, that feels good. If yesterday he was still a complete novice in bionics, then now, he had at least crossed the threshold, becoming a half-expert. Though his head felt a bit dizzy. Lu Yu stood up, took a few deep breaths, and got dressed. Xiao, dinner's ready. Lu Yu's mother's warm call drifted from outside the room. Lu Yu rarely came home more than once a month, and his doting mother would never let him cook breakfast himself. So she had set her alarm early, rising before dawn to cook his favorite congee with preserved eggs and lean pork, then bought 2 fried dough sticks from the shop. Here I come. The aroma wafting through the air made the smile on Lu Yu's lips grow even wider. This was the feeling of home. Although the professor's apartment in Kyoto, whether in terms of exquisite decoration or spaciousness, far surpassed their small flat in Luohai City. But when it came to happiness, they couldn't compare. Lu Yu approached the dining table to find Ah Chu already dressed and seated, chopsticks in hand, beginning to eat. Xiao, your classmate is quite talented. Lu's mother chuckled. I was cooking earlier when he offered to help. I thought he didn't need to, but turns out he's quite skilled in the kitchen. Try this. How does the preserved egg and lean pork congee taste? Lu Yu nodded slightly and smiled. He picked up a spoon, took a small sip, and his eyes widened with surprise. It's pretty good. Ah Chu, do you know how to cook? Although he lived in the capital and spent much of his time with Ah Chu, they usually ate at the cafeteria.
When he was busy, he'd have Chu fetch meals from the cafeteria. This was his first time tasting Chu's cooking. I helped cook at home when I was little, so I picked up a few things. Chu chuckled beside him. Later, when I joined the military sports team, I cooked often too. My skills just naturally improved. Delicious. Luyu gave her a thumbs up and joked, looks like I'll be relying on you to cook 2 meals a day from now on. Sure thing. Chu smiled too. After breakfast, Luyu and the others packed their belongings and headed to the airport with their various luggage. With it being National Day and early morning, the airport was incredibly crowded. Fortunately, Luyu's family had first-class tickets. Both the waiting area and boarding procedures were handled through dedicated VIP lounges. Not only did they enjoy the spacious comfort, but they could also grab complimentary snacks and drinks. After waiting about half an hour, a flight attendant arrived at their lounge and politely escorted everyone onto the plane. This was our first time flying. After fastening her seatbelt, Lu's mother looked around nervously. Xiaoyu, will the plane shake and make us feel sick when it takes off? Mom, don't worry. Luyu reassured her, you might feel a slight sensation of weightlessness during takeoff, but it won't be too intense, maybe a bit stronger than riding an elevator? Really? Lu's mother still seemed uneasy. Mom, you'll see soon enough. It's nothing to be scared of. Luyu chuckled. Honey, relax a bit. Don't let them laugh at us. Lu's father chimed in. But though he spoke these words, his slightly trembling hands betrayed a hint of nervousness within. After all, he'd never even been close to a commercial airplane before, let alone flown in one. The only time he'd ever been in one was when he and Luyu took a helicopter ride. To say he wasn't afraid at all would be impossible. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that the flight is about to depart. We kindly ask everyone to. A polite female voice echoed through the cabin. Amidst the roar of engines, the aircraft gained momentum. After a long taxi, it lifted off, heading toward Jinshan City. Chapter 95, The Call. On the plane. Phew, finished another book. Luyu exhaled deeply, slowly closing the book in his hands, Fundamentals of Bionics. Half an hour had passed since the plane took off. At first, his parents had felt a mix of awe and novelty, but after staring at the unchanging blue sky and white clouds outside, they too began to feel bored. Before long, both of them closed their eyes and fell asleep. Why not read something else to shift their focus? Staring at the same academic material for too long could make the brain go numb, hindering efficiency. Luyu pondered for a moment, then pulled out the latest issue of Nature from his bag and began flipping through it. Nature is the most renowned journal in the land of the eternal sun and the world's oldest international scientific publication. Since its founding in 1869, it has consistently reported and reviewed the most significant breakthroughs in global science and technology. Many students take pride in having their papers published in Nature. The latest issue of Nature featured a strikingly sci-fi inspired image of a brain on its cover. It appeared the theme might be a paper on neuroscience and brain cells. Luyu flipped open the cover and began reading. Sitting in first class, the cabin was exceptionally quiet. Aside from the occasional person moving about to use the restroom, it was almost completely silent. In such a quiet study environment, his efficiency was exceptionally high. With a 100-fold accelerator, Luyu could turn to the next page and continue reading in just a second or two. Just as he had read through most of the magazine, a voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. Young man, are you reading the latest issue of Nature? The voice sounded kind yet authoritative. Luyu looked up, glanced at the speaker, and nodded slightly. Yes, have you read it too? As he responded, he also took a moment to observe the man who had approached him. It was a middle-aged man wearing a black jacket, appearing mature and reserved. At first glance, he seems to have a certain presence. Classmate, the main article you're reading in this issue should be the one analyzing brain neurons, right? The middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, I've read this one thoroughly before, it's an excellent paper. The analysis is comprehensive and substantive, well worth careful consideration. At this point, he added earnestly. You might think I'm meddling, but when it comes to reading, you really need to settle your mind and read carefully. Though the middle-aged man didn't spell it out, his meaning was perfectly clear. Uncle, you've misunderstood. Luyu's lips curved into an awkward smile as he replied, I'm not flipping through it carelessly. I'm actually reading it with full attention. Young man, one must be truthful in all things. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly, his voice tinged with disappointment. Even for medical students at prestigious universities, comprehending the content is no easy feat. What could you possibly learn by flipping through it like this? He was actually just passing by Luyu's seat on his way to the restroom. However, upon seeing Luyu flipping through the latest issue of Nature magazine, he paused to observe for a moment only to witness Luyu's haphazard browsing. As someone who revered science, he naturally couldn't bear to witness such a desecration of knowledge. I'm not. Luyu wasn't quite sure how to explain. With the aid of a 100-fold accelerator, he could grasp the content of a page in mere seconds, but how could he possibly explain that to others? Finally, Luyu could only offer a wry smile. I'm afraid I can't explain this to you, but I truly am studying diligently. With that, he stopped defending himself and lowered his head to continue flipping through the pages at the same accelerated pace. After all, the accelerator only lasted 7 days. Every minute, every second was precious.
Alright then, the man said.
Since you claim you're reading carefully, let me test you with a few questions.
The middle-aged man glanced at Lu Yu's page number and asked in a deep voice.
You've read the argument on page 35 about the structural recovery of damaged axons in cerebellar neurons, correct?
How do cerebellar neurons alter their structure when subjected to external impact damage?
He had pored over this paper extensively before boarding his flight yesterday, committing much of its content to memory. With a moment's reflection, he could recall the details. However, for someone with a weak foundation in biology, even repeated readings might yield little understanding, let alone for students who'd merely skimmed it once or twice.
He was certain Lu Yu wouldn't be able to answer. However,
when subjected to external impact, cerebellar neurons immediately transmit signals to Purkinje cells.
After initial internal coordination, these signals are then processed for output. Lu Yu answered fluently.
However, I believe that since this experiment overlooks the influence of the brainstem on the entire process, the specific findings still require further clinical validation. The middle-aged man who had prepared his lines to lecture Lu Yu suddenly froze in mid-sentence.
You actually understood it after just skimming through it?
The first part of Lu Yu's response matched the original Nature paper word for word.
The second part even included his own original insights. Moreover, the reasoning in the latter part was exceptionally sound, not the kind that comes from rote memorization.
Well, I'm in a good state of mind right now, so my learning efficiency is a bit faster.
Lu Yu replied with a smile.
Classmate, this isn't just a little faster. The middle-aged man said with a wry smile. In Nature, they publish only the latest research findings.
So it's highly unlikely he knew this information long ago.
That leaves only two possibilities. One, Lu Yu had thoroughly read and understood Nature yesterday, then pretended to flip through books today. The second possibility is that he genuinely understood this paper in such a short time.
The first possibility is something only a fool would do. That leaves only one possibility. Just then, a young man wearing glasses hurried over. Director Lee, what are you doing here? I've been looking everywhere for you. Nothing. I was just having a chat with the student.
The middle-aged man suppressed his shock, his tone regaining its composure. He took a pen from his secretary's hand, tore off a random piece of paper, and scribbled a string of numbers on it.
Student, you're also heading to Jinshan City, right?
Yes.
Lu Yu replied.
The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before handing the note to Lu Yu.
We'll connect again later.
If you run into any trouble in Jinshan City, you can also call this number.
Chapter 96, What a Coincidence.
After placing the note on Lu Yu's desk, the middle-aged man returned to his seat, accompanied by his secretary.
Phone.
Lu Yu glanced at the note before tucking it away. He wasn't particularly skilled at reading people, but judging by the middle-aged man's demeanor and manner of speaking, he could tell this wasn't an ordinary individual. Considering the gesture was well-intentioned, Lu Yu saw no reason to refuse. After the man left, Lu Yu didn't dwell on the matter. He silently resumed reading the Nature journal in his hands. After all, making the most of his time in the accelerator to study was his top priority.
In the first-class cabin, on the other side of the aisle.
Mayor Lee, was that just now? Asked the secretary wearing gold-rimmed glasses hesitantly. Unlike others, his superior had always been solely interested in scientific research, beyond mere reputation. This stemmed from Mayor Lee's unique life trajectory, distinct from typical bureaucrats. His initial path hadn't been through the usual channels. He had actually graduated from Shanghai Jiaotong University, with a solid background in science and engineering. After returning to China, Mayor Lee had initially taken up a teaching position at a university, gradually rising to the rank of professor. Later, by a twist of fate, he was handpicked by the senior leader and entered the system. Thanks to his strong professional skills and abilities, he rose rapidly through the ranks, becoming the second in command of Jinshan City. Yet what Mayor Lee cherished most were those earlier, purer days. Precisely for this reason, even as the second in command, he still set aside time each day to read scientific journals like Nature and SCI. The middle-aged man known as Mayor Lee smiled faintly.
A most intriguing young man, and quite gifted.
I always thought photographic memory was merely a figure of speech, but today I've witnessed it firsthand. Our Dragon Nation truly has no shortage of exceptional talents. Though he didn't show it, Lu Yu's display had genuinely startled him. Indeed, our Dragon Nation is vast and rich in resources, so naturally, it has no shortage of talented individuals. The secretary nodded slightly in agreement. I too used to believe certain things were merely exaggerations, but sometimes you have to witness them firsthand to grasp their true wonder. Mayor Lee didn't pursue the conversation further. Instead, closing his eyes slightly and leaning back in his chair to rest. He had originally traveled to Luohai City for a meeting, but halfway through, he suddenly received notice to return to Jinshan City at top speed. All of this was actually tied to a special security operation. Word had spread that a prominent figure was coming to Jinshan City. As mayor, he must personally oversee every detail to prevent any unforeseen incidents. However, the specific details of the mission were not disclosed by higher-ups.
He was only instructed to return to Jinshan City first, with arrangements to follow. Ladies and gentlemen, your flight is about to arrive at its destination. The flight attendant's polite and elegant voice sounded once more over the intercom. After a long flight, the aircraft was finally nearing its destination. Almost there. Phew. Mayor Lee slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long, heavy breath. Although no official statement had been issued regarding this security mission, the authorities were clearly treating it with the utmost seriousness, demanding exceptionally high standards and protocols. Clearly, the higher-ups were deeply concerned, fearing any unforeseen incident. For Mayor Lee, who would personally oversee the operation, this added immense pressure. The plane finally touched down smoothly. He glanced toward Lu Yu's seat before instructing his secretary to collect the luggage and slowly exited the cabin. Just then, a phone rang abruptly. Here it comes. Mayor Lee took a deep breath, pulled out his phone connected to the secure line, and answered the call. Mayor Lee, you should have returned to Jinshan City by now, correct? The voice on the other end of the line was authoritative. Mayor Lee nodded slightly, his expression grave. Yes. Whatever instructions you have from headquarters, please relay them, Captain Lu. The caller was known as Team Leader Lu. Few knew exactly which unit Lu commanded. Mayor Lee only knew that Lu's unit was highly secretive within the military, composed of elite soldiers selected from the very best, tasked with providing security for certain high-ranking officials. Beyond that, details were beyond the purview of someone at his level. I'll send you the details of the protected individual shortly. You need not know his specific identity. Simply cooperate with our work and ensure his personal safety. Captain Lu's icy voice came through the phone. Immediately afterward, through a secure line, a series of files and images were transmitted to Mayor Lee's classified communication channel. Received? MHM. Mayor Lee gave a slight nod, then took a deep breath before nervously opening the file. He knew these documents were likely classified at the highest level top secret. Even at his rank, he'd only had 1 or 2 opportunities to access such files. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp notification sound, the file decompressed successfully and slowly opened. It was him. When Mayor Lee saw the image on the document, his pupils suddenly contracted. The young man in the photo possessed bright, radiant eyes, refined features, and an air of profound intellectualism. It was none other than Lu Yu, the very man he had encountered on the plane just moments ago. Mayor Lee, what's wrong? Captain Lu frowned and asked. Mayor Lee took several deep breaths before forcing a wry smile. Nothing. Just a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that the person Captain Lu needed to protect was the very same youth he'd encountered in first class. Wasn't this a bit too coincidental? No need to be overly surprised. Just remember to cooperate with us and ensure his personal safety. Captain Lu emphasized solemnly. He's in Jinshan City to celebrate his grandmother's birthday. He'll be leaving in 7 days. Nothing can go wrong during this time. Jinshan City, Huanshui County. Within Jinshan City, Huanshui County was neither economically nor demographically remarkable. It could be described as an ordinary little county town. Yet within this ordinary county town, the Lu family stood out as quite extraordinary. The matriarch of the Lu family was approaching 80, and in a few days, she would celebrate her 80th birthday. Though advanced in years, before her retirement, the matriarch had held a position of some rank within the system. After 4 decades of service at the grassroots level, her cloudy eyes seemed to pierce through the world's affairs. Since retirement, she has devoted herself to charity, generously aiding the poor and helping the weak, earning the deep respect of many locals in the county. Unfortunately, the third son of the Lu family hadn't amounted to much, drifting off to another county to become just another ordinary migrant worker. His only notable achievement was likely his son's admission to Longke University. For a small county like this, having someone get into such a prestigious university was certainly a source of pride. It's been ages since I last saw that child, Xiaoyu. I wonder how he's doing. Grandma Lu stood at the gate of the family compound, her eyes brimming with longing. The last time I saw Xiaoyu was 2 years ago. He was already quite tall then. With another 2 years of growth, he might even surpass your height, Huayan. They say grandparents and grandchildren share the deepest bond. Lu Yu and his great-grandmother lived far apart, meeting only a handful of times each year, so her longing for him was especially profound. After waiting together for about 10 minutes, several figures drew nearer and nearer. The old grandmother squinted as she leaned in for a closer look, a flash of joy lighting up her eyes. Little Yu is back. Chapter 97, Can you understand? Lu Yu and her family of 3 arrived at the front gate. Seeing Grandmother Lu coming to greet them, Lu Yu's face lit up with a smile. Grandma, we're back. Come here, let Grandma take a look. TSK, I was just chatting with your uncle, and look at you, you're taller than him now. Huayan, come take a look. Lu Huayan walked over with a resigned expression. Coming, Mom. Little Yu has really grown so much taller and stronger. He gestured to compare their heights, his eyes showing surprise. Lu's mother chuckled. It's the growth spurt, you know. He changes every year. After brief pleasantries, Grandma Lu led Lu Yu and the others into the courtyard.
Inside the courtyard, the 100-square-meter ground floor hall was nearly filled with younger relatives. Some were glued to their phones playing games, others scrolled through short videos, while a few gathered in small groups chatting about trivial matters.
Few paid much attention to Luyu.
After all, in their eyes, although Luyu had the prestige of attending Longke University, they hadn't known her well since childhood, and she wasn't developing her career in Hwanshui County, so there was little need for interaction.
As for Luyu, he wasn't one to waste time either.
His current study efficiency was exceptionally high, and wasting even a moment on other matters felt like squandering the system's rewards. So Luyu casually pulled out a copy of Advanced Structures of Bionic Biology, found a spot on a sofa, and sat down. After all, with the 100-fold accelerator boosting his efficiency to the absolute limit, Luyu was practically itching to read books even during meals. The courtyard was quite crowded. While Luyu's father had only one child, the other three families had 2 or even 3 children. Among all these people, the one with the most extraordinary presence was the man standing in the center of the ancestral hall. That was the second son of the eldest uncle's family, Lu Wang, a selected graduate from Peking University School of Public Administration. Young and accomplished, he was highly valued by his superiors.
Xiaoyu, you're back?
Lu Wang looked at Luyu calmly and smiled.
It's been quite a few years since we last saw each other, hasn't it?
Ha! Oh, brother Lu Wang, you've grown even more handsome than before. Luyu paused slightly before offering a polite smile. Why don't you come sit with us? We both graduated from universities in the capital, we should have plenty to talk about.
Lu Wang invited.
Luyu felt a bit awkward. He picked up the book in his hand and apologized. How about we chat later tonight?
I'm just getting to a crucial part right now.
He and these cousins from his hometown weren't particularly close. He grew up in Luohai City while they were raised in Hwanshui County. They probably didn't even share common ground to discuss. With Lu Wang, he could only exchange a few polite pleasantries, nothing substantial. Rather than squander this precious 100-fold learning acceleration time on idle chatter, it was more practical to delve deeper into the knowledge within the book.
All right, study hard.
That's good. Lu Wang frowned slightly but said nothing more. The other brothers and sisters all turned their gaze toward Luyu, their eyes filled with confusion. In their eyes, with brother Lu extending an olive branch, this kid from Luohai City actually sat there motionless, pretending to read? What was he playing at?
The first to speak up was Lu Huaran's eldest son, Lu Fu.
Luyu, I heard you got into Longke University. Did your parents reward you with anything? I only got into a second-tier university, but my dad rewarded me with a car.
You got into Longke University, your reward should be even more generous than mine, right?
Lu Fu sneered. His father, Lu Huairan, owned several electronics component factories locally and had some wealth. Giving his son a car to save face was well within his means. But Luyu's father, Lu Huaili, was just an ordinary worker. How could he possibly afford such a thing? Lu Fu brought up this topic with ulterior motives. I'm a student. Studying is my main job. I don't need a sports car. Luyu smiled and replied candidly. Even while speaking, he never set down his book, remaining fully absorbed in studying advanced bionic student structure. But to Lu Fu, this scene was nothing short of a blatant provocation. So what if you got into Longke University? What are you trying to pull here? Lu Fu sneered coldly. I've heard your college entrance exam score was only 350 points. Forget Longke University, you couldn't even meet the undergraduate cutoff. You concocted some so-called battery to get Longke University to admit you on special terms, right? His words drew the attention of many Lu family members present. Many of them weren't close to Luyu and only knew from their elders that he'd recently gotten into Longke University. But the fact that he'd scored a mere 350 on the college entrance exam? That was news to them. In an instant, the looks everyone gave Luyu were tinged with contempt. In their eyes, how could a student who scored only 350 on the college entrance exam possibly invent a battery conductor ring? He must have pulled some strings. Pretty much. Luyu replied indifferently. His hands never stopped moving as he carefully flipped through the pages of his copy of Advanced Structures of Bionic Students. 350 points? That's pathetic. I've been playing for years and always score over 100 points higher than you. I really don't know how you manage to pass your classes. Lu Fu persisted relentlessly. I bet that battery of yours is fake too, right? Don't we have a professor relative named Lu Jinshan? He works at Longke University, right? You got into Longke, don't tell me your dad pulled some strings for you? At this remark, some people smirked. Lu Fu felt quite smug. He stood up and leaned closer to Luyu. Let me see what book you're reading. Bionics? What on earth is that? You're not even majoring in that at Longke University, are you? How can you pretend to be so clueless? Reading books like this? Do you even understand what's written in them? Lu Fu sneered. No one's going to stop you from pretending to read books. But hey, you can fool others, just don't fool yourself. If you can't graduate from university, well, hey. Lu Fu's academic performance was nothing to write home about. He barely scraped into a second-tier university, only because his father shelled out a fortune for private tutoring right before the college entrance exams. Precisely because of this, Lu Fu couldn't stand seeing Lu Yu clutching a book and reading non-stop. He was convinced Lu Yu was just putting on a show. Yet, Lu Yu remained completely unfazed by his words, replying calmly. If that convinces you, then fine. Even as he spoke, he didn't pause his reading. His gaze remained fixed on the book's pages, never once meeting Lu Fu's eyes. This very act only served to enrage Lu Fu completely. You! Lu Fu stood up, seething with rage and ready to lash out. Enough, don't overdo it. But just then, a calm voice interrupted Lu Fu's actions. Though the voice wasn't loud, nor did it carry any particular weight, the instant it sounded, Lu Fu obediently sat back down without another word. The speaker was none other than Lu Wang. He seemed like the elder brother of this ancestral hall. Whenever he spoke, everyone obeyed his commands. Xiaoyu, Lu Fu's words just now were a bit excessive. Lu Wang remarked meaningfully, but he did touch on one point that's actually true. Once you get to university, strive to learn as much useful knowledge as possible. Popular disciplines are popular for a reason. You must study them diligently. When you enter society, whether joining a company or the government sector, choosing a good major will make everything you do twice as effective with half the effort. With a field like bionics, even if you study it your whole life, you'll only ever be a technical supervisor at best. Lu Wan looked down from his lofty perch, pontificating, such fields offer far too narrow a path. His words drew nods of deep agreement from the Lu family's young members present. Technical fields like this might make job hunting easier, but both the work environment and career growth potential are woefully inadequate. Civil engineering is a prime example. While finding a job might be easy, without connections, getting the 3 perks and 5 benefits package is nothing short of a pipe dream. As for bionics, they'd never even heard of it. What use was studying something like that? Would it get you promoted? Would it make you money? If everyone thinks like this, how can technology ever advance? Lu Yu smiled calmly. Even the most obscure disciplines need students. It's precisely because many people in this country don't value them that we've fallen so far behind the Western world technologically. This isn't just true for bionics, it applies to other cutting-edge fields like chip technology as well. In a way, Lu Wang might be partially right. Mastering finance and marketing does make it easier to succeed in society. But who was he? The chief engineer of the Red Sun project, overseeing initiatives valued in the billions. Job hunting and employment are simply not matters Lu Yu needs to concern himself with. How to revitalize Dragon Nation's technology and bridge its gaps in high-tech fields, that is what truly occupies Lu Yu's thoughts. Ask him to study finance or computer science just for easier job prospects? Even if he did, the Dragon Nation's higher-ups would never approve. Seeing that Lu Yu seemed to dismiss his advice entirely, Lu Wang merely shook his head and sighed. Sigh. Xiaoyu, you'll understand these things once you enter society. The others present all shook their heads in unison, convinced Lu Yu was beyond redemption. Especially Lu Wang's younger sister, Lu Qianchuan. Contempt was practically written all over her face. She was about the same age as Lu Yu. But living in Huanshui County, she had always idolized her brother Lu Wang, hoping one day to be as accomplished as him. My brother kindly tried to teach you, yet you show no gratitude. How arrogant. Lu Qianchuan shot Lu Yu a contemptuous glance. This deep-seated dislike hadn't formed overnight, it had been building for years. During past holiday breaks, the third son of the Lu family would often bring Lu Yu back to their hometown to play with his siblings. Though Lu Yu and Lu Qianchuan were the same age, they never got along. Every time they met, they either argued or came to blows, often escalating into fierce fights. Later, as they both grew older, physical altercations had all but ceased, but arguments remained inevitable. This time, however, Lu Yu's return seemed markedly different from before, somehow peculiar. Ding! As Lu Qianchuan pondered this, her phone suddenly emitted a message notification sound. Lu Qianchuan glanced at her phone and immediately stood up, turning apologetically to Lu Wang. Bro, I have a dinner with classmates I made plans for earlier. I'll have to head out now. Okay. Lu Wang nodded calmly and instructed, don't stay out too late. Be back before the banquet. Got it, bro. Lu Qianchuan flashed a smile. This class reunion was especially important because the boy she'd been secretly crushing on was attending, a perfect chance to make a good impression. But, oh, right. Lu Wang seemed to remember something and looked at Lu Qianchuan. Why don't you bring Xiaoyu along too? You're both the same age, so you should have plenty to talk about. Bring him? Lu Qianchuan glanced at Lu Yu, looking somewhat reluctant. Hey, do you want to go? Whatever you say. Lu Yu exhaled a long breath and turned another page. Regardless of where they were, his primary focus remained on learning as quickly as possible. He intended to leverage the accelerator to rapidly absorb knowledge in bionics. As for where he was going or what he was doing there, he didn't care. Chihiro, be good. Lu Wang said calmly. The earlier argument had left the ancestral hall feeling somewhat tense. Having Lu Yu and Lu Qianchuan step outside together would help ease the stiffness in the courtyard. By the time they returned that evening, they could sit down together for a banquet. As everyone grew more familiar, the atmosphere would naturally become more harmonious.
Lu Qianxuan sighed and conceded.
All right, brother. I'll take him, but he has to promise me he won't cause any trouble.
Chapter 98, Class Reunion.
After some back and forth, the argument finally ended with Lu Qianxuan conceding. She agreed to bring Lu Yu to her class reunion, but only after Lu Yu promised not to cause trouble there. Faced with this demand, Lu Yu readily agreed.
Cause trouble? Was he the kind of person who caused trouble?
As they approached the entrance of the ancestral hall, they saw a dark-skinned, burly man standing guard outside like a sentry.
Lu Qianxuan was startled. You're. He's my classmate.
Lu Yu smiled and interjected, he's from Huanshui County like me, so he came back with me.
Your classmate? Lu Qianxuan frowned in confusion. But isn't he also returning to his hometown? Then why is he standing outside our door?
A Chu cleared his throat, forcing himself to sound calm.
My parents are out of town on business and haven't returned to Huanshui County yet.
They have the keys, so I can't get into my house. Lu Yu agreed and helped me find a place to stay.
Upon hearing Chu's explanation, Lu Qianxuan asked suspiciously, really? She sounded kinda weird, didn't she? Lu Yu interjected.
Of course it's true.
Don't we have a few guest rooms in our courtyard? All the hotels in this county are in the city center. I can't just leave my classmate out in the cold, can I?
It's just for a day or two we can manage.
Lu Qianxuan rolled her eyes, whatever. As long as grandma agrees, let's go. She pulled out her phone to hail a cab. But just then, the taillights of a black car parked nearby flickered on. Ahem. If you two are heading out, why not take my car? A Chu waved the car keys in his hand and addressed Lu Qianxuan.
His orders were to provide comprehensive protection for Lu Yu's safety, not a moment of negligence.
What if they got into an accident taking a regular taxi?
Upon arriving in Huanshui County, he had immediately gone to the SWAT division and requisitioned this bulletproof, blast-resistant vehicle with maximum safety features. To avoid drawing attention, he'd even covered up the SWAT insignia on the vehicle.
Your car? Lu Qianxuan froze. What the hell? Didn't this guy just say he was following Lu Yu because his parents were doing business out of town and hadn't returned to Huanshui County yet? How did he even drive here?
They just mixed up the car keys and apartment keys, so now my classmate can drive but can't get into his own home.
Lu Yu said without batting an eye. Yeah, that's exactly it. Are you serious? Lu Qianxuan's mouth twitched slightly as he glanced at the car out of the corner of his eye. This whole thing, it reeks of something off. Mixing up car keys and house keys so the son can't get home? Are there really parents that abstract in this world? And why did this car look so off? After some persuasion, Lu Qianxuan finally climbed into the all-black, bulletproof and blast-resistant vehicle. The ride was filled with an uneasy silence.
Lu Yu focused intently on the book in his hands, showing no interest in conversation, while Chu concentrated on driving, equally uninterested in small talk.
In such a stifling atmosphere,
Lu Qianxuan could only chat with classmates on her phone, venting her frustrations. Guys, who gets it?
Today is seriously messed up.
Finally, after about half an hour, the car pulled slowly into the parking lot of a hotel.
How many guests, sir? The attendant approached and inquired politely. Third floor, Osmanthus room. Lu Qianxuan replied with practiced ease.
Within the entire county of Huanshui, there weren't many hotels worth mentioning, and this Four Seasons Spring Hotel was one of them.
For their university reunion dinner, they naturally wouldn't choose a subpar establishment. The Osmanthus room, you say?
The waitress smiled politely and said, please follow me. She led Lu Yu and her two companions up the hotel steps to the door of a private room.
This is it.
Before stepping inside, Lu Qianxuan placed her hands on her hips and declared, let me lay it out up front, bringing you guys here was my brother's idea.
Don't cause any trouble or ruin the mood. Otherwise, I'll make you pay, got it, Lu Yu?
Lu Yu sighed helplessly, got it. Despite Lu Qianxuan's best efforts to look fierce, her adorable appearance made her seem more like a cute little tiger than a real threat.
Good.
If you mess up my plans, I'll go straight to grandma and tell on you.
Lu Qianxuan snorted coldly before pushing open the door.
The moment she stepped inside, Lu Qianxuan's previously cold demeanor shifted like a Sichuan opera face-changing act, and she broke into a smile.
Oh my, you all arrived so early?
Of course.
When Mr. Du treats us, we have to come early, right? Lu Qianxuan's best friend replied with a laugh. Inside the room, the classmates all stood up to welcome Lu Qianxuan's arrival.
But soon, their attention shifted to the two figures behind Lu Qianxuan.
Qianxuan, these two are.
Wan Shuang, Lu Qianxuan's best friend, winked at her and said, they're both quite the lookers. The classmates behind them all turned their heads, their gazes fixated on the two who had entered with Lu Qianxuan. Their expressions ranged from curiosity and confusion to outright infatuation. It was impossible to ignore them.
Even setting Lu Qianxuan aside, Lu Yu and Chu were captivating enough on their own.
Lu Yu had refined features, fair skin, and a slender build.
Coupled with an air of scholarly refinement, the phrase a gentlemanly rogue couldn't have described him more perfectly.
As for Achu, his dark skin, sturdy build, and chiseled features made him a true athletic hunk.
A textbook athletic hunk. For a moment, several female classmates couldn't help but steal a few extra glances at the pair. Boyfriends? Lu Qianchuan rolled her eyes and said, "This is my cousin. This is my cousin's classmate. And these are your relatives?" Wang Shuang suddenly understood, I thought. She smiled warmly and extended her hand. "Hello, handsome gentleman. Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Shuang, Jianshuan's bestie, and currently single. Nice to meet you." Lu Yu smiled politely and shook her hand. Earlier while chatting on the phone, Wang Shuang had actually learned that Lu Qianchuan was bringing her cousin to the private room. However, due to Lu Qianchuan's constant disparagement, Wang Shuang had subconsciously imagined Lu Yu as the kind of annoying guy. But who would have thought he'd be so handsome in person? Ha, we're all young people, the more the merrier. Just then, a deep, resonant male voice echoed through the private room. "Since you're here, let's all have a good time together. Don't be shy, order whatever you want today's on me." "Alright, thanks." Lu Yu didn't hesitate either, casually finding a seat and sitting down. He was going to have lunch anyway, and as long as it didn't interfere with his reading while the accelerator was still active, it didn't matter where he ate. He casually scanned the room. There were over a dozen people present, but only two stood out. One, naturally, was the young man who had spoken earlier. Dressed in expensive clothes, boasting a resonant voice, and radiating an air of confidence between his brows. This must be the young master Du Wang Shuang had mentioned. The other was a girl sitting quietly in the corner, engrossed in her book. She wore a plain white cotton dress. Her features weren't particularly striking, but she was certainly delicate and refined. More importantly, in this noisy environment, she was completely absorbed in her book, not distracted in the slightest by the surrounding commotion. Not bad. A hint of approval flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. He casually found a seat, pulled out an advanced bionics textbook, and began reading intently. But before Lu Yu could settle in for long, Du Dashi approached. "Hey, classmate, what are you reading? Bionic materials for hands?" Du Wu glanced at the title, a smirk curling his lips. "Impressive. You studying materials, buddy?" "No." Lu Yu shook his head slightly and smiled. "Just curious, so I'm giving it a read." "Oh." Du Wu pressed further, "You're Chihiro's cousin, right? She mentioned we're the same age. If I may ask, where do you work, buddy?" Lu Yu shook his head. "Nothing special. Still at Longke University, first-year student." "Longke University?" Du Wu's expression changed instantly. "Impressive. Anyone who gets into Longke University isn't just anyone. Qianshuan, you have such an impressive cousin, why haven't you mentioned him before?" "He's nothing special." Lu Qianshuan shook her head sarcastically. "He didn't even get into Longke University through the college entrance exam. What's so impressive about that? When you're out in the world, family should stick together." But to Lu Qianshuan, this detestable cousin hardly counted as family. "He didn't get in through the college entrance exam?" Du Wu paused in surprise. "He got in through competitions? That's even more impressive." "Nope." Lu Qianshuan shook his head. "We're all family here, no need to be too harsh. Could it be he got in through connections?" Several classmates murmured to themselves, still unsure. The university Lu Qianshuan and Du Wu attended wasn't exactly a top-tier institution, but locally it was still a respectable 211 university. If someone really got into a prestigious school through connections, they would naturally look down on them. Lu Yu smiled, offering no defense. It was merely a fleeting encounter. What was there to explain? The dinner atmosphere revived as Lu Qianshuan and Du Wu chatted and laughed, their eyes meeting with warmth and affection. Amidst this warm and friendly atmosphere, Lu Yu was quite content to enjoy the quiet. But just as the private room was filled with warmth, the roar of engines suddenly erupted outside the window. V-room. Several motorcycles pulled up outside the hotel without warning. A group of neatly dressed young men, clearly not the friendly type, entered the hotel led by one of their own. Chapter 99, Plagiarism. Inside the private room. "Brother Du, look down there." Wang Chao, one of Du Wu's underlings, pointed nervously downstairs. "This group, they don't look like they're here for anything good. Hope they're not here for us?" Du Wu chuckled confidently. "What's there to fear? We haven't caused any trouble. Why would they come looking for us out of the blue? What's the matter? Scared?" "Not scared, just feeling a bit uneasy." Wang Chao cautiously replied, "I'm just worried. This group doesn't look like they're any good. Nothing to be afraid of. Come, have a couple of drinks to steady your nerves." Du Wu shook his head with a smile, then filled a cup and handed it to Wang Chao. "They're not here for us. We're just watching the show. What's there to be afraid of? Even if they are here to cause trouble, there's no need to be afraid. With all of us here, why would we be afraid of a few petty thugs and hoodlums?" At this point, Du Wu flashed a confident smile. "Besides, I've got some connections here in Huanshui County. If they mess with me, dealing with them will be a piece of cake." "Big brother Du, you're the man." Wang Chao finally relaxed, smiling as he downed the beer in his glass. "Yeah, with Boss Du here, what's there to fear from a few punks?
Besides, these punks might not even be here for us.
Maybe we'll get to watch some fun. Had ha.
The very moment this thought crossed Wang Chao's mind, a thunderous pounding erupted at the door.
Thump. 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 Damn it, Zhuang, kick the door down. Bang.
With a thunderous crash, the massive door to the private room was kicked wide open. Outside stood a group of young men with dyed yellow hair, clearly not the type to mess with.
Excuse me, guests.
A nearby waiter tried to intervene, but the leader glared at him menacingly. Shut your mouth.
Or else I'll wreck your place, got it? Aye.
The server was so terrified by the glare that he lost all courage to speak, standing frozen in place. This scene terrified everyone present. They were all students, they'd only ever seen scenes like this in movies like Young and Dangerous.
How could they ever witness something like this in real life? You're Huang Hao.
Suddenly, a classmate who was watching recognized the leader with the yellow hair. He was actually a fellow student at their university.
Huang Hao was something of a notorious figure at their university.
His father was a local construction magnate, and Huang Hao had gotten into this regional 211 university through his father's connections. He was known for being lazy and troublemaking. If not for his father's influence, Huang Hao would have been expelled long ago. And a recent incident had made Huang Hao even more notorious on campus.
It's me. What's it to you?
Huang Hao grinned, revealing a row of yellow teeth.
You know why I'm here today, right? Huang Hao, don't push it too far. It's just a thesis issue, right?
So someone reported your plagiarism and you didn't get the scholarship. Does that mean you have to resort to violence? A male student who couldn't stand by any longer stepped forward, speaking with righteous indignation.
If you know what's good for you, compensate the shop owner for their losses right now and get out of here. Otherwise, we'll call the police and you'll be in for it.
Call the police? Huang Hao chuckled, saying nothing, but gave a meaningful glance. A thug-like figure nearby, wielding a baseball bat, instantly understood. He swung the bat, smashing it down hard on the speaker's calf.
Thud. A faint thud echoed. Ah!
The boy who'd spoken up first turned pale instantly, clutching his leg and letting out a wail as he collapsed to the ground. SSSSSSSSSSSS. He sucked in several sharp breaths, his entire face turning deathly pale as the pain nearly brought him to tears. The crowd nearby was also startled by the scene, with several timid girls even letting out shrieks. Just from that sharp crack, the boy's calf must have at least suffered a bone fracture.
Huang Hao, you're deliberately hurting me. Wang Chao stammered, you're going to jail for this.
Jail?
Huang Hao laughed, spreading his hands innocently.
Old Zhuang's the one who intentionally hurt someone. Old Zhuang's the one who'll go to jail.
What's that got to do with me? I never told you to go beat someone up, right, Zhuang?
The thug called Zhuang chuckled. Well, I'm just impulsive sometimes.
Can't help it.
The thug shot a defiant glance at the students and chuckled. I'll turn myself in later. No need for you guys to worry about it.
You.
The students present seethed with hatred at Huang Hao's actions, yet they were powerless to do anything.
Alright, let's get down to business. Huang Hao clapped his hands with a sinister grin and said, Wang Shuang, you're the one who reported me for plagiarism in my thesis, right? Come out here.
He glared at Wang Shuang with a vicious look, his eyes burning with rage. The awards and scholarships that should have been mine all ruined because of your report.
And you have the nerve to show up at this banquet in Huanshui County?
Originally, Huang Hao's father had promised him a 1 million yuan allowance if he could win a paper award of a certain level.
But how could the useless Huang Hao possibly produce an award-winning paper on his own? So he came up with a devious scheme.
He paid a hefty sum to hire a retired university professor to ghostwrite a passable paper for him. Then he slapped his own name on it and submitted it.
At first, everything went smoothly.
But the dirty tricks involved, how else could it be, were discovered by Wang Shuang. The little minx had the nerve to report the whole thing directly to the school administration.
The result? Huang Hao's award was revoked, he was publicly reprimanded across the entire university, and he was utterly humiliated.
And Huang Hao, who always valued his reputation, couldn't possibly swallow his pride.
And so, today's scene unfolded. I'm right here. What are you going to do about it?
Wang Shuang stepped out of the crowd, her tone righteous. You plagiarized your thesis.
Why shouldn't I report you?
Her expression betrayed some nervousness, but she showed no sign of backing down.
You've got some nerve, kid.
Huang Hao was taken aback by Wang Shuang's attitude, but his smile turned colder. I'll give you one chance. Kneel down now, slap yourself 10 times, then apologize to me.
I'll let today's incident slide. Otherwise, you'll regret it later. Wang Shuang retorted angrily, don't even think about it.
You wear Nike, step on Adidas, and still try to cheat your way to a scholarship with plagiarized papers.
How do you expect students from poor families to feel?
Take Chun Chun, for example. She studied hard, burning the midnight oil for weeks just to write this paper, hoping to win the scholarship so she could pay next semester's tuition. As she spoke, she glanced at the girl cowering in the corner, her eyes filled with pity. Yes, Wang Shuang reported Huang Hao's plagiarism not for herself, but for her friend Ren Chun.
Shuang, thank you.
Ren Chun gazed at Wang Shuang with deep emotion. Only now did she realize it was Wang Shuang who had reported Huang Hao, allowing her to secure the scholarship. Many present came from well-off families, at least free from worries about tuition fees. But Run Chun was different. Her parents were ordinary farmers in Huanshui County, among the poorer segment of the farming community. Her ability to attend university was entirely due to her own diligence and hard work. After entering university, Run Chun worked part-time jobs to support herself, striving to study hard while also saving for her upcoming tuition fees. This thesis award scholarship had always been something she deeply desired. You two really are sisters in spirit. Huang Hao's smile grew colder at the corners of his mouth. Wang Shuang, I originally intended to settle accounts with you alone. But since she's involved too, you two will suffer together. Chapter 100 People need dignity, trees need bark. Let me think. Should I beat you both into concussions? Or cripple one of your hands? Huang Hao licked his dry lips, his expression savage. Watching the situation escalate, Lu Qianxuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She clenched her fists tightly, unsure whether she should step in. The Lu family held considerable influence in Huanshui County, and Wang Xuan was her best friend. She couldn't stand by and watch her friends suffer humiliation. But Lu Qianxuan glanced at Lu Yu on the sofa, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. If she rashly intervened, she might drag Lu Yu into this storm as well. No matter how little she thought of him, he was still her cousin. Moreover, even if she did step forward, Huang Hao might not necessarily give her the courtesy she expected. Just as Lu Qianxuan hesitated, a voice filled with righteous indignation suddenly rang out. Huang Hao, don't push your luck. A tall man slowly stepped forward, placing himself before the group of thugs. Do me this favor. Let's call it even today. Otherwise, if this escalates, none of you will be able to clean up the mess. Seeing this man step forward, a glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of everyone present, as expected of our chairman Du. Even Lu Qianxuan's eyes flickered with admiration. Stepping up in such a critical moment, now that's a real man. In contrast, Liu cowered on his sofa, too scared to even fart. If that wasn't a coward, what was? If it had been her older brother Lu Wang sitting here, would Huang Hao dare to come in and cause trouble? Du Wu now stood before the crowd, his face radiating righteous indignation as he fixed his gaze on Huang Hao. Though a flicker of panic flickered in his eyes, it was skillfully concealed. Facing this mob of thugs, it was only natural to feel a bit uneasy. But the admiring gazes of the beauties behind him filled his body with courage. But, give you face? A cruel smile twisted Huang Hao's lips. Go ahead, tell me, what exactly are you? Why should I give you any face? I'm the president of the student council. Du Wu's tone grew heavy. And my father, Du Zhengfei, has some connections in Huanshui County. If you're willing to go down fighting, you'd better weigh your options carefully first. Du Zhengfei? Huang Hao froze for a moment, then burst into laughter as if hearing the funniest joke, clutching his stomach. And I thought you were some kind of big shot. Du Zhengfei? Isn't he just some small contractor in Huanshui County? He actually thinks he's someone important? And you expect me to give you face? What a joke. Even if your father stood right here, he wouldn't be worthy of my respect. One word from me, and he wouldn't get a single contract, you understand? Hearing Huang Hao's humiliation, Du Wu's face instantly turned crimson with embarrassment. He'd thought mentioning his father's name would at least make Huang Hao rein himself in a bit. But unexpectedly, Huang Hao not only showed no restraint but became even more brazen. Du. For your father's sake, I could let you off easy. After all, today's business has nothing to do with you. Huang Hao's laughter gradually subsided as he snarled, get out now, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you'll get beaten too. But? Du Wu tried to say something more. But? Didn't you hear me tell you to get out? Huang Hao suddenly yanked Du Wu by the collar, his voice dripping with menace. If you don't get out of here now, you'll end up just like him. He pointed at the boy on the ground, clutching his leg and wailing pitifully, his threat laid bare. As I watched Huang Hao's henchman actually raise a baseball bat, Du Wu finally panicked. Guys, I just remembered I have something else to do. He cleared his throat awkwardly twice and hurried out of the private room. I'm leaving now. We'll meet another day. Ignoring the shouts and complicated stares behind him, Du Wu strode toward the private room door and actually slunk away like that. He just left like that? Lu Qianxuan stared blankly at Du Wu's retreating figure, feeling a sudden pang of heartbreak. All this time, Du Wu had been her Prince Charming, handsome, fit, and driven with an unyielding ambition. He was the undisputed campus heartthrob. But this pathetic retreat shattered every last shred of his good image in her eyes. Alright, now that this fool has taken the fall and left, let's get back to settling our accounts. A savage grin spread across Huang Hao's lips once more. Run Chun, Wang Shuang, I'll give you two one last chance. Kneel down, slap your own face, and today's incident can be forgiven. Otherwise, both you and your parents will regret it. With that, he shot a glance at one of his thugs beside him. The latter immediately understood, snickering as he picked up an iron bar and approached the two women with malicious intent. This time, Wang Shuang was truly terrified. She was just a young girl. How could she have ever witnessed such a scene?
I'm sorry, Chun Chun. As the thug with the iron bar drew nearer, a tear of regret welled in Wang Shuang's eye. I shouldn't have dragged you into this. She clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth. Stop. Huang Hao, I'm the one who reported you. Take it out on me. If need be, I'll kneel before you. By the end of her plea, Wang Shuang's voice had broken into a trembling sob. Oh? Huang Hao waved his hand dismissively, turning to Wang Shuang with keen interest. Changed your mind? But you know what? I've changed my mind too. I didn't notice before, but even though you're not much to look at, your personality and figure are actually pretty decent. He licked his dry lips, his tone dripping with malice. I don't need you to kneel or slap your own face. Just spend tonight with me, and tomorrow I'll let you leave unscathed. I won't hold Rin Chun accountable either. How about it? You. Hearing Huang Hao's lecherous words, everyone present turned deathly pale. Though they were just college students, they were all adults. Huang Hao's words made it crystal clear what this bastard was really after. Wang Shuang clenched her fists, her voice trembling with tears. She refused to submit to this scoundrel, yet she couldn't bear to see her best friend hurt. Her heart trembled, and she was about to agree. Xuan, don't agree to him. But just then, Lu Qianchuan stepped forward. Though she too worried that intervening rashly might bring repercussions upon the Lu family, seeing her best friend humiliated to such an extent, she could no longer sit idly by. Qianchuan, don't get involved. Wang Shuang grabbed Lu Qianchuan's arm, fearing she might get dragged into this mess too. It'll be fine. Trust me. Lu Qianchuan took a deep breath, gathering her courage to reveal her family's background and intimidate Huang Hao. But just then, an unexpected voice suddenly cut through the air. After listening for so long, I think I finally get it. You wear Nike and Adidas, use an iPhone 14, and even cheated your way to scholarships by plagiarizing papers, is that about right? The voice sounded calm, without a trace of fear. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. To their surprise, it was Lu Yu, the one who had remained silent all along. Lu Yu, shut up. Lu Qianchuan tugged at Lu Yu's sleeve, her voice urgent. I'll handle this today. You stay out of it. After all, she was Lu Wang's own sister. Even if Huang Hao lost his mind, he'd have to show some restraint. But Lu Yu was different. If Huang Hao truly disregarded her influence, Lu Yu might well be dragged into this mess. Yet, despite Lu Qianchuan's warning, Lu Yu showed no sign of shutting up. Instead, she pressed on. Your actions were already despicable enough. It's only right that people report you, yet you have the nerve to seek revenge afterward? People need dignity, trees need bark, yet on you, I see neither. Chapter 101, A Chu steps in. Inside the private room. What do you mean by that? Huang Hao shot a sinister glare at Lu Yu, his eyes blazing with fury. What do I mean? Didn't you understand? Lu Yu smiled faintly, a trace of scorn flickering in his eyes. Seems you didn't just fake your thesis. The methods you used to get into university probably weren't exactly above board either. I didn't use any complicated grammar. Even a competent middle school student should understand what I mean. Looks like you need to go back to elementary school and brush up on your Chinese. You. Huang Hao's face twisted with fury, then twisted again into a bitter laugh. And what are you, some kind of nobody trying to stick your nose in? Didn't you see what happened to the last two troublemakers who stepped forward? Lu Yu shrugged indifferently. That's precisely why I'm stepping in. As it happens, I can't stand seeing the underdog bullied. What's it to you? He'd actually wanted to step in earlier, but since he hadn't grasped the full story at first, he'd chosen to stay silent. But now, the whole story was crystal clear. This thug named Huang Hao had been reported by Wang Shuang for plagiarizing his thesis, so he'd come here specifically to exact revenge. How utterly shameless. How could Lu Yu possibly tolerate such thuggish behavior? While his reading time was precious, he couldn't just stand by and watch such bullying happen right under his nose. Alright, it seems I need to teach you a lesson. Otherwise, more will come looking for trouble. Huang Hao's eyes flashed with savagery as he once again resolved to make an example of them. He glanced at a Zhuang beside him, giving him a nod to proceed. The latter instantly understood, grinning savagely as he charged forward with a baseball bat. Kid, learn your lesson well. They say you learn from your mistakes, but you pure students never seem to get the hint. The thug swung the bat, aiming a vicious blow at Lu Yu's legs. He avoided the head precisely because he feared causing too much trouble that would be hard to cover up. After all, he was merely a scapegoat for Huang Hao. If something truly uncontrollable happened, he'd be the only one to suffer. Lu Yu, watch out. Watching the baseball bat come closer and closer, Lu Qianchuan felt her heart leap to her throat. Though she'd never particularly liked her cousin, she certainly didn't want him hurt because of that scoundrel Huang Hao. Moreover, his courageous stand today had greatly improved her opinion of him, especially compared to how Prince Charming Duwu had been scared off. Ah, Chu. Lu Yu stood frozen in place, not moving an inch. He only called out softly once, then made no further move. Duck, Lu Yu. Lu Qianchuan was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. If that bat really connected, he'd probably be stuck in a wheelchair for a month or two before recovering, right?
As the baseball bat drew ever closer to Lu Qianxuan closed her eyes in anguish, unable to bear watching any longer. However, something unexpected happened, something neither she nor anyone else present could have foreseen. Snap! Instead of the expected crisp crack of bone meeting bat, a piercing scream of agony erupted unexpectedly within the private box. SSHHH, ah! The coarse cry echoed through the private room, sounding eerily unsettling. What just happened? Lu Qianxuan blinked in shock, his eyes widening at the unforgettable sight before him. The thug who had been brandishing the bat with such ferocity now lay on the floor, clutching his elbow in agony, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Upon closer inspection, his elbow was twisted at an unnatural 90-degree angle, an eerie sight that sent shivers down the spine. This. Lu Qianxuan then turned his incredulous gaze toward Lu Yu. Lu Yu stood unscathed in the same spot, his expression as calm as a still lake, as if nothing had ever happened. Before him stood a dark-skinned, burly man. None other than Ah Chu, who had earlier claimed to be Lu Yu's classmate. Could it be that he was the one who had just stepped in and taught that thug a lesson? Lu Qianxuan was a bit confused. Oh, a martial artist. You sure know how to fight, huh? Seeing the thug writhing on the ground, Huang Hao's expression grew even more ferocious. He had assumed this guy who dared to stand up and confront him was just some blindly overconfident fool. But now it seemed. Bro, in this world, knowing how to fight alone won't get you far. Surviving in the underworld depends on connections. Better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Huang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, testing the waters. I admit, I might have gone a bit too far just now. How about this, I won't pursue the matter, and you leave me alone. We'll mind our own business and consider each other friends. What do you say? Friends? Lu Yu smiled and said, sounds good. Lu Yu. Lu Qianxuan, panicking, was about to say something when Lu Yu continued, want to be friends with me? It's simple. Go to the police station right now and turn yourself in. Confess everything you've done wrong. Then serve your time in prison like a good citizen. Once you've served your sentence, we can discuss friendship then. You. Buddy, you're really pushing your luck. You actually think having a martial arts expert as a friend means I can't touch you? Poof. Lu Yu smiled, saying nothing. But in Huang Hao's eyes, this silence was nothing short of a blatant provocation. Fine. Since you're so eager to die, don't blame me. Huang Hao waved his hand, his eyes gleaming with malice. Come at me all together. If anything happens, my dad will handle it. Though escalating things might make it harder to handle. But after being humiliated like this, how could Huang Hao, who'd always acted with utter lawlessness, possibly hold back? The gang of thugs behind him, already itching for a fight, had been waiting impatiently for just this signal. At Huang Hao's command, the thugs armed with baseball bats and pipes immediately closed in on Lu Yu and Ah Chu with malicious intent. Guys, you're on your own. After giving the order, one of Huang Hao's henchmen shook his head, casting a pitying glance at Lu Yu. With so many of them present, armed with weapons, what could an ordinary martial artist possibly do? In the end, it would only provoke young Master Huang and escalate the situation. No way. Lu Qianxuan couldn't sit still either. He stood up, ready to reveal his true abilities. After all, even if Lu Yu's classmate was a sports major, facing off against 6 or 7 armed thugs would likely end badly. Huang Hao, stop this. My brother is Lu Wang. He is. However, before Lu Qianxuan could finish, she witnessed a scene that would haunt her for the rest of her life. Lu Yu, surrounded by the mob, showed not a hint of panic. Instead, he sat calmly in his seat. Before him, Ah Chu remained utterly composed. His left hand drew a baton, which he held horizontally across his chest, while his right hand rested at his waist, angled as if gripping something. Good. I've been itching to deal with you scumbags for a while now. As the thugs closed in, Ah Chu flashed a smile, casually tapping his baton twice. Ah! Ouch! 2 agonized screams echoed through the private room. 2 thugs wielding wooden clubs didn't even have time to react before their ribs were crushed, sending them crashing to the floor. Though the baton had only made light contact, the impact delivered an excruciating pain that no ordinary person could endure. You! The 2 men behind him were startled by the scene. But before they could react, Ah Chu advanced toward them, baton in hand. What else could you possibly be doing but this kind of dirty work? You asked for it. Ah Chu tilted his head slightly, effortlessly dodging the swing. Simultaneously, he flicked his wrist, swinging the baton left and right with pinpoint accuracy, striking both men squarely on the arms. Amateurs watched the spectacle, experts observed the technique. If any experts were present, they would recognize that Ah Chu's seemingly simple swings were nothing short of masterful in power, speed, and precision. Ah! Damn it, that hurts like hell. 2 more agonized screams pierced the air. The 2 thugs clutched their arms as if struck by lightning, utterly incapacitated. Ah Chu, he actually defeated the attackers using just one hand. This. The remaining 2 thugs were stunned into stupor by the scene before them. Originally, they thought their numbers would give them the upper hand. Surely this big, burly guy couldn't resist their combined assault? But in the blink of an eye, all 5 of their comrades lay sprawled on the ground, not a single one left standing. How terrifying was this? In that moment, they lost all courage to fight on and cowered back to Huang Hao's side.
Young Master Huang, should we just call it quits?
Useless. Huang Hao shot the two a vicious glare, his expression shifting between anger and frustration. He had assumed that with so many men under his command, Wang Shuang would be no match. Yet now, an unexpected obstacle had emerged. Before he could formulate a new plan, Chu, wielding his baton, began advancing toward him step by step.
Smack! A resounding slap echoed through the air.
Chu had actually swung his arm up and delivered a vicious slap across his face.
You! Huang Hao clutched his face, reeling backward in disorientation. What the hell do you think you're doing?
Facing the tall, burly Chu, Huang Hao instantly backed down, his voice trembling. I'm warning you.
This is a society governed by law. Don't you dare do anything rash.
If you dare lay a finger on me, my father won't let you off. At this point, he could only bring up his father to intimidate Lu Yu.
My dad won't let you off?
Lu Yu chuckled.
I'll give you a chance. Pick up the phone and call him over. Chapter 102, The Commander? You're serious?
Huang Hao froze, a look of disbelief spreading across his face.
I told you to call him, just do it.
Lu Yu glanced at Huang Hao and chuckled. What's the matter?
Don't you even have the courage to call your own father over?
Lu Yu. Lu Qianshuan, standing behind him, grew anxious and tugged lightly at Lu Yu's sleeve. While she too disapproved of Huang Hao's actions, she felt that teaching him a lesson and letting him face the consequences would suffice. There was no need to drag Huang Hao's father into this.
It's fine.
Lu Yu waved his hand dismissively, ignoring Lu Qianshuan's anxious tug.
You.
Lu Qianshuan felt a surge of urgency, yet she was at a loss for what to do. All she could do was stomp her foot in frustration. Huang Hao's father was a major figure in the construction industry, not just in Huanshui County but throughout the entire city of Jinshan. He wielded influence in both the legitimate and underground worlds, and worst of all, he was fiercely protective of his son. If Huang Hao's father got involved, the situation would only escalate further.
All right.
Huang Hao's expression lit up when he heard Lu Yu actually tell him to call his father. Kid, you're asking for trouble, so don't blame me for being ruthless. He swiftly pulled out his phone and dialed his father's number.
Dad, your son's been bullied.
Hurry over with some backup. Speaking into the receiver, Huang Hao exaggerated and twisted the truth, painting himself as the victim.
Ugh, shameless. Wang Shuang couldn't help but spit in disgust.
Her nature was pure, and this was the first time she'd ever encountered someone so shameless. Yet amidst her disgust, a faint worry for Lu Yu stirred within her.
Facing Huang Hao's father, Huang Tianhao, could he really come out unscathed? Dad, I got it. You must come over immediately. Huang Hao hung up the phone, his cheeks betraying an unmistakable glow of delight. Kid, you're done for. You like playing with fire, huh? When my dad gets here, even if you're begging on your knees, I won't let you off.
After the call, though the palm print on his cheek was still fresh, his expression was utterly arrogant. His father, Huang Tianhao, was a local kingpin, controlling several construction crews.
Though nominally construction teams, they functioned as private armies. Most people wouldn't dare provoke him, they were too busy trying to curry favor. And this brat dared to challenge his father today? Wasn't that just courting death?
The thought made Huang Hao's grin twist into something savage. He would make Lu Yu pay dearly for his actions. I'll be waiting to see how you can possibly spare me.
Lu Yu said indifferently.
He had Huang Hao summon his father for a simple reason. Even if he were here today to thoroughly teach Huang Hao a lesson and make him pay for his actions, the root of the problem remained unresolved. With Huang Hao's father involved, there was no telling if he might seek revenge against Wang Shuang and Ren Shun.
And once Huang Hao was released from prison, would he really let it go so easily?
Therefore, rather than simply dragging Huang Hao to the police station, it was better to handle things thoroughly, leaving him no chance to recover.
Mr. Lu, should I call in reinforcements? Chu asked quietly.
Given Lu Yu's security clearance, a highly trained unit was always on standby within a 2-kilometer radius of him. A single command would suffice to mobilize them.
No need.
Lu Yu waved his hand dismissively. Bringing in military and police forces would make too big a scene.
Then I might have to fire my gun. Chu frowned.
The object he had been discreetly gripping in one hand was a standard Type 54 Model 98 rifle. Should he deem the situation uncontrollable, he would draw it without hesitation. Though firing it would cause significant social repercussions.
But compared to Lu Yu's personal safety, it was insignificant. Unless absolutely necessary, don't draw your weapon.
Lu Yu pulled out his phone and dialed the number left by the person at the airport. He wanted to test whether this contact could resolve the situation smoothly. If it didn't work, he could always have Chu assemble the troops or use force to intimidate them later.
Seeing Lu Yu pull out his phone, Huang Hao couldn't help but sneer. What, you need to call in reinforcements too? Buddy, why don't you check out my dad Huang Tianhao's reputation first? In Sisui County, how many people dare to mess with my dad?
Lu Yu shot him a glance, completely ignoring him. Soon, the call connected. A steady, middle-aged male voice came through the receiver. Hello, is this Mr. Lu?
Oh.
Lu Yu was slightly surprised.
You know who I am? I know a little, I suppose.
The middle-aged man chuckled. But on the plane, we were truly just passing strangers.
I only found out after we landed. Lu Yu nodded lightly. I see.
Back on the plane, he had genuinely felt the other didn't know his identity, which was why he'd struck up the conversation.
Otherwise, that would be some seriously convincing acting, wouldn't it?
After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mayerly returned to the matter at hand and said solemnly,
Mr. Lu, you called me at this hour. Have you encountered some trouble? Yes. Lu Yu didn't hide anything, getting straight to the point. I've run into a bit of trouble here.
Mobilizing the military would be too much of a spectacle and unnecessary, so I thought I'd give you a call.
Huang Tianhao, do you know this man? Huang Tianhao? Mayerly pondered for a moment before nodding. There should be someone by that name in the city. He's involved in earth-moving operations.
We investigated him before, but he's cautious the city hasn't found any solid evidence against him.
Lu Yu chuckled.
Today his son brought people to cause trouble, and I happened to catch them.
I gave him a good beating. His father should be arriving with reinforcements shortly.
If you dispatch officers now, we can catch him red-handed. Mayerly voiced his greatest concern.
Mr. Lu, are you injured? No.
Mayerly breathed a sigh of relief and solemnly declared, I'm leaving immediately.
I'll get to you as fast as possible. Please stay safe.
He didn't ask for Lu Yu's exact address, because after handing over to Captain Lu, he could track Lu Yu's precise location at any time through the tracker on a Chu.
All right.
Lu Yu didn't beat around the bush and hung up.
Kid, done shaking things up?
Huang Hao sneered, took you a while to decide.
Ready to beg for mercy?
Ha! Lu Yu merely smiled and ignored him.
The emperor isn't in a hurry, but the eunuch is. Though Lu Yu remained calm and composed, Lu Qianchuan beside him was frantic. Lu Yu, can you be more rational? What good will your phone call do?
Born and raised in Huanshui County within the Lu family, she did have some connections.
Lu Yu, however, was different.
He only returned to Huanshui County once every few years, and his parents were just ordinary workers in Luohai City.
What connections could he possibly have that would make a difference? Making a call might intimidate people, but that was about it. But what if Huang Tianhao actually showed up soon? No way.
Lu Qianchuan gritted her teeth, pulled out her phone, and prepared to call her older brother, Lu Wang.
After all, Lu Yu was her cousin. Blood was thicker than water between them.
She couldn't just stand by and watch him suffer.
However,
just as she dialed the number and was about to press call, a commotion erupted outside the window.
A conspicuously luxurious stretch Lincoln pulled into the hotel's underground parking garage, followed by several vans. Dozens of men stepped out, each radiating an intimidating aura.
At the head of the group stood a middle-aged man clad in a black overcoat, radiating an air of commanding authority.
None other than Huang Hao's father, Huang Tianhao. Oh no! Lu Qianchuan's face instantly paled. Huang Tianhao had arrived. It was too late to do anything now. She couldn't help but glare at Lu Yu, her eyes filled with resentment.
Originally, they could have turned a blind eye and let it slide. A simple reprimand for Huang Hao would have sufficed. But her cousin had to make a big deal out of it, prompting Huang Hao to call Huang Tianhao over. Now she was in real trouble. Thud! The sound of hurried footsteps echoing up the stairs sent the gathered students into a panic.
That Huang Tianhao, he won't drag us into this, will he? No way, absolutely not.
We have nothing to do with him.
If anyone deserves trouble, it's him. Exactly. Those two are the ones who beat up Huang Tianhao's son. What does that have to do with us?
The group exchanged complicated glances with Lu Yu, offering each other reassurance. It wasn't that they were cold-blooded, it was just that the sheer scale of the operation had completely stunned them, leaving them utterly devoid of any heroic courage.
Finally, Huang Tianhao's figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Who among you heroes dared to strike my son? Surrounded by his henchmen, Huang Tianhao strode out before the private room door with an air of dominance.
His gaze swept the area, radiating utter contempt. Yet, when his gaze fell upon Ah Chu, his expression shifted dramatically, his face instantly turning pale.
What was he doing here?
A troubling thought suddenly surfaced in Huang Tianhao's mind.
Could it be? Dad, you finally made it.
Huang Hao, oblivious to his father's unease, clung to him like a lifeline. They're the ones who hit me.
You must avenge me.
Huang Tianhao's body trembled slightly, his face turning deathly pale.
You say, the two who beat you were them?
Yes, Dad. Huang Hao remained oblivious to his father's changing expression, adding fuel to the fire, especially the dark-skinned one. He hit me the hardest. You must teach him a lesson, make him kowtow to me and pay compensation. You bastard. Before Huang Hao could finish speaking, Huang Tianhao cut him off with a trembling voice. Then, Huang Tianhao suddenly raised his foot and stomped directly on his son's knee, his voice trembling. You ungrateful son. Get down on your knees and apologize to Commander Chu. Wait, Dad, why did you kick me? Huang Hao froze for a moment before snapping to attention, his face turning pale with fear. Commander Chu?
Chapter 103, Inspiration.
The term commander was typically reserved for high-ranking officials. Yet his father, Huang Tianhao, had just called this bastard who'd kicked him a commander.
Had he really stepped on a landmine? An ominous foreboding slowly rose within him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Huang Hao's body trembled slightly, his expression abruptly shifting. Dad, who exactly is he?
It wasn't just Huang Hao. All the students present, including Lu Qianchuan, wore expressions of utter shock. Commander Chu Chu? Lu Qianchuan, in particular, wore utter disbelief written across her face.
She even suspected her own nerves had caused auditory hallucinations.
This Huang Tianhao, who ruled over Huanshui County and even the entire Jinshan city with considerable fame, was trembling as he addressed Lu Yu's classmate as Commander Chu. Wasn't this classmate just an ordinary physical education student at Longke University? Not just Lu Qianchu and even the henchmen backing Huang Tianhao were dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Why, when the boss's son was bullied, did the boss himself arrive only to first lash out at his own precious son? Could it be?
Before the confusion could settle, Huang Tianhao, frustrated beyond belief, slammed Huang Hao face first onto the ground.
You ungrateful brat! How did you manage to provoke Commander Chu? Hurry up and apologize properly to Commander Chu.
Huang Hao's face drained white as he stammered, Dad.
What's going on?
Why do I have to apologize to him? He wasn't usually slow-witted, but the sheer reality of this scene had frozen his mind, nearly robbing him of his ability to think.
So he's your son?
I was wondering why the name Huang Tianhao sounded so familiar. Chu shot Huang Tianhao a cold glance, his expression as still as a deep well. He and Huang Tianhao had indeed crossed paths nearly a decade ago, though at that time he had only recently joined the military and hadn't yet been transferred to this secret unit in the capital.
Commander Chu, please be magnanimous. Could you spare me, your wayward son, your wrath? Huang Tianhao asked in a trembling voice. I will punish him severely once I return home, teaching him a lesson he won't forget. Tomorrow, I will personally bring gifts and apologize at your doorstep. This powerful local boss's lips were trembling slightly, his fear palpable. Offending Chu alone wouldn't have been so dire, but if it were, then it would truly be the end. 7 or 8 years ago, Chu had only recently joined the military when his exceptional performance earned him repeated commendations. Back then, he had already gained some local fame, and many big shots in the area wanted to recruit him after his discharge. Back then, Huang Tianhao hadn't yet risen to prominence, merely serving as a henchman for one of those big shots. But then, Chu was secretly transferred to the capital. Rumor had it he joined a special forces unit tasked with providing close protection for high-ranking officials and VIPs. Only the absolute elite made it into that unit. Calling him a soldier's soldier would be no exaggeration. Huang Tianhao knew only this much. Yet even that alone was terrifying. In terms of rank, these bodyguards might not be particularly high level, perhaps even lower than some mid to lower level officials in provinces or cities. But having direct access to top level officials meant their connections reached the highest echelons of power. Huang Tianhao might be arrogant and overbearing in Huanshui County, but if he angered someone at that level, wiping him out would be as easy as uttering a single word or even just a glance. I'm no big shot. Chu said calmly, besides, you don't need to apologize to me. The person your son provoked wasn't me. He turned his gaze toward Lu Yu. Mr. Lu, you speak. Mr. Lu? Hearing Chu address Lu Yu as Mr. Lu, the already bewildered students froze in place, their expressions turning even more rigid. Huang Tianhao's earlier address of Chief Chu had already shocked them enough. But this Commander Chu, whom even Huang Tianhao treated with such deference, was now respectfully addressing Lu Yu as Mr. Lu? Just how high was his status? In an instant, gazes filled with shock, reverence, awe, and fear converged on Lu Yu, standing at the center of the private room. You're Huang Tianhao, right? Lu Yu glanced at Huang Tianhao and raised an eyebrow. You're quite famous around here, aren't you? Huang Tianhao's body trembled slightly as he lowered his head, sizing up Lu Yu with a sideways glance. Not at all. Young. That was the first thought that flashed through Huang Tianhao's mind. He looked far too young at first glance, not even 20, and likely even younger. Could he be some rich kid? Huang Tianhao's mind raced, considering every possibility. He hadn't risen to his current position by being a fool, quite the opposite, he was sharp as a tack. Considering the special nature of Chu's unit and his use of the honorific Mr. when addressing Lu Yu, Huang Tianhao could clearly see that this young man before him was definitely no ordinary person. It was highly likely that a single word from him could spell his ruin. You wouldn't dare? Lu Yu chuckled softly and shook his head. Your son sure is bold. After getting caught plagiarizing his thesis, he brings a gang to smash up a hotel and threaten classmates today. Not much older, yet quite bold. Huang Tianhao's expression darkened further at these words. My son, he's young and ignorant. It's my fault for failing to raise him properly. Please be magnanimous and spare him this once. I will personally bring a substantial gift to apologize in person another day. Huang Tianhao gritted his teeth, testing the waters under pressure. He deliberately emphasized the words generous gifts. If Lu Yu softened his stance, it would mean today's incident could still be resolved with money. At the very least, the consequences wouldn't be too severe. However, Apologize in person? Not necessary. Lu Yu shook his head. What crime he committed, which law he violated, that's not for me to decide. And it's not something a simple apology at the doorstep can fix. The specifics you and your son can discuss them in court. Lu Yu couldn't care less whether Huang Tianhao apologized in person or not. All he knew was that if this pest wasn't eliminated, was he supposed to let him stay in Huanshui County and continue harming the people? Mr. Lu. Huang Tianhao's face twisted into an agonized grimace. Huang Hao is my only son. I beg you show mercy and spare him. He, Huang Tianhao, has only this one son, Huang Hao. If Lu Yu insisted on sending Huang Hao to prison, given all the messes his son had gotten into over the years, he might well rot in jail for the rest of his life. Without his son, what hope could he possibly have left in this life? Impossible. Lu Yu shook her head slightly, extinguishing all of Huang Tianhao's hopes. Wrongdoing must be punished. But Huang Tianhao gritted his teeth, his face twisted with unwillingness. If I were to. Desperate, evil might take root in his heart. A bold idea suddenly surfaced in Huang Tianhao's mind. But barely had this dark thought taken root in his mind when a shrill, piercing siren shattered the air's stillness. Woo! Woo! Police? Huang Tianhao froze, still processing what was happening, when a squad of heavily armed SWAT officers burst into the private room. Freeze! Protect Mr. Lu's safety. The black muzzles of their guns were aimed directly at Huang Tianhao and his gang of henchmen. This sudden turn of events left the gangsters utterly dumbfounded. They were used to just tagging along behind their boss, putting on a show of bravado. They'd never seen anything like this before. Boss, we. One thug was so terrified he nearly wet himself, trembling as he looked at Huang Tianhao. Get down. Huang Tianhao issued his final command with a weary voice, don't resist. At this point, he understood all his efforts had been in vain. But when he saw the man leading the SWAT team, his face turned deathly pale. Mayor Li? Yes. Leading the SWAT team that had stormed in to protect Lu Yu was none other than Mayor Li himself. Mr. Lu, are you unharmed? Mayor Li jogged over to Lu Yu's side, asking anxiously. Lu Yu shook his head with a light chuckle. Mayor Li, rest assured, I'm fine. That's a relief. If anything had happened to you, it would have been a great loss to our nation. Mayor Li finally exhaled in relief. After consulting with Captain Lu, the captain finally revealed part of Lu Yu's identity to Mayor Li. The shock this identity brought to Mayor Li was beyond words. Academician. An academician under the age of 20. How astonishing was that? As long as you're unharmed. Mayor Li took a deep breath and ordered, take these scoundrels away first. Bring them back for thorough interrogation. He directed the SWAT team behind him to remove Huang Hao, Huang Tianhao, and their entire gang of thugs from the private room. Dad! Dad! Huang Hao screamed desperately, all traces of his earlier arrogance gone. Huang Tianhao's face was equally ashen. He stared at his son, pale-faced, and remained silent for a long time as he was led away. At this point, no matter what he said or did, it was useless. Even Mayor Li had personally intervened. Judging by Mayor Li's attitude, Mr. Lu's status was likely far more formidable than he had imagined. Lu Yu, who exactly are you? Huang Hao and Huang Tianhao weren't the only ones stunned by this scene. Lu Qianshuan and her classmates were equally speechless. At that moment, Lu Qianshuan stared blankly at Lu Yu and Mayor Li conversing with ease and ease, her pupils momentarily dilating as she doubted whether she was dreaming. Who was Mayor Li? The second in command of Jinshan City. Even to her own father, he was an unattainable figure. Her older brother, Lu Wang, was merely the secretary to the city's third in command, yet he was regarded as the rising star of the Lu family, the future hope of the clan. But Lu Yu? Even Mayor Li addressed him respectfully as Mr. Lu? Xuan, just who is your cousin, really? Beside her, Wang Shuang turned to Lu Qianshuan with an equally puzzled expression. Though not as attuned to the underworld as Lu Qianshuan, she could still sense that Lu Yu's status was likely no ordinary affair. I don't know either. A bitter smile, tinged with complex emotions, touched Lu Qianshuan's lips. Today's events, from Huang Hao's appearance, to Huang Tianhao shouting Commander Chu, to Mayor Li personally arriving on the scene, had all far exceeded Lu Qianshuan's expectations. To uncover the truth, she'd have to wait until Mayor Li left before approaching Lu Yu alone. Outside the private room. Mr. Lu, we'll proceed as you suggested. Mayor Li nodded slightly in agreement. Shortly, I will direct the city authorities to conduct a thorough investigation into Huang Hao and Huang Tianhao. Those found guilty will be held accountable, and they will face the full consequences of the law. Understood. Lu Yu gave a slight nod, choosing not to intervene further. Mr. Lu, are you heading home now? Mayor Li inquired, shall I see you out? No need. Lu Yu waved his hand to decline. But suddenly he remembered something and asked, Mayor Li, do you know of any high-specification laboratories near Huanshui County? I've just had a sudden inspiration that needs testing. Lu Yu felt his foundational knowledge in bionics had reached a plateau. Practical application was likely needed to break through this bottleneck. The design of certain exoskeleton devices was now ready to advance through hands-on experimentation. A lab?
Mayor Lee paused briefly before quickly replying, Jinshan University operates in a 6th grade laboratory just 6 kilometers from Huanshui County.
I'm not certain if it meets your requirements, though. A 6th grade? Chapter 104, this is sheer nonsense. Laboratories are broadly categorized into 2 main specifications, A and B.
Within the A category, there are 9 specific subgrades numbered from 1 to 9. Typically, ordinary university labs reach A 3 specifications, while some 211 universities possess A 5 or A 6 labs. Research powerhouses like Longke University, Jingda, and Huaqing possess A 8 and A 9 level laboratories that are among the most advanced globally. However, labs of this caliber aren't for regular students, they're reserved for professors undertaking major projects. For most students, gaining access to an A4 level lab is already quite impressive.
A 6th level? Barely. Lu Yu nodded.
Mayor Lee, I'd appreciate it if you could arrange this.
I require substantial experimental space.
Very well, I'll see to it immediately. Mayor Lee understood how precious inspiration was to a researcher.
Especially for someone of Lu Yu's caliber, an academician. A single flash of inspiration could potentially revolutionize the entire scientific landscape of the Dragon Nation.
Therefore, he promptly made a phone call, instructing the leadership of Jinshan University to prepare a laboratory for Lu Yu's use. He also arranged for 4 or 5 assistants to be assigned to facilitate Lu Yu's experiments and research.
Mayor Lee, thank you for your trouble. Lu Yu expressed his gratitude. No problem.
Mayor Lee waved his hand slightly, smiling regretfully.
It's just a pity your security clearance is too high.
Otherwise, I'd genuinely love to witness some of your experimental results firsthand.
There will be opportunities. Lu Yu smiled faintly. He returned to the private room first and led the stunned Lu Qianxuan out. I might be a bit late for dinner tonight. Tell grandma when you get home.
Lu Yu.
Lu Qianxuan hesitated, unsure how to continue.
If today's incident hadn't occurred, she would likely have sternly reminded Lu Yu that tonight was the Lu family's grand banquet and he must return home punctually. But now, she couldn't even be certain if the person standing before her was truly Lu Yu. I know you have some questions, but even if you asked, I wouldn't answer. Lu Yu teased. You. Lu Qianxuan glared at him, and even the lingering unease in her heart faded considerably. That infuriating talent alone proved beyond doubt that it was him. Alright, no more jokes. Lu Yu smiled and gave Lu Qianxuan a light pat on the head. Anyway, whatever happened today, don't tell grandma or your brother when you get back to the Lu residence.
Actually, don't tell anyone. I know what you want to ask. My identity isn't as complicated as you think. Mayor Lee is coming to pick me up personally for other reasons. Lu Yu offered a brief explanation. Too many specifics involved confidentiality agreements, so he couldn't reveal more. But if he said nothing at all, Lu Qianxuan's curiosity would probably drive her crazy. So that classmate of yours, is he really your classmate? Lu Qianxuan's emotions remained tangled as she posed another question. No. Lu Yu answered frankly, I can tell you this much, he's military personnel assigned by higher-ups to provide close protection for me. No wonder. Lu Qianxuan muttered under her breath.
She had long sensed something off about Chu's demeanor.
So he's military. That explains it.
Alright, I won't keep you. I have some things to attend to shortly. Lu Yu cut short the small talk and turned directly to Mayor Lee beside him.
This is my cousin, Lu Qianxuan.
Please arrange for someone to escort her home. She seems so distracted, I don't feel comfortable letting her go home alone.
Mayor Lee smiled and gave an okay gesture. No problem.
After arranging for Lu Qianxuan, Lu Yu wasted no time. He got into Mayor Lee's car and headed toward the laboratory at Jinshan University. He didn't waste a single moment during the ride either, pulling out a copy of detailed explanation of neural structures and immersing himself in its pages. Of course, with a 100-fold thought accelerator boosting his processing speed. Even though he was reading with utmost care, to an outsider, it still looked like he was turning a page every 2 or 3 seconds. What a prodigious young talent. Seated in the back, Mayor Lee watched Lu Yu with admiration, his thoughts running deep. With such innate talent and relentless diligence, it was no wonder he had achieved so much before even turning 20. Soon, the mayor's official vehicle pulled slowly into the parking lot of Jinshan University. A middle-aged man with graying temples had been waiting there. Spotting Mayor Lee's vehicle arrive, he approached with a smile. Mayor Lee, we're honored by your visit. We're sorry we couldn't greet you sooner. Dean Zhao, it's been ages. Mayor Lee smiled faintly and shook hands with the man before him. You've been waiting here, I see. The middle-aged man waiting to greet Mayor Lee was the vice president of Jinshan University and concurrently the dean of the Materials Science College. In terms of administrative rank, he was actually not much lower than Mayor Lee. His presence at the parking lot suggested he had business to discuss. Mayor Lee, ahem. Dean Zhao cleared his throat, glanced at Mayor Lee's vehicle, and said awkwardly, I just wanted to ask what prompted your sudden request for our lab today. Did something happen? Oh. Mayor Lee paused before asking, Director Zhao, did you also need to use that lab today? Yes.
Dean Zhao nodded slightly, a hint of frustration in his voice.
According to our materials science department schedule, we have a provincial level project today that requires testing in the 6th grade laboratory. As you know, the provincial project I'm overseeing has quite stringent lab specifications, and the deadline is fast approaching. Our Xinshan University only has that one 6th level lab, so I thought I'd come ask if it might be possible to.
Dean Zhao's expression was one of utter helplessness.
The deadline for his provincial project was fast approaching.
Originally, Dean Zhao had everything arranged. Completing the final testing today would allow him to submit the experimental results tomorrow. But Mayor Li suddenly arrived and forcibly requisitioned Xinshan University's Sola 6th grade laboratory.
This had him utterly distraught, which was why he'd resorted to blocking the car in the parking lot.
My apologies, Dean Zhao. Mayor Li sighed and said. To be honest, I don't need the lab today either.
But if there's no other option, I'll go to the provincial government and see if I can get you an extension of a day or two.
Not for your use?
Director Zhao froze. He had just glanced at Mayor Li's official vehicle. Besides the mayor and his secretary, there was only one other person inside, a young man who looked under 20. Mayor Li's secretary could naturally be ruled out.
So the one who needs to use the lab, could it really be that young man?
For a moment, Director Zhao's expression turned peculiar. Mayor Li, whatever experiment this young gentleman intends to conduct, our ordinary 3-level lab in Jinshan City should suffice. Using this 6th lab for ordinary research experiments would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut.
Young gentleman?
Mayor Li paused slightly, then chuckled wryly. Old Zhao, what on earth are you imagining?
There's no young master here. His identity is something I can't disclose to you.
But regarding this lab, today. Before Mayor Li could finish,
a gentle voice suddenly came from inside the car. Mayor Li, is this Dean Zhao specializing in materials science?
Yes. Though interrupted, Mayor Li showed no sign of irritation.
All right. Lu Yu slowly stepped out of the car and addressed President Zhao.
Director Zhao, your project seems urgent.
I'll handle it first, then requisition your Jinshan University's 6th lab. What do you think? Handle it for me?
Looking at the young man before him, so earnest and serious, Dean Zhao couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head as if hearing a joke. Young man, you seem to think research is far too simple. I am the dean of the materials science department at Jinshan University, and I've dedicated over 40 years to the field of materials science in Longke.
What makes you think you can solve a problem that even our team hasn't cracked?
He wasn't angry, just finding the young man before him somewhat naive and amusing.
However, Dean Zhao, I find Mr. Lu's proposal quite promising. Mayor Li, standing nearby, chimed in with solemn earnestness. I think it's worth a try. With Mr. Lu on board, your project's issue should be resolved swiftly. Mayor Li, how can even you?
Director Zhao's rebuke froze on his lips, his face etched with disbelief. You come from a research background yourself.
You should understand the rigor and importance of science. And this is a provincial level project. How can you entrust it to some greenhorn kid to mess around with? Are you kidding me? This young man's antics might be tolerable on their own. But why is even Mayor Li following his lead? Chapter 105, There's something wrong with your research. Jinshan University, parking lot. Old Zhao, I know you have doubts and questions.
But please trust me, and trust Mr. Lu. After all, your project doesn't involve any classified information.
There's no harm in letting Mr. Lu take a look. Mayor Li coaxed patiently. Besides, this is such a serious research project. Do you really think I'd take advantage of you, old man? This is utterly ridiculous.
Dean Zhao shook his head, momentarily unsure whether to be angry or laugh.
Did Mayor Li really believe this kid, still wet behind the ears, could single-handedly help his team pull off the project? This is utterly ridiculous.
For a moment, the three of them froze in place, the atmosphere growing awkward.
It was Lu Yu who finally broke the silence. How about this, Dean Zhao? Let's each take a step back. Lu Yu said calmly, please let me take a look at the project proposal first. Afterward, I'll share my ideas with you. If you find them viable, then let me take the lead. If not, consider it never said. I'll return after you've finished using the lab. How does that sound? The project proposal? Dean Zhao paused slightly, instinctively wanting to object.
But upon reflection, he realized that merely letting the young man glance at the proposal wasn't such a big deal.
Alright, wait a moment.
Dean Zhao nodded slightly, agreeing to Lu Yu's proposal. I'll have my student bring the project proposal over shortly.
But let's make one thing clear, no backing out. Agreed. Lu Yu chuckled. That arrogant brat.
Dean Zhao snorted coldly, already determined in his mind to watch this kid make a fool of himself.
The project he was handling was a provincial-level medium to large-scale endeavor. A youngster not even 20 years old, who probably hadn't even earned his college degree yet. How could he possibly understand it?
He probably couldn't even grasp the simplest annotations at the beginning. When that moment came, Dean Zhao wouldn't let it slide. He intended to teach this youngster a lesson, making him understand that science was a sacred endeavor. Soon enough, his student delivered the project proposal. Well, take a look. Dean Zhao tossed the proposal into Lu Yu's hands with a sour expression.
Mr. Liu, would you like to return to the car and review it at your leisure? Mayor Li inquired with concern. He believed that with academician Liu Yu's caliber and standing, resolving a provincial-level project within his professional field should pose little difficulty. However, standing in this parking lot to review the plans was bound to cause distractions and lack of focus. No need. Liu Yu waved his hand, opened the project proposal, and began flipping through it. Typical research project proposals ran about 10 pages, outlining the project's main scope and its practical applications once implemented. However, since President Zhao's project was a large-scale provincial initiative, the document was naturally longer, spanning about 20 pages. Advanced bio-based materials, with low energy consumption. Liu Yu murmured softly. With the aid of the 100-fold thought accelerator, his speed in flipping through the proposal was naturally extremely fast. He turned to the next page in under 2 or 3 seconds to continue reading. Mayor Li had witnessed this scene countless times before, so it held no surprise for him. However, when this scene fell into the eyes of Director Zhao, it became blatant posturing. Pompous. Director Zhao couldn't help but shake his head, muttering under his breath. He was notoriously hot-tempered. Had Mayor Li not been present, he would likely have pointed his finger right at Liu Yu and unleashed a tirade. If only I'd known, I wouldn't have wasted my time handing him my project proposal. This is nothing but a stain on my project, a desecration of science. The more he looked, the more President Zhao's anger boiled over. Mayor Li really had no idea how could he entrust the lab to someone like this? Just the way he's flipping through the books, what the hell could he possibly understand? He probably can't even grasp the introductory concepts at the very beginning. Though it was possible he was skimming the whole thing first before delving deeper. But President Zhao, already prejudiced, never even considered that possibility. Young man, if you don't understand it, just leave it alone. Don't. Just as President Zhao was about to interrupt Liu Yu's exaggerated actions, Liu Yu suddenly handed the project proposal back to him. Dean Zhao, I'm done. You're done? What do you mean, done? Finished reading it? Dean Zhao's face turned green with rage, and he nearly shouted, how long did you even look at it? How could you possibly be done already? Ahem, old Zhao, calm down. Mayor Li also sensed the tension in Director Zhao's tone, clearing his throat twice to signal a pause. I got a bit carried away. Phew. Director Zhao took 2 deep breaths, forcing himself to calm the rage boiling inside. Since you claim to have understood it, let me ask you this, if you truly grasp the introductory concepts, I'll concede you've won. Agreed? Mayor Zhao sneered coldly. Earlier, Liu Yu's total reading time hadn't even reached a minute. He was absolutely certain Liu Yu hadn't even grasped the introductory planning concepts, let alone the subsequent material. If Liu Yu couldn't answer his questions, even if Mayor Li were here, he'd likely have no face left to let Liu Yu use his 6th grade lab. However, no need. Let me ask you a question first. Liu Yu shook his head and asked, your bio-based materials are built on solar power generation and plant metabolism, correct? But according to your design, you've placed excessive emphasis on plant metabolism and overloaded it with polylactic acid resin. This approach overlooks the plasticity of bioplastics and... Has your project team considered this issue? Hearing Liu Yu's question, Dean Zhao froze. The plasticity of bioplastics? Initially, he had dismissed Liu Yu's inquiry with disdain. How could someone who might not even grasp the fundamentals ask a substantive question? Yet, when Dean Zhao truly grasped the essence of Liu Yu's question, his expression shifted subtly. He swiftly flipped open the project proposal and reviewed the relevant data once more before asking in confusion. That can't be right. According to our experimental data, both plasticity and recyclability should be perfectly fine. That's because in the lab, you added ethyl acetate. Ethyl acetate dissolves the rigid components of some bioplastics, significantly enhancing their plasticity to meet the required standards. The concept itself isn't flawed, it's just that your material selection was incorrect. Liu Yu remarked calmly. Wrong material selection? Dean Zhao paused slightly, then pressed, where exactly did we go wrong? Your problem is actually quite simple. Liu Yu explained slowly, ethyl acetate does enhance the plasticity of bioplastics. However, after reacting with xylene, the resulting substance becomes highly susceptible to weathering and solidification when exposed to strong winds. Once this weathering and solidification occurs, ethyl acetate not only fails to enhance plasticity but actually has a negative effect. Negative effect? Dean Zhao felt momentarily perplexed. Then why did our laboratory experiments show no issues? Unconsciously, the pride in Dean Zhao's demeanor had vanished. Like a student seeking knowledge, he began posing questions centered around Liu Yu's topic. That's because your laboratory doesn't replicate the harsh weathering conditions of strong winds. Liu Yu patiently explained. If your materials are intended solely for indoor or low-rise applications, your approach is fundamentally sound. But the ultimate goal of your experiment is to build a new generation bio-building with high environmental performance using bio-based materials. With all due respect, if you proceed with your design as is, the probability of problems arising is extremely high. He wasn't exaggerating. The wind forces facing skyscrapers are vastly greater than anything low-rise structures encounter. The building should remain stable for the first year or two after completion. But as time progresses and weathering intensifies, the probability of accidents will increase exponentially. If technicians catch it early, that's manageable. Otherwise, it could very well lead to a major catastrophe in the future. Are you serious? Dean Zhao was visibly flustered as he asked in a trembling voice. Whether it's true or not, we'll find out once we test it in the lab. Lu Yu gave a soft chuckle. Chapter 106, Exoskeleton Left Arm Armor. Jinshan University. A 6 specification laboratory. How could this be? Dean Zhao stared blankly at the nearly solidified bioplastic, his expression turning extremely awkward. Moments ago, Lu Yu had simulated the environment of a skyscraper using a high-intensity blower. The final result was exactly as Lu Yu had predicted. The bioplastic began to weather, its malleability gone. Dean Zhao, I didn't lie to you, did I? Lu Yu smiled faintly. No. Dean Zhao regained his composure, his forehead already beaded with cold sweat. Lu, I must express the entire project team's gratitude to you. Had you not pointed out this issue today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Mayor Li, standing nearby, wore an equally grave expression. Old Zhao, with experiments of this caliber, we must be careful, and then careful again. Ah, Mayor Li, thank goodness you brought him along today. Otherwise. Dean Zhao sighed, his expression pained. He never imagined that after all the effort he and the entire project team had poured into this research, such a massive flaw could exist. Director Zhao, please don't blame yourself too much. Lu Yu patted Director Zhao on the shoulder, offering comfort. Bio-based materials aren't widely adopted internationally yet. Even the world's leading power, Eagle Nation, hasn't rolled them out on a large scale. Problems arise, but they can be corrected. Dean Zhao sighed with self-reproach and shook his head. Mayor Li, I will apply to the provincial government to restart the project's research. I can't bear to stay in this lab any longer today. His expression was mortified as he slowly walked out of the lab. Dean Zhao felt he had nearly lost all face today. Especially when he recalled his earlier prejudiced mockery of Lu Yu, he felt so embarrassed he wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. As he reached the laboratory entrance, he couldn't help but glance back at Lu Yu. Who could he be? Dean Zhao took a deep breath, burying his doubts deep within, and refrained from asking any further questions. Mayor Li, could you arrange for a few assistants to come over? Lu Yu watched the dean's retreating figure and said nothing more. He could actually help President Zhao refine that bio-based material project much faster, but there were more pressing matters at hand now. The practical application of bionic exoskeleton technology. Understood, Mr. Lu. Mayor Li took a deep breath and nodded. He quickly exited the lab, directing several research assistants he had previously arranged to sign confidentiality agreements before entering the laboratory. Where should he begin? Lu Yu closed his eyes, recalling the exoskeleton design blueprints in his mind. If bionic technology was to be integrated, then without a doubt, the mechanical central control hub was absolutely the most crucial and indispensable component. After all, it functioned like the human brain, directing the operation of all components. Should he start with that? No. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu immediately abandoned the idea. His research progress in bionics was still insufficient to undertake the simulation of a nervous system, especially for such a critical nerve hub component. If he were to pursue it, he'd need to return to the high-spec labs at Longke University and collaborate with Professor Zhong and the others. Only then would success be more likely. Better to tackle the easier problems first. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu swiftly selected his first research target, the left arm armor of the exoskeleton. As one of the limbs, the left arm's position was relatively less critical in importance. Moreover, given Lu Yu's current grasp of bionics, the left arm was also a location he felt relatively confident tackling. Lu Yu unfolded a blueprint and closed his eyes. Ants can carry objects 40 times heavier than their own body weight for 2 reasons. First, the structure of their hands consists of multiple segmented joints, functioning like a series of levers that maximize the utilization of every ounce of force. Second, within their bodies lies a muscular engine that enhances strength by burning adenosine triphosphate ATP. With the aid of the 100-fold thought accelerator and brain simulation, Lu Yu's mind now raced like a wild stallion galloping freely across boundless grasslands, triumphant and exhilarated. However, to others, the scene unfolding before them seemed rather bizarre. Mr. Lu? A research assistant, looking peculiar, called out softly. Mr. Lu, are you all right? Though they had all signed confidentiality agreements before entering the lab and were aware of Lu Yu's status as an absolute prodigy among prodigies. But the scene before them was utterly bizarre. It was as if he were possessed. Facing a blank sheet of paper, his eyes closed as if asleep, his brow would furrow at times, a smile would flicker at others, and then he'd shake his head with an expression of helpless resignation. If this wasn't possession, what was it? Mr. Lu? After several unsuccessful attempts to rouse him, a research assistant exclaimed anxiously, "This can't go on. We need to find Mayor Li. Something must be wrong with Mr. Lu." He stood up, ready to leave, but just then, Lu Yu suddenly opened his eyes. That's it. That's exactly it. He grabbed his pen and began sketching on the blueprint at breakneck speed.
Though merely sketching, his confident, decisive strokes carried a hint of calligraphic grace, each line executed with unwavering precision, not a single stroke hesitating or dragging.
Dragon and serpent racing. Vigorous and powerful. Phew, done.
Slowly setting down the pen, Liu exhaled deeply and handed the blueprint to a research assistant.
I've marked the raw materials on it. Get me a decent 3D printer over here and hurry up. I need to validate my findings. A 3D printer? The assistant paused slightly before nodding.
Mr. Liu, we do have a 3D printer in our lab, but I'm not sure if it meets your requirements. As he took the blueprint, he glanced at its contents.
Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying mechanical design.
Even if the design were simplified by half, he wasn't sure he could make heads or tails of it.
He had no confidence that the lab's 3D printer could handle such a complex mechanical design. Let's give it a try. All right. The assistant went to fetch the 3D printer.
Meanwhile, the others weren't idle either.
Following Liu Yu's instructions, they began preparing the raw materials.
Most of the materials listed on Liu Yu's blueprint weren't particularly rare. As a 211 university, Jinshan University had basic reserves of these materials.
First, import the model into the computer.
While the assistants were busy, Liu Yu imported the model from the blueprint into the computer. Next, using battery materials from the lab, he constructed a rudimentary power supply unit. Though its effect wouldn't last long, it was sufficient for short-term experiments. Finally, everything was ready. The 3D printer, raw materials, model blueprints, and power supply unit were all ready.
Liu Yu took a deep breath and said, "Let's begin."
"Yes, Mr. Liu." The assistant loaded the computer model into the 3D printer and began feeding the raw materials into the machine.
Zzzzz.
The 3D printer emitted a series of electrical hums as it began operating according to the preset modeling specifications Liu Yu had configured.
Listening to the shrill noise, it seemed the printer was struggling under the load. Creating a multi-jointed structure with a 3D printer was indeed placing a heavy load on it.
A wry smile played at Liu Yu's lips. The design principle behind the exoskeleton armor on his left arm drew inspiration from the multi-segmented structure of an ant's legs. Through high-precision mechanical engineering, it mimicked a series of lever-like mechanisms to maximize the arm's load-bearing capacity. This demanded exceptionally high standards in both bionics and mechanical engineering. The Liu Yu of the past might not even have understood the blueprints, but after this period of intensive study, he had undergone a complete transformation in the field of bionics.
Finally,
the 3D printer ceased its grinding noise, ejecting the left arm armor Liu Yu had designed.
The first step succeeded? Everyone present wore expressions of excitement. "Mr. Liu, shall we proceed with the load-bearing test now?"
a research assistant inquired.
"No rush." Liu Yu shook his head and said. "I'll call old Zhong first. Please wait a moment." He wanted to live stream the entire process to share it with old Zhong and everyone in the lab. More minds meant more perspectives. If anything went wrong, they could gain more insights from the experience.
Liu Yu pulled out his phone and dialed old Zhong through the secure line.
Beep, beep, beep. The call connected quickly, and old Master Zhong's warm voice came through the line. "Junior brother, what's up?" "Professor Zhong, are you busy right now?" "Not too bad.
I'm discussing some architectural issues with Su Xiaoxiao."
"Is Su Xiaoxiao with you?"
"Yes, why?"
Master Zhong asked with a smile. "Nothing much, just a bit surprised. Our efficiency really is extraordinary." Liu Yu expressed his surprise.
He had indeed previously suggested bringing Su Xiaoxiao onto the project team, but hadn't expected it to happen so quickly.
"Professor Zhong, please have everyone pause their current tasks."
Liu Yu spoke slowly. "I've made some breakthroughs in bionics, particularly in the field of upper limbs.
I've gained quite a lot of insights.
In a moment, I'll use the camera equipment to share my footage with you in real time."
"A breakthrough?" Su Xiaoxiao beside him couldn't help but quip. "Liu Yu, are you sleepwalking?"
She spent a year pursuing her master's at the best university in the Sun Never Sets empire and only just managed to build a foundational knowledge base in bionics.
"Liu Yu, how many days have you studied?" Professor Zhong also advised, "Junior colleague, research requires steady groundwork, we mustn't rush things."
Both he and Su Xiaoxiao felt Liu Yu was moving too fast. How many days had passed since Liu Yu left the lab? In such a short time, he probably hasn't even grasped the most basic fundamentals of bionics, let alone achieve any breakthroughs. "Professor Zhong, I'm currently in a lab in Jinshan City conducting preliminary experiments on bionic integration for an exoskeleton left arm armor," Liu Yu replied slowly. Liu Yu spoke slowly. "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing."
"You're in a lab? What are you doing?" "Equipment involving mechanics and bionics is extremely dangerous, don't attempt anything recklessly."
Hearing Liu Yu was in a lab, old Zhong grew anxious and hurriedly said,
"Whatever experiment you're planning, we'll discuss it at Longke University. You can't take this risk." "Liu Yu, have you lost your mind?" Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but raise her delicate eyebrows in annoyance.
"Professor Zhong, Su Xiaoxiao, please don't worry." A faint, helpless smile touched Liu Yu's lips.
"Actually, my earlier explanation was a bit inaccurate. The exoskeleton left arm armor. I've already produced a preliminary prototype. It only needs the final load-bearing test. Nothing else matters. Your safety is paramount.
Old Jong spoke, then suddenly snapped to attention.
Wait. What did you say? You've already produced the exoskeleton left arm armor? Chapter 107, Test Success, Double the Power. Professor Zhong, I've already built it.
Lu Yu showed no sign of impatience as he repeated, I've integrated bionic principles into the pre-designed exoskeleton left arm armor and built a prototype.
Let me share the live feed with you.
With that, Lu Yu activated the camera and transmitted the live feed from the lab directly to Professor Zhong's screen via the secure line.
This is... Zhong Lao's gaze fixed on the mechanical arm at the center of the lab, his expression complex. Junior colleague, did you truly complete this just now? Of course, Professor Zhong. Rest assured.
Lu Yu smiled softly as he gave a complete 360-degree view of the arm armor.
This exoskeleton left arm armor was manufactured using a 3D printer. While the craftsmanship is somewhat rough, it's perfectly sufficient for 1 or 2 experiments. Can you guarantee there are no safety concerns? Old Master Zhong took a deep breath and asked solemnly. Just moments before leaving the lab, Lu Yu had been utterly ignorant of bionics.
Yet in a mere 2 days, he had independently designed the entire structure of this left arm armor.
Amidst his astonishment, old Zhong couldn't help but feel concerned. What if something went wrong, like an explosion, and endangered Lu Yu's safety?
Before the test begins, I'll double-check all circuit connections and then have specialized testers conduct the trials.
Rest assured, old Zhong. Lu Yu sensed old Zhong's unease and offered reassurance. All right. Old Zhong's expression was complex as he said, remember, safety must be the top priority. Longke University, Exoskeleton Equipment Research Center. How could this be possible? Beside old Master Zhong, Su Xiaoxiao murmured softly, it's unbelievable. Compared to old Master Zhong, Su Xiaoxiao's inner shock was even greater. After all, just a short while ago, she had been recommending introductory books on bionics to Lu Yu. Yet in the blink of an eye, Lu Yu had already developed the exoskeleton left arm armor. How many days has it been? Xiaoxiao, what do you think the chances are that Lu Yu's experiment will succeed?
Old Master Zhong frowned, his voice tinged with worry.
Even 50%? It's difficult. Su Xiaoxiao's gaze grew complex as she murmured softly. Without seeing the detailed blueprints, I can't figure out exactly how he designed and constructed it.
However, judging solely by the external structure of this exoskeleton arm armor, its internal design must be extremely complex. Still, the fact he achieved this much in just a few days is already beyond belief. If it were anyone else, Su Xiaoxiao might have dismissed this so-called exoskeleton left arm armor as nothing more than a joke prototype. But since it was developed by Lu Yu, she had no choice but to believe he had truly pulled it off. Old Zhong nodded slightly inside, let's just hope no safety incidents occur. His greatest concern remained Lu Yu's personal safety. Jinshan University, a 6 specification laboratory. First, to the main control room.
Lu Yu led the researchers into the main control room of the laboratory, observing the test area through bulletproof glass.
As the saying goes, a son of a wealthy family doesn't sit under a leaking roof. Whether for his own sake or to better serve Longke's scientific advancement, he must prioritize his personal safety and eliminate any possibility of accidents.
Tester, in position.
The test subject, clad in protective gear, nervously picked up the left arm armor from the test area and slipped it onto his own arm. While the pay for such work was generous, the danger level was equally high. The slightest misstep could cost them their lives. Begin. Lu Yu took a deep breath and pressed the button, connecting the exoskeleton's left arm armor to the disposable power charging unit. ZZZZT. A piercing electrical hum erupted throughout the testing zone. Sparks flew from the exoskeleton's left arm armor, striking the tester's visor and adding a touch of terror to the atmosphere. Full power. Lu Yu remained utterly composed, calmly stating, we can proceed with the load-bearing test.
Hold steady. Yes, Chief Engineer Lu.
The tester suppressed his inner panic, pressing his right hand clad in thick protective gloves against the left arm armor. Then, with a sudden thrust, he extended his left hand toward the force testing machine and pushed upward with all his might.
Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted within the test zone. The instant the deafening roar echoed, even the video feed on the secure line went momentarily blurry. What happened? This scene startled both Su Xiaoxiao and Old Zhong on the other end of the screen. Lu Yu, are you okay over there? Old Zhong asked anxiously. ZZZZZ. Instead of Lu Yu's voice, only a series of crackling static sounds came through. What's going on? Lu Yu, can you hear me?
Su Xiaoxiao and Old Zhong both panicked, shouting repeatedly at the screen, but received no response whatsoever.
This won't do.
Old Zhong took a deep breath, stood up, and declared, I need to contact Captain Lu.
We can't just sit here waiting. Lu Yu absolutely cannot come to harm.
With that, he pulled out his phone and quickly dialed Captain Lu's number.
But before the call connected, a familiar voice suddenly came through the receiver. Old Zhong, can you hear me? Lu Yu. Hearing that voice, Old Zhong finally exhaled in relief. How are things on your end? Are you hurt? Old Master Zhong, we're all fine. The experiment succeeded. Lu Yu exclaimed excitedly. Successful? Old Master Zhong froze momentarily. When the signal cut out earlier, he'd feared some experimental accident had occurred, which was why he'd been so tense. Then what was that noise earlier? I suspect it was an electromagnetic pulse triggered by the left arm armor of the exoskeleton colliding with the machine, which interfered with our signal. Lu Yu explained. So that's what it was. Old Zhong exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. With Lu Yu's safety assured, the conversation naturally returned to the experiment. How did your test go? What were the specific results? The test results are perfect. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with delight as he reported, the weight-bearing capacity of the exoskeleton's left arm armor has doubled compared to the original version. Although energy consumption has increased slightly, with the support of the tokamak device going forward, it won't be a problem at all. Double? Junior brother, are your figures accurate? Old Master Zhong's breathing grew slightly urgent. A twofold increase in load capacity, what does that even mean? It means that an ordinary soldier, equipped with an exoskeleton arm armor, could effortlessly lift several tons of supplies or weapons. Once widely deployed, the military's logistical capabilities would reach terrifying new heights. Professor Zhong, I'll have this prototype sent back to Longke University. You and your colleagues can begin optimizing it, though it likely won't be usable again. Lu Yu said slowly. The exoskeleton left arm armor he designed was manufactured using a 3D printer, and inevitably, it had some flaws. Sure enough, after just one test run, it was nearly completely scrapped. No problem. Old Zhong chuckled. Even if it can't be used, we can still study its structure. Leave it to us. How many times had Lu Yu surprised him now? Oh, right. Lu Yu seemed to recall something and asked Su Xiaoxiao, could you recommend 2 more books on bionics and neuroscience? I'll try to delve deeper into the research over the National Day holiday. Su Xiaoxiao's expression grew complex as she replied slowly. I'm not deeply versed in the overlapping field of bionics and neuroscience either, but my advisor recommended a few papers in journals back then. I'll send them to you shortly. But let me warn you first. Bionics involving neuroscience is far more challenging than you can imagine. Prepare yourself mentally. The complexity of neural networks far surpasses that of ordinary mechanical structures. Even in the advanced nations of the Western world, research progress is extremely slow. This is only natural. After all, simulating the biological nervous system with mechanical and electrical circuits is an enormous challenge for current technology. Compared to localized bionic technologies like the left arm prosthesis, the difficulty is not just exponential, it's astronomical. Could Lu Yu really pull this off? Su Xiaoxiao sighed, feeling uncertain for a moment. It wasn't that she lacked confidence in Lu Yu, but venturing into the realm of neuroscience was simply too difficult, far too difficult. All right. Lu Yu nodded slightly, a smile touching his lips. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Su Xiaoxiao and Old Zhong, he ended the live video call. It was almost 7 o'clock. Lu Yu glanced down at his watch. When he left the hotel suite and arrived at the lab, it was only around 1 o'clock. Without realizing it, 6 hours had passed. Indeed, when one is fully absorbed in a task, time always seems to slip away at an astonishing pace. Time flies when you're having fun. Lu Yu took a deep breath and slowly walked to the laboratory door to get some air. Mr. Lu, how is it going? Seeing Lu Yu emerge from the lab, Mayor Li hurriedly inquired. Overall, it went smoothly. A wry smile touched Lu Yu's lips. There's just one problem. What is it? Mayor Li asked anxiously. I'm afraid I won't make it to our Lu family's small gathering tonight. The Lu family? Xianxuan, didn't Lu Yu leave with you? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Lu Fu frowned, glancing toward the entrance. Grandmother specifically instructed today that no one may be absent from tonight's banquet. The reunion dinner is a Lu family tradition, an ancestral rule. Even a spoiled brat like him knew this rule must be followed, it couldn't be broken. That kid Lu Yu, could he really be so clueless? He must still be out there, right? Lu Qianxuan hesitated. Are you kidding me? If he's not at home, he must be out. Lu Fu rolled his eyes. Do you think Lu Yu is some Schrodinger's cat? Stuck in a quantum superposition state? No, but where did he go after the class reunion ended? Lu Qianxuan nervously tugged at her skirt hem, her face flushing with embarrassment. I don't know. She didn't know how to answer Lu Fu's question. Ever since Lu Yu parted ways with her at the hotel, she had no idea where he'd gone or when he'd return. Lu Fu, calm down. At that moment, a steady voice interrupted Lu Fu's questioning. Big brother, I was just worried Grandma would get upset. Lu Fu's attitude softened considerably, and he offered an apologetic smile. The speaker was none other than Lu Wang, the eldest son of the 3rd generation of the Lu family. Even a spoiled brat like Lu Fu would pale in comparison to Lu Wang, both in presence and demeanor. Bro, are you done with the ancestral hall affairs? Yeah, just waiting for Lu Yu to return. Lu Wang gently adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and coaxed gently, little sister, don't rush. Think carefully. Before he said goodbye to you, did he mention anything? Or did anything happen? What happened? Lu Qianxuan lowered her head, her expression growing distinctly uneasy. Nothing particularly unusual happened, I think. She didn't want to lie to her brother. But everything that happened in that hotel suite Mayor Li had specifically instructed that it must not be disclosed. She couldn't risk revealing that secret. All right. Lu Wang sighed helplessly and shook his head. If he doesn't return soon, we'll have to proceed with the banquet as scheduled. Brother? Lu Qianxuan felt a pang of reluctance and asked, can't we wait a little longer? According to the Lu family's old traditions, if you weren't seated at the grand banquet, it meant you weren't considered part of the family. Though such feudal notions had eased considerably these days, and many no longer placed heavy weight on these customs, being excluded was still no good. There's no choice. Lu Wang shook his head. We have 20 or 30 people here, all levels. We can't waste everyone's time waiting for just one person. Besides. Wait, little sister. Aren't you and Lu Yu always at odds? Why are you suddenly pleading for him? Chapter 108, much more pleasing to the eye. In Lu Wang's memory, describing the relationship between his little sister and Lu Yu as like oil and water wouldn't be an exaggeration. Though in recent years, as they'd grown older, at least they hadn't come to blows. But whenever they met, they inevitably ended up arguing over trivial matters. What happened? After attending that class reunion, why did my little sister's attitude change so drastically? Nothing, big bro. Lu Qianxuan stammered, we're all adults now. We can't keep bickering like children. Besides, I feel like his personality has changed a lot, at least he's much easier to get along with now. Lu Wang smiled and said, I see. That's good. He glanced down at his watch. We can wait for him 10 more minutes at most. If he's not back by then, we'll have to start the banquet. All right. Lu Qianxuan sighed, her mood incredibly complex. She glanced at her watch and sent another message to Lu Yu, urging him to hurry back. But still, no reply. What on earth was he doing? Not even replying to a single word seriously. Even though she knew Lu Yu's extraordinary status and that he might be handling something important, Lu Qianxuan still couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. She was covering for him, and he didn't even bother to reply. Oomph. She shut off her phone, muttering indignantly. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the Lu family's dinner party officially commenced. Ahem. Supported by Lu Huiran and Lu Huiyan, the Lu family matriarch slowly made her way to the head seat of the banquet and took her place. Plate after plate of exquisite dishes were served to each table. Toasting the elders. The matriarch lifted her wine cup, turned toward the ancestral hall at the rear of the reception hall, and slowly poured the wine from her cup onto the ground. To the elders. All members of the Lu family rose to their feet, joining the matriarch in completing the final ritual before beginning the meal. All right, let's begin. The matriarch of the Lu family sat back down and instructed. Everyone began to enjoy their dinner. Lu Qianxuan glanced at Lu Yu's seat and sent him another message, dinner's started. Are you coming back or not? Putting down her phone, she sensed something was terribly wrong. Just then, a hoarse, aged voice slowly echoed through the room. I'm truly delighted that everyone could gather here this year to celebrate my birthday. The matriarch of the Lu family, savoring the exquisite dishes, remarked with a touch of emotion, decades have passed and how the world has changed. TSK. Mom, with you as our anchor, of course things keep getting better. Lu Huiyan chuckled. Oomph, what does this old woman have to do with it? It's all thanks to your hard work. The matriarch chuckled. You three aren't exactly spring chickens anymore. But scolding you is pointless. Let's talk about our children instead. Xiao Wang is doing wonderfully, his future prospects are boundless, surpassing even yours and mine. At the mention of Lu Wang, Lu Huiyan, usually so composed, couldn't help but let a proud smile curve his lips. Wang is steady and methodical in his work, taking one step at a time. Who knows? He might even surpass what we've built. He gazed at his son with pride, his face radiating evident satisfaction. Big brother Lu Wang is truly impressive, you just can't help but admire him. Indeed, brother Lu Wang has become the chief secretary to a major city leader at such a young age. His future prospects are boundless. Countless gazes, mingled with envy and admiration, turned toward Lu Wang and the Lu Huiyan family. Lu Wang excels academically and possesses strong interpersonal skills. He's practically the perfect other people's child. Who wouldn't want their son to be as promising as Lu Wang? Grandma, Dad. I will not disappoint your expectations. I will strive diligently to contribute to our Huanshui County. Lu Wang also stood up and declared his resolve. Ahem, good. Grandmother Lu smiled with satisfaction. Then she turned her gaze to Lu Fu. Xiao Fu, learn from your elder brother, understand? Catching the matriarch's stern gaze, Lu Fu couldn't help but lower his head, looking somewhat timid. His father also lowered his head, his face flushing with embarrassment. He knew his own limitations well enough to understand what kind of person his son truly was. Your father disliked studying when he was young and was single-minded about diving into the business world. To be honest, neither your grandfather nor I supported him at first. Grandmother Lu's gaze held a hint of wistfulness as she said. But you know, we never imagined he'd actually achieve such remarkable success. The electronics assembly plant your father runs has flourished in Hwangju County, creating valuable local jobs. Of course, Lu Huiran's business can't compare to those billionaire tycoons worth tens or hundreds of billions. But in a small place like Hwangju County, achieving this much is already quite remarkable. Hearing his grandmother's praise, Lu Huiran kept his expression neutral, but inside, he was overjoyed. But the matriarch of the Lu family suddenly shifted her tone. Your father has been so preoccupied with his business these past years that he neglected you, leaving you in this state. What nonsense is this? You don't study diligently, you don't live properly, you just fool around all day. Lu Fu felt like crying without tears. You must devote more attention to force education. He's still young, a little misbehavior won't hurt. But when he grows up, if he still hasn't mastered any real skills, he won't even be able to take over your position, understand? The matriarch fixed Lu Huiran with a stern gaze. Mom, this. Mentioning Lu Fu, Lu Huiran's expression also grew uneasy. Force education, I will plan it thoroughly, striving to make him an elite in society. Don't get your hopes up about him becoming an elite. Grandmother Lu waved her hand dismissively. Just don't let him become an uneducated good-for-nothing. That's enough. Yes. Lu Huiran felt even more mortified. Dad, why are you glaring at me? You good-for-nothing brat. All day long you do nothing but disgrace your old man. Lu Huiran shot Lu Fu a look of disappointment. His eldest brother's son, Lu Wang, had achieved so much at such a young age and was hailed as the future of the Lu family. And his own son? Already well into adulthood, he had nothing to show for himself except a second-tier university degree. It was bad enough without the comparison, but now it was downright brutal. Right then, ahem. The matriarch of the Lu family cleared her throat twice and turned her gaze toward Lu Yu's father. Now that we've discussed the eldest and second sons, it's your turn, third son. Little you did quite well got into Longke University, which is quite an honor for the family. Hey, where is Xiao Yu? Chapter 109, Children Speak Without Reserve. Lu Family Living Room. The Lu family members present all wore peculiar expressions, their eyes involuntarily darting toward Lu Yu's father. Everyone noticed Lu Yu was missing. Lu Yu said he had something to take care of and might be a bit late, Lu Chenxuan said cautiously. He's already on his way. How come everyone else is here except him? Playing special treatment, huh? So we're all waiting around for him? Lu Fu grumbled. Though the other Lu family members didn't voice their displeasure as bluntly as he did, their expressions were equally sour. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Lu Huiyan smiled and steered the conversation. Honestly, third brother, your own studies weren't exactly stellar back in the day, but your son seems to have inherited our father's talent across generations. I hear your son got into Long University in the capital. We're all incredibly proud of him. The change of subject instantly softened Father Lu's expression as he chuckled. Xiao Yu is such a proud achievement. His mom and I never had to push him academically. He always knew exactly what needed doing without us breathing down his neck. Lu's mother beamed with pride. We never imagined he'd get into Longke University. But just then, a discordant voice cut through the air. So what if it's Longke University? He didn't even get in on his own merits. What's there to brag about? Lu Fu's voice was soft, yet it reached Lu Fu's parents' ears clearly. Lu Fu! Lu Huiran feigned sternness as he scolded. Dad, what's wrong with what I said? Lu Fu scoffed. I'd say he only got into Longke University through connections. Whether he'll even graduate is another story. Lu Yu's father's expression darkened instantly. Lu Fu, what nonsense are you spouting? Our little Yu got in on his own merits. Uncle Lu, you can fool everyone else, but don't fool yourself. Lu Fu rolled his eyes and cut him off dismissively. Don't we have a relative named Lu Jinshan? I think he's a professor at Longke University, right? I heard Lu Yu only scored 350 on the college entrance exam. I've taken the exam myself. Do you really think 350 points could get you into Longke University? Though Lu Yu's father was his third uncle, his tone showed zero respect for his elder. However, the mention of 350 points made the gathered Lu family members burst into laughter, shaking their heads in disbelief. At their age, either fresh out of the exam or having taken it a few years back, they all had a basic grasp of what college entrance exam scores meant. 350 points? Even the worst student in class wouldn't score that low, right? Hearing the harsh laughter, anger flared in the hearts of Lu's father and mother. Second brother, what does your son mean by this? Father Lu demanded, his eyes blazing. Third brother, don't get so worked up. My son was just saying that. Kids speak their minds, so why get upset? College entrance exam scores are ancient history anyway. Your son got into Longke University, didn't he? How he got in doesn't matter, haha. Lu Huiran didn't scold his son, he didn't even pretend to. He just sat there, half-heartedly smoothing things over. His tone even carried a hint of sarcasm. Second brother, what do you mean by children speak without restraint? What exactly are you implying? Father Lu wasn't stupid. He caught Lu Huiyan's meaning and grew even angrier. Third brother, this is getting ridiculous. You're an adult, after all. My son merely spoke his mind, and you're already upset? No wonder you haven't grown a bit all these years. Lu Huiran chuckled and said. You. What do you mean, you? Was I wrong? Lu Huiran's smile grew even more unrestrained. You're just upset because my son said your son pulled strings, aren't you? Is what he said wrong? Didn't your son only score 350 on the college entrance exam? What, you can do it but others can't talk about it? Lu Yu's father was so enraged his face turned crimson. Lu Huiran had navigated the business world for decades. When it came to eloquence and debating skills, there was no way a simple factory worker like him could compare. Now, cornered by Lu Huiran's barrage of questions, he felt like a mute swallowing bitter gall. Though seething with rage, he had no words to defend himself. Seeing Lu Yu's father's flustered state, a victorious smile spread across Lu Huiran's lips. Third brother, I've told you time and again, don't rush into speaking or acting. Think things through first, haha. Ever since Lu Yu returned to the Lu household, he'd harbored resentment for quite some time. The reason was simple enough. Though Lu Huiran never voiced it, deep down, he was consumed by jealousy over Lu Yu's acceptance into Longke University. Lu Huiran had never held his third brother in high regard, viewing him as overly rigid and inflexible. He saw little promise in his career despite his age. He remained nothing more than a technical worker. Yet it was precisely the son of this third brother, the one Lu Huiran despised most, who got into Longke University. Forget everything else, that degree alone was enough to beat his own son, Lu Fu, to a pulp. It was one thing for his eldest son to outshine his own, but how could even the third son's offspring end up riding high above his own? This was the thought that had always gnawed at Lu Huiran's heart. Enough, everyone. Stop arguing. Just then, the matriarch of the Lu family spoke up. We've finally gathered for a family feast. What's there to argue about? Lu Huiran, make fury shut his mouth. Lu Huiran immediately backed down, bowing his head and replying. Yes, mother. Though he wasn't afraid of his third brother, he still held a deep respect for the matriarch. However, making Lu Fu shut up didn't mean Lu Huiran himself was admitting defeat. Everyone resumed eating and drinking, and the atmosphere grew somewhat more harmonious. Just then, Lu Huiran asked with a hint of mischief, Third brother, why don't you just sell that house in Luohai City and move back here with us? Housing here is cheaper. Your brothers can lend you some money enough for a decent place. Wouldn't that be much better than living in that tiny place in Luohai City? No thanks, Lu Fu replied. I'm used to living in Luohai City. Besides, my job is still there. Lu Fu chuckled. Work is no problem. I've got a brand new factory that needs everything set up, and we're short on staff. Come work for me, and I'll make you head of security. Head of security? Hearing the title, the corners of every Lu family member's mouth twitched involuntarily. The title sounded impressive enough, but upon reflection, wasn't it essentially just a gatekeeper position? Combined with their earlier argument, this was a blatant insult. No need, Lu Yu's father replied without hesitation. We're perfectly fine living in Luohai City. Our home is quite cozy. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu's father rejected Lu Huiran's proposal. How could he possibly go work as Lu Huiran's gatekeeper? Third brother, stop fooling yourself. Lu Huiran chuckled maliciously. I've been to your place in Luohai City. It's tiny and cramped, like a pigeon coop. How could anyone live comfortably there? Come to Huanshui County. Whether you stay in the Lu family's main residence or buy a larger house, wouldn't that be far more comfortable than living in that pigeon coop? In Huanshui County, besides the Lu family residence, he also owned a large villa exclusively for himself. Meanwhile, the place Lu Yu's father rented in Luohai City was barely 60 square meters, fine for one person, but cramped for three. Lu Huiran kept bringing up work and housing. His tone was laced with sarcasm. Listen closely, and you could detect the mockery directed at Lu's father. Ironically, every word was true, leaving Lu's father speechless. He could only hang his head, his face flushing crimson with embarrassment. Lu's mother's face flushed with shame and anger as she shot a hateful glare at the second son of the Lu family. They were all family, sharing the same table. Such talk was utterly inappropriate. Enough, second son. The matriarch of the Lu family frowned, unable to bear it any longer, about to speak up to stop him. But at that very moment, a faint voice suddenly echoed from outside the ancestral hall. Second uncle, it's unnecessary. I found a duplex villa within the third ring road in the capital. Not only is the scenery beautiful and the transportation convenient, but it's also close to Ruijin Hospital. In 6 months, I'll be moving my parents there. Chapter 110, Boys change a lot as they grow up? A standalone villa in the capital? Inside the third ring road? And near Ruijin Hospital? The moment Lu Yu spoke, the entire ancestral hall fell into a deafening silence. Even Lu Wang, the eldest among the third generation of the Lu family, stared at Lu Yu by the family gate as if he were a madman. Has this kid lost his mind? This wasn't just his thought, it echoed throughout the entire Lu family. Third brother, your son sure talks big, huh? Lu Huiran eyed Lu Yu's father with a hint of mockery. Once you've moved into that grand villa, you'll have to show us around, won't you? Ha ha. That's right, third uncle. Lu Fu burst into laughter, clutching his stomach as if he'd heard the funniest joke ever. Within the inner third ring of Beijing, where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, you want to buy a standalone villa? What does that even mean? Even the wealthiest branch of the Lu family, Lu Huairan's household, could barely scrape together a down payment if they sold every last factory they owned. With the third son's salary, could he even save enough for a single tile in a year? Only Lu Qianxuan remained silent, her eyes filled with complexity. Just a day ago, she would have joined Lu Fu in mocking Lu Yu's audacious claim. But, after witnessing what happened in that hotel suite, she knew Lu Yu truly had the capability to make it happen. Lu Yu wasn't the same person he'd been years ago. Ahem, little Yu was just joking. Don't take it too seriously, everyone. Lu Huaiyan, the eldest son of the Lu family, stepped in to smooth things over. Lu Wang also stood up, smiling faintly. A soldier who doesn't aspire to be a general isn't a good soldier. Little Yu, at such a young age, already possesses such ambition. Well done. Even so, Lu Yu's parents both felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment. You should come inside first. Though they believed their son would surely achieve greatness someday. But Lu Yu's earlier declaration still made their cheeks burn. After all, their son had only been in college for a month. What else could he possibly rely on to buy a villa in the capital besides big talk? Well, isn't this our big shot, Lu? What took you so long to come in? Watching Lu Yu enter the ancestral hall, Lu Fu sneered. Have you picked out the exact location for the villa yet? Yes. Lu Yu shot him a lukewarm glance and replied calmly, if you ever come to Beijing, you're welcome to visit. Visit? Ha! Fine. Lu Fu laughed so hard he could barely lift his head, teasing, if that day ever comes, I'll definitely be there. Ha! If you ever afford a villa inside Beijing's Third Ring Road, I'll drink the water from your family's toilet. Ha! Fine, I'll prepare it for you in advance. Lu Yu smiled but said no more, sitting down beside his parents. Normally, given his temperament, he would never have uttered such words. But on the way back to the Lu family ancestral hall, Lu Yu had clearly heard Lu Huairan mocking his parents outside the door. How could a child bear to see their parents humiliated? That was why Lu Yu had spoken those words in front of everyone. A villa within the Third Ring Road of the capital city, for most people, it would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. But for Lu Yu, it didn't even cost him a single penny. The reward from the new Red Sun project alone included that villa. Lu Huiyan couldn't help but glance at Lu Yu twice. How had Xiaoyu changed so much in just 2 years? Could one college entrance exam truly transform him? Lu Huiyan rubbed his temples, his expression complex. He could clearly sense that the Lu Yu of today was practically a different person compared to the one everyone remembered from gatherings years ago. They say girls change a lot as they grow up, but do boys really change that much too? He pondered Lu Yu further, astonishment growing within him. Xiaoyu, where on earth did you go? Why did you come back so late? Lu's father asked, puzzled. Grandmother had reminded us about tonight's dinner early this morning. Thankfully, she was in a good mood and didn't get angry about your late arrival. I was handling something important. It's related to our holiday assignments. It's not something I can explain in a few words. Lu Yu replied vaguely. Oh, then do your best with it. Father Lu nodded. After a moment's hesitation, he added earnestly. I know you're saying this for our sake, but please don't repeat such things in the future. It's fine to discuss it within our family, but spreading it outside could easily invite trouble. Dad, I'm serious about this. You don't need to worry. Lu Yu understood what her father was thinking and replied earnestly. I've already prepared the house. Once I free up some time in the coming days, I'll arrange for you both to move in. Xiaoyu. Lu Yu's father's tone grew stern as he admonished, we must live our lives with both feet firmly on the ground. We should just live honestly and earnestly. There's no need to chase after unrealistic dreams. He wanted Lu Yu to focus on his studies instead of chasing these frivolous dreams. Dad, I've given up. Lu Yu sighed and shook her head helplessly. He understood it would be difficult to convince his parents to accept his ideas anytime soon. There was no point in arguing. Seeing was believing. Once he wrapped up the exoskeleton project he was working on, he'd bring them to Kyoto for a tour. Seeing that villa with their own eyes would naturally convince them. The dinner hour drew to a swift close. The Lu family elders headed upstairs as usual to discuss business matters. The younger generation of the third generation, however, remained in the ancestral hall, exchanging idle chatter. Lu Yu still felt somewhat out of place. Few approached him to converse. Yet he was quite content with this arrangement, able to sit quietly in a corner and read his book. Brother, Grandma's birthday banquet is tomorrow night. It's a rare chance for all of us siblings to gather. Why don't we find somewhere to hang out tomorrow? I've been cooped up at home so long, I'm practically growing moss on my head. Lu Fu crossed his legs, speaking with boredom. Sure. Lu Wang nodded without objection. Seeing his brother agree, Lu Fu perked up instantly. It's settled then. Where should we go? Lu Wang glanced at Lu Yu beside him and said calmly, Lu Yu, what do you think? Me? Doesn't matter. Either is fine. Lu Yu shrugged indifferently. For him, making the most of his time with the accelerator to study and read was what truly mattered. As for where to go for fun, Lu Yu felt that as long as it didn't interfere with his studies, he couldn't care less. He's just a country bumpkin, what good places could he possibly know? Lu Fu sneered. Suddenly, an idea struck him and his eyes lit up. Got it. Why don't we go there? Chapter 111, interesting. Lu Fu, what kind of riddle are you playing? Could there really be some undiscovered gem in our Huanshui County? One of the Lu family's young men asked in confusion. Huanshui County isn't exactly small, but it's still just a county town. The bustling areas are limited. They'd pretty much exhausted all the places worth visiting. I bet you didn't know this, did you? A smug grin spread across Lu Fu's lips. Recently, an investor from Jinshan City has set his sights on a plot of land near us. He plans to build a golf course right next to Huanshui County. This time, I'm buying. Lu Fu chuckled. I can have my dad cover the expenses. Seriously? Hearing Lu Fu's words, the gathered Lu family members all grew excited. They'd never even touched a golf club before, let alone set foot on a golf course. Just imagine the prestige of snapping a photo there and posting it on WeChat Moments. Big brother, isn't it a bit inappropriate to go to a place like that? Lu Qianxuan turned to Lu Wan, who merely smiled. We're all together for once, just have fun. Exercise is good for the body and mind. But why, brother? Lu Qianxuan furrowed his brow in confusion, turning to look at his brother Lu Wang. Lu Wang smiled calmly, saying nothing more. He agreed with Lu Fu's suggestion partly to unwind, but there were deeper reasons too. Of course, he wouldn't share those thoughts with Lu Qianxuan. After chatting a while longer in the ancestral hall, everyone dispersed. Oh, right. Lu Qianxuan suddenly remembered something. Her gaze swept around the room, searching for Lu Yu's figure. But she couldn't find him anywhere. The night passed swiftly. Lu Yu slowly closed the book in his hands and let out a weary yawn. He hadn't slept for 3 full days and nights. Though the stay-awake pills mitigated the physical toll, such prolonged study inevitably left him mentally drained. It was fitting to change his environment and give his mind a rest. Lu Yu smiled, packed the books he'd intended to read today into his backpack, and followed the other Lu family members to the golf course mentioned last night. Huanshui Golf Course. The course sat at the border of Huanshui County and Banggu County within Jinshan City. Its vast grounds were lush with green mountains and clear waters. A gentle breeze swept across the grass, creating ripples of movement. Wow! It's huge! Yeah, thanks to brother Lu Wang, we got in. The Lu family members couldn't help but express their awe. It was predictable that photos of this course would soon appear in their social feeds, serving as bragging rights. Even Lu Qianxuan, who had initially shown little interest, found herself somewhat awestruck by the grandeur before her. The sky was clear and bright, with a gentle breeze blowing. Reading in such surroundings felt quite pleasant. In stark contrast to the Lu family scions who were making a big fuss. Lu Yu, however, wore a much calmer expression, holding an English original edition of detailed explanation of the neurological architecture. This book had been recommended to him by Su Xiaoxiao. Its author was the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine laureate from 2 years prior, a figure of profound authority in the field of neuroscience. Pretentious. Amidst Lu Fu's cheers, he caught a glimpse of Lu Yu engrossed in his book out of the corner of his eye, and a hint of disdain flashed in his gaze. He finally makes it to the golf course, and all he can think about is reading? If that's not showing off, what is? Lu Fu was starting to feel more and more that this kid wasn't quite right in the head. Ahem, everyone, come over here. Lu Wang approached with the course-assigned instructor. Let me introduce you to Coach Wang. He'll be teaching you some basic fundamentals. He's actually been to this course before and knows quite a bit about golf. But this group of youngsters here? Their golf knowledge is pretty lacking. At best, they might recognize Tiger Woods. When it comes to swings, ball distances, and such, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they know absolutely nothing. Hello everyone, my surname is Wang. You can call me Coach Wang. Coach Wang is a young man with a handsome appearance and well-defined features. He introduces himself with a smile. Let me give you a quick overview. A golf course has 18 holes each. Here are some demo clubs. Feel free to take a few swings and get a feel for them. Coach Wang adjusted his baseball cap and smiled as he handed a demo driver to each member of the Lu family. Golf clubs are actually subdivided into many types, each with distinct functions: drivers for teeing off, irons for precise fairway control, and wedges for lofted shots onto the green. As for these low-quality demo woods, they'll swing fine enough, but as the pros say, they're so bad even a dog wouldn't want them. But the Lu family members present were all beginners. So, swinging these trial woods around for fun was sufficient, no need to take it too seriously. Wow, this feel. I've only ever seen this on TV, this is my first time holding a real club. Look at my stance, doesn't it look just like Tiger Woods? Every Lu family member who got their hands on a trial club was thrilled. Even Lu Qianxuan, who hadn't seemed very interested at first, couldn't resist her curiosity and took one. Sir, would you like one? Thanks, but I'm good. Lu Yu gave a polite smile and waved his hand, declining Coach Wang's offer. Sir, are you sure you don't want to try one? It's quite fun. No, thank you.
Lu Yu politely pointed to the book in his hand, indicating he wanted to read. All right. Coach Wang said nothing more, but a hint of disdain flickered silently in his eyes. This kind of bookworm who can't even put down his studies on the golf course is probably just a bookish nerd who only knows how to study. What kind of future could he possibly have? To make it big in this world, beyond academic credentials, social skills and connections are absolutely essential. Take Coach Wang himself. Though he dropped out of junior high, he'd made his mark after a few years navigating the world. Thanks to his handsome looks and status as a golf instructor, he'd earned a hefty income over the years and dated plenty of rich, beautiful women, the kind bookworms wouldn't even dare to hold hands with. That's precisely why he looks down on bookworms like Lu Yu. What good is all your book learning and test-taking skills? Coach Wang thought contemptuously to himself. He ignored Lu Yu and instead approached another young member of the Lu family, meticulously guiding her swing. Lu Yu was happy to have some free time. She found a spot on the course, sat down, and immersed herself in her book. Just as the Lu family members were enjoying themselves immensely, the sound of a golf cart suddenly broke the silence on the course. Here it comes. Hearing the sound, Lu Wang's expression tightened as he turned his gaze toward the cart. Quite a crowd today, though none of them seemed particularly skilled. Seated in the cart were a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their early 20s. They were strikingly good-looking, handsome and pretty. Holy crap, a beauty. The moment Lu Fu caught sight of the beauty on the golf cart, his eyes widened in awe. He was itching to go over and strike up a conversation. But before he could act, Lu Wang frowned and pulled him back. That's Wei Zi, the female owner of the golf course. If you don't want to cause trouble for the Lu family, keep your hands to yourself. Mr. Wei. Lu Fu froze for a moment, then his face turned awkward. I was just saying. He's a big boss, how could I dare to approach him? Ha ha. He wiped the sweat beading on his forehead and forced a smile. Bro, who's that guy in the car? After a brief pause, Lu Fu caught on and pointed at the handsome man in the golf cart, asking in confusion. That guy, he's not Mr. Wei's kept man, is he? Are you out of your mind? Lu Wang glared at him. He's the son of a certain leader. He's good friends with Miss Wei and came here to test the venue. If you don't know what you should and shouldn't say, then keep your mouth shut once you step outside the Lu household. Otherwise, you'll invite trouble with your own words. Lu Fu wiped his sweat, embarrassed. Yes, brother. He knew full well what trouble his earlier loose talk would cause if it reached the ears of those two in the golf cart. Ahem. As the carriage drew nearer, Lu Wang quickly straightened his attire and stepped forward with a smile. Brother Ji, what a coincidence. You're here too. Secretary Lu? Ji Tianqing glanced down from the golf cart, recognized Lu Wang's identity, and offered a polite smile. Brother Ji, I'm off duty now. Just call me Little Lu. Lu Wang said ingratiatingly. Oh, Little Lu. What brings you to the golf course today? Ji Tianqing asked casually. Our grandmother is about to celebrate her 80th birthday. Today, my siblings and I finally gathered together, so I thought I'd bring them here to relax a bit. Lu Wang replied respectfully. Oh, I see. Ji Tianqing nodded slightly. The folks waving those wooden poles before him couldn't even manage the most basic swing motion, obviously complete beginners. He'd been puzzled earlier, but once he learned Lu Wang had brought his siblings to play, it all made sense. Seeing the timing was right, Lu Wang suggested, Brother Ji, how about I play a hole or two with you? No thanks. What's the point of playing with you? Ji Tianqing waved him off with a smile. If I played with you, could you even focus on winning? Without a bit of competitive spirit, what fun is golf? Did he really not understand Lu Wang's little scheme? All right. Lu Wang appeared calm, but a hint of disappointment still flickered in his eyes. Playing with Coach Wang lately has been boring, I'm getting sick of it. Ji Tianqing yawned and asked casually, among your siblings, is there anyone who's even a little bit good? I'm not sure. Lu Wang chose his words carefully. True. How often do you all get together? It's no wonder you wouldn't know. Ji Tianqing waved his hand dismissively, then swept his gaze across the assembled Lu family members. Most of them wielded the crudest, poorest quality poles, their movements clumsy and awkward, a painful sight to behold. Not looking good at all. Ji Tianqing frowned, ready to abandon his initial idea. But suddenly, an unusual figure caught Ji Tianqing's attention. Little Lu, the one sitting on the chair reading, is that also your sibling? Ji Tianqing pointed toward Lu Yu on the bench. Lu Wang hesitated for a second before respectfully answering. Yes, he's my cousin. Reading on the golf course? Your cousin here is quite something. Ji Tianqing flashed an amused smile and said, why don't you call him over? I'd like to hit a few balls with him. Chapter 112, Work-Life Balance. Golf course. Alright, if you want to hit a few balls with him, I'll go get him right now. Lu Wang nodded. He turned and walked over to the bench where Lu Yu was sitting, his expression warm and friendly. Lu Yu, why are you sitting here reading all by yourself? What's up, big bro? Lu Yu closed his book and asked politely. You're already here. Wouldn't it be a shame to leave without playing a few holes? Lu Wang patted Lu Yu's shoulder and chuckled, balance work and rest, you know? Sometimes a little exercise makes reading more efficient.
Alright. Lu Yu thought for a moment and didn't refuse. After all, Lu Wang was his cousin and he had a point. Sitting for so long, getting up to stretch before continuing his reading might actually boost his efficiency. Come on, let me introduce you. Lu Wang enthusiastically led Lu Yu over to Ji Tianqing and introduced, this lovely lady's surname is Wei. You can just call her Sister Wei. This is Brother Ji, one of the major shareholders of the court. Then he lowered his voice and whispered a warning, both of these people are important figures. Getting close to them will only bring you benefits. Important people? Lu Yu smiled politely. Hello, Brother Ji. Sister Wei. What beautiful sister. You're just making things up. Wei Zi beamed like a flower. Little brother, call me Sister Wei again, make it sound sweet. Zi, cough cough. Seeing Wei Zi's sweet smile, Ji Tianqing beside her cleared his throat twice and whispered a warning, could you please mind your image? What's wrong with my image? Wei Zi shot Ji Tianqing a withering look and snapped impatiently, you're not my boyfriend. What right do you have to tell me what to do? Fine, whatever you say. Ji Tianqing ignored Wei Zi and instead turned his flirtatious gaze toward Lu Yu. Dude, you sure love reading. How come you're still clutching a book even on the golf course? Before Ji Tianqing could finish, Wei Zi cut him off. This kid looks like he's still in college. So what if he likes reading? Think everyone's as useless as you, wasting their days doing nothing? Can't you just shut up? Seeing Ji Tianqing and Wei Zi about to clash again, Lu Wang quickly stepped forward and changed the subject. Everyone, let me introduce you to my cousin, Lu Yu. He's currently studying at Longke University in the capital, and his grades should be pretty good. Longke University? Both Wei Zi and Ji Tianqing paused in surprise. Wow, Lu Yu, that's impressive. Wei Zi took a good look at Lu Yu, finding him more and more likable the longer she looked. So you're from Longke University? I knew it. Kyoto University of Science and Technology? So you're from Kyoto then? Ji Tianqing also seemed surprised. No wonder you didn't seem interested in playing golf when we got here. You've played so much at the courses in the capital that you've lost interest, right? Hearing Lu Yu was from Beijing, his enthusiasm flared instantly. He grabbed his clubs. Looks like you're a pro. Come on, let's play 3 holes and have a friendly match. Kyoto's courses, both in quantity and quality, are beyond comparison with smaller cities. If you've played too many courses in Kyoto, it's hard to get excited about a run-of-the-mill course like this one in Luodao County. Actually, I don't play golf. Lu Yu shrugged his hands and said sincerely, maybe we should just skip it. How about my brother plays with you instead? He was indeed from Kyoto, but he genuinely never played golf once. However, Ji Tianqing paid him no mind whatsoever. He simply picked up a club and walked onto the course. Let's play 3 holes. Whoever scores lower wins. Wei Zi accompanied Ji Tianqing down to the lower court. Hey little brother, wanna hit a few balls? Lu Yu shot a helpless glance at Lu Wang. Just play with him for a bit. Think of it as relaxing and having some fun. Lu Wang chuckled. Should I go easy on him? Lu Yu lowered his voice slightly, seeking Lu Wang's advice. Though he'd never touched a golf club, Coach Wang's earlier explanation had given him a basic grasp of the rules. Simply put, you hit the ball into the hole with your club, and whoever uses fewer strokes wins. For a par 4 hole on the course, if you could finish in 3 strokes instead of 4, it was called a birdie. Hitting it in 2 strokes was called an eagle. The most difficult shot of all, a hole-in-one, was called an albatross. Even on the professional circuit, it was a rare sight. With his current mental calculation and cognitive abilities, all he needed to do was gauge the wind speed, measure the distance, and mentally model the shot. Achieving an albatross on every hole is certainly unrealistic. But achieving holes-in-one with minimal strokes? That was child's play. Yet none of this was known to Lu Wang or the rest of the Lu family. No need. Just play normally. Try to play well and don't make it look too bad. Lu Wang chuckled wryly, unable to help but shake his head. Lu Fu, however, delivered a blunt jab. Lu Yu, young Master Ji just wants to have some fun with you. You don't actually think you can win, do you? Young Master Ji is a seasoned golf enthusiast. While his skill may not match a pro's, it's certainly beyond someone like Lu Yu who's never even held a club. Oh? Hearing Lu Fu's words, Lu Yu, who had been about to step forward, suddenly turned back and smiled. So you think I'll lose? Of course. Lu Yu, are you seriously out of your mind? Lu Fu scoffed. You don't actually think you're Tiger Woods, do you? Lu Yu glanced at him and said slowly. Since you think I'll lose, how about we make a bet? A bet on whether I can win. If I win, you go apologize to my dad in person. Deal? Heh, what if you lose? Lu Fu crossed his legs, wearing an expression that begged for a show. If I lose, you can do whatever you want. Lu Yu replied calmly. Fine, deal. No backing out. Lu Fu's lips curled into a mocking smile as he shamelessly added. If you lose, tonight at Grandma's birthday banquet, you'll have to crawl on all 4s like a dog in front of the entire Lu family, barking like a dog, then crawl around the Lu ancestral home once. Then it's settled. Lu Yu smiled calmly and stepped onto the field. Lu Yu, his demands are so outrageous, are you really going to agree to this? Lu Qianchuan couldn't stand by and watch, calling out to Lu Yu. Why not? Lu Yu didn't turn back, merely waving with a smile. The only one who'll lose is him. Lu Fu's demand was undoubtedly outrageous, but Lu Yu had the confidence he wouldn't lose. Anyone want to place a bet? Lu Fu's eyes lit up as he thought of something. He grabbed his notebook and stepped before the gathered Lu family members, rallying them. Let's set the odds bet on who wins or loses. Pick either side. I'll be the bookie. Anyone want to try placing a wager? Sure thing. I'll bet on young Master G. Brother Fu, mark me down. I'll bet on young Master G too. I'm betting on young Master G to win too. After all, the more the merrier. The Lu family members were all fired up, placing bets left and right. But, Bro Fu, this bet won't fly. One of the Lu family members chuckled. Those betting on Lu Yu winning only have a few bucks pooled together. Are you saying that if young Master G wins, he'll split $1 in half? That's true. Lu Fu nodded slightly, shaking his head with a smile. Any sane person knows to bet on young Master G. This bet really is hard to take. I'll bet on Lu Yu. A clear, crisp female voice suddenly cut off Lu Fu's words. I'm betting my New Year's money Lu Yu wins. Qianchuan, are you sure? Lu Fu looked at Lu Qianchuan in confusion, puzzled. Are you just throwing money around, giving it away to your older siblings? Just for fun. Besides, I haven't spent a single cent of last year's New Year's money yet. Lu Qianchuan stuck out her tongue and declared firmly, just make sure you keep track of my winnings. If Lu Yu wins, not a single penny of what this girl wins should be shortchanged. Got it. Lu Fu chuckled, jotting down Lu Qianchuan's wager in his notebook. Don't come crying to me later. In his eyes, wasn't Lu Qianchuan just handing over her money? Throwing thousands of New Year's money into the water might at least make a splash, but betting it on Lu Yu? It wouldn't even make a ripple. What a fool. Lu Wang shot Lu Fu a helpless glance and shook his head. Why doesn't this kid learn the good things and instead pick up all these shady tricks? Still, though Lu Wang didn't participate, he didn't speak up to stop Lu Fu either. First, it was a rare chance for the siblings to gather and have some fun. Second, deep down, Lu Wang didn't believe Lu Yu could win. Below the stage. Kid, pick out a few clubs. Ji Tianqing proudly opened his golf bag, revealing its dazzling array of exquisite clubs as he boasted. These are all top-notch pieces, whether it's the driver for teeing off or the irons for hitting the fairway, none of them can be compared to ordinary clubs. No, thank you. Lu Yu politely waved him off, casually grabbing a demo driver nearby and smiling lightly. This one will do just fine. This one? Kid, are you sure? Chapter 113, Albatross? Kid, you're not kidding me, are you? Ji Tianqing shot Lu Yu a skeptical look, pointing at the club in his hand. This is just a trial club. It might snap after 2 swings. Are you sure you want to use it against me? No problem. As long as it works. Lu Yu replied with a faint smile. Don't say I didn't warn you. When I learned golf, my instructor was ranked 7th on the World Golf Tour. Don't treat me like a rookie. Ji Tianqing reminded him again. Lu Yu casually picked up a trial club and chuckled. This one feels pretty comfortable in my hands. I'll take it. Fine, whatever you say. Ji Tianqing shot Lu Yu a puzzled glance, inwardly wondering, is this kid a hidden master or just a clueless rookie? Meanwhile, on the spectator stands. This guy actually intends to play against young Master G with a trial club? Coach Wang snorted derisively and shook his head. Isn't that courting disaster? Coach, is there something special about this club? Lu Qianchuan asked curiously from the side. Special features? Oh, it's got plenty. Coach Wang shook his head and explained with a smile, golf clubs are divided into woods for teeing off, irons for putting. This practice club is just for beginners to get their hands wet. It's fine for casual play, but in the hands of a pro, it's nothing more than a fire poker. Who in their right mind would use this? Lu Fu's lips curled into a mocking smile. Don't wait until dark. If Lu Yu can't even get the ball in the hole, that'll be downright embarrassing. Bro, do you think Lu Yu can win? Lu Qianchuan turned his gaze toward Lu Wang, hoping for some reassurance, but it was pretty much hopeless. Lu Wang replied calmly, learning comes in different stages, and everyone has their own expertise. He's never even touched a golf club before, he can't even tell a trial club from a standard one. What chance does he have of winning? Lu Qianchuan felt a pang of disappointment. Oh. She had assumed Lu Yu knew how to play golf but was just keeping it under wraps. That's why she'd bet her New Year's money on Lu Yu, hoping to make a little cash. But if Lu Yu didn't even know the basics of the clubs, could he really be just a beginner? Wouldn't that mean she'd truly lose her money? Sigh. All she could do now was hope that Mr. G would at least have a good time. Lu Wang glanced at his little sister and shook his head helplessly. His concerns were worlds apart from Lu Qianchuan's. If Lu Yu made a complete fool of himself, not only would he fail to ingratiate himself with young Master G, it might even backfire. Tee-off spot on the golf course. I'll tee off first. Ji Tianqing confidently picked up his wood club, assumed his stance, and swung. Thud. With a crisp, clean sound, the white golf ball flew through the air. Wow, Mr. G, that was quite the shot. The caddy beside him, peering through binoculars, couldn't hide the astonishment in his eyes. That shot cut the distance down to 120 meters. Maybe just 2 more strokes and it'll drop in the hole. My touch is definitely on point today. Mr. G climbed into the golf cart and chuckled, let's go to the next hole. He and his group Luyu, Wei Ze, and the others boarded the golf cart and drove toward where the ball had landed. Luyu, are you afraid of losing? Wei Ze teased from the cart. I'm fine. I shouldn't lose. Luyu replied absent-mindedly, his focus elsewhere. His focus was entirely on measuring the distance from the tee to the first hole. Only with precise measurements could he build the model for calculations. Nice, you're confident. Wei Ze smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Go for it. Soon, the golf cart reached the landing spot of the ball, and Ji Tianqing stepped out. Phew, second shot. Ji Tianqing took a deep breath and swung his club. Thud. The familiar sound echoed again as the golf ball transformed into a white streak, soaring toward the hole. It finally came to rest just 7 meters from the hole. For Ji Tianqing, whose fundamentals were solid, a 7-meter putt was practically a sure thing. 3 strokes to the hole of birdie. Ji Tianqing couldn't help but let out a curse, exclaiming in amazement. Holy! My touch is unstoppable today. I actually did it in just 3 shots. At his level, a typical par 4 hole would usually take 57 strokes to hole out. But today, for some reason, his game was on fire. He nailed the first hole in just 3 strokes. What a great sign. How about that, kid? Ji Tianqing shot a smug glance at Luyu and said, pretty good swing, huh? MHM. Luyu nodded absent-mindedly, then lowered his head and took a couple of steps forward, continuing to measure the distance. A hole in one. Even in the capital, my skills would be considered top-notch, right? Ji Tianqing persisted, unwilling to let it go. Yeah, probably. Luyu remained somewhat distracted, responding with a half-hearted Ignoring me? Ji Tianqing looked genuinely surprised, as if encountering something utterly unprecedented. As the son of a high-ranking provincial official, he'd been the center of attention since birth. Wherever he went, he commanded the spotlight, surrounded by countless sycophants. If Lu Wang had been standing beside him, the flattery would likely have reached the heavens. But this Lu Yu? A simple MHM? How arrogant! However, after a moment of surprise, Ji Tianqing didn't get angry. Instead, he became excited. Now this is interesting. Come on, let's head to the second hole. He rode the golf cart to the tee box of the second hole. Once again, he swung cleanly and drove the ball off the tee. Once again, his touch was impeccable, sinking the ball in just a few strokes. All this time spent practicing my swing seems I've really made progress. At this rate, maybe in another 2 years I could actually go pro. Young Master Ji smacked his lips, astonished by his own performance. Ji Tianqing had now completed all 3 holes consecutively, with scores of 3, 4, and 4 respectively. Combined, the 3 holes took him a total of 11 strokes. That number would be considered solid even for most professional players. Kid, it's your turn. They returned to the tee box of the first hole. Ji Tianqing tossed the trial driver to Luyu with brimming confidence. Come on, let's see if you're just putting on a show or if you've got the real deal. From the stands. Young Master Ji's touch is truly on fire today. Lu Wang frowned and said, hopefully Luyu gets a bit luckier later and can make some gains. Bro, is there really no chance Luyu can win? Lu Qianxuan remained unconvinced, asking, not even a sliver of hope? I don't want to sound too definitive, but that's the reality. Lu Wang sighed helplessly, his smile tinged with bitterness. Compared to before, young Master Ji's skills have only improved. He finished every hole in just 11 strokes. Forget about Luyu. Even if your brother here took the shot, we could only hope to lose with some dignity. If anyone in the Lu family understood Ji Tianqing's swing technique best, it was undoubtedly Lu Wang. In fact, the very reason he came to the golf course, learned the game, and practiced golf was because of Ji Tianqing. Yeah, let's just hope he manages to sink at least one putt. Coach Wang beside him spread his hands and sighed. Otherwise, this situation would be too embarrassing. There's no guarantee young Master Ji won't get angry. Even Coach Wang had said that much, so Lu Qianxuan gave up all hope. She sighed, looks like my New Year's money is truly gone. Haha, looks like we're in for a show tonight. In stark contrast to Lu Qianxuan's disappointment, Lu Fu beside him wore an extremely smug expression. That kid's digging his own grave, don't blame me. Ji Tianqing had just holed out on the 11th hole. The outcome of his wager with Lu Yu was practically a done deal. Lu Fu was already picturing Lu Yu barking like a dog and crawling around the ancestral home during tonight's banquet. The looks on Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu's faces then would be priceless. After indulging in his fantasies, Lu Fu turned his gaze back to Lu Yu on the course. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinized the scene, and couldn't help but snort with derision. Look at him, trying to make it look professional. What is he doing? Measuring wind speed? With his skills, trying to measure wind speed? That's laughable. On the field. Little Luyu, are you ready? Wei Ze asked with a smile. MHM. Lu Yu gave a slight nod, then picked up a handful of fine sand from the ground, letting it trickle through his fingers. Wind speed should be around 68 km/h, a light breeze. Huff. Lu Yu took a deep breath, then picked up the club in a decidedly unorthodox stance and aimed at the golf ball on the ground. That stance was so damn ugly. Could I really be fooled by this kid? At first, Ji Tianqing suspected Lu Yu was playing dumb to catch the big fish. But whether it was his behavior with the trial driver or that hideously awkward grip, nothing about him screamed professional. Could this kid really be a beginner? Almost there. Ha! Lu Yu exhaled a long, heavy breath, adjusting his body to peak condition before suddenly swinging his club. Thud! A dull thud echoed through the air. The white golf ball traced a graceful arc as it soared off in a certain direction. Wow, that ball's flying pretty high, huh? Too bad, though. In golf, just hitting it high isn't enough, you've got to hit it straight too, huh? On the grandstand, Lu Fu and the Lu family scions wore smirks of derision, all waiting to see Lu Yu make a fool of himself. Yet the very next moment, the smiles that had just begun to bloom on their faces froze solid. Wait, where's the ball? Did anyone see the ball? Wasn't it about to land? How did it vanish? It couldn't have flown out of bounds, could it? Lend me your binoculars. Quick, don't dawdle. After a brief uproar, the entire grandstand fell into a deathly silence. The Lu family members exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Could the ball have gone straight into the hole? A bold thought suddenly surfaced in their minds. A hole in one. Albatross? Chapter 114, Lu Yu wins? The shocked Lu family. On the golf course grandstand. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Witnessing this scene, not only Lu Fu, but even Coach Wang and Lu Wan were frozen in place. Big brother, did he really hole it in one? Lu Qianxuan, still reeling from shock, asked in a trembling voice. It should be correct. Lu Wang swallowed hard, his expression growing complex. Beside him, Coach Wang looked even more bewildered. A hole in one? Hitting an albatross with a trial club? That's impossible. He glanced at Lu Yu on the sidelines and muttered to himself. I've been playing par 4 holes for 10 years and never once made a hole in one. And he did it with just a demo club? Lu Fu stood up, hysterically declaring, luck. It must be luck. His stance clearly showed he couldn't play. How could he possibly hole it in one? Yeah, it must be luck. Lu Fu, that's not right. Lu Wang shook his head, his expression complex. Luck is part of skill. Besides, Lu Yu's shot was truly brilliant. But even as he said this, deep down, he still believed Lu Yu's shot was nothing more than a fluke. If given another chance, he could never replicate it. He got lucky once, could he possibly get lucky twice? Lu Fu seemed to convince himself, his eyes regaining their confidence. This is only the first hole. I refuse to believe his luck could hold out. Young Master Ji finished all the holes in just 11 strokes. Even if he got incredibly lucky on the first hole, could he really finish the next 2 in just 10 strokes? The only one who would lose the bet was him. Beyond Lu Fu, the expressions of the other Lu family members also darkened. They'd all thrown a fair amount of pocket money into Lu Fu's pot, originally just for the fun of it. After all, no one could imagine young Master Ji losing to the clueless Lu Yu. But now, something felt terribly off. Could it be they'd lost every last penny? On the court. Dude, you're awesome. Great shot. Ji Tianqing rubbed his eyes, staring blankly at Lu Yu's trial shot. That swing technique, I've never seen anything like it before. How did that ball even go in? At first glance, Lu Yu's swing made him think the guy was a total rookie. But when the golf ball traced a beautiful arc and flew straight into the hole, he sensed something was off. A hole in one on a par 4 hole, 400 meters away. Even his teacher couldn't pull that off. Just luck. Lu Yu chuckled modestly. Lu Yu, it seems your sister underestimated your golf skills before. Wei Zi, standing nearby, smiled with pursed lips. Looks like this Ji fellow really isn't your match. Oomph, it's only the first hole. There are still 2 more to go. Ji Tianqing retorted defiantly. Who says I'm bound to lose? If I say you'll lose, then you will lose. Wei Zi rolled her eyes at him and said. What's the matter? Can't take it? If you're so sure, go ahead and sink it in one shot. You're the one who said the club's not yours to speak for, right? Come on. Forget it. I won't stoop to your level, you woman. Ji Tianqing deflated. Even if luck played a part, that hole in one was still freaking awesome. Wei Zi chuckled, flashing a victorious smile. After all, she was the owner of the golf course. While she didn't play much herself, she knew a thing or two about the game. Although Wei Zi had a favorable impression of Lu Yu, she never believed from the start that Lu Yu could win the match. Yet that first shot in albatross immediately changed her mind. Let's go to the next hole. Lu Yu smiled, picked up his trial club, and climbed into the golf cart. Throughout the ride, he kept his eyes slightly closed, measuring distances and calculating the model. At the tee box, Lu Yu repeated his previous swing routine. He scooped a handful of fine sand from the ground, then slowly released his grip, letting the grains trickle through his fingers. Wind speed was around 7 km/h. The force required for the swing should be 67 less than last time.
Lu Yu took a deep breath, then slowly raised his club, assuming his swing stance. That swing posture, the more you looked at it, the cooler it seemed. Ji Tianqing clicked his tongue in admiration. Just 10 minutes ago, he had inwardly criticized Lu Yu's swing as utterly ugly. Yet in just 600 seconds, his opinion had done a complete 180. Whoosh! Lu Yu took several deep breaths before suddenly snapping his wrist and striking the ball. Thwack! A crisp, sharp sound echoed through the air. The white golf ball instantly became a blur, tracing a long arc through the sky as it flew off in a certain direction. That's high! Holy crap! Ji Tianqing and Wei Zi couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Even disregarding accuracy, just the sheer power behind Lu Yu's swing was terrifying. So, how's the landing spot? Seeing the ball seemingly fall, Ji Tianqing hurriedly turned to the caddy and asked anxiously. Could this shot be another albatross hole-in-one? It didn't go in directly. The caddy, holding binoculars, replied slowly. Phew, that's a relief. Ji Tianqing exhaled a long breath of relief, a heavy weight lifting from his heart. If every shot could be a hole-in-one, then this guy right here would be a freaking monster. But barely a moment after he relaxed, the caddy's next words froze his expression in place. The landing spot is 3 meters from the hole. Sir, those 2 shots were spot on. 3 meters? Ji Tianqing froze upon hearing the caddy's words. He stiffly turned his head, staring at Lu Yu as if he were a monster. Dude, how the hell did you practice? This is terrifying. With the ball just 3 meters from the hole, even the slightest miscalculation meant the next shot would likely drop in effortlessly. It might not be an albatross, but it's still a rare eagle. An albatross on one hole, an eagle on the next. Is this even human? The caddy lowered his binoculars and looked at Lu Yu in awe. You play so well. Are you a professional? Counting his time caddying at other courses, he'd been doing it for at least 5 years. Yet witnessing an albatross followed by an eagle was a first for him. Thanks, but I'm just a student. Lu Yu smiled and shook his head. Truthfully, his ability to execute such precise shots stemmed not only from his formidable real-time computational modeling skills which allowed him to effortlessly simulate shots in his mind. There was another crucial reason. That was the system reward he had taken earlier, the strengthening and health-boosting pills. After taking the health-boosting pills, his physical strength and control over his muscles had both increased dramatically. Otherwise, even if he could perform the calculations in his mind, his physical strength wouldn't have been enough to execute such flawless swings. Too bad there was a slight miscalculation. Arriving at the spot where the golf ball landed, Lu Yu shook his head with a hint of resignation. But this was an unavoidable outcome. After all, factors like wind speed and the point of impact were constantly changing in real time. He simply couldn't calculate with such precision. Achieving an eagle with 2 strokes was already quite impressive. Phew, let's get this done. Lu Yu slowly swung his wood club, sending the golf ball into the hole within 3 meters. Beside him, Ji Tianqing stared blankly at Lu Yu. Man, I'm seriously impressed now. Your approach to the game, no wonder you've lost interest in golf. Playing at your level, it's hard to muster much enthusiasm anymore. If the first shot could be called luck. But this second shot is an eagle? That's got 0 luck involved, pure skill. Oh, are you ready to concede? Lu Yu slowly stowed away the trial driver in his hand and asked with a smile. Admit defeat. Ji Tianqing thought for a moment, then chuckled. Even though I know I can't win this match, I'm not going to concede. I want to see you take one more shot. The moment he swung that second shot, he knew he couldn't win. Yet his mindset had shifted. Winning was out of the question, but witnessing such artistic stroke technique made the trip worthwhile. Alright, one more shot then. Lu Yu sighed helplessly, spreading his hands. In that case, let's move on to the next hole. Alright. Ji Tianqing rubbed his hands together, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. Lu Yu said nothing more, climbing back into the golf cart and heading to the final tee. The familiar cranial modeling, the familiar calculations and wind speed measurements, and the familiar swing and strike. Thud. The crisp sound of impact echoed across the golf course for the final time. The white golf ball bounced several times after landing before slowly rolling into the hole. Another hole-in-one albatross. Witnessing this scene, Ji Tianqing had grown somewhat numb. Hey, buddy, looking for an apprentice? How about I apprentice under you? Teach me how on earth did you pull that off? His gaze fixed blankly on the hole before shifting to Lu Yu, pleading. I'm not short on disciples, and I couldn't teach you even if I wanted to. Lu Yu shook his head helplessly. Bro, just think about it, man. If you're willing to take me on as your apprentice, I'll pay whatever you ask. Ji Tianqing pleaded earnestly. Without even realizing it, his address had shifted from you to you. Seeing Ji Tianqing persistently pester him, a wry smile tugged at Lu Yu's lips as he sighed helplessly. It's not that I don't want to take you on as a disciple, but I simply can't teach you. His ability to sink every shot was almost entirely due to the system's reward, super high-speed intracranial computing power. How could one possibly teach that? Alright, looks like I'm not meant to master this divine shot-making technique. Seeing his apprenticeship hopes dashed, Ji Tianqing relented, though a hint of regret lingered. After all, encountering such a prodigious talent again in the future would be difficult. He led Lu Yu and Wei Ziyi back to the golf cart, returning to their original spot. On the spectator stands. The expressions of the Lu family's offspring from first middle school were all stiff. Especially Lu's father, his face flushed crimson, his complexion as dark as liver. He actually beat young Master Ji? How could that be? Only Lu Qianxuan's expression differed from theirs. Holy moly. This time, this girl has truly struck gold. Chapter 115, Artificial Organs? Golf Course Grandstand. Xiao Yu's performance this time was somewhat unexpected. Lu Wang's emotions were in turmoil, his mind churning like a stormy sea, unable to settle for a long time. He had invested immense time and effort into practicing and mastering golf just to get closer to young Master Ji. And what was the result? He gained nothing in the end. He didn't even earn the right to play on the same course as young Master Ji. But what about his cousin, Lu Yu? Despite meeting for the very first time, Lu Yu had won young Master Ji's admiration through sheer skill, so much so that the young master willingly sought him out as a teacher. While Lu Wang wasn't petty enough to hold a grudge, it was impossible for him to remain completely unfazed. He actually beat young Master Ji? This was bad. Did that mean he really had to apologize to Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu tonight? Compared to Lu Wang, Lu Fu's expression was far more grim. After all, he was the one who had actually bet with Lu Yu before the match. The loser would have to honor the wager. He thought he could use this wager to thoroughly humiliate Lu Yu. But who could have imagined that in the end, the one who lost the bet would be himself? No way. Making me apologize to those two? I'd rather die. I refuse to apologize. I refuse to acknowledge this bet. What can Lu Yu possibly do to me? Lu Fu steeled his resolve, determined to renege on the bet during the evening banquet. After all, by the time the banquet rolled around, guests from all sides would gather at the Lu family ancestral hall. His family would also invite a host of prominent figures from Jinshan City and Huanshui County to celebrate his grandmother's birthday. Could Lu Yu really dare to hound me relentlessly in front of all those guests then? Right, he definitely wouldn't dare. Lu Fu thought confidently. After Lu Yu and Ji Tianqing finished their golf match, the Lu family members stayed on the course for a while longer. When they felt it was about time, they returned to the Lu residence. At that moment, the Lu family ancestral hall bustled with activity. The matriarch's 80th birthday celebration was imminent. Whether it was eldest uncle Lu Huayan, second uncle Lu Huiran, or Lu Yu's father, each was contributing their share to the evening banquet preparations. Back already? Lu Huiyan beckoned the younger Lu family members inside. Dad, let's talk for a moment. There are some things. Lu Wang gave his father Lu Huayan a knowing glance. The elder immediately understood and followed him into a quiet room. Dad, we ran into Ji Tianqing at the golf course today. Lu Wang said slowly. Oh? You ran into young Master Ji? How was it? Lu Huiyan paused slightly, though not entirely surprised, as he had long known Ji Tianqing was the golf course's behind-the-scenes owner. Today's situation is complicated. It's not something that can be explained in a few words. Lu Wang's gaze grew deep as he continued slowly. At first, young Master Ji came to the course wanting to hit a few shots. I was about to. He recounted everything that happened today in detail to his father, Lu Huiyan. So you're saying Xiao Yu nearly had young Master Ji begging to be his student, all because of his golf skills? After hearing Lu Wang's account, Lu Huiyan's expression turned slightly peculiar. His nephew was quite talented, wasn't he? If he had accepted young Master Ji's request to become his disciple, it would have been a great opportunity for him. Lu Wang shook his head with a complex expression and sighed. What a pity. Young Master Ji's connections reach all the way to the provincial level. While Lu Yu might not necessarily build his future in Jinshan City, if he could latch onto young Master Ji's coattails, he wouldn't necessarily become fabulously wealthy, but at the very least, he could live comfortably without ever worrying about food or drink. Don't dwell on it too much. Connections are ultimately just supplementary. Lu Huiyan patted his son's shoulder meaningfully. To climb higher, connections are important, but delivering results is what truly matters. I understand, Dad. Lu Wang nodded. Though he didn't show it outwardly, deep down, he couldn't help but envy Lu Yu's ability to so effortlessly secure a connection with young Master Ji. But Lu Wang also understood. Golf might sound high class, but at its core, it was just a sport, a leisure activity. To achieve true success, one must possess genuine substance and real ability. He remained the leading figure among the younger generation of the Lu family, the future hope of the clan. Sigh. He'd wasted so much time otherwise. He could have read 2 more books. Lu Yu sighed deeply in resignation. He pulled out a book on neurological structure and began reading again. If he'd known those 3 holes of golf with Ji Tianqing would take so long, he would have just refused and stayed put to study. His eldest and second uncles were entertaining guests, while his parents assisted in the kitchen. He had intended to lend a hand, but his relatives warmly declined his offer. Lu Yu turned to page 240, about to dive deeper into his study, when suddenly, ding! A familiar electronic notification sounded once more in his mind. The system? Lu Yu froze, pricking up his ears to listen intently to the system's announcement.
Congratulations, host. Task activated. Mission objective, surprise the old grandmother at the banquet. Reward, detailed guide to artificial organ manufacturing. Please select whether to accept the mission. Chapter 116, System Produced, Guaranteed Excellence. Detailed guide to artificial organ manufacturing? Upon hearing the system's mission announcement, Lu Yu's expression froze momentarily. Artificial organs, it sounded deceptively simple, yet their potential was limitless. While they might not play a major role in his current exoskeleton project, their potential applications in other civilian sectors, especially healthcare, were truly limitless. The reason was simple enough. Mastering artificial organs meant that when organs failed or became diseased, there would be no need to expend great efforts searching for replacement organs. Instead, they could be directly manufactured mechanically, perfectly avoiding the issue of rejection. If this technology matures, it would represent an unprecedented breakthrough for Dragon Nation, indeed, for the entire Blue Planet. The inventor would be immortalized in medical textbooks and honored with statues outside major hospitals. Unfortunately, however, due to the complexity of human organs, this technology remains in its infancy. Although numerous countries have invested significant resources in related research, very few of the results have been applicable in practice. At best, there has been some theoretical accumulation, but it remains far from implementation. And the system's reward? A comprehensive treatise on artificial organs. If the technology described within is truly mature, wouldn't it represent a monumental leap forward for human medical science? Indeed, rewards from the system never disappoint. A wistful smile curved Lu Yu's lips. From its inception to the present, every single reward the system has provided could be described as top-notch, not a single mediocre reward among them. Where on earth did this thing come from? From the blue star of the future? From some higher dimensional civilization? Or perhaps from aliens deep within the cosmos? Lu Yu chuckled and shook his head. Pondering such questions now was premature. Better to focus on how to complete the system's assigned task more effectively and secure this significant technology. The mystery of the system's origin was far beyond what he or the humans of Blue Star could possibly unravel at this stage. Yet a strong premonition stirred within Lu Yu. One day, when humanity set foot upon the stars and seas, the mystery of the system's origin would no longer be a mystery. But pondering such things now was still premature. What would truly surprise Grandma? Lu Yu scratched his head, deep in thought. A surprise, after all, must contain both joy and shock. But what kind of event could truly astonish and delight Grandma? As a retired veteran cadre, Grandma had weathered every storm life could throw at her. Now in her twilight years, she enjoyed peaceful family life. Truly, very few things could still surprise and delight this elderly lady. What if I made a gift for Grandma with my own hands? After pondering for a long time, Lu Yu still couldn't come up with a good enough idea. He could only pin his hopes on the birthday gift. With my skills, I could craft a thoughtful gift with real technical skill and present it to Grandma at the banquet. Maybe that would surprise and delight her? It seemed like the best option available. Lu Yu let out a wry smile and a sigh before heading out, carrying some materials she'd retrieved earlier from the lab. Xiao Yu, where are you going? Her father, busy with his work, noticed Lu Yu preparing to leave and asked curiously. Nothing, Dad. Lu Yu smiled and said, I'm just going out to buy a few things. I'll be back soon. Mind the time, though. Tonight's Grandma's birthday banquet. Don't be late like you were last night. Lu's father urged, still a bit uneasy. Got it, Dad. Don't worry. Lu Yu waved goodbye to his father. He hadn't told his father about the birthday gift he was preparing. Since it was a surprise, it had to be kept mysterious. Only by presenting it at the banquet itself would he truly astonish Grandma. If others found out too early, where would the surprise be? After leaving the Lu residence, Lu Yu made a call to Mayor Li and boarded the mayor's official vehicle with the materials he had brought along. Mr. Lu, are we heading to the laboratory at Jinshan University again this time? Mayor Li inquired respectfully. Lu Yu waved his hand and smiled. Just pick any lab today. It doesn't need to be fancy, just somewhere with basic equipment we can use. After all, today isn't about conducting any major experiments. It's just a small gesture to celebrate my grandmother's birthday. Thank you for your trouble, Mayor Li. Mayor Li smiled faintly and shook his head. Not at all. By the way, is your grandmother celebrating a birthday soon? He had keenly noticed the term birthday gift in Lu Yu's remark. Yes. Lu Yu gave an embarrassed smile. I was just thinking of giving her a surprise, you know? Oh, I see. Mayor Li paused to recall, then suddenly remembered something and asked, Mr. Lu, isn't your grandmother a retired township official from our city? Yes. Lu Yu nodded slightly. Mayor Li didn't press further, but a gleam flashed in his eyes as if he were pondering something. Soon, escorted by Mayor Li's official vehicle, Lu Yu arrived at the laboratory. Compared to the 6th grade lab at Jinshan University, this facility appeared far more ordinary. Much of the equipment was outdated, having gone at least 4 or 5 years without replacement. However, what Lu Yu intended to create wasn't some high-tech product, but merely a simple birthday gift. Thus, though the conditions were somewhat rudimentary, they were perfectly adequate. Phew. It was 1 p.m. now. If he started working now, he should be able to head home before 4. Lu Yu took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to get to work. Lu family ancestral home. Dad, should we invite Chairman Wang over too? Lu Fu assisted his father in preparing the guest invitations. Old Wang and I have known each other for over a decade. We really should invite him too. Lu Huiran, a businessman at heart, gave a slight nod and added Chairman Wang's name to the invitation list. Oh, right, Dad. Lu Fu's gaze drifted sideways toward Lu Yu's parents, who were helping out in the kitchen. A mocking smile suddenly curled his lips. Do you think Uncle San and the others can actually get anyone to come? They? Ha! Lu Huiran chuckled and shook his head. They have no roots in Jinshan City, and their status isn't high enough for people to rush to curry favor with them. What kind of guests could they possibly invite? Then tonight, we're in for quite a show, aren't we? Lu Fu's grin grew even more feral. What fun! That's your Uncle San, he's still your senior. You ought to show him some respect. Lu Huiran feigned sternness as he lectured Lu Fu. Yet the smile playing at the corners of his mouth, like his son's, carried a hint of mockery. At a grand birthday banquet like the great-grandmother's 80th, the more distinguished the guests, the better. The more distinguished guests seated at each table meant greater prestige for the family hosting that table, allowing them to hold their heads higher. As prominent merchants in Huanshui County and even Jinshan City, the Lu Huiran family had cultivated considerable connections. The chairman and presidents seated at their tables were naturally figures of considerable stature. Moments like these were when the Lu Huiran family truly shone. As for Lu Yu's parents? Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would have absolutely no guests at all. Just thinking about it made Lu Huiran cringe with embarrassment for them. Especially after yesterday's huge argument between the two families. If not for the matriarch stepping in to smooth things over, relations would have soured even further. Tonight, Lu Huiran was ready to watch Lu Yu's family make a fool of themselves. Chapter 117, Wait until you become principal. Jinshan City, inside a certain laboratory. Phew. Finally done. Lu Yu slowly set down the control panel, donned protective gear, and retrieved the birthday gift he'd crafted, giving it a quick coat of spray paint. At this moment, the gift resembled an ordinary metal box on the outside. But with a gentle press of a button on its surface, the box would slowly unfold in a high-tech manner, revealing the 9 characters, Happy 80th Birthday to Grandma Zhu. Then, 8 long candles would rise from within, ignited by a phosphorus-catalyzed reaction. Each candle represented a decade. Together, the 8 candles perfectly symbolized the 80th birthday. Not only does this ensure a visually stunning effect, but it also guarantees safety. Mr. Lu, your grandmother is truly blessed. Mayor Li, standing nearby, smiled faintly. If only my son could make me a gift with his own hands on my birthday someday. He glanced at the birthday gift in Lu's hands and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. You flatter me. Lu Yu smiled, then glanced down at his wristwatch. It was now around 3:30 p.m. Crafting this birthday gift hadn't taken much time, so he could still help set up the banquet hall upon returning. Let's go, Mayor Li. All right. Escorted by Mayor Li's official vehicle, Liu arrived about 40 or 50 meters from the entrance of the Lu family ancestral hall. Thank you for today. Lu Yu waved goodbye to Mayor Li and re-entered the Lu family ancestral home. The once spacious living room was now filled with tables and wooden chairs, significantly more than yesterday's banquet, clearly an adjustment made to accommodate the guests. The arrangement of these seats also followed a certain logic. In the grand hall at the highest level, the chairs were crafted from superior wood, both in design and material, exuding elegance and refinement. The chairs below, however, were much rougher in texture. The further away from the main hall, the more ordinary the materials became. This was an old Lu family tradition. The seats in the main hall were reserved for Lu family members aged 35 and above, those with sufficient seniority. Entering the inner hall signified true acceptance into the inner circle, becoming a member of the elders' decision-making group. Generally, ordinary younger members had no right to sit there unless their achievements were so extraordinary that the Lu family overlooked their age. 3 generations of the Lu family numbered nearly 20 individuals. Only Lu Wang possessed the standing to take his place among them, seated alongside the elders in the inner hall. What are you staring at? You could stare at it 1,000 times over, but that seat will never be yours. Just then, a mocking laugh abruptly shattered Lu Yu's reverie. Lu Fu looked at Lu Yu with a smug expression and said bluntly, maybe one day, when you become the president of your Longke University, you might earn the right to sit there. Ha ha. It's just a seat in the inner hall. I couldn't care less. Lu Yu shot him a dismissive glance and replied slowly, Lu Fu, don't forget our bet. Once tonight's birthday banquet begins, you'll apologize to my parents in person. A mere seat in the Lu family's inner hall? Of course he didn't care. If he wanted, he could secure a seat even in the Great Hall of the People. Bat? At the mention of those 2 words, Lu Fu's previously mocking expression instantly turned grim. Oomph, we'll see about that once the banquet begins.
He snorted coldly, stormed out of the ancestral hall with a dark expression, and returned to helping his father, Lu Huiran, invite guests. He refused to believe that once the birthday banquet officially commenced, his table would be filled with bigwigs from all over, while Lu Yu's family table would likely be deserted. By then, would this family even have the nerve to come over and demand an apology? Blame your parents for being too low class and lacking connections. Lu Fu grew increasingly smug as he thought about it, a smile spreading across his lips once more. The Lu family ancestral hall bustled with young Lu descendants coming and going, yet few acknowledged Lu Yu as they passed. Many even scowled the moment they spotted him. After all, just this morning, Lu Yu had cost them a hefty sum of money. The only exception was Lu Qianxuan. What the hell are you doing just standing there like a dumbfounded fool? Lu Qianxuan looked at Lu Yu with puzzlement, unable to resist asking, why do you sometimes act like a wooden statue, standing completely still? For some reason, even though her dislike for Lu Yu had vanished, she found it difficult to keep her tone calm when speaking face to face with him. I was just thinking about something. Lu Yu gave a soft chuckle and asked, it's been 2 years since I last saw Grandma. What kind of surprise do you think would make her happy? Surprise? I'm not really sure what Grandma likes either. Lu Qianxuan furrowed her brow slightly and asked in confusion, why are you asking this? Nothing. Lu Yu waved her hand dismissively and sighed. I don't know if this gift will work, but time's tight now. I don't think I can do anything else. By the way, when did you learn golf? Did you pick it up in Kyoto? Lu Qianxuan thought of something and smiled happily. Thanks a lot for today. I won a huge sum this morning. I won't need to ask my parents for living expenses for the next 4 years of college. Winning money? Lu Yu froze slightly, puzzled. You didn't know? When you were playing basketball with Ji Tianxing, Lu Fu set up a betting booth in the upper stands. Lu Qianxuan recounted everything that happened in the stands that day to Lu Yu, leaving nothing out. No wonder they all looked so sour. Lu Yu was speechless. Lu Fu wasn't exactly young anymore. Why was he still acting so childish? By the way, why did you bet on me? I don't know. I just felt you could win. Hearing Lu Yu's question, Lu Qianxuan's expression turned slightly bashful as she fiddled with her hairpin. If I had to give a reason, maybe it's because you seem so mysterious. Even Mayor Li calls you Mr. Lu. You must have some skills. Oh, I see. Lu Yu smiled. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Lu Yu returned to his room, retrieved the paper Su Xiaoxiao had recommended, and began flipping through it. About an hour and a half later, the sky began to darken. Outside the gates of the Lu family ancestral home, a sudden crackle of firecrackers erupted. The pitch-black night was illuminated by fiery red lanterns, bathing the entire Lu residence in bright light. Lu Yu slowly set down the book in her hands, stretched her limbs, and left her room. Outside, the noise grew louder. The Lu family's birthday banquet had begun. Chapter 118, Tasteful. The grand hall outside the Lu family ancestral hall. Both the inner and outer halls were now fully set up with the most essential decorations. Red lanterns symbolizing celebration hung throughout, creating an exceptionally lively atmosphere. Row upon row of wooden tables were laden with exquisite dishes, a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. The sight alone made one's mouth water. A few impatient younger members of the Lu family couldn't resist the urge to dig in early, only to be sternly reprimanded by their elders. What a lively scene. Seeing the scene unfold before him, a faint smile touched Lu Yu's lips. It was precisely this harmony and beauty that filled him with the determination to protect it all. In the inner hall, seated at the very center, was the guest of honor for this birthday banquet, the venerable matriarch of the Lu family, now over 80 years old. Dressed in a deep crimson gown and leaning on a dragon-headed walking stick, she radiated both benevolence and a touch of majesty. As the matriarch of the Lu family and the honored guest of the birthday banquet, she commanded an air of majesty. Seated on either side of the matriarch were two uncles of equal standing within the Lu family. Seated beside the matriarch, they chatted and laughed, discussing the new vitality of the Lu family one moment, and marveling at how each generation of the younger Lu descendants seemed more promising than the next. The atmosphere between them was exceptionally warm and harmonious. Seated below the two great uncles were naturally the second generation of the Lu family, Lu Huiyan, Lu Huiran, and Lu Yu's father, Lu Huili. As the sole member of this generation holding a position within the system, Lu Huiyan was dressed with measured restraint today. Clad in a black and gray business jacket, he wore a stern, dignified expression. Lu Huiran, being a businessman, opted for a much flashier look. He wore Louis Vuitton from head to toe and stepped out in a pair of Versace shoes, looking high-profile and tasteful. Lu Yuyu's father, Lu Huili, appeared far more modestly dressed in a simple waistcoat and long robe. Compared to his two sons, he seemed to lack both presence and aura. Third brother, no offense meant. At such a grand occasion, you really ought to dress a bit more formally, don't you think? Lu Huiran, the second brother, crossed his legs and pointed accusingly. Look at yourself. What kind of state are you in? If outsiders saw you, it would bring shame upon the Lu family. Lu Yu's father was momentarily speechless, lowering his head in silence. This was the best outfit he could find. Faced with Lu Huiran's relentless pressure, he didn't know how to respond. Enough, second brother.
Today is grandmother's birthday banquet. Stop your nagging. Lu Huiyan shot Lu Huiran a look and admonished him. Got it. The second son of the Lu family nodded absently, then turned his gaze toward the entrance, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the guests. For tonight's celebration of the Lu family matriarch's birthday, he had invited quite a few bigwigs from Huanshui County, eager to make a splash. Among the Lu brothers, only Lu Wan was seated below them. Technically, based on his seniority, Lu Wan shouldn't have been seated in the inner hall. Though he was a few years older than Lu Yu and Lu Fu, he was still only 25 or 26, essentially the same generation as Lu Yu and Lu Fu. However, given Lu Wan's unique status as the chief secretary to a city leader, he was granted the exceptional privilege of entering the inner hall and taking a seat there. Lu Wang's attire mirrored his father Lu Huiyan's style. Both wore dark gray administrative vests and held thermos cups, projecting an air of seasoned maturity. Yet his gaze kept drifting toward Lu Yu. Perhaps it was because Lu Yu had astonished him so profoundly on the golf course that he now held a special place in Lu Wang's mind. Beyond the inner hall lay the seating reserved for the majority of the Lu family's third-generation juniors. Many of the younger Lu family members gazed longingly at Lu Wang, hoping that one day they too could be like brother Lu Wang, seated in the inner hall as one of the family's decision-makers. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed outside the ancestral hall. I'm Li Gong, chairman of Lide Corporation. Old Lu, it's been months since we last met, hasn't it? Ha! Accompanied by his voice, a pot-bellied middle-aged man, surrounded by secretaries and bodyguards, walked cheerfully into the ancestral hall. Chairman Li, you've arrived. A distinguished guest indeed. Please, come in. Lu Huiran rose triumphantly from his seat, greeting him with a broad smile. Chairman Li was one of the guests he had invited to the banquet earlier. Mr. Lu, it's been ages. Li Gong chuckled, shook hands with Lu Huiran, then turned his gaze to the matriarch of the Lu family seated at the head. Grandmother, it's been years since we last met. You look as vibrant as ever. Oh, Chairman Li, you flatter me. The matriarch of the Lu family gave a slight nod, a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes. Li Gong was a well-known materials supplier in Huanshui County and held some renown throughout Qinshan City. Though not a major tycoon, his presence at the birthday banquet was a significant show of respect for the Lu family. Chairman Li's arrival was merely the beginning. As the banquet unfolded, familiar figures began arriving at the gates of the Lu family ancestral hall. Most of the attendees were prominent figures from Huanshui County. Some were former associates of the Lu family matriarch, while the rest were connections of Lu Huiran and Lu Huiyan. Within just 15 minutes, the tables of Lu Huiran and Lu Huiyan were completely surrounded. Oh my, Director Wang, what brings you here? Chairman Niu, we're truly grateful you made the long journey. Please take a seat. Mr. Zhao, it's been ages. We should grab drinks sometime and reminisce about the good old days. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the clatter of chopsticks, Lu Huiyan remained as composed as ever, yet a hint of satisfaction flickered in the corner of his eye. Clearly, the steady stream of guests brought him considerable prestige. Lu Huiran, however, was far more direct. His face practically screamed delighted. The matriarch of the Lu family couldn't stop smiling. After all, such a turnout was another testament to the family's current prosperity. Yet compared to the bustling tables of Lu Huiyan and Lu Huiran, the table presided over by Lu Yu's father appeared decidedly quiet. Not only were there no dignitaries or nobles, but not a single person had come to celebrate the birthday. Even Lu Wang's table was graced by several distinguished guests of considerable standing. Yet at Lu Yu's parents' table, it was truly deserted, not a single soul in sight. Ahem. The look on Lu Yu's father's face was nothing short of awkward. Surrounded by so many people, all distinguished guests, he found himself in a dilemma. The exquisite dishes on the table seemed impossible to eat, yet leaving them untouched felt equally awkward. His only recourse was to pull out the lighter his son had given him, twirling it in his hands to ease the uncomfortable silence and the awkwardness of the situation. Lu Yu's mother's expression was equally unpleasant. Though she wasn't a snobbish person, seeing others' success could be infuriating. The two tables beside hers were constantly bustling with guests, and even her own junior, Lu Wang, had a steady stream of visitors at his table. The contrast was downright brutal. Wow, buddy, you've got taste. That lighter, isn't that a Cartier? The speaker was none other than Mr. Li, the owner who'd entered earlier. He stared in amazement at the lighter in Lu Yu's father's hand, his eyes sparkling. Damn, I didn't get a good look earlier. Bro, that's the latest limited edition model. Hearing Mr. Li's exclamation, the attention of many Lu family members present was instantly drawn to the lighter in Lu Yu's father's hand. Cartier? The latest limited edition? Chapter 119, a mistake? Lu family ancestral hall, inner chamber. Third brother, this. Lu Huiran shifted his gaze to the lighter in Lu Yu's father's hand. The moment he saw it, he froze. As a small-time boss with considerable wealth, he had seen his share of luxury goods, many with exquisite craftsmanship and unique designs. Yet, he had never once encountered a luxury item with craftsmanship as exquisite as the lighter in Lu Yu's father's hand. That lighter of yours looks pretty nice. After a long pause, Lu Huiran managed to utter those words. Li Ligang swallowed hard, resisting the urge to touch it, and replied in a trembling voice, "Of course. This is Cartier's latest limited edition. How could the craftsmanship be anything less?" As a passionate lighter enthusiast and collector, he'd recognized the brand and model of Lu Yu's father's lighter almost instantly. He'd been coveting this thing for ages. "Cartier? Is that brand famous?" Lu Huiran asked, puzzled. "Famous? It's more than famous. This is a luxury brand once exclusively supplied to the royal family of the British Empire. And this is the latest model. It'll cost you at least 100,000, and even with the money, you might not be able to get your hands on it." Mr. Li exclaimed excitedly. "This latest model is incredibly popular right now. Not only is it expensive, but the key point is that there's basically no way to get your hands on it in mainland China. Even in a major city like the capital, money alone won't cut it. Without connections, you simply won't be able to get your hands on one." He'd coveted this particular style for ages, but despite his efforts, he'd never found a way to get his hands on it. All this time, he'd been left staring longingly at it. "Over 100,000? Money alone isn't enough?" When Boss Li uttered those words, the entire Lu family, including Lu Huiran, Lu Huiyan, and others, froze in shock. Even Lu Yu's father was dumbfounded, staring at the lighter in his hand in disbelief and muttering to himself. "It can't be that extravagant, can it? It's just a lighter, after all." "Oh, it is." Mr. Li's breath was hot, his eyes hungry like a starving man staring at a juicy steak. "Brother, name your price. I'm genuinely interested." He'd already made up his mind. As long as Lu Yu's father didn't ask for an outrageous price, he'd buy it outright. "Ahem, Mr. Li, please don't get too excited just yet." Seeing his invited guest become so excited over Lu Yu's father, Lu Huiran felt his face grow slightly red with embarrassment. He composed himself and turned to Lu Yu's father. "Third brother, where did you get this lighter?" Lu Yu's father hesitated slightly before replying slowly. "Xiao Yu gave it to me. He said he bought it in the capital. I don't really know much about these brands." "Xiao Yu bought it?" Lu Huiran glanced back at Lu Yu, a mocking smile curling his lips. "I see. Mr. Li, you must be blind. This is most likely not genuine. It's a knockoff." "A knockoff?" Mr. Li froze for a moment before shifting his gaze back to the lighter in Lu Yu's father's hand. He frowned. "But the craftsmanship doesn't look like a knockoff. What makes you say it's fake?" "Haha, Mr. Li, you just don't know." Lu Huiran chuckled maliciously. "He's the third son of our Lu family, and his family background is pretty ordinary. His son went off to college in the capital, with a monthly allowance of no more than 2,000 yuan. How could he possibly afford such an expensive luxury item to give to the third son? My guess is, it's probably just some young guy chasing prestige, grabbing a knockoff from a street vendor to try and make his dad happy." "Is that so?" Mr. Li stared blankly at the lighter in his hand, suddenly doubting himself. Could I really be that blind? Though he'd collected lighters for years and possessed discernment far surpassing the average person, even the most skilled collector makes mistakes sometimes. Lu's second son had already provided such detailed information about this fellow's family background. Given their family's financial standing and background, they certainly couldn't afford such a high-end brand of lighter. The truth was likely this: the Cartier lighter was just an exceptionally well-made knockoff. Upon learning the truth, Mr. Li's gaze toward Lu Yu's father lost its earlier warmth, even carrying a hint of disdain. As a collector, he despised counterfeit goods and those who use them. Counterfeit? Hearing Lu Huiran's words, the Lu family members, who had been somewhat surprised, suddenly understood. No wonder. So it was a knockoff. It looks quite refined. Apparently the craftsmanship of the imitation is quite good. I knew it. How could they possibly afford such high-end luxury goods? Turns out it's a knockoff, no wonder. Shameless. If they can't afford it, they can't afford it. No need to pretend with knockoffs. Now look, they've brought shame upon our entire Lu family. Yeah, what a disgrace. We had so many distinguished guests visiting our Lu family today, and because of them, we've been utterly humiliated. Feeling countless stares filled with mockery, ridicule, and contempt, Lu Yu's father's face instantly turned crimson with embarrassment. Aye. His face flushed crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. Even the usually mature and steady eldest brother, Lu Huiyan, sternly lectured, "Second brother, you really need to teach your son a lesson. He shouldn't be so vain at such a young age. If he's like this now, what will his vanity become when he grows up?" As someone within the system, he despised this kind of extravagant, high-profile behavior the most. Having one Lu Huiran in the family was already a headache. Adding another one to the mix? Unthinkable. The key point was that while Lu Huiran was flashy, he actually had the money to back it up. The Lu family, though not poor, couldn't even be considered middle class. "Big brother, don't talk like that." Hearing Lu Huiyan scold his own son, Lu Yu's father's expression darkened further. "Xiao Yu, he might." Enough. It was the matriarch who broke the tension. "Eldest, second, little you probably just bought a lighter from a street vendor. How could he have thought that far ahead? At his age, he's still in school. He probably can't even recognize these brands. Don't blow this out of proportion." "Yes.
Hearing Grandma speak up, Lu Huiran, who had been ready to press the issue further against the Lu family, reluctantly backed down. However, barely moments after the old grandmother spoke, another voice rang out.
Grandma, first uncle, second uncle.
The lighter I bought for my dad isn't a knockoff, it's the real deal. Lu Yu rose from his seat, his expression calm as he spoke.
What? Genuine? Before Lu Huiran and Lu Huiyan could say anything, Lu Fu couldn't help but snort derisively, shaking his head repeatedly. Lu Yu, are you out of your mind? Didn't you hear what Mr. Li said?
The genuine version of this lighter costs at least over 100,000.
Lu Huiran also shook his head, sneering coldly. Xiao Yu, you. As the kid from the third branch family, have you lost your mind? The matriarch clearly offered him a way out, so why did he insist on digging his own grave? Even Lu Huiyan and the old grandmother frowned. How could Xiao Yu be so inconsiderate? Ahem. Xiao Yu, let me ask you this, you claim this is the real deal, but where exactly did you buy it? And where did you get the money to purchase it? Lu Huiran chuckled, teasing her. Don't tell your second uncle this genuine item was bought on the street, ha. His chuckle drew laughter from the assembled Lu family members below. Exactly. They knew full well what kind of financial situation Lu Yu's family was in. A lighter costing over 100,000 yuan, could they possibly afford that? Dream on. Besides, Mr. Li had made it clear. This lighter? Money alone won't cut it. You need connections and the right channels to even get your hands on one. Mr. Li has coveted this lighter for so long and still hasn't managed to get his hands on one. You've been studying in the capital for over a month and you've somehow managed to buy it? What a joke. Hearing the laughter below, Lu Huiran's lips curled into a smug smile. He too believed his question was the killer blow. Sarcastic, mocking, and derisive stares all converged on Lu Yu in the lobby. Hardly anyone believed the lighter Lu Yu bought for his father was genuine. Even Lu Yu's own father was skeptical. It wasn't that he distrusted his son, but he knew their family's financial situation all too well. When his son had given him the lighter, he'd sensed something was off. Where would they have the money to buy such a high-end foreign brand? Xiao Yu, you should just admit you made a mistake. Your father knows you bought this lighter to make me happy, but we don't need to buy knockoffs to satisfy our vanity. Lu Yu's father spoke slowly. Dad, this really isn't a knockoff. Lu Yu's lips curved into a bitter smile as he explained. He didn't care if others didn't believe or understand him. But when his own father didn't believe him, it left him feeling helpless. Xiao Yu, why won't you listen? I told you. Feeling the increasingly sarcastic stares around him, Lu Yu's father's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Dad. Lu Yu sighed, about to offer some explanation. But at that very moment, a figure unseen by the crowd suddenly appeared within the ancestral hall. This person possessed an extraordinary aura, surrounded by an entourage. The moment they entered, they drew the attention of many. Who are you? A flicker of hesitation crossed Lu Huiyan's eyes. Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. The young man smiled faintly. My name is Lu Rin. I'm the head of HW Company's branch in Shanghai province. I'm here today to celebrate the old lady's birthday. Hearing this voice, the entire Lu family present froze in place. HW Company? And the head of the Shanghai province branch? When did their family ever have any connection with HW Corporation? Chapter 120, The Smart Cane. After all, HW was an immensely influential global corporation both within Dragon Nation and across the entire world. The companies run by those small-time bosses present were worlds apart compared to HW. Though the visitor wasn't HW's CEO, Mr. Rin, the presence of the head of their Shanghai province branch was already a tremendous honor for the matriarch. The question was, who in the Lu family possessed the clout to bring such a heavyweight here? Could it be the second son? After a moment of uncertainty, all eyes in the Lu family turned with reverence toward the second son, Lu Huiran. Among the three Lu brothers, the eldest worked within the system and had virtually no overlap with HW's operations. The third brother was an ordinary worker, certainly lacking the connections to bring Chief Lu here. So, after ruling out all the impossibilities, the answer became obvious. The second son of the Lu family, Lu Huiyan. Among all present, only his electronics factory matched HW in both scale and business scope. Mr. Lu, you've done well. You've even hooked up with HW. Your factory's going to be booming from now on. Mr. Lu, if any business opportunities come up in the future, don't forget us brothers. You're a deep one, old Lu. Who knew you'd hooked up with HW? In an instant, the assembled business owners began showering Lu Huiran with praise. After all, this was HW, a mere trickle of business from their fingertips could easily match their annual targets, or even several years' worth. Even the usually stoic Lu Huiyan gave a slight nod of approval, praising. Second brother, I never imagined you'd even know HW's manager Lu. He had assumed Lu Huiran had grown complacent in recent years, indulging in pleasure while the factory's business steadily declined. But now, his second brother had delivered a huge surprise? He'd actually become an HW partner? And not just any partner otherwise, why would Lu Rin personally come to celebrate his birthday?
Lu Huiran, now the center of everyone's attention, felt a bit giddy for a moment. He chuckled. It's just a provincial head for HW. Look how shocked you all are, it's nothing. He had indeed met HW's director Lu once before, and he had indeed sent an invitation for him to attend. Though he had no idea why the other party had actually accepted his invitation and come. But hey, it wasn't a bad thing. Not only could he have a proper chat with HW's manager Lu and strengthen their relationship, but he could also show off and flex his muscles in front of the Lu family. Why not? My father's influence is truly immense. Lu Fu's heart swelled with excitement, his gaze toward Lu Yu brimming with pride. It was as if he were saying, look, my dad can even bring in manager Lu. What can you possibly compare to that? Lu Yu, however, wore a puzzled expression, deep in thought, completely ignoring Lu Fu's provocation. Keep pretending. Lu Fu snorted coldly, saying nothing more. Just as the assembled Lu family members stood in astonishment, Manager Lu, accompanied by his secretaries, stepped into the Lu family ancestral home. Lu Huiran straightened his clothes, rising with pride to greet the steward. Mr. Lu, it's been ages since we last met. He plastered on a smile and extended a hand warmly. Your presence at this birthday celebration truly graces our ancestral home. Hello. However, contrary to Lu Huiran's expectations, Manager Lu merely offered a cold, perfunctory handshake, offering no reciprocation to his warmth. After the brief handshake, Lu Huiran froze in place, feeling somewhat at a loss. Had he done something to offend Manager Lu? No way. Just as Lu Huiran scratched his head in utter bewilderment, a voice suddenly reached his ears from behind. Mr. Lu, I'm so glad I finally found you. Mr. Lu? Hearing Lu Ren's words, Lu Huiran instinctively froze. Was he being addressed? But judging by his attitude, it didn't seem like it. Lu Huiran slowly turned his head and witnessed a scene that left him utterly speechless. In fact, it wasn't just him, nearly every member of the Lu family froze in shock. For the person to whom Steward Lu was bowing was neither Lu Huiyan, Lu Wang, nor Lu Huiran. Not even Lu Huili. Instead, it was Lu Yu, not even 20 years old. What the heck is this? Mr. Lu, have you mistaken someone for me? Lu Huiyan couldn't help but ask. This is my third nephew, Lu Yu. You must be looking for my second brother, Lu Huiran, right? No. Lu Ren shook his head frankly and smiled. The person I'm looking for is indeed Mr. Lu. I have something I wish to discuss with Mr. Lu. He slowly approached Lu Yu and said. Mr. Lu, this may be our first meeting, but I've long admired your reputation. Did Mr. Rin send you? Is this about our last collaboration? Lu Yu had some idea why President Lu had come. Regarding the previous collaboration, although Mr. Rin had already transferred a portion of the shares to him, a significant amount of the cash payment remained outstanding. At the time, Mr. Rin had stated it would take some time to raise the funds. You're correct. Mr. Lu smiled and said. Mr. Rin sent me to inform you that the outstanding portion of the cash payment should be deposited into your account within the next week. A week? Mr. Rin's speed is faster than I imagined. Lu Yu was somewhat surprised. 10 billion, that's no small sum. Though to Mr. Ren's net worth, 10 billion might seem insignificant. But net worth and readily available cash are two entirely different matters. To raise $1 billion in cash in such a short time, it seems HW's cash flow has been quite robust lately. And that's all thanks to you. Mr. Lu smiled faintly, his face radiating admiration. Thanks to your assistance, our M50 series has achieved remarkable sales success, capturing over half of the market share previously held by the iPhone 14 and boosting our overall market share to 80%. I only played a small part. It's the excellence of your M50 series products that earned us this success. Lu Yu replied modestly. HW's products are indeed outstanding. While he played a significant role in facilitating chip supply, that was the primary contribution. If HW's products weren't so outstanding, achieving such a successful launch would have been impossible even with a complete chip supply chain. Oh, right. Lu Ren accepted a long, rectangular gift box from his assistant. Mr. Lu, this is from our chairman Ren. This is. Lu Yu accepted the box, examining it carefully. It felt substantial and weighty. Our chairman Ren heard it's your grandmother's birthday today, so he specifically asked me to deliver this gift. It's a small token of our sincerity, please accept it with a smile. Lu Ren smiled. He cleared his throat, turned to face the matriarch of the Lu family seated in the inner hall, and respectfully clasped his hands in a bow. Wishing you a joyous 80th birthday. May your blessings be as vast as the eastern sea, and your longevity as enduring as the southern mountains. Thank you, Manager Lu. The matriarch of the Lu family, looking remarkably spry, stood up and returned the bow. She was advanced in years and didn't know much about HW, only that it was a fairly large mobile phone company. That he had come to celebrate her birthday naturally filled her with joy. As for why Lu Ren addressed Lu Yu as Mr. Lu, and what exactly their conversation meant, though she was intensely curious, she could only suppress her questions for now. Mr. Lu, I shan't disturb you further. After wishing her a happy birthday, Lu Ren nodded respectfully to Lu Yu. Alright, you should get back to work. Lu Yu knew HW had been swamped with work lately, so he didn't insist on keeping him.
After Lu Ren left the Lu family ancestral hall, the Lu family members were still reeling, exchanging bewildered glances. What on earth was that about? Lu Yu, who exactly is he? Lu Huiren stared at his nephew Lu Yu in disbelief, his expression thick with shock. When did you get involved with HW? Well, it's not something I can explain in a few words.
Lu Yu replied with a wry smile. He hadn't expected HW's people to show up at the birthday banquet at this moment. This was a bit beyond his expectations.
Could this be some hired actor? HW's provincial head equivalent to an Alibaba P9 level executive wouldn't possibly come to our Lu family's birthday celebration just for some college student, would they?
Lu Fu tugged at the corner of his mouth, his face practically screaming disbelief.
A hired actor? Upon hearing this explanation, the Lu family members found it rather plausible. Second brother, is that really Lu Ren? Lu Huiyan asked doubtfully. I'm not entirely sure either. Maybe. Or maybe not. Lu Huiren scratched his head.
Although he had met Lu Ren once before, that encounter had been at a conference several years ago. He had only caught a distant glimpse of Lu Ren and hadn't even exchanged 2 full sentences.
With Lu Huiren's memory, he couldn't quite recall what Lu Ren actually looked like. Isn't that obvious?
Lu Huiyan shot his brother a disapproving look. He, too, leaned toward the theory that this was an actor hired by Lu Yu's family.
Otherwise, this was just too bizarre, right? A freshman university student engaging in lively conversation with an international corporate executive? And then this big boss personally sends a gift to thank the student for his kindness? Such melodramatic plot twists wouldn't even appear in blockbuster movies. Third brother, do you know this Lu Ren? Lu Huiren turned to his third younger brother, Lu Huili. I've never seen him before either. Lu Yu's father's expression stiffened, his gaze darting uncontrollably toward Lu Yu. Could it be that his son had actually hired an actor specifically for the birthday banquet? Lu Fu suddenly noticed the gift box in Lu Yu's hand and frowned. Lu Yu, what's inside this gift box he gave you? Why don't you open it and take a look? Another younger member of the Lu family chimed in. Yeah, Lu Yu, go ahead and open it first. As for whether Lu Ren is really an actor, just look at the gift he sent that should give you a pretty good idea. Lu Ren said this was specially prepared by Chairman Ren. A birthday gift so meticulously arranged by such a big boss can't possibly be anything but impressive. Oh, right. Lu Yu was also a bit curious about what exactly this birthday gift was. Without hesitation, he unwrapped the gift box and pulled out the present inside. It was a walking stick? As the box was opened, a long walking stick of an unknown material came into view. The cane was exquisitely crafted and solid in weight. A dragon head was carved into the handle, its curve seemingly meticulously designed for a comfortable grip. Inside the box was also an instruction manual. This was a custom-made AI multifunctional senior walking stick specially ordered by President Ren. Not only could it monitor real-time data like the elderly user's heart rate and blood pressure, but it could also automatically deploy an air cushion for protection when a fall was imminent. Lu Yu read the manual, a faint smile touching her lips. This gift was truly in Mr. Ren's style. Could it really be that amazing? Or was it just an ordinary metal cane? Lu Fu remained skeptical. Deep down, he believed that Lu Ren was just a frontman hired by Lu Yu's family to save face. I'll try it. Lu Yu took a deep breath, gripped the cane, and then made a sliding motion as if to fall. Just as Lu Yu was about to fall. Boom! A large, soft air cushion instantly deployed from the bottom of the cane, firmly covering the hard ground beneath. Nice! Lu Yu climbed to his feet, a smile spreading across his face. He pressed another button on the cane, and instantly, the large air cushion retracted back into the cane. Grandma, you'll use this from now on. Lu Yu smiled as he presented the cane to his grandmother. Oh my, ha! This is wonderful, simply wonderful. Grandma Lu took the cane, beaming from ear to ear. This birthday gift was anything but ordinary for someone of her age, it was genuinely practical. Far more useful than those paintings or bracelets people usually gave. Xiaoyu, what exactly is your relationship with HW? Lu Huiyan also put down his phone, his gaze toward Lu Yu instantly shifting. He had just searched online for Lu Ren's photo and information about this cane. The former matched the Lu Ren who had just appeared perfectly, while the latter yielded no results whatsoever. Which meant, the person who just came to deliver the birthday gift was indeed Lu Ren himself. And this birthday gift was genuinely customized by HW's CEO, Mr. Ren, himself. This was incredibly impressive. This isn't something we can explain in a moment. Let's just eat first. Seeing that Lu Yu had no intention of elaborating, everyone reluctantly dropped the subject, eating their meals with distracted minds. However, the expressions on Lu Wang and Lu Fu's faces were nowhere near as spirited as they had been at the start of the banquet. Especially Lu Fu, his face instantly darkened considerably. Although their table had more guests. But the quality of their guests was unmatched. Having HW CEO Ren personally deliver the birthday gift was far more prestigious than receiving gifts from a bunch of small-time business owners, wasn't it?
In comparison, Lu Wang's side fared somewhat better. It seemed he had underestimated him earlier. Lu Wang ate distractedly, his eyes constantly darting toward Lu Yu. To have connections with HW, even to the point of having Mr. Rin personally deliver a birthday gift, it seems my cousin is no ordinary fellow. Still, despite his thoughts, Lu Wang didn't feel particularly disappointed, just somewhat astonished. After all, business matters were just that, business. His future ambitions lay elsewhere, not in the commercial world. Rather, he himself was the most outstanding elite among the younger generation of the Lu family. Lu Wang smiled with confidence, his eyes burning with a fiery intensity. But at that very moment, another imposing figure appeared within the ancestral hall. My apologies, everyone. Business kept me delayed. The maturely dressed middle-aged man offered an apologetic smile. Oh, no problem. Please take a seat. Lu Fu waved dismissively, then turned to his father. Dad, who is this? Lu Fu received no response. His father's expression had frozen solid. Half a minute later, he snapped back to reality and forced a smile. Oh my, Mayor Li. What brings you here? Mayor Li? Lu Fu was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 121, The Gap? The Lu family ancestral home. Mayor Li, here to celebrate Grandma's birthday? Lu Wang, seated in the inner hall, perked up instantly at the mention of Mayor Li's name. As the second in command of Jinshan City, Mayor Li wielded absolute power like a feudal lord. His presence at the Lu family's matriarch's birthday celebration was a tremendous honor. Mayor Li is here? The matriarch seated at the head of the table was also somewhat overwhelmed by the honor. Though she had served in the town government until her retirement and held considerable seniority, she never imagined she could draw Mayor Li himself to celebrate her birthday. Our Lu family is truly in the spotlight this time. Good heavens, it's Mayor Li. Yeah, looks like our Lu family's got some serious clout. Speaking of which, Mayor Li must have come because of Big Brother Lu's influence, right? After all, he is the chief of staff to the city's top leader. Most likely. The future of our Lu family still rests on Brother Lu Wang's shoulders. Countless members of the Lu family present perked up at this. Countless admiring and reverent gazes from the younger generation of the Lu family turned toward Lu Wang in the inner hall. Though the HW executives who arrived earlier held equally high positions, compared to Mayor Li, they were no match whatsoever. Lu Fu's expression instantly brightened. So what if Lu Yu had invited an HW executive? Compared to the guests of our elder brother Lu Wang, what was that? With both elder brother Lu Wang and Mayor Li here, did Lu Yu really dare to make me apologize? He kept reassuring himself internally, and a smile gradually returned to his face. Among the younger generation of the Lu family, only Lu Qianxu and Escase held a hint of intrigue. Could Mayor Li also be here to see Lu Yu? Her voice was soft, and with the banquet hall bustling with noise, almost no one heard her except a cousin standing beside her. Sister Qianxuan, what did you say? Lu Yu? Her cousin frowned in confusion, wondering if she'd misheard. Nothing. Lu Qianxuan forced a smile before shifting her gaze to her older brother, Lu Wang. A strong premonition gripped her heart. Mayor Li's appearance was most likely tied to Lu Yu's mysterious identity. Ha! Feeling the intense stares of those around him, Lu Wang gave a slight smile. He smoothed out his suit jacket and then calmly made his way to the entrance to greet Mayor Li. His eyes regained their confidence. Mayor Li, your presence truly honors the Lu family. Secretary Lu, your family matriarch is a living legend among our Huanshui County leadership. It's only fitting I attend her birthday celebration. Mayor Li said with a warm smile. He patted Lu Wang on the shoulder encouragingly. Young man, keep up the good work. Moments later, Mayor Li strolled to the Lu family ancestral hall, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, Venerable comrade, I wish you a joyous 90th birthday and all the best in the years ahead. Mayor Li, I never imagined you'd attend my birthday banquet. Ha ha. The matriarch of the Lu family beamed with radiant joy, her heart filled with honor. The Lu family's aura has grown ever more vibrant and magnificent. Mayor Li surveyed the scene with a meaningful gaze and remarked slowly, especially among the younger generation a remarkable talent has emerged, with boundless potential ahead. Not just our Jinshan City, but perhaps the entire Dragon Nation, the entire Blue Star, all might be transformed because of him. Hearing the first part, the matriarch and Lu Huyan felt delighted. A prodigy among the younger generation, wasn't that referring to their son, Lu Wen? Lu Huyan was about to express his gratitude. But upon hearing the latter part, his expression turned peculiar, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. The entire Dragon Nation, the entire Blue Star, would be transformed because of him? That was a bit of an exaggeration, wasn't it? His son, though young, had already become a top-level aide and was highly likely to enter the City W in the future. But changing the entire Blue Star? Surely not? Ahem, Mayor Li, Xiao Wang is indeed talented, but he still has a long road ahead of him. Lu Huyan paused, then replied modestly. Mayor Li, I will work diligently from now on and will not disappoint your expectations. Lu Wang pounded his chest in assurance. However, upon hearing Lu Huyan's words, Mayor Li paused briefly before shaking his head. Xiao Wang? Although Lu Wang is also outstanding, I'm not referring to him, I mean Lu Yu.
What?
Upon hearing Mayor Li's words, Lu Huiyan initially thought he'd misheard. But when he truly caught the name the mayor had spoken, his expression abruptly changed.
Lu Yu?
Lu Wang, who had been beaming with a smile, froze in place.
How could this be? Hadn't Mayor Li come to the birthday banquet because of his invitation? Why was he mentioning Lu Yu now? Before Lu Wang and Lu Huiyan could react, Mayor Li approached Lu Yu's parents, bowed deeply, and said,
"You two have cultivated a talent like Lu Yu for the Dragon Nation.
On behalf of the Dragon Nation, I thank you. We. Mayor Li, please get up."
Mr. and Mrs. Lu were both flustered. Although Mayor Zhao of Luo High City had also made similar remarks, neither the tone nor the atmosphere at that time could compare to the present moment.
Mr. Lu, I also wish you a happy National Day.
Mayor Li looked at Lu Yu with utmost sincerity, bowing his hands in greeting. As a former university professor, Mayor Li's use of Mr. carried a different weight than when others addressed Lu Yu as Mr. Lu. Sir, the accomplished lead the way. Given the erudition and accomplishments Lu Yu had demonstrated, even setting aside all titles and status, he absolutely deserved to be called Mr. Mayor Li, my pleasure, my pleasure. Lu Yu smiled modestly and returned the bow. Though he hadn't known Mayor Li would attend, his presence at the birthday celebration didn't surprise him. What did give him a headache was how he would explain it to his parents after the banquet ended.
However, while Lu Yu remained composed, the surrounding members of the Lu family were utterly dumbfounded. A bold thought began to take shape in everyone's minds. Mr. Li had come to the Lu household to celebrate the birthday not because of Lu Wan's position as secretary, but because of Lu Yu. Impossible. That was absurd. Lu Wang took several deep breaths, yet his heart remained unsettled for a long time. A top graduate from a prestigious university, he had become the chief secretary to a city leader at a young age, a rising star and the future hope of the Lu family. From childhood onward, he had grown accustomed to being number one in everything he did, accustomed to being the most dazzling focal point in any crowd. Yet Lu Wang never imagined that Lu Yu, whom he'd always dismissed as a distant relative from his third uncle's family, would suddenly leap forward and surpass him. To sit on equal footing with Mayor Li, conversing with ease and wit? How far was Lu Wang from reaching that level? How much longer would he have to struggle? Just then, a calm voice reached Lu Wang's ears. "Wanger, keep your composure. Don't dwell too much on temporary gains or losses, honor or disgrace. The road of life is still long." The speaker was none other than Lu Wang's father, Lu Huiyan. Compared to the stunned others, Lu Huiyan appeared far more composed. Though the astonishment in his eyes lingered, he managed to maintain an unshakable calm. "Xiao Yu, so this is the source of your confidence?" Lu Huiyan's gaze held profound meaning as countless memories flooded his mind. From the scholarly aura radiating from Lu Yu when she first returned home 2 days prior. Then came her seemingly absurd remarks at last night's banquet. Now, upon careful reflection, everything seemed to fall into place. At just 18 years old, she had earned a personal gift from HW's chairman Ren and held her own with Mayor Li, engaging in lively conversation. How could such a brilliant young talent possibly fear Lu Fu's provocation? "Dad, I understand." Lu Wang took a deep breath, his expression regaining its calm. "Lu Yu's favor with Mayor Li is naturally a blessing for our Lu family. Besides, the road ahead is long, I may yet surpass him." His eyes regained their confident spark. Yes, Lu Yu had achieved so much at such a young age, impressive indeed. But I'm no slouch either. Leveraging the connections I built as his secretary, I can climb step by step. Reaching Mayor Li's position, or even going further, it's entirely possible. Fortunes change over time. The road ahead stretches long. Lu didn't believe the gap between him and Lu Yu had grown so vast that he could never hope to catch up. That's the right way to think about it. A satisfied smile touched Lu Huiyan's lips as he prepared to offer his son further encouragement. But at that very moment, a deafening roar erupted outside the Lu family gates. The sound was chaotic like the roar of car engines, yet upon closer listening, it seemed not a single car but an entire convoy. Chapter 122, First Class Merit. Lu Family Ancestral Hall. The moment the convoy's roar filled the air, it instantly captured the attention of nearly everyone inside the ancestral hall. Could it be? No way. The moment the convoy came into view, many faces paled dramatically. Lu Huiyan's face instantly drained of color, his hands trembling slightly. "That's Chief Lu's vehicle." Before they could react, a group of middle-aged men with commanding presence, clad in black suits, stepped through the gates of the Lu family ancestral home. Though their pace was deliberate, each step seemed to land squarely on the hearts of the Lu family members. The leader, though graying at the temples, possessed a vibrant, alert gaze. Every casual shift of his eyes radiated absolute confidence. Chief Lu. The moment they saw him, not only Lu Wang and Lu Huiyan, but even Director Li's eyes widened in shock. This was the real deal, a provincial governor, the true head of Shanghai province. Wait, isn't that provincial leader Ji? Lu Wang's eyes widened in recognition. He instantly identified the middle-aged man standing behind Chief Lu. None other than Ji Tianqing's father, the second in command of Shanghai province, provincial leader Ji. What on earth had happened? Lu Huiyan swallowed nervously, his expression instantly turning tense. He was just an ordinary town-level cadre.
Not only were Chief Lu and Governor Ji figures beyond his reach, but even Director Li was an absolute heavyweight to him.
Yet today, the top two officials of Shanghai province had simultaneously gathered at their humble Lu residence. What on earth had happened? Could they be here for him too?
Lu Wang's eyes flickered nervously as he instinctively turned his gaze toward Lu Yu.
He wasn't alone. Every member of the Lu family present couldn't help but fix their attention on Lu Yu. Had someone told Lu Wang just an hour ago that within the next 60 minutes, both Chief Lu and Leader Ji would arrive at the Lu residence because of Lu Yu, he would have dismissed it with a laugh, shaken his head, and walked away from this madman. But in the past hour alone, both the head of HW's Shanghai province operations and the second in command of Jinshan City, Leader Ji, had arrived at this birthday banquet all because of Lu Yu. So what could be the purpose of Chief Lu and Leader Ji's visit? Just as the Lu family members were speculating, they saw Chief Lu turn his gaze toward Director Li. Had they come for Director Li? Seeing this, many Lu family members present breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Director Lu had come to see Director Li. After all, no matter how formidable the Lu family might be, they were merely a university freshman who had only been enrolled for a month. How could they possibly attract the attention of the provincial chief and his deputy? Yet, when Director Lu approached Director Li, his first words were, "Director Li, you're here too?" "Director Lu, I never expected to run into you here either." Leader Li smiled and asked, "Are you here to see Mr. Lu as well?" "Yes." The chief of the building gave a slight nod but said nothing more to Director Li. He looked up, scanned the room, then fixed his gaze on a young man. A faint smile then curved the corners of his mouth. "Mr. Lu, they say seeing is believing, and today proves it to be true. I've long wished to meet you. You truly are a brilliant young talent, a pillar of the nation." A promising young talent? The pillar of the nation? Hearing these superlatives from Director Lu, the Lu family members felt a bit numb. Had anyone else spoken these words, Lu Huiyan might have dismissed them as mere hyperbole. But the speaker was none other than the top leader of Shanghai province, Chief Lu. The implications here were profound. What exactly had Lu Yu done? What could possibly warrant such praise from Chief Lu? Surely he hadn't smuggled a nuclear bomb back from Eagle Nation? Lu Huiyan stared at his third nephew with a strange expression. This wasn't the first time he'd felt he couldn't fathom Lu Yu. "Commander Lu, you flatter me." Lu Yu smiled faintly, rose, and shook hands with Chief Lu. "Flattery? It's you, Mr. Lu, who's being too modest." Chief Lu chuckled and shook his head. He didn't take offense at all, on the contrary, his estimation of Lu Yu grew even higher in his mind. Achieving success at a young age, he remains neither arrogant nor overly modest. To say nothing else, how many youths possess such composure? No wonder the higher-ups say this young man is the future of the Dragon Nation. Lu Yu, how dare he speak to Chief Lu in such a tone? The entire Lu family present was utterly dumbfounded. Not just Lu Huiyan and Lu Wang, even the matriarch of the Lu family and Lu Yu's parents were utterly dumbfounded. When did my son become so formidable? Lu Yu's father scratched his head, completely bewildered. A pin-drop silence fell over the entire Lu household, broken only by the sound of Lu Yu and Chief Lu conversing. They exchanged pleasantries back and forth for a while, discussing nothing more than mundane family matters, nothing classified. Yet, despite the simplicity of their conversation, no one interrupted. Even Ji, the second in command of the province, stood smiling quietly to the side, patiently waiting for their chat to conclude. Finally, the conversation turned to the main topic. "Mr. Lu, may we step aside for a moment?" Chief Lu lowered his voice. "Yes." Lu Yu nodded lightly, understanding that it was time to discuss serious matters. "Excuse me, everyone, I must step away for a moment." Lu Yu bowed his hands toward the crowd inside the ancestral hall before following Director Lu at a leisurely pace out of the Lu family shrine. They arrived at a quiet area outside the hall. Director Ji and several other key figures followed the head of the building's pace without haste, exiting the Lu family ancestral hall together. The stunned Lu family members were left staring at each other in disbelief, exchanging bewildered glances without uttering a word for a long while. "Gone?" Lu Fu asked in a trembling voice. "Probably." Lu Qianxuan murmured. Ever since she saw Lu Yu chatting and laughing with Director Li last time, she had known that Lu Yu's identity was likely extraordinary. But today, when Chief Lu and Leader Ji personally came to the Lu family ancestral hall for Lu Yu, she couldn't help but feel a wave of shock. "Big brother Lu Wang, know who exactly is this Lu Yu?" Lu Fu couldn't help but ask Lu Wang. His voice trembled slightly. Though only 3 people had taken their seats at the Lu family table, each one carried more weight than the last. Right now, Lu Fu wanted nothing more than to go back 3 days. Then he'd want to raise his arm and deliver a 200-pound punch to his past self, grab him by the collar, and scold him. "What the hell were you thinking, going and provoking the Lu Yu family for no reason?" "Brother Lu Wang, who exactly is Lu Yu?" Another young member of the Lu family couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Lu Wang. Among all the peers present, Lu Wang was likely the only one who could possibly answer that question. So, while the Lu family members were reeling from the shock, the first person they asked was Lu Wang, the eldest brother. I don't know either." Lu Wang took a deep breath, trying to steel himself.
But for some reason, a wave of helplessness kept rising within him, slowly spreading through his limbs and bones, leaving him utterly drained of energy. Helplessness. That was the most genuine feeling in Lu Wang's heart. A complete and utter sense of helplessness. This wasn't due to any weakness in his character. After all, this was the top leader of their entire province, Chief Lu. If it had been just leaderly, Lu Wang would have felt shaken, but not this deeply disheartened. In fact, he might have felt even more motivated. But Chief Lu was different. Director Li's position, though equally unattainable, might still hold a sliver of hope if one fought tooth and nail. But Chief Lu's position? Even setting aside Chief Lu, just the figure of Leader Ji standing behind him was someone Lu Wang considered utterly unreachable. Suddenly, he found his own previous thoughts rather laughable. A self-mocking smile curved Lu Wang's lips. "Brother, are you okay?" Lu Qianxuan asked cautiously, her voice tinged with concern. "I'm fine." Lu Wang forced a smile and shook his head. "Just a bit tight in the chest. I'll be fine after catching my breath." Yet despite his words, his smile remained pale and feeble. Outside the Lu family ancestral hall. "Commander Lu, thank you for taking the time to visit." Lu Yu smiled faintly. Chief Lu shook his head slowly and laughed. "This is nothing. To be honest, Academician Lu, I've actually wanted to meet you for quite some time. You're too kind. There are no outsiders here to be cautious around." Thus, Director Lu addressed Lu Yu by his true title. Ahem. Clearing his throat, the chief took a document from Director Ji and smiled. "Academician Lu, do you know why I made this trip?" "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure." Lu Yu replied with a wry smile. Truth be told, ever since Chief Lu appeared, he'd been harboring some doubts. After all, Director Li had been coordinating with him since his arrival in Jinshan City, so his presence at the birthday banquet seemed perfectly normal. But Chief Lu? He'd never laid eyes on him before. Chief Lu laughed heartily as he handed the documents to Lu Yu. "Mr. Lu, I've come here specifically to share some good news with you." "Good news?" Lu Yu paused for a moment before taking the documents from Chief Lu and reading them. "The Ministry of XX hereby decides, in recognition of Academician Lu's outstanding contributions to the nation, to award him the first-class merit medal as commendation, and..." Though the document contained a lengthy text, the essence was straightforward. In short, after completing his research on the exoskeleton bionic gauntlet, Lu Yu transferred part of his findings to Old Zhong, who successfully submitted them for review. Originally, all commendations were to be announced collectively after the entire research project concluded. However, in recognition of Lu Yu's outstanding contributions, senior leadership decided to advance the award of the first-class merit to Lu Yu as a token of commendation and encouragement. Subsequent rewards would still be distributed individually after the entire project's conclusion. "Commander Lu, thank you." A faint smile touched Lu Yu's lips as he returned the documents in his hand to Commander Lu. "There's no need to thank me." Commander Lu chuckled heartily, handing the first-class merit certificate and medal directly into Lu Yu's hands. "You're the one receiving the first-class merit, and you're the one bringing glory to our entire Shanghai province. I should be thanking you. How could it be your turn to thank me?" "Ha ha. Chief Lu, you're too kind." Lu Yu smiled and asked, "Is this first-class merit award still classified for now?" "Not entirely." Director Lu explained, "The official reason given by higher-ups for awarding you this honor is that you helped achieve a major breakthrough in a bio-based materials project within our province, hence the exceptional commendation. Theoretically, neither the first-class merit nor the medal itself is classified information." At this point, Chief Lu smiled faintly and added, "Incidentally, isn't your grandmother celebrating her 80th birthday this year? Why not present them as a special birthday gift to bring her great joy?" He understood exactly what Lu Yu intended to do. While the commendation and medal were valuable, they would lose their true meaning if kept entirely hidden from outsiders. Wealth and honor unshared with one's hometown are like wearing fine clothes at night. "Commander Lu, you understand me." Lu Yu smiled and carefully tucked away the medals and documents. His reluctance to conceal this first-class merit wasn't born of vanity, but a desire for his parents to walk with heads held high, proud of their son. Lu family ancestral hall. When Lu Yu returned to the ancestral hall, everyone present scrutinized him with trembling eyes. "Xiaoyu, what exactly happened today?" Uncle Lu Weiren asked cautiously. Among everyone present, the two most concerned were actually him and Lu Fu. After all, aside from them, the others weren't exactly close with Lu Yu's family, but they certainly didn't have a bad relationship either. "Everyone, please don't worry. I'll explain today's events step by step." Lu Yu scanned the room, her gaze finally settling on Lu Fu, "But before that, there's one thing we need to confirm." "Oh no." The moment Lu Fu felt Lu Yu's gaze, his heart trembled slightly, and a sudden sense of foreboding rose in his mind. Just as he feared. Lu Yu glanced at him and spoke slowly, "To be precise, it's a wager." "A wager?" The Lu family elders present all froze in shock. Today's birthday banquet had taken so many unexpected turns, with far too much happening, that their minds were momentarily overwhelmed. They couldn't make heads or tails of what Lu Yu was saying. Could it be that wager from the golf course? Lu Qianxuan turned her gaze toward Lu Fu, her eyes brimming with schadenfreude. Her mind worked quickly, and she soon grasped what Lu Yu was referring to.
Lu Fu, you know what I'm talking about, right? I know. Lu Fu's expression darkened considerably. At a loss for words, he could only grit his teeth and reply. For what wager? Lu Huiran asked anxiously. It's that I have to apologize to third uncle and third aunt. Lu Fu painfully shifted his legs, slowly approaching Lu Yu's parents. His voice trembled as he said. Third uncle, third aunt, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken recklessly yesterday, slandering you and Lu Yu's. What are you saying? So quietly, are you talking to yourself? Lu Yu said indifferently. Lu Fu clenched his teeth, his face turning an awkward shade of embarrassment. He turned his gaze toward his father, seemingly seeking support. Xiao Yu, Lu Fu is still young. There's no need to be so strict. Lu Huiran cautiously tried to speak up for his son, but the moment his gaze met Lu Yu's icy stare, he immediately flinched back. Deflated, he changed his tone. He deserves a good scolding. He should have been disciplined long ago. Dad! Lu Fu felt like crying. How had his plea for help backfired so badly? From the start, Lu Fu had never intended to honor his bet. He planned to use his vast network of guests and connections to crush Lu Yu's spirit, ensuring he'd never dare bring it up again. But even with Director Li and Chief Lu present, his connections were nothing compared to their influence. Uncle San, Auntie San. I shouldn't have slandered you and Lu Yu. We're family, we should live in harmony. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Lu Fu bowed deeply with a pained expression, his voice loud and clear. For someone who valued his reputation so much, having to bow before Lu Yu's parents and admit his mistake in front of all these guests felt almost as painful as being killed. But refusing to admit this mistake would likely lead to even worse consequences. Lu Huiran hesitated for a moment before cautiously adding, Third brother, I was in the wrong about yesterday. I've been reflecting these past 2 days. We're family, my words were uncalled for. Please don't hold it against me. Although the wager between Lu Yu and Lu Fu only required Lu Fu to apologize. But as the elder, he understood the situation far better than Lu Fu. That's more like it. Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction. Ahem, Xiao Fu, we accept your apology. Just make sure to correct your mistakes going forward. Lu Yu's father nodded with mixed feelings, choosing not to press further for accountability. After all, they were brothers. Though Lu Fu's words that day had been hurtful, he hadn't held it against him afterward. Right now, as a father, he was actually more concerned about his son's situation. Xiao Yu, now you can tell us what really happened, right? Lu's mother asked anxiously. Judging by the attitudes of Director Li and Chief Lu, even if something had happened, it probably wasn't anything bad. But as a mother, she still worried about her son. Actually, it's nothing much. Lu Yu smiled as he took out the medal and certificate, explaining. Simply put, a project I researched at our university helped achieve breakthrough progress in the province's bio-based initiative, averting numerous potential risks and losses. So, the higher-ups awarded me a first-class merit medal as an exception, a kind of encouragement, I suppose. First-class merit? The Lu family members present instantly focused their attention on the certificate in Lu Yu's hand. There, in bold red characters, stood the words first-class merit. The certificate itself was edged with gold, shimmering in the moonlight. A wave of astonished murmurs erupted. A first-class merit medal? That's incredible. No wonder even Director Lu and Director Li came out personally. Little Yu is so young and already earned a first-class merit, his future prospects are boundless. At the sight of this certificate, many members of the Lu family now looked at Lu Yu with a newfound respect in their eyes. Especially those who had served in the military, their eyes widened in astonishment. In this era of peace, earning military merit was incredibly difficult, especially for an individual. Unless one made an exceptionally outstanding contribution to the nation, the chances of receiving merit were virtually non-existent. Moreover, first-class merit certificates were typically awarded personally by local officials of a certain rank or higher. So, the presence of Leader Li and Commander Lu here seemed entirely reasonable. Ha, good. Grandmother's heart overflowed with genuine joy, even more so than when she first met Commander Lu. Her smile stretched from ear to ear as she exclaimed, Our Lu family has finally produced a first-class merit recipient. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Grandma, if you like, I'll keep this medal here at the ancestral home. Lu Yu smiled faintly as she said. Good, you've truly made us proud. If only those good-for-nothing descendants of ours could match half of what you've achieved. Grandmother exclaimed joyfully. Hearing this, Lu Fu's face flushed with embarrassment as he lowered his head. Useless descendants, wasn't she referring to him? Quickly, Huayan, hang Xiao Yu's medal in the ancestral hall. Let our forebears see the first-class merit medal earned by our Xiao Yu. Let the third son do it. Lu Huayan chuckled, as Xiao Yu's father, third brother is the more fitting choice. Right. Third brother should do it. Eldest brother, you always think of everything. The Lu family matriarch chuckled, as one grows old, one's thoughts become less comprehensive. Since Xiao Yu earned the first-class merit, it's only right that third son should handle it. Alright, I'll do it. Father Lu was so excited he was almost at a loss, rising to accept the heavy metal and reverently placing it before the ancestral hall. Good, good. Thinking of Lu Yu's first-class merit, the matriarch's smile grew even brighter. People of her generation valued honor far more than material possessions. That was why her smile had been so radiant upon learning of Lu Yu's first-class merit. All present members of the Lu family stood in solemn respect. Whether it was receiving the first-class merit or having the honor displayed in the ancestral hall, these were genuine honors. Phew! Lu Yu exhaled deeply. Seeing the excitement radiating from every member of his family, a faint smile touched his lips. Now this felt like a proper birthday celebration. Just then, a familiar electronic tone sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Choice achieved. Reward obtained. Detailed Guide to Artificial Organs. Chapter 123, An Emergency in the Capital. Hearing the familiar electronic voice in his mind, Lu Yu instinctively froze. The mission was already complete? He recalled the system's original assignment, to surprise his grandmother at her birthday banquet. To fulfill the task, he'd crafted a high-tech gift to present during the celebration. Yet now, before he could even present it, the mission was already complete? Thinking about it, it really was quite frustrating. Ding! Another familiar electronic tone rang out in Lu Yu's mind. Accompanying the sound, a strange pulse suddenly burst forth in Lu Yu's mind, then spread throughout his entire brain. Ugh! The sudden jolt of pain made Lu Yu involuntarily suck in a sharp breath, his face instantly turning deathly pale. However, this sensation lasted only a fleeting instant before vanishing without a trace. In its place remained a vast reservoir of knowledge. Xiao Yu, what's wrong? Lu Yu's mother noticed his unusual state and asked anxiously. Nothing. Lu Yu wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and forced a smile. Just a sudden headache. It's nothing, I'm fine now. Xiao Yu, you've been staying up way too late every night lately. You really need to get some proper rest. Lu's mother said with concern. Academic achievement is important, but your health is the foundation of everything. While I hope you'll excel and contribute to the country, I want you to cherish your health above all else to live a long, healthy, and peaceful life. Mom, I know. I'll take good care of myself. Lu Yu replied with a smile. He shook his head, shaking off that electric-like sensation, silently grumbling to himself. Sigh, couldn't this system deliver knowledge in a gentler way? Seriously. Lu Yu took a deep breath. While everyone was celebrating his first-class merit, he closed his eyes and immersed himself in the newly surging knowledge within his mind. Detailed explanation of artificial organs. The internal organs are vital components within the human body, responsible for maintaining normal vital signs. Replacing them with mechanical alternatives not only significantly reduces rejection reactions but also, if organs manufactured using the aforementioned technology can function stably within the human body, their capabilities are no less than. The more Lu Yu delved into the information, the more astonished he became. The astonishment these insights brought him rivaled the initial shock of learning about controlled nuclear fusion. The system's detailed exposition meticulously outlined how mechanical methods could replace portions of the internal organs to sustain vital functions. Though this could only sustain the most fundamental functions, what if this line of thinking were pursued further to advance the technology? Flesh and blood are fleeting, but mechanical ascension might just be a dream worth pursuing. In the short term, this technology could save countless organ failure patients and reunite families burdened by overwhelming grief. In the long term, combined with controllable nuclear fusion technology and the planetary engines Lu Yu aspires to develop, humanity could endure even if Earth were to be destroyed. Xiao Yu, what are you thinking about? As Lu Yu pondered, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Nothing. Lu Yu smiled, suppressing his astonishment. Anyway, we've got nothing else to do right now. Why don't you tell us the details? How exactly did you earn that first-class merit? We're all really curious. Lu Huiyan chimed in with a laugh. Yeah, tell us about it. Forget first-class merit, I've never even seen a third-class one. Lu Yu, just tell us. I want to hear it too. The younger generation of the Lu family all chimed in to support their great-uncle Lu Huiyan's words. They all wanted to hear Lu Yu tell the detailed story behind this first-class merit. After all, it was a first-class merit. Even the matriarch and parents of the Lu family gazed at Lu Yu with smiles in their eyes, hoping he would share the story behind this medal. Alright, if you want to hear it, I'll tell you. Lu Yu's lips curved into a resigned smile as he began. Honestly, it wasn't anything particularly complicated. At the time, Jinshan University had taken on a project related to. Due to confidentiality agreements, he naturally couldn't disclose anything involving state secrets. So, Lu Yu could only recount to the Lu family how he had helped the dean of the materials science department at Jinshan University eliminate a major security risk that day. So you helped the dean of the materials science department resolve a major provincial level project? Wow, brother Lu Yu, your knowledge is even more impressive than the dean's? That's incredible. The Lu family members couldn't help but express their admiration. Dean Zhao was a well-known figure in Jinshan City's academic circles. Even those outside the research community had heard his name.
Learning that Lu Yu had actually helped Dean Zhao secure a provincial-level project left the younger generation of the Lu family feeling utterly astonished. Only Lu Qianxuan stared at Lu Yu in the center of the crowd with a complex expression. Several times she wanted to speak up, but ultimately held back, saying nothing. The rest of the Lu family might have been swayed by Lu Yu's earlier words. But she had witnessed firsthand how Lu Yu's personal bodyguard, Chu, was addressed as Commander Chu. She had seen how Mayor Li, upon arriving at the hotel, had immediately inquired, "Mr. Lu, are you unharmed?" A first-class merit medal was indeed rare. But how could an ordinary recipient of the first-class merit medal possibly receive such treatment? Even the only sons of high-ranking officials might not enjoy security arrangements like Lu Yu's. Lu Qianxuan studied Lu Yu's expression with a complex look, letting out a long, drawn-out sigh. Her cousin likely harbored even more astonishing connections. For her brother to ever catch up to him, it would be incredibly difficult. "Oh, right, brother Lu Yu. How did you?" One of the Lu elders couldn't help asking. "Yeah, Lu Yu, share your study tips with us. I can't even handle high school math properly." "Sigh, why is the gap between people so huge?" A chorus of agreement rippled through the younger generation of the Lu family. Eyes wide with anticipation, they all turned to Lu Yu. They were all dying to know how Lu Yu, so young, could be so knowledgeable. Even if he's a genius, he's only 18, right? Well, think more about what your learning goals are, read more books, and… Lu Yu smiled, about to share some study tips with his cousins, when a jarring ringtone abruptly cut him off. Ding, ding. Lu Yu glanced down at his phone screen. The caller was old Zhong. "Sorry, just a moment." He gave an apologetic smile and answered the call. "Hello, old Zhong, what's up?" "What?" Hearing old Master Zhong's words, Lu Yu's expression changed drastically. "Alright, I'll be right back." "Xiao Yu, what happened?" Lu Yu's parents noticed the change in her expression and asked with concern. "Ugh, Dad, Mom, sorry, I need to head back to the capital early today." Lu Yu took a deep breath, offering no further explanation. He turned to look at Chu, his expression grave as he demanded. "Are there any aircraft available nearby? There's an emergency in the capital." Chapter 124, Emergency Mobilization, Return to Beijing. The Lu family ancestral home. Chu asked anxiously, "Mr. Lu, what exactly happened?" "This isn't the place to discuss it. We'll talk on the way." Lu Yu took a deep breath, forcing down the unease in his heart. "Xiao Yu, you." Lu Huiyan wanted to ask, but the tense atmosphere made it difficult to speak up. "Grandma, Uncle, Mom, Dad, I need to return to the capital first. I'm truly sorry." Lu Yu offered no further explanation. Grabbing Chu's hand, she hurried out the gates of the Lu family ancestral hall, leaving the stunned Lu family members staring at each other in silence. Huanshui County, a secluded spot not far from the Lu family ancestral home. "Mr. Lu, only one police helicopter is available for dispatch in the vicinity. I've submitted the request, it should arrive within half an hour." Chuhui reports, "However, we still need to transfer in Jinshan City before flying directly to the capital. Given the performance of that police helicopter, it can't make the direct flight to the capital." Lu Yu nodded slightly, frowning. "Hurry as much as possible. If we get back too late, it might be too late." "Mr. Lu, what exactly happened?" Chu hesitated before asking. For someone as unflappable as Lu Yu to be this anxious, it couldn't be anything minor. Thinking this, Chu's own sense of foreboding grew heavier. "Old Master Wang has been involved in an incident." Lu Yu sighed and spoke slowly. Today at the Yenshan base, halfway through the experiment, old Wang suddenly collapsed. Though he was rushed to the VIP ward for diagnosis, his condition is critical. They've already issued a critical condition notice. "What?" Chu was startled. He seemed perfectly fine just before this. How could something happen so suddenly? Although he had only met Lu Yu after the latter entered Longke University, Lu Yu had casually mentioned Professor Wang's identity and achievements in their conversations. In Chu's memory, Professor Wang was supposed to be a venerable, robust, and sharp-minded white-haired elder. How could he have been perfectly fine one moment and then suddenly have an accident? Old Zhong didn't elaborate on the specifics, so we'd just have to hurry back and see if we could be of any help. Lu Yu took a deep breath, frowned as he gazed skyward, and anxiously awaited the helicopter's arrival. Lu family ancestral hall. Wait, what exactly happened? Why did everyone suddenly run off? Everyone stared at Lu Yu's retreating figure in bewilderment, unable to recover from the shock for a long while. The twists and turns of tonight's banquet were truly unexpected. What began as an ordinary birthday celebration took on an extraordinary turn with the arrival of Mayor Li and Chief Lu. Lu Yu's sudden departure left the already shaken Lu family members even more bewildered. Could it be that something truly urgent had happened? Lu Huiyan frowned. Judging by his expression, he wasn't putting on an act. Come on, he's just a college student. What kind of emergency could he possibly have? An elder of the Lu family couldn't help but interject, no matter how urgent, couldn't he have waited through the banquet? Even though Lu Yu had been awarded a first-class merit and received the medal personally from Commander Lu, he was still just a college student at the end of the day.
He couldn't even stay for a birthday banquet, rushing off in such a hurry. Wasn't that looking down on them?
I reckon he thinks we're dragging him down, so he wants to head back to the capital early.
Another elder of the Liu family added sourly. He didn't even give a reason before walking out like that.
Clearly, he doesn't hold us elders in any regard. While they deeply respected Liu Yu for earning the first-class merit, this abrupt, unannounced departure left the elders thoroughly displeased.
Hearing the criticism, Liu Yu's father couldn't help but retort. Xiao Yu isn't that kind of person.
He must have genuinely encountered some urgent matter. Though he didn't know why Liu Yu had vanished without a word, he trusted his son. He was absolutely not the type to be arrogant or disrespectful.
Liu's mother nodded in agreement beside him.
Yet her face was etched with deep worry.
Fine, let's say he really had an emergency and needed to fly back to the capital. Couldn't he even wait one night? Liu's elder scoffed in response.
It's pitch dark out there.
Where would he even buy a ticket at this hour? And even if he did, could he possibly fly to the capital tonight? Or is he so important that a plane would take off just for him? Impossible.
Liu Yu's father was rendered speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. The elder's point was valid.
At this hour, couldn't any urgent matter wait until tomorrow?
Even if he needed to handle it today, there was no way he could make it back to Kyoto. He was just waiting for a chance to show off his achievements, which is why he looked down on us relatives. The elder of the Liu family snorted coldly, about to continue speaking. But at that very moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky, exploding into everyone's ears.
Boom! Boom!
Immediately after, a blinding beam of light shot down from the heavens, its intensity forcing nearly everyone to shut their eyes.
What on earth is this?
The Liu family members shielded their eyes, forcing themselves to endure the blinding glare as they gazed upward.
This scene would forever remain etched in their memories.
A police helicopter hovered low, its spotlight illuminating the surroundings as powerful gusts of air parted the surrounding weeds.
Slowly, it descended onto an open area in front of the Liu family ancestral hall.
After about 2 minutes, a figure appeared to board the helicopter. Immediately, the helicopter soared into the air once more, its roaring engine carrying it slowly toward the distant horizon. Witnessing this scene, the Liu family members present were all dumbfounded. Especially the elder who had just verbally attacked Liu Yu. He stood frozen in place, silent for a long time, unable to utter a single word.
A terrifying thought suddenly rose in everyone's minds. Could this helicopter truly be here to pick up Liu Yu? Chapter 125, More Than 3 Options. Kyoto Premium Ward. Beep, beep, beep.
The machine's beeping sounded unsettling. A white-haired old man lay on the hospital bed, eyes tightly shut, his face pale. Standing beside him were Elder Zhong and Minister Sun, both wearing grim expressions as they watched the readings on the monitor, shaking their heads and sighing.
Squeak!
Liu Yu suppressed his anxiety and cautiously pushed open the door. Dr. Zhong, how is the situation now? As he spoke, he glanced at the elderly patient on the bed and couldn't help but sigh. Had he not been forewarned, Liu Yu would never have imagined that Wang Chishan, the man who had been so spirited and full of life just a month ago, his eyes still sparkling, could now be reduced to this state. Truly, life is unpredictable.
How is he, old Master Zhong? Liu Yu asked cautiously.
Sigh. Old Zhong sighed deeply, shook his head solemnly, and said, "The situation is very dire at present. The hospital has already issued a critical condition notice. We're actively discussing countermeasures to see if there's any way we can fight for a chance."
His expression was extremely grave. What exactly is wrong with old Wang? How could he suddenly?
Liu Yu couldn't help but glance at the elderly Mr. Wang in the hospital bed once more, his gaze filled with complexity. I remember just 2 months ago at the Red Sun base, old Wang was still so robust. How could things have deteriorated so drastically in just a month? I can't explain the specifics clearly.
Let Dr. Zhou tell you.
Old Zhong shook his head.
Dr. Zhou?
As Liu Yu stood in a daze, a middle-aged man in a white coat entered the ward. He carried himself with a steady demeanor, though his temples were streaked with gray, his eyes were sharp and alert.
Dr. Zhou, what are the results of the tissue matching?
Minister Sun hurried forward to ask. Dr. Zhou shook his head slightly, his expression grave. Mr. Wang has an extremely rare kidney type.
Our matching database has almost no compatible donors.
Only 2 options are marginally viable, but they carry an extremely high risk of complications. The rejection cycle would last no more than a month at best.
Then what should we do?
Both Dr. Zhong and Director Sun's expressions darkened further.
Mr. Wang's kidney type is extremely rare.
His last transplant required extensive pre-matching efforts just to find a barely suitable donor.
Now, with the situation so critical, where could we possibly find another donor after such a lengthy search? We can't afford to wait. Ah, this must be.
Dr. Zhou, the bespectacled physician, noticed Liu Yu standing nearby and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly.
A family member of the patient? Ahem, allow me to make the introductions. Suppressing his unease, Director Sun cleared his throat and introduced. This is Dr. Zhou, a distinguished chief physician at Jinruwei Hospital and a specially appointed professor at Fudan Medical College in Shanghai. He is an absolute pillar of the medical community in our nation. Those are just empty titles. No need to mention them.
Dr. Zhou waved dismissively, unconcerned.
He certainly had every right to disregard such empty titles. Dr. Zhou, hello. Lu Yu extended his hand respectfully and said politely. I'm wearing gloves, so it's inconvenient for me to shake hands.
Dr. Zhou replied indifferently.
No problem.
Lu Yu smiled, withdrew his hand, and didn't take it to heart. After introducing Dr. Zhou, Minister Sun turned his gaze to Lu Yu and slowly continued.
This is Academician Lu.
Like old Wang, he is also one of the chief directors of the Red Sun project.
Academician Lu? This time, it was Dr. Zhou who was taken aback. Minister Sun, are you joking? Academician? Do I look like the type to make jokes like that?
Minister Sun shook his head, his expression complex.
Don't be fooled by his youth.
Academician Lu's contributions to the smooth progress of the Red Sun project surpass even those of old Wang. In the field of controlled nuclear fusion, Academician Lu is undoubtedly the undisputed pioneer of our nation. His academician title was specially conferred by the higher-ups.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Dr. Zhou repeated unimaginable twice, his gaze toward Lu Yu instantly shifting. I've always believed in geniuses in this world, but someone this gifted is truly terrifying. Otherwise, why would old Wang always call him the little monster? Minister Sun glanced at the bedridden old Wang, his eyes tinged with regret.
But let's not dwell on that now. Lu Yu took a deep breath and asked with confusion, Dr. Zhou, what exactly is wrong with old Wang's body?
This was his most pressing concern at the moment. Dr. Zhou pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Simply put, it's kidney failure caused by diabetes, along with several related complications.
His condition is extremely critical.
If a suitable kidney match isn't found for transplant soon, it could very well be life-threatening.
Diabetes?
Lu Yu froze, his voice laced with disbelief.
Has old Wang been working while ill all this time? At our age, who doesn't have some ailments?
Dr. Zhang cast a helpless glance at the elderly Wang in the hospital bed and said slowly.
And that stubborn old man.
The organization repeatedly ordered him to take care of his health, but he wouldn't listen. Once he got into his research, he worked day and night.
If his body hadn't developed problems, that would be a miracle.
Originally, the kidney transplant he had should have been fine. But for some reason, that kidney suddenly developed a severe rejection reaction.
Dr. Zhou frowned and added. The biggest problem now is that old Wang's kidney type is too rare. There isn't a single other living donor kidney in the entire Dragon Nation's matching database that's compatible for a transplant. Is there any other option?
Lu Yu asked anxiously. Dr. Zhou sighed, his expression grave.
There are currently two proposed solutions.
Which one we proceed with will depend on the response from headquarters after we submit the report.
Lu Yu frowned. Please explain.
Dr. Zhou adjusted his glasses, held up 3 fingers, and explained slowly.
First, we could gamble on the kidney from the matching database.
But the success rate is low, about a 40% chance of severe rejection and a 30% chance of moderate rejection. The possibility of no side effects is practically zero.
Such a low success rate? No way.
Old Zhong shook his head instinctively, rejecting the idea. If they settled for that mismatched kidney, even if it saved his life, old Wang would likely become a cripple in the future. This was something neither he nor the Dragon Nation could ever accept. Dr. Zhong, please don't rush to conclusions.
Let Dr. Zhou finish.
Minister Sun patted Zhong Lao's shoulder with a solemn expression, offering reassurance. I know you're anxious, but worry alone won't change anything.
I was being emotional.
Old Zhong took a deep breath and apologized. Dr. Zhou, please continue.
All right.
Dr. Zhou cleared his throat and slowly lowered one finger. Second, have the authorities attempt to search for suitable matches among some of the smaller nations surrounding Longke. To my knowledge, certain smaller nations in the vicinity of Longke have no shortage of related gray market industries. At this point, Dr. Zhou paused and sighed. While such an approach may not comply with FDA regulations, it concerns life itself. If a suitable match truly exists, we must pursue it. As one of the pillars of China's nuclear field, preserving Professor Wang's life warrants exploring every possible avenue. What are the chances of finding a suitable match?
Dr. Zhang asked, his expression grave. To be honest, we can't hold out much hope.
The matching databases in neighboring countries are far from comprehensive, and Professor Wang's kidney type is exceptionally rare.
Finding a suitable match is like searching for a needle in a haystack.
Dr. Zhou shook his head, his tone heavy.
Moreover, if we can't find a match in the short term, we'll still need to revert to the first option. Otherwise, if we delay too long, even if a suitable match is found, it will be too late.
This. Old Zhong and Minister Sun clenched their fists, only to release them helplessly.
After all this, were they really back to planning gambling on luck? What was that final option? Lu Yu frowned and asked.
The final option is more complex to implement, but it also holds the highest probability of success in finding a compatible match through Mr. Wang's efforts.
Oh?
Minister Sun and Old Zhong, who had been somewhat disappointed, both lifted their heads and listened intently. Dr. Zhou sighed helplessly and explained slowly. The third option involves creating a fake identity for Dr. Wang as a wealthy businessman, then sending him to the Mayo Clinic for treatment. By utilizing the global matching database, we can expand the scope of potential matches. This approach offers the highest probability of a successful cure for old Wang. But equally, the risk factor is no less significant. If old Wang's identity is exposed, given the British Empire's shameless nature, they're capable of any underhanded trick. Yes. Minister Sun sighed, his expression growing even more resigned. If they discovered old Wang's true identity, they would never let it rest easily. No matter how well disguised, the possibility of a slip-up could never be entirely ruled out. And given the British Empire's shameless nature, if they truly discovered old man Wang's true identity, they might resort to any despicable means. Old Zhong shook his head and added, even without exposure, a larger matching database might not solve Elder Wang's problem. But as you said, it is indeed the option with the highest cure rate. The three exchanged glances, their eyes heavy with gravity. The three options presented by Dr. Zhou were like 3 cups of poison. Whichever one they chose, the outcome would be bitter. Junior brother, what do you think? Old Zhong glanced at Lu Yu and asked, of the 3 options Dr. Zhou proposed, which one is most suitable for old Wang? Lu Yu's eyes flickered as if recalling something. I don't believe there are only 3 options. Oh? Junior brother, what are your thoughts? Lu Yu turned his gaze toward Dr. Zhou and tentatively inquired. Since matching a kidney for old Wang is so difficult, could we create an artificial kidney to replace his failing organ? This would not only avoid rejection but also significantly enhance renal metabolic function. A mechanical kidney? At this suggestion, both old Zhong and Director Sun froze momentarily before turning hopeful gazes toward Dr. Zhou. Dr. Zhou, is this feasible? Indeed, if we could create an artificial kidney to replace Mr. Wang's diseased organ, wouldn't that kill 2 birds with 1 stone? However, Dr. Zhou shook his head solemnly, answering without hesitation, impossible. Human organs may appear simple, but their internal complexity rivals that of any high-precision mechanical device. With Longke's current technology, creating an artificial kidney through mechanical means is virtually impossible. In fact, not only is it beyond China's capabilities, but even the Mayo Clinic would struggle to achieve it. Hearing Dr. Zhou's definitive answer, the glimmer of hope in old Zhong and Minister Sun's eyes faded once more. Indeed, how incredibly complex is the human body. Even integrating basic bionics into their exoskeleton project proved such an immense challenge. Not to mention directly using mechanical means to artificially create a kidney to sustain daily functions for Dragon Nation's current medical technology, it's nothing short of a pipe dream. However, before Dr. Zhou could finish speaking, Lu Yu's resolute voice rang out once more. Dr. Zhou, I think I can give it a try. Chapter 126, maybe it really could work. Try? Try what? Hearing Lu Yu's words, Dr. Zhou frowned in momentary confusion. Lu Yu took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I want to try developing an artificial kidney stable enough to sustain the human body, to help old Wang escape his suffering. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire ward fell into a deafening silence. Not only Dr. Zhou, but even old Zhong and Director Sun were stunned into stillness. You can try that? After a long pause, Dr. Zhou was the first to break the silence. Academician Lu, this is no laughing matter. You may not fully grasp the complexity of mechanical kidneys. It's not something that can be achieved overnight. Yes, junior colleague. Old Zhong shook his head, his expression complex. I know you possess extraordinary talent and confidence in everything you undertake, but this is a different matter entirely. It has absolutely no overlap with the field we've been researching. Minister Sun echoed the sentiment, exactly. Different fields or worlds apart. Lu Yu shook his head firmly. Professor Zhong, creating an artificial mechanical kidney is indeed immensely difficult. But if we don't even try, won't we be leaving ourselves with no hope at all? Try? How? Dr. Zhou didn't hesitate before shaking his head again. Forget mechanical artificial kidneys, even simpler cell cultivation has been attempted countless times at our hospital. Success rates are minuscule, and rejection risks aren't significantly lower than direct transplants. If we were to start developing a mechanical artificial kidney from scratch now, even if everything goes smoothly, given the complexity of this technology, by the time it's developed, old Wang might already be. Dr. Zhou glanced at the elderly patient in the hospital bed, sighed, and trailed off. Yes, perhaps in the future, this technology might succeed. But now, even if we could develop it, time is simply not on our side. Dr. Zhong said helplessly. Minister Sun, what are your thoughts? Lu Yu turned to Minister Sun, seeking his opinion. Minister Sun hesitated for a moment, a wry smile curling his lips as he sighed. Shouldn't we report this first? Academician Lu, it's not that I don't trust you, but different fields are worlds apart. To develop a mechanical kidney from scratch and do it before Professor Wang's condition worsens, that's incredibly difficult, isn't it? How about this, Minister Sun? Before you submit the report, I'd like to show you something first. Lu Yu's eyes flickered as he turned to Elder Zhong. Professor Zhong, do you have anything on you that can record text? Blueprints or something similar, anything large enough will do. Blueprints?
Old Zhong paused slightly, then pulled a portable notebook from his pocket. I don't have blueprints, but would this work? It'll do. Lu Yu nodded slightly, slowly taking the notebook from Master Zhong's hand. Please wait half an hour. I have some ideas that can't be explained in a few words. I might need to use some drawings to illustrate. Academician Lu, are you suggesting? Dean Zhou exchanged a puzzled glance with Lu Yu, momentarily at a loss. Diagrams? Could Academician Lu possibly be planning to sketch his ideas for the mechanical kidney? But hadn't Minister Sun just mentioned that this academician specializes in nuclear and atomic science? That has absolutely nothing to do with their medical field. All right. After a moment of pause, Dr. Zhou, though still puzzled, refrained from interrupting Lu Yu's train of thought. He simply gave a slight nod. He too was curious to see what exactly Lu Yu intended to do. Phew, thank you. Lu Yu took a deep breath, then pulled a pen from his pocket and began scribbling furiously in his notebook. With rapid wrist movements, countless words, images, and symbols filled the pages of the small notebook. Lu Yu's writing speed at that moment could only be described as lightning fast. Swish. Soon, the 2 pages of the compact notebook were completely filled. Without hesitation, Lu Yu flipped to the next page and continued writing. The swift writing and page-turning left both Elder Zhong and Minister Sun feeling a bit dazzled. The implantable device easily overcame many obstacles that had previously troubled researchers and significantly enhanced the metabolic capacity of the artificial kidney. Moreover, it should include a blood filter composed of silicon semiconductor membranes to remove waste and toxins from the blood, as well as a bioreactor containing nephron tubule cells, regulating water volume, electrolyte balance, and other metabolic functions. These membranes also protect cells from rejection by the patient's immune system, minimizing the likelihood of adverse reactions. Lu Yu's eyes shone with intensity as his wrist flickered, recording countless core technical details onto this somewhat crude portable notebook. The knowledge rewarded by the system was etched into Lu Yu's mind like a brand, as if innate. To access it, he need only think of it. Thus, he didn't need to overthink or comprehend, he simply wrote the content into his notebook. Could he really solve the problem of mechanical artificial kidneys? Watching Lu Yu's focused expression, a bold thought began to take shape in the minds of everyone in the ward. Impossible. That's too unrealistic. The moment the thought surfaced, Dr. Zhou instinctively shook his head. He knew all too well the immense difficulty of developing a mechanical artificial kidney. Even the few medical giants who'd won Nobel Prizes in medicine couldn't achieve it, let alone academician Lu, whose specialty was controllable nuclear fusion. Such a notion was as absurd as claiming Messi could win an NBA championship. Approximately 20 minutes later, blood naturally tends to clot. The resulting clots not only hinder the implant's function but could be fatal if they travel to the brain, heart, or lungs. Lu Yu took several deep breaths, rubbed his slightly aching wrists, and set down his pen. Dr. Zhou, please take a look. Is my approach feasible? He flipped his notebook back to the first page and handed it to Dr. Zhou. This. Dr. Zhou took the notebook and examined it with a complex expression. In his mind, given Longke's current technological capabilities, creating an artificial kidney was utterly impossible. Judging by the contents of this notebook, it was likely a waste of time. But, considering Lu Yu's status as an academician, he felt he owed him basic respect. At the very least, he should glance through it. Dr. Zhou adjusted his glasses and began to study it. An artificial kidney is a device designed to replace kidney function. The first page offered a basic introduction to the artificial kidney concept, nothing special, nothing worth seeing. He flicked his fingers and swiftly turned to the next page. The artificial kidney I envision should consist of 3 components: a dialyzer, a dialysate supply system, and an automated monitoring system. The content on this second page was considerably more complex than the first, primarily detailing the proposed internal structure of the artificial kidney. A rough sketch accompanied the text. Though somewhat crude in appearance, it provided a clear explanation. He really knows his stuff. Dr. Zhou looked up, his eyes widening in surprise as he regarded Lu Yu. It seemed he hadn't just made up those concepts. At the very least, he was attempting to build upon a certain theoretical foundation. However, these fundamental structures had actually been envisioned long ago by Jean Rouet Hospital. If the notebook contained only this information, then the development of a true artificial mechanical kidney was still a long way off. Let's see what's on the next page. Driven by curiosity, Dr. Zhou swiftly turned to the next page. First, the hollow fiber artificial kidney dialyzer. The core component should be constructed using 8,000 to 10,000 fibers with an outer diameter of 200 to 300 micrometers. It should be encapsulated with hollow fibers having a wall thickness of 20 to 40 micrometers, and the dialysis area should be this. After clearly reading the third page, Dr. Zhou froze. He's already figured out the specific structure? Impossible. Dr. Zhou took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and flipped directly to the fourth page. As the pages turned, Dr. Zhou's expression grew increasingly astonished. By the end, even his breathing became ragged. Starting from the third page, the entire notebook detailed the precise manufacturing specifications for the mechanical kidney.
From hollow fiber artificial kidney dialyzers to bioreactors, nothing was left out, even materials and quantities were meticulously documented. Moreover, much of the data aligns remarkably with the conclusions drawn by their Jinrui hospital.
Dr. Zhou, are you alright?
Seeing Dr. Zhou's face flush intensely, Director Sun beside him couldn't help but ask, "What do you think of this proposal?" Ever since old Wang was admitted, Dr. Zhou had been in charge of planning his treatment regimen. Even when faced with difficulties, he always maintained his composure, reassuring everyone. Yet Lu Yu's notes had caused the usually composed Dr. Zhou to lose his composure like this.
Could Lu Yu's notes actually be viable? Let me think.
After finishing the last page, Dr. Zhou took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to ponder slowly.
I think. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said, "We can give it a try. If we follow academician Lu's approach in our research, it might just work." Chapter 127, The Test, Will It Succeed? Kyoto Golden Grace Hospital, Premium Ward. Really?
Hearing Dr. Zhou's words, "We can give it a try," both Minister Sun and Elder Zhong wore expressions of utter disbelief. As a leading authority in the medical field, Dr. Zhou's words carried significant weight. That Dr. Zhou agreed to try it meant Lu Yu's plan had at least some chance of success. Though not guaranteed, having another path and another option was always a positive development.
Time waits for no one. Dr. Zhou, shall we begin now? Lu Yu glanced at the elderly patient on the hospital bed and said earnestly. Agreed.
Dr. Zhou first turned to Minister Sun and said, "Minister Sun, please submit all the proposed plans for review. Academician Lu and I will delve into them immediately to see if we can make this work."
Understood.
Minister Sun, ever decisive, promptly exited the ward to contact higher-ups.
Xiao Yu, Xiao Xia, you too.
Minister Zhou summoned 2 experienced nurses into the room to attend to old Wang.
He then led Lu Yu out of the room. Academician Lu, please follow me. Our hospital's laboratory is on the top floor.
All right. Lu Yu nodded slightly and quickly followed Dr. Zhou's pace.
For a hospital like Beijing Juni Hospital, one of the most outstanding institutions in the country, and even globally, patient care and medical research are often integrated.
Therefore, Lu Yu was not surprised to learn the hospital housed its own laboratory.
Academician Lu, please put this on.
Dr. Zhou donned his own protective suit before handing a pristine white one to Lu Yu, explaining, "Our medical research lab differs from your physics lab, so please bear with us."
I understand. Lu Yu smiled faintly and quickly slipped into the protective suit. Ding dong, identity verified.
Dr. Zhou placed his finger on the scanner. An electronic tone sounded, and the door slowly slid open.
As the door swung open, the entire laboratory came into view before Lu Yu. This equipment is pretty impressive.
Lu Yu surveyed the room, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes before he couldn't help but remark. Dr. Zhou smiled confidently. Jinrui Hospital has always been a leader in the domestic medical field. Naturally, we've invested heavily in this lab. The equipment is kept up to date in real time, and all newly procured instruments are top-tier international models.
Excellent. It seems the research pace might be even faster than I anticipated. Lu Yu's gaze locked onto an instrument with an incredibly complex structure. Dr. Zhou, would you kindly prepare to activate this internal structure simulation device?
Oh?
You know what this is?
Dr. Zhou was taken aback. This machine was a recent import to Jinrui Hospital, and even he had only mastered its operation a month prior.
He hadn't expected Lu Yu, who specialized in nuclear science, to know about it?
Lu Yu smiled, suppressing his awkwardness.
I've seen it before. It made such an impression that I never forgot it.
This machine should be quite suitable for our upcoming research. With it, our work should proceed much more smoothly. He had indeed seen it before more accurately in his previous life.
Academician Lu, may I ask you a question first? Before activating the machine, Dr. Zhou hesitated for a moment before asking, how did you derive the theory for this mechanical artificial kidney? How many times have you tested it in practice?
We haven't actually tested it yet.
Lu Yu shook his head earnestly. Our current conclusions are all based on theoretical foundations. This should be the first practical application.
Ha?
Dr. Zhou's finger hovered frozen over the start button. You mean all your data is purely theoretical calculations?
That's incredibly. He paused, unsure how to describe Lu Yu.
Should I call him a genius? Or a madman?
Ahem, let's get started then. Lu Yu perked up, walked to a computer, and opened the modeling software. Dr. Zhou, please activate the internal simulation device first. Once I finish modeling the mechanical organs, we can proceed with the simulation.
Aren't we double-checking the data? Isn't the risk of errors too high if we model directly?
Dr. Zhou asked with concern. Lu Yu shook his head slightly and smiled. Don't worry, it's unnecessary. The system's data is as innate as if it were imprinted in my mind. The chance of error is about as likely as you mistaking your left hand for your left leg.
All right then.
Dr. Zhou's expression stiffened slightly, but he forced himself to suppress his unease and activated the internal simulation device.
Are you truly certain this radical experimental approach is safe? Clunk. One by one, red lights began to illuminate within the internal structure simulation device. As the light spread, it gradually expanded, slowly transforming into a container roughly 1.5 meters tall and covering an area of about 1 square meter. The primary function of this apparatus was to simulate a portion of the human body's environment. After all, when conducting medical research, the internal environment of the human body is an unavoidable topic. Doctors cannot possibly dissect living humans on operating tables for inhumane research. Using laboratory monkeys, however, risks provoking certain leftist organizations, and their bodily structures differ significantly from those of humans. Thus, this internal structure simulator was born. The machine would take about half an hour to start up. Dr. Joe glanced at his wristwatch and spoke slowly. Okay, I'll do my best to complete the model design and construction within half an hour. Lu Yu gave an okay gesture and immersed himself in the task, meticulously constructing the artificial mechanical kidney model he envisioned in his mind on the computer. Click, click. During the wait, Dr. Joe couldn't help but glance at Lu Yu's computer screen. What he saw made him shake his head again, sighing with admiration. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. When I was 18, I was still in graduate school. No comparison at all. About 10 minutes later, Lu Yu, with the help of other lab technicians, swiftly constructed a preliminary model of the artificial mechanical kidney. He then slowly fed the model's data into the lab's 3D printer. Another 20 minutes passed. Amidst a rumbling roar, a prototype version of the artificial mechanical kidney, manufactured by the 3D printer, finally appeared before everyone's eyes. Phew, that's about it. Lu Yu took a deep breath and slowly closed the laptop. Right, now it's time to validate the results. Dr. Zhou, his emotions in turmoil, carefully placed the bankrupt version of the artificial mechanical kidney into the internal structure simulation device. Could this really work? This was his first time attempting to tackle one of modern medicine's greatest challenges within a mere half hour. With such a tight schedule and no time for data validation, he admittedly felt little confidence. But the research had progressed this far it was like an arrow on the string, ready to be released. What's meant to be will be, what's not meant to be can't be avoided. Dr. Joe closed his eyes, steeled his resolve, and pressed the simulation activation button. Chapter 128, Condition Worsens. Top floor laboratory, Jingdu Jinrui Hospital. Beep, beep. As the instrument's beep sounded, all parameters within the internal simulation device were adjusted to match settings similar to human internal structures. Beep. Blood parameters normal. Beep. Internal osmotic pressure simulation normal. Beep. Abdominal pressure simulation normal. Test officially commencing. Dr. Joe nervously swallowed, his eyes fixed intently on the machine before him, praying for a miracle. Phew, it should be fine, right? Compared to Dr. Joe, Lu Yu appeared much calmer. He took a deep breath, silently encouraging himself. Although the entire research process was brief, in fact, extremely short, lasting only half an hour, Lu Yu was supremely confident. He believed his findings would hold true. Testing. 10 seconds remaining. The cold, relentless beep of the machine echoed through the lab once more. The testing period was not long, in fact, it was quite short, yet in this moment, both Dr. Joe and Lu Yu felt an agonizing sense of time dragging on like years. Despite the air conditioning cooling the lab, the stifling heat from the heavy protective suits left sweat beading on the foreheads and backs of the staff. Yet no one noticed. Every pair of eyes was fixed intently on the simulator. Success. It must succeed. Finally. Ding. Test complete. With the mechanical chime, a report sheet emerged from the printer. It's finally done. Dr. Joe couldn't wait a moment longer. He rushed over, snatched the report from the printer, and began reading it. After a quick glance, his expression changed dramatically. Dr. Joe, what's the news? Lu Yu hurried over to ask. Good, good. Dr. Joe's hands trembled slightly as he gripped the report, his voice trembling with excitement. Blood osmotic pressure is normal, filtration function is normal. Even the blood regeneration function has been perfectly replicated. So you're saying? The staff nearby heard Dr. Zhou's words, and their eyes lit up with excitement too. That's right. That's right. Dr. Zhou paused, took a deep breath, and said with trembling voice. This artificial mechanical kidney can almost perfectly replace all the functions of a kidney. Although it's just a prototype made by a 3D printer, it's already astonishing. Almost perfectly replace all the functions of a kidney? Hearing this, the experimenters were stunned. Their original expectation was merely that it could replace some of the kidney's functions, delay the onset of complications, and give other kidney disease patients a chance to receive a transplant. Without a doubt, this experimental result surpassed their wildest expectations. Genius, pure genius. Dr. Zhou, still reeling from the shock, abruptly turned to Lu Yu and bowed deeply. Academician Lu, on behalf of all humanity, I thank you. Your breakthrough will undoubtedly be enshrined in the annals of medical history. For internal medicine technology, this is an unprecedented, monumental breakthrough. As Dr. Zhou spoke, the other experimenters present also turned their eyes toward Lu Yu with looks of reverence and awe. Who was the true architect of this artificial mechanical breakthrough? Without a doubt, it was Lu Yu. Yet amidst the admiration, many eyes also held a trace of shock. This major medical challenge that had perplexed Jinrui Hospital and the entire global medical community, had this young man before them truly solved it in just 20 minutes? Terrifying. Dr. Zhou, please calm down. Lu Yu hurriedly helped Dr. Zhou, who was bowing, to his feet and said slowly, "Our immediate priority is to get this mechanical kidney functioning for old Wang and help him with his urgent need. Everything else can be discussed later." Right. Let's address old Wang's urgent needs first. Dr. Zhou finally snapped out of it, offering an apologetic smile. "Look at me getting so worked up. Ahem. I'll report this to the Drug Administration immediately. Once we refine the data, we'll launch the first clinical trials without delay." It wasn't that he lacked composure, it was simply that this mechanical kidney's capabilities were so astonishing that even the usually steady Dr. Zhou was momentarily overwhelmed. "Good. Expedite everything." Lu Yu gave a slight nod. This mechanical artificial kidney created in the lab functioned perfectly, but it was ultimately just a prototype produced by a 3D printer. To truly apply it clinically, it still required navigating a lengthy process. Phew. Let's step out of the lab for now. Dr. Zhou took a deep breath and slowly exited the lab. He pulled his phone from his pocket and immediately dialed the head of the Drug Administration Bureau. Ringing. Just as the phone rang, a young nurse suddenly rushed up to Dr. Zhou, her voice trembling with tears. "It's bad, Dr. Zhou. Professor Wang's condition has suddenly worsened. His blood pressure and heart rate are fluctuating wildly, they just won't stabilize. Dr. Zhou, you must come immediately." Clatter. Dr. Zhou's fingers trembled, and the phone slipped from his grasp, landing on the floor. What did you say? Chapter 129, Old Wang's Unwelcome Request. Thud. Amidst the sound of hurried footsteps, Lu Yu and Dr. Zhou's voices reappeared in Old Wang's hospital room. What on earth happened? He was perfectly fine just moments ago, how could this have suddenly? Dr. Zhou's expression darkened as he stared at the numbers on the monitor. "Dr. Zhou, you're finally back." The young nurse beside him looked distraught, her voice trembling. "Just 5 minutes ago, old Master Wang's heart rate suddenly slowed, then his blood pressure shot up. We tried everything, but we couldn't stabilize him." Though she was more experienced than other nurses, this was her first time caring for someone of Mr. Wang's stature. Saying she wasn't nervous would be impossible. "Calm down, everyone." Dr. Zhou took a deep breath and acted decisively. "Check his blood osmolarity first. We need to pinpoint where the problem lies." "Yes, Dr. Zhou." With Dr. Zhou as their anchor, the young nurse's nerves instantly eased. She swiftly retrieved the measuring device, inserted the needle into old Wang's skin, and her expression instantly turned panicked. "Dr. Zhou, Mr. Wang's blood osmolarity is deviating by about 75 from the normal range. His kidney filtration function must have deteriorated again. What should we do now, Dr. Zhou?" Hearing the number 75, Dr. Zhou's expression darkened. "This is bad. The deterioration is happening far too quickly." He had already braced himself for the worst, but he never imagined Mr. Wang's condition would spread even faster than he'd anticipated. There was no time for hesitation now. A decision must be made immediately. "Dr. Zhou, what are the lab results showing?" Old Zhong drew in a sharp breath and frowned as he asked. "The experiments went smoothly, but whether they can be applied clinically remains unknown." Dr. Zhou clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anguish. Although the artificial mechanical kidney had just achieved remarkably promising results, it was still only an experiment conducted in a simulated environment, and the samples used were merely 3D printed prototypes. Countless procedures still stand between it and clinical deployment. It's still a long way off. Old Zhong sighed. "But given the current urgency, if we don't transplant the artificial mechanical kidney, our only option is to try that living kidney from the donor registry. Yes, both paths are gambles." Dr. Zhou shook his head and sighed. "All right, I'll report the current situation to the higher-ups. We'll discuss the specifics and make a decision together." Old Zhong glanced at old Wang on the hospital bed and fell silent. The situation was indeed critically urgent. But should they gamble on the living kidney from the donor registry, or take a chance on Lu Yu's new technology? No one had the answer. Reporting to higher-ups for a unified decision was undoubtedly the optimal solution. There was no time to waste. He would make the call immediately. Dr. Zhou dared not waste another moment. He pulled his phone from his pocket and swiftly dialed the number for a certain bureau. "Hello? Yes, this is Zhou Qing. Old Wang's condition is critical. Other options are too late, we must perform a kidney transplant immediately." He briefly explained the situation to several senior officials at the bureau before calmly presenting two options. "At this point, these are our only two choices." There was a moment of silence on the other end. Then, a deep voice came through the receiver. "Director Zhou, how long have you been researching your mechanical artificial kidney? How confident are you in it? How long have you been researching it?" Dr. Zhou clenched his teeth slightly, his voice tinged with unease. One hour. As for the success rate, we haven't conducted clinical trials yet, so it's impossible to determine at this stage." "Nonsense. The voice on the line suddenly grew louder. 1 hour? Even if your Jinrui hospital is cutting edge, what could possibly be developed in such a short time? This is utter nonsense.
Dr. Joe took a deep breath and explained, Commander, please hear me out.
This artificial kidney isn't my research. It's Academician Lu's. Academician Lu? The voice on the other end paused again. Which Academician Lu?
The high-ranking official speaking with Dr. Joe was Minister Sun's direct superior. Virtually every scientific project in the entire nation required his approval. Moreover, academicians in the medical field were few and far between.
How could he have never heard of a medical academician surnamed Lu? Lu Yu, Academician Lu.
Dr. Joe cleared his throat and explained, the one in charge of the Red Sun project.
Academician Lu of the Red Sun project? Director Zhou, this is no time for jokes. Commander, how could I dare joke with you about this? Academician Lu is right beside me. If you don't believe me, why not have him speak with you directly?
Dr. Joe said helplessly.
Forget it.
The commander on the other end of the line remained silent for a long while before stating firmly. We'll proceed with the first option. Old Wang is a distinguished contributor to our nation, not some lab rat. We must show him the respect he deserves.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Joe nodded in agreement, his thoughts aligning closely with the commander's. Although the artificial mechanical kidney had achieved unexpectedly successful results in the laboratory, it was still only a single trial. To use it on Old Wang without even a single clinical trial would indeed be disrespectful to him. Beep beep. The call ended. Dr. Joe put away his phone and fixed a solemn gaze on the elderly patient in the hospital bed.
Then it's decided. We'll proceed with the first option, transplanting the living donor kidney from the matching registry. Sigh. Lu Yu felt a pang of disappointment and couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. If only I had. He believed his technology wouldn't fail, but as the commander had said, what if something went wrong after rashly transplanting the artificial mechanical kidney into Old Wang? Don't be discouraged. While this technology may not help Old Wang, millions of kidney disease patients across the nation will benefit from your work. Dr. Joe patted Lu Yu's shoulder encouragingly. He promptly slipped his white gloves back on and commanded. Xia, go fetch Xiao Hui and the others. Have them prepare quickly. I'll personally perform the transplant surgery shortly. We must all stay alert and do everything possible to ensure the success of Mr. Wang's surgery. Not a single mistake can be made. The young nurse sprang to her feet and nodded. Yes, sir. I'll head to the operating table to prepare. Dr. Joe bid farewell and turned to leave the ward, heading toward the operating table. But just then, a faint cough echoed through the room. Cough, cough. Though faint, the sound pierced the quiet room with startling clarity, reaching every ear present. Hearing the sound, Lu Yu couldn't help but start. Old Wang, you're awake? Where am I? Old Wang weakly propped himself up in bed. After scanning his surroundings, he instantly grasped what had happened. Emergency ward, Jinrui Hospital. Dr. Zhou, what's my condition? How many days do I have left? Cough cough. Dr. Zhou returned to the ward and reassured him. Mr. Wang, we're preparing for your kidney transplant surgery. Rest assured, we'll do everything possible to ensure your safety. A kidney transplant? Mr. Wang's face turned pale and gaunt. So my old condition has flared up again? Dr. Zhou, tell me honestly, is there really a suitable kidney donor in the matching database? Dr. Zhou hesitated for a moment before deciding to be honest. Mr. Wang, there is indeed no kidney in the registry that is a perfect match for you. However, there is a subtype kidney that can be loosely matched to your kidney type. There will be significant side effects, and even if the transplant is successful, the possibility of rejection cannot be completely ruled out. But please rest assured, we will do our utmost. As he spoke, he watched Mr. Wang's expression. Though he appeared somewhat better than when lying in bed earlier, Dr. Zhou, with his extensive clinical experience, understood this was a deathbed recovery. Mr. Wang's flickering candle flame had burned to its very end. It might only take a gentle breeze to extinguish it silently. Only one subtype kidney, I see. Old Wang sighed deeply, I see. Is there no other option? Actually, there is one more. Dr. Zhou clenched his jaw and said with difficulty. Academician Lu has developed a mechanical artificial kidney. While it functions flawlessly under simulated lab conditions, it hasn't undergone clinical trials or technical validation. The risk factor is extremely high. Should anything go wrong, life-threatening consequences would be the least of our worries. The higher-ups still recommend proceeding with the conservative treatment plan. After much hesitation, he finally revealed the artificial kidney to Old Wang. As for why he chose to do so? Perhaps it was that lingering sense of reluctance in his heart. After all the effort to develop a technology capable of changing the world, it couldn't serve those who needed it most due to the urgency of time. Any doctor in this situation would likely feel profoundly frustrated. A flicker of astonishment flickered in the frail eyes of Old Wang. That little monster actually built a mechanical artificial kidney? And ahem, the simulation succeeded? Yes, it's a monumental invention worthy of being recorded in medical history.
Dr. Zhou nodded slightly and said softly, Dr. Wang, our surgery is about to begin.
Please relax for now. I'll administer the anesthetic shortly. Dr. Zhou. Mr. Wang's frail voice murmured, I have one unreasonable request. Please speak. Dr. Zhou replied, within the bounds of my ability, I will certainly do my utmost to fulfill your request. I want to try that little monster's artificial mechanical kidney. Chapter 130, Surgery begins. Kyoto Golden Grace Hospital, VIP ward. The moment old Wang spoke, the entire ward fell silent. Mr. Wang, this request of yours? Dr. Zhou shot old Wang a complicated glance, momentarily at a loss for words. I know the higher-ups chose that suppressed kidney from the transplant registry for my own good. Though frail in appearance, old Wang's gaze was unwaveringly resolute. But at my age, even if the transplant were to succeed, what good would it do? If rejection strikes again, these old bones of mine probably won't make it through. Mr. Wang, there's no need to be so pessimistic. Dr. Zhou offered reassurance, rejection isn't inevitable, and the nation has mobilized its full resources to find the most suitable kidney source for you. There's no need to console me. I know my own condition well. The silkworm spins its thread until death, the candle weeps until it's consumed. Rather than succumbing to rejection, I'd rather have my old bones burned as firewood. At least I could contribute something to your medical research. Old Wang shook his head slightly, his complexion weak. Still, he forced a wry smile through his pain. Both paths are gambles anyway. I might as well bet on the little monster. After all, I've already won twice betting on him before. If anything truly goes wrong, when you report it to the higher-ups, just pin the blame on me. At this point, he turned his head and glanced at Liu Yu with a complex expression. Little monster, what are the odds your mechanical kidney will work? 70%. Liu Yu replied candidly. The mechanical kidney's data came from the system, and the entire procedure had just been successfully simulated. He had considerable confidence in his skills. The success rate was definitely above 70%. 70% is enough, ha ha ha. Old Wang gave a weak smile and said, Dr. Zhou, these old bones of mine are tough as nails. I still want to personally oversee the completion of the Red Sun project. I'm not going down that easily. Dr. Zhou's expression twisted in conflict as he fell silent for a moment. The entire ward fell silent for about 5 seconds. Dr. Zhou sighed deeply and nodded. All right, we'll do as you say. Xia, go rearrange the operating table. The subtype kidney from the matching bank is no longer needed. I'll personally perform the surgery later. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. Yes, sir. The young nurse looked frightened but nodded anyway. Transplanting an artificial mechanical kidney that had never undergone clinical trials into old Wang? Without a doubt, this was an act that defied the very spirit of medicine. It could even be considered a medical accident. But Dr. Zhou was the clinical director at Jinrui Hospital, and since the request had come directly from Dr. Wang himself, she couldn't possibly object. All she could do was silently pray that nothing went wrong. After finalizing the operating table arrangements, Dr. Zhou turned her gaze back to Liu Yu. Academician Liu, please accompany me to the laboratory once more. All right. Liu Yu didn't hesitate for a moment, nodding decisively. Since this was for transplanting a mechanical artificial kidney into old Wang, it was naturally impossible to use the sample produced by the 3D printer. Dr. Zhou and Liu Yu returned to the lab. After about half an hour of development, they finally produced another mechanical artificial kidney. Compared to the previous experimental prototype, this mechanical artificial kidney was vastly superior in both material quality and craftsmanship. Its performance in the internal structure simulation device was equally outstanding, perfectly replicating all functions of a natural kidney. Phew! Victory or defeat hinged on this very moment. Dr. Zhou carried the mechanical artificial kidney into the operating room. He donned a mask and gloves, his gaze hardening with unwavering resolve, like a warrior preparing for battle. The significance of this surgery defies description. Once made public, this procedure would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the global medical community. Should it succeed, it would undoubtedly become a milestone, standing tall in the annals of medical history. Gulp! The assistant doctors wheeled the anesthetized old Wang into the operating room. With a soft click, the doors closed slowly, and the overhead lights shifted to a vivid red, signaling it had begun. Liu Yu stood outside the operating room door, feeling somewhat anxious. Though he had complete confidence in his skills, the moment of truth still brought an unavoidable tightness to his chest. We've done our best, now it's up to fate. Old Zhong patted Liu Yu's shoulder reassuringly. We've done everything we could, everything we should have done. As for the outcome, we can only leave it to the heavens. Even if it doesn't work out, I believe old Wang won't blame you. I'm a materialist. I don't believe in fate. Liu Yu took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Professor Wang will be fine. He absolutely will. Old Zhong nodded firmly, his gaze heavy. As Wang Lao's lifelong friend, both professionally and personally, he naturally hoped nothing would happen to his old comrade. The operating room sign still displayed the words "surgery in progress." The waiting felt interminable. Everyone gathered outside the operating room door felt utterly anxious, each minute dragging on like an eternity. Finally. Squeak. With a soft creak, the operating room door slowly swung open. Is the surgery done? How did it go? The anxious crowd stared at the extinguished light sign, their expressions growing even more tense. Phew. Dr. Joe emerged from the operating room wearing a mask, his face etched with exhaustion. Yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. How did it go, Dr. Joe? Lu Yu asked anxiously. The surgery was successful. Dr. Zhou, his face still worn with fatigue, removed his mask and offered a faint, weary smile. Not only was the transplant successful, but the post-operative results exceeded our expectations. Old Wang's kidney function has now recovered to levels comparable to 20 years ago. Based on our analysis of relevant parameters, we predict no rejection reactions for at least the next 20 years. This is incredible. Successful? Lu Yu and Old Zhong exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with delight. That's wonderful. How is Mr. Wang's physical condition now? Dr. Zhou took a breath before answering. Mr. Wang's recovery is progressing very well. After treating the wound and managing any complications, he should be able to be discharged after about another 2 weeks of observation. Wonderful, just wonderful. Lu Yu finally exhaled the breath he'd been holding. He repeated "that's wonderful" twice, a relieved smile spreading across his lips. Even he hadn't imagined the artificial mechanical kidney would prove so remarkably effective, achieving such extraordinary results. Just then, Director Sun's figure suddenly appeared at the operating room door, a look of anxiety on his face. Dr. Zhou, I just returned from the bureau. How is Old Wang doing now? What's the compatibility rate for the subtype kidney transplant? Son, you're late. Dr. Zhong, in high spirits, couldn't help but laugh heartily. We didn't use a subtype kidney transplant. If not a subtype kidney, then what did you use? Minister Sun froze in place, utterly baffled. After a moment, he suddenly realized something, and his expression turned peculiar. You didn't actually use that artificial mechanical kidney, did you? It worked? Minister Sun wasn't stupid. Just by looking at Lu Yu and Old Zhong's excited expressions, he could roughly guess what had happened. Both of them were laughing so happily there could only be one outcome. The mechanical artificial kidney transplant had succeeded, and it was a resounding success. Ha! Surprised, Minister Sun? Old Zhong chuckled. Damn it, you actually pulled it off. Fantastic. Hearing Old Man Zhong's affirmative response, a thrilled smile instantly spread across Minister Sun's face, just as I thought. There's no such thing as a wrong nickname, only a misnamed project. Academician Lu, Old Man Wang calling you little monster was spot on. The usually composed and refined Minister Sun was so overcome with excitement at that moment that even a curse slipped out. Hold on a moment, I'll contact headquarters immediately. The significance of this surgery is truly immense. Academician Lu, on behalf of the millions of families affected by kidney disease in Longke, I thank you. Chapter 131, A Great Invention, An Excited Leader. Without hesitation, Minister Sun pulled out his phone, dialed a certain bureau, and began communicating with higher-ups. What? Weren't you instructed to proceed with the conservative treatment plan? What exactly are you doing? What is Professor Wang's current condition? Initially, the senior leader was furious because Dr. Zhou hadn't followed the established protocol. But, what? The surgery was a complete success? Not only did the robotic artificial kidney not trigger any rejection response, but it also significantly improved Old Wang's kidney function? Is this accurate? Hand the phone to Dr. Zhou, I need to speak with him personally. Upon learning of the mechanical kidney's flawless success, the commander's attitude did a complete 180-degree turnaround. Well done. Academician Lu is truly a blessing for our nation. This time, we must properly recognize his achievements. Shortly, we will dispatch the Drug Administration to collect data. If there are no major issues, we can proceed with the pilot program and significantly expand the application of these experimental results. Over the phone, the commander first lavishly praised Lu Yu's achievements, then passionately expressed his vision for this technology. Dr. Zhou listened attentively, providing detailed answers to the commander's questions from time to time. Finally, the call drew to a close. After hanging up, Dr. Zhou broke into a wide, exhilarated smile. The director will send the Drug Administration Bureau to inspect the results soon. If everything checks out, we can immediately launch the pilot program and roll out this technology. His smile radiated excitement. Unless one was an imbecile who couldn't even finish elementary school, any normal person could grasp just how terrifyingly influential Lu Yu's mechanical artificial kidney truly was. And how immensely it could benefit the Dragon Nation. With its massive population, the nation also grappled with an equally staggering number of patients suffering from various diseases. Take the simplest example, suppose a rare kidney disease has a prevalence rate of just 0.1%. While that might sound low, multiply it by 1.3 billion people and you get 1.3 million. Moreover, the actual impact extends far beyond just those 1.3 million individuals. Factor in their parents, children, and descendants, and the ripple effect ultimately affects over 1 million families, tens of millions of people. Given the unique challenges of kidney disease, even with financial resources, finding a suitable donor for transplantation is far from guaranteed. Let alone those impoverished families who lack even the means to afford treatment. They endure dialysis day after day, praying their condition won't worsen. Lu Yu's invention has the power to change all that. May it reach those who truly need help. A relaxed smile touched Lu Yu's lips. The efficiency of Longke's operations was always exceptionally high. Soon, uniformed members of the Drug Administration Bureau arrived at Jinrui Hospital. Dr. Zhou, we'd appreciate your assistance with our investigation. The FDA members smiled politely as they greeted Dr. Zhou. Their job was to assess the usability and value of new drugs and technologies, then synthesize data to determine whether production should proceed. Certainly, thank you for your assistance. However, I'm feeling rather exhausted and need some rest. Besides, I'm not very knowledgeable about the technical aspects. I'll have Academician Lu handle the handover with you. Dr. Zhou responded with a polite smile, turning to look at Lu Yu. Alright, Dr. Zhou, please go rest first. Lu Yu nodded lightly, agreeing to Dr. Zhou's suggestion. Regarding artificial kidney technology, he truly possessed far greater expertise than Dr. Zhou. Alright, thank you. Dr. Zhou shot Lu Yu a grateful glance, his voice weak. After handing over his notes to Lu Yu, he returned to his office, slumped into his chair, and gradually closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep. Ever since Old Wang was transferred to their Jinrui hospital last night, Dr. Zhou's nerves had been stretched taut around the clock. Studying the condition, analyzing the case, crafting the artificial mechanical kidney, performing the surgery, he hadn't closed his eyes for a full day and night. Now, a weight lifted from his heart. He could finally close his eyes in peace, allowing his exhausted mind and body to rest. Jinrui Hospital, outside the laboratory. Academician Lu, we'll need your assistance shortly. The members of the Drug Administration Bureau looked at the young man before them with reverence and respect. Before arriving, the relevant authorities had already disclosed Lu Yu's identity to them. Frankly speaking, if those words hadn't come from their own superior's mouth, they would never have believed that Longke actually had an academician who was only 18 years old. The shock this news delivered was beyond description. No problem. If you have any questions later, feel free to ask me. I'll address each one for you. Lu Yu smiled kindly. He handed protective suits to the staff members, then donned one himself before leading them into the laboratory. It was here we conducted the first simulation experiment for the artificial mechanical kidney. Here are my lab notes, take a look first. If anything is unclear, just ask me directly. Lu Yu pulled out a notebook and handed it to the group from the Drug Administration. This was the notebook he had borrowed from old Zhong, containing detailed records of nearly all his hypotheses and most of his conceptual designs. Later, he added notes on experimental procedures and materials to enhance the overall completeness of the conclusions. Thank you. The FDA members took a deep breath, carefully accepting this priceless treasure and began studying it intently. After merely skimming a few pages, the expressions on everyone's faces froze in astonishment. Academician Lu, are you suggesting that this mechanical artificial kidney can be mass-produced using only a high-precision 3D printer? Moreover, the materials required are hardly expensive or rare, with the total cost amounting to less than 10,000 yuan? One member of the Drug Administration Bureau couldn't help but ask, his voice trembling. It wasn't that they lacked composure, the contents of the notebook were simply too astonishing. As elite frontline members of the Drug Administration, most had been leading researchers in the medical field before joining the agency. Thus, they instantly recognized the extraordinary nature of Lu Yu's notebook. Yes. Lu Yu smiled faintly and explained, while using some rare materials might yield slightly better results. But that would make the cost effectiveness too low. So my plan is to offer two different types. If a family has sufficient financial means, they can use the more effective mechanical artificial kidney. For those with more modest means, the more affordable version would still be perfectly adequate. This had always been his vision. While using those expensive materials might boost the mechanical kidney's performance by about 1.3%. But considering the cost-effectiveness factor, it is not suitable for mass production targeting the general public. Your vision is truly grand. The member of the Drug Regulatory Authority gave a wry smile and said, frankly, if your surgery hadn't already succeeded, I doubt whether this could ever be practically applied. The production cost of a mechanical artificial kidney is less than 10,000 yuan. What does that mean? This means that even factoring in labor costs, the final price of this mechanical artificial kidney wouldn't exceed 15,000 yuan. For the vast majority of families, that's an affordable price. Even for impoverished families struggling financially, they could obtain a mechanical artificial kidney at an extremely reasonable cost, freeing themselves from the torment of dialysis and kidney disease to return to normal life. How could such an invention not be described as nothing short of magnificent? Chapter 132, Cyber Attack? Phew, finally done. Lu Yu exhaled a long, heavy breath and left the lab with weary steps. After 3 hours of detailed explanation, Lu Yu had finally conveyed the essence of his mechanical artificial kidney technology to the members of the Drug Administration. Though they couldn't grasp the essence of certain technologies on the spot, they diligently recorded numerous technical details in their notebooks to study further back at their offices. Junior colleague, each of your achievements surpasses my expectations. Old Zhong gazed at Lu Yu with a complex expression, his voice tinged with emotion. Once this artificial mechanical kidney technology is made public, your name will undoubtedly appear on the list for the next Nobel Prize in Medicine. Statues of you might even stand at the entrances of major hospitals worldwide, honored for generations to come. Sometimes I genuinely wonder where exactly do your limits lie? Professor Zhong, you flatter me. And that statue business sounds a bit creepy. I'm not dead yet, so why would I need incense offerings? Lu Yu smiled, then grew serious. As long as the technology one develop helps others, that's enough. As for other empty honors, I really don't care much about them. Your mindset makes even me feel a bit ashamed. Old Master Zhong patted Lu Yu's shoulder with a smile, his voice filled with deep emotion. After a few more casual exchanges, Old Zhong smiled faintly and said, your project is currently a national priority. The first phase of clinical trials should commence within a week. That's faster than I anticipated. If everything proceeds this smoothly, it would be ideal. Lu Yu replied with unwavering resolve. Any chance to save another family must never be abandoned. Of course. Dr. Zhong nodded. Normally, following standard procedures, Lu Yu's artificial mechanical kidney technology would require at least 6 to 9 months to complete the approval process and initiate clinical trials. However, given the unique nature of this technology, every day it's completed sooner could mean saving hundreds more lives. That's hundreds of lives. Therefore, the Longke authorities had specifically fast-tracked this project, allowing clinical trials to commence early after only the most basic verification. This is undoubtedly excellent news for those suffering from kidney disease. Oh, and Dr. Zhong. Lu Yu suddenly remembered something and asked, has our exoskeleton project encountered any issues? Well, this has indeed turned into a bit of a problem. Old Master Zhong's expression grew grave, as if he wanted to speak but held back. Old Master Zhong, what kind of trouble have we run into? Lu Yu noticed the unease in Old Master Zhong's expression. It's a rather complicated matter. But we'll address it when the time comes. For now, just rest well these next couple of days. Master Zhong advised. Restoring your health is the real priority. You were already granted a 7-day leave. If not for this incident, you would have returned later. Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Alright, I'll head back and rest then. Though he was genuinely curious about what troubles the project team had encountered during his absence. But these past few days had been exhausting. After arriving in Kyoto today, he hadn't even caught his breath before heading straight to Professor Wang's hospital room to continue research on the artificial mechanical kidney without a single moment of rest in between. Headquarters of the Drug Administration. Director, these are the conclusions we've reached so far. A uniformed member of the Drug Administration respectfully handed the report in his hands to the director. Let me see. The director took a sip of tea, accepted the report, and examined it carefully. Blood parameters, normal. Glomerular filtration rate, normal. Blood concentration, normal. Vitamin levels, normal. Red blood cell regeneration capacity, normal. The deeper he delved, the more astonished his expression grew. By the time he reached the final page, his entire face was etched with utter shock. He sat frozen in his chair, report clutched stiffly in his hand, utterly speechless. Director? Everything's normal? This is unbelievable. The director suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed triumphantly. At the last international conference, officials from the UK FDA boasted endlessly about how superior their rejection-suppressing serum was. But comparing their numbers to ours this time? It's like night and day. Now let's see what they have to say. The subordinate respectfully replied. Director, based on our bureau's standards, this is sufficient to proceed with clinical trials. Right. Once we confirm stability isn't an issue, I'll immediately submit the report and request approval for Phase 1 clinical trials in Kyoto. The director exclaimed excitedly. He had initially assumed that the claims made by academician Lu and Dr. Zhou that it could almost perfectly replace kidney function might be somewhat exaggerated. But who would have thought that after actual testing, it truly matched Dr. Zhou's description exactly. All metrics aligned perfectly with a normal kidney, without the slightest deviation. We must initiate clinical trials immediately. Even if it saves just one more life, we cannot give up. The director waved his hand decisively, issuing the order. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Longke University, faculty apartments. The first rays of morning sunlight slowly filtered through the window. Lu Yu sat in his familiar chair, gently closing the book in his hands as he murmured softly. Neural system knowledge is truly incredibly complex. A hint of resignation flickered in his eyes. Even with the effects of the 100-fold thought accelerator still active, his learning progress was far slower than when he first began studying bionics. At this pace, comprehending it all within 7 days seemed unrealistic. More concerning than the challenges in the neural field was the trouble mentioned by old Zhong. What kind of problem had he encountered? His rest was nearly complete. It was time to head to the lab. Lu Yu set down his books, left the apartment, and made his way to the Exoskeleton Equipment Research Center at Longke University.
As usual, security personnel were stationed at the lab entrance, so Lu Yu paid them little mind and strode inside. But the moment he stepped inside, he froze.
Professor Zhong, what is this?
Lu Yu stared at the colossal structure before him, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes.
At the laboratory entrance, rectangular blocks stood upright on one side, emitting a blue glow.
Beside them, two researchers in white lab coats were inputting something into a computer.
Could this thing possibly be a server?
Lu Yu, you're just in time. Noticing Lu Yu's voice, old Zhong's lips curved into a smile.
Let me introduce you. This is our lab's future dedicated server. All experimental data for the entire project will be stored independently within it going forward. An independent server? Lu Yu froze instinctively, then asked in confusion. Professor Zhong, has something happened? I recall our data was always stored in Longke University's data source before?
There has been a recent incident. Professor Zhong nodded slightly, his expression turning serious.
Fortunately, we were fortunate.
Otherwise, our experimental data might have been compromised.
Ha? What exactly happened, old Zhong?
Professor Zhong took out a tablet and handed it to Lu Yu. You'll see for yourself. Lu Yu took the tablet and frowned as he examined it.
This is a cyber attack? Chapter 133, Surprise? This is the cyber attack visualization chart compiled by our technical department. Due to our department's limited capabilities, we could only reconstruct the attacks over the past 2 months through scattered clues.
The red dots represent the targets of the attacks, while the blue lines indicate the attackers carrying them out. Old Zhong pointed at the tablet, carefully explaining to Lu Yu.
Cyber attacks, are these the work of hacker organizations?
Lu Yu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the tablet's display.
Longke University, National University of Defense Technology, Mobe University of Technology, Huaqing University, Kyoto University. After scrutinizing the data for a moment, he discovered that the most frequently targeted locations were major universities in Manhwa, especially those excelling in scientific research and military technology. And the source of these attacks? All originated from the same place, Eagle Nation.
Especially Northern Desert University. The Eagle Nation, relying on its overwhelming technological superiority, acted with utter brazenness and no pretense whatsoever.
It was truly shocking. How shameless. Lu Yu frowned. Old Zhong, our controlled nuclear fusion data hasn't been leaked, has it? He seemed to recall something else and asked anxiously. What research project holds the highest value within Longke University?
Without a doubt, it's the controlled nuclear fusion technology derived from the Red Sun project. Even compared to quantum light chip technology, it's like comparing a grain of rice to the bright moon. If even a fraction of the controlled nuclear fusion data were leaked, the loss to the Dragon Nation would be immense.
Rest assured on that point.
Old Zhong patted Lu Yu's shoulder reassuringly. Our controlled nuclear fusion data has always been stored on the highest security classified servers. While Eagle Nation's cyber attack technology is advanced, it can't crack our defenses.
However, just to be safe, we'll transfer our subsequent technologies to this independent secure server, which will provide even greater security. Lu Yu gave a slight nod. All right.
He glanced at the confidential server glowing with a blue light, his mind already turning to the matter. Continuing to endure these cyber attacks indefinitely was not a viable solution.
If only the Dragon Nation's cyber technology could advance further someday.
Not necessarily to counter the Eagle Nation's systems, but simply to ensure the security of our own data would suffice.
Never mind, no point dwelling on it now.
Lu Yu let out a long sigh, then walked slowly to the console and resumed his research on exoskeleton armor. Cyber technology was still far beyond his field of expertise. Focusing on the task at hand was the most crucial thing. Junior brother, there's one more thing. Master Zhong approached Lu Yu at a leisurely pace, offering a faint smile.
Remember what I mentioned last time? We've optimized certain aspects of the armored gauntlet you developed. Take a look and let me know if you have any other ideas.
Sure. Lu Yu chuckled and nodded. The armored gauntlet he'd crafted in the Jinshan University lab last time had passed testing with flying colors, but it was still just a rough prototype. Truth be told, Lu Yu was genuinely curious to see what the final product would look like.
Following old Zhong's lead, he entered the testing area.
There, Su Xiaoxiao wore protective goggles, intently monitoring the armored gauntlet's various metrics.
Xiao Xiao. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's earnest expression, old Zhong smiled and called out softly. Ah.
Oh, old Zhong. Only then did Su Xiaoxiao notice someone had arrived. She hurriedly set down her work and looked up at old Master Zhong. But as she looked, she noticed Lu Yu standing beside old Master Zhong. Her expression immediately turned peculiar. Long time no see, Chief Engineer Lu. It hasn't been that long, just 5 or 6 days.
Lu Yu gave her a puzzled glance. And why the weird look?
Because right now, I'm seriously wondering whether you're even human or some kind of alien or subterranean being or something. Su Xiaoxiao admitted frankly.
Lu Yu's expression instantly turned awkward.
He scratched his head and said,
It's not that bad, is it? It absolutely is. Su Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly and said,
I remember when I was pursuing my master's at the Sun Never Sets Empire, it took me over 2 months just to grasp the fundamental theories of bionics. It wasn't until about 8 months into the program that I qualified to work as an assistant, entering the lab with my advisor to support his research.
And you?
You went from a complete novice to the creator of this armored gauntlet in just 3 days.
I'm genuinely curious, how did you manage that?
Hearing Su Xiaoxiao's question, Lu Yu's expression grew even more unnatural. Well, he couldn't possibly tell Su Xiaoxiao about the system's reward the 100-fold acceleration device. But beyond telling the truth, he couldn't fabricate a better excuse. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu could only offer a vague response.
Maybe. I just have a knack for bionics-related knowledge? A natural fit? Su Xiaoxiao's expression grew even more peculiar. That counts as a connection? Studying science and technology isn't like praying to gods. How could that be a matter of affinity? Ahem.
Watching the man and woman chatting animatedly, old Zhong hesitated beside them before clearing his throat twice to interrupt their conversation. Xiaoxiao, why don't you show him our progress from the past 2 days first?
Alright, old Zhong.
Su Xiaoxiao refocused her attention on the task at hand. After one final check of the data, she removed the hand armor from the lab bench and handed it to Lu Yu. The technology you developed is quite refined, with few areas needing modification.
We've only tweaked some minor details. Why don't you try it on? Lu Yu took the gauntlet, examined it closely, and couldn't help but remark, it's actually pretty sleek.
In terms of appearance alone, compared to its state in the Jinshan University lab, this gauntlet was like an ugly duckling transformed into a swan.
The once rough shell was now coated in a layer of glossy silver paint.
The activation button area glowed with a faint white light, giving it an incredibly futuristic look.
What man could resist the allure of such battle armor? One word, cool.
We mainly optimized the transmission chain and the corresponding reaction system. Su Xiaoxiao patiently explained from the side.
Before the neural response system was developed, we could only use the most basic transmission response system for control.
While it still falls short of our ideal technology, it represents significant progress compared to before. The transmission chain does feel much smoother now.
Lu Yu slipped on the gauntlets, slowly moving his arms and fingers.
Closing his eyes, he carefully felt the gauntlets. Though it still falls short of the ideal neural reaction system, it represents a major leap forward compared to before. I'll dedicate myself to overcoming the challenges of the neural response system, though I wonder if time will permit it.
After removing the gauntlets, Lu Yu furrowed his brow and asked, Senior Zhong, are there any experts in related fields within our nation? Could we possibly bring 1 or 2 into our project team? Relying solely on his own efforts to successfully crack the neural response technology remains too challenging.
As the saying goes, many hands make light work.
Having 1 or 2 more hands on deck would certainly be beneficial. I've considered that aspect as well.
Old Master Zhong nodded slightly, replying with a hint of resignation. While you possess exceptional talent and extraordinary abilities,
but we can't possibly assign every task to you alone. However, our nation's current technological focus remains on major industrial projects and public welfare. Experts in the field of neural transmission are indeed scarce. But then again,
at this point, old Zhong suddenly changed the subject and smiled. Solutions always outnumber difficulties. The relevant matters are already being handled at the national level. Though nothing is set in stone yet, the chances of ultimate success should be quite high.
Oh?
Lu Yu paused in surprise.
Judging by old Zhong's tone, was there some kind of surprise in store? Chapter 134, let me show you. Kyoto Dragon University Exoskeleton Research Center. The technical aspects are basically all covered here.
Lu Yu pointed at the technical blueprints and instructed, tomorrow, we'll make a few more adjustments, and it should be pretty much finalized.
Yes, Chief Engineer Lu.
Several deputies nodded in agreement.
After wrapping up today's central energy research tasks, Lu Yu didn't linger in the lab.
Instead, he followed Su Xiaoxiao out of the facility.
The two strolled along the forest paths of Longke University.
A gentle breeze brushed their cheeks, bringing a refreshing sense of ease.
What do you think the surprise old Zhong mentioned could be? Lu Yu asked with a smile.
Professor Zhong hadn't elaborated on the surprise, so Lu Yu didn't press further. A surprise, after all, loses its charm if you know what it is from the start.
Hard to say. Su Xiaoxiao analyzed thoughtfully. But judging by the challenges we're facing in our current research, it's likely related to neural transmission technology. Or perhaps energy storage technology. That's also possible. Let's hope so.
Neural transmission technology is indeed tough to crack with just 1 or 2 of us.
Lu Yu nodded slightly in agreement. He turned to look at Su Xiaoxiao's serious expression and, for some reason, couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at?
Su Xiaoxiao gave him a puzzled look before touching her own cheek.
Is there something on my face? Nothing.
It's just that your serious expression is quite amusing, Lu Yu said with a soft chuckle.
I don't get it.
Su Xiaoxiao gave Lu Yu a puzzled look before waving goodbye. Alright, I'm heading back to rest.
Alright. Lu Yu instinctively glanced down at his wristwatch. It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet. Your schedule is pretty healthy, huh? Yeah, I'm trying to live a more structured life. Su Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly, her tone sincere. That way, when you pass away, I might even get to participate in your autopsy. I'm genuinely curious, what exactly does your brain look like? If that day ever comes, I'll be there in person even if I have to roll myself up in a wheelchair to examine your brain slices properly. Lu Yu's smile froze instantly. Su Xiaoxiao, you can't even make a normal joke? Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's deadpan expression, his words froze on his lips. This girl, she's not joking, is she? She really wants to dissect me herself? That's terrifying. Beijing Film Academy. Did he even make it back to the capital? Lu Miao stared at her phone with a troubled expression, her fingers tapping lightly on the screen. Hey, are you there? It's the last day of National Day holiday. Let's go out and have some fun together. But in the end, she pressed the delete button, wiping away every word she intended to type. No. That's way too desperate. Lu Miao pouted and rephrased her message. Hey, are you there? Did you come back to Kyoto? After composing the message, a look of uncertainty flashed across her adorable, pretty face. Wasn't this a bit too distant? No, she needed to think it over again. Lu Miao shook her head, hesitation written all over her face. They'd already laid everything out between them. It was perfectly normal for friends to make plans to hang out together, but Lu Miao just didn't know how to bring it up. Hey, gorgeous, thinking about asking your little boyfriend out again? Just then, a teasing voice suddenly rang out beside Lu Miao's ear. MHM. Lu Miao nodded instinctively, then snapped back to reality, her face flushing crimson. Put. What little boyfriend? Yi Xiaoxiao, don't talk nonsense. She gave Yi Xiaoxiao's arm a firm smack, feigning anger as she glared at her. Yi Xiaoxiao chuckled and winked. Hee, our beautiful Lu San is getting mad. So, did you get him to agree to meet? When and where? Dinner, movies, or shopping? Gossip queen. Lu Miao rolled her eyes and pouted. If you could speak with such wit during your acting class tests, you wouldn't have nearly failed. Ahem. Miss Lu, you're really rubbing salt in the wound. Yi Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, gave a coy little snort, and said, so I'm gossiping. Big deal. If you don't tell me, you better believe I'll tell him. Fine, you're hopeless. I'll tell you. Lu Miao spread her hands helplessly, sighing with exasperation. Honestly, there's nothing much to gossip about. I haven't even gotten started yet, still figuring out how to bring it up. Come on, Miss Lu, let me teach you. What's there to think about? Yi Xiaoxiao placed her hands on her hips and lectured grandly. Since you want to meet him, you need to plan ahead what you'll say and what you'll do when you see him. You can't just sit across from each other and stare blankly. What's the point of that? It's not like you're playing a staring contest, right? You need to find a natural topic to chat about beforehand. After Yi Xiaoxiao finished her long lecture. Alright, Xiaoxiao. The look in Lu Miao's eyes toward her changed instantly. Heh, you bet. Back in high school, the guys chasing me could line up from the east classroom building all the way to the cafeteria on the west side. Yi Xiaoxiao proudly flicked her wrist and asked with a smile, but enough about that. How's that play of yours coming along? Has anything been finalized yet? Chapter 135, Don't Want Kissing Scenes? It hasn't been officially decided yet. The director originally wanted me to play the third female lead, but... Lu Miao's voice trailed off as her face flushed crimson. I want the agency to negotiate, see if I can switch roles. Third female lead? My dear Lu, have you lost your mind? Isn't that role good enough? Yi Xiaoxiao stared at her in utter bewilderment, her mouth agape in surprise. Wait, I don't get it. What role are you even thinking of switching to? Although Lu Miao's role was in a low-budget web series, and the female lead was only a second-tier star, her appeal couldn't compare to top-tier celebrities. But for a college student with no connections, this was already an incredible opportunity, especially since she was playing the third female lead, not just a minor extra. With such a great opportunity, was Lu Miao really not satisfied? No, Xiaoxiao, you misunderstood me. Lu Miao's voice suddenly softened considerably as she hesitated. I don't want this role, not because of any lack of status, but because... Her face flushed as red as a peach. Lu, stop teasing us, what's the real reason? Because this role has so many kissing scenes. Lu Miao stammered. Put. Yi Xiaoxiao was mid-sip when Lu Miao's words made her spit water everywhere. Miao, you're joking, right? You don't want the role just because there are kissing scenes? You two haven't even started dating yet. You don't need to be so chased over him. She instantly understood why Lu Miao didn't want to take that role. Lu Yu. Oh, it's not entirely because of him. I'm a bit of a neat freak myself and don't want to. Lu Miao flushed, stammering as she fumbled for excuses. Alright, Miss Lu, listen to me. Yi Xiaoxiao set down her water cup and said earnestly. As actors, kissing scenes are an absolute necessity. You can't refuse them just because of him. If you do, the production team will struggle to find suitable roles for you. Eventually, you'll get sidelined, you understand? I know that, but I just can't get past that mental block. Lu Miao lowered her head and sighed softly. She understood that kissing scenes were practically a mandatory part of an actor's craft. But imagine this, in the future, Liu finishes some research and wants to relax by watching a TV drama. Only to turn on the TV and see herself either cuddling with this male actor or kissing that one. Even if Liu didn't mind, Lu Miao would still feel a twinge of unease. So what are you planning to do about it? She pressed. Isn't your web series supposed to be a campus romance? If you don't do kissing scenes, there won't be any romantic storylines. Besides parents and teachers, what other female characters are there? Yi Xiao studied Lu Miao for a moment and shook her head. At your age and with your looks, you're not suited for those roles anyway. The company's current plan is to give the third female lead role to someone else and have you play a supporting role as the female lead sidekick. Then we'll negotiate with the director's team to see if they can give me the ending theme song resources. Lu Miao admitted frankly. Ending theme song? Yi Xiao froze. Are you switching careers to become a singer? It's not exactly a career change. After all, I trained in both acting and vocal performance during my arts exams. Besides, the lines in the entertainment industry are pretty blurred these days, aren't they? True. I almost forgot you started out in vocal music. Yi Xiao suddenly hugged Lu Miao in feigned tears. My beautiful Lu, why is heaven so kind to you? Such top-tier voice and looks both concentrated in one person? It's killing me with jealousy, wah. Cut it out. Just teach me already. Got it. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, a smug smile spreading across her face. After you meet him, you can beg him to help you, hee. Will that really work? Lu Miao was uncertain. Just try it, it's not like it's an unreasonable request. It'll definitely work. Yi Xiao gave a sly smile. Longke University, faculty apartments. Brainstem tissue sectioning complete. Cerebellar spongy tissue sectioning complete. Holy crap! Lu Yu's eyes snapped open, and he jolted upright in fright. The glaring sunlight streaming through the curtains illuminated the area before the bed, bringing Lu Yu's rational mind back into focus. What the hell? Why would I have a dream like that? Scaring the crap out of me first thing in the morning, seriously. Lu Yu took several deep breaths, finally calming his emotions and clearing his mind. Just moments ago, he'd dreamt of himself transformed into a corpse, lying on a cold hospital bed. Su Xiaoxiao, usually the ice queen, was wearing a mask and happily dissecting his brain. What kind of hellish vision was this? It must be all the things going on these days, my brain is just too tired. It must be. Lu Yu shook her head, pulled on her clothes, and got out of bed. Ding dong. Just then, the phone on the nightstand suddenly chimed. The sound suggested someone had sent her a message? Lu Yu picked up her phone and glanced at the screen. Lu Miao? Lu Miao, hey, today's the last day of the National Day holiday. How about we go out and have some fun together? I also have something I need your help with. Lu Yu scratched his head. Was she asking him out? After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Yu slowly typed on the screen. What is it? We can talk about it when we meet. It's hard to explain in a few words. Lu Miao copied Yi Xiaoxiao's tactic and left him hanging. All right. Lu Yu nodded. Less than 20 seconds after he sent his message, Lu Miao's reply came. Yay! I've never been to your school before. I heard the campus scenery is pretty nice. How about you show me around? Lu Yu smiled. Sure. Meet me at the school gate. He shared his location with Lu Miao, then slipped into a casual outfit and strolled to the entrance of Longke University. You here yet? I'm by the stone lions. Turn around and take a look. Lu Yu put down his phone in confusion and slowly turned his head. A sweet, radiant smile instantly filled his vision. You idiot! I got here 5 minutes ago and have been standing here forever, and you didn't even look back once. Lu Miao chuckled. I was deep in thought, so I wasn't really paying attention to my surroundings. Lu Yu scratched his head awkwardly. While waiting for Lu Miao, his mind was still preoccupied with figuring out how to crack the neural system, so his focus had drifted. Do you guys get really tired every day doing research? Lu Miao blinked, asking curiously. Exhausting isn't quite the right word. How should I put it? Lu Yu chose his words carefully. It's like planting trees. Digging the soil and planting the saplings is tiring, but seeing them grow strong brings a sense of accomplishment. A wry smile touched his lips as he added, though sometimes, when those saplings run into problems, it can be quite frustrating. Have you guys run into some trouble? Lu Miao's keen observational skills immediately picked up that Lu Yu seemed troubled by something. If it's not confidential, why not tell me? It's nothing really. Lu Yu exhaled deeply and smiled. We finally managed to get out for some time. Let's relax and put the research aside for now. Come on, I'll show you around Longke University. Not to brag, but our campus environment is absolutely top tier in the capital. Seeing Lu Yu smile, Lu Miao didn't press further. She nodded with a smile. Sure thing. Side by side, they strolled along the paths of Longke University's campus. The scorching summer had just passed, giving way to crisp autumn weather. A refreshing breeze gently brushed their cheeks, scattering fiery red maple leaves while bringing waves of coolness. Ah, so refreshing.
Lu Miao spread her arms wide with delight, closing her eyes to savor the blissful feeling.
Yeah, it's been ages since we got some fresh air. I was practically molding from being cooped up.
Lu Yu nodded in agreement, closing his eyes alongside Lu Miao to savor the cool caress of the autumn breeze. As they strolled, Lu Yu asked,
"By the way, Miao, you mentioned needing my help with something earlier? Yes, there is something I'd like to ask of you."
A blush of shyness spread across Lu Miao's face as she leaned closer and whispered,
"Could you help me fill in a word?" Chapter 136, Top-Tier Network Architecture Technology. Fill in a word?
Lu Yu looked puzzled.
Yeah, like writing lyrics for a song.
I've already got the melody figured out, but I'm stuck on the words. Lu Miao chuckled softly.
Back in school, you weren't just strong in science, you excelled in humanities too. Teachers always praised your essays. Let's talk while we walk. Lu Yu led her around a patch of grass, finally arriving at the edge of a sparkling blue artificial lake. Occasional autumn breezes swept across the azure lake, stirring ripples on its surface.
Fallen leaves drifted along the surrounding shores, crimson maple leaves resembling fluttering butterflies, adding a fiery touch to this serene beauty. I had hoped you'd be with me this National Day holiday to celebrate my birthday together.
But you weren't in the capital. Consider this your birthday present. What do you think?
Lu Miao blinks her eyes, waiting somewhat anxiously for Lu Yu's response.
Could you be more specific? Like, what kind of song?
Lu Yu looked puzzled.
Isn't Lu Miao in the performing arts department?
Well, I originally signed on for a campus web series, but... Lu Miao explained the situation to Lu Yu. Of course, she omitted the part about turning down the third female lead role because she didn't want to do kissing scenes. After all, she was a girl too. Sharing this with her best friend was fine, but telling the guy she liked would make her blush.
Finally, Lu Miao concluded.
So now I need to write an original song, preferably one that fits the web series theme, a love song about campus romance. This.
Lu Yu's face twisted into a wry smile.
Specialized skills are specialized skills. My brain might be sharper than average, but I've never tried writing lyrics before.
If I ruin your chance, wouldn't I be the one to blame? He had once practiced a musical instrument, so he wasn't entirely ignorant of music theory.
But it certainly wasn't enough to write a song.
Lu Miao blinking thoughtfully, she suggested, just give it a try. If it really doesn't work out, I'll figure something else out.
Facing her pleading eyes, Lu Yu felt torn.
Just then, a familiar electronic alert suddenly rang out in Lu Yu's mind. Ding!
Congratulations, host.
Option activated.
Hearing the sound, Lu Yu's expression suddenly stiffened.
It was the system. The last time the system had issued a reward was only 4 or 5 days ago. To activate the system twice in such a short span left Lu Yu feeling exceptionally elated. If only the system could provide some neural technology, that would be fantastic.
In an instant, Lu Yu's heart swelled with anticipation. Holding his breath, he listened intently to the system's voice echoing within his mind. Special mission issued, optional task to compose lyrics for classmate Lu Miao, assisting her in completing her first original song.
Reward for completion, cutting-edge cybersecurity technology. Penalty, none. May be abandoned. Host, please make your choice. Top-tier cybersecurity technology? Lu Yu felt a slight pang of disappointment upon hearing the system's reward wasn't neural network technology. But who knows? It might still come in handy?
After pondering for a moment, Lu Yu suddenly realized something.
Without neural network technology, he couldn't quickly overcome the challenges in developing exoskeleton equipment. But if they could obtain top-tier cybersecurity construction technology, it would undoubtedly play a crucial role in addressing Longke's current data security challenges.
They wouldn't have to endure the Eagle Nation's relentless cyber attacks anymore. They could even launch a counteroffensive. This would undoubtedly inject a powerful shot in the arm for Dragon Nation's current cybersecurity predicament. The conditions for this reward are a bit of a hassle. A wry smile tugged at Lu Yu's lips.
Help Lu Miao write lyrics?
Though Lu Yu's confidence was shaky, he made his choice for the sake of Longke Technology's progress.
Accept the mission. Received. Once Lu Miao's song is selected, the host will receive the reward. Well, I'll give it my best shot. Lu Yu turned his gaze back to Lu Miao and said earnestly. But I can't say exactly when I'll finish writing it. Alright, your promise is enough. Lu Miao's sweet smile lit up her face.
Then when the time comes, I'll send you the melody, and you'll write the lyrics for me.
It's a deal.
A crisp autumn breeze, carrying the dampness from the artificial lake, blew across their faces. Her smile made her flushed cheeks even more charming, and the two shallow dimples were utterly intoxicating, causing Lu Yu to pause in surprise.
Wait. Why was this a random task? Lu Yu suddenly recalled and froze slightly. Why is the system suddenly so talkative?
He recalled that previously, the system only appeared when activating options, and after appearing, it would simply state the options and rewards.
Then, it would only resurface to distribute rewards after the option was completed.
But in the last two instances, the system's commentary seemed to have increased. After introducing the options, it even thoughtfully provided detailed explanations of the rewards and the conditions for completing each option.
Could it be the system automatically evolves as I complete more tasks? Luyu, what are you thinking about? You seem distracted. Don't you like being with me? Lumiere asked in a soft, sweet voice. She noticed Luyu seemed distracted. Nothing. Just some troublesome thoughts popped into my head. Never mind, I won't dwell on it.
Seeing Lumiere's flushed cheeks, Luyu leaned back and smiled. Let's just enjoy this moment of relaxation first.
Chapter 137, Mutual Assistance? After agreeing with Lumiere, Luyu's mood relaxed.
The two sat by the lakeside, chatting casually, feeling the warm autumn breeze while sharing the joys and sorrows of their recent days.
Lumiere's sweet smile never faded.
How she wished time could freeze forever in this moment. Alas, beautiful days are always fleeting.
Ding! A notification sound suddenly rang out from Lumiere's phone.
She glanced down to see a message from her talent agency.
Sigh, why did it have to be right now?
Lumiere sighed helplessly and turned to Luyu. My agency needs me.
No problem. If you're busy, you can go ahead. Luyu glanced at his wristwatch. Actually, it's about time anyway. I need to head to the lab. Alright, then we'll catch up next time we have a chance.
Lumiere said reluctantly. The two stood up, stretched their limbs, and savored the last moments of this refreshing feeling. Finally, Luyu escorted Lumiere to the main gate of the campus, where they formally parted ways. After leaving Longke University, Lumiere quickly tidied up her dorm before rushing straight to the talent agency.
Sister Hong, what's going on? Why did you call me over so urgently? Lumiere inquired. Honestly, it's not really a big deal.
Sister Hong looked at Lumiere and smiled helplessly.
We've already discussed it with the director's team.
For now, we'll hand over the ending theme resources to you. If he feels the quality isn't up to par, we'll replace you.
Do you have confidence?
After speaking, she glanced at Lumiere with a complex expression. Having worked as an agent for so many years, Sister Hong had seen countless people come and go.
But someone as innocent and pure as Lumiere?
She'd rarely encountered such a rare gem. In this industry, countless people fought tooth and nail for a single resource or endorsement deal, resorting to under-the-table deals and exchanges at every turn.
Yet this little girl?
She'd actually give up her role as the third female lead just to avoid a kissing scene.
Was it naivety or sheer extravagance? Absolutely.
Lumiere nodded firmly, her voice brimming with conviction. She couldn't pinpoint where this confidence came from. If she had to explain it, she'd call it a woman's intuition.
In any case, she believed Luyu could pull it off.
Longke University, Exoskeleton Research Center.
Xiao Xiao.
Luyu glanced at Su Xiaoxiao, who was engrossed in her research, and called out softly.
What is it?
Su Xiaoxiao removed her goggles and turned to look at Luyu with a puzzled expression.
Ahem, I have something I wanted to ask you.
Luyu scratched his head, his expression slightly awkward, as if unsure where to begin.
Just say what you want to ask.
Su Xiaoxiao shot him a puzzled look.
Or are you asking about neural systems? I probably know less about that than you do. Asking me would likely be a waste of time.
She'd assumed Luyu wanted to learn about bionics and neural systems.
No.
Luyu felt a bit embarrassed as he stammered. Have you seen those campus idol dramas? You know, the kind of TV shows girls tend to like watching.
Campus idol dramas? Su Xiaoxiao's eyes instantly filled with disdain. Why are you asking about that? How could I possibly be interested in that kind of thing? Right. My bad. Why would you watch that kind of thing?
Luyu tapped his head, at a loss for words. Come to think of it, why would Su Xiaoxiao be interested in those idol dramas that little girls and boys love? I must be out of my mind to even think of asking her.
You wouldn't be looking for something like that to kill time, would you?
Su Xiaoxiao shot Luyu a puzzled look, her expression suddenly distant. If you've got time to waste, you'd be better off studying neural hub connections. Your brain's the sharpest around. If even you can't crack it, forget about the neural system anytime soon.
I really don't. Then why did you ask? Su Xiaoxiao pressed relentlessly. It's not something I can explain in a few words.
Luyu's lips curled into a wry smile as he spread his hands.
It's just a friend of mine. He
explained the gist of the situation to Su Xiaoxiao.
So she wants to use your brain to help her write songs? Su Xiaoxiao looked utterly baffled. Is your friend a bit slow? Doesn't she realize this is called misusing precious national resources? How can you waste your valuable brainpower and time on something like songwriting? Well, it's not quite that serious. Luyu chuckled. We're friends, right? Helping each other out is only natural. If you ever need anything, I'd definitely do my best to help you too. Fine, whatever. It's your brain anyway, use it however you like. Su Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, speechless. If you're curious, go ask Song Bai. During lunch breaks, we often see her glued to her phone, staring at it nonstop with this silly grin on her face. Alright, thanks. Luyu chuckled. Oh, and could you optimize the circuit architecture for the ARM frame again? Su Xiaoxiao suddenly stood up, set down her goggles, and casually tossed her experiment project aside. Ha? Isn't that your task for today? Lu Yu froze momentarily, slow to react. Yes. A rare smile flickered across Su Xiaoxiao's icy cheeks, but didn't you say friends should help each other out? I suddenly feel like taking a break today. I'll leave it to you. Romantic Sweetheart, Comet Garden, and 18-year-olds, those are the most popular dramas in recent years. Songbai lowered his head in thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered something and hurriedly added. Oh, and there's also Youth Love Song. It's been super popular these past couple of years. The plot isn't much to write home about, but both the opening and ending themes are totally my style. Lu Yu nodded slightly, jotting down each drama title her senior mentioned in her notebook. Oh, thank you, senior. You're welcome. There's not much I can do to help with the project, and I felt pretty bad about getting that bonus last time. Senior Songbai said guiltily. She and Zhou Qingshu, despite being in the lowest pay grade, still walked away with a hefty $1,000,000. Zhou Qingshu had a rather carefree personality, yet her thoughts were quite delicate. Even after receiving that $1,000,000 bonus, she still felt a sense of guilt. Sis, try looking at it this way, your bonuses are also driving progress in our research. Lu Yu tried to console her. Advancing progress? Hearing Lu Yu's response, Songbai's expression froze. Simply accepting this money already weighed heavily on her conscience. How could it possibly be seen as advancing research? Chapter 138, Studying Romantic Dramas with Scientific Methods? Longke University, Exoskeleton Equipment Research Center. Senior, think about it this way. Seeing Songbai's bewildered expression, Liu smiled and explained. Only by improving the compensation for grassroots researchers can we attract more talented young people to join our scientific endeavors. Don't you agree? The higher-ups approving this $2,000,000 bonus for you and Senior Zhou Qingshu sends a positive signal. Hearing Lu Yu's explanation, Songbai froze in surprise. Though the logic seemed a bit odd at first glance, upon reflection, it actually made perfect sense. That really does make sense. Right? Lu Yu's lips curved into a warm smile as he continued, look, when top-scoring students choose universities and majors these days, what fields do they primarily gravitate toward? He began listing them off on his fingers. Domestically, it's finance and computer science. Abroad, it's mainly finance, medicine, and law. What do these choices share as a common feature in their respective countries? They're easy ways to make money. Songbai pondered for a moment, then frowned. Are you suggesting we should focus on improving the compensation for grassroots researchers to attract more talent to the scientific community? She wasn't stupid, she immediately caught the subtext in Lu Yu's words. Exactly. Lu Yu smiled and said, who doesn't want better living conditions? How many people don't dream of living in a big villa and driving a luxury car? Why shouldn't scientists contributing to humanity's cause be entitled to these things? But progress must be made step by step. Given Longwa's current economic conditions, fully implementing these changes remains too difficult. Once our nation's economy advances to the next level, I believe the compensation for grassroots researchers will gradually improve as well. Songbai nodded emphatically and smiled, yes. I believe that too. Back when she applied to Longke University's mathematics program through the Strong Foundation program, her relatives and friends had strongly opposed it. Their objections were very practical. Majors in foundational disciplines like mathematics face tough job prospects. High income is even harder to achieve. With the same scores, had she applied to Shanghai University of Finance and Economics or Renmin University of China, she might have encountered opportunities that could lead to financial freedom within a decade or two after graduation. But with a math degree? You'd likely struggle your whole life, maybe ending up as a research assistant in some institute. Given that, why choose mathematics after scoring so high on the entrance exam? Faced with his relatives' incomprehension, Songbai's response was remarkably straightforward. Because I love mathematics, and I hope one day to help bridge the gap in China's foundational disciplines. It was precisely this simple dream that propelled her to secure a graduate school spot with outstanding grades, becoming a student of Dean Xiao. This opportunity then led her to join the project team where Liu worked. Though precisely because of this, she embarked on a daily grind that felt worse than death. But did Songbai regret it? Even setting aside the $1,000,000, her answer would still be a resolute no. I came here to ask about the TV series, but I guess I got sidetracked. Lu Yu waved his hand and smiled, anyway, thank you, senior. I'll dive into it thoroughly once I get back today. After bidding farewell to Senior Songbai, Lu Yu resumed his work and completed the tasks at hand. Then he left the lab and headed back to his professor's apartment. This many TV dramas are really going to be a pain. Scanning the notebook filled with densely packed idol drama titles, Lu Yu specifically sought out their opening themes and lyrics. His task was to write the lyrics. Lu Yu couldn't help but rub his temples. He casually searched online for the opening theme of one of the dramas and played it aloud. After about half a minute, Mr. Lu, you still listen to this? A deep male voice suddenly echoed from outside Lu Yu's room, followed by a choose figure appearing inside. I thought I was hearing things. You never played music while working before. Heh, just listening and watching, that's all. Lu Yu silently clicked the red X in the upper right corner to close the idle drama window, then quickly changed the subject. Hey, have you heard this song before, Chu? Yeah, I've heard it a few times. The song's pretty good, but I haven't watched the drama. Chu scratched his head and said earnestly. That kind of drama, how should I put it? They're all so formulaic. I watched a bit with my ex-girlfriend before. Maybe 1 or 2 episodes are interesting, but after watching too many, it gets boring. All formulaic? Lu Yu blinked, as if something occurred to her. Exactly. You can tell just by the titles and synopses. Whether it's the opening theme, ending theme, or the actual plot, it's all churned out from a template. And the focus is incredibly simple, centered around one word, sweet. Whether it's genuine sweetness or industrial-grade artificial sweetener, the key is to load it up with sugar. Now that she understood the formula, she didn't need to watch every single one. She just had to pinpoint the key elements, distill the template, and then refine it through modeling. Wouldn't that do the trick? Lu Yu's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Mr. Lu, what's up? Chu looked at Lu Yu with confusion. Nothing. Just thought of something delightful. Lu Yu couldn't help but let out a relieved smile. Making him watch those idle dramas over and over would be more painful than killing him. Moreover, creating in this manner not only played to his strengths while avoiding weaknesses, but also dramatically boosted efficiency. Phew, it's just filling in some lyrics. Could it possibly be more complicated than a tokamak device? Lu Yu took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeves, and got to work. After sending Chu away, Lu Yu searched online for viral clips from the drama song by mentioned, focusing on the most watched songs and extracting their lyrics. Then, he meticulously selected similar musical styles and lyrics from these BGMs, piece by piece, mentally constructing a model. Who would have thought this scientific research methodology could be applied here? A wry smile tugged at Lu Yu's lips. He casually clicked on another clip and continued refining his work. Though the current model was already substantial enough to compose a passable sweet song. But if he was going to do it, he had to make it the best it could be. Otherwise, if the song failed the director's review later, it would all be for naught, a complete waste of time. Professor's apartment. About 3 hours later, Lu Yu finally set down his mouse and exhaled deeply. Phew, finally almost done. Although he'd selected clips with high viral reach and view counts, some of which actually had interesting storylines, watching them still took 2 or 3 hours. With the artificial sweetener of industrial sugar syrup still echoing in his mind, Lu Yu felt goosebumps rising all over his skin. He should be able to start writing now. Lu Yu began drafting lyrics, aiming to leverage the mental framework he'd constructed to help Lumiere complete her first original song. But just then, beep. A sudden ringing of the phone interrupted Lu Yu's train of thought. Old Zhong? Seeing the name on the phone screen, Lu Yu paused for a moment before answering the call. Hello, old Master Zhong. Is there something you need at this hour? I have some good news for you, junior colleague. Master Zhong's spirited laughter rang out as he cut straight to the point. Your artificial mechanical kidney project is about to become a reality. Really? Master Zhong? Hearing Master Zhong's words, Lu Yu's spirits soared instantly. Master Zhong chuckled heartily and said, Of course it's true, haha. Junior brother, the higher-ups have given the green light. Your artificial mechanical kidney project will soon begin pilot programs in both the capital and the Magic City. Once it proves successful, it will be rolled out nationwide. Your invention is about to benefit the people. Chapter 139, Artificial Mechanical Kidney Pilot Program Launched. Great. Fantastic. Lu Yu couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement. Though he'd known the project might be implemented soon, he hadn't expected the Dragon Nation government to move this swiftly. Within days, the review process was completed, and the pilot project launched. The higher-ups have already secured the patent for you. From now on, for every artificial kidney produced, you'll receive approximately 4% of the production cost, roughly 500 yuan. Patent? Lu Yu froze, then hurriedly protested, Senior Zhong, I can't possibly. Old Zhong smiled faintly. Don't rush to refuse. You've done so much for Longke. Controlled nuclear fusion technology alone is priceless. These rewards are what you deserve. I overheard what you said in the lab. I must admit, your points were well taken. So, shouldn't you put your own words into practice? He had anticipated Lu Yu's refusal and prepared his response in advance, leaving no room for objection. All right then. Lu Yu's lips curved into a resigned smile as he could only nod in agreement. Producing one mechanical artificial kidney earns 500 yuan. It might not sound like much, but if you do the math, it adds up to a huge sum. In Longke alone, there are millions of patients suffering from severe kidney disease. Assuming each one required a mechanical artificial kidney, the ultimate profit for Lu Yu would be over 1 billion. That figure would be no small sum, even for the tycoons on the wealth rankings. Old Zhong, what do you think? Lu Yu suddenly had an idea and smiled. Use this money to establish a medical fund on my behalf, dedicated to helping patients who cannot afford mechanical artificial kidneys. Every life saved counts, after all. You know, I personally don't need much money, even though our research is pretty expensive.
Although the materials used in his artificial kidney technology were relatively inexpensive, even factoring in labor and production costs, the final price would be no more than 10,000 yuan. But for impoverished families already drained by prior treatments, it remains a significant sum. If we could establish a medical fund specifically to help these families, that would be ideal. Good, good. Old Zhong nodded thoughtfully, agreeing to Lu Yu's suggestion. Junior colleague, sometimes you truly astonish me. I see not a trace of youthful restlessness in you. Professor Zhong, you flatter me. Lu Yu smiled and said. My thinking is actually quite simple. Isn't the purpose of invention to serve people? As long as artificial kidneys can help more people, I'll be satisfied. A shantytown dwelling in Kyoto. Squeak. The dilapidated door creaked open as a pale-faced man, his steps weak, shuffled inside. Thud. The moment he entered, he collapsed onto the somewhat dirty and messy bed, his entire being radiating a complete lack of vitality. Dialysis, dialysis, always dialysis. No word on a kidney donor. If this keeps up, I might as well just die. The man stared at the dark ceiling, letting out a deep sigh. His eyes held a dead, lifeless despair. Once, he had a good life. After drifting in Beijing for over a decade, he found stable work and, together with his wife, worked tirelessly to scrape together the down payment for a house. Yet all that happiness came to an abrupt halt after that single episode of unconsciousness. When the hospital informed him he had developed uremia, already in its third stage, his hands trembled as he held the medical records. What followed was an endless cycle of dialysis and treatment. He pulled out his phone, logged into QQ, glanced at his ex-wife's profile picture, and couldn't help but sigh again. He had once been the pillar of his family, but with his health in such a state, returning to work as before was impossible. To make matters worse, he had been deceived by others and lost a large sum of money. To spare his wife further hardship, he initiated the divorce. The new home they just made a down payment on was returned. His wife was gone. His life now was confined to this tiny shantytown shack, waiting for news from the kidney donor registry. This wait lasted 5 years. 5 years, a span that seems neither long nor short, yet how many 5-year stretches does a human life truly hold? The man opened a mutual aid group for uremia patients with practiced ease, glancing at the familiar IDs chatting away. The members, all fellow sufferers, engaged enthusiastically in the conversations. Most of the time, the topics revolved around who had found a kidney source and expressions of envy. After scrolling through the chat history, the man sighed with a complex expression. Another group member hadn't survived the complications and passed away yesterday. Was this punishment? Or liberation? Ding! Just then, a notification pinged on the man's phone. The message came from an old friend he'd met in the group, Old Ding. Old Wang, have you heard? Old Ding asked urgently. Heard what? I just got back from dialysis and I'm so exhausted I can't even move. The man known as Old Wang opened the voice message and replied weakly. The latest news from Jinrui Hospital. Old Ding pressed. Hold on, I'll send it to you. I'll share it in this group too. The one I was in before is going crazy over it. New updates from Jinrui Hospital? Old Wang's expression froze for a moment, then his eyes dimmed. Let's talk later, Old Ding. I'm feeling tired. I'll rest for a bit. For someone like him, a stage 3 uremia patient, if he couldn't find a suitable kidney donor for a transplant, everything else was meaningless. Continuing dialysis would only make his body deteriorate further. Sleep? Old Wang. Old Ding urged, hang on, I'll send you the screenshots right now. This time, there's real hope. Alright. Old Ding sighed deeply, his emotions tangled. He didn't really hold out much hope himself, but seeing his friend so enthusiastic, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Over the years, he'd been let down far too many times. Ding. Alright, I've sent it to you. Take a good look. The man slowly opened the image Old Ding had sent. After just a quick glance, his expression abruptly changed. An artificial mechanical kidney? What does this mean? Replacing our diseased kidneys with a mechanical one? Is this even possible? His eyes brimmed with skepticism. Did you send the wrong thing? When did our Dragon Nation's technology become so advanced? No mistake. Old Ding, look at the lower right corner. Isn't that the seal from your Beijing Genie Hospital? It really is. The man scrutinized the markings in the lower right corner, his brow furrowing. I still don't trust this. And look, it's phase 1 clinical trials. That means it hasn't been tested clinically before. Could this be some kind of prank or scam? As the saying goes, prolonged illness breeds expertise. He'd been battling uremia for 5 years, exploring countless treatment options, yet this artificial mechanical kidney? He'd never even heard of such a thing. People always harbor doubts about the unknown. Old Wang, how could the country ever harm us? Old Ding replied earnestly. If you don't believe me, I just checked. There's a press conference at Jinrui Hospital in a bit. Lots of reporters will be there for live interviews. Let's go watch together. Press conference? Alright, I'll look it up. The man paused briefly, then quickly typed relevant keywords into his phone and easily found the live stream link.
Let's watch it first and see. At first, the screen was completely black. Only a few scattered comments flashed by. Artificial kidney? What, Cyberpunk 2077? Did I misread the title? Guess I'll have to go cybernetic now.
Old Wang couldn't wrap his head around this youngster's bullet screen thing, so he just held his breath, waiting for the stream to start.
Finally. Ahem, can everyone hear me?
The pitch-black screen abruptly shifted, revealing a graceful, attractive female reporter holding a microphone.
Audio's working fine. Alright, let's get started.
The reporter took a deep breath and flashed a sweet smile. Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Bing, a reporter from the Kyoto Daily. Recently, Jinrui Hospital held a press conference announcing the upcoming clinical trial for artificial mechanical kidney transplants.
In a moment, we'll be interviewing Director Joe from the hospital.
As the reporter prepared to dive into the main topic, the man couldn't help but rub his hands nervously.
Phew. Can this technology really work? Chapter 140, The Press Conference. After waiting another 2 minutes, the female reporter, Xiao Bing, finally appeared at Jinrui Hospital.
The spacious conference room had been transformed into a press conference venue. Director Zhou, dressed in a white lab coat with glasses perched on his nose, sat upright at the center of the stage.
Fellow journalists, feel free to ask any questions you may have.
Of course, questions should be relevant to the theme of our press conference. As reporters gradually arrived at the venue, Director Zhou couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. This press conference was being broadcast live to all citizens of Longke, and its reception would directly determine the number of participants for the Phase 1 clinical trial.
Everyone, we can begin. Dr. Zhou's expression instantly turns serious. Dr. Zhou, I'd like to ask, was this artificial mechanical kidney developed by doctors at your Jinrui Hospital? A reporter in black was the first to stand and ask. No.
Dr. Zhou's mind flashed back to Lu Yu's youthful figure, and he immediately shook his head. The artificial mechanical kidney does indeed bear their contributions, but the true primary developer remains Lu Yu alone.
Ah. It wasn't developed at your Jinrui Hospital? Hearing Dr. Zhou's answer, many journalists present were stunned, and even old Wang watching off screen was slightly taken aback.
If Jinrui Hospital launched the Phase 1 clinical trial, then logically, they should be the developers.
Then why isn't it?
Could you reveal the identity of the developer? The reporter in black, having quickly composed himself after the initial shock, pressed relentlessly.
I'm sorry, we cannot disclose that.
Dr. Zhou's tone was firm as he shook his head slightly. But I can assure you, the developer's medical expertise is absolutely on par with any of our doctors or researchers. Rest assured. Lu Yu is a state-level classified individual. Even Dr. Zhou absolutely cannot disclose any information related to Lu Yu to these media outlets.
Not even his identity?
Dr. Zhou's response sparked another wave of murmurs among the journalists present.
How could they possibly verify the safety of this mechanical artificial kidney if they didn't even know the developer's identity? Moreover, just what level of person could possibly develop such a groundbreaking, century-defining technology? For a moment, everyone present couldn't help but begin speculating wildly in their minds. Director Zhou, may I ask, has this technology been applied in practice before, or does it exist only in theory?
At that moment, Xiao Bing, the reporter dressed in red, stood up and asked.
Good question.
Dr. Zhou smiled faintly and replied. Although we haven't yet conducted large-scale clinical trials, we already have the first beneficiary of this technology.
This individual's condition at the time was far more severe than that of most uremia patients. While we cannot disclose their identity to you, however, this beneficiary is currently in good physical condition and will be discharged soon.
Xiao Bing smiled.
Alright, thank you.
This time, the reporters didn't seem surprised after all. Patient privacy is a legitimate concern for major hospitals.
Are there any further questions? Dr. Zhou, may I ask you a few more questions? Go ahead.
Dr. Zhou gestured that he was open to any questions. The beautiful reporter Xiao Bing stood up again and asked, Dr. Zhou, I noticed that the mechanical artificial kidney you proposed primarily uses electrical energy.
May I ask, does this mechanical artificial kidney require constant charging?
Also, given that this is such advanced technology, it must be quite expensive.
Is it covered by our medical insurance?
She fired off 2 questions in quick succession.
The fellow journalists present, as well as the audience watching on screen, couldn't help but turn their heads. Both questions hit the nail on the head. If this artificial kidney requires constant charging, wouldn't that mean patients would have to carry a charger with them after implantation, essentially tethering themselves to an outlet? If that's the case, it wouldn't be much more convenient than dialysis. Moreover, this technology, unheard of until now, would likely come with a hefty price tag. If priced too high, ordinary people wouldn't be able to afford it, meaning very few would actually benefit.
Off-screen, old Wang nervously swallowed hard, holding his breath as he braced for Dr. Zhou's response.
Please don't worry, reporter. We'll address each of your questions.
Dr. Zhou took a sip of water and smiled. First, regarding your initial question, our mechanical artificial kidney does indeed primarily rely on electrical power. However, during development, the researchers considered the inconvenience of portable charging.
Thoughtfully, they integrated wireless charging technology into the mechanical artificial kidney. Simply install a compatible remote charging device near a window, and it will fully recharge overnight. A single full charge typically provides over 3 days of operation, so there's no need to worry about convenience. Wireless charging technology? Hearing Dr. Joe's response, many journalists in attendance lit up with excitement. Indeed, wireless remote charging would be incredibly convenient. Plus, with a full charge achieved overnight, daily life would likely remain largely unaffected. This is far more cost-effective than spending a fortune on daily dialysis. Yet some viewers remain skeptical about the technology, with comments flooding the livestream. Forget it. A technology that awesome must cost an arm and a leg. Yeah, I'd probably have to sell myself to afford it. Old Juan, watching from his screen, couldn't help but sigh, his eyes clouded with pessimism. He had cancelled the purchase of his new apartment, receiving around 2 million yuan in return. Yet he chose to give most of it to his wife, so she could provide their future son with a better environment to grow up in. For himself, he kept less than 1 million yuan for medical treatment. 5 years of dialysis treatment, plus the hefty sum he'd been swindled out of 3 years ago by a Southeast Asian middleman. Now he barely had 10,000 yuan left. Would this amount truly suffice? Just as old Wang's mood grew increasingly bleak, Dr. Joe's voice rang out again during the livestream. Regarding your second question about pricing, I can provide a precise answer. Our artificial mechanical kidneys will be completely free during the Phase 1 clinical trial. The government will cover the costs for you. What about after the clinical Phase 1? A reporter pressed further. Dr. Joe remained unruffled, replying with a calm smile. Following Phase 1 clinical trials, the current pricing for artificial kidney transplants is set at 12,000 yuan. I believe this cost should be affordable for most citizens of Longke, correct? 12,000 yuan? The journalists were stunned. Old Wang, watching at home, couldn't help but scratch his ear, wondering if he'd misheard. Such a groundbreaking technology, and the transplant fee is only 12,000 yuan? Not 10 million, not 1 million, not even 100,000, just 12,000? Unbelievable. Before old Wang could recover from his shock, Dr. Joe's warm voice sounded again. And our project researcher is exceptionally selfless. He used his patent bonus to establish a medical fund. Patients who cannot afford even the 12,000 fee may submit a detailed report of their circumstances to the fund management office. Upon approval, treatment costs will be significantly reduced, ensuring everyone can seek care with peace of mind. Dr. Joe's smile grew even warmer. Our goal is to ensure that every kidney disease patient in Longke is no longer troubled by this illness. As he spoke, a complex emotion flickered in his eyes. The warm figure of Lu Yu once again surfaced in his mind. What an unselfish young person she was. This is wonderful. After hearing Dr. Zhou's words clearly, many kidney disease patients watching the screen couldn't help but light up with fervor. After enduring the agony of illness, they finally saw a glimmer of hope. Old Wang, what do you think? Should we give it a shot? Old Wang's phone chimed again, a message from Old Ding. Of course I'll go. Old Wang's weary body seemed to be infused with new energy as he leaped straight out of bed. Clenching his fists, he exclaimed excitedly, at worst, it's death. Could things possibly get any worse than they already are? I'm signing up right now for the first pilot program. Replacing bodily organs with mechanical parts sounded a bit terrifying, though. But old Wang knew this might be his last hope for a cure. No matter what, he had to take that gamble. Similar transformations unfolded in countless families grappling with kidney disease. For patients who had been on the brink of despair, a new glimmer of hope finally appeared in their lives. Though not yet bright enough, it was enough to bring a glimmer of hope. Longke University faculty housing. Phew, the rough draft is mostly done. Specific refinements can wait a day or two. Lu Yu took a deep breath and slowly set down his pen. The notebook before him was filled with melodies and lyrics, his demo version, still some time away from completion. Sitting for so long had left him utterly exhausted. Just as Lu Yu was about to stand up and stretch his limbs, the phone rang again. Ah, is there something else, old Zhong? Chapter 141, Countermeasures Against Leo Transplant Group. The caller was none other than old Zhong again, just like hours earlier. Though slightly surprised, Lu Yu answered the call promptly. Hello, old Zhong? Yes, it's me. Junior brother, did you see the press conference for the artificial mechanical kidney that just took place? Old Master Zhong's eyes twinkled with amusement as he spoke slowly. Press conference? I was busy just now, so I didn't pay much attention. Lu Yu shook his head earnestly and replied. Old Zhong chuckled and teased. What were you busy with? You didn't even notice something this important? This is cutting-edge technology you developed yourself. How can you be so uninterested in your own work? Ahem, I wasn't really busy with anything. Seeing old Master Zhong's inquiry, Lu Yu's expression instantly turned awkward. He dared not tell old Zhong he'd been binge-watching idol dramas that would be too embarrassing if it got out. Ha, nothing important? You should go watch the replay. Old Zhong didn't seem too concerned. He smiled and said, the press conference was a huge success. The first phase of clinical trials filled up in under 5 minutes.
This technology you developed is truly benefiting the people this time.
That smoothly? Fantastic.
Besides the artificial mechanical kidney press conference, there's one more thing.
Go ahead. Old Joan's expression turned serious again as he asked, do you remember the Goldbach conjecture you researched when you first enrolled?
Of course I remember.
Lu Yu smiled faintly and nodded. How could he possibly forget conquering the Goldbach conjecture, one of the most renowned unsolved problems in mathematics? The annual Mathematics Technology Summit is about to be held in the Germanic nation.
Our Dragon Nation intends to announce your research findings to the world at this summit.
However, we now face a problem.
After a moment's hesitation, Elder Zhong continued, the higher-ups currently hold differing opinions on whether you should personally attend. One side believes that your participation carries the risk of exposure. The other faction argues that this achievement and honor rightfully belong to you.
Moreover, no wall is truly impenetrable.
With your breakthroughs in other technologies, your name will inevitably come to international attention.
Therefore, you should personally attend. Of course, the choice rests with you. After hearing the question posed by Old Zhong, Lu Yu responded with a light chuckle, I'm open to either option.
But as for those empty titles, I don't care about them.
Think it over carefully. There's still time before the summit. Let me know when you've decided.
Old Zhong nodded slightly, refraining from offering his own advice to Lu Yu. Deep down, he too felt conflicted about this matter. It wasn't about the honor, but rather the surprise he had mentioned earlier.
All right. Lu Yu nodded. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, they finally ended the call.
Lu Yu lowered his head, resending the completed lyrics to Lumiere, awaiting the distribution of the reward, cutting-edge cybersecurity construction technology. Following the press conference for the artificial mechanical kidney, a massive uproar erupted across the entire Dragon Nation and indeed, the entire world. Overseas, however, skepticism and criticism dominated the discourse.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. This is blatant academic fraud. The international academic community must punish Longke. We cannot allow such corrupt practices to flourish. An artificial mechanical kidney? With current technology, it's simply impossible.
In my 10 years at the Mayo Clinic, I've never heard of any breakthroughs in this field.
I suspect Longke is conducting human experiments.
Countless malicious speculations were voiced by numerous overseas medical experts, with almost no one believing that Longke had genuinely developed artificial mechanical kidney technology.
Prominent biased news outlets like the British Columbia Broadcasting Corporation (BCBC) have published articles titled Is Longke committing academic fraud? Or using academic pretense to conduct human experiments?
A large number of experts have even jointly petitioned the World Medical Council to thoroughly investigate Longke's achievements. As the saying goes, one man's joy is another man's sorrow. While kidney disease patients at home rejoiced, certain companies found themselves in considerable trouble due to the announcement of this technology. The most notorious among them is the Eagle Nation's Leo Transplant Group. This group's primary business is acting as an intermediary for various organ transplants, essentially functioning as a kidney source brokerage. However, unlike the state-run kidney banks in the Dragon Nation, Leo Transplant Group charges exorbitant brokerage fees for every transplant transaction. Moreover, its operations are entangled with underground organ trafficking networks in Southeast Asia. Yet, shielded by its chairman's wealth, its headquarters in the Eagle Nation remained untouched, with branches spreading across the globe to profit from the entire world.
Behind the money lies untold bloodshed.
At the board meeting, Chairman, since the news broke in Longke, our business volume has plummeted by 40% month over month. Our Asian operations have plummeted by 95%.
Leo Group's vice president reported with cold sweat beading on his forehead. Such a steep decline? The chairman of Leo Group's expression froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. Have the figures been verified?
He had mentally braced himself, yet upon hearing the figures, his defenses crumbled. Yes, these are the initial figures from all branches, and they've been verified by our actuaries.
There's not a single discrepancy. The vice president looked grim as he said, Chairman, what exactly should we do? If this continues, our financial deficit will.
He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present understood exactly what he meant.
In an instant, the expressions of every director in the conference room turned anxious, and restless murmurs filled the air. A 95% decline? That's practically the end of us. Maybe we should pivot?
That's our only option: scale back operations and pivot the company's business model.
Amid the chaotic discussion, everyone, calm down.
The chairman slammed his fist on the table and roared, our company isn't finished yet.
Let me think. He took a deep breath, suddenly recalling something. Billy, you're originally from China. You know that country better than any of us here. Share your perspective.
The chairman turned his gaze toward an Asian man in the conference room. He was the only Dragon Nation native present, having emigrated to Eagle Nation at age 20. His full name was Billy Ma, serving as the company's chief marketing officer, primarily responsible for Asian operations.
Ahem, he began, I don't think we need to panic so much.
Billy Ma stood up, speaking fluent English with a calm, unruffled smile on his lips.
Oh? Hearing Billy Ma's words, the assembled directors couldn't help but pause in surprise. You have a solution? Of course. The smile on Billy Ma's lips grew even broader as he chuckled. Longke is a nation that thrives on counterfeiting. Their technology couldn't possibly achieve anything like an artificial mechanical kidney. So, we just need to wait until this rumor is debunked. But the people of Dragon Nation firmly believe in this technology. If we just sit idly by and wait, our company will collapse before this technology is proven false. The chairman frowned. I never said we'd do nothing and just wait. Billy Ma smiled faintly, still unhurried. What we need to do is actually quite simple. Tell the people of Longke that this technology is impossible to achieve. Once they realize the artificial mechanical kidney is nothing but a lie, then we won't even need to wait for this technology to be completely disproven. Our company's business volume will skyrocket again. Chapter 142, The Traitor. Leo Transplant Group, Conference Room. Oh, that's an interesting idea. The chairman gave a slight nod, casting an approving glance at Billy Ma before asking, any specific ideas? Of course. If I didn't, I wouldn't have brought it up. Bilima smiled faintly and said, it's actually quite simple. Many citizens of Dragon Nation have long harbored a deep lack of confidence in their own country and government. All we need to do is exploit this lack of confidence among them. Use online trolls to fan the flames, then spend big bucks to bring in 1 or 2 experts with overseas backgrounds. Have them tell the people of Dragon Nation that this technology is impossible, and they'll naturally believe our narrative. That does sound feasible. The chairman's eyes grew increasingly bright. Billy Ma smiled confidently and continued. Then, not only will the Dragon Nation government pay the price for their academic fraud and suffer a severe blow to its credibility, but our company's operations will also return to normal. To use 2 words from Longke, it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The chairman clapped his hands and laughed. Excellent. You'll be in charge of this Dragon Nation operation. If you succeed, the position of regional director for Asia will be yours. Billy Ma bowed slightly, his smile brimming with confidence. Rest assured, I won't let you down. After the meeting concluded, Billy Ma immediately booked a direct flight to Dragon Nation and rushed there at top speed. The remaining directors and the chairman stayed at headquarters to continue planning the company's subsequent operations. Chairman, isn't it unwise to entrust this mission to Billy Ma? One director hesitated briefly before voicing his concern. After all, he used to be a citizen of Dragon Nation. If he harbors any ulterior motives, our entire plan could go down the drain. Ha, Mark, you're worrying too much. A mocking smile touched the chairman's lips. You know there's a term in Dragon Nation called second-generation collaborators, right? Second-generation collaborators? The director known as Mark froze, his expression turning puzzled. Chairman, I have indeed visited Longke once or twice, but I've never heard of the term erguizi. Ha, it's perfectly normal that you haven't heard of it. The chairman's smile grew even more sarcastic. Second-generation traitors describes those Dragon Country people who betray their homeland and switch allegiances. After leaving Dragon Country, these individuals often strike at their homeland with extreme cruelty, even more ruthless and underhanded than we are. That's why the Chinese call them erguizi. It's a derogatory term. So you're saying Billy Ma is what you call a second-generation traitor? Mark froze for a moment, then began to grasp the meaning, a smile slowly spreading across his lips. He wasn't stupid, he understood exactly what the chairman meant. Exactly. Ha! The chairman chuckled. Yet a trace of contempt flickered in his eyes. Such a two-faced individual, unwelcome even in his own homeland, who in the outside world would truly respect him? They call you Mr. XX to your face only because you're still useful. They toss you a bone to keep you satisfied. But the day you become useless is the day they'll slaughter the donkey that ground their grain. Longke University Faculty Apartments. That should be sufficient. No issues, right? Luyu slowly set down his pen and exhaled deeply. He then picked up the manuscript on the desk and reviewed the wording. What should it be called? Let's call it Little Luck. Once satisfied, Luyu sent the lyrics to Lumiere. The message was sent, and Lumiere's reply came almost instantly. Wow, you're so fast. I thought it would take you at least a week. I've been in a good groove lately, inspiration's flowing. Luyu chuckled and replied jokingly. Let me take a look, can't wait. After sending the message, Lumiere's face lit up with anticipation as she opened the lyrics Luyu had sent. Meeting you, what a blessing. Yet I've lost the right to weep for you. May you spread your wings beyond my sight and meet your destined one. How fortunate she must be. As she read, she couldn't help but hum softly to herself. Her clear voice blended with the melancholic melody, drawing her heart into the song's emotions, leaving her soul stirred. Why does my heart ache so? A sudden tightness gripped Lumiere's heart. A hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes as a single clear tear rolled down her cheek. Although Luyu's true identity was top secret, she wasn't stupid. Lumiere could clearly feel the gap between her and Luyu widening. Their shared topics of conversation were dwindling. Just as the lyrics described, in the sky she could not see, Luyu had long spread her wings and soared straight into the clouds. Yet she remained grounded, gazing upward but unable to even catch a glimpse of Luyu's retreating figure.
The days when they sat side by side as deskmates, sharing everything without reservation, were gone forever. Lu Miao exhaled a long breath and wiped the tear from the corner of her eye.
No, I can't cry. She clenched her fists adorably, rallying herself. So what if we've drifted apart? I'll work just as hard as she does. Once again, Lu Yu's delicate features flashed through Lu Miao's mind, and the gloom in her heart vanished like smoke. Though the gap between them had indeed widened. But Lu Miao wouldn't let that stop her pursuit. She would run forward with all her might, even if she could only glimpse his back. She replied gratefully. Thank you. I really love your gift. Then she quickly recorded a demo and took it straight to the talent agency. Sister Hong, please listen to this and let me know if there are any issues. If it's okay, we'll just adjust the pitch and send it to the production team. Miao, this is your first original song, no slacking off. Put your heart into it, okay? At first, Sister Hong earnestly advised Lu Miao to prepare more thoroughly, warning that haste makes waste. But faced with Lu Miao's strong insistence, Sister Hong could only put on her headphones and give it a listen first. The moment she heard it, Sister Hong's expression changed instantly. This song, did your friend compose it? Yep. Lu Miao's soft chuckle followed. So, Sister Hong, not bad, right? It's more than just good. Sister Hong took a deep breath and stated bluntly, given the quality of this song, if the drama gets higher viewership, it could easily win awards this year. I'll contact the production team right now. I can guarantee it, this song is the perfect choice for the ending credits. She swiftly pulled out her phone, dialed the director's number, and informed him the ending theme was ready. At first, the director was equally surprised. But Sister Hong didn't beat around the bush. She immediately sent Lu Miao's demo over. After listening to the demo, the director's attitude did a complete 180. He immediately made the decision, Lu Miao's would be the lead vocalist for the ending theme. Longke University, Faculty Apartments. Lu Yu slowly put down his copy of The Structure of the Nervous System, stood up, and prepared to relax. Maybe I should watch the replay of the press conference old Zhong mentioned? The thought flashed through Lu Yu's mind. Though he wasn't particularly concerned with fame, he was still quite curious about how Dr. Zhou had introduced the technology he had developed at the press conference. Artificial mechanical kidney press conference. Lu Yu typed these keywords into the search engine. The webpage processed for a moment before displaying numerous search results. The very first one was the video Lu Yu was looking for. Originally, Lu Yu had intended to click directly on it. However, Lu Yu caught the second search result out of the corner of his eye and his brow furrowed. The second result in the search engine was a Weibo post. Though published by an independent media account, the post had already gained significant traction. The post's title was straightforward and instantly eye-catching. Expert, artificial kidney implant allegedly involved in serious fraud. Chapter 143, on-site presentation? Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before clicking on the video embedded in the post and began watching. In the video, a man in a white lab coat sat upright. A subtitle in the lower left corner introduced his credentials. Su Zhe, Ph.D. from California Medical University, former chief physician at Mayo Clinic, and distinguished visiting professor at Magic City Medical University. In the video, the middle-aged man sat on a sofa, speaking eloquently. As far as I know, Kyoto's Jinrui Hospital recently unveiled a technology that has been hyped to the skies by the people of our Dragon Nation. Moreover, Jinrui Hospital has launched related clinical trials, seemingly aiming to roll out this technology nationwide. Here, I can state with full responsibility that this so-called artificial mechanical kidney technology is 100% pure fiction. He slowly picked up the teacup on the table, took a small sip, and smiled. Just think about it, how incredibly complex are the organs in our human bodies? How could a mechanical contraption possibly replace all the intricate functions of a kidney? Right? Moreover, in my 6 years at the Mayo Clinic, I've never heard of any similar technology. Are you suggesting that Jinrui Hospital suddenly acquired some futuristic technology? That's clearly impossible. After watching Professor Su's video, Lu Yu couldn't help but frown. In the video, Professor Su spoke eloquently to the camera, pontificating with self-assured wit as he dismissed Lu Yu's painstakingly developed technological breakthrough as a laughingstock. What was even more infuriating was that at the end of the video, he resorted to alarmist rhetoric, warning the volunteers participating in the clinical trial. He claimed that participating in this trial was tantamount to courting death. If this video spread, the impact on kidney disease patients would be immense. Even a slight delay in their treatment could cost precious lives. Lu Yuxing took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and clicked into the blog's comments section. Professor Su was absolutely right. It's been ages since I've seen a professor with such integrity like Professor Su, smiley. I knew this so-called artificial mechanical kidney technology had to be fake. Standing with Professor Su's righteous stance, I almost fell for it and signed up for that Phase 1 clinical trial. No way, I'm canceling right now. Those professors endorsing Jinrui Hospital must have been paid off. Professor Su is the real deal, he dares to speak the truth. Thumbs up. A flood of netizens who believe they've uncovered the truth are unleashing attacks on Jinrui Hospital in the comments section. Some even resorted to personal attacks against Dr. Zhou. Though a few rational accounts resisted the mob mentality, urging everyone to stay level-headed and trust the country, such comments were quickly drowned out by a deluge of vitriol. Some accounts' primary or secondary profiles with IDs consisting of random strings of numbers or letters posted strange links in the comments. These links garnered unusually high numbers of likes, leading to a third-party website called Leo Transplant Platform. What was going on? Lu Yu's eyes narrowed sharply. He sensed that this matter was far from straightforward. He dialed a number directly to Minister Sun. Jinrui Hospital. This should be the last surgery of the day. Dr. Zhou wearily removed his mask, exhaled deeply, and sank back into the office recliner. Since that press conference, patients had been flocking to sign up for the Phase 1 clinical trial, filling every available slot to capacity. To ensure the utmost safety of the surgeries, the hospital had Dr. Zhou personally perform nearly every operation, striving to cure every patient without a single complication. Though utterly exhausted, Dr. Zhou watched as patients who had once been utterly despondent regained hope for life. The sense of accomplishment in his heart was evident. Why did so many messages suddenly appear? Dr. Zhou glanced at the 99 unread notifications on his Weibo feed with puzzlement. After a moment's hesitation, he tapped to open it. He maintained his own account on the platform, primarily sharing the latest medical research papers and achievements. His followers consisted mainly of academic heavyweights and his own disciples. Why were there suddenly so many private messages today? Opening the private messages tab, Dr. Zhou's brow instantly furrowed. The entire page was flooded with abusive messages, some accounts even issuing personal threats. Worse still, someone had dug up information about his wife, who worked at the hospital, and his daughter, who was in elementary school. They threatened him, saying if he continued doing such unconscionable things, he'd better be prepared to pay the price. Damn it! Dr. Zhou slammed his fist on the chair, taking several deep breaths before his emotions finally settled. Dr. Zhou, what's wrong? A young nurse looked puzzled, unsure why Dr. Zhou had suddenly become so angry. My apologies, I lost my temper. Dr. Zhou took another deep breath, finally easing the anger in his heart somewhat. He handed the contents of his phone to the young nurse. Upon seeing it, her face instantly darkened with fury. These people are absolutely outrageous. You saved so many lives, and this is how they treat you? Several doctors and nurses overheard the commotion and gathered around. Upon seeing the content on Dr. Zhou's phone, everyone's expressions darkened. Director Zhou, should we report this? Yes, sir. We can't let these keyboard warriors run wild. This is outrageous. Could it be because of this? A young doctor suddenly had an idea. He quickly pulled out his phone and sent Dr. Zhou a screenshot of a Weibo post. Professor, take a look. Do you recognize this person? This is. Dr. Zhou lowered his head and began to examine it carefully. This particular tweet was the one Professor Su had posted on Weibo. At this moment, the post was generating immense discussion, boasting over 400,000 likes and an astonishing number of reposts. The comments below could only be described as utterly filthy. No wonder I know Su Jia. Dr. Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling the past. Years ago, during an overseas exchange program, he had met Professor Su. Though they had no personal connection, Dr. Zhou could discern from Professor Su's words and actions his yearning for the Western world and his contempt for his own homeland. Later, he heard that despite Professor Su's efforts to stay at the Mayo Clinic, he was dismissed due to a medical incident. In the end, he returned to China with his tail between his legs, scrambling to make a living again. Dr. Zhou had always held such banana people in utter contempt. Wait, hold on. Dr. Zhou took a deep breath. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he hurriedly opened the page for the hospital's first phase clinical trial. Sure enough, the once overwhelmingly full registration page now showed drastically fewer applicants, not even half the original number. How infuriating. That bastard. Dr. Zhou clenched his fists, his inner rage erupting once more. If this were merely a personal attack against him, he could have endured it. But after that video was released, it caused a large number of people who had originally chosen to join the Phase 1 clinical trial to abandon their spots. Keep in mind, most of those who signed up for Phase 1 were critically ill patients. They might not live to see the day when the artificial mechanical kidney was officially rolled out nationwide. Phase 1 clinical trials were their best chance at survival. Yet because of Professor Su's misleading tweet, many critically ill patients with limited knowledge chose to withdraw from the trial. This could lead to countless unnecessary deaths. This is nothing short of indirect murder. Dr. Zhou's hands were trembling with rage. This cannot continue. We cannot let him run amok any longer. A high-end residence in the metropolis. Truly authentic Anshi tea guanyin, its flavor is incomparable. Professor Su gently blew on his teacup, then slowly sipped the clear tea within, his face radiating pure enjoyment. Before tasting the nectar, one first savors its divine fragrance. This authentic Anshi tea guanyin comes at a hefty price. A single pound easily costs over 100,000 yuan. Though he held a well-paid position as a specially appointed director at a Shanghai hospital, his salary alone seemed insufficient to afford tea of this caliber. Ding! Just then, a notification sound suddenly rang out on his computer. It's here. Professor Su let out a satisfied smile, clicked open his computer, and glanced at the bottom right corner. Sure enough, his account had just received a transfer of 1 million yuan. The sender was none other than Billy Ma, the current interim head of Leo Transplant Group's Asian operations. Thank you, Mr. Ma. Professor Su smiled faintly as he replied in the Telegram chat window. You're very kind, but please call me Billy. I don't like being called Mr. Ma. Billy Ma's reply arrived promptly. Alright, Mr. Billy. Professor Su wasn't surprised. He immediately switched to English and began communicating with Billy Ma. At heart, they were alike, mutually understanding and sharing the same mindset. Professor Su, I greatly appreciate your principled stance. Consider this 1 million as a goodwill gesture from Leo Transplant Group. A smile touched Billy Ma's lips as he continued, I hope our future collaboration remains just as pleasant. Future cooperation? Professor Su's eyes widened in surprise before he furrowed his brow. Weren't we clear this was a one-time deal? Well, the results this time were simply outstanding, weren't they? Ilima's smile broadened as he explained. This time, we hope you can deliver a speech on site to expose the hypocrisy of Kyoto Golden Grace Hospital. I'm confident your sense of justice will make you eager to do so. A live speech? That doesn't seem quite right. Professor Su hesitated, his voice uncertain. Although the video he had previously posted online had generated significant buzz and attention across major platforms in Longke, it was still confined to the digital realm. Holding an offline speech would be tantamount to completely tearing down the facade. Even Professor Su, who had always been prone to Western worshipping tendencies, found himself uncertain. After all, he was still relying on domestic resources for his livelihood. Professor Su, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, Leo Transplant Group is known for its generosity. Billy Ma smiled. This isn't about money. It's about. Professor Su remained hesitant. 10 million. Billy Ma stated bluntly, without any hesitation. Then it's settled. Professor Su's attitude did a complete 180. Soon, a trending topic appeared on Weibo, and the moment it surfaced, its popularity exploded to viral levels. 1. Professor Su announces he will expose the artificial kidney scam in his speech, Explosive. Chapter 144, Mission Accomplished. On Weibo. The trending topic shot straight to the top of the charts with unprecedented heat. Clicking on the trending topic revealed comments overwhelmingly supporting Professor Su, urging him to expose the artificial mechanical kidney technology at Kyoto's Golden Grace Hospital. Support Professor Su. Just looking at that Dr. Zhou's face, he doesn't seem like a good person. Professor Su is amazing. There aren't many people in Longke who have the courage to speak the truth. Thumbs up. Go Professor Su. If not for you, we'd have been completely duped by Kyoto's Jinrui Hospital. As the trending topic gained traction, its impact grew exponentially, even drawing attention from people outside the medical field. Longke University, faculty residence. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the option. The familiar electronic notification sounded once more in Lu Yu's mind. The task is complete? Hearing the system's voice, a hint of delight flashed across Lu Yu's face. Reward, cutting-edge cybersecurity architecture technology has been dispersed. Another voice chimed in. Simultaneously, a familiar electronic current surged from Lu Yu's mind, spreading throughout his entire body. Along with a tingling sensation, an overwhelming volume of knowledge was simultaneously poured into Lu Yu's mind. This was the top-tier cybersecurity architecture technology? Lu Yu gently closed his eyes, absorbing the surging tide of new knowledge. A satisfied smile curved his lips. Previously, he had some understanding of network architecture technology, but his knowledge was limited, probably not even reaching the level of an average undergraduate in the field. Yet after absorbing this systematic knowledge infusion, Lu Yu found cybersecurity architecture techniques growing increasingly clear. Previously confusing points suddenly clicked into place, as if he'd been immersed in the field for years. Why not test it out? Just how good am I now? Lu Yu felt a surge of restlessness, eager to test the limits of his network architecture skills. He went online, searched for a while, and finally fixed his gaze on a line of text. PWN 174th Hacker Competition, October 12th. PWN 10 has always been the world's most renowned and authoritative hacker competition organization, dedicated to advancing cybersecurity technology. Every year when PWN 10 kicks off, countless elite hackers remotely join the competition via their computers, vying for victory. Though the lack of an in-person component might diminish the ceremonial feel, it certainly doesn't mean the competition is any less challenging. On the contrary, the participants save for the cannon fodder are all heavyweights in their own right. Among them are renowned figures like Facebook's chief security architect and Microsoft's chief security officer, true masters of global security architecture. For a security researcher, winning at PWN 10 signifies that their research has reached world-leading standards. The performance of each competing team directly reflects their nation's cyber offensive and defensive capabilities. In previous years, Dragon Nation's teams have achieved very few notable results in this competition.
The best result was achieved by a team led by China's security giant 306, which scored 33 points and ranks 6th globally. Meanwhile, the UK has consistently dominated the top 3 spots without fail. Why not give it a shot? Staring at the registration button, Liu licked his lips, feeling a surge of excitement welling up inside him. He cared little for empty fame, yet he still wanted to test just how far the skills the system had granted him could truly take him. After all, there's a gap between the best and the best. The world's number 1 is elite, and so is the world's number 3, yet the two are worlds apart. Give it a shot. After a moment's hesitation, Liu made his decision. He first set up a virtual device, masking his IP address and hardware information to ensure his identity remained concealed, before pressing the registration button. Everything proceeded smoothly, except for the name and address fields, which gave Liu pause. Using his real name and address was out of the question, but coming up with a fake one on the spot proved surprisingly difficult. Forget it, he'd just pick something random. Liu couldn't be bothered to overthink it. He casually typed Mr. Liu into the name field and, without much thought, entered the address for the World Mathematics and Technology Conference that old Zhong had sent him. As for nationality, the other 2 fields could be faked, but this one absolutely couldn't. Without hesitation, Liu wrote Dragon Country and pressed the confirmation button. Done. After registration, the organizers would send the competition link to his computer on the day of the event. No other preparations were needed in advance. Ding. Just then, a notification sound suddenly rang out on his chat app. The message came from Lumiere. Got some good news for you. Guess what it is? Though it was just text, Liu could picture Lumiere grinning widely as she typed it. Can't guess. How about giving me a hint? Liu smiled too. He knew perfectly well that the good news Lumiere was sharing was that the song had been approved. But if he just blurted it out, Lumiere's excitement might fizzle. So he preferred to play dumb. Ha! I thought you knew everything. Lumiere's sweet smile spread across her face as she stared blankly at the screen, typing. The good news is, the song you wrote for me not only passed the review, but also received unanimous praise from the production team. Liu, congratulations. Lumiere, hee hee. Suddenly remembering something, she hesitated before typing. Oh, Liu, can I ask you something? Sure. Liu nodded. Lumiere hesitated before asking, you know those artificial mechanical kidneys that have been trending lately? Chapter 145, Breaking the Law? One word, arrest. Huh? Can I ask why? Why do you want to ask about that? Liu couldn't help but pause at Lumiere's question. He never imagined Lumiere would ask him about artificial mechanical kidneys. This was quite unexpected. Because. After a moment's hesitation, Lumiere was candid. Isn't this topic trending lately? I just wanted to learn more. Plus, my uncle has been battling diabetes for years and still hasn't found a suitable kidney donor. So I thought, if this technology could help him, that would be wonderful. My uncle was really excited and even prepared to sign up for the clinical trial, but Lumiere couldn't help but sigh as she continued. You probably know this too, this technology has been under fire lately. That Professor Su online seems pretty authoritative, but he claims it's academic fraud. I don't know whose words to believe, so I came to ask you. Lumiere told Liu her inner concerns with complete honesty, holding nothing back. Little did she know that Liu was the lead researcher behind the artificial mechanical kidney. Coming to him with this question was a stroke of luck. So that's how it is. Liu gave a slight nod, finally understanding why Lumiere had suddenly asked him this question. Liu thought for a moment before carefully stating, I do have some familiarity with artificial mechanical kidney technology. If you trust me, have your uncle sign up for the first phase of the clinical trial. Believe me, this technology won't disappoint you. Bound by confidentiality agreements, Liu naturally couldn't reveal his true identity to Lumiere. Instead, he hinted around, carefully sharing useful information with her. Alright, I trust you. A resolute determination hardened in Lumiere's eyes. I'll discuss it with my uncle then. Though she didn't know Liu was the lead developer of the artificial mechanical kidney technology, her feminine intuition and rational judgment simply made her trust him. They exchanged pleasantries for another half hour, discussing the recent upheaval caused by the artificial mechanical kidney in society. Finally, they bid each other good night and hung up. After the call ended, it was him again. Liu opened a search engine. After looking up Professor Su's background, his gaze instantly sharpened. Initially, the artificial mechanical kidney technology had generated considerable buzz upon its release, though its impact remained confined to medical circles. But after Professor Su impulsively posted that blog entry, the topic completely broke out of its niche. It now dominated the top spot on the trending charts, with much of the public discourse below manipulated by paid commenters. This distorted the general public's perspective and clouded their judgment. Liu firmly believed there was no way this happened without some hidden hand pulling the strings. Forget it. Better check with Minister Sun on any new developments. Liu pondered for a moment before pulling out his phone. He dialed Minister Sun's number once more. Beep, beep. The ringtone didn't play for long before the call was answered.
Minister Sun, have you gotten any results on that Professor Su I asked you to look into last time? Liu didn't beat around the bush, he got straight to the point. Director Sun nodded solemnly. This fellow has stirred up quite a storm lately. Even if you hadn't requested an investigation, our relevant departments would have initiated one anyway. Exactly. Raising reasonable questions is perfectly acceptable, but his actions are clearly manipulating ordinary patients, clouding their judgment. Liu stated. Raising questions about newly developed technologies is perfectly normal in the scientific community. But Professor Su's actions go far beyond mere questioning. Massively hiring online trolls to sway public opinion and smear the government's credibility, there must be ulterior motives behind this. Rest assured, we won't stand idly by while he acts this way. This is a blatant attempt to discredit your contributions and involves a series of illegal activities like defamation and spreading rumors. Minister Sun took a deep breath and assured, I just convened a department meeting specifically to analyze and discuss this matter. All department leaders have reached a unified consensus on this matter, one word, act. A day passed quickly. Before they knew it, the day of Professor Su's lecture had arrived. The venue was the plaza of Magic City Medical University. Many students and media representatives had already gathered, waiting for the lecture to begin. Of course, besides students and journalists, there were also plenty of onlookers eager for a spectacle. They all gathered here, waiting for Professor Su to make an appearance. Finally. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Professor Su appeared today dressed in a black uniform. Though he looked energetic and spirited, a hint of mockery lingered deep in his eyes. What is the purpose of my lecture here today? I'm sure everyone already knows, so I won't elaborate further. Professor Su slowly took his seat, his gaze sweeping the room as he offered a hollow smile. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask. Professor Su. Professor Su. I have a question. Professor Su, I also have a question. May I ask? Professor Su called on me. Reporters gathered near the plaza immediately scrambled to raise their hands and ask questions. For them, getting up close to interview Professor Su and write another report meant big points on their performance records. Everyone, please calm down. One question at a time. Watching the eager questioners jostling for position, a satisfied smile touched Professor Su's lips. Alright, you go first. Professor Su, I'd like to ask, you've stated that China's artificial kidney technology is an academic fraud. What evidence supports your claim? A male reporter wearing glasses stood up and held the microphone to Professor Su's lips. Excellent question. I'm sure this is something everyone is concerned about. Professor Su smiled slightly, setting the tone. You're all familiar with my background, right? Having worked at Mayo Clinic for so many years, I've gained a fairly thorough understanding of medicine. To my knowledge, I've never heard of any hospital daring to replace kidneys with artificial mechanical parts. That's utter nonsense. And just think about it, how incredibly complex and exquisitely crafted our human organs are. How could mechanical parts possibly replicate that? Professor Su was merely repeating the same tired arguments he'd made in his previous tweet. He likely thought this response would silence the reporter, but Professor Su, you have indeed served at the Mayo Clinic for many years, and I hold you in the highest regard. But just because you haven't heard of a technology doesn't mean it doesn't exist, does it? The male reporter pressed relentlessly. And while the structure of human organs is complex, are atoms and nuclei any simpler? Didn't our country still develop its own atomic bomb? You can't claim that just because something is difficult, it's impossible to achieve. As the reporter spoke, many patriotic students in the audience exchanged knowing glances of agreement. Indeed, you can't dismiss a technology as non-existent simply because you've never heard of it. The internal structure of the human kidney is indeed incredibly complex, but what scientific technology is ever simple? Merely saying how could it be possible won't convince them. Professor Su's expression instantly turned anxious. He took a sip of water to feign calmness while his mind raced for a solution. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, his eyes lit up. My evidence, of course, extends far beyond what I've mentioned. Professor Su flashed a confident smile. Let me ask you this, if someone invented artificial mechanical kidney technology, what would they gain? What would they gain? The reporter hesitated briefly before replying. They'd likely receive numerous awards, such as the Outstanding Scientist Award, the Changjiang Scholar Award, or perhaps the Nobel Prize in Medicine. I certainly don't know as much about medical awards as you do. Exactly. Right? What's right about it? The students and media below exchanged confused glances. None of them understood what Professor Su was talking about. How could it be right? Professor Su feigned mystery. I've explained it this clearly, and you still don't get it? He feigned regret, shook his head, and sighed. If a doctor could truly develop artificial machinery and produce such groundbreaking technology, they would undoubtedly win the Nobel Prize in Medicine. Our nation would certainly celebrate them, even featuring them in textbooks as role models for the youth. But how many days have passed since Jinrui Hospital's press conference? Have you heard a single news report about the person who developed this technology? It seems to be exactly that. Hearing Professor Su's question, everyone present froze in stunned silence.
Indeed, if someone truly developed such groundbreaking technology for artificial mechanical bodies, they would undoubtedly be lavished with praise. Yet to this day, there's been no word about the developer, no name, no identity, not even their occupation. Something seems fishy here. Even the patriotic students who had been present earlier now showed a hint of confusion in their eyes.
Professor Su's point seemed undeniably logical. Right? Realizing he had successfully swayed the crowd, a smug smile curled at the corners of Professor Su's mouth. So you see, everyone, we must approach issues from multiple angles and learn to think independently. Don't let unscrupulous hospitals and doctors cloud your judgment. If someone truly invented an artificial kidney, how could we possibly find not a single shred of information about them? That's precisely why I insist this must be a scam. Moreover, just as the audience was growing increasingly convinced by Professor Su's words, a middle-aged man suddenly stood up, his voice filled with righteous indignation. Professor Su, I disagree with your view. Oh? And who might you be? A flicker of disdain flashed in Professor Su's eyes, but he maintained a polite facade. This is a discussion. If you disagree with my views, feel free to share your thoughts. My surname is Wang. You can call me Old Wang. The man took a deep breath and gathered his courage. I may be just an ordinary person, but I've suffered from kidney disease for many years. Last week, I enrolled in the first phase of the clinical pilot program for artificial mechanical kidney transplants, and just 2 days ago, I underwent the transplant surgery. At Beijing Ruijin Hospital, post-operative tests showed all my vital signs are identical to those of a healthy person. The artificial kidney barely impacts my daily life. If, as you claim, this artificial mechanical kidney is merely a scam, then what exactly is this device implanted inside my body? With that, he abruptly lifted his shirt, revealing the surgical scar on his right abdomen. Although Jinning's scar had been sutured with silk thread, it still looked quite frightening. The vivid red bloodstains around the scar indicated it was a recent injury, not an old one. This was. Seeing this scar, everyone present froze in shock. Even Professor Su's expression turned grave, at a loss for words. He never imagined that someone who had personally undergone the surgery would attend his lecture. What on earth should he do? For a moment, sweat poured down Professor Su's forehead like rain, beads the size of peas rolling down his face. My friend. Professor Su steeled himself and retorted, how can you prove this scar is from your artificial kidney transplant surgery and not from some other procedure? Old Wang froze, this scar is from my transplant surgery. How am I supposed to prove it? Do you want me to bring my medical records here? You can't even prove it? Then what makes you say the artificial kidney surgery is problem-free? Professor Su truly lived up to his title as a professor. His sophistry was absolutely top-notch. And how many days have passed since your surgery? You're already here attending my lecture. Normally, after such major surgery, wouldn't you need to stay hospitalized for a month or two? Your behavior makes it hard not to suspect you're a plant hired by Jin Rui Hospital. With just a few words, he painted patient Lao Wang as a paid shill for Jin Rui Hospital. How shameless. Making money off people like this. Exactly. Thank goodness Professor Su saw through him. We almost fell for his scam. How shameless. Punish the fraud. Punish the fraud. In an instant, countless looks of contempt converged on Old Wang. Nearly every spectator present was convinced he must be a plant hired by Jin Rui Hospital to disrupt the event. What stooge? What are you talking about? Old Wang's face flushed crimson with panic, yet faced with Professor Su's masterful rhetoric, he had no room to argue. The reason he was discharged so quickly was because the technology was advanced enough and the surgery went smoothly enough that he only stayed in the hospital for a day or two before being successfully discharged. What does that have to do with being a plant? I swear I'm not a plant. Please believe me. I'm not. Old Wang tried to defend himself, but no one believed him. Even the students who had initially supported the artificial kidney technology now looked at him with hostility. After listening to the lecture for so long, they were almost convinced by Professor Su's viewpoint. Artificial mechanical kidneys are definitely fake. Punish the fraudsters severely. Severe punishment for fraudsters. The creator of this invention must be severely punished. The voices of the people, used as pawns, still rang out loud and clear. Why won't you believe me? The inventor of this kidney, he absolutely isn't a fraud. Old Wang's face flushed crimson with frustration. He clenched his fists, desperate to clear the inventor's name. But amidst the angry crowd, his words fell on deaf ears. That person saved his life, how could they be a fraud? Listening to the surrounding slander, a man in his 30s or 40s grew so enraged his eyes turned red. Ha! Witnessing it all, Professor Su's eyes flashed with a hint of smug satisfaction. You're still too green to take me on. Ahem! The atmosphere was perfectly charged. Professor Su cleared his throat and adopted a righteous tone. I know today's speech will touch on the interests of many hospitals and companies, but as a doctor, I must speak these truths. These companies will resort to shameless tactics to silence me, like hiring shills to smear my reputation. So, please trust me.
Another reporter stood up, simultaneously making a silent gesture with his hand.
Professor Su, I have one more question I'd like to ask you. Please go ahead. Professor Su noticed the gesture, his eyes crinkling with amusement. He knew the final act had begun. Since this artificial mechanical kidney technology is fake, how can we kidney disease patients seek better treatment options? The reporter delivered the line he'd prepared long ago. Well, there are good treatment options available, but never mind. I'd rather not say, you might think I'm promoting some company.
Professor Su shook his head with feigned hesitation.
Professor Su, please tell us. We trust you completely.
Yes, Professor Su, please tell us. Alright, since you're all so eager, I'll share it with you. Professor Su suppressed his inner satisfaction and smiled. There is an internationally renowned transplant company I can recommend to you all. It's called Leo Transplant.
Not only.
Just as Professor Su was about to deliver the carefully rehearsed speech he had memorized, a piercing siren suddenly cut him off. This was before Professor Su and the assembled audience could recover. A uniformed officer with a determined expression approached Professor Su. You're Su Jia, correct?
Yes. What do you want?
A sense of foreboding rose in Professor Su's heart as he forced himself to speak. The officer got straight to the point, producing an arrest warrant. You are suspected of multiple offenses, including spreading rumors and defaming national policies. Please come with us.
Chapter 146, New Information? Arrest me? Professor Su froze momentarily, then his expression turned horrified. I was just organizing a lecture. How did that become illegal? You know exactly what you've done. Don't play dumb here.
The officer showed him no mercy, immediately cuffing him and escorting him to the vehicle.
What on earth was going on? Professor Su was giving his lecture perfectly fine. Why was he suddenly being taken away?
The onlookers were stunned, frozen in place. Only a few quick-thinking individuals swiftly pulled out their phones and recorded everything that had just unfolded.
Frame up. Definitely a frame up.
Only after the police left did a reporter, actually an undercover operative from Leo Transplant Group, step forward. Professor Su must have threatened some corporate interests with his actions. That's why they're smearing our professor, trying to frame him.
Friends, we absolutely cannot let them succeed. Frame up. The stunned onlookers finally understood what had transpired. Yes.
They must have framed Professor Su because he was getting in the way of their profits.
Bunch of bastards. We absolutely can't let them succeed. Exactly. Professor Su has taught us so much. How can we stand by and watch him get framed? Let's post the video online.
Under the incitement of several Leo Group insiders present, the entire lecture hall erupted in righteous indignation. Many in the crowd seethed with anger, determined to rescue Professor Su. And the solution they came up with was to post the video online. Fortunately, despite a few hiccups along the way, the outcome wasn't too bad. Seeing the atmosphere successfully stirred up, the Leo Group staff disguised as journalists finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the sudden appearance of police at the rally site was somewhat unexpected, their primary objective had been achieved. Now, they could leave the rest to these fools to sort out. Exchanging knowing glances, they let pleased smiles curve their lips before departing the scene. Left behind were a crowd of unsuspecting citizens, still seething with righteous indignation and voicing their outrage on behalf of Professor Su. To put it in colloquial terms, they'd been sold out and were still helping count the money. Soon, an even more explosive video surfaced on Weibo. Its headline was nothing short of sensational. Mystery deepens. Professor Su taken away by police. Within moments, the post surpassed 1 million views and secured a spot on Weibo's trending list, trampling numerous celebrity marketing campaigns beneath it. Comments under the trending topic were overwhelmingly in Professor Su's defense. Some even stormed the official account of Shanghai police, flooding it with threatening demands to release Professor Su. In an instant, the entire internet felt like a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest spark. TSK, this guy ended up behind bars so early, faster than I anticipated. Billy Ma's lips curled into a smug smile as he stared at the newsfeed on his phone. He had anticipated this all along. Dragon Nation wouldn't stand idly by. They would certainly move to arrest Professor Su, and that was precisely part of his plan. After all, to pull off a golden cicada shedding its shell maneuver, you need a shell to shed. With Professor Su captured, he would be safe. He could sit back, unharmed, and reap the rewards. Over the past 2 days, Leo Group's stock price had surged by 7% and was still climbing. Moreover, business volume had recovered to 70% of its peak levels. This performance is sure to satisfy the board, huh? Billy Ma licked his lips, stood up, and retrieved a bottle of champagne from the freezer, eager to celebrate properly. But just as the smile spread across his lips, a thunderous crash erupted. Bang! The mansion's front door was violently kicked open. Freeze! Get down! A sharp command echoed through the room. Before Billy could react, several armed police officers tackled him to the ground. Freeze! Stay still! Let me go! You guys, let me go! Billy Ma was stunned by the sudden turn of events and began struggling frantically. I'm British. Let me go. I have a British passport.
I'm warning you, this is an international incident. Let me go. I'm British. You have no right to arrest me.
Yet the two officers who cuffed him paid no heed to his struggles, simply hauling him away in handcuffs. The sergeant in charge snorted coldly, watching his retreating figure, and muttered,
"Who do you think you are? This is Dragon Nation.
I don't care if you're British or whatever.
As long as you're a Blue Star citizen, you obey Dragon Nation's laws." Longke University, Faculty Apartments. "Minister Sun, have you rounded up everyone?" Luyu dialed Minister Sun's number, his eyes crinkling with amusement. "You're well informed. Both suspects just arrived at the station." Minister Sun chuckled. "Both of them?" Luyu paused slightly. "Yes. Behind that Su fellow is an international corporation called Leo Transplant Group.
The online trolls manipulating public opinion were also orchestrated by them." Minister Sun chuckled and explained. "We've already arrested the primary perpetrator of this incident, the head of Leo Transplant Group's Asian division. Right now, both of them are locked up together. And rest assured, we've addressed the public opinion issue. This minor ripple isn't worth mentioning." Luyu nodded slightly and said, "Minister Sun, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease." The moment the video of Professor Su's arrest surfaced online, it instantly sparked a massive uproar. The discussion remained intensely high, firmly occupying the top spot on the trending charts. Luyu had initially worried whether such a heavy-handed arrest might damage the government's credibility. But judging by Minister Sun's confident demeanor, it was clear he had prepared for this long ago. "Police station. You're committing inhumane acts. I'm suing you. Where's my lawyer? I demand to see my lawyer. This is illegal detention. You're violating international law. I'm a British citizen, you have no right to arrest me." Professor Su and Billy Ma were locked up together in the police station. They glared at each other and started causing a scene. "Calm down, both of you." A police officer slowly smiled. "Wait until Chief Wang arrives. If you have anything to say, tell him. Talking to me is useless." Billy Ma was about to say something when footsteps suddenly echoed outside the room. Immediately, a stern-faced, middle-aged man in police uniform appeared before them. You two were shouting quite loudly. "I could hear you from outside the room," Commissioner Wang said with a slight smile. "I'm warning you, I'm a British citizen. You have no authority to arrest me. Release me now, and I won't press charges. Otherwise, once the embassy gets involved, you'll be in for it." Billy stood tall and defiant, shouting defiantly. He was confident that his status as a foreign guest would shield him. These people couldn't really do anything to him. Moreover, after Professor Su's arrest, he had already taken precautions, stirring up public opinion to pressure the police. Under such scrutiny, the police's options were severely limited. Professor Su's demeanor, though not as brazen as Billy Ma's, was nonetheless defiant. "Director Wang, what law have I broken? On what grounds do you arrest me? If you say I've committed a crime, do you have any evidence?" Facing their provocation, Director Wang remained unruffled, chuckling, "No need to rush, gentlemen. Just wait a moment longer, the results will be in shortly." Results? Both Bilima and Professor Su were momentarily bewildered, exchanging puzzled glances. What results? About 2 minutes later, Director Wang's phone suddenly emitted a soft ding. "It's ready." Director Wang glanced at his phone, a faint smile curling his lips. He held the phone screen directly in front of them. "Gentlemen, care to take a look? This is..." Both Billy Ma and Professor Su looked down simultaneously. The moment they saw the screen, their expressions froze. The message displayed on Director Wang's screen was brief. "The World Medical Council has confirmed that the artificial mechanical kidney technology developed by the Dragon Nation is essentially authentic." "What? How could this be? I don't believe it. This must be fake news, fake news." Professor Su and Billy Ma's faces instantly drained of color. Billy Ma's fingers even began to tremble slightly. His original plan was actually quite simple. As long as he couldn't prove the artificial mechanical kidney was real, he could exploit a legal loophole and dismiss everything as reasonable doubt. Then he'd quickly leave the country and return to the UK. But Billy Ma never imagined that Dragon Nation would validate the artificial mechanical kidney technology in such a short time. And for that, we owe a debt of gratitude to those British medical experts. Without their strong insistence, the World Medical Council wouldn't have arrived so swiftly. Director Wang chuckled, feeling an indescribable sense of relief. "Even if this technology is real, you have no grounds to arrest me. I merely raised reasonable doubt. On what basis could you detain me?" Professor Su swallowed hard and pressed on. Though he still stubbornly argued, his confidence was nowhere near as strong as before. "Reasonable suspicion? The 11 million in your account, was that also born from your reasonable suspicion? And all those paid commenters flooding the article, did they spring from your reasonable suspicion too?" Director Wang smiled. He didn't waste any more words, instead laying out piece of evidence after piece of evidence before Professor Su. I stared at the irrefutable chat logs and transfer receipts. Professor Su's face turned ashen. He stammered for a long while, unable to utter a single word.
In the face of this evidence, any attempt at evasion seemed utterly futile. After a long silence, sigh. Professor Su let out a long, weary sigh. As if drained of all strength, he slumped back into his chair. I admit my guilt. Chapter 147, The Twist That Shocked the World. After Professor Su's confession, Dilima ceased his desperate resistance and bowed his head in acknowledgement of his crimes. Dejected, both men were taken to the detention center, as if plunged from heaven to hell, awaiting legal punishment. Minister's son, we've handled everything. Director Wang pulled out his phone and reported the outcome to Minister's son. After the World Medical Council released its latest announcement, the surging public outrage on Weibo vanished without a trace. Artificial mechanical kidney technology was actually real? The people who had been used as pawns stared blankly at their phones, unable to believe the latest updates. They never imagined that Professor Su, whom they trusted most, would turn out to be the biggest fraud of all. Casual onlookers were one thing, though their emotions had been deceived, they hadn't truly lost anything. The unluckiest ones were the group of kidney disease patients who had cancelled their clinical trials because of Professor Su's deception. I'm such a fool. Why didn't I trust the government? Yeah, I finally managed to sign up, and now it's all down the drain. What was I thinking when I withdrew my application? How could I have been so stupid? Patients who withdrew from the clinical trial were filled with profound regret. Fortunately, Jinrui Hospital soon announced that after the first phase of clinical trials, they would roll out this artificial mechanical kidney technology nationwide and even globally at the fastest possible pace. This news reignited hope in the hearts of patients who had been utterly disheartened. Some resentful anti-China factions, doubting the authenticity of Longwa's news, even went online hoping to find foreign sources debunking Longwa's lies. Yet upon accessing foreign websites, they encountered news diametrically opposed to their expectations. Unbelievable. According to data from the World Medical Council, Longwa's artificial mechanical kidney technology is remarkably advanced. I apologize for my previous ignorant remarks. This technology is a beacon of humanity. Its inventor deserves the next Nobel Prize in medicine. On Twitter, numerous medical experts with verified accounts have reversed their positions, now cheering for Longwa. Among them were even some medical experts who had accused Longwa of academic fraud just days prior. On international platforms, the official stance of the Dragon Nation is exceptionally clear, or perhaps dominant is a more fitting description. Second, hold Leo Transplant Group accountable for its illegal activities and pursue the matter to the fullest extent. They must completely withdraw from Longwa, issue a formal apology, and pay a massive fine to pay for their actions. Though the Leo Transplant Group's chairman was extremely reluctant, he had no choice but to bow his head in apology and painfully hand over the company's entire annual profit as a fine to Longwa. Second, welcome foreign patients to Longwa for artificial kidney transplant treatments. However, there are significant price differences between countries. A series of artificial kidney transplant surgeries in Longwa costs only 10,000 yuan. International friends from developing countries participating across borders will need to pay around 100,000 yuan. For patients from Western nations and other developed countries seeking artificial kidney transplants, the cost is the most expensive. A whopping 300,000 yuan. This price is 30 times the charge to Longwa nationals. Beyond the exorbitant cost, the Longwa government further announced that certain politicians and businesspeople on its sanctions list are barred from receiving these transplants. This has them in a panic. After all, for them, whether it's 300,000 or 10,000 yuan makes no difference, money is no object. But whether they could actually access this technology was a world of difference. On what grounds? This is an utterly inhumane act. I'm going to the United Nations to sue them. Inside a luxurious mansion, a politician suffering from kidney disease roared in fury. Though he had long secured a suitable kidney donor for transplantation, the increasingly severe rejection reactions in recent years, even with cutting-edge pharmaceuticals, could scarcely be controlled due to insufficient compatibility. Originally, the invention of artificial mechanical organs offered him hope. Yet, due to his relentless slander and defamation of the Dragon Nation over the years, he had been placed on their official sanctions list. He had sneered at the Dragon Nation, dismissing the sanctions list as meaningless, believing it could never touch him. But when artificial mechanical kidney technology emerged, he finally grasped the gravity of his situation. Sir, it's time for your medication. His personal butler approached with the anti-rejection medication, about to hand him the pills and water, but then, crack! The glass was slammed hard onto the floor by the Western politician. What pills? This damn medicine, am I supposed to take it for the rest of my life? This technology is too crucial. No, I must find a way to remove myself from this list. He muttered to himself, then suddenly remembered something, his eyes lighting up. Here's the deal, get me in touch with XX at the Dragon Nation's Foreign Ministry. The Democracy Summit is coming up soon. I might be able to cast a vote in Dragon Nation's favor on customs tariff reduction policies. Sir, are you serious? His personal butler looked utterly shocked. He remembered this official despised Longwa the most. Of course. I'll go immediately. Oh, and before you leave, bring me a glass of water.
Until I get that artificial kidney transplant, I'll still need this damn medicine to stay alive.
Similar scenes kept unfolding. Even a wealthy tycoon from the Eagle Nation is considering donating an oil field to the Dragon Nation in exchange for a transplant of an artificial mechanical kidney. Chapter 148, Mockery. Longke University Faculty Apartments. After resolving the various complications surrounding the artificial mechanical kidney, Lu Yu's thoughts refocused on the computer before him. To test the system's security network capabilities, nothing could be more fitting than a competition. The competition was scheduled for tonight. Lu Yu reopened the PWN-1 competition's official website, carefully reviewing the schedule and rules. It was quite interesting, actually. Despite being the most influential international hacking competition, its rules were surprisingly simple. It was somewhat like a tower defense game. Once the competition officially began, the contestants' computers would be subjected to wave after wave of cyber attacks. Each successfully defended wave earned points, and the contestant with the highest score at the end would be declared the winner. Beyond the substantial prize money, victory brings immense prestige. Winning the championship practically guarantees you a top security role at any Fortune 500 company. Time flew by. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. As night fell, the entire city was shrouded in darkness. Ding! Lu Yu, who had been waiting, heard the email notification sound from his computer. Opening it, he found a message from a user named PWN containing a URL. It's here. Lu Yu took a deep breath, steeled himself, and prepared to enter the competition. Was this the first level? Before clicking, he glanced at the URL a couple more times and couldn't help but chuckle. This bait is way too obvious. He copied the web link, then altered part of the prefix and suffix before pasting it into his browser. Click. After entering the link, the screen instantly transformed dramatically. Green data stream-like effects circled the computer screen before transforming into two small windows. One appeared in the upper right corner, while the other materialized right in the center of the screen. The text in the top right corner, translated into Chinese, read, "Your points, 1. The text in the center of the screen, translated into Chinese, read, "Congratulations on officially entering our competition. You now have 10 minutes to build a security architecture within our virtual environment. The next wave of cyber attacks will commence in 10 minutes. Is this the official start?" Lu Yu chuckled, then focused intently on the screen, beginning to construct the security environment. PWN-1 competition headquarters. How did the first round go this year? It seems slightly tougher than last year. At least over a quarter of the participants passed the first stage. A middle-aged man with blonde hair watched the screen and smiled helplessly. There's always some clueless idiot who thinks they know it all and enters the competition, only to fail at the very first stage. Maybe we should consider adding a prerequisite instead of letting anyone who signs up participate. It's precisely because of these idiots that Stage 1 has its purpose. The man who'd asked the initial question chuckled dryly. Look at it this year, another 90% of Longke's contestants got weeded out in the first round. What were those idiots thinking? Watching a few hacker movies and thinking they could show off? Yeah, they've never even made it into the top 3, have they? Top 3? They haven't even made the top 5. Ha! They call themselves a superpower, yet their cybersecurity defenses are as flimsy as an 80-year-old granny. The two men wore expressions of scorn, making no effort to hide the mockery in their words. Actually, the first stage of the PWN-1 competition involved clicking a link sent by the organizers. It contained the simplest, most primitive Trojan program. If you carelessly clicked it, a Trojan would be implanted, potentially crashing your computer for a minute. For contestants to bypass the Trojan risk and access the actual competition page, the solution was straightforward. All they needed to do was slightly modify the link by deleting some prefix and suffix content. For true cybersecurity architects, this was no problem at all. Yet despite this, a staggering 90% of Dragon Nation entrants failed to even clear the first challenge. These cannon fodder participants, not even worthy of being called contenders, left the competition organizers utterly amused. By the way, what's the ratio of anonymous to real name participants this year? The blonde middle-aged man shifted the topic again. The proportion of real name participants is higher this year. Most are from major corporate security departments. Look at these. Google and Meta are old acquaintances of ours. The brown-haired elder replied distractedly. Yeah, compared to these familiar faces, I'm more eager to see if the anonymous participants can surprise us. The blonde middle-aged man nodded slightly in agreement. While these familiar faces from big companies are undoubtedly reliable in both skill and expertise, people always crave the thrill of the unexpected. Those anonymous contestants with only IDs and no real identities are clearly more exciting. I recall at the last PWN-1 the sixth-place finisher was an anonymous contestant who turned out to be a genius undergraduate from Stanford's CS department. The brown-haired elder recalled the past, a faint smile touching his lips. Later, I recall this student was recruited by Tesla's security team right after graduation with a $400,000 annual salary. After 6 months of familiarizing himself with the business, he became the head of the security department. What a promising future.
The two exchanged a glance, both filled with profound emotion.
Ahem. It was about time to get down to business.
At that moment, the blond middle-aged man glanced at his wristwatch and suddenly smiled. Before we move on to the second question, let's make one final guess which country will win the championship this year?
I'm betting on the United Kingdom. Then I'll bet on the land of the rising sun. You're really not brave enough.
If you dare pick the Dragon Nation, I'll give you 5 times the bet.
What if I offer you 10 times the payout? China won't win anyway, even 100 times the payout wouldn't matter. I'm not just handing you free money. Chapter 149, Troubles Brewing.
After both parties had set their stakes, a new challenge emerged.
Done. Phew.
Lu Yu exhaled deeply and slowly pressed the enter key. Within a mere 10 minutes, he had successfully built his preliminary security system.
Though time constraints limited its full capabilities.
But to handle all the architecture so thoroughly within 10 minutes was already an extraordinary feat. Just then, Lu Yu's screen suddenly flashed red. The entire page began to vibrate violently as a mechanical alert sounded.
Virus detection triggered.
Lu Yu's gaze sharpened instantly. He knew the competition had only just begun.
Finally.
He had intended to leverage the security architecture techniques stored in his mind to fortify his code against this viral intrusion.
However. Ding. Threat neutralized, system restored.
Barely 3 seconds later, the red glow vanished without warning.
In the upper right corner of the screen, a message appeared, points 2, total points 3. Was it already resolved?
Lu Yu, who had been about to analyze the virus's properties and quickly add corresponding code, froze, his hands suspended mid-air.
This first wave of the virus hadn't even breached his hastily constructed security system. Should he say it or not? Wasn't this a bit too simple? PWN One Own Competition Organizing Committee.
The quality this year is quite good. The number of participants who passed the second stage far exceeds last time. The major corporate teams were solid as ever, detecting and neutralizing the virus within 5 seconds, no time needed for patching. But what surprised me most were this year's anonymous participants.
12 of them instantly defeated the virus.
The brown-haired elder glanced at the screen data and smiled faintly. Even if 3 or 4 of those 12 got lucky, achieving this level is still quite impressive. The blond middle-aged man nodded in agreement.
Exactly. Take that anonymous entrant with the IDMF. His security construction code reads like poetry.
I'd bet he'll score at least 30 points. I've seen his code, it's truly well written. The brown-haired elder gave a slight nod, then shifted his tone with a smile. But when it comes to anonymous entrants, I'm actually placing my bets on this one, Mr. Lu.
Mr. Lu is.
The blond middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze on the source code Mr. Lu had structured within 10 minutes.
To achieve this level of work in just 10 minutes, this guy's no ordinary talent. Nationality, Dragon Nation? When did Dragon Nation produce security experts of this caliber? Who knows? The brown-haired elder shrugged and remarked. Could be a team from some major Dragon Nation corporation entering anonymously. Didn't Penguin Security, a regular participant in past years, fail to register this time? Might very well be them. Tencent's security team? The blond man nodded thoughtfully and said. If it is them, achieving this level of performance wouldn't be surprising. After all, they've placed 5th before. But judging from Mo's code, their technical capabilities have clearly improved over the past 2 years. Corporate teams and anonymous individuals competing under pseudonyms are fundamentally different. Corporate teams typically involve multiple collaborators working closely together. The results they can achieve within the same timeframe naturally far surpass those of individual participants. Precisely because of this, the annual champions have always been the security teams from major international security corporations. In all the years this competition has been held, there has never been a single exception. The simpler challenges? China can handle them. But when the difficulty truly ramped up, they simply didn't have the capability. The brown-haired elder glanced at his wristwatch and signaled, time is nearly up. We can proceed with the next wave of attacks. Question 8, solved. Lu Yu tapped the enter key with effortless ease, smiling as he nipped the virus in the bud. Seems this competition is easier than I thought. By now, his score in the upper right corner had reached 32 points, placing him 3rd among all participants behind only Amazon and Microsoft's security teams. Neither question 1 nor question 6 posed significant challenges thereafter. With his foundational security architecture capable of both offense and defense, he effortlessly blocked all implanted viruses and Trojans at the gate. Even problem 7 only cost him an extra 2 minutes to patch up the code. Beep, beep. As Lu Yu pondered, the 8th wave of attacks arrived. The entire computer interface suddenly became chaotic, and the once solid security framework began to waver. This wave felt different. Lu Yu's gaze instinctively sharpened as he focused his attention and began hammering away at the keyboard. Click, click. The rapid clatter of keys echoed incessantly, like a frenetic rhythmic fantasia reverberating through the empty room. The DPS he had previously set up had only been slightly shaken during the first 7 waves of virus attacks. Yet this time, it couldn't even hold out for 3 minutes before being completely destroyed.
The built-in security perimeter, dubbed the moat, now teetered on the brink, teeming with the risk of imminent breach. This was serious trouble. Lu Yu took a deep breath, his expression turning grim. Chapter 150, Adaptive Security System. Alibaba Security Department. Warning, 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 warning. Warning. DPS system compromised. Server security perimeter breached. Unified perimeter defense strategy tampered with. A series of shrill warning alarms blared from the mainframe. No, this time it seems we've reached the end. At this stage, there's nothing more we can do. The team leader slowly removed his headset, his face etched with resignation. The server security perimeter is the foundation of boundary protection, while the unified perimeter defense strategy is the cornerstone of the security architecture. With both completely breached, it essentially means game over. 30 points slightly better than last time, but at least we can report back to Boss Ma. Still, it only lands us in 12th place. We didn't make the top 10 again. Team members set down their headsets, staring at the score in the upper right corner. The atmosphere was heavy. Don't be too hard on yourselves. Problem 8's difficulty would pose a significant challenge even for global giants like Facebook and Google. Getting this far is already a great achievement. Seeing the gloom spread, the team leader rallied everyone. Only 10 teams remain in the competition now. Aside from those international giants, we're down to just our country's security specialists Team 306 and, wait? His gaze drifted to an anonymous user with the ID, Mr. Lu, and his eyes widened in surprise. 32 points? And they're from our Dragon Nation? Previously engrossed in the competition, he hadn't noticed this Mr. Lu participant. But now, upon closer inspection, he immediately sensed something was off. Look at his coding style, it doesn't resemble that of a corporate team. Could he be an individual competitor? The team leader's expression turned peculiar. His coding style was remarkably balanced. To borrow a phrase from martial arts novels, a heavy sword has no edge, and true mastery lies in simplicity. Judging by his coding skills alone, he must have immersed himself in cybersecurity for decades. Since failure was already declared, the team members shifted to an enthusiastic discussion. With this level of skill, we should have heard of him. Does anyone recognize this ID? Never heard of Mr. Lu before. Me neither. Could Lu be the surname? But in our field, I've never heard of any expert with that surname. Everyone frowned, debating for a while but still coming up empty. What if it's... Just then, the team leader suddenly had an idea. His eyes lit up. Could it be that a master from our Dragon Nation's military has entered the competition? The military? The team members murmured in surprise at first, but their eyes lit up as they caught on. Team leader, your analysis makes sense. This guy's coding skills are so advanced that even the head of security at 306 would pale in comparison. I was wondering about that, but if he's military, it makes perfect sense. If it's someone from the military, that would explain why they chose to compete anonymously. The more they discussed it, the more plausible it seemed. Their eyes burned with excitement as they felt they'd finally cracked the case. A military big shot possessing such skill was perfectly plausible. Instantly, the image of a dignified, gray-haired middle-aged man with steady composure and gold stars on his shoulders materialized in their minds. The team leader glanced at the screen again and couldn't help but sigh. While this military bigwig is indeed formidable, as an individual competitor, reaching this stage is already pushing the limits. Indeed, the scope of this 8th wave of viral attacks was simply too vast, it was utterly impossible for a single bright individual contestant to resolve. The team members nodded in agreement. Though this military bigwig's coding skills are exceptional, what one person can accomplish is ultimately limited. Yet the 8th wave's virus attack covers an extremely broad scope. Both DBS and security domains are primary targets. Expecting a single individual's coding architecture to protect such a vast area is nothing short of a pipe dream. It's like asking a peerless martial artist to effortlessly handle 4 or 5 opponents alone, yet expecting him to single-handedly face an army of thousands. Even if Guo Jing or Qiao Feng were here, they'd likely fall in battle. The team leader nodded slightly and continued. Given his current architecture, it can hold out for 3 more minutes at most. Wait. What is he doing? He's dismantling all his original code? Before he could finish, a glance at the screen caught Lu Yu rewriting the code. His expression froze instantly. Then, utter shock spread across his face. Longke University, faculty apartments. This can't go on. I won't be able to hold out much longer. Lu Yu's brow furrowed slightly. While patching the code's vulnerabilities, his mind was also acutely assessing the situation. This 8th wave of the virus far surpassed the previous 7 in both its scope of attack and destructive power. Alone, he could barely hold the line much longer. Well, making it this far was actually quite an achievement. I entered this competition just to test my skills. There's no need to obsess over rankings. Watching the security architecture he'd built crumble under increasingly massive breaches. Lu Yu shook his head, sighed helplessly, and lifted his hands from the keyboard, effectively surrendering. The top-tier security architecture provided by the system was indeed cutting edge. But what could he do?
He was the only participant left.
In this situation where fires were erupting everywhere, him alone wielding a high-pressure water cannon to extinguish them was simply futile. Unless this code could self-improve and defend against virus attacks on its own, otherwise, he'd just wait it out.
Let the code improve itself?
The thought flashed through Lu Yu's mind, and his expression changed instantly.
Right. Trying to defend against so many attacks alone was simply impossible. If I could make the code move on its own, adapt to virus attacks, and patch its own vulnerabilities, wouldn't that solve the problem effortlessly?
Thoughts raced through Lu Yu's mind, his eyes growing increasingly bright. Code that moves on its own, refining itself, it sounded almost impossible. Yet in his mind, there truly existed a security architecture capable of achieving precisely that. Adaptive security architecture. Click, click. Having found the solution to the problem, Lu Yu wasted no time, his hands flying across the keyboard. To activate the adaptive security architecture, I must first dismantle the existing security framework, meaning I need to simultaneously fend off virus attacks while reconstructing a new adaptive security architecture.
Sigh. Lu Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling a headache coming on. It sounded incredibly complex, and the actual implementation would likely be even more challenging. But pressure is also motivation.
Difficulty isn't scary as long as there's a chance of success. Lu Yu would give it his all. Click, click.
Lu Yu's hands blurred into afterimages as they raced across the keyboard.
Yet his mind raced like a turbocharged engine, tearing down the information superhighway at 300 miles per hour.
If any cybersecurity professional witnessed this scene, they'd be utterly stunned.
Splitting his focus, deconstructing his code architecture while simultaneously bolstering defenses against the virus's onslaught was nothing short of inhuman.
Competition management team. Alas, what an individual competitor could achieve remained too limited.
The silver-haired elder shook his head slightly, his face etched with regret as he watched the screen. Facing the eighth wave of high-difficulty virus attacks, the major international companies could still hold on with their elite technical personnel, but the individual contestants were stretched too thin, unable to hold the fort alone. Of the 5 individual competitors he had initially favored, all had now been eliminated. The sole survivor, Mr. Lu, was on his last legs, with little hope of even a final burst of energy.
It couldn't be helped. After all, one person could only do so much.
I just studied Mr. Lu's coding style, it's truly excellent.
But he...
The brown-haired elder beside him was about to interject. But at that very moment, the screen suddenly displayed, Mr. Lu had just dismantled his entire security architecture code himself.
Has he given up? Ah well, at this stage, not giving up wouldn't make much difference anyway.
The two exchanged glances, both sighing regretfully.
But then, suddenly... Beep. Warning. Warning.
The server's security perimeter has been breached.
The system
blared warnings, signaling that the server's security perimeter known as the moat had been breached by a virus.
Ah!
Lu Yu's coding speed didn't slow down at all, if anything, it accelerated.
Faster. Even faster.
Lu Yu took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the screen before him. His hands pounding the keyboard left after images. If even the server's security perimeter had been breached, then the time remaining before the core was compromised before it was completely game over was likely less than a minute. To seize a sliver of hope, he must complete the construction of the new security system within that minute.
Impossible.
Click, click.
Warning. Warning.
The screen flickered and dimmed, growing increasingly blurry. At this stage, the entire security system was likely to be breached within 10 seconds. Only the terminal security management and terminal operations management remained.
He needed to move even faster. Lu Yu's competitive spirit ignited.
He completely abandoned the security framework's resistance against the virus, focusing all his attention on building the adaptive security architecture terminal.
Warning, warning, warning. The system issued its final warning alert.
This signaled that the inner defenses of the entire security architecture had been breached by the virus.
Total collapse was now a hair's breadth away. Just as the entire system was about to collapse. Click.
Terminal control access established.
Terminal access framework completed. Adaptive security system activate.
Lu Yu slammed his finger down on the enter key.
The instant the key was pressed, the entire system's interface abruptly went black without warning, then instantly restored its brightness. Architecture deployment complete. Adaptive security system activated. Terminal access connection successful. Terminal security management operational. Adaptive response function activated. Adaptive isolation system activated. Adaptive scanning and removal function initiated.
A series of system alerts sounded from Lu Yu's computer. As the sounds echoed, the massive batch of viruses that had infiltrated Lu Yu's computer system began to be scanned and eliminated at an extremely rapid pace. Soon, every last trace of the viruses was completely eradicated, leaving not a single one behind.
Phew, done.
At this point, Lu Yu finally let out a sigh of relief, the weight on his mind lifted.
The entire adaptive security system was now fully operational. This meant he wouldn't need to handle anything further, not even basic code updates.
All he had to do was wait for the adaptive system to automatically detect threats and make necessary adjustments when issues arose. To put it simply, it was like installing an AI butler within the security architecture, one responsible for managing every aspect of the security system. Ding dong. System computational functions restored. Graphics functions restored. Display functions. As a massive wave of viruses was purged, the entire computer system returned to normal functionality. Although the 8th wave of virus attacks hadn't concluded yet, Liu believed that with this system in place, breaking through this stage wouldn't be a problem. In fact, he was confident that even the 9th and 10th waves would pose little significant challenge. Meta Headquarters, Security Management Department. Unfortunately, we lost the game. It's over. William, the head of security, reluctantly withdrew his hands from the keyboard. Despite their team's exceptional skills, they had finally overcome the 8th wave of virus attacks after immense effort, securing 39 points. However, under the relentless barrage of pseudo-remote attacks, injection attacks, directory traversal, and network viruses in level 9, they ultimately lost the round, halting their progress at the runner-up position. This year's difficulty was far higher than last year's. We gave it our all. Security Director Jason shook his head and sighed helplessly. This year's championship will likely go to Amazon. They recruited the internationally renowned Maton Security Group last year, truly unrivaled in cybersecurity. We can't deny their dominance. As you mentioned, Amazon has already cleared level 9 and is preparing defenses for level 10. They should be the only survivors. Wait, what? The team members focused on the screen suddenly noticed something, their expressions turning strange. How could there be another team besides Amazon's security department? Merlos? Chapter 151, First Place. Another surviving team? Hearing this team member's words, everyone present froze for a moment before swiftly turning their gaze toward the large screen. During the competition, they'd been focused on fending off cyber attacks, leaving no time or energy to glance at the leaderboard beside them. Only now, after being eliminated, could they spare the attention to check the current point standings? I had no idea, and what I saw gave me quite the shock. Both Oracle and Tesla's security teams had been eliminated, and even Microsoft's security team had fallen in battle. Logically, only Amazon's team should remain. How could this be? Their eyes froze when they spotted the ID Mr. Liu. 43 points? How could his score be 1 point higher than Amazon's security team? Could it be that when solving problem 9, he was faster than Amazon's security team? But that's impossible. Jason muttered in disbelief. Although at this moment, both Liu and the Amazon security group had just passed the 9th level, their scores should theoretically be the same. However, according to the competition rules, for every stage after the 7th, the faster the completion time, the higher the score awarded. Mullah's current score surpassing Amazon's meant he had solved level 9 even faster than Amazon. Jason, did you notice his code? His coding style is off. Why can't I quite make sense of it? Could it be adaptive code? Yes, I'm certain this code format is adaptive code. A team member who had worked on similar projects recognized the code type, his eyes widening in shock. How is this possible? He pinched his thigh hard, and only after confirming he wasn't dreaming could he finally let out a cry. Responsive code? Mark, what is this? The rest of the team, including Jason, were startled by his reaction and quickly pressed him for answers. My previous project team took on a project for the White House. Mark composed himself, forcing down his shock as he slowly explained. The project requirements sounded downright outlandish. They wanted us to develop a security system that could automatically enhance its own defenses through its built-in AI. The White House dubbed it the Adaptive Security System. Although there are significant differences in many details, the core security hub requirements of Mullah's system and the White House's specifications are almost identical. That impressive? Mark's explanation left everyone present stunned. Self-improvement, self-optimization, dead code gaining autonomous learning capabilities? That sounds terrifying. So, did your project team succeed? Jesse suddenly remembered something and hurriedly pressed for an answer. Ha! Mark's lips curled into a bitter smile. Do you really think I'd still be sitting here if I had succeeded? Back then, our RD team assembled nearly every creative security architect in the entire Eagle Kingdom. But after pouring our hearts into it, the code we developed could only be applied to games for 3-year-olds. The day we demonstrated to the White House official, the software we used was My Little Pony hide and seek. His face turned green with rage. He immediately ordered our team disbanded and made it clear we wouldn't see a single penny of our compensation. Ha! Ha! Of course, it was a serious technical discussion at the time, but when the team members heard Mark mention My Little Pony hide and seek, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. As the laughter subsided, Jason's full attention shifted to the large screen. Look, the 10th wave has begun. With a ding of notification, the 10th wave of challenges officially commenced. This round seems different in style from the 9th one just now. Mark furrowed his brow as he slowly analyzed. Having already been eliminated, they shed their burdens and focused intently on watching the showdown between Amazon's security team and Mr. Liu. Indeed, it was different. The ninth wave's attack methods, primarily pseudo-remote attacks, injection attacks, directory traversal, and network viruses, were relatively conventional cyber attack tactics.
Whoa! Jason couldn't help but gasp. This 10th wave is downright terrifying. They're even using teardrop attacks, UDP floods, and land attacks. Can this makeshift security system really withstand such an intense barrage of attack forms? Teardrop, UDP flood, and land attacks. These are highly sophisticated attack methods in the realm of cyber warfare, far more challenging to counter than the earlier virus attacks. If they could use their own enterprise security servers to fend off these attacks, there wouldn't be any issues after all. Those security shields cost billions to build. But this is a competition. All teams can only utilize the security framework they initially built within a 10-minute time frame. Even with continuous code enhancements at each stage, their capabilities remain limited.
Confronting these advanced cyber attacks is incredibly difficult. Looking at it this way, our demise in level 9 wasn't unjustified. Even if we hadn't made a single mistake and somehow survived, we would have inevitably crashed and burned in level 10.
Jason sighed.
He had initially felt bitter about his team failing to reach the 10th stage, especially since even individual competitors like MRLU had made it that far. But upon seeing the actual problems in level 10, that lingering frustration instantly vanished.
Boss, which of those two teams do you think will win in the end? John couldn't help but ask within the group. My understanding of adaptive code is limited, so it's hard to say. Jason shook his head slightly, his gaze deepening.
Mark, you probably know more about adaptive code than I do. Why don't you share your thoughts?
Mark furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinized both teams' code, and slowly analyzed.
Although MRLU built adaptive code, in my judgment, Amazon's security group is more likely to prevail in the end. After all, they possess greater experience and stronger capabilities to counter these advanced cyber attacks.
Moreover, while our code's self-improvement capabilities are formidable, its adaptive speed remains finite. If attack frequency outpaces code iteration, the security system will ultimately collapse.
At these words, the audience's eyes lit up with agreement. Clearly, even without understanding adaptive code, they subconsciously harbored a certain disdain for the Dragon Nation.
Advanced cyber attack methods are fundamentally different from simple virus attacks.
Even if you somehow manage to develop adaptive code technology, you'll still be utterly defeated if you can't counter these advanced cyber attacks.
Competition Organizing Committee.
The brown-haired elder's eyes narrowed as his voice boomed like a bell.
We're already at the 10th stage.
In previous years, at least 6 or 7 teams should still be competing by now. Yet this year, only 2 teams remain and one of them is a solo competitor.
This Mr. Liu has certainly surprised us. Indeed. His adaptive code is so sophisticated, even I'm struggling to decipher it.
The blond middle-aged man beside him chuckled, his expression complex. As one of the competition's organizers, he'd been immersed in the cybersecurity field for decades, truly a master in his own right.
It had to be so. Discovering he couldn't even decipher Mr. Liu's code left him feeling a bit defeated. Who do you think will win? The brown-haired elder chuckled and asked.
That guy from the Dragon Nation. He'll take first place with a higher score. But no team will make it past my 10th level. The blond middle-aged man answered with unwavering certainty.
Oh?
The brown-haired elder raised an eyebrow slightly. I recall that when we were designing the stages, this 10th stage was entirely your creation. It seems you have quite a bit of confidence in the difficulty of your own stage.
That's right.
The blond middle-aged man flashed a confident smile.
Dragging out the competition benefits no one. Let's settle this once and for all in level 10.
I incorporated hybrid advanced cyber attack techniques into my level 10 design.
I believe this will push their potential to the absolute limit.
Originally, according to the previous competition rules, even if only one team remained, and even if they were declared champions, they would still have to tackle subsequent challenges until the security system was breached. But as this year's primary question designer, the blond middle-aged man chose to indulge a little whim. Not only did he significantly increase the difficulty of the earlier challenges, but he concentrated all the final difficulty into the 10th problem.
His goal? To push these contestants to their absolute limits.
He was confident that no one could possibly solve the 10th problem during the competition.
Begin. Dragon Nation, a certain cyber warfare base. Commander, the 10th question has begun.
Officers in military uniforms sat intently focused on the large screen, observing the competition's progress. This was a special designation unit of Dragon Nation, specializing in cyber warfare and information warfare. Many of its officers were elite graduates handpicked from top universities. Though they had never participated in the competition themselves, they meticulously observed and documented every contest. After all, this competition represented the world's most cutting-edge and advanced cybersecurity technology. Many of the techniques demonstrated held valuable reference points for them. If they were to develop their skills in isolation, solely focused on their own expertise, they would only fall further behind the rest of the world.
MHM.
The leader seated at the center, clad in olive-drab military attire, nodded slightly, his gaze heavy.
This Mr. Liu, do any of you recognize him? No, within our industry, we've never heard of such an expert domestically. The soldiers replied in unison. That's peculiar. His nationality clearly shows as our dragon nation, yet no one here has ever heard of him. The leader frowned slightly and said, could it be he just randomly picked that nationality? That shouldn't be the case. After all, using Lu as a surname is extremely rare according to foreign naming conventions. The assistant replied respectfully. That's true. The leader nodded slightly, about to speak further, when the competition officially commenced. A barrage of sophisticated network attack methods surged toward Amazon's security group and Lu Yu's security system. Denial of service attacks and teardrop attacks left no breathing room whatsoever for the security systems of the two individuals. Though Amazon's security team employed cutting-edge technology, the hastily erected defense system ultimately proved limited in its capabilities. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's side faced attacks as fierce as a storm, yet thanks to the adaptive code's flexibility, they were barely holding their ground. Finally, after 10 grueling minutes of holding the line, look! Amazon missed the smurf attack. A soldier shouted excitedly. Not only that, but Amazon's security team's firewall also suffered a wave of teardrop attacks. They really can't hold out much longer. Another soldier shouts excitedly. The smurf attack, a more advanced technique among network tools, floods the target host by sending ICMP echo requests pings with the reply address set to the victim network's broadcast address. If defenses are weak, every host on the network will eventually respond to these ICMP requests, causing system congestion and third-party avalanches. The teardrop attack is even more vicious. It exploits simple TCP/IP services like chargen and echo to transmit useless data, filling up the system's storage. Simultaneously, by forging a UDP connection with a chargen service on a specific host, it generates a massive flow of useless data between the two hosts, relentlessly hammering the system. When both attacks succeed simultaneously, even Amazon's security groups face certain annihilation. Finally, the green icon representing Amazon's security group slowly turned black, a change signifying their team's complete elimination. Rolla's profile icon, once green, now glowed gold. Gold symbolized the crown. First place. Champion. Excellent. Absolutely brilliant. Wonderful. This year, our Dragon Nation team has claimed first place. It's so satisfying. In every competition before, we never made it into the top 3. This year is truly cathartic. Exactly. Did those developed nations really think they could keep trampling us forever? Who'd have thought the top spot would go to us Dragon Nation people and an anonymous team at that? Ha, those Western folks must be green with envy. Chapter 152, Academic Genius vs. Top Student? Thunderous cheers erupted throughout the entire military base. 5 uniformed soldiers couldn't help but stand up, clapping and cheering. Though they had no idea who this anonymous user truly was, as fellow Dragon Nation citizens, the pride coursing through their veins was beyond words. Even the commander seated at the center couldn't help but let a faint smile touch his lips. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. He immediately turned and issued orders to his assistant. Immediately access the databases and investigate the identity of this Mr. Lu. Focus on university records. If we cannot recruit him into our military, it will be a significant loss for our nation. Yes, sir. The assistant nodded and hurried out of the conference room. Mr. Lu, who could you possibly be? The commander stroked his beard lightly, his expression pensive. Is he from another military region? Or a renowned professor at some university? Or perhaps a prominent figure who's returned from abroad? A swirl of doubts swirled in his mind. Look, he weathered this wave. The tier and UDP floods were automatically neutralized by his code. Someone suddenly shouted, cutting through the crowd's jubilant cheers. With that cry, everyone's attention snapped back to the competition. After all, even though the championship was no longer in doubt, according to the competition rules, the match wasn't over yet. Holy crap, our Dragon Nation's ace is just too good. He actually weathered that? Not just that. You didn't notice, but that wave of malformed message attacks nearly breached his security system. Then he just dropped a patch code and instantly fixed the error correction crash. That's insane. The 10th wave of architecture probes came at an incredibly tricky angle. The big shot casually altered all the banner values within the system, completely ignoring this wave of architecture probing. As the 10th wave progressed, the soldiers watched with growing dread and trembling hearts. If the adaptive code in level 8 had delivered a massive shock, then Lu Yu's subsequent moves pushed that shock to its absolute peak. Just how many more tricks did this master have up his sleeve? Truly unfathomable. The awe wasn't confined to the technical staff at the Dragon Nation military base. The competition was now entering its final stages. Even the Amazon security team, the last squad capable of challenging Lu Yu, had been eliminated. At this point, it was as if all the contestants were watching Lu Yu perform solo. Amazing. How did he do that? It's impossible. The members of the Amazon security team, who had just lost the match, stood frozen in shock, unable to utter a word for a long while. Just moments ago, they were still cursing their own mistakes.
But when they actually witnessed Lu Yu's incredible maneuvers, everyone's expressions changed, especially the few stubborn members who had been so cocky. Their faces turned green with envy. Just moments before, they'd been boasting that without those mistakes, they would have won the championship. Yet in less than a minute, Lu Yu's relentless series of maneuvers had utterly humiliated them. In terms of skill, they weren't even in the same league. Finally, after cracking the non-vector attack, the wave of cyber attacks from the 10th wave slowly ceased. Lu Yu's adaptive code ceased its automatic modifications and began supplementing the underlying logic code, signaling the official breach of level 10. Lu Yu's score soared to an unmatched 56 points. How is this possible? The expression of the blonde middle-aged man in the competition venue changed abruptly. He actually passed the 10th level I designed. How is this possible? There's an ancient saying in Longke, something about dynasties and dynasties. The brown-haired elder had intended to show off his knowledge of the Dragon Nation, but before he could finish, the exact phrase slipped his mind. He could only clear his throat awkwardly, forcing a confident tone. Ahem, ahem. Anyway, you know what I mean. You stopped mid-sentence. How could I possibly get your meaning? What's sassy or not? The blonde middle-aged man's expression suddenly darkened mid-sentence. Oh no. This is bad. What's wrong? Seeing his companion's startled expression, the brown-haired elder froze slightly. I thought no one could pass the 10th level, so I didn't even set up the subsequent questions. I just used a looping algorithm library to pad the content. The blonde middle-aged man's face instantly turned deathly pale. As the designer of the 10th level, he had absolute confidence in its difficulty. Therefore, he never imagined anyone could survive the 10th level cyber attack. Naturally, he hadn't elaborately designed the levels beyond it, merely tacking on a looping algorithm library as filler. And now, this Lu Yu actually passed the 10th level? You idiot! The brown-haired elder's face instantly darkened. The problems generated by the loop algorithm library were at best moderately difficult network attacks, something a typical mid-sized enterprise team could crack without much effort. And this was Lu Yu, the champion. You'd better use your authority to force the competition to end now. After all, the champion has already been decided, so there's no need to. The blonde middle-aged man attempted to rectify his mistake. Impossible. The brown-haired elder glared at him and shook his head. The ongoing competition involves underlying logic code. Even with developer privileges, I cannot forcibly halt it. Only when Mr. Lu's system is breached will the competition automatically terminate. This was why both men's expressions darkened simultaneously. How could a network attack generated by a looping algorithm possibly breach Lu Yu's security framework system? Moreover, since the attacks were automatically generated by the looping algorithm library, the difficulty of the 11th, 12th, or even the 100th question wouldn't differ significantly from the 10th. In other words, as long as Lu Yu's security system remains active, the entire competition will continue indefinitely. It simply won't stop. Well, it's too late now. There's nothing we can do about it. The brown-haired elder sighed and shook his head. After all, human stamina has its limits. I expect that after 40 or 50 questions, this Mr. Lu will tire himself out and shut down the security framework system himself. At this point, all they could do was watch from the sidelines. Hopefully, the mess left behind won't be too chaotic. What the hell is this? What the hell is going on with the tournament organizers? It's already level 32. His score has reached 400 points. Unparalleled, unprecedented. A wave of gasps rippled through the Amazon security group, every face frozen in utter shock. 400 points. Just hearing the number 400 might not make the magnitude fully clear. But remember, the previous highest score was 61 points, set by Microsoft's security team. This new score had surpassed the world record by several times over. Unbelievable. After the initial screams, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the screen, waiting for the match to end. You know what? There's an interesting anecdote in Dragon Country. A team member slowly spoke up, breaking the silence. An interesting anecdote? The other team members all froze slightly, looking at him with puzzled expressions. You might not get this joke, but it fits our situation perfectly. How about I tell it to you? A bitter smile touched the team member's lips as he spoke with a complex expression. In the same exam, the academic genius scored 100 points, while the top student scored 98. The top student, feeling resentful, said to the academic genius, "You got 100 points, I got 98. At the end of the day, you only scored 2 points higher than me, right?" Guess what the genius replied? Hearing this question, everyone present looked puzzled. What did he say? The team member gave a wry smile and said. The genius said, "You scored 98 because that's all you earned. I scored 100 because the entire exam only had 100 points available." Only 100 points. After hearing this anecdote, everyone's expressions turned peculiar. Though the British understanding of terms like academic genius and top student might differ slightly from the Chinese interpretation. But that didn't stop them from grasping the joke's true meaning. A sense of helplessness rose within every member of the Amazon security team. Across the entire cybersecurity field, they were all technical giants. Yet before this anonymous master from the Dragon Kingdom, they felt so insignificant, so powerless.
Longke University, faculty apartments. Why hasn't this competition ended yet?
Luyu stared at his score in the upper right corner, puzzled. Unnoticed, it had already reached 412 points.
At first, tackling the first 10 questions had felt quite enjoyable.
It felt like playing a game, countering each move, deflecting wave after wave of cyber attacks with the precision of a swordsman. Especially the 10th question, even with adaptive code assistance, it had pushed him to nearly 80% of his full capabilities just to barely pass. But unexpectedly, after the 10th question, the difficulty of each subsequent question not only failed to increase but actually decreased. Now on question 74, the difficulty remained utterly mundane. Luyu didn't even need to lift a finger, he simply watched his adaptive code automatically crack each problem.
Boring, so boring. It was almost 10:30. Maybe I should just go to bed.
Luyu glanced at his wristwatch and made up his mind.
Anyway, the rest of the questions were probably going to be this easy.
There was no point in struggling with them. Better to get a good night's sleep and leave everything else to his adaptive code.
Click.
Luyu switched off the lights and monitor, plunging the entire room into darkness. Then, he settled comfortably into bed. After lying there for a while, he drifted off into dreamland, leaving only the computer to slog away at its automated tasks.
500 points. 700 points. 1,200 points. 2,000 points. On the leaderboard, Mulla's points continued to climb at an utterly terrifying rate. The onlookers were all numb with shock.
Especially among the teens unfamiliar with adaptive security systems, many couldn't help but scream internally.
Is this even human?
It's already 2 a.m., and 6 hours have passed since the competition began.
Does this guy never get tired? This is insane. This is insane. No one should sleep tonight, we're about to witness history.
I'll be damned if he doesn't hit 10,000 points. Though they could tell that after the 10th problem, the subsequent questions were only moderately difficult, nothing like the earlier ones that felt impossible.
But the sheer volume is overwhelming. If you had to do addition and subtraction within 100 nonstop for 7 or 8 hours straight, you'd struggle to guarantee 0 mistakes, right? Yet this guy? Not a single slip up.
He just smashed through to 3,000 points.
Mind-blowing. Truly mind-blowing. Little did they know that Luyu had long since gone to bed. Everything that followed was merely the automated execution of a preset adaptive security framework. 3 a.m. 5,000 points.
As time progressed, Luyu's score on the leaderboard had reached a truly terrifying number. And thanks to constant buzz within the community, the number of people watching the livestream kept growing. Originally, this contest was merely a cybersecurity competition. But as the hype intensified, the entire computer science community, even the academic world, was abuzz. Whether they understood the competition or not, anyone still awake had the match streaming in the background, glancing at the live feed whenever they could. They all wanted to witness firsthand whether this match's score could truly break the 10,000 mark.
6,000. 8,000. 9,000. 9,500 points. Another 2 hours passed, and it was now 5:30 a.m. The first rays of dawn slowly illuminated the land of Dragon Nation. Luyu's score on the leaderboard had reached 9,999 points. Just one more problem to solve, and he would break through the 5-digit barrier to reach 10,000 points. Hurry up! Break through 10,000 already! Countless spectators, relishing the drama, cheered in their hearts.
Those in this line of work often have a touch of perfectionism.
For perfectionists, getting stuck at 9,999 points would be unbearable. Finally, the 1,325th wave of attacks was successfully repelled. Luyu's score in the upper right corner flickered once more. However, the moment the number changed, the entire screen suddenly went black, followed by the complete collapse of the match system. Luyu's final score was frozen at 9,999 points. Chapter 153, match ends 99.99 points. Tournament organizers. Why did it stop?
The blonde middle-aged man stared at the final score of 9,999, momentarily stunned. He had assumed the trouble he'd caused would lead to the competition continuing indefinitely, but unexpectedly, the final score had frozen at 99.99.
Ah, I see.
The brown-haired elder beside him let out a sigh of relief, a faint smile curling his lips. The underlying code for our competition uses a hybrid programming system combining 3-digit and 2-digit decimal systems. So when the score nears 10,000, it automatically triggers a system crash, ending the competition. Technically, this should be considered a bug, but happening at this moment, well, it turned out to be a stroke of luck.
I see. No wonder.
The blonde middle-aged man nodded slightly, his expression turning slightly peculiar. Thanks to this bug, the score finally stabilized at 9,999 points instead of continuing its infinite growth. But as someone with OCD, it was unbearable that the score didn't break through 10,000. After the competition ended, the legend of Mr. Lu quickly spread far and wide. Meanwhile, Luyu, who had just woken up, remained completely unaware of all this. It's been ages since I slept so soundly. Luyu slowly opened her sleepy eyes, basking in the morning sunlight, and her face instantly lit up with joy. Golden October, with its gentle and pleasant breeze. This season's climate is often the most comfortable of the entire year. Before it lay the scorching summer, and after it came the bleak winter. Only now did both temperature and humidity align with most people's ideal comfort zone. It's been ages since I'd been to the cafeteria. Why not make an exception today and grab breakfast there? Gazing at the golden autumn sun outside the window, Luyu felt a surge of excitement. After informing Achu, he changed into casual clothes and headed downstairs to the cafeteria. Along the way, students passing by seemed to be discussing something. Hey, have you heard about last night? Of course I know, how could I miss something that big? I'm from the computer science department. I watched the whole live stream last night, it was insane. Yeah, me too. I was totally stunned. Is that even human? A series of fragmented chatter drifted into Luyu's ears, stirring a hint of curiosity within him. Luyu stopped a passing classmate and asked curiously. Hey, what were you guys talking about? What happened yesterday? You didn't watch it yesterday? TSK, that's such a shame. You missed quite the spectacle, buddy. The student who was stopped looked regretful and said mysteriously. Last night, one of our country's mysterious big shots won a championship in a competition. And not just any win, he smashed the world record over and over again. The competition's name was too tongue-twisting, so he didn't bother saying it in full. He won a competition? Luyu paused slightly, then asked curiously, what kind of competition? Was it in the field of scientific research? This was Longke University. Unless it was the quadrennial World Cup, ordinary basketball or soccer matches rarely sparked such widespread discussion. Therefore, Luyu speculated it was more likely a competition related to the scientific research field. I'm not sure if research counts. It should count, though. It's mainly computer-related. If you weren't from the computer science department, I'd have a hard time explaining it to you. The student organized his thoughts and explained. Just search PW2 online. Before this year, the all-time highest score was 61 points. But this year, one of our country's top players smashed that record, scoring a whopping 9,999 points. When he said big shot, his eyes were filled with admiration. PW2? Luyu's eyes flickered as understanding dawned. He smiled slowly. Thanks, I get it now. Wasn't PW2 the competition he participated in just last night? Had word spread that far already? Luyu felt a bit puzzled. He had signed up for the competition simply to test the limits of the top-tier cybersecurity architecture technology gifted by the system. He hadn't been particularly fixated on winning the championship or securing a high ranking. So after the competition ended, he hadn't paid much attention to the follow-up news. But how did so many people find out? Lost in thought, he found himself at the cafeteria window. Smiling at the lady behind the counter, he said, "One meat bun, a cup of hot soy milk, and a sandwich, please." This felt like the first time he'd ever personally come to the cafeteria for breakfast. Surrounded by the dazzling array of breakfast options and the aroma of food wafting through the air, Luyu's mood couldn't help but lift. "Sure thing, young man." The cafeteria auntie enthusiastically handed him a meat bun and a sandwich, then poured him a steaming cup of soy milk. "Young man, you need to eat a hearty breakfast to stay healthy. There's one ham left at that window, consider it a gift from me." The cafeteria auntie smiled warmly and slipped a small ham into Luyu's breakfast bag. "Thanks, auntie." Luyu smiled, politely thanked her, then took his breakfast and sat down at a random spot. His physique, enhanced by the health-boosting pills, was now perfectly sculpted, lean in clothes, muscular when undressed. But since the auntie had given him the ham with good intentions, he naturally didn't refuse. Behind him sat a bespectacled, heavy-set guy. Tall and broad-shouldered, his eyes gleamed at the array of food before him like a hungry wolf. Slurp. He swallowed hard and blurted out impatiently. "Auntie, I'll take 4 meat buns. And also a hamburger patty, a flour roll, a fried dough stick, and a cup of soy milk. Actually, forget it, I'm trying to lose weight lately. Just these for now. Dieting." Not only did the cafeteria lady serving food look stunned, but even the students behind him in line were taken aback by his order. "You call this eating dieting? Goodness, eating so much. Here you go, here you go." The cafeteria lady struggled mightily with her tongs, finally managing to assemble this chubby guy's breakfast before handing it over with great effort. "Thanks, auntie." The chubby guy took the food, then suddenly remembered something and chuckled. "Auntie, could I get an extra slice of ham too? Get lost. With your weight, you'll be oozing grease if you keep eating. The students behind you are still waiting in line to get to class." The cafeteria auntie frowned, waving her ladle impatiently to shoo him away. It took her 3 or 4 times longer to serve him than anyone else, and her hand was sore from handling all that food. This guy had the nerve to shamelessly ask for a ham slice too? How could the cafeteria auntie possibly give him a friendly look? "Fine." Fat Brother scratched his head with a look of grievance and left, lugging the incredibly heavy breakfast bag. Before leaving, he glanced back at Luyu sitting at his seat and muttered under his breath, "Why is there such a huge gap between people?" "Put."
Lu Yu, who was eating breakfast at her seat, heard this and burst out laughing. This guy, doesn't he fear bursting at the seams? He roughly calculated the carb content of the fat guy's breakfast. At that rate, with his appetite, he'd turn into a genuine pig. While eating his breakfast, Lu Yu casually opened his phone and, on a whim, typed the keyword PW2 into his browser. He was a bit curious too. Wasn't this competition pretty niche? How did it suddenly spread so widely that even students at Longke University knew about it? What he found was astonishing. Chapter 154, The International Netizens Brawl. On domestic websites. Influential official news outlets like New Dragon Society and Purple Dragon Pavilion had all covered the event. The number of likes and shares was staggering. Describing the buzz as intense felt like an understatement. The comments section was flooded with unanimous praise. Way to go! You've done our country proud. So awesome. Like. Holy moly. 9,999 points? Why not just grab one more to hit a perfect 10,000? Though there were a few dissenting voices, like, who says they're even from China? What are you guys celebrating for? Besides, all this hype, where's the actual technological breakthrough? But comments like that were quickly drowned out. Ha! Lu Yu chuckled. Seeing this comment served as a timely reminder. He'd need to call old Zhong soon and brief him on the security system. Since the technology couldn't be breached, there was no reason to let the British continue their reckless cyber attacks. Lu Yu thought to himself. Recently, the Eagle Nation had exploited its cyber-technological advantage to launch covert cyber attacks against major universities in the Dragon Nation, stealing intelligence and technology. Such shameless behavior absolutely couldn't be tolerated. After a quick breakfast, Lu Yu called old Zhong, briefly relayed the situation, then headed straight to the lab. In truth, after last night's competition concluded. While domestic coverage of the incident had already generated significant buzz, the fervor surrounding it on major international media outlets was even more intense. However, the comments below weren't quite as friendly. UK netizen, this contestant absolutely cannot be from China. Our tech has always outclassed theirs. How could they possibly win first place? Japan netizen, agree with the above. They probably just randomly picked a nationality. That's all. Some Chinese folks need to stop deluding themselves. White Elephant Nation netizen. Nice job, son. What a picture of filial piety. As fellow ancient civilizations, the Dragon Nation falls far short of our White Elephant Nation, but it's not for a tiny country like yours to judge. Cherry Blossom Nation netizen number 2, what's your name? Who doesn't know our Cherry Blossom Nation is a developed country? Cherry Blossom Country netizen number 3, exactly. Our Cherry Blossom Country treasures, you wouldn't even catch a glimpse of them in Dragon Country. White Elephant Nation netizen? Sorry, but the only thing Sakura Nation has that Dragon Nation doesn't is British soldiers. Cherry Blossom Nation netizen number 3, bull. How dare you, White Elephant Nation, even speak like this? White Elephant netizen number 2, our White Elephant Nation is the sleeping lion of the East. When we awaken, the entire world will tremble, including the Eagle Nation, no exceptions. Eagle Nation netizen, ha! Your White Elephant Nation is nothing but a giant maggot in hibernation. When you wake up, you'll just make the whole world feel disgusted. German netizen, what's there to argue about? Isn't the answer obvious? That big shot's nationality may say Dragon Nation, but his address is right here in our German nation. Clearly, he's one of us Germans. Sun never sets nation netizen ads. Anyway, it definitely won't be you White Elephant Nation people. Your crappy education system can't produce any talent. White Elephant Nation netizen, did the guy above lose his mind? Still thinks he's from that old empire? White Elephant Nation netizen number 2. Fun fact, your next Prime Minister of the Sun Never Sets Empire is of White Elephant descent. So by your logic, does Prime Minister Rishi Sunak count as a talent? British netizen, you gotta hand it to them. White Elephant Nation truly lives up to its reputation as one of YouTube's top keyboard warriors. Single-handedly, they've silenced both Cherry Blossom Nation and Sun Never Sets Nation netizens. But you can't really blame the UK netizens for being so weak. After all, they themselves elected a white elephant-born Rishi Sunak to become their Prime Minister. In short, in the comments sections of overseas news articles, netizens from all nations are locked in a heated debate over the identity of the mysterious Mr. Lu. Yet they've reached one consensus: this big shot absolutely cannot be from the Dragon Kingdom. Longke University, Exoskeleton Equipment Research Center. Professor Zhong, that's about it. Lu Yu briefly outlined everything that had transpired after he participated in the PW2 security competition last night. You mean to say? Old Zhong's beard quivered slightly as he forced himself to remain composed. That MRLU who took first place and shattered the record with 10,000 points, that was you? MRLU. Lu Yu. These two Lu characters, could they possibly refer to the same person? Yes. Lu Yu nodded calmly. Whoa. Old Master Zhong couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, his expression turning utterly bizarre. Junior disciple, just how many more surprises do you have in store for me? At this moment, his mind was utterly blown.
Ever since he'd met Lu Yu, the young man had delivered one astonishing breakthrough after another: controllable nuclear fusion technology, optical quantum chip technology, artificial mechanical kidneys. Each one was a groundbreaking invention in its own right. And all of this had come from the hands of a single 18-year-old youth. And that wasn't all. This youth had casually entered a world-class security competition, snatched first place, and shattered the world record by hundreds of times? Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. At this moment, words could scarcely capture the roller coaster of emotions surging through old Master Zhong. After about half a minute, old Master Zhong finally regained his composure and forced himself to suppress his shock as he asked, "Junior brother, when did you learn this cybersecurity technology?" Chapter 155, The Shocked CEO Zhou. Longke University, Exoskeleton Research Center. Well. Hearing old Zhong's question, Lu Yu's expression betrayed a hint of awkwardness. He'd been so eager to share this good news with old Zhong that he'd forgotten to come up with a plausible excuse. He couldn't exactly say the skills had fallen from the sky, could he? Left with no choice, he carefully chose his words and offered a perfunctory explanation. Ever since middle school, I've always been fascinated by cybersecurity technology and spent a considerable amount of time studying it on my own. It was only after entering high school that I neglected it somewhat. Recently, I heard you mention that the UK has been launching cyber attacks against our universities, right? So I thought I'd dust off my old skills and enter this competition on a whim. This answer sounded a bit far-fetched, but it was the best excuse Lu Yu could come up with on the spot. Just for fun. Upon hearing Lu Yu's explanation, old Zhong's expression grew even more peculiar. Every security team at these international corporations is a leader in cybersecurity architecture, with at least a decade of deep industry experience. And yet, they couldn't hold a candle to his junior disciple who entered on a whim? It was pretty pathetic, to be honest. For a moment, old Master Zhong was at a loss for words. Ahem, right, Mr. Zhong. Lu Yu quickly changed the subject. I haven't had a chance to ask, what was that surprise you mentioned earlier? Oh, you mean that? Suppressing his inner shock, old Master Zhong replied with a complex expression. I might not be able to tell you about that surprise until this afternoon. We haven't received a definite response from them yet. This afternoon? A definite reply? Hearing this from old Master Zhong only made Lu Yu even more curious. A premonition stirred within him. This surprise was bound to be a truly monumental one. Your winning first place is no small matter. I need to report this to higher-ups shortly, and also. Old Zhong paused, then suggested. Since our neural technology hasn't achieved any real breakthroughs lately, how about you set aside some time to help optimize our Dragon Nation's security defense system? That's exactly what I had in mind, old Master Zhong. Lu Yu smiled faintly. His desire for the system's top-tier cybersecurity architecture technology stemmed precisely from his goal to help Manhwa overhaul its outdated cybersecurity infrastructure. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't refuse old man Zhong's request. However, to rebuild a new cybersecurity framework, the outdated legacy system must first be replaced. After a brief discussion with old Zhong, they reached a consensus. Lu Yu remained in the lab, utilizing its cutting-edge computers to develop a brand new cybersecurity system demo plan. Meanwhile, old Zhong contacted the presidents of major universities to gather unified input. Once Lu Yu's demo was complete, old Zhong, accompanied by several staff members, took the demo directly to the 306 security headquarters, also located in the capital. Ha! Professor Zhong, you've certainly given us a big surprise today. Did your Longke University develop this security system entirely on your own? One of the accompanying university presidents exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Historically, the cybersecurity systems for all universities had been managed by the top-tier domestic cybersecurity firm, 306. The terms of their cooperation were straightforward. 306 Cybersecurity would build the cybersecurity frameworks for universities, charging a hefty annual fee as compensation. Despite this arrangement, the relationship between the two parties had never been particularly harmonious. It was merely a reluctant compromise. Universities, in particular, had long complained about the excessive bundling of 306's security systems and the exorbitant fees. However, given 306's colossal dominance in China's cybersecurity sector, universities have no choice but to reluctantly outsource their cybersecurity needs to the company. Well, sort of. Old Zhong smiled faintly, choosing not to directly address the university president's question. Information concerning Lu Yu was classified as top secret. Therefore, he naturally couldn't casually disclose it to the university president. Besides, he wasn't lying. Lu Yu was indeed part of Longke University. Professor Zhong, we've arrived. Mr. Zhong's official vehicle slowed to a stop, pulling up in front of the parking lot at Company 306's headquarters. 306 Corporation Headquarters. Mr. Zhong, what brings you here? Zhou, who had come to greet them, looked at old Zhong and the group of university presidents beside him with a puzzled expression, feeling somewhat uncertain. Could it be that the school's servers are having issues again? But even if there were, it wouldn't warrant gathering so many university presidents together, would it? Mr. Zhou, we've come today to discuss a matter with you.
Mr. Zhong smiled and got straight to the point. We'd like to amend our contract with your company. Revise the contract?
Hearing Mr. Zhong's response, Mr. Zhou instinctively froze, then quickly regained his composure and asked suspiciously.
How exactly do you propose to amend it?
Let me be clear up front, our current fee structure is already extremely favorable.
Lowering it further is absolutely out of the question. Don't even entertain the idea.
He suspected these academic heavyweights had come together to pressure them into lowering the annual fees for room 306.
Mr. Zhou, don't be so sensitive.
A university president beside him smiled faintly and remarked, you might even end up begging us for a discount later.
Ha? What did you say? Zhou looked at the speaker in utter bewilderment. You think I'd beg you to lower your prices?
Had Mr. Zhou not known the speaker was the principal of a top-tier university in the capital, he might have thought the man had lost his mind.
He'd rather complain that his profits weren't high enough. How could that be? Begging for a discount? Principal who? Please stop joking with Mr. Zhou. Old Zhong smiled and said earnestly. The contract amendment we seek is actually quite straightforward.
For future agreements, we propose shifting to a different model. We provide the technology, and your 316 covers the costs. Rest assured, our pricing will be highly competitive.
Mr. Zhong, are you serious? You universities provide the technology, and we at 306 pay?
Mr. Zhou was completely dumbfounded.
What kind of nonsense is this?
It's like running a small shop where business was going smoothly, then suddenly your regular customers walk in and declare they're the new owners, now you have to pay them?
This is no joke and certainly not the way to make one.
And given old Zhong's stature and the tone he used, this didn't sound like a joke at all.
Ahem.
Mr. Zhou cleared his throat, forcing himself to calm down.
Mr. Zhong, I know Longke University has made significant strides in cybersecurity technology.
But compared to our 316, there's still a significant gap in your capabilities, right?
Otherwise, Longke University wouldn't have outsourced the project in the first place.
Therefore, I believe we should proceed with our contract as originally agreed.
Would that be acceptable?
Zhou felt he had already given old Zhong considerable face with this proposal. In his view, Mr. Zhong should be reasonable enough to drop the matter.
However, Mr. Zhou, the past is the past, and the present is the present.
A faint smile touched the corner of Mr. Zhong's lips as he said, how about this, why don't you take a look at our technology first, then make your decision?
All right, fine. Mr. Zhou sighed and nodded reluctantly. After all, no matter what, Mr. Zhong's status and standing were undeniable. To refuse him any courtesy outright would only invite unnecessary conflict.
Anyway, after seeing their technology, I can just give them the brush off and send them on their way. Shaoli, take us to the data lab.
Mr. Zhou instructed his female secretary.
Led by the tall secretary, Mr. Zhou and old Zhong's group entered the data security lab in room 306.
As the door swung open, the entire space came into view. This is our data lab. I assume this is your first time here?
Mr. Zhou smiled proudly as he introduced, our data security system has always been developed by hiring the most top-tier experts from both domestic and international sources.
The investment and costs involved are astronomical.
To put it simply, this single lab alone cost over $100 million to build. Therefore, we earnestly ask all principals to place your trust in 306. Old Zhong smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Whether we trust you or not, Mr. Zhou, will decide after seeing your system demo.
All right. Though Mr. Zhou nodded and left, he remained deeply skeptical. He genuinely doubted that this bunch of academics could develop any kind of advanced security system. Upon entering the lab, old Zhong wasted no time. He immediately located the main server's interface and connected Luyu's security architecture demo to room 300 in SAXS central server. Beep. The main server flashed a green light, indicating a successful connection. Less than 3 gigabytes? What the hell is this? Could this really be the security framework system they've been talking about? Mr. Zhou glanced at the screen out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but chuckle. The supposedly advanced security framework system they'd been touting barely took up 3 gigabytes of space. What could you possibly do with that? Absolute nonsense. Consider that their 306 security systems core hub alone takes up 12 gigabytes. This isn't just a difference, it's night and day. Honestly, what a waste of my time. I thought they had something worthwhile. I had a meeting this afternoon. Zhou shook his head in disdain, thinking to himself. In his mind, he was already strategizing how to brush off old Zhong and the other university presidents later. Be blunt? Just kick them out? Definitely not. Be more tactful? But then he feared. Just as President Zhou was deep in thought, old Zhong's words interrupted his train of thought. It's loaded now, Mr. Zhou. Take a look first. All right, ahem. Your security system is passable, but compared to our 306 system, it still has significant shortcomings. Mr. Zhou pretended to glance at the computer screen, just about to mentally compose a dismissive response to send old Zhong and the others on their way. But when his peripheral vision caught the core of the code, his eyes widened in shock. This is Joe clenched his fists, his eyes wide with disbelief. Could this possibly be an adaptive security system? But that's impossible. Even the UK hasn't managed to develop this technology yet. Though he was now in management, he had once worked in technical roles and had even been exposed to some high-end international projects. Therefore, he recognized at a glance that the code's framework was that of an adaptive security system. No, this couldn't be. How could this technology? Just as he was about to dismiss the thought, the test platform began to stir. As the test platform simulated a cybersecurity attack, the security system provided by Old Zhong started generating its own code to counter the onslaught. Its storage footprint, initially just 3 GB, gradually expanded to 17 GB. Immediately afterward, the test concluded. The adaptive system automatically began deleting the excess code bit by bit, restoring its size back to its original compact 3 GB. The entire process took less than a minute. Well, Mr. Zhou? Our security system is pretty impressive, right? Old Zhong smiled faintly. It's more than just good. Mr. Zhou rubbed his eyes. After confirming it wasn't an illusion, he finally collapsed onto the floor, his eyes vacant. This is unbelievable. It's actually an adaptive security system? But this shouldn't be possible. When did our dragon nation ever? Suddenly, something occurred to him, and his expression changed abruptly. Could it be that Mr. Liu from yesterday's competition? Could he really be one of our own? The thought struck him, and he immediately turned to Old Zhong, urgently asking, Old Zhong, was this cybersecurity system you just demonstrated, was it designed by that Mr. Liu? He. Old Master Zhong gave a meaningful smile, saying nothing more. As a figure classified at the state secret level, Liu Yu naturally couldn't be disclosed to this Mr. Zhou. It seems to be true. Mr. Zhou wasn't stupid either. He urgently pleaded, Mr. Zhong, could you please arrange for me to meet Mr. Liu? Just once. Mr. Zhou's eyes burned with fervor. First, as a technical expert, Mr. Zhou viewed Mr. Liu, a master of his caliber, with the same reverence a fan holds for an idol. Second, as the CEO of 306, if he could recruit such a heavyweight to their company, what other international security firm could possibly compete with them in the future? Mr. Zhou, let's discuss the contract revisions. Old Zhong smiled faintly and declined politely. All right. Zhou sighed, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. Still, he understood the likelihood of such a high-level expert agreeing to meet him was indeed slim. Here's the contract we drafted on short notice. Feel free to review it. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, we can discuss it except the price, of course. Ha ha. Old Master Zhong cracked a small joke as he handed the contract to Mr. Zhou. All right. Mr. Zhou took the contract, gave it a cursory glance, and his expression instantly became quite interesting. Mr. Zhong, isn't this contract a bit? Staring at the string of zeros on the contract, he felt his legs grow weak. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100 million. $1 billion deal. 9 zeros. And crucially, the leading digit wasn't even a 1. At that moment, Mr. Zhou suddenly understood what the university president had meant by his opening remark. An astronomical sum. Chapter 156, German Reich? Go or not? 306 Security Headquarters. Mr. Zhong, I'm sorry, but the price of this contract exceeds my authority. I must consult our board of directors before making a decision. Zhou took a deep breath before speaking slowly. Though he was the CEO of 306 Security, his authority was still limited. He couldn't make such a monumental decision alone. $1 billion contract was no small sum, even for a publicly traded company like 306. Very well. We can wait a while. There's no need to rush. Old Zhong smiled faintly, speaking calmly and unhurriedly. Huff. Zhou took several deep breaths to ease his inner tension before pulling out his phone and dialing the board members. My apologies, everyone. We're facing a major issue requiring immediate decision-making. I need to convene an emergency board meeting. What's happened, Mr. Zhou? Why the urgency? One director voiced his displeasure. I'm still on vacation in Hawaii. How am I supposed to rush over for an emergency board meeting? I'm right on the beach. Even joining online would be tricky. It's an emergency, there's no other way. Mr. Zhou frowned and said. He briefly recounted the recent events to the company's directors. Mr. Zhou, is all this really true? After hearing Mr. Zhou's account, the expressions of all the directors changed. They had all heard of the adaptive security system, a technology legendary in the cybersecurity field. Who would have thought Longke University had actually developed it? A female director asked urgently. Longke University has developed the adaptive security system and is willing to sell the technology to us? Yes. Zhou paused before continuing. The price they're demanding is exorbitant. Even depleting our entire cash flow might not cover it. Then we'll use equity as collateral. Another director breathed heavily, urgently adding. You must understand what this contract means for us. If we can acquire the adaptive security system technology, our 306 security company will leap forward and become one of the world's top security firms. Of course, some directors voiced dissent. No, we absolutely cannot pledge our equity. Adaptive security system technology is valuable, but it's not worth the enormous cost we'd have to pay to obtain it. I disagree with your position. Exactly. We absolutely cannot use equity as collateral. Over the phone, the directors on both sides argued fiercely. Joe took a deep breath and said, "All right, let's put it to a vote. The minority will defer to the majority that should settle it, right?" Agreed. Directors on the call nodded in agreement, affirming the proposal. Soon, the voting process commenced for this impromptu board meeting held over the phone. The directors turned on their video feeds, holding their breath as they waited nervously for the formal vote to commence. Joe also turned on his video feed. "All right, let's officially start the vote. Those in favor of purchasing this contract, raise your hands." "All right, okay. Those not in favor of purchasing this contract, please raise your hands." Voting concluded. "All right." Mr. Joe quickly tallied the results. The entire board vote was extremely tense. Out of the 17 board members, 6 directors supported the equity pledge purchase contract, while 5 opposed it. The remaining 6 directors abstained, choosing not to participate in the vote. "All right, then according to our voting principle, the minority yields to the majority." Joe took a deep breath, a faint smile curling his lips. "Then we'll pledge the shares to acquire this technology." As a board member himself, he naturally held voting rights. And as a former technical expert, what could be more compelling than an adaptive security system? Moreover, from a managerial perspective, he still believed acquiring this technology would accelerate Company 306's growth. Beep, beep. The call to the emergency board meeting was abruptly disconnected. A complex smile played on Mr. Joe's lips. "We've reached a decision. We'll proceed with the contract as you proposed." "Oh? You reached a decision so quickly?" Old Joan looked up in surprise, glancing at General Manager Joe with astonishment. "From the look on your face just now, I thought you'd find our asking price too steep and decide to walk away." "Mr. Joan, what are you implying?" Joe smiled awkwardly and shook his head. "When I first saw your quote, I was genuinely taken aback. But during the board meeting, I reconsidered and realized it truly is worth every penny. After all, this adaptive safety technology is one of a kind worldwide. Now that I think about it, the price you offered is actually already discounted, right?" "Heh, I'm glad you understand." Mr. Joan gave Mr. Joe an approving look. While $1 billion contract naturally commands a high price. But considering the value of this adaptive security system, this contract is absolutely not an exorbitant demand. Were it not for the fact that 306 is a domestically owned company of the Dragon Nation and has indeed made significant contributions to the nation's cybersecurity field, this asking price would undoubtedly be even higher, possibly approaching $1 million. "So, shall we sign the contract now?" Joe asked tentatively. Finally, with 306 companies' sincere attitude, the contract was smoothly finalized. Billions in cash. Though 306 was a publicly listed major corporation, it still lacked the cash flow capacity to disperse such funds. Therefore, they chose to pledge a portion of the company's equity to Mr. Jong in exchange for this invaluable adaptive security system technology. The core code is essentially all that. Should you have any questions, you may send representatives directly to Longke University for consultation. Mr. Jong handed a USB drive to CEO Zhou. The contents of this USB drive, naturally, represent the core hub of the adaptive security system. Though many critical branch technologies remain unfinished due to the urgent timeline, the foundational framework is already in place. All right then. Mr. Joe carefully accepted the expensive USB drive, cradling it in his hands like a precious treasure. Seeing the deal sealed, the university presidents beamed with delight and began celebrating. Though, truth be told, that $1 billion didn't put a single penny in their pockets. But the deal meant they would no longer have to pay hefty annual service fees to Company 306. For them, this was cause for great celebration. After the transaction was finalized, old Zhong saw no need to linger any longer. He boarded his private vehicle and returned to the Exoskeleton Research Center at Longke University, where he shared the good news with Lu Yu. "Junior colleague, this money is all thanks to your efforts." Old Zhong smiled and asked, "Do you have any plans for how to handle this money?" "If you're asking me about plans right now, I haven't really thought it through yet." Lu Yu's lips curled into a wry smile as he spoke slowly. "If we're talking about planning, I'd like to allocate 3/4 of it to our project fund pool. Then, with the remaining quarter, we'll establish a dedicated fund with those universities to specifically address the enrollment issues of underprivileged students. What do you think?" "It's exactly what I expected. You truly don't consider yourself at all." Old Zhong shook his head with a mix of laughter and tears, feeling both amused and exasperated. This wasn't the first time he'd witnessed Lu Yu relinquishing personal glory and profit that rightfully belonged to him. Therefore, though his feelings were mixed, old Zhong refrained from dissuading him. Instead, he proceeded directly according to Lu Yu's proposal. Beep. Just then, the ringing of a phone abruptly interrupted Lu Yu and old Zhong's thoughts. "Oh?" Upon seeing the caller ID, old Master Zhong's eyes widened in surprise before he hurriedly answered the call. "Yes, it's me. Can't you change the terms?" Must we see him in person? I need to consider this before responding.
After hanging up, old Master Zhong slipped his phone back into his pocket, his expression growing complex. Sigh.
Mr. Zhong, what's wrong?
Lu Yu, standing nearby, was utterly baffled, unable to make sense of it.
The call had lasted less than 3 minutes, yet Master Zhong's expression had undergone 2 dramatic shifts.
For someone like old Master Zhong, who never showed his emotions, this was extremely rare.
Do you remember the surprise I mentioned earlier? Old Master Zhong shot Lu Yu a complex look and asked. Yes, I remember. Lu Yu nodded without hesitation. He had asked Master Zhong about it again that very morning. How could he possibly forget so quickly? The surprise I mentioned to you back then has finally come to fruition, but... At this point, old Zhong sighed and continued. Originally, according to our original plan, we intended to recruit a top-tier neural system team from the German Empire to join our exoskeleton technology project group and assist us in completing the development of the neural system. The team's lead researcher is Charles Robert. He's published numerous high-quality papers in journals like Science and Nature. You might have heard his name. To be honest, I have indeed heard of him.
Lu Yu was initially pleasantly surprised, then quickly asked, so how did your discussions with them go? Initially, our discussions proceeded very smoothly. However, they suddenly made a request. Before coming to Kyoto, they need to meet the project's lead Yu.
The top neuron technology team from Germania?
Lu Yushin paused for a moment, then quickly understood why old Zhong's expression had been so complex. Germany is one of Europe's foremost biotechnology powers, especially their neural technology inherited from the legacy of the XX experiments during World War II ranks among the world's absolute best.
Even the United Kingdom couldn't match them. Yet to recruit this team, one must meet their conditions. They demand a personal meeting before coming to Longke. Was this demand unreasonable? Undoubtedly, it was not unreasonable. After all, how could an overseas research team join a project without meeting its chief investigator? How could they confirm the project's future development? But the peculiarity lies in Lu Yu's status. Consider this, among all current scientific researchers in Longke, Lu Yu's security clearance level is even slightly higher than that of Elder Zhong. After all, even disregarding Lu Yu's future potential, the several projects he currently oversees are all top-tier strategic initiatives. Particularly the controlled nuclear fusion project, Red Sun. It would be no exaggeration to say this project determines the entire future of Dragon Nation. Sending him to the German Empire carries significant risks. Alright, I'll consult with higher-ups before making a decision. Old Zhong took a deep breath and spoke slowly. He pulled out his phone and dialed the number of a core leader at the X-Bureau. After a brief conversation, he hung up with a grave expression. The higher-up stance is that you have the final say. Coincidentally, the World Mathematics and Technology Summit is about to convene, and it will be held in the German Reich. If you decide to go, you should travel with the summit delegation. Old Zhong stated. The World Mathematics and Technology Summit? Lu Yu paused for a moment, then quickly recalled that old Zhong had indeed mentioned this summit to him before. Upon careful consideration, joining the summit team as a mathematician seemed a prudent proposal. After all, the field of mathematics differs significantly from major scientific research areas like nuclear physics, which are often dominated by large nations. A mathematician could be considered a treasure for all humanity, as their research achievements could never be confined to the benefit of a single nation. Therefore, even if the Eagle Nation were utterly depraved, as long as they remained unaware of Lu Yu's other identities, they likely wouldn't dare to do anything utterly shameless. But, that said, traveling to Germany still carries some risk. Otherwise, Elder Zhong wouldn't have seemed so hesitant just now. Old Zhong, perhaps I should consider this further before making a decision. Just as Lu Yu was about to suggest taking more time to deliberate, a familiar electronic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Activation option. The system? Lu Yu immediately held his breath, listening intently for the system's next move. Option 1, safety comes first. Decline the invitation to attend the World Math Technology Summit in Germany and remain in China to pursue research. Reward, 100x efficiency boost for 5 days. Hearing option 1, Lu Yu's eyes lit up instantly. This sounded pretty good. Not only did he avoid traveling to Germanium, but he'd also gain a 100x efficiency boost for 5 days. He knew firsthand the wonders of the 100x efficiency booster from his experience during the 7-day National Day holiday. One word, amazing. Converted, that meant he could gain the equivalent of 500 extra days of study. Lu Yu was almost ready to make his choice immediately. But when he heard the system's second option, he froze in place. Option 2, fortune favors the bold, no risk, no reward. Accompany the team to the World Math Technology Summit and present your own research findings. Reward, core advanced technology for exoskeleton devices. Chapter 157, no risk, no reward. Upon hearing the system's second option, Lu Yu's eyes lit up instantly, and his expression changed. Advanced core technology for exoskeleton devices. This reward sounded rather tempting. He pondered silently within. After less than 3 seconds of deliberation, Lu Yu swiftly made his decision. I choose the second option. While option 1's reward was still quite good, it just couldn't quite measure up to option 2. While the 100-fold thought accelerator would significantly boost his learning speed, the advanced core technology for exoskeleton devices sounded incredibly promising. It could very well prove invaluable in his upcoming research. After all, while they could hire top-tier neuron teams from the Germanic nation to tackle the major hurdle of bionic neuron systems. However, the path to truly perfecting exoskeleton technology remains long, and the neural system is merely one component among many. If we could obtain the advanced core technology of the exoskeleton system, it would undoubtedly provide substantial assistance for future research. Please confirm your selection, host. Friendly reminder, this option carries considerable risk. A voice that startled Lu Yu suddenly echoed in his mind. What the hell is this? Could I have just hallucinated that? Lu Yu's expression froze instantly. Though it was still the system's notification tone, it seemed tinged with emotion. Something was off, very off. You see, even though the system had been acting more considerate lately, whether it was presenting options or distributing rewards, it was always that familiar, cold, robotic voice. Just now, an electronic voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind. Though its tone remained icy cold, both its word choice and sentence structure carried a hint of emotion. Unnerving. Junior brother, what's wrong? As Lu Yu pondered, an aged voice interrupted his thoughts. The speaker was none other than Elder Zhong. He looked puzzled at the dazed Lu Yu, waving his hand in front of him. For nearly 10 seconds now, Lu Yu hadn't uttered a word, his expression shifting between joy and complexity. He looked as if possessed. Nothing, Elder Zhong. Lu Yu quickly snapped back to reality, forcing a light-hearted smile. I was just pondering whether I should go or not. I guess I got a little lost in thought. Oh, you do need to think it through carefully. Old Zhong didn't press further, merely nodding slightly. If you choose to go, the Dragon Nation government will forge a suitable identity for you and spare no effort to keep your true identity hidden from the world's gaze. But if you're unwilling, those above won't force you. Personally, I don't think you should go. The Dragon Nation authorities spent considerable time debating whether Lu Yu should go to the German nation. However, after deliberation, no unified conclusion was reached. Of the 7 members, 3 agreed to send Lu Yu, while 3 believed the risks were too great and advised against it. The remaining leader, No1, held a reserved opinion, believing the decision should rest with Lu Yu himself. In the end, since everyone was unable to reach a clear conclusion, they decided to leave the outcome in Lu Yu's own hands, allowing him to decide whether or not to go to the Germanic kingdom. Old Zhong, Lu Yu said after careful consideration, I've thought this through. Lu Yu took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I believe I should still make the trip to Germania. Their cutting-edge neural technology represents a massive leap forward for our project team. As he spoke these words, Lu Yu confirmed within his own mind, option 2. Although Old Master Zhong had advised against the trip to Germania. Although the system had issued a friendly warning that this trip to the Germanic kingdom carried considerable risk. But as the saying goes, you can't get the tiger's cub without entering its lair. Whether it was for the German neural team or for the system's reward of core exoskeleton technology, he had to make this trip. All right. Old Zhong sighed with a complex expression and nodded. Since you're determined to go, I'll report to higher-ups immediately. Your security must be elevated to the highest possible standard. Otherwise, if Eagle Nation uncovers your identity, the risks are too great. The higher-ups had decided to let Lu Yu make his own choice. So despite Old Zhong's deep reluctance, he couldn't interfere too much. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would never allow Lu Yu to take such a dangerous journey. Rest assured, Old Zhong. Our nation is no longer the impoverished and weak China of the past. I trust it will protect me completely. Lu Yu offered a faint smile as he reassured him. He could clearly see that Old Master Zhong's reluctance to let him go to the German Empire stemmed from genuine concern for his safety. Let's hope nothing goes wrong. Old Master Zhong managed a faint smile. Oh, right. Lu Yu suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, Old Zhong, why did that neuron team from the German Empire agree to join our project group across borders? Did our Long Nation government exert some influence? In his understanding, such internationally top-tier research teams were typically tied to their home countries. It was rare for them to relocate to other countries for development. Therefore, the fact that Germany's top neuron team was willing to come to their Dragon Nation was genuinely unexpected for Lu Yu. It piqued his curiosity. What kind of benefits had the Dragon Nation government offered to attract such a top-tier team? Actually, I was quite surprised at first too. A faint smile touched the corner of Old Zhong's mouth. You know what the most interesting part of this whole affair is? How would I know unless you tell me? Lu Yu quipped. The most interesting part of the whole affair is actually this, it was their team that proactively reached out to us in the Dragon Kingdom, not the other way around. Moreover, their conditions were quite straightforward. They only needed a high-specification laboratory and over 500 million yuan in research funding to help them complete their current project. Old Zhong's eyes twinkled with amusement as he spoke slowly. Ha! Hearing Elder Zhong's response, Lu Yu was instantly stunned. It wasn't because the conditions were particularly demanding, but because the requirements seemed far too modest. You mean to say that our dragon nation practically paid no price at all to bring in such a heavyweight? Exactly. Old Zhong chuckled heartily and said. Truth be told, under normal circumstances, such meager conditions wouldn't sway a team of this caliber. But as luck would have it, this particular situation is anything but ordinary. Chapter 158, The Ultra-Leftist Organization. Unusual? Lu Yu smiled and asked, how exactly is it unusual? He was genuinely curious what kind of situation could possibly allow the Dragon Nation to recruit such a top-tier neural network team at such a minimal cost? Well, we have to thank a certain segment of the German populace for this. Old Zhong chuckled and explained, Germany is one of Europe's wealthiest nations. Its advanced economy has also spawned a number of extreme leftist organizations. You know how it is when people have full stomachs, their minds tend to wander into strange territory. And the reason that team couldn't stand it anymore and left Germany? Well, their country's radical leftist groups played a part in that too. I see. Lu Yu smiled faintly and nodded. He knew exactly what old Zhong was referring to. In his previous life, during academic visits to Europe and other places, he often encountered extreme leftist groups, environmental organizations, and animal rights activists. While their intentions might have been good. However, as these organizations grew in size and influence, their ideologies became increasingly extreme. They grew more and more at odds with the beliefs of ordinary people. Originally, a top-tier neural research team needed to conduct brain stimulation experiments using standard laboratory monkeys. But as luck would have it, portions of the experimental footage were recorded by extreme radical leftist organizations and radical animal rights groups from the German Reich. Subsequently, these two groups used this single video to sue the top-tier neuron team in court, accusing them of animal cruelty. And get this, the German judge actually ruled to restrict the team's lead researcher from conducting any further experiments involving laboratory monkeys. Ha! Even the usually composed and steady Professor Zhong couldn't help but chuckle when recounting this episode. Ha! Banning monkey experiments? Only a judge in Germania would pull that off. After hearing old Zhong's account, Liu couldn't help but let a faint smile touch his lips. Neurons, as the hubs of the nervous system, are absolutely complex to the extreme. To conduct research in this field, one could never rely solely on theoretical knowledge or textbook learning. Hands-on experimentation was essential to validate research findings. Among all animals, monkeys and apes naturally possess brain tissue most similar to humans. Therefore, the vast majority of research teams in the field of neuron studies would cultivate a group of experimental monkeys specifically for related experiments to complete various experiments and projects. This practice is perfectly standard within the field. Yet who could have imagined that German judges and citizens would restrict the experiments of a top-tier neuron research team, a group that should be regarded as a national treasure, over such a trivial matter? How absurd! It was precisely this incident that led the team to contemplate leaving Germania. After all, even if they stayed, they would be treated like pariahs, perhaps even barred from accessing their own experimental equipment. Old Zhong shook his head with a sigh and continued. However, the reason they chose to come to Longke rather than other European nations. It was partly thanks to your efforts. Me? Lu Yu froze again. He truly couldn't fathom how this German team had chosen to come to Longke. He hadn't even known about them initially. How could this be his doing? The reason their core team chose Longke over other European nations with more advanced scientific research and academia was actually due to the release of your artificial mechanical kidney technology. As a leading figure in biology, the principal investigator of their team has taken a keen interest in the development of your technology and hopes to engage in further discussions with you at the earliest opportunity. This is why he overruled objections and decided to bring his team to Longke. Professor Zhong smiled gently as he explained. Artificial mechanical kidney technology is undeniably highly enticing to those immersed in biological research. Precisely for this reason, the lead researcher of their team declined invitations from developed nations like the Eagle Nation and the Land of the Rising Sun, choosing instead to pursue development in the Dragon Nation. Lu Yu's contributions to this endeavor are beyond description. So that's how it was. Lu Yu nodded thoughtfully. No wonder they wanted to meet me first before coming to China. Yes, due to confidentiality requirements, we did not disclose your specific identity to them, so they still harbor some doubts. Old Zhong nodded. Then it's settled. I'll make the trip to Germany. Now, I should prepare the content for the Digital Summit presentation. Lu Yu stated. Since the decision had been made, there was no need to dwell further on the matter. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with old Zhong, he returned to his professor's apartment to prepare for the presentation of his research findings. Meanwhile, old Zhong immediately drove to the X-Bureau to report Lu Yu's decision to his superiors. The higher-ups reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly issuing orders to forge a corresponding identity for Lu Yu, ensuring his true identity remained concealed throughout his journey to the German Empire. Simultaneously, for security reasons, several leaders discussed and arranged for several bodyguards from XXC to serve as personal security for Lu Yu during the German mission. Soon, the fabricated identity for Lu Yu was complete. Lu Yu transformed overnight into a mathematical prodigy from Longke University, the personal protege of the dean of its school of mathematics. Simultaneously, several mathematical papers were published under Lu Yu's name in domestic scientific journals.
Additionally, the authorities employed undisclosed methods to alter the publication dates of these papers. For high-quality mathematical papers were spread evenly across the past 2 years, making Lu Yu's identity as a mathematical genius appear flawless.
The identity information has been sent to you. Just give it a quick look.
Once you're there, act naturally and don't be too nervous. About an hour later, Lu Yu's phone also received a message from old Zhong.
This fast?
Lu Yu glanced at his phone screen and was momentarily speechless. While Longhwa's efficiency was notoriously reliable, he hadn't anticipated that within mere hours, his identity could be fabricated with such flawless precision. He closed the chat app window and proceeded to download the file sent by old Zhong.
Ding!
Accompanied by a notification sound, the file download completed and appeared on his phone screen.
20XX, enrolled in the mathematics department at Longke University, published research paper exploring millennium mathematics problems in Long Journal. 20XX, awarded national scholarship selected for Mathematics Strength Foundation program.
Lu Yu skimmed through the fabricated resume.
It appeared to be a standard, unremarkable life story, lacking any particularly outstanding achievements. Of course, this standard was naturally measured against a benchmark far beyond the ordinary.
Received. Rest assured. Lu Yu sent a reply to old Zhong.
Just then, another notification sound rang out from his computer. Ding!
Lu Yu glanced at the sender. It was none other than Lumiere.
Chapter 159, Departure. Longke University Faculty Apartments. Upon seeing Lumiere's name as the sender, Lu Yu instinctively raised an eyebrow.
He switched the chat window, exited the messaging app, and opened Greenway.
Glancing at Lumiere's message.
Hey, are you free next week? Seeing the cute emoticon Lumiere sent, Lu Yu's mind suddenly flashed with the image of her fair, delicate face. A smile curved his lips.
Not sure about next week.
What's up? He was about to head to Germany, and when he'd return was truly uncertain.
Nothing much, I just want you to come with me to the film set. After all, that song Little Luck was written for me by you.
On the other side of the screen, Lumiere tapped her keyboard and replied. Hearing that Lu Yu might not be able to accompany her, a hint of disappointment flashed across her face.
Oh, I see.
Soon, Lu Yu's follow-up reply arrived. The thing is, I'll be leaving Beijing for a while in a couple of days.
How about this, I'll let you know as soon as I get back.
If I can make it work, I'll go with you.
Huh? You're leaving Beijing?
Lumiere was a bit surprised.
Hadn't Lu Yu just returned to Kyoto from his hometown not long ago? So, you've barely been back to school for 2 days and now you're leaving again?
Yeah, I've got some things to take care of that require me to leave for a while.
But don't worry, it's nothing major.
Lu Yu remained vague, brushing off the topic.
Although Lumiere was very close to him, the trip to Germanica was, in a sense, classified information even his parents couldn't be told. Well then, have a safe journey. Don't forget to let me know before you come back.
Lumiere's desire for Lu Yu to accompany her to the film set stemmed not only from his role as the composer of the opening theme song, but also from another reason. She hoped Lu Yu would get to know her a little better. But of course, she was too shy to tell Lu Yu about this little thought of hers.
Longke University Faculty Apartments. Why did this flag feel so off? Like it was bad luck or something?
Scratching his head as he looked at the message on his computer, Lu Yu wore a slightly peculiar expression. He'd seen similar scenes in novels or TV dramas before, often involving the male lead's brothers or teammates, the secondary or tertiary male characters. The basic plot went like this: the secondary or tertiary male characters would be sent on some dangerous mission. Before departing, they'd always solemnly set up some kind of flag, like, "Wait for me to come back and we'll get married and have a cute baby. You must wait for me to come back and marry you, okay?" And you know what? The more promises they made, the more tragic their end. This kind of plot device is way too common. But whoever dies, I won't be one of them. I'm still leading Dragon Nation and Blue Star toward the stars and oceans. Lu Yu shook his head vigorously, banishing the strange thought from his mind. The Dragon Nation of today was no longer the impoverished, weak, and bullied nation of the past. He believed that even if his identity were truly exposed in the German Empire, the Dragon Nation would spare no effort to protect him.
Enough. Better not dwell on these chaotic thoughts for now. Lu Yu shook his head, focusing his attention on the system in his mind. What was going on? Why did it feel like the system had been talking more and more lately?
It seemed that as he completed more options, the system grew increasingly human-like.
Though still cold, it was at least far more user-friendly compared to when it was first activated.
He narrowed his eyes slightly, attempting to call out to it twice in his mind. But there was no response. It was as if the system had reverted to its aloof state.
Never mind.
Lu Yu took a deep breath, deciding to postpone pondering this issue for later.
If the system remained unresponsive, speculating here would get him nowhere.
Rather than wasting time, he'd focus his energy on the Goldbach conjecture formula before him. After all, his mission wasn't just this trip, he had to present the breakthrough in the Goldbach conjecture at the World Mathematics Technology Summit. Without thorough preparation, wouldn't he bring shame upon the Dragon Nation? 2 days passed quickly. Lu Yu stood before the mirror, carefully selecting his attire before boarding the special vehicle with Elder Joan. They arrived at the designated location. There, the rest of the delegation had been waiting for quite some time. The car door opened. "Allow me to introduce everyone. This is Lu Yu, the personal disciple of the Dean of the Mathematics Department at Longke University." A faint smile touched Old Master Joan's lips as he introduced Lu Yu's identity to the rest of the delegation. For confidentiality reasons, only the few bodyguards from XX Marine knew Lu Yu's true identity. Everyone else was aware only of the superficial cover identity. "Lu, hello. I hear you've proven the Goldbach conjecture? Truly, heroes emerge in youth. My deepest admiration." The middle-aged man leading the delegation, dressed in an impeccable suit, extended his hand warmly toward Lu Yu as soon as he approached. He wasn't overly surprised to see Old Master Zhang here. After all, as one of the pillars of Longhua's scientific community, it wasn't particularly surprising that he'd come to bid farewell. "Lu Yu, this is Team Leader Wang Lang, your expedition leader. He's also highly accomplished in the mathematical field, though in a different area from yours. You two probably haven't met before." Professor Zhong offered a faint smile as he made the introduction. "Team Leader Wang, hello. I look forward to your guidance during our journey." Lu Yu returned the smile and shook hands with the enthusiastic Team Leader Wang. They exchanged a knowing smile before releasing their grip. Lu Yu then exchanged brief nods with the rest of the team. Afterward, the group boarded their special vehicle, leaving only Old Zhong standing outside, waving farewell. "It's about time. I won't see you off any further. Wishing you all a safe journey." Old Zhong's eyes held a meaningful look as he waved. "Hey, isn't Old Zhong coming with us?" Lu Yu was momentarily puzzled, but quickly realized the reason, a self-deprecating smile touching his lips. True. Old Zhong is a founding father of Dragon Nation's atomic science, the biggest target in plain sight. If he went to Germanium, the risks would be far greater than even Lu Yu's journey there. Chapter 160, Professor Harvey. Kyoto International Airport. "Everyone, we only have half an hour left before boarding. Please hurry up." The team leader stepped out of the vehicle, followed by another car that pulled up behind the official transport. Several bodyguards exited and courteously opened the doors for each member. Although this trip to the German Empire was official business, they hadn't chartered a private jet due to the small number of accompanying personnel. Instead, they'd booked tickets on a commercial international flight. At this moment, boarding time was just 1 hour away. "Got it." Lu Yu responded with a smile, picking up his luggage and stepping out of the car. But just then, a steady, large hand reached out from the side and firmly took Lu Yu's luggage. "Mr. Lu, let me handle that." "All right, then thank you, Achu." Just as Lu Yu was about to thank him, his gaze fell upon the face of the person who had taken the luggage, and he froze in place. Today, Achu was dressed differently than usual, wearing a black uniform that made him look sharp and energetic. Earlier in the crowd, from a distance, Lu Yu hadn't noticed, but now he recognized him instantly. Who else could it be but Achu? "Mr. Lu, are you surprised to see me?" Achu smiled faintly. "Strange isn't quite the word. I just didn't expect you to be here." Lu Yu scratched his head as he replied. He hadn't anticipated Achu joining this operation. "Originally, I wasn't on the roster for this mission," Achu explained. "But later, Old Zhong considered that I've spent the most time with you and understand you best. So he specifically reported it to headquarters and added my name to the list." Achu chuckled and teased, "Mr. Lu, rest assured. My skills are absolutely top-notch. I won't be any less capable than the others." Hearing Achu's response, a faint smile touched Lu Yu's lips. "Ha, of course I trust you. If I couldn't trust you, there wouldn't be many people I could trust at all." Lu Yu hadn't forgotten Achu's heroic display back in Huanshui County, where he single-handedly took down 3 enemies with ease. Having Achu as his escort on this journey to Germania gave Lu Yu a significant boost of confidence. Soon, the entire academic team boarded the aircraft. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Flight A110. The flight attendant's sweet voice echoed through the first-class cabin. As takeoff time approached, the large aircraft gradually accelerated down the runway, eventually transforming into a dark silhouette streaking toward the distant horizon. Hong Kong International Airport. "Why do we have to transfer flights?" A young man in the group grumbled after disembarking. "There's no way around it. Xiaochun Airlines' direct flights from Longwei to Germanium have been pretty unreliable lately, so we chose Hong Kong Island as our layover when booking the route." Old Wang smiled faintly and explained, "Don't worry, it won't be too much trouble. Just bear with it for a bit." "Well, a layover it is. It's been ages since I've been to Hong Kong Island. Might as well take a look around." Lu Yu chuckled, unconcerned about the layover. In his previous life as a frontline researcher, layovers, flight delays, and late departures were as common as eating and drinking whenever he traveled abroad for academic conferences. Direct flights without any hiccups were actually the rare exception. With some time before reaching Hong Kong Island, the group agreed to meet at the airport hub at a set time, temporarily dispersing until then. The academic team dispersed, some went to eat, others to use the restroom, and still others to shop. Lu Yu also wandered aimlessly through Hong Kong airport. While the duty-free shops held considerable appeal for many, but for him, they held little appeal. He was simply strolling around to stretch his legs after sitting too long on the plane. Ha! What's this? As he wandered, Liu found himself at the entrance of the VIP lounge. He had only intended to peek inside. But the moment he looked, he froze. Could it really be him? Lu Yu rubbed his eyes, then looked again. After several confirmations, a flicker of excitement appeared in his eyes. It really was him. Inside the VIP lounge, a white-haired elder sat motionless, holding a scroll and a sheet of paper. He scribbled and drew incessantly with pen and paper, seemingly engrossed in some complex calculations. If that were all, Lu Yu wouldn't have been so astonished. What truly stunned Lu Yu was the old man's identity. Harvey Stans, the foremost mathematician of the Sun Never Sets Nation. To the average person, this luminary might be a name never heard before. Yet within academic circles, especially in the realm of mathematics, he was an absolute titan. Even setting aside his other achievements, the mere title of two-time Fields Medal laureate was enough to command the reverence of countless scholars. The Fields Medal, often called the non-existent Nobel Prize in Mathematics, is awarded to those who have achieved extraordinary feats. To win it twice consecutively meant this figure was undoubtedly a pillar of the mathematical world. Beyond his remarkable academic achievements, Harvey is equally celebrated for his character. He generously mentors younger scholars, never hoards knowledge, and promptly publishes his groundbreaking theories in academic journals for the benefit of the entire scholarly community. Such a master of both virtue and expertise is truly worthy of admiration. But wait, isn't he British? How could he suddenly appear in Hong Kong? Lu Yu suddenly recalled something and instantly understood. I recall he's an honorary professor at Hong Kong University? No doubt about it, what a coincidence to encounter the man himself here. After a moment's thought, Liu decided not to approach him and quietly walked away. Though he was curious what exactly was Harvey calculating. Interrupting someone without warning would be downright rude. So, after casting one curious glance, Liu turned and walked away. Back at the meeting point, the entire team had nearly gathered. Though they'd been separated for less than an hour, Liu could clearly see several female comrades' luggage bulging significantly, their hands now laden with several extra bags and pouches. It seemed the saying, shopping is a woman's nature, held true after all. After briefly explaining the visa requirements, Wang Lang handed out the boarding passes to everyone. The group boarded the plane, ready to embark on their final leg of the journey to the Germanic nation. After boarding, Liu glanced at the seats beside him and was somewhat surprised. The seat assignments were surprisingly scattered. Aside from a Chu and several bodyguards seated in a circle around him, the rest of the team was spread throughout the twin-engine aircraft. It seemed this was deliberately arranged by higher-ups. Liu fastened his seatbelt, not giving it much thought. By then, the other first-class passengers had also boarded and were seated, waiting for takeoff. Liu yawned, about to close his eyes for a quick nap. But then, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a seat at a 45-degree angle diagonally in front of him, and his eyes widened in shock. Professor Harvey? He was on this flight too? After a moment's thought, a smile spread across Liu's lips. Well, of course. Given his stature, being invited to the World Mathematics and Technology Summit was only natural. The flight they were on was bound for Hamburg, Germany's second-largest city and the venue for the World Mathematics Technology Summit. It was hardly surprising that Professor Harvey was on this flight. Most likely, he had just concluded an academic exchange at Hong Kong Island University and was catching this flight to Germany on his way back. After fastening his seatbelt, Professor Harvey remained engrossed in his paper and pen, his calculations unceasing. He would occasionally scratch his head or let out a sigh, as if grappling with some perplexing problem. Liu hadn't paid it much mind. But just as he was about to close his eyes for a nap, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. New option activated. Option 1, mind your own business. Ignore Professor Harvey's dilemma and get some sleep. Reward, 30 sleep aid pills. Reward 2, be kind and helpful. Assist Professor Harvey in solving his dilemma. Reward, the host may randomly select 3 master-level skills. Chapter 161, let me help you. Airplane, first-class cabin. Another system option activation? Hearing the electronic voice in his mind, Liu instantly understood what was happening. This was another system option activation. Though 2 consecutive system activations in such a short span surprised Liu, his curiosity was piqued by the reward offered in option 2. What did it mean to randomly draw 3 master-level skills? Just as Liu pondered this, the system prompt sounded once more in his mind. Ding! Randomly selecting 3 master-level skills means that after the host completes the task, they can randomly draw skills in corresponding fields such as master-level aerodynamics or master-level biochemistry skills. The system's cold, mechanical voice provided a detailed explanation. Simply put, after completing the second option, the host could randomly acquire certain knowledge and skills.
However, what exactly he would gain was entirely random. It all came down to luck. This sounded rather appealing, acquiring 3 skills at once. Luyu stroked his chin, suddenly finding the rewards for the second option quite tempting. After all, he'd previously struggled to complete system options only to receive a single skill reward at best. This was the first time he'd ever had the chance to gain 3 rewards at once. But this task seemed a bit tricky. Whoa! Luyu glanced again in Professor Harvey's direction and instantly sucked in a breath. 3 random skills as rewards sounded incredibly tempting, but no matter how enticing, the prerequisite was actually being able to get them. Professor Harvey was a living legend in the math world, an absolute heavyweight in his field. A problem tough enough to stump such a giant? Luyu didn't have much confidence he could crack it in such a short time. He might end up with nothing to show for it. Forget it. Fortune favors the bold. If I don't even have this much confidence, what's the point of doing research? After a moment's hesitation, Luyu slapped his thigh and made his decision internally. I choose the second option. After all, he still had over 60 of those all-nighter pills on hand. 30 more wouldn't make a dent in the short term. The worst that could happen was coming up empty-handed. What was the worst that could happen? If he actually solved that problem and got 3 random skills? That would be a huge win. Option confirmed, second choice. The system's cold, mechanical prompt sounded once more before fading away. Phew! After making his decision, Luyu took a deep breath and turned his gaze toward Professor Harvey. He stood up, slowly approached Professor Harvey, and with a slight smile, spoke in fluent English. Professor Harvey, I never imagined I'd encounter you here. What a coincidence! Excuse me, Professor Harvey is conducting research, please do not disturb. Before Professor Harvey could speak, a middle-aged man beside him hurriedly stood up, making a move to push Luyu aside. Please understand, Professor Harvey requires a sufficiently quiet environment for his research. This man appeared to be Professor Harvey's assistant. Please wait, I'm here too. Luyu was about to say something when a voice suddenly cut off the assistant. It's fine. Professor Harvey, who had been furrowing his brow over a problem, suddenly stopped writing. A warm smile touched the corners of his mouth. Are you also studying mathematics? Yes, I'm an undergraduate at Longke University in Long Nation. I've done some research in mathematics. Luyu smiled respectfully. I've read many of your research papers and journal articles before. Your thinking is remarkably forward-looking. Oh? You can understand my publications? It seems you've truly mastered mathematics. Professor Harvey chuckled. Though he was an elder and a 2-time Fields Medal laureate, his every word and gesture carried not a trace of arrogance. Instead, he radiated warmth and approachability, like a gentle spring breeze. What brings you to this old man? Seeking advice on a problem? Or perhaps hoping for an autograph or a photo? Professor Harvey asked with a slow smile. He had encountered such situations many times before at academic conferences around the world. Yet each time, he was more than happy to offer guidance to these young scholars or sign their books. He believed such gestures could serve as encouragement for the next generation. Yet Luyu's response caught him off guard. Professor Harvey, to be perfectly honest, neither, Luyu replied. Luyu smiled faintly and stated plainly. I noticed you seemed to be struggling with some calculations earlier, so I came over to see if I could offer any assistance. Oh, help me? A look of astonishment flashed in Professor Harvey's eyes. He never imagined the young scholar before him would utter such words. In the world of mathematics, he wasn't being arrogant, but the number of people who could assist him with this particular problem he was solving was not only small, it could be counted on one hand. This young fellow was quite confident. Chapter 162, Luyu's Expectations. First class cabin. Yes, I'd like to try and see if I can be of assistance to you. As he spoke, Luyu lowered his head and glanced at the diagram sketched on Professor Harvey's white paper. It depicted a small 3-dimensional sphere, with a basic single-link ribbon attached beside it. The ribbon appeared to be connected to the sphere, forming a single connected configuration. Are you attempting to prove the folded Poincare conjecture? Luyu instantly recognized the problem Professor Harvey was tackling, the Poincare conjecture, one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems in mathematics. Correct. Professor Harvey nodded slightly and sighed. The Poincare conjecture has been proven for the 2-dimensional sphere, as it can essentially be characterized by single connectivity. But when we shift to the 3-dimensional sphere, the entire problem becomes incredibly complex. I've been researching this problem for nearly 3 years. Last year, I finally grasped a glimmer of insight, yet I still feel like I'm one step away from truly solving it. Sigh. Though speaking to a junior colleague, Professor Harvey showed no airs whatsoever, laying bare his own struggles to Luyu. I see. Luyu nodded lightly and said, the Poincare conjecture, once you shift the dimension to 3 or higher, the difficulty of proving it truly becomes extraordinary. Where do you think the main difficulty lies? To help Professor Harvey swiftly unravel the Poincare conjecture, one must first understand exactly what difficulty had stumped him.
After all, the Poincare conjecture is so vast that, despite his confidence in his mathematical abilities, Liu didn't believe he could solve this problem, one that had eluded countless topologists and mathematicians for their entire careers in such a short time.
Ahem.
Just then, the man who appeared to be Professor Harvey's assistant interrupted Liu once more.
Sir, Professor Harvey's current research on the Poincare conjecture is intended for presentation at the World Mathematics and Technology Summit. You cannot. Never mind.
Professor Harvey waved dismissively, unconcerned. Publishing at the World Mathematics and Technology Summit is meant to help more people understand mathematics.
What's the issue?
All right. The assistant took a step back sheepishly, no longer interfering in the exchange between Liu and Professor Harvey. Being able to share your latest unpublished research findings directly with an unfamiliar scholar without the slightest concern that they might plagiarize or copy your work. Professor Harvey truly deserves the title of Master Scholar. Here, take a look.
Professor Harvey didn't hesitate or show any reluctance.
He immediately pulled out the manuscript he'd just calculated and placed it before Liu.
My research in two-dimensional space is nearly complete, but when dimensions expand to 3, problems keep surfacing. The main difficulty lies in proving single connectivity.
He scratched his graying hair and smiled sincerely. This problem has actually troubled me for quite some time, but even now, I haven't managed to figure it out.
Perhaps I'm getting old, and my mind just isn't keeping up anymore. Take a look at my draft first. If anything is unclear, just ask directly. Liu didn't hesitate. He nodded and said, "All right, thank you." He took Professor Harvey's manuscript and began examining it meticulously.
Sigh, Professor Harvey really is something.
How could an ordinary college student possibly understand his research notes?
Beside him, Professor Harvey's assistant sighed, a look of helplessness on his face. With less than a day left before the World Mathematics Technology Summit, in his opinion, Professor Harvey should be racing against the clock, striving to achieve the final breakthrough before the summit began. Yet, Professor Harvey was actually willing to waste time on this insignificant student from the Dragon Nation. After all, it was rare for an undergraduate to possess any mathematical aptitude, let alone one from China, a country with such poor mathematical soil. Wasting time was one thing, but if it stifled the professor's inspiration, that would be a huge loss.
As these thoughts swirled through his mind, Liu glanced over Professor Harvey's manuscript and asked, "Professor, may I borrow a sheet of scrap paper?" "Certainly."
Professor Harvey smiled faintly and handed a sheet of scratch paper to Liu. Liu took the sheet and, just as Professor Harvey had done earlier, began scribbling and drawing,
pretending to be busy.
Witnessing this scene, Professor Harvey's assistant's impression of Liu instantly worsened. Even the world's top mathematical masters would struggle to decipher Professor Harvey's handwritten notes without at least half an hour. Yet this guy had supposedly finished deciphering it in under 5 minutes? It was only thanks to Professor Harvey's temperament that he hadn't already kicked this fellow out. What he didn't know, however, was that Liu was secretly relieved.
Thank goodness it was the Poincare conjecture.
If it had been the P versus NP problem or the folding Hodge conjecture, solving it in such a short time would have been nearly impossible.
Though both counted among the Millennium Prize problems, the Poincare conjecture, being a geometric conjecture, differed vastly from the others. Mathematically speaking, the Poincare conjecture asserts that any simply connected, closed three-dimensional manifold must be homeomorphic to a three-dimensional sphere.
To put it more simply for easier understanding, imagine a rubber band stretched around the surface of an apple.
Can we gradually contract it to a single point without breaking it or letting it leave the surface?
On the other hand, if we imagine the same rubber band stretched over a tire surface in the appropriate direction, it is impossible to shrink it to a point without breaking either the rubber band or the tire surface.
We say the apple surface is simply connected, while the tire surface is not. This highly abstract geometric puzzle is indeed extremely difficult for others to solve. But for Liu, whose mind possessed systematic, ultra-high-speed intracranial simulation calculations, it was not so difficult. Thus, within 5 minutes of reviewing Professor Harvey's manuscript, Liu swiftly identified the core issue through his intracranial simulations, the geometric structure's inability to handle the cutting of three-dimensional streamlines. In truth, Professor Harvey's overall approach contained no major flaws. For an ordinary first-rate mathematician, it would likely be impossible to pinpoint the exact location of the error. However, after feeding the data into his mind for detailed modeling, Liu instantly spotted the flaw. Professor Harvey's overarching approach was remarkably forward-thinking.
Yet, when applying nonlinear differential equations to reference the Calabi conjecture, he erroneously employed a geometrized conjecture. This single misstep led to a complete collapse of his entire argument. "Professor, take a look." After scribbling on the scratch paper for about 10 minutes, Liu handed the manuscript to Professor Harvey. "In your proof of the geometrization conjecture, it's correct that the hyperbolic space H has constant curvature 1. However, for manifolds with boundary, it may be necessary to continue cutting along certain disks." At first, Professor Harvey listened with a warm smile, like a kind-hearted elder. After all, Liu's initial remarks touched only on basic common knowledge concerning the Poincare conjecture, which didn't particularly capture his interest.
Professor Harvey merely thought it remarkable that a young person could grasp so much. However,
Lu Yu's next statement caused his expression to shift abruptly. I believe you should integrate Ricci flow to resolve the Poincare conjecture. Because while applying the geometricization conjecture, you've overlooked the singularity problem. This complex string of language left the assistant utterly baffled. What on earth was he talking about? Though he wasn't completely clueless about mathematics, his level was limited. How could he possibly grasp such profound knowledge? Yet Professor Harvey's eyes instantly brightened. You mean I should prove it using Ricci flow? Professor Harvey quickly shifted his gaze to Lu Yu's calculation paper, then glanced back at his own manuscript. His expression changed instantly. It seems I truly overlooked the singularity issue when applying the geometrization conjecture. Initially, he hadn't truly believed Lu Yu could assist him in any meaningful way. He'd merely sought to mentor a junior colleague. But upon hearing Lu Yu's question, he instantly sensed something amiss. The reason was simple: every word Lu Yu spoke hit the nail on the head, with not a single superfluous syllable. He didn't sound like a 20-year-old youth, but rather a seasoned, mature mathematician. Seeing that Professor Harvey had also grasped the crux of the matter, Lu Yu smiled faintly and pressed on. There is a unique method to dissect certain tori or tori with boundary if they are boundary equivalent manifolds along certain cuts to obtain as few and as simple pieces as possible, each of which corresponds to one of the 8 standard geometric structures. The more Lu Yu spoke, the brighter Professor Harvey's eyes grew. He pressed urgently. So you mean I should use the Ricci flow approach to compensate for the previous argument's neglect of singularities, then continue applying the geometrization conjecture to tackle the next higher dimension? Exactly. Lu Yu smiled. If you continue along this line of thought, I believe you should be able to break through this problem. Talking with a master like this is so straightforward. I think I get it now. Professor Harvey's expression suddenly grew complex. He immediately unbuckled his seatbelt, stood up straight, and bowed to Lu Yu before his stunned assistant. Thank you for your guidance. Professor Harvey, what are you doing? This sudden turn of events left Lu Yu completely dumbfounded. He hurried forward to support him, saying, There's no need for this. I was merely sharing my thoughts. You're being far too gracious. No, it is necessary. Professor Harvey remained unyielding, completing the bow before lifting his head to gaze at Lu Yu with fervent sincerity. I greatly admire your Dragon Nation's culture, especially an ancient saying I find profoundly wise. At this point, Professor Harvey suddenly uttered in halting Chinese, there is no distinction between high and low, old and young where the way exists, there the teacher resides. Though you are younger than me, in scholarship, the accomplished become the teacher. Therefore, it is only right that I offer you this half-teacher's bow. Lu Yu paused slightly, reaching out to steady Professor Harvey. He never imagined Professor Harvey would utter such words, and his heart was suddenly filled with boundless emotion. Professor Harvey's words came from an ancient Chinese text titled On Teachers. While not obscure in China, it was hardly household knowledge. Lu Yu truly never imagined hearing such words from the mouth of a mathematician from the land of the rising sun. If you follow my reasoning and continue the calculations, there shouldn't be any major issues. After discussing the details of the geometrization conjecture with Professor Harvey, Lu Yu turned and left his seat, leaving only his silhouette behind. Professor, did what he said really help you? Only after Lu Yu had departed did the assistant ask, his expression still dazed. From the very beginning, he hadn't understood a word Lu Yu was saying. Yet, out of respect for Professor Harvey, he couldn't interrupt to ask. Therefore, when he saw Professor Harvey bowing to Lu Yu, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Help? To me, it was like a small boat tossed by stormy seas finally finding the guiding light of a lighthouse. Professor Harvey exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion. His breath grew hot again for the first time in ages. He carefully examined the calculation paper Lu Yu had left behind, cross-referencing it with his own manuscript to find where he'd gone wrong. His focused expression was like defusing a bomb. Seeing Professor Harvey's complete absorption, his assistant dared not disturb him. Holding their breath and closing their mouths, they waited anxiously. Finally, with less than 20 minutes remaining before the plane reached German territory, a cry of triumph erupted through the cabin. The other passengers in first class all turned their puzzled gazes toward the source of the sound. It was a white-haired elder, clutching a long scroll of paper, his face aglow with excitement. Who else could it be but Professor Harvey? I've deciphered it. Professor Harvey triumphantly raised the manuscript, his face flushed with joy. Just as he said. By integrating Ricci's solution and reincorporating the singularity problem into the framework, we've solved the Poincare conjecture, one of the 7 millennium problems. Wonderful, Professor. Seeing this, the assistant's face also lit up with excitement. Successfully proving the Poincare conjecture before the World Mathematics Technology Summit would undoubtedly elevate Professor Harvey's already extraordinary achievements to new heights. Yet, after a brief moment of joy, Professor Harvey's expression suddenly turned troubled. What a pity I should have asked his name just now. Without his help, I never could have solved this problem. When I publish my findings, I must include his name. First class cabin. Ding. Congratulations, host. Option 2 has been completed. After Lu Yu's agonizing wait, the familiar system notification finally echoed in his mind.
Thank goodness, Professor Harvey finally cracked it. Lu Yu exhaled deeply, his expression instantly brightening with anticipation. Bring it on. Let's see what I'll get from these 3 randomly selected master-level techniques. Chapter 163, The System That Screws You Over. Ding. Congratulations, host. Rewards are being distributed. Hearing the electronic notification from the system in his mind, a huge weight lifted from Lu Yu's heart. This was the first time the system had rewarded him with 3 techniques simultaneously. How could he not be thrilled? Even if I'm unlucky, as long as one of these 3 skills proves useful, that's enough. Besides, in academic research, who can predict when any particular skill might come in handy? Lu Yu thought to himself. Though what he craved most right now was advanced technology related to exoskeleton devices, preferably something that could interface with neural systems. But acquiring other master-level scientific technologies wouldn't be a bad thing either. As the old Chinese saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Who knows? A technology useless today might prove invaluable someday. Ding. Reward distribution complete. Please select your first master-level technology. As Lu Yu's mind raced with thoughts, the system's electronic prompt sounded once more within his consciousness. Accompanying the sound, the scene before Lu Yu's eyes abruptly shifted. A large, wheel-like phantom materialized before him without warning. At its center, 4 bold characters declared, "Begin drawing." A roulette wheel? Startled by the sudden spectacle, Lu Yu's eyes widened in shock. Surely no one else could see that thing? Lu Yu looked around, scanning the room. When he realized that everyone else, including Achu, couldn't see the giant wheel, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this wheel was like VR or AR technology visible only to him. Host, please begin the lottery. The system prompted once more. How does one start the lottery? Could it be by pressing the button in the center? Lu Yu scratched his head, tentatively reaching out to press the start lottery button at the wheel's center. The moment his finger touched the phantom image, a jarring sensation as if he'd touched something solid made his movement freeze instinctively. Then, beep. Another sound rang out. Lottery begins. Accompanied by the cold, mechanical system prompt, the large wheel began to slowly spin, accelerating until it became a blur. Whoa, it's already starting? Lu Yu took a deep breath, a flicker of anticipation stirring within him. He had to admit, this lottery-style format was quite novel. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of technique he might draw. After all, based on the pattern he'd observed before, anything produced by the system was guaranteed to be top-notch. Whether it was an item or a skill, anything rewarded by the system was bound to be the real deal. Ding! Lottery complete. The spinning wheel gradually slowed to a halt, and finally, the pointer settled on one option on the wheel. This was. Lu Yu rubbed his eyes and cautiously looked at the option the pointer had landed on. No way. When he clearly saw the text on the option the pointer landed on, his expression instantly turned bizarre. What the hell is this? Is the system malfunctioning? After reading the text on the option, the usually refined Lu Yu couldn't help but let a curse slip from his mouth. It read, Master-Level Close Combat Skills. Congratulations, host. The reward obtained from your first draw is Master-Level Close Combat Technique. The reward will be distributed after all 3 draws are completed. Would you like to proceed with the next draw immediately? The system's considerate prompt sounded once more in Lu Yu's mind. Whoa, I need a moment to process this. Wait, this is just 2. Gazing at the final option on the spinning wheel, Lu Yu's mood instantly became incredibly complex. For a moment, he felt both amused and exasperated. He'd assumed the system's master-level technique would at least relate to his academic research. But who could have predicted the first draw would yield such an outcome? I'm a scientist, not a fighter, for crying out loud. After ranting inwardly for a while, Lu Yu finally regained his composure. He sighed and addressed the system, begin the next draw. His tone was nowhere near as excited as it had been during the first draw. Clearly, the skill he just won had dealt him a massive blow. Ding! Lottery commencing. The system's voice sounded once more. Then came the familiar process. As the pointer and the large wheel spun rapidly, the pointer finally came to rest on an option, Master-Level Culinary Skills. Congratulations, host. New reward obtained, Master-Level Culinary Skills. The reward will be dispatched after the next 3 draws are completed. Host, would you like to proceed with the next draw immediately? Whoa! Lu Yu sucked in a sharp breath, fighting the urge to curse the system. He had thought master-level combat skills represented the absolute limit of the system's abstraction, but this master-level culinary skills took abstraction to an unprecedented level. Whose subordinate is this? Ah well, no need to get angry. An extra skill, an additional talent, it wasn't such a bad thing. Lu Yu took several deep breaths, finally calming his mind. Initially, he'd assumed that while these 3 master-level skills might not directly relate to his current research project, they were likely all connected to scientific inquiry. Yet after experiencing these 2 waves of abstraction, it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Whether it was culinary arts or combat techniques, neither seemed to have the slightest connection to scientific research. It seemed these 3 draws were truly random. Well.
I was wondering why the system was being so unexpectedly generous this time, handing out 3 skills at once. So that's why. Luyu shook his head helplessly and said slowly, alright then, system. Let's just proceed with the final draw. He had little hope left for this final draw. If he had to wish for anything, it was that the skill he got wouldn't be too useless. Like master-level massage techniques or master-level dance skills, things he'd never actually use. Ding. Third draw initiated. Ding dong, draw completed. After the familiar process, the pointer once again landed on an option. Originally, Luyu had given up all expectations. But when he opened his eyes and saw the final prize, his expression changed involuntarily. Well, this isn't too shabby. A faint smile touched Luyu's lips. Congratulations, host. You have obtained master-level virtual reality technology. All 3 lottery attempts have been exhausted. Would you like to claim all rewards at once? The system prompted. The final prize was master-level virtual reality technology. While it differed greatly from the exoskeleton tech Luyu had originally hoped for, compared to the first 2 rewards, it was actually pretty decent. Virtual reality technology 1. Recall a concept called the metaverse being hyped up in my previous life. Luyu stroked his chin, silently pondering to himself. In his previous life, as virtual reality technology advanced, the concept of the metaverse emerged in society and gained significant traction. Even tech giant Facebook rebranded itself as Meta and launched a metaverse social app called Horizon to hype the concept. But, constrained by the technological limitations of that era, this so-called metaverse ultimately remained nothing more than a concept stock. Luyu had experienced that so-called Horizon in his previous life. Honestly, the experience could only be described as mediocre, not even matching an earlier VR application called Rashot. Precisely because of this, Luyu in his previous life never felt particularly enthusiastic about this so-called metaverse concept. He firmly believed humanity's ultimate journey should be toward the stars and the vast ocean, not some virtual metaverse. However, if the technology existed to develop cutting-edge virtual reality applications, that would be quite promising. It could offer humanity new forms of entertainment, whether for consciousness projection or relaxation, and would undoubtedly serve a significant purpose. As Luyu pondered these thoughts. Ding. Host, please select, do you wish to claim the reward in one go? A familiar system notification once again interrupted his thoughts. Yes. Luyu hurriedly responded mentally. Though he wasn't entirely satisfied with the first 2 rewards, and the last one was merely passable. But free stuff? You take it. Ding. Reward sent. Please check your inbox. Accompanied by the system's electronic notification sound, a powerful electrical pulse suddenly erupted within Luyu's mind. Gah! The sudden shock made Luyu's eyes flicker in pain, nearly causing him to cry out in the first-class cabin. Fortunately, the pain lasted only an instant before vanishing without a trace. Replacing it was a wave of warm, soothing comfort that flooded Luyu's muscles and bones, like soaking in a hot bath, utterly blissful. Huff! Luyu narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the changes in his body and the flood of new knowledge surging into his mind. A wave of contentment washed over him. But just then, Mr. Lu? A familiar voice suddenly rang out beside Luyu's ear, startling him out of his blissful state. In a split second, he swung his elbow out horizontally, delivering a sweeping strike toward the source of the voice. This sudden move undoubtedly startled Chu. Fortunately, as a highly trained elite soldier, his reaction speed was far beyond that of ordinary people. Seeing the unavoidable elbow strike coming, Chu raised his arm, blocking the blow in an instant. Thud! A dull thud echoed through the air. Ouch! A searing pain instantly spread across Chu's arm like wildfire, making him grit his teeth and nearly cry out in agony. Mr. Lu, what on earth? Chu gritted his teeth against the agony, staring blankly at Luyu. He couldn't fathom why Luyu had suddenly elbowed him out of nowhere. Chu, are you okay? Luyu looked at Chu with an apologetic expression, his mouth twitching slightly. I don't know what came over me just now. Maybe I was spacing out, and then you suddenly yelled, and, well, this happened. He didn't know how to explain it to Chu. Just moments ago, he'd been basking in the satisfaction of receiving his reward. Chu's unexpected shout instantly triggered the newly acquired master-level close combat skills, causing him to instinctively elbow out. Nothing serious, but his arm was probably swollen. He'd have the team doctor check it after landing, hoping there was no fracture. Chu rubbed his sore arm, still puzzled but choosing not to press further. As long as it's nothing serious, as long as it's nothing serious. Luyu exhaled deeply, his expression turning slightly peculiar. In his previous life, he had indeed heard stories about certain martial arts stars or professional boxers possessing conditioned reflexes. When startled or ambushed, they would instinctively counterattack their reactions faster than their conscious minds could process. He recalled a famous martial arts star once sharing an amusing anecdote. His wife had planned a surprise from behind. But due to muscle memory and conditioned reflexes, the star instinctively executed a shoulder throw on his wife, leaving her pale as a ghost. Before, Luyu had suspected this story might contain some exaggeration. But after being startled by Chu just now, he realized it was absolutely true.
Phew, thank goodness it was Chu sitting next to me. If it had been anyone else calling out to me just now, it would have been disastrous. Reflecting on it, Liu still felt a chill of dread. Fortunately, it was Chu sitting beside him, not someone else from the team. Otherwise, that single elbow strike could easily have caused a skull fracture or facial bone break. It wouldn't have been impossible. The system's reward nearly backfired on his own teammate. Just as Liu Yu was feeling that chill of fear, the flight attendant's sweet voice suddenly rang out over the intercom. Ladies and gentlemen, your flight is now less than 15 minutes away from its final destination, Hamburg, Germany. Finally, the aircraft touched down smoothly at Hamburg Airport. After taxiing along the runway for a short distance, it came to a steady halt. Mr. Liu, let's meet up with the team first. Chu rubbed his arm, picked up his luggage with his other hand, and grimaced as he disembarked. Though over 10 minutes had passed, the sting from that recent blow still burned fiercely, leaving him almost completely unable to muster any strength. Strange. I remember when our old squad leader, a retired pro fighter, elbowed me, it never hurt this much. Could it be that my recent lack of training has weakened my ability to take a hit? Chu, luggage in hand, wore a thoroughly disgruntled expression. Chapter 164, The Summit is about to begin. After disembarking, the academic team quickly gathered at the airport and boarded a chartered vehicle bound for the Hampton Grand Hotel. Welcome to Germain. Upon entering the hotel lobby, the fair-haired, blue-eyed staff bowed politely with heads lowered. As one of Germain's premier hotels, the Hampton Grand's service was impeccable, not overly deferential, but undeniably courteous. 11 people, 6 private rooms. Team leader Wang Lang handed the pre-booked reservation details to the front desk staff. The academic team consisted of 8 members, and with 3 accompanying security personnel, the total number was 11. Truthfully, Wang Lang harbored considerable doubts within himself. Under normal circumstances, when they were dispatched for academic exchange activities, although security personnel occasionally accompanied them, there was usually only one security guard. This trip to Germanic territory, however, featured a full 3 security personnel. This was something Wang Lang had never anticipated before arriving. Moreover, judging by their robust physiques and piercing gazes, these 3 were clearly no ordinary individuals. Compared to other security personnel he had encountered before, they were in a completely different league. Could it be that the significant decline in public safety over the past 2 years, due to Germany's influx of refugees, prompted the organization to assign us 3 security personnel? Wang Lang scratched his head, pondering silently. He understood the principle that unusual events often signaled something amiss. But based on the limited information available, this was the best conjecture he could make. After all, with the Chinese government deliberately withholding information, even the sharpest mind couldn't possibly guess the true significance Liu Yu held for the Chinese state within the accompanying delegation. Certainly, sir. Here are your room keys. Please keep them safe. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed receptionist handed 6 room keys to Wang Lang. Wang Lang then distributed the room cards and the corresponding room number list to every member of the academic team, including Liu Yu. Just as expected. Liu Yu glanced at the room assignment chart, a faint smile curling the corners of his mouth. The official arrangements from the Dragon Nation were exactly as he had anticipated. There were 11 people in the team. Excluding the 3 bodyguards, there were 5 men and 3 women. The 4 male researchers were paired up in rooms, while 2 of the 3 female scholars shared a room, and the remaining one had a single room. Among the 3 security personnel, Chu shared a room with him, while the other 2 occupied the room next door. Clearly, this was no coincidence but a deliberate arrangement by the Longke authorities, aimed at ensuring his safety to the greatest extent possible. Everyone, while we don't restrict your movements in the evenings, it's still best not to go out casually in a foreign country. Please return to your rooms to rest and prepare materials for the World Mathematics and Technology Summit in 2 days. After that, you can rest. Especially you, Xiao Lu, the topic you're presenting is truly groundbreaking. Prepare thoroughly to avoid any unexpected issues. After distributing the room keys, Wang Lang imparted his earnest advice. Among everyone, the one he was least confident about was Liu Yu, who hadn't even turned 20. After all, young people tend to crave excitement, and similar tragedies had occurred before, heartbreaking ones. Once, during an academic exchange trip to the UK, a young member of the delegation wandered out late at night and encountered black robbers. He was beaten to death on the spot, without even a chance for medical intervention. The loss was profoundly heartbreaking. This bloody lesson remained etched in Wang Lang's mind, a constant reminder he dared not forget. Captain Wang, rest assured. Liu Yu smiled and nodded in agreement. Given his personality, he wouldn't even venture out of his own room, let alone wander around. But team leader Wang meant well, so he didn't say much more. All right, understood. Wang Lang gave a slight nod. After going over some final details and precautions, he dismissed the team, letting everyone return to their rooms to rest. After all, they'd spent the entire day on a flight and were exhausted. They deserved a proper break. Squeak! As he pushed open the door, the luxurious hotel interior immediately caught Liu Yu's eye.
As one of the most opulent hotels in the Germanic Empire, the Hampton Grand Hotel might still fall short of the Burj Al Arab, but within the empire itself, it was undoubtedly among the very best.
Mr. Liu, allow me to handle your luggage.
Chu took Liu Yu's luggage and stored it neatly in the hotel wardrobe. Meanwhile, Liu Yu wasn't idle either. He opened his laptop and began preparing for the upcoming presentation.
2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Phew, if I don't get back to Longke soon, my stomach's going to start protesting. Should have brought some steamed buns and fried dough sticks. Can't help it, I'm just not used to the local food.
After finishing the Hampton breakfast, Liu wiped his mouth with a sigh and complained to Chu beside him.
Yeah. How can the Germans stand eating this stuff every day?
Honestly, the pickled vegetables and steamed buns we had during military training tasted better than this. Chu nodded vigorously, wholeheartedly agreeing with Liu Yu's sentiment. It had been 3 days since the group arrived in the Germanic kingdom, staying at the Hampton Hotel. Truth be told, the food was truly unbearable.
Lunch and dinner were manageable. The German pork knuckle, though different from Dragon Nation flavors, tasted pretty darn good when you were hungry.
Breakfast, however, was a bit of a struggle. This was a 5-star hotel, yet breakfast was the same 3 items every single day?
Toast, croissants, baguettes.
Then a few slices of toast and cheap jam on the side, all marketed as a high-end buffet.
Once or twice is fine, but eating it every day? It's just too cloying. Never mind.
Today we're attending the World Math Technology Summit. If all goes well, we can head back to Longke tomorrow.
Just hang in there a little longer, we're not exactly delicate flowers anyway.
Liu Yu sighed helplessly. He recalled that in his previous life, whenever he attended academic conferences across Europe, whether at 5-star hotels or mediocre ones, the breakfast spread was always the same 3 items. Europeans must have some kind of fixation on this stuff, just like how people in China love steamed buns, mantou, and fried dough sticks for breakfast.
Everyone, gather on the first floor. We're ready to depart.
Just as Liu Yu was deep in thought, a new message from team leader Wang abruptly interrupted his train of thought.
Let's go, Chu.
Liu Yu gave his presentation notes one final check. Satisfied they were in order, he took Chu by the hand and left the room, heading downstairs to meet up with Wang Lang and the others.
Everyone should have their presentations ready, right?
Wang Lang smiled as he scanned the group.
Yeah, I've re-derived mine over the past couple of days. My string theory should be fine now.
My theory of combining numbers and shapes has been proven countless times over the past 2 years. It's absolutely solid.
Same here.
It took me 10 years to prove the Prometheus formula. It absolutely cannot be wrong. The assembled mathematicians answered confidently in unison. As mathematicians qualified and capable of attending the World Mathematics Technology Summit, they were undoubtedly top tier, or at least near top tier, in their respective fields. Naturally, their confidence was unquestionable.
Liu Yu nodded in agreement, a faint smile on his face.
Rest assured, team leader Wang. I've rechecked my proof for the Goldbach conjecture over the past couple of days.
It should be error-free. The Goldbach conjecture? Before Wang Lang could respond, the scholars present, all except Wang Lang, turned their incredulous gazes toward Liu Yu. What did you say? You proved the Goldbach conjecture? As one of the Millennium Prize problems, the Goldberg conjecture's significance speaks for itself. Even decades ago, Chen Jingrun, a giant in Chinese mathematics, couldn't deliver a definitive proof. And now this fellow here was claiming he would present a proof of the Goldbach conjecture at the Mathematics Technology Summit?
In an instant, everyone's expressions turned peculiar, and many faces were filled with skepticism.
Oh.
Wang Lang suddenly slapped his forehead and chuckled self-deprecatingly.
My bad. I forgot to introduce you all. Young brother Liu is presenting his proof of the Goldbach conjecture at the World Mathematics Technology Summit.
His proof has been reviewed by Dean Xiao of the Mathematics Department at Longke University. No issues whatsoever.
My goodness. How could I have forgotten to inform everyone about such a momentous event beforehand?
Though he'd been equally stunned when old Zhong first told him, his primary role leading the team to the summit in Germania was as a team leader, not a mathematician.
Lately, Wang Lang's main concerns had been logistics, accommodations, meals, transportation, and security.
Over time, he'd simply forgotten to brief the other team members. It wasn't until just now that it finally occurred to him.
Team leader Wang, are you saying he really proved the Goldbach conjecture?
A scholar suddenly caught something, his pupils dilating.
Wait, you're the undergraduate from Longke University who proved the Goldbach conjecture?
Yes.
Liu Yu smiled and replied.
Since this matter didn't involve classified information, he saw no need to conceal it.
So it was you. No wonder.
The scholar muttered to himself.
When I saw the post from Longke University, I thought it was some kind of prank. Turns out it was real. No wonder, no wonder.
He had indeed seen a related post on a university forum before, but at the time, he had dismissed it as a prank and paid little attention to it. After all, who could believe that a freshman could prove the Goldbach conjecture? Originally, after a few days when his research workload eased up, he planned to revisit that post to examine the specific proof details just for a laugh. But unexpectedly, when he searched for related keywords on the forum again, he discovered that every single post about the Goldbach conjecture had vanished from the entire site, as if it had never existed. At the time, though he felt a twinge of doubt, he didn't dwell on it. But looking back today, everything suddenly made sense. So that's how it was. Besides that student, the other mathematicians present all turned their heads, fixing Liu with intensely complex gazes. The fact that the Goldbach conjecture, one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems, had actually been solved by an undergraduate student was nothing short of astonishing. The shock it caused them was beyond words. In an instant, everyone present, including Wang Lang, began to feel a surge of anticipation. After all, for a mathematician, what could be more enticing than discovering how to prove the Goldbach conjecture? With hearts brimming with excitement and anticipation, the group boarded the special vehicle bound for the World Mathematics Technology Summit. Roar! Amid the roar of the engine, the shuttle sped away in a cloud of smoke, becoming a dark silhouette as it merged onto the highway. Hamburg's Central Square. This could be considered the very heart of Hamburg. As a unique open-air plaza, it offered both scenic surroundings and excellent accessibility. On ordinary days, you'd often see Germans strolling leisurely around here. But today, the square was packed with people, bustling with activity. Parking lot outside the plaza. We arrived so quickly. The highways of the Germanic nation truly are something else. No matter how many times I come, I never get used to them. Wang Lang stepped out of the vehicle, leaning against the door of the black official car as he marveled inwardly. Behind him, the scholars all stepped out of their seats, though their faces looked rather pale. Only the 3 security personnel, including a Chu, remained calm, showing not a hint of agitation. Damn Germany! Are they trying to kill us with their speed? Are they driving or launching rockets? At this speed, if they hit someone, forget the hospital, send them straight to the funeral home. Did they think they were racing? Several scholars from the Dragon Kingdom, visiting Germany for the first time, couldn't help but curse aloud. It wasn't that they had low stress tolerance, it was that German traffic laws were downright bizarre. Typically, Dragon Nation's highway speed limits hover around 120 km/h, with slight variations in some areas, but generally fluctuating around that figure. But on German highways? The speed limit is 350 km/h. What does that even mean? It's the speed where, just before a rear-end collision, you don't need to do anything, not even hit the brakes. Just strike a sufficiently cool pose and prepare to go to hell. Why hell, not heaven? Because at that speed, not even God could save you. This car really flies, but it's still more comfortable than riding in a helicopter. Liu stepped out, leaning against the door, inwardly marveling at the experience. Counting his past life, this was his 3rd visit to the Germanic nation. Yet this hellish speed remained unbearable no matter how many times he came. Ahem! Everyone, let's get ourselves together. Wang Lang fought back nausea as he calculated the time. It should only be 3 or 4 hours until our turn to take the stage. 3 or 4 hours? Liu massaged his temples and turned his gaze toward the center of the plaza. The summit was finally about to begin. Chapter 165, Professor Harvey's Findings. Hamburg's Central Square. After a brief moment to compose themselves, the academic delegation followed Wang Lang's lead to the VIP entrance of the square. The reason for using the VIP entrance wasn't about seeking special privileges, but because the crowd surrounding the square was absolutely packed. Central Hamburg Square was a sea of surging humanity, with cheers and shouts echoing non-stop. Crowds packed layer upon layer, completely encircling the entire square. Without the VIP entrance, they'd likely spend a year trying to squeeze through and still not make it in. The academic atmosphere in Germania is truly remarkable. One scholar remarked. Not necessarily. You can't judge academic vibes by this kind of scene. Half these onlookers probably don't even know basic linear algebra, believe it or not? Another scholar scoffed at this. Actually, he was right. Though crowds gathered around the square, those who truly understood mathematics might be 1 in 1,000. Most were likely just there for the spectacle, mere spectators. Don't be fooled by their waving flags and loud cheers. Once the actual summit begins, they'll likely lose interest within 5 minutes and head home. But then again, you can't really blame them. After all, according to herd mentality theory, loving to join the crowd is human nature. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Edwards, the usher for this venue. Citizens of Dragon Nation, please follow me. The young man in a suit, with blonde hair and blue eyes, smiled slightly as he led the group into the inner circle of the plaza, the actual venue for the summit. The atmosphere here was undeniably much more subdued than in the outer circle. Many dignitaries in formal attire sat solemnly at tables adorned with their national flags, their expressions serious as they studied their notes. Occasional whispers of conversation were brief and restrained, embodying the refined, reserved demeanor of elite professionals. Ladies and gentlemen, your seats are at this table. Should you have any questions, please feel free to ask me at any time. Edward smiled politely. With that, he stood motionless before the Dragon Nation's table. As the host of the Mathematics Summit, the German nation had been quite considerate this time, thoughtfully assigning a guide to each participating host team. And Edwards, without a doubt, was the exclusive guide for the Dragon Nation team.
Sure enough, Professor Harvey was here too. After taking his seat, Lu Yu stood up and looked around. A white-haired elder immediately caught his eye, none other than Professor Harvey, whom he had encountered on the plane earlier. Though Lu Yu noticed Professor Harvey, the professor himself remained oblivious, his head bowed as he quietly organized his research manuscripts. Lu Yu silently wished Professor Harvey's academic presentation at the upcoming summit would go smoothly. A gentle smile curved Lu Yu's lips. He didn't call out to remind Professor Harvey of his presence. In his view, their meeting on the plane was fate itself, no special gesture was needed. At that very moment, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes stepped onto the central stage of the summit, microphone in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, our annual summit is about to officially commence. Is everyone ready? His already powerful voice boomed like a bell through the microphone, resonating directly into every ear in the room. Without a doubt, he was Leon, the host of this summit. With the host's appearance, the World Mathematical Technology Summit officially commenced. The expressions of the major figures present grew even more solemn, for soon it would be their turn to take the stage one by one and report their research findings. At such a momentous occasion, not a single mistake could be made. Yet beneath their solemnity, a hint of excitement flickered in their eyes. After all, the Mathematics Summit was fundamentally a forum for exchange. For them, listening to others' research findings was just as eagerly anticipated as presenting their own. How thrilling! Indeed, Professor Dorovic's six-dimensional linear law from last year remains vivid in my memory. I wonder what new breakthroughs this year will bring. Take the Millennium 7 mathematical problems, for instance. Do you think any professor might solve one of them? I doubt it. I agree, it seems unrealistic. If the Millennium 7 mathematical problems were that easy to solve, they wouldn't have that name. Who can say for sure? In the past 2 years, the Mathematical Council has directly increased the price for solving any of the Millennium problems to $2 million. Where there's a will, there's a way. The assembled math luminaries began whispering among themselves, deep in discussion. However, most of the mathematical luminaries believe that solving the Millennium 7 mathematical problems in the short term is almost unrealistic. Alright, let's welcome our first scholar to the stage, Mr. Harry from Imperial College London. Please extend your warmest respect to Mr. Harry. The host's impassioned voice echoed across the summit hall. A young man with an aquiline nose and dark skin rose with confidence, waved in greeting, and strode purposefully toward the summit's center stage. The previously buzzing venue instantly fell silent, for every mathematician present understood that such occasions demanded respect and courtesy for the presenter. Good day, everyone. I am Harry, a doctoral candidate at Imperial College of India. Today, I wish to present to you the culmination of 3 years of dedicated effort, the derivation and extension of two-dimensional string theory. Standing at the center of the podium, Harry radiated confidence from every pore. After all, someone like him, who could stand on such a prestigious stage at such a young age, was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses in the mathematical world. Confidence, even arrogance, was hardly surprising. It would have been strange if he were insecure. Harry lowered his head to his notes and began his presentation with radiant enthusiasm. Two-dimensional Yang-Mills theory serves as a useful model for precisely solvable gauge theories, where string theory exhibits duality under large N. By mapping the theory onto an N-Fermion system governed by exclusion interactions, we compute entanglement entropy in the 1N expansion. The assembled professors listened intently to Harry's presentation. Several even nodded slightly from time to time, their brows betraying a hint of approval. It wasn't until halfway through the presentation, during Harry's water break, that several prominent figures in the audience began discussing. Harry, as the rising star of the mathematical community these past 2 years, has certainly lived up to the expectations of those of us who believe in him. Indeed, to achieve such depth in two-dimensional string theory research before turning 30, he might even have a shot at the Fields Medal someday. I hear Oxford is already trying to recruit Harry as a professor. Wonder how that's going. Imperial College London might not be able to keep their talent. Well, people naturally seek higher ground. A complex look flickered in the eyes of everyone involved in the discussion. Harry's academic prowess is unquestionably genius among geniuses in the mathematical community. IIT has provided him with an exceptionally favorable research environment, but whether they can retain such a talent within India remains an open question. After all, even a world-class institution like Oxford University has begun making overtures to poach him. It wasn't just them, even the Chinese representatives shared a look of regret. The issue of brain drain was indeed a matter of grave concern within the scientific community. After all, nations invest immense resources to cultivate talent. If that talent then turns around in defects to another country, the loss is undeniably difficult to accept even for a major power like the Dragon Nation. However, while the Dragon Nation is constrained by its economic foundation and unable to offer sufficiently high compensation to grassroots researchers, it has always been generous and unstinting when it comes to top-tier academic talent. Especially for academician-level talents, once a scholar is elected, they immediately gain deputy minister-level perks and resource allocation authority. Naturally, only a select few achieve this status, and exceptional cases like Lu Yu are truly one of a kind in the entire Dragon Nation. Alright, let's return to the entanglement entropy issue we were discussing. Harry took a quick sip of water before resuming his report.
Calculating the number of microstates, Shannon entropy, Pirlock-bar, and capturing fluctuations in macrostates. We discovered that entropy scales as n superscript 2 in the large n limit, and only in this order does the Boltzmann entropy come into play. He presented his research and discoveries from the past 3 years in meticulous detail at the summit. That concludes our findings. If anyone has anything to add, please feel free to speak up. After concluding his presentation, Harry bowed modestly to the entire audience. After scanning the room, he stepped down from the podium. Clap. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the entire venue. Lu Yu also generously joined in, smiling as he clapped enthusiastically. Regardless of nationality or race, this was the most fundamental respect and courtesy. Allow us to invite our next speaker, Professor Leviathan from the United Kingdom. His presentation topic is? The host completed the formalities and began inviting the next scholar to take the stage. Typically, a scholar's presentation lasts between half an hour and 40 minutes. Of course, if the topic is relatively complex, the presentation time may be extended accordingly. Approximately 2 hours had passed. Including the first scholar from India, a total of 4 scholars have now completed their presentations at the summit. Among them was Yang Cheng, a mathematics scholar from the Dragon Nation team. A middle-aged professor in his 40s or 50s, his presentation focused on the proof of Deng Ruoju's Jidianhua conjecture. Following his presentation, the Longke delegation erupted in even more enthusiastic applause. Phew, how did my presentation go? I hope I didn't embarrass Brother Long. Yang Cheng adjusted his tie and took several deep breaths, finally calming his jittery nerves. Though he was no spring chicken in his 40s or 50s, this was his first time speaking at such a grand occasion, making nerves and excitement inevitable. Relax, you did great. Didn't you hear? That applause was thunderous. Wang Lang replied with a faint smile. Phew, that's good, that's good. I was just wondering if I'd left something unclear. Hearing Wang Lang's words, Yang Cheng finally exhaled in relief, the slight pallor in his face fading as his complexion returned to normal. Oh, right. He suddenly remembered something and turned his gaze to Lu Yu beside him. Lu Yu, get ready. After these two, it should be your turn. Is it almost my turn? So soon? Lu Yu's eyes flickered with surprise. He had been immersed in the presentation of one challenging mathematical problem after another, his mind swimming in the ocean of mathematics, and had completely lost track of time. Hearing Yang Cheng's reminder, he glanced at his watch and suddenly realized. So after Andy, I'm next? Exactly. Don't get nervous, just relax. As our ancestors said, in times of great importance, one must maintain composure. As long as you stay focused and perform steadily, your results will surely astonish the world. Wang Lang offered reassurance. Captain Wang, rest assured I'm not nervous. Lu Yu smiled faintly, his expression serene. Wang Lang might assume that being young and inexperienced, he'd inevitably feel nervous in such a high-stakes setting. But little did he know. The major projects he'd handled were far more significant than this World Mathematics Summit. If he wasn't afraid of the King of Hell, why would he be intimidated by this minor spirit? As they spoke, the next scholar stepped onto the podium. The next presenter was Professor Harvey from the University of London. His topic, the proof of the Poincare conjecture. The host's impassioned voice echoed in every scholar's ears. What? The Poincare conjecture? Had he heard correctly? This can't be possible. Did Professor Harvey really prove the Poincare conjecture? Unbelievable. Amazing. Professor Harvey is a living legend in our mathematical community. If anyone could prove the Poincare conjecture, it would be him. In an instant, the entire auditorium erupted. After all, everyone present was a heavyweight in the math world. Who didn't know the significance of the Poincare conjecture? Ahem. Professor Harvey cleared his throat and stepped to the podium. As you all know, the Poincare conjecture is grounded in topology. Any simply connected, closed three-dimensional manifold must be homeomorphic to a three-dimensional sphere. Highly specialized mathematical language flowed from Professor Harvey's lips. To those without a strong mathematical background, this content might as well have been written in hieroglyphics. Listening to it made one's head spin and eyes droop with sleepiness. Yet for those present, it was like heavenly nectar, utterly delicious. Finally, Professor Harvey lifted his head and spoke slowly. I believe the proof of the Poincare conjecture will deepen our understanding of manifold properties, representing a significant breakthrough for the mathematical community. I dearly wish this breakthrough were mine. But it is not. He lifted his head, his gaze settling on Lu Yu seated in the Dragon Nation section. A faint smile flickered in his aged eyes. Chapter 166, Plagiarism? Hamburg's Central Square. As is widely known, the main argument of the Goldbach conjecture is that any even number greater than 2 can be expressed as the sum of two prime numbers. To put it more simply, 11 equals 2. Previously, we would typically use. Professor Rick's voice filled the ears of every listener present. Almost everyone listened with rapt attention. This is the first time I've ever heard such an approach to proving the Goldbach conjecture. It's simply marvelous. No wonder Professor Rick devoted a full decade to this research. The release of Professor Rick's conjecture is bound to shock the entire world. I believe the next Fields Medal should seriously consider Professor Rick. Indeed, his understanding of the Goldbach conjecture is truly unique. It would be hard to justify not awarding him the Fields Medal. Listening to the unending praise from the audience below the podium, Rick's lips curved into a satisfied smile. He even deliberately slowed his pace of drinking water, allowing himself to savor the applause for a longer moment. What a pity! If Professor Harvey hadn't proven the Poincare conjecture today, I would have been the sole solver of the 7 millennium problems. My fame would have been even more resounding. Yet amidst his excitement, a hint of regret flickered in Rick's eyes. He had believed he would be the sole solver of one of the millennium mathematics problems today, even having already drafted headlines for the newspapers. Yet unexpectedly, Professor Harvey had also published a proof for the Poincare conjecture. This left him somewhat displeased. But none of that mattered. Savoring the applause and cheers of this moment was what mattered most to Rick. Below the stage, nearly every mathematician present generously applauded Rick, clapping enthusiastically. His flamboyant personality naturally appealed to Westerners, especially since he was also the solver of the Goldbach conjecture. Clap. Thunderous applause reverberated throughout the hall. Why almost every mathematician present? Because the expressions on the faces of the Longke academic team had grown even more peculiar than before, especially Lu Yu, whose brow furrowed involuntarily. Lu Yu, are you saying his entire line of reasoning is almost identical to yours? Wang Lang frowned slightly and asked. Exactly. Lu Yu nodded lightly, his expression grave. His entire line of reasoning can no longer be described as merely similar to mine. Look at that earlier section, the part about prime number differences. I had. At this point, Lu Yu paused. After a moment's hesitation, he admitted frankly, when I proved the Goldbach conjecture back then, it was an impromptu argument during the exam. So there were some deviations in my reasoning, like this prime difference part. Had I directly considered quasi-primes and the two factors of the exception set, the proof would have been significantly faster. But constrained by my state of mind and approach at the time, I failed to recognize this issue. I ended up circling around the prime difference argument for ages before finally getting back on track. Wang Lang's expression shifted slightly. So you're saying he even made the same mistakes you did? It's not exactly a mistake, but you get my meaning. Lu Yu nodded slightly in response. Initially, he hadn't suspected Professor Rick of stealing his proof. Yet as the argument progressed, he discovered their reasoning was identical down to the last detail. Even the mistakes were identical, down to the last detail. As the saying goes, no two leaves in the world are exactly alike. With such strikingly similar reasoning, it was hard not to be suspicious. While the Dragon Nation delegation discussed among themselves, Professor Rick's lecture continued. Odd prime pair theorem, CNX1 NCNX, odd prime theorem, NX1 NNX, odd prime pair theorem, R2NX1 NR2NX. Applying the commutative and associative laws of addition, let QQ2Q3 equals 3. Then, Q3QQ2Q3 equals 3. Evidently, Q3QQ2 holds only when Q3 equals 3. Otherwise, the numbers 2, 1, and 3 all prime become counterexamples to the triple prime theorem. The more Lu Yu listened, the more profound his expression became. Even at this point in the proof, Professor Rick's reasoning followed his own line of argument almost identically. Every step was identical. Yet Lu Yu could confirm with absolute certainty that he had not disclosed his academic findings along the way. Logically speaking, even if Professor Rick wanted to plagiarize, he wouldn't find anything to copy. Wait, could it be? Lu Yu suddenly grasped something, his eyes flashing with realization. Could it be that the recent cyber attack on Dragon University by Eagle Nation had allowed them to steal relevant data? He recalled how Longke had recently traced numerous cyber attacks originating from Eagle Nation. Although they had immediately transferred the relevant data to secure servers afterward, it was ultimately a case of closing the barn door after the horse had bolted. Much data and technology had inevitably been stolen by Eagle Nation's hackers. Although the most critical and vital technologies, exoskeleton equipment and controlled nuclear fusion, remained secure within the system's central security hub and should be safe from theft, other data had inevitably been compromised. Looking back now, it's highly likely that the British had already stolen their proof of the Goldbach conjecture at that time. I should have realized it. Lu Yu's gaze instantly sharpened. He immediately leaned close to Wang Lang's ear and whispered his suspicion. You mean your proof for the Goldbach conjecture was likely stolen by the Eagle Nation earlier? Wang Lang's expression also turned grave. If that's the case, then the Eagle Nation's actions are utterly shameless and despicable. What should we do now? We can't just storm the stage and accuse you of plagiarism, can we? Yang Qing's expression instantly darkened. Cyber attacks happen in the shadows. Finding concrete evidence out of thin air is nearly impossible. And even if you did find relevant evidence, what then? If Professor Rick insists the cyber attack had nothing to do with their university, that it was carried out by a civilian organization in Eagle Nation, and claims their Gorbachev conjecture was proven entirely on their own, with absolutely no connection to Dragon Nation. Without direct proof, what could Longke possibly do?
This situation was incredibly difficult to break through. Luyu, what are your thoughts? Wang Lang turned his gaze toward Luyu and asked. I have an idea. Luyu's eyes lit up as he quietly lowered his voice. He whispered a few words into Wang Lang's ear. After hearing Luyu's suggestion, Wang Lang's expression instantly turned peculiar. Are you sure this plan will work? Luyu nodded confidently. Yes. I'm confident. Chapter 167, Have You Lost Your Mind? Hamburg Open Air Center Plaza. On the podium ahead, Professor Rick's lecture continued. The number of p elements px has a lower bound of px1 2. Therefore, based on the triple prime theorem, we can deduce that. Feeling the reverent gazes of the audience, the smile on his lips grew ever more triumphant. It had been ages since I derived the odd lattice formula 10 years ago that I'd felt this way. If it weren't for... Professor Rick recalled something. Yes, Luyu and the others' conjecture largely aligns with reality. The Goldbach conjecture wasn't something he proved himself, it was a plan leaked to him by a friend in the CIA. The entire process is rather complicated to explain in detail. In short, the CIA, through covert means like wiretapping and cyber attacks in Longke, successfully obtained a series of critical data, including the proof for the Goldbach conjecture. Discussions within the Eagle Nation concluded that publishing this academic achievement would better serve their interests. Thus, through his CIA contact's recommendation, Professor Rick became one of the direct beneficiaries of this operation. The CIA handed over the entire proof of the Goldbach conjecture to him and thoughtfully ensured his secrecy. Across the entire world, the number of individuals privy to the project's details absolutely did not exceed 10. Though this proof wasn't my own breakthrough. But as long as no one else knows, what difference does it make compared to me proving it myself? Professor Rick mused silently to himself. Having navigated academia for many years, he had long tasted the bitter and sweet of human relationships. The reverence he once held for scholarship had long since vanished. To him, it was nothing more than a stage for fame and fortune. As long as he could reap the benefits, what did it matter if the research wasn't his own? What harm was there in taking credit for it? Following the derivation of the 3' theorem, we reduced 11 to its simplest form. As time passed, his proof of the Goldbach conjecture reached its conclusion, therefore, it is proven that 11 superscript 2. My lecture is now concluded. I trust everyone has understood? After bowing to the audience, Professor Rick smiled and stepped down from the podium. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Brilliant presentation. Amazing. I propose we jointly nominate Professor Rick for the next Fields Medal. His reasoning is truly ahead of its time. I agree. The assembled academic luminaries showed no restraint in their applause, clapping enthusiastically. Their eyes now turned expectantly toward the podium, awaiting the next speaker. Today's events had delivered more surprises than they could have imagined. 2 consecutive speakers had presented proofs for the Millennium 7 problems in mathematics. Moreover, both approaches were remarkably unconventional and forward-thinking, truly textbook-worthy. It was impossible not to hold extremely high expectations for the subsequent speakers. Alright, Professor Rick's presentation was truly outstanding. Let's welcome our next speaker to the stage. The host picked up the microphone and announced with great enthusiasm, the next speaker is Luyu from Longke University in the Dragon Nation. His topic is... At this point, the host paused slightly. He adjusted his earpiece, listened to the transmission, and his expression instantly turned peculiar. What's going on? What happened? Where is the next speaker? Why did he stop speaking? This abrupt turn of events left the assembled dignitaries feeling perplexed. Though not a scholar from their mathematical field, this host was renowned in the broadcasting world, having won countless golden microphone awards and other hosting accolades. His stage presence was undeniably polished. So why did he stop midway through the introduction? My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I momentarily lost my composure just now. After a brief moment of dazed silence, the host quickly regained her composure and offered an apologetic smile. I've just received some new information. The speaker from Dragon Nation, Luyu, and his team have made last-minute changes to their presentation topic. This requires some adjustments, and the backstage technical issues have just been resolved. Now, let's welcome Luyu to the stage with a warm round of applause. His presentation is titled Tracking Network Technology Security. Hearing the MC's enthusiastic announcement, the assembled luminaries of the mathematical community did not immediately respond with enthusiastic applause. Instead, their expressions froze simultaneously as they turned their puzzled gazes toward the Dragon Nation team's direction. What? Did I hear that correctly? What are they up to? What on earth is tracking network technology security? Are they abandoning their presentations? I can't comprehend this. Have the Longke people lost their minds? This is a mathematics summit, not a place for them to throw tantrums. Who is Luyu? I've never heard that name before. Does that mean just anyone can get up on stage to speak now? In an instant, a chorus of skepticism erupted throughout the entire venue. Every pair of eyes turned toward the Dragon Nation team's section, filled with bewilderment. It wasn't that they lacked composure, it was that Longke's actions were utterly perplexing. First off, as a world-class showcase stage, the World Mathematics Technology Summit doesn't every topic slated for presentation undergo months, even years, of refinement before taking shape? How could they possibly switch topics at the last minute, right before taking the stage? Wasn't this a blatant disrespect for the platform? And changing the topic was bad enough. This summit is called the World Mathematics Technology Summit, not some World IT Technology Expo. To change your presentation topic to tracking network technology security at such an event? Is this unacceptable? It disrespects everyone present and disrespects mathematics. Are people from Longke really this lacking in basic decency? Ahem. Let's welcome Luyu from Longke to the stage for his presentation.
Seeing the awkward silence, the host's face flashed a hint of embarrassment as he led the applause.
Clap. Unfortunately, despite his lead, barely anyone joined in. Only scattered applause echoed through the hall.
Apart from the Longke team, nearly all the other bigwigs in attendance met him with cold stares. Luyu, however, remained completely unfazed. With a smile on his face, he stood up and walked to the podium with his laptop in hand.
Ahem. Hello everyone, my name is Luyu. Today, I'll be presenting on tracking network security technology. He remained completely composed, a calm smile playing on his lips. However, the moment the audience caught sight of Luyu's true appearance, the venue erupted once more. Chapter 168, isn't this a bit too coincidental? Has Longke lost its mind? How old is he? A kid under 20?
What has he accomplished that makes him worthy of speaking at this summit?
Get out of here. Dragon Nation scum. You're not welcome here. Get out.
This is a mathematics and technology summit, not a place for you to throw tantrums.
The atmosphere in the entire hall became extremely tense.
Countless burning stares fixed on Luyu at the podium and on the faces of everyone seated in the Dragon Nation section, including Wang Lang. The piercing stares burned like fire on their faces. I hope he really succeeds. Yang Qing sighed, his expression turning difficult to describe as his gaze fixed on Luyu at the podium. At this moment, their only hope for a comeback rested entirely on Luyu's next move.
What on earth was he trying to do?
On the other side, in the seats of the Sun Never Sets Nation, Professor Harvey wore a puzzled expression as he looked at Luyu on the podium. Time and again, he had wanted to stand up and speak for Luyu, but in the end, he held back.
Professor, why do you think he suddenly changed the topic like this? I just can't figure it out.
His assistant, standing beside him, asked with equal bewilderment. Professor Harvey's lips curved into a wry smile as he shook his head slightly.
I don't know either. But I believe he has his reasons for doing this. Let's continue watching.
He truly couldn't fathom why Luyu would choose a topic like tracking cybersecurity technology, something seemingly unrelated to mathematics, for his presentation at the Math Summit. Even if he couldn't find a suitable topic to present, he could have simply used his Poincare conjecture. After all, that achievement had Luyu's contribution, and Professor Harvey was more than willing to share that glory with him. Yet not only did Luyu refuse to accept this honor, he even chose a topic completely unrelated to mathematics for his presentation. This left Professor Harvey thoroughly baffled. Surely the young man wasn't some masochist who enjoyed being criticized? Since he couldn't figure it out, Professor Harvey didn't dwell on it further. Deep down, he trusted that Luyu must have his own reasons for doing this. Centered on the open-air plaza, atop the podium, Luyu stood with a faint smile, showing no sign of panic. He spoke slowly. I know you must all be puzzled by my choice of topic. Please give me a moment, and you will soon understand why. Though he remained utterly composed, the assembled mathematical luminaries below were thoroughly unimpressed. You're defiling mathematics. Exactly. How dare you defile the greatness of mathematics? Get out. The eminent mathematicians roared in unison. Many pure academics, especially those in foundational disciplines like mathematics, harbored a sense of superiority. In their eyes, fields like IT and finance, though lucrative, weren't even worthy of lacing mathematics' shoes. Now, witnessing Luyu delivering a speech on such a topic at the Math Summit, their passion naturally boiled over. This kid is courting death. Professor Rick, who had just stepped down from the stage, shook his head with a faint, mocking smile. Though unaware of the specifics, he could roughly guess that the CIA's technology likely originated from this kid from the Dragon Nation. Otherwise, why would they deliberately move his slot to one spot ahead of this kid? This kid's last-minute topic change was probably because I'd already covered his research area. With nothing left to present, he just grabbed any old subject. But honestly, this kid was truly foolish. Choosing a topic related to mathematics would have been one thing, even if mediocre, it wouldn't have been so utterly embarrassing. But this kid actually picked an IT topic, the most despised field in the math community, to present? Wasn't he just asking for trouble? At this thought, Professor Rick couldn't help but shake his head again, snorting derisively. Stupid Longke people, how laughable. If he must cling to the stage, he might as well exit with some dignity. Just as he was scoffing, Luyu opened his laptop and projected the screen onto the summit's main display. Everyone knew that in this era of data transparency, every piece of data carried the risk of leakage. It wasn't just everyday data, even academic research data faced significant leakage risks. Some shameless individuals clearly didn't know the meaning of the word shame.
Lu Yu smiled faintly as he slowly opened an interface.
First, let me introduce this security tracking system I developed recently. Beyond its adaptive defense capabilities, it can precisely trace every cyber attack a computer system has ever endured, leaving no hacker activity undetected.
Security tracking system? Hacking activities? Data tracking?
As Lu Yu rattled off one technical term after another, most of the math geniuses present were utterly baffled.
They had no clue what he was even talking about.
Only one or two experts with cybersecurity experience furrowed their brows, their expressions complex. The series of questions Lu Yu had just raised were actually topics they had all considered before. Yet they couldn't fathom why Lu Yu would bring up such non-mathematical subjects at this mathematics summit. Only Professor Rick, seated among the audience, suddenly paled. A sense of foreboding surged within him.
Could this guy possibly be thinking of? Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Professor Rick shook his head violently, trying to shake off the thoughts surging through his mind. The proof method for the Goldbach conjecture was provided by the CIA. Their technology stands among the world's foremost, while the Dragon Nation is merely a weakling in cyber technology. How could they possibly crack the CIA's methods?
Right, they absolutely couldn't have done it.
After careful consideration, Professor Rick finally exhaled in relief, a confident smile returning to his lips.
If Manhwa had the capability to crack the CIA's technology, they would have done it long ago. Why would they wait until now? This kid on stage is just making a desperate last stand. Could he really pull it off?
After all, the entire presentation only lasted half an hour.
Offstage, the entire Dragon Nation team was holding their breath for Lu Yu.
Presentations at the Math Summit were typically limited to half an hour to an hour. Unless the findings were truly groundbreaking, it was nearly impossible to request an extension from the organizers.
And the cybersecurity field Lu Yu was presenting on? To put it bluntly, it barely even touches on mathematics. Forget an hour, he'd likely be booted off stage the moment the half-hour mark passed. And to trace the CIA's past cyber sabotage within half an hour?
The difficulty could only be described as terrifying. At this point, there was no other option.
All we could do was trust him.
Wang Lang sighed deeply, slowly shifting his gaze toward Lu Yu's figure on stage. In that moment, the teenager's unflappable composure gave him a strange illusion. As if standing there wasn't some rising star in the academic world of mathematics, but a seasoned veteran of the research front lines.
Theoretical concepts, I assume most of you aren't quite familiar with them. So please give me a moment to demonstrate. Lu Yu tapped the enter key on his keyboard, and the entire computer screen instantly went pitch black. ZZZZT. Accompanied by an electrical hum, the screen transformed into a sci-fi-esque hacker interface straight out of a movie. Let's use our Dragon University as an example. To track a cyber attack, the first step is to locate a portion of our server's source code. For confidentiality reasons, I can only show you a segment. Let's take this file as an example.
Lu Yu tapped the enter key, freezing the screen on a server containing only one file.
Upon recognizing the file name, the assembled math geniuses all froze in surprise. Wait. What does this mean?
The file name within the server file was extremely simple and straightforward, consisting of just 9 characters, proof of the Goldbach conjecture.
The system showed the file was created on September 13th, roughly a month before this math summit. What was he trying to say? Could this be the topic of his presentation? I think I get it. Was he treating all that earlier stuff as a unique opening act? But that doesn't make sense. Who does an opening act like that? Are you all focusing on the wrong issue? Shouldn't the real concern be that Manhwa has also proven the Goldbach conjecture?
After clearly seeing the file name, the assembled mathematicians all froze in place. Having reached their positions, few were fools.
They instantly grasped that Lu Yu's true intent lay elsewhere. He wasn't genuinely here to discuss the knowledge framework of networks at this mathematics summit.
Lu Yu deliberately lingered on the screen displaying the proof of the Goldbach conjecture.
The assembled mathematical luminaries all furrowed their brows. This proof process was identical to Professor Rick's. What was he implying? Could it be that Longke University had plagiarized Professor Rick's proof?
No, look at the timestamp in the upper right corner.
The access time shows this document was completed a month ago. That means Longke University must have finalized this document a month prior. A month ago? That would be even earlier than Professor Rick's work. Could it be that Professor Rick's argument was plagiarized from Longke University?
A chorus of doubts erupted. Immediately, piercing stares converged on Professor Rick, making his face turn pale and leaving him restless and uneasy.
Plagiarism? I say he plagiarized me.
Professor Rick, naturally no pushover, immediately defended himself. My proof for the Goldbach conjecture was completed half a year ago. I simply hadn't published it yet. I suspect Longke University somehow obtained my manuscript and plagiarized my proof methodology.
Do you really believe a kid under 20 could prove the Goldbach conjecture?
As soon as these words left his mouth, the murmuring crowd of bigwigs in the audience suddenly looked rather peculiar. Professor Rick's words were certainly not unfounded. After all, no research is achieved overnight, especially not a highly complex mathematical problem like the Goldbach conjecture. It could take months, even decades, of dedicated work to make any meaningful progress. The fact that Professor Rick was only now publishing his findings didn't mean he'd just recently discovered it. Moreover, as Professor Rick pointed out, even if a young man under 20 were a genius, it would be highly improbable for him to have solved the Goldbach conjecture, wouldn't it? Whispers rippled through the audience. Yet on stage, Liu remained utterly undisturbed by the murmurs below. With a faint smile, he began. To detect network attacks, our first step is to identify vulnerabilities. Then, through technical means, we trace the attack methods. Let me walk you through the specific steps. First, we employ an ADT attack. Liu's hands danced across the keyboard at lightning speed, leaving only a blur of motion in their wake. The sight was dizzying, leaving the audience breathless. The experts present were mostly mathematicians, unfamiliar with cybersecurity. They could only grasp simple code snippets, but Liu's relentless sequence of operations, even a cybersecurity novice with eyesight could tell this was the work of a master. After resolving the ADT attack vulnerability, we used an MSR scan to discover the PHP mailer RCE vulnerability. However, exploiting it required an email sending form function. Among this pile of vulnerabilities, the only one that seemed to offer a chance to trace the source was CVE 2016-9838. At this stage, we were essentially done. We only needed to match the logs to email addresses, to duplicate the list to obtain the victim's email address, and then deduce the target of the cyber attack. Liu tapped the enter key with confidence. Click. With a soft click, the entire computer screen underwent a dramatic transformation. The entire page transformed into a miniature version of Blue Star. Though scaled down, the details were remarkably precise. Countries and even cities were clearly visible. A crimson thread spread out from the Dragon Nation's location on the map, slowly extending across the ocean to a nation on the other shore. None other than the self-proclaimed beacon of civilization, the Eagle Nation. This was the entire process of tracing the network's origins. Did everyone understand? Liu's lips curved into a faint smile as he added, "Actually, my original plan for this presentation was to discuss the proof of the Goldbach conjecture. But unexpectedly, Professor Rick beat us to it and proved the conjecture. And wouldn't you know it, Professor Rick's proof followed my exact same process, down to making the identical mistakes. Even more coincidentally, the documents storing our proof processes were stolen from the server due to a cyber attack originating from the Eagle Nation, and Professor Rick also happens to be from the Eagle Nation." At this point, Liu paused, casting a half-smiling, half-serious gaze at Professor Rick. "Isn't this a bit too coincidental?" Chapter 169, Sudden Twist. Professor Rick plagiarism, indeed. The entire summit erupted. This is outrageous, blatant academic misconduct. I almost fell for Professor Rick's deception at first. I never imagined he was this kind of person. Sitting at the same table with such an academic plagiarizing scoundrel is utterly disgraceful. I moved to immediately report this to the World Mathematical Council for adjudication. In an instant, those academic heavyweights who had previously doubted Liu shifted their focus, turning their guns on Professor Rick. I didn't plagiarize. I didn't." Professor Rick's face flushed crimson as he tried to stand and explain, but with the evidence staring him in the face, how could he possibly justify himself? But as his mind raced, Professor Rick's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he'd spotted a loophole. He's using animation effects. Even if we assumed the UK did launch a cyber attack against Longke University, how could he possibly have detected it? Don't you agree? How old is he? Could he possibly be an expert in both mathematics and cybersecurity? Use your heads, how could that be possible? Professor Rick's words fell upon the ears of the indignant math experts. You know, he actually has a point. After all, a person's energy is limited. Even if Liu is a genius among geniuses in the math world, proving the Goldbach conjecture should be his absolute limit, right? How could he also be a cybersecurity expert? Even if he'd been doing academic work since the womb, it's impossible. Could it be that what we just witnessed was merely computer-generated animation? For a moment, everyone fell into hesitation once more, unsure of what was really going on. But just then, the roar of a car engine suddenly echoed outside the open-air plaza, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Roar! A Rolls-Royce slowly pulled up outside the rooftop plaza. By now, 3/4 of the originally enthusiastic crowd outside had dispersed, leaving the plaza remarkably empty. Entering the inner core area required little to no queuing. You are staring at the men in suits emerging from the car, momentarily dumbfounded. "Hello, this is the venue for the World Mathematics Summit, correct? We are representatives of the PWN2 event organizers." The lead man in the suit extended his hand politely. PWN2 organizers? The dozen or so prominent mathematicians present froze in place. They had heard of the PWN2 competition, especially since a recent incident had made it quite the buzz in academic circles. Even those specializing in theoretical mathematics had frequently heard it mentioned. But why would the PWN2 organizers be here? Were they here to muscle in?
That didn't make sense either. Hadn't their competition just concluded?
The assembled mathematical luminaries were all baffled, none of them able to fathom the purpose of this group's visit.
We're here to present an award. Noticing the confusion among the math luminaries from First High, the organizers hurriedly explained, is there a gentleman here named Marlu? The math luminaries exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Award ceremony? Why would they come to their turf to present an award? This isn't even the venue for the cybersecurity competition. Here's the situation. The winner of our last competition was an anonymous participant with the ID Marlu.
According to our competition rules, even though he chose not to compete under his real name, we still have to award the prize. He listed this location as his address, so we made the trip and brought the prize along. Whether he chooses to appear and accept it is entirely his own decision.
We can't override his personal preference.
After explaining this, the men in suits and leather jackets carried a gleaming gold trophy out of the car. They then tied several bundles of cash to it before quickly getting back into the vehicle and driving away.
What the hell was that? The math experts present were all dumbfounded.
Though it had nothing to do with them, the award ceremony felt far too perfunctory.
Just dumping cash and a trophy on the ground and calling it a day?
Yet despite their confusion, no one pressed for answers.
Many understood.
After all, different fields operate by different rules. In cybersecurity competitions like this, many participants choose anonymity precisely because they don't want their real identities exposed.
Reasons varied, some valued personal privacy, not wanting their names exposed.
Others are outright hackers who enter competitions purely to show off their skills. If they actually revealed their names, they might get caught within days. This is also a unique award ceremony for PWN2 competitions. The organizers simply drop the prizes and rewards near the addresses provided by the participants, give a quick heads up, and then leave.
Whether or not to claim the rewards is entirely up to the individual contestants.
However, most participants have opted to collect their rewards in previous years. After all, the champions each year have been corporate security teams with no security concerns. They treat it as extra bonus money.
Might as well take it if it's offered. Ahem, let's get back to the main event. The host on stage cleared his throat, his expression tinged with resignation. Why was today's math summit so unsettled?
His words drew the attention of the gathered math luminaries back to Luyu on stage. But as they looked, many of these experts suddenly realized something. Their eyes widened in shock.
Wait a minute. Cybersecurity?
The group looked at the cybersecurity program displayed on Luyu's screen and instantly realized something. This was indeed the World Mathematics Summit, but there was actually one person here who understood cybersecurity.
And Luyu Marlu? Could it be? Could he be the champion of the PWN2 Worlds competition? The math geniuses present weren't fools. They instantly grasped the implications.
Their gazes toward Luyu on stage grew even more astonished.
Not just them.
Even the members of the Dragon Nation's academic team were instantly stunned.
He was actually the champion of the PWN2 World Cybersecurity competition? The very same Manhwa who competed anonymously as an individual, single-handedly defeating countless security teams? Wang Lang was so stunned he couldn't speak. No wonder he could reverse trace the cyber attack from Eagle Nation.
No wonder he could instantly detect that the Goldbach conjecture had been compromised by cyber espionage.
So, he was the mysterious Marlu. This. How could this be? I don't believe it.
Professor Rick was so terrified his face flushed crimson, his legs trembling violently. He nearly lost his balance and collapsed. Just a moment ago, he'd insisted Luyu couldn't possibly possess such extensive cybersecurity knowledge, that he must have used animation or special effects to deceive everyone.
But then, the very next moment,
the PWN2 competition organizers actually brought the trophy over. It was like a massive slap right across his face, utterly humiliating.
Professor Rick, do you have anything else to explain?
Luyu smiled faintly on stage, his gaze fixed on Professor Rick, the thief who had stolen his academic achievements. The PWN2 organizers had certainly caught him off guard. After all, he never imagined that the contest address he'd casually filled out would actually lead the organizers to deliver the prize and cash award right to his doorstep.
But then again, the timing of these people showing up wasn't entirely bad. Even if I did plagiarize,
then the Goldbach conjecture certainly wasn't your achievement either.
Professor Rick was already panicking so badly he was babbling incoherently, his voice trembling even through his disguised speech, clearly at his wit's end.
He couldn't possibly cover up the cyber attack and plagiarism. The only option left seemed to be dragging Luyu down with him on mutual destruction.
Oh? What exactly do you mean by that?
On stage, Luyu watched Professor Rick's final desperate outburst with keen interest. Having essentially proven his innocence, he felt no need to rush. He simply watched Professor Rick's performance unfold. Even if I did plagiarize the Goldbach conjecture, the subject of that plagiarism certainly wouldn't be you. How could a wet behind the ears kid like you possibly prove such an advanced theory? It must be that some big-shot mathematician was bribed by your Dragon Nation with a hefty sum to sell his academic achievements, only for you to publish them here.
Yes, that must be it.
Professor Rick exclaimed hysterically. It had been 10 years since his last authoritative academic contribution. For 10 years, he'd tried every possible avenue, yet ultimately achieved nothing. In academic circles, he hadn't quite become a laughingstock, but hardly anyone took him seriously anymore. The psychological blow was unimaginable. Finally, he had a breakthrough discovery to publish, hoping to make a splash and gain worldwide recognition. But instead, he was exposed on the spot. Being exposed was one thing, but what Professor Rick couldn't accept was that a young man not even 20 years old could achieve such greatness, while he himself had spent a decade accomplishing nothing. The crushing disparity drove him to the brink of madness.
Hearing Professor Rick's furious outburst, the assembled mathematical luminaries fell into deep contemplation. Was Rick implying that Lu Yu's work was also plagiarized? Without evidence, what right did he have to slander someone like this? My suggestion is we report today's incident directly to Mr. Smith. Let him suspend Professor Rick's duties pending investigation. That aside, I must say Professor Rick's accusations aren't entirely without merit. Indeed.
Lu Yu is so young, yet he won the PWN2 competition and has already tracked cyber attacks originating from the UK. He must have devoted immense time to cybersecurity. One person's energy is limited, it's impossible to be a master in every field, right? That makes sense. I agree. The assembled mathematics luminaries couldn't help but voice their doubts. Clearly, most of them were beginning to doubt whether Lu Yu's proof of the Goldbach conjecture was truly his own work or if he had plagiarized someone else's. After all, Professor Rick's plagiarism doesn't prove Lu Yu didn't plagiarize. You want me to prove this achievement is mine? Watching the hysterical Professor Rick, Lu Yu found it somewhat amusing and couldn't help but shake his head. How could he possibly prove it? Was he supposed to derive the Goldbach conjecture again right then and there? Or prove another one of the Millennium Prize problems? Lu Yu felt like laughing. It wasn't impossible, but why should he play along with these white folks? Did they really think they were God? If you refuse to believe it, then I have nothing more to say. Lu Yu shrugged, ignoring the assembly of mathematical luminaries seated below. He descended the stage without so much as a bow. His primary objective in coming to the German Empire was to recruit its top neural network research team. The Math Summit and presenting findings were secondary. Wait! Just then, a shout abruptly halted Lu Yu's descent from the stage. A white-haired elder with an otherworldly demeanor rose to his feet, gently stroking his beard as he spoke slowly. I can vouch for Mr. Lu, he proved the Goldbach conjecture entirely on his own. His mathematical prowess absolutely supports his ability to tackle even more challenging problems in the field. Lu Yu halted in his tracks and turned to look. The elder who had risen was none other than Professor Harvey. Professor Harvey, what are you doing? The expressions of the assembled mathematical luminaries froze instinctively. None had anticipated Professor Harvey stepping forward to speak on Lu Yu's behalf. Even the academic teams from the Dragon Nation were taken aback. Though Professor Harvey was renowned in mathematical circles, he had virtually no personal connections with Dragon Nation's mathematicians. Why would this venerable elder speak up for them? Wang Lang and Yang Cheng were both baffled. I can assure you that Mr. Lu Yu's mathematical prowess is more than sufficient to prove the Goldbach conjecture. Professor Harvey rose to his feet and declared emphatically, do you recall what I said when I published the proof process for the Poincare conjecture? Yes. The audience recalled the moment. After proving the Poincare conjecture, Professor Harvey did indeed deliver a lengthy speech. The main point was that the Poincare conjecture wasn't proven by him alone without the assistance of another individual. He absolutely could not have demonstrated it. At the time, they had all wondered who exactly had helped Professor Harvey prove the Poincare conjecture. Wait a minute. Could it be? Someone suddenly realized, and their gaze toward Lu Yu on stage instantly turned incredulous. Chapter 170, such a strong whiff of Versailles. Hamburg's Central Open Air Plaza. Could it be that Lu Yu was the one who helped Professor Harvey prove the Poincare conjecture? A bold idea suddenly flashed through everyone's minds. Indeed. A significant portion of the credit for my successful proof of the Poincare conjecture belongs to Mr. Lu Yu. Professor Harvey stood up, his eyes sparkling. On my way to Hamburg, I unexpectedly met Mr. Lu on the plane. It was his guidance that helped me prove the Poincare conjecture. Without him, I could only have derived the proof up to 60%. As Professor Harvey uttered these words, the entire room fell into an absolute silence. The eminent mathematicians exchanged stunned glances, utterly speechless. Given Professor Harvey's stature and standing, it was inconceivable that he would lie about such a matter. Therefore, there could only be one truth. The person who helped Professor Harvey prove the Poincare conjecture was indeed Lu Yu. Good heavens! So both the Goldbach conjecture and the Poincare conjecture were proven by him? This is terrifying. He's not even 20 years old. To simultaneously prove 2 of the 7 Millennium Prize problems in mathematics. His future is limitless, limitless. In an instant, everyone's gaze toward Lu Yu grew intensely fervent. It was as if they were witnessing a blazing new star rising in the mathematical firmament.
Originally, when Professor Harvey revealed he hadn't proven the Poincaré conjecture alone, all the mathematical luminaries present were speculating who could possibly possess such extraordinary ability? Yet after endless speculation, they failed to realize the person Professor Harvey referred to was right under their noses. The shock this revelation delivered was immense. Not just outsiders, even the members of the Dragon Nation academic team fell into a profound silence. How incredible! Wang Lang stared at Lu Yu in utter disbelief, his eyes brimming with awe and reverence. One person simultaneously proving two of the Millennium 7 mathematical problems. The next field's medal is undoubtedly Lu Yu's. Our Dragon Nation's mathematical community has finally produced another genius. Yang Qing, however, slapped his thigh in regret, lamenting, "Oh no! If only I'd asked him more questions along the way. That problem with the three-string vector has been troubling me for ages. No, on the way back, I absolutely must pluck up the courage to ask him." He made up his mind. Once aboard the return flight, he would pester Lu Yu relentlessly, seeking answers to his current academic puzzles. In stark contrast to the Dragon Nation delegation's enthusiastic reactions, some individuals' responses were, "The Poincaré conjecture? The Goldbach conjecture? That's impossible." Professor Rick slumped to the floor, his face ashen, muttering to himself, "How could this be? It shouldn't be possible. How could one person be so exceptional, so brilliant?" His voice was weak and feeble, utterly defeated. In that moment, Professor Rick's defenses crumbled completely. He had squandered a decade of his life, exhausting his mind and energy to achieve nothing. Yet this young man, not even 20 years old, had already solved two of the Millennium 7 great mathematical problems and was the champion of PWN2. His future path was wide open, limitless. In his eyes, I must look like a ridiculous clown. "Professor Rick, what more can you say?" At that moment, the crowd's attention shifted back from the PWN2 organizers to the mathematics summit. Wang Lang looked at Professor Rick with righteous indignation and declared in a ringing voice, "Professor Rick, do you have anything else to say in your defense?" "Ha!" Professor Rick shook his head weakly and spoke slowly, "I have nothing more to say. I admit to all charges, including plagiarism. I will personally report everything that happened today to the Mathematics Council. Simultaneously, I will submit my resignation from the university, stepping down in disgrace." He sighed deeply, his eyes dull and lifeless, all spirit utterly extinguished. There is no greater decline than the death of the spirit. Why bother? Alas! Lu Yu on the podium glanced at Professor Rick, curling his lip. Though his emotions were complex, not a shred of sympathy stirred within him. Such academic plagiarism was nothing but greed for fame and fortune, a case of bringing it upon oneself. If one digs their own grave, they have only themselves to blame, no one else is at fault. Today, it just so happened to be me, so I could prove my innocence effortlessly and see Professor Rick receive the punishment he deserved. But what if the plagiarized party had been someone else? What if that person lacked the means to fight back, held insufficient standing in academia, and dared not offend the British power behind Professor Rick? Wouldn't they become fish on the cutting board, helplessly at the mercy of others? Lu Yu was certain that Professor Rick wouldn't feel the slightest remorse. He'd just gloat over his successful plagiarism and do it again. Therefore, the gaze Lu Yu cast upon Professor Rick held nothing but indifference, not a shred of sympathy. After resolving the matter with Professor Rick, the academic summit resumed. During the proceedings, over a dozen renowned scholars took the stage to present their significant achievements from the past year. While these accomplishments paled in comparison to the breakthroughs in solving the Poincaré conjecture and proving the Goldbach conjecture, nevertheless, within the broader mathematical community, they were considered exceptionally rare accomplishments. Consequently, the mathematical luminaries in the audience did not take them lightly. Instead, they listened intently, took notes, and hoped that insights from others might help them refine their own work. That concludes my discussion on geometric probability methods. Thank you for your attention. After delivering his presentation, the final speaker bowed deeply to the audience. Amidst thunderous applause, this year's academic summit finally drew to a close. However, this didn't mean everyone could relax. On the contrary, the real trouble was just beginning. As the mathematics summit concluded, a swarm of journalists burst in with cameras and microphones, jostling to interview the academic luminaries. "Mr. Yao, what are your thoughts on the proof of the Goldbach conjecture? Is this proof truly flawless? Professor Smith, what do you believe drove Professor Rick to commit this act of plagiarism? May I ask if you believe the achievements of Lu Yu scholars from the Dragon Kingdom and the mathematical community are sufficient to warrant a field's medal?" Faced with the barrage of cameras and microphones, the academic luminaries scrambled to escape the scene as quickly as possible. However, a few unlucky souls were caught by reporters and could only hold their noses in resignation while answering the barrage of questions. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, skillfully escorted by Wang Lang, blended into the crowd and evaded nearly all interviews, smoothly returning to the hotel. Phew! I never imagined there would be so many reporters. I thought our academic circles would be a bit cleaner. Yang Qing sat on a stool, clicking her tongue in disbelief. Wang Lang sighed and replied, "It's only natural to have so many reporters.
After all, there will always be people in this world more interested in gossip than academic achievements. Just like a few years ago, when Professor Dell's new research breakthrough and news of his divorce were both revealed within a month of each other. But the public's attention was almost entirely focused on Professor Dell's divorce. The latter received over 10 times more attention than the former. It's truly frustrating. Sigh. Yang Qing sighed as well. He then turned his gaze toward Lu Yu, his eyes brimming with admiration. Who would have thought the biggest star in our team would be you? Come on, tell us, how did you prove the Goldbach conjecture? And how did you help Professor Harvey prove the Poincare conjecture? Yeah, tell us. The moment Yang Qing spoke, the entire Chinese academic team present instantly focused their attention on Lu Yu. Everyone was utterly curious. How had this young man, not yet 20, managed to simultaneously prove 2 of the 7 millennium mathematics problems? Well, I suppose I could. Feeling the curious gazes around him, Lu Yu's lips curved into a wry smile as he said, but honestly, there's not much to explain. Simply put, when I enrolled at Longke University, they happened to be holding some kind of science competition. Since I had nothing better to do on registration day anyway, I figured I might as well give it a shot. The final problem was a proof for the Goldbach conjecture. I figured, since I'd already solved all the previous problems, why not give it a shot? What if I actually proved it? Turns out, I was in a good groove that day. I gave it a shot and actually proved it. Honestly, I was just as surprised as you all are. Lu Yu said, spreading his hands. I was in a pretty good state. The members of the Manhwa academic team were all stunned speechless by Lu Yu's casual boast. Holy crap! If you can prove the Goldbach conjecture on the spot, is that merely a state of being in good form? Then when you're in peak condition, wouldn't you be able to prove all the other mathematical conjectures in one go? Could he really do it? A bold thought suddenly sprang to Wan Leng's mind. After all, Professor Harvey's Poincare conjecture was also proven with Lu Yu's assistance. Who knows? Maybe Lu Yu, on a whim, could actually prove all 7 millennium mathematics problems in one go? Ah, the Poincare conjecture. Yang Qing remembered something and quickly pressed on. So what about Professor Harvey? When did you two meet, and how did you help Professor Harvey prove the Poincare conjecture? Tell us about that too, will you? Exactly. Professor Harvey has always been my idol. When I went abroad for studies, I even wanted to become his disciple. But through a twist of fate, I ended up under the tutelage of another mathematician with questionable character. Sigh. Another person chimed in, demanding eagerly. Almost everyone stared wide-eyed at Lu Yu, eager to hear about his meeting, friendship, and mutual support with Professor Harvey. This must be a long, heartwarming story of a mentor-mentee relationship, right? Alright, if you all want to hear it, I'll tell the story. A resigned smile once again touched Lu Yu's lips. It's actually quite simple, even simpler than proving the Goldbach conjecture. You know how we had a layover at Hong Kong International Airport on our way here? Well, at the airport, I happened to run into Professor Harvey. Later, after boarding the plane, I noticed he seemed to be working on a problem, so I went over to take a look. At that moment, Professor Harvey had hit a snag in his proof of the Poincare conjecture because of an earlier mistake. I happened to spot the error and pointed it out to him. And that was it. Professor Harvey successfully completed the proof. Yang Qing froze. That's it? Yeah, just like that. What else could it be? Lu Yu gave a wry smile and said, that's why I told you there's really nothing more to it, but you still didn't believe me. So you and Professor Harvey only met once at the airport? Yeah. And then, in just one flight, you helped Professor Harvey prove the Poincare conjecture? Yeah. And then, at the math conference, Professor Harvey wanted to announce your contribution and include your name in his work, but you haven't agreed yet? Yeah. Whoa. Lu Yu's 3 consecutive mess sent a collective gasp of shock through the entire Chinese academic delegation present. This is absolutely insane. Who could have imagined that the Poincare conjecture, a problem that had baffled countless minds for over a century, could be solved by Lu Yu in the time it takes to fly a single plane? Is he human or a god? Wait, then why won't you let Professor Harvey include your name in his findings? Wang Lang couldn't wrap his head around it and blurted out. Getting your name published in such a prestigious academic journal should be every scholar's dream, right? Besides, Lu Yu had contributed significantly to the proof of the Poincare conjecture. No one would have any reason to refuse, right? Yet Lu Yu had actually declined. He was genuinely baffled. Because. Lu Yu hesitated before answering, because that contribution didn't seem particularly difficult. I figured getting another one in the future wouldn't be hard, so I declined? The real reason Lu Yu declined Professor Harvey's offer was to avoid drawing too much attention to himself. After all, as the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. The more one exposes oneself to the spotlight, the higher the risk and likelihood of trouble arising. But he couldn't possibly tell them that reason. In the end, he could only come up with a flimsy excuse dripping with arrogance to fool them. Chapter 171, Are You Really Mr. Lu? The members of the academic delegation were all a bit numb. If, at first, hearing Lu Yu's pretentious literary response had certainly stirred some significant emotion within them, But after experiencing so many shocks, they had grown genuinely numb to Lu Yu's responses. The word numb was practically written on everyone's face. Ahem. It's a bit stuffy in here. I'll step outside for some air. You all carry on chatting, huh? Seeing the slightly off atmosphere in the room, Lu Yu quickly made up an excuse and left. Truthfully, he didn't want to make such a pretentious remark. First off, he couldn't possibly tell them the real reason. After all, his identity was top secret, leaking it could get him charged with treason and land him in prison. Secondly, what he said was actually true. Solving one of the Millennium 7 mathematical problems, how hard could that be? Ahem. As they left, Lu Yu cleared his throat and gave Chu a meaningful glance. Having worked alongside Lu Yu for so long, Chu needed only that glance to instantly understand. He silently followed Lu Yu's footsteps out of the room. Chu, you'll drive me here in your private car later. Old Zhong must have briefed you on this matter, right? Lu Yu pointed to a spot on the map and asked softly. Yes, it's about the neuron team, right? Rest assured, old Master Zhong briefed me in advance before coming. Chu gave a slight nod in response. Good to know. No time to waste, let's get moving right away. Lu Yu smiled, then followed Chu back into the special vehicle. Simultaneously, he sent a message to Captain Wang Lang on his phone. Captain Wang, we're about to leave Germany. I plan to go out for a walk and won't be back for dinner tonight. Captain Wang's reply came swiftly. Alright, stay safe. I know you young folks like excitement. But don't go anywhere dangerous, understand? Lu Yu smiled faintly and replied, Captain Wang, rest assured. I know what I'm doing. Feeling the warmth of someone's concern, a faint warmth rose in his heart. Roar. The black limousine's engine roared, spewing black exhaust as it sped toward the location Lu Yu had marked on the map. Hamilton Institute, situated in the suburbs of Hamburg, was about an hour and a half's drive from Lu Yu's hotel. It was quite a distance. However, with Chu behind the wheel whose driving skills Lu Yu trusted implicitly, the ride felt smooth as silk. He could comfortably catch up on sleep in the back seat. By the time they arrived at the institute, Lu Yu felt not the slightest bit tired, but rather alert and wide-eyed. Finally, the car pulled up in front of the Research Institute's parking lot. We're here. Let's get out. Lu Yu took a deep breath and turned his gaze toward the institute's interior, a hint of nervousness flickering in his eyes. This trip to the Germanic nation was less about attending the Mathematical Technology Summit and more about securing the top-tier neural network research team for their cause. Though it might prove somewhat challenging, Lu Yu believed that in the face of such talent and research achievements, every effort and sacrifice would be worthwhile. Hello, I'm here to see Professor Henning. Sir, do you have an appointment? Professor Henning is conducting a rather important experiment today. If you don't have an appointment, it would be best to come back in a few days. The receptionist said politely. Lu Yu stated directly at the front desk, just tell him I'm from Longke. He'll know who I am. All right. The receptionist hesitated for a moment before dialing a phone. Almost immediately, her attitude underwent a complete turnaround. With a smile, she said, You must be Mr. Lu, correct? Please follow me. She led Lu Yu into a modernly decorated meeting room and slowly poured him a cup of tea. Mr. Lu, please wait a moment. Mr. Han Ning will be here shortly. Certainly. Lu Yu nodded politely and accepted the tea. He waited for less than 5 minutes before spotting a middle-aged Caucasian man in a white lab coat, who jogged into the reception room with evident enthusiasm. Beside him stood a tall young man whose features seemed to blend Caucasian and Asian traits, likely Professor Han Ning's interpreter. I am Han Ning. Hey, where's Mr. Lu? He cast a puzzled glance toward Lu Yu and Chu in the room, asking doubtfully, Did Mr. Lu just step out? I'm not too late, am I? Well, you're here sooner than I expected. Lu Yu stood up and smiled. Hello, Mr. Han Ning. Allow me to introduce myself, I'm Lu Yu. He extended his hand, making a gesture to shake hands. Lu Yu. Professor Hannon's reaction was somewhat sluggish. He vaguely extended his hand, intending to shake Lu Yu's. But halfway through the motion, he suddenly remembered something, his expression abruptly shifting. Lu Yu, you're Mr. Lu? Yes, that's correct. Is that really true? Professor Henning was completely dumbfounded, then a look of disbelief flashed across his face. Are you joking with me? We genuinely wish to collaborate with Longke. Wait. What proof do you have that you are Mr. Lu? Professor Henning's expression shifted from earlier enthusiasm to extreme wariness. He even began to suspect whether the Lu Yu before him might be an imposter. I understand you have many doubts. Please take a look at these. Lu Yu knew mere words alone would likely fail to convince Professor Henning. He unlocked his phone, swiped a few times, and displayed several images and symbols. This should be the content agreed upon with old Zhong. It should prove my identity, right? Take a close look, are there any discrepancies? He held his phone screen directly toward Professor Han Ning. This. Professor Han Ning licked his lips and carefully scanned the images on Lu Yu's phone. Seems fine? When he confirmed everything was accurate, a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. So, you really are Mr. Lu? This is absolutely incredible. My apologies for my lack of composure, but I truly never imagined Mr. Liu would be so young. Professor Hanning's voice trembled slightly. Clearly, his mind hadn't processed the revelation yet. He had imagined Mr. Liu to be a venerable, elderly scholar with flowing white beard, much like old Master Zhong. Yet reality had utterly defied his expectations, leaving him speechless. Truthfully, his astonishment was understandable. The revelation was simply too astonishing. Had he not been forewarned, who could have imagined that the medical luminary behind the artificial kidney, a breakthrough worthy of the Nobel Prize in Medicine, was actually a young man not even 20 years old? After all, the medical field abhors anything rushed. Any competent physician typically undergoes years of rigorous training before stepping out of the shadows to become a fully fledged doctor. In other fields, a 4-year undergraduate degree might suffice to land a job at a reputable company. But in medicine, without a graduate degree, no hospital will hire you, not even if you graduated from prestigious institutions like Shanghai Medical University or Fudan University. This is precisely why there's a saying, "May lightning strike anyone who encourages others to study medicine." For medical students at Liu Yu's age, forget about making groundbreaking discoveries. Even graduating from university remains an uncertain prospect.
Ahem, my apologies. I got carried away.
Professor Han Ning cleared his throat twice, his expression tinged with awkwardness.
It's fine, Professor. I understand.
Liu Yu offered a faint smile, clearly unfazed. After all, this wasn't the first time he'd encountered such a situation. He'd long since grown accustomed to it. By the way, Professor Henning, I heard you've recently been involved in a lawsuit? Things aren't looking too good, and you've even been prohibited from conducting certain experiments? Liu Yu broke the silence first, asking with a smile. Don't even mention it. At the mention of this topic, Professor Han Ning's expression instantly grew somber.
Our experimental protocols never breached any ethical boundaries.
We were simply conducting reasonable experiments on monkeys within the field of neuroscience. Then some malicious individuals leaked the video online, and it instantly caused a huge uproar.
Sigh.
At the mention of this incident, a flash of anger crossed Professor Han Ning's face. Despite committing no illegal acts whatsoever, the judge, pressured by liberal leftist public opinion, forcibly suspended my experiment.
They demanded we undergo further investigation. What ingrates! To name just one example, the Alzheimer's wonder drug I developed through last year's neural research has saved countless lives. Yet this is how they treat me. Professor Han Ning poured out his grievances, recounting every detail of recent events to Liu Yu.
His resentful tone made it abundantly clear that his life had been anything but peaceful lately. Liu Yu listened with a gentle smile, occasionally offering a word of agreement or a slight nod, playing the role of the perfect listener. After speaking for nearly half the day, Professor Han Ning had finally vented most of his grievances.
How despicable. Absolutely despicable.
Professor, have a sip of water.
Calm down, calm down. Don't get so worked up.
Liu Yu smiled as he handed Professor Han Ning the cup of tea sitting on the table.
He could understand Professor Han Ning's impassioned anger.
After all, any normal researcher would be dissatisfied if their experiments were suspended without cause, let alone face the risk of imprisonment.
Anger was perfectly understandable. Gulp, gulp.
Professor Han Ning accepted the tea, uttered a grateful thank you, and downed the entire cup of black tea in one gulp. After finishing, he exhaled a long, deep breath, his expression visibly easing. By the way, Professor Henning. Liu Yu suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, when I first arrived at the front desk, your assistant mentioned you were busy with an experiment.
But wasn't your original experiment already terminated by the court? What exactly are you working on now?
Oh, you're just in time.
What we're working on actually has something to do with you. Relevant to me?
A flicker of confusion crossed Liu Yu's eyes.
Professor Hannon smiled warmly and laughed heartily. Our original project team got shut down. With a bunch of us sitting around with nothing to do, we thought maybe we could try to recreate the artificial mechanical kidney you developed. Not only have we been at it for nearly a week, but we haven't even found a single clue. Would you mind giving us some guidance?
Their team primarily focused on the fields of neuroscience and biology. While the artificial mechanical kidney involves mechanical dynamics and energy systems, it also overlaps significantly with their fields. Plus, many of them hold this technology in high regard. So they thought they'd try it themselves, see if they could leverage Liu Yu's existing findings to reconstruct part of the artificial mechanical kidney technology. Even if it's not immediately useful, at least it'll keep us occupied. They'd been working on it for a full week now, yet hadn't found a single clue. This left them marveling. Had Longwa's scientific research truly advanced to such a level? Offering guidance wasn't out of the question. I can help you pinpoint exactly where your problems lie. However, if you expect me to directly hand over this technology to you, I'm afraid that's something I cannot do.
At least, not for now.
A faint smile curved at the corners of Liu Yu's lips as he replied with utmost politeness.
Understood, understood.
Ha! Professor Henning nodded slightly, his face breaking into a hearty smile. After all, they were still researchers from the German Empire.
Mr. Liu naturally couldn't just hand over the Dragon Nation's core technology to them. But he did leave that for now hanging. In other words, once they truly arrived in the Dragon Nation, would Luyu truly be able to teach them this technology they had long dreamed of? In that moment, Professor Henning's heart swelled with boundless anticipation. He longed to board a flight to the Dragon Kingdom today, continuing his original research while simultaneously learning its advanced technologies. "Shall I escort you to the laboratory first?" Professor Henning inquired. "All right, let's not delay. We'll depart immediately." Luyu offered a faint smile, accepting without refusal, and gave a slight nod. Guided by Professor Han Ning, he traversed a long corridor until they reached the doors of a facility brimming with cutting-edge technology. Chapter 172, Guidance. Identity verification successful, Drannying. Squeak. Professor Han Ning merely glanced at the laboratory door, triggering the verification system, and the door opened automatically. It appears to be equipped with the most advanced iris scanning technology currently available internationally. No fingerprints are required. A single glance successfully triggers both identity verification and the door opening mechanism. "Professor Hanning, you're back?" "Professor Han Ning, how did your discussions with Longke go?" He was. As Professor Han Ning stepped through the laboratory doors, the entire team of researchers instantly focused their attention on him. After all, for them, the most critical matter at hand was the negotiation with Longke. The terms proposed by Longke would likely determine their work and quality of life for the next few years, as well as the research outcomes they could achieve. However, after a brief moment of stunned silence, their attention swiftly shifted to Luyu, who had entered alongside Professor Han Ning, their expressions tinged with a hint of wariness. "Professor Hannig, is he Mr. Lu's assistant?" "Ah, allow me to introduce everyone." Compared to this group of highly wary lab technicians, Professor Han Ning appeared much more enthusiastic. "This is Mr. Lu from Longke, the primary researcher on the artificial mechanical kidney." "You heard correctly, he is that Mr. Lu." "Is this, really?" Upon hearing Professor Henning's words, the researchers froze, exchanging stunned glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Given Professor Han Ning's standing and reputation, he certainly wouldn't deceive them or play such a cruel joke. But the man before them seemed far too young. Could this truly be the legendary Mr. Lu? Skepticism filled every pair of eyes. "Ahem, it seems they're not quite convinced of your identity, Mr. Lu. Why not show them a little something? Let them see for themselves?" Professor Han Ning smiled faintly, whispering provocatively into Luyu's ear. "Show them? Sure thing." Luyu saw through Professor Hannig's intent and let a faint smile touch his lips. "I prefer to get straight to the point, no beating around the bush. Show me what exactly you're struggling with in the development of artificial mechanical kidneys." "Ha! Mr. Lu, you're a refreshingly straightforward man." Professor Han Ning's smile broadened. He immediately turned to one of his students. "Mark, show Mr. Lu our experimental research report." "Yes, Professor Hanning." Mark responded promptly. He jogged out of the lab and returned about 2 minutes later, presenting a paper report to Luyu. "Here you are, Mr. Lu." Though Mark's address was exceedingly polite, his eyes still held a trace of suspicion, clearly not having truly verified Luyu's identity. "Now, it's in your hands, Mr. Lu." A hint of amusement flickered in Professor Henning's eyes. He promptly fetched a small stool, sat down, and assumed the posture of a student, ready to listen attentively. "Let me see." Luyu took the experiment report and examined it carefully. The report meticulously documented all their experiments over the past week, detailing precisely where each failure occurred. "So all this time, you've only been experimenting with alternative filtration methods?" Luyu raised his eyebrows slightly as he asked. "Yes, Mr. Lu. After all, our time is limited, just 1 week, so there's only so much we can delve into." Professor Henning's lips curved into a bitter smile. A week isn't short, after all. Luyu chuckled, silently adding in his mind. The time he'd spent researching artificial mechanical kidneys at Jinrui Hospital, let alone a week, wasn't even a full day. But there was no need for Luyu to share such provocative remarks with Professor Han Ning and the others. He lowered his gaze to Professor Han Ning's experimental report and briefly analyzed it. Over the past week, Professor Han Ning's research team had primarily focused on attempting to create a mechanical model capable of partially replacing the filtration function of the glomeruli. The overall experimental concept itself didn't present any obvious logical flaws. "But I don't suppose your lab has any specialists in materials science, do you?" Luyu slowly set down the report, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Materials science." The members of the experimental team exchanged glances, then silently lowered their heads. It seemed there truly wasn't one. "I studied materials science for a while at Marvel University, but eventually switched to medicine." Professor Henning spoke slowly. "The rest of our team is the same, none of us are true materials science specialists." "Is that a problem?" Though Luyu hadn't stated it explicitly, he had already guessed that the countless failures in his lab's experiments were likely closely tied to certain knowledge gaps in materials science. "The details are too complex for you to grasp fully," he said. "Let me put it simply.
Lu Yu's brows arched confidently as he spoke. Beyond the hybrid biological mechanical operational logic of the artificial mechanical kidney, there's another critical factor that cannot be overlooked. That is the material selection for the glomerular filtration component. The T3-shaped silicon you selected as the glomerulus substitute poses no major issues regarding filtration efficiency. However, its extensibility presents a critical flaw that cannot be ignored. Ma Wei, Professor Hanig mentioned you studied materials science. Do you know what it is? Lu Yu now assumed the role of the lecturing professor. He called on Marvel, who was listening nearby, to stand up and answer his question. Yes. Marvel stood up awkwardly, scratching his head. Is it the issue with elongation permeability? In fact, selecting T3-shaped silicon had been his idea. Back then, he had confidently assured his colleagues that T3-shaped silicon was absolutely the best experimental material, no contest. If this particular piece turned out to be the problem, it would be a huge embarrassment. Looks like your materials science studies in college weren't exactly top-notch. Lu Yu chuckled and stated directly. T3-grade silicon does have certain issues with elongation permeability. But the most critical problem is that during filtration, its tensile strength changes drastically, causing the entire simulation apparatus to malfunction and become inoperable. As for why this happens, it involves principles from mechanical dynamics and materials science, and even if I explained it, you probably wouldn't grasp it. Hearing this, Marvel's expression grew even more awkward. The reason was simple: it was perfectly normal for the others present not to understand. After all, they hadn't studied materials science. But for him, a top student who had majored in materials science, to be unaware that the tensile strength of T3-type silicon could cause problems that was downright embarrassing. Especially when he recalled how confidently he'd guaranteed there'd be no issues earlier. The blush on his face deepened considerably. A female researcher suddenly stood up and raised her hand to ask. Mr. Lu, are you suggesting that replacing T3-grade silicon with materials that don't have tensile strength issues could solve the problem we've been facing? Exactly. Lu Yu smiled and said, your lab should have M54 adhesive, right? You could try replacing the T3-shaped silicon with M54 adhesive, then run the experiment again. I think this time, your parents will be pleasantly surprised. Understood, Mr. Lu. Hearing Lu Yu's guidance, the scholars present all showed a flicker of excitement in their eyes. This problem had plagued them for nearly a week. Despite countless daily attempts, the experiment had failed every single time. What frustrated them most was not knowing where the error even lay. It was quite disheartening. I'll go get the M54 adhesive right away. Everyone, please wait a moment. Marvel volunteered, rising and jogging out of the lab toward the materials storage room to fetch the M54 adhesive. The others waited patiently in the lab for his return. Finally, 5 minutes later, Marvel reappeared in the lab. Alright, let's give it a shot. I'll handle the 3D printing. Li Wei, you take apart the original model. Then I'll handle the material replacement later. The experimental team's scholars enthusiastically began their attempt, carefully dismantling the previously constructed glomerular filtration model piece by piece. They then replaced the materials inside with M54 gel before reassembling the filter back into the simulation apparatus. After nearly half an hour of busy work, the new experimental setup was finally assembled. The moment of truth had arrived. The scholars exchanged nervous glances before tentatively pressing the start button on the simulation device. Roar, roar, roar. Amidst a deafening roar, the simulation machine officially began its operation. The expressions of the assembled scholars grew intensely tense. They all wanted to see if this time, after changing the materials, it would finally succeed. Finally. Filtering program initiating. Ding. Filtering normal. The simulation device emitted a normal filtering alert tone, and the expressions of the assembled scholars instantly lit up with immense joy. Wonderful. We've succeeded. Sure enough, the problem really was with the T3-shaped silicon. Once we changed the material, the experiment succeeded. The filtration values are completely normal, not a single issue. This is incredible. After a brief celebration, the scholars immediately turned their admiring gazes toward Lu Yu. The problem that had stumped them for a full week, Lu Yu had solved it with just a casual glance. Who else could it be but the legendary Mr. Lu from Dragon Nation? Mr. Lu, we encountered another issue while researching your artificial mechanical kidney. Could you review whether our approach was correct? Mr. Lu, here. The scholars gathered around Lu Yu, engaging in enthusiastic discussion. Many among them held master's or even doctoral degrees from prestigious universities. In terms of academic credentials, age, and professional experience, they far surpassed Lu Yu. Yet at this moment, without exception, they all regarded Lu Yu as their teacher, eagerly seeking his guidance. Lu Yu, in turn, held nothing back. As long as the questions didn't touch on core issues or confidential matters, he answered their queries in detail. If I were to grade your approach on a scale of 100, I could only give it a 60. Take the glomerular structure, for instance. It's handled reasonably well here, but it's only worth about 70 points at most. You've overlooked the inherent toxicity of the rubber tubing, which can cause certain damage to the patient's health.
This section.
The laboratory seemed to transform into Lu Yu's makeshift classroom.
Professor Henning, observing the scene, felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. The Dragon Nation today is truly different from the past. He was quite elderly, having personally lived through Longwa's most vulnerable period. Back then, he was just an ordinary university student, delving into the field of biology under his mentor's guidance.
Through a project, he encountered a team from Longwa seeking technical guidance.
His first impression of Longwa back then could be summed up in 2 words: backward.
Though he was merely an undergraduate that year, not even having secured the qualifications for graduate school admission yet. His knowledge alone was sufficient to instruct individuals at the level of technical supervisors within the Dragon Nation's team. Precisely because of this, the Dragon Nation left him with an impression of extreme backwardness. Yet, with the march of time, the landscape began to shift subtly. The once backward Dragon Nation began producing a wave of brilliant geniuses like Mr. Lu, propelling the nation forward at breakneck speed.
Many of Dragon Nation's research projects now rivaled those of their German nation.
Moreover, numerous cutting-edge technologies such as artificial mechanical kidneys had even surpassed their own German nation. Such developments were utterly unimaginable to him in the past. Yet now, it was unfolding before his very eyes. The shock Professor Hannon must be feeling was beyond measure.
Professor Hannig, I suppose I needn't do anything further to prove my identity?
After guiding the academic team, Liu smiled slowly and turned his gaze toward Professor Hannig. He could see right through it. Professor Henning hadn't fully trusted him from the start. Asking him to mentor his students was clearly a test of his credentials.
Of course not. You certainly need do nothing more.
Professor Hanning hastened to say, then it's settled. In 2 days, we'll board a flight bound for the Dragon Nation. I hope our collaboration will proceed smoothly once we arrive in Longwa.
You Longwa people have a term, something like mutual benefit, right? I didn't mispronounce it, did I? No, you didn't.
Then let me extend my best wishes for our future collaboration. Lu Yu smiled and extended his hand.
Chapter 173, Unexpected.
After leaving Professor Han Ning's lab, a relaxed smile touched Lu Yu's lips.
It went surprisingly smoothly. Phew.
Once this busy period was over, she could finally return to Longwa. Breathing in the crisp air of Germania, Lu Yu took a deep, slow breath.
His mood instantly lifted.
He had expected this trip to Germanium to be fraught with difficulties, even preparing countermeasures during the journey. Yet the way things unfolded turned out to be unexpectedly smooth. Though there had been a minor incident along the way, like Professor Rick plagiarizing his proof of the Goldbach conjecture, overall, it had been remarkably smooth sailing. In less than a week, he had not only delivered a flawless closing address at the Mathematics Summit but also successfully recruited Germany's top bio-neuron research team to join the Dragon Nation.
It couldn't have gone more smoothly. His flight was scheduled for 2 p.m. the following afternoon. After resting at the hotel overnight, he would be back in Dragon Nation tomorrow.
Liu glanced at the flight time again, his sense of relief deepening. Come on, Achu, let's go grab something delicious to eat.
This is your first time in Germany, right?
Their pork knuckles are world-renowned.
It'd be such a shame to come all this way and not try them.
Achu paused slightly. Mr. Liu, have you been to Germany before?
They eat pork knuckles too? In his mind, Western countries like this one were all about burgers, fried chicken, and steak. This was the first time he'd heard that Germans ate pork knuckles too. Consider this my first visit.
But I did a lot of research on Germanic Kingdom before coming. After all, I couldn't just come here for nothing.
Lu Yu smiled and said.
Of course they eat pork knuckles in Germany. It's practically their signature dish, just like fish and chips in the British Empire.
Both are incredibly famous. In a sense, this truly was his first visit to the Germanic Kingdom.
After all, the Germanic nation of his past life differed significantly from the one today.
Whether it could even be considered a nation was highly questionable.
Before they knew it, the day had flown by.
After lunch, the Dragon Nation academic team prepared to head to the airport. You're heading to Longwei tomorrow, right? Okay, no problem.
I'll contact the authorities to arrange your airport pickup.
Don't worry about it.
Lu Yu, this pork knuckle you brought along is really tasty. Yeah, these rosemary-flavored roasted pork knuckles, while the taste differs from what we have back in Longwa, they're surprisingly delicious.
Wan Lang and Yang Qing remarked as they gnawed on their roasted pork knuckles.
This wasn't their first academic research trip to the Kingdom of German, but they'd always come and go without much time to sample the local cuisine. If Lu Yu hadn't thought to bring them some pork knuckle last night, they might never have tasted it this trip.
Ha, glad you like it.
Lu Yu silently turned off the phone in his hand and smiled. For security reasons, he hadn't told Wang Lang and Yang Qing about the top-tier neural research team in Germania. After all, once revealed, certain things would become impossible to explain. Precisely for this reason, he hadn't arranged for the German delegation to depart on the same flight as them. Instead, the two groups would depart at different times, each boarding separate flights bound for Longwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This flight.
Accompanied by a sweet female voice, the flight Lu Yu was on truly took off, heading toward the distant dragon country.
We have now departed the airspace of European nations and entered international airspace. It should take about 4 more hours before we return to the Dragon Kingdom.
Though we'd been gone less than a week, the longing was already profound. Gazing out at the azure sea and sky, Liu couldn't help but sigh with emotion.
Perhaps this was the indelible pull of one's homeland.
With nothing else to do on the flight, Liu pulled out a book on bionics and began reading it intently.
But just then, ding, ding.
A chaotic ringtone suddenly interrupted Liu's concentration.
Ha! What was that?
Liu couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Modern aviation technology has improved significantly compared to the past. While passengers still need to activate airplane mode or turn off their phones during takeoff and landing, they can now freely use their phones and access the internet during the flight itself. Thus, Liu was still able to receive this call. Strangely, however, the caller ID displayed no name. Even the phone number appeared as a jumble of random characters, making it impossible to identify the caller.
Answer or not?
After a moment's hesitation, Liu picked up the phone and slowly pressed the answer button.
Hello, who is this? Hello, MRLU.
A voice, seemingly distorted by some strange voice-changing device, suddenly echoed through Liu's receiver.
Before Liu could process what was happening,
the voice abruptly shifted. I suppose I should introduce myself in Chinese first.
After all, you're more familiar with that language, right, Mr. Liu? Who are you?
Liu's eyes narrowed sharply. A sense of foreboding surged through him.
Mr. Liu, there's no need to be nervous. Allow me to introduce myself first. I am a CIA special agent from the United Kingdom. You needn't know my name, knowing my position is sufficient. The Chinese spoken over the microphone was exceptionally fluent.
Yet in subtle nuances, Liu could discern the speaker was not a native speaker.
Not necessarily British, but definitely not a native-born Dragon Nation citizen. CIA?
Liu took a deep breath, a sudden wave of tension washing over him.
He had thought that once he boarded the plane, this trip to Germany would be smoothly completed. Yet,
what's meant to be will be the very thing he feared most had come to pass. CIA. The Eagle Nation boasts 2 major intelligence agencies, both made famously well known thanks to blockbuster films.
One is the FBI. The other, naturally, is the CIA.
Many viewers often confuse the relationship between the FBI and the CIA, and some even mix up these 2 government agencies entirely. However, the functions of these 2 agencies are, in a sense, worlds apart. The FBI primarily operates within the United States, rarely extending its reach to other nations. The CIA, on the other hand, is the complete opposite of the FBI. Their primary mission is gathering foreign intelligence, or to put it more bluntly, disrupting other nations' order, overthrowing foreign governments, and engaging in covert operations like assassinations and surveillance. They are like the most repulsive rat lurking in a cold, damp sewer. Once they set their sights on you, you'll tremble uncontrollably.
What do you want with me?
Liu asked, feigning composure. The most crucial task now was to determine whether his identity had been compromised, and if so, to what extent. Only by gathering intelligence first could he devise an appropriate countermeasure.
If the enemy only knows about his mathematical genius, then everything is still within his control.
At worst, they might be here on behalf of the Eagle Nation to poach talent, dangling offers of high salaries and generous benefits to tempt him, but they wouldn't actually do anything truly insane. But if they had already discovered he was the primary leader of the Red Sun project, then today would likely spell disaster.
Mr. Liu, based on our intelligence, it appears you participated in a top-secret nuclear project in Dragon Nation?
The voice coming through the microphone was cold and ruthless. There's no need to deny it hastily.
This is verified information we possess. Denying it will only waste both our time. Participation.
Liu seized upon a crucial point in the voice across the line. His emotions became complex, a mix of joy and sorrow. The sorrow stemmed from the partial exposure of his identity. The joy, however, stemmed from the fact that Eagle Nation was unaware he was actually the primary person in charge. This meant there was still room to maneuver, a chance to salvage the situation.
How did you find out? An informant? A traitor?
Liu was both attempting to turn the tables and buying time for his brain to formulate a countermeasure. But his tricks, in the presence of a CIA senior agent, suddenly seemed as laughable as a child's game. Mr. Liu, I may need to reiterate, stalling serves no purpose. On the contrary, it will only place you and your companions in greater danger, such as a plane crash.
Liu's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Speak plainly.
A cold chuckle came through the speaker.
My meaning is simple. As long as you cooperate with us, I can guarantee your personal safety will not be threatened. But if you insist on resisting to the bitter end, we will activate the bomb on board and reduce this entire aircraft to shards. This is international airspace. Even if something truly happens, no one will know it was our doing. Life or death, the choice is yours, Mr. Liu. Bomb. Liu's face paled instantly. You're insane. There are over 200 passengers on this plane besides me. This is an act of terrorism. Over 200 passengers? Is that a lot? The CIA agent gave a cold smile. Compared to more advanced nuclear applications, even the greatest cost is insignificant. By the way, to prove we're not bluffing, feel the timer in the box under your left-hand side seat. The time displayed is the remaining countdown until detonation. Also, don't even think about trying to find the bomb and disarm it. If we detect any such attempt, we will detonate the bomb immediately, destroying the entire aircraft. You wouldn't want that to happen, would you, Mr. Liu?
By the end, his tone had taken on a hint of amusement, as if he had already completely mastered the situation. Liu slowly reached out and touched the spot indicated.
Sure enough, there really was a box there.
Opening it revealed a timer connected via wireless device to a remote core, likely the bomb on the plane.
2.5 hours left. So what do you want me to do? Liu frowned, maneuvering cautiously. What we want is simple, technology.
All you need to do is upload all the core technology from your project to a specific website we designate, then call this number again. Once we verify your technology is accurate, we'll immediately halt the bomb's countdown. At that point, you and your companions will be able to safely exit the aircraft. Don't even think about trying to fool us with some half-baked tech. This time, the British government is taking you very seriously. Not only are political heavyweights monitoring this mission, but we've also brought in a team of academic experts specifically to analyze the technology.
Do not entertain any illusions of luck. Do you understand? The CIA agent gave a cold, mocking laugh.
Alternatively, you could choose not to cooperate with us. Then, along with yourself and the 200+ people on board, you'll shatter into fragments mid-air, scattering across the Pacific. The choice is yours.
Beep. With that, the CIA agent hung up abruptly, plunging the entire cabin into silence. Damn it!
Rage surged through Liu's heart, and he couldn't help but slam his fist hard onto the tabletop.
Thud.
The other passengers in first class were startled by his outburst. They exchanged puzzled glances before turning back to their newspapers or phones. They had no idea that crisis had already quietly descended upon them.
Mr. Liu, what's wrong?
Chu, seated one spot away, sensed something was off and quickly asked.
Nothing. Liu forced a smile and changed the subject, just thinking about something academic. I'm stuck on it for now, so I'm a bit frustrated.
Sorry to disturb your rest.
No problem, Mr. Liu. Keep thinking about it, haha. Chu chuckled.
It was the first time he'd ever seen Mr. Liu looking so upset. Clearly, whatever academic problem was troubling Mr. Liu must be exceptionally difficult. No, he had to find a solution. Liu took a deep breath, forcing his mind to calm down as quickly as possible. He hadn't told Chu because sharing this with him would only add to his anxiety and distress. Just as that CIA agent had said. The only one who could do anything now was Liu himself.
Was he really going to hand over that technology to him? No. Absolutely not. Chapter 174, A Twist in the Road.
After a moment's thought, Liu quickly made up his mind internally. He absolutely could not hand over the controlled nuclear fusion technology to the Eagle Nation. How much blood, sweat, and tears had been poured into this controlled nuclear fusion technology by the people of Dragon Nation? How many people had poured their hearts and souls into this technology, working tirelessly day and night? Even scientific giants like Old Wang had remained steadfast on the front lines, refusing to step down and nearly succumbed to illness because of it. How could Liu possibly hand over this invaluable technology to the Eagle Nation on a silver platter? And even if he did hand over the technology, would the Eagle Nation truly honor their word and refrain from detonating bombs on airplanes? Liu believed the answer was fraught with doubt. Given the British's treacherous and cold-blooded nature, if they had the chance to eliminate the rising forces in China's scientific community, especially within the nuclear industry, they would never let it slip away. Even sacrificing the lives of over 200 people on a single plane would likely be a price they'd pay without hesitation. Over 200 lives, it sounds like a large number. But analyzed through the lens of social Darwinism, the lives of ordinary people are the least valuable. Even if the plane truly exploded mid-air and plummeted to the ocean floor, it would be reported as nothing more than an aviation accident. With the Eagle Nation obstructing the truth, no one would dare investigate what truly happened aboard that aircraft. Once you hand over the technology, it's like surrendering your weapons. Without any means to threaten others, how could you possibly expect them not to eliminate you? If I don't hand over the technology, what should I do? Liu silenced his mind, calming himself to meticulously analyze and consider the situation at hand. The most pressing issue, without a doubt, was the bomb hidden aboard this aircraft. If that bomb detonated, he and everyone on board would be reduced to ashes. But from the CIA's tone, it seemed they controlled the surveillance cameras on the plane, able to monitor his every move. Locating the bomb would undoubtedly require immense effort and time. And even if he did locate it, without the proper expertise in bomb disposal, it would be utterly useless. He'd be forced to watch helplessly as the bomb detonated right before his eyes. Chu and his team should have received training in bomb disposal techniques. But the problem is, locating the bomb and disarming it would undoubtedly take considerable time. And this group is too cunning. If they truly control the surveillance cameras on the plane, they could easily track their movements and press the detonation button before the bomb is defused, triggering it immediately. By then, any action you take would be futile.
Wanna bet?
Hiss. Luyu massaged his temples, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. He swiftly dismissed the idea in his mind.
Without a doubt, finding and disarming the bomb under the CIA's watchful eye was an impossibility. Betting on them making a rookie mistake? The odds were too slim. So what should I do?
Gazing out at the azure sea and sky, Luyu's mind was heavy with worry.
One plan after another formed in his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed one by one. Hand over fake technology to deceive them? Absolutely not.
The British aren't fools. As long as they have experts reviewing the technology on the website, uncovering its falsity would be a piece of cake.
Contact the Chinese government and have them intervene to stop the CIA's actions? No way. The bomb is already on the plane.
Since they managed to get my phone number, my calls are most likely already under surveillance. If I actually called the authorities for help, the bomb would likely detonate on the plane before the call even connected. What should I do? For a moment, Luyu's expression twisted in anguish. Many plans seemed viable at first glance, but upon closer inspection, they were utterly untenable. The moment any of them were put into action, the bomb would likely detonate. It must be said, the CIA operatives were truly formidable. They had placed Luyu in a virtually unsolvable predicament.
System, at this critical moment, could you please do something?
Luyu sought assistance from the system residing in his mind. After all, this system had helped him overcome countless crises time and again. But at this critical moment, the system remained utterly silent, as if in standby mode, offering Luyu not a single hint or shred of assistance. In other words, on this plane, there was almost no one who could help him solve his current predicament.
Not even the system in his mind.
The only one who could solve this problem was himself.
Ding, ding.
Just as Luyu was racking his brain, another call came in. The caller ID displayed the same jumbled string of random characters as before.
Mr. Lu, it seems we haven't seen you upload the technology yet? Do I need to remind you again?
The bomb at the bureau has at most 2 hours left before detonation.
Don't even think about trying to pull a fast one.
Even the vice president of Eagle Nation is monitoring this operation.
Handing over the technology is your best chance of survival.
The cold, menacing voice echoed through the receiver once more, sending shivers down Luyu's spine. But at this point, his options were severely limited.
Wait, their vice president is monitoring this operation too?
Suddenly, Luyu's eyes lit up as if he'd grasped something. He feigned indifference, goading them, "Your Eagle Nation's vice president is nothing but a powerless figurehead.
He understands neither technology nor holds any real authority. What could he possibly accomplish? This only proves you care about this operation, doesn't it?" Sure enough, the CIA took the bait. Oomph. Our vice president is merely one of many overseeing this operation.
Don't worry about overthinking it, I'll tell you straight. Besides our CIA and the vice president, the Morgan family is also keeping a close eye on this operation. He rattled off a long list of names.
If one understands the current social structure of the United Kingdom, it becomes clear. The names he listed were almost all powerful figures, either wealthy or influential, and many held key positions in departments wielding real authority. Moreover, many of them served as representatives of influential dynasties, names like the Morgans, Rockefellers, and Harrisons. Never underestimate these financial dynasties. Their combined wealth and influence might even surpass that of the British government itself. Or, to put it another way, they constitute Britain.
For instance, the Morgan family controls the Federal Reserve, while the Rockefeller family dominates the oil industry.
Alright, I'll upload the technology. Luyu suddenly interjected.
He hung up the phone, a sudden gleam of light flashing in his eyes. The United Kingdom had assembled an exceptionally formidable and powerful team to monitor this operation. Yet it was precisely the agent's earlier words that had given Luyu an opening. A bold idea suddenly took root in his mind. In a way, this could be considered a high-stakes gamble. Sigh. Luyu sighed, her gaze hardening with resolve.
Chapter 175, Immortality?
Luyu opened his laptop, slowly typing in the website address the agent had given him over the phone, then hit the enter key.
Click. With a crisp sound, the web page instantly transformed, landing on a pitch-black site.
This must be the website they wanted me to upload the technology to. Luyu took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing with tension. He had to admit, the solution he'd just conceived was incredibly risky. The slightest misstep could detonate the entire plane. But with the situation at hand, this was absolutely the best and most feasible solution Luyu could come up with.
How many chances does one get in life? If not now, then when?
His hands suddenly blurred into afterimages as they raced across the keyboard, beginning to upload his technology.
But it wasn't controllable nuclear fusion technology.
Instead, it was the series of organ modification technologies the system had previously granted him. It was precisely because of that series of organ modification technologies gifted by the system that he had successfully created an artificial mechanical kidney, saving old Wang's life.
In fact, this technology encompassed far more than just the artificial mechanical kidney. But, due to Blue Star's backward foundational technology, many organ modification techniques remain unattainable. So even if you grasp the core theory, you simply cannot implement the technology.
The reason he was able to develop the artificial mechanical kidney technology was twofold. Firstly, the kidney's systemic structure within the human body is relatively uncomplicated. Secondly, many of the foundational technologies currently mastered on Blue Star are directly related to artificial mechanical kidneys. That's why artificial mechanical growth technology could be implemented so easily. However, other technologies face significant hurdles. Take artificial heart technology, for instance. Even if you mastered the core technology and could actually build an artificial heart, without corresponding heart transplant technology, what good would it do? Remove the patient's heart? Then just shove someone else's heart in there? Come on. By then the person would be dead. What good would all that fuss do? This is precisely why Lu Yu hasn't disclosed the remaining technologies. But just because these technologies weren't released doesn't mean they lack value. On the contrary, as fundamental medical science advances, their value will skyrocket. They might even help humanity achieve immortality. It's not impossible. And this is precisely why Lu Yu chose to upload these technologies. He believed that if the top echelons of the Eagle Nation had any leading figures in biological research among them, they would instantly grasp the true significance of the technologies he had uploaded. And this is the only glimmer of hope in this desperate situation. British High Command. Sure enough, they uploaded the technology. Ha! A flicker of excitement crossed the vice president's face. The United Kingdom, having poured countless billions into this project, understood all too well what controllable nuclear fusion technology truly meant. Though they still had no clue how the Dragon Nation had managed to develop this technology. Nor did they know how much progress had been made, whether it was fully developed or still in its final stages. But none of that dampened the vice president's elation. Yet the experts beside him froze slightly upon seeing the uploaded technology. Sir, this isn't. What's wrong? Is there a problem? The vice president frowned and inquired. This isn't controlled nuclear fusion technology. It's not even related to nuclear science at all. This appears to be a biological technology. The expert shook his head. My specialty is nuclear science. I'm not familiar with this kind of technology. Biology? The vice president paused, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. What is that guy up to? Is he deliberately stalling for time? Never mind. Let's just have the biology expert identify what this is first. After a moment's hesitation, the vice president made his decision. The efficiency here was always exceptionally high. In less than 20 minutes, a white-haired biology professor hurried over. Is this the technology you asked me to identify? That's correct. I need you to determine the true value of this technology. The vice president's gaze was piercing as he spoke. Though he suspected Lu Yu was likely stalling for time, the bomb's remote control remained firmly in their hands. The one who should be anxious was definitely not him. This. The white-haired professor adjusted his glasses, focusing his gaze intently on the technology displayed on the screen. The moment he saw it, his expression froze instantly. Immediately, a look of shock spread across the biology professor's face. This technology, it could very well be related to artificial organs. Moreover, some of the data outlines are remarkably clear. I can't confirm the authenticity of this technology, but even if it's fake, there are still many aspects worth referencing. The British biology professor exclaimed excitedly. These concepts are utterly astonishing. Look here, he chose to substitute nitrogen-based compounds. All right. But before the professor could finish, the vice president waved him off. Technical details mean nothing to me. I only want to know the value of this technology. What can it do? That's all. Don't bore me with all that technical jargon. Speak plainly. What can it do? The British biology professor muttered under his breath before slowly continuing. On a small scale, once basic medical research advances, these technologies could save the lives of a significant number of organ failure patients. Much like the mechanical kidneys in Dragon Nation. On a larger scale, if we pursue this line of research relentlessly, humanity might just stumble upon the path to immortality. In short, whoever develops these technologies is undoubtedly a genius. What is it, Vice President? The biology professor looked at the vice president in confusion, only to see the latter's expression shift abruptly, his entire demeanor flipping. Immortality? Chapter 176, Forcing a Showdown? The vice president's expression abruptly changed, his entire face stiffening in astonishment. Immortality. What an enticing concept. How many would go mad for those two words? Throughout history, countless individuals have poured immense wealth, time, and energy into the pursuit of endless life, only to end up with nothing but wasted effort. Never mind the emperors and rulers of ancient times who sought immortality through alchemy or journeyed across oceans in search of elixirs. Even just the top 10 billionaires on today's Forbes list, the sums they pour into the biopharmaceutical industry alone can only be described as astronomical. Did they pour such vast sums into helping humanity conquer disease? No, certainly not. Their true pursuit is no different from that of emperors and rulers throughout history. Undoubtedly, it is the pursuit of a longer, more enduring life. However, these tycoons understand that achieving immortality isn't something that can be accomplished overnight, thanks to the advancement of technology. That's why they pour vast sums into research in biology, human genetics, and related fields, hoping for a technological breakthrough that could truly grant them extended lifespans. Yet hope remains just that, hope. Even with massive investments in research, the pace of technological advancement remains difficult to accelerate. To this day, the elusive concept of immortality remains a considerable distance away. Yet, the vice president had actually heard the word immortality from the mouth of this biology professor. The shock this brought to his heart was beyond words. Are you telling the truth? Can these technologies truly grant humans eternal life? The vice president's breathing grew frantic, his voice thick with urgency as he pressed on. He is also one of the most powerful figures on the entire blue star, and naturally, his desire for immortality far surpasses that of ordinary people. Well, Vice President, what I'm describing is merely a theoretical concept. It doesn't actually grant us immortality directly. The biology professor's expression turned slightly awkward. After all, this involved specialized knowledge and skills, and he didn't know how to explain these matters to the vice president. He could only attempt to explain. You can understand it this way: these technologies have given us a direction to pursue immortality, but following that path still requires traveling a very long distance. As for how far we must go, or whether we can continue onward, I cannot say. Still, having this path is far better than having none at all. At the very least, it offers a glimmer of hope for humanity today. The vice president paused, his fervor cooling. So this is merely a concept, correct? Given our Eagle Nation's scientific capabilities, how long would it take to develop this artificial mechanical organ technology? Though the vice president posed the question, his face radiated an overwhelming confidence. After all, Eagle Nation stands as the world's foremost scientific powerhouse. One might even omit the word one or among, for it reigns supreme as the undisputed leader on Blue Star. If even Eagle Nation couldn't master this technology, then no other nation on the planet would be capable of developing it either. The vice president thought to himself with great confidence. However, the biology professor's next words left him utterly stunned. Though I haven't fully deciphered what's written here. However, with our nation's capabilities, it's unlikely we'll make significant progress on this. The biology professor said with an awkward expression. What do you mean? The vice president was dumbfounded. If even the United Kingdom can't make much progress, what hope is there for other nations? Wait, if other nations can't develop this either, how did Liu obtain these technologies? Many of these technologies, though I'm not familiar with the specifics, are far too advanced in their fundamental concepts. At least with our current level of biological research in the UK, we couldn't make much progress on this. The biology professor stated earnestly. As the saying goes, amateurs look at the spectacle, while professionals see the craftsmanship. With 5 doctoral degrees to his name, he was undoubtedly an absolute expert. Precisely because of this, he could determine with just a few words that this technology was absolutely beyond Britain's grasp. At least not in its current state. Then if I request substantial funding from Congress to pour into this project, could that accelerate his research? The vice president remained unconvinced and pressed the question once more. Regrettably, Mr. Vice President, while congressional funding often solves 99% of problems, it simply doesn't work that way in scientific research. The biology professor shook his head again, his expression filled with regret. While groundbreaking research like this undoubtedly requires substantial financial backing, but money alone can only take us so far. As he spoke, a look of reverence suddenly flashed across the biology professor's face. Only 1 or 2 truly extraordinary geniuses, 1 in a billion, can truly steer research of this caliber. Only their emergence can bring truly epoch-making changes to this technology. It's like Einstein's role in relativity. Without Einstein's existence, even if governments poured immense funds into relativity research, the achievable results would likely remain extremely limited. Of course, if Einstein had never existed. Perhaps centuries later, someone like Einstein or Einstein might still propose the existence of relativity, but technological progress by then would certainly not be as rapid as it is today. This is the brilliance of humanity's collective stars. While collective efforts often far surpass individual contributions in many contexts, yet in the realm of scientific research, the transformative power of 1 or 2 brilliant stars can surpass that of the entire sky. Perhaps this is the very charm of scientific research. Are you suggesting that without the emergence of geniuses, this technology would never have advanced? The vice president asked through gritted teeth. Precisely, Your Excellency. The biology professor hesitated before asking slowly, if it's not classified information, may I ask you something? Where exactly did this data come from? He was simply too curious. How did such advanced biological technology end up on the vice president's computer? I'm afraid not. The vice president offered no further explanation, flatly rejecting the biology professor's request. For both professional and personal reasons, he had no desire to reveal the origin of the technology. Privately, it was simply because his mood was utterly flat. He had no inclination whatsoever to explain it to the biology professor before him. As for the public aspect, after all, numerous high-ranking officials were closely monitoring this operation. Leaking information carelessly could easily constitute a breach of confidentiality, potentially costing him his position as vice president outright.
Therefore, what must remain confidential must remain confidential.
After dismissing the biology associate professor, the vice president paced back and forth, deep in thought. Suddenly, his footsteps halted.
Wait a minute. Could it be that Long was Lu Yu? No wonder he uploaded those technologies, so that was his true purpose? The vice president suddenly understood. Why exactly had Lu Yu uploaded these technologies to him? This was a forced move. Chapter 177, Crisis Averted. The moment this realization dawned on him, the vice president's expression darkened dramatically. This was nothing short of a blatant provocation, yet the Eagle Nation was utterly powerless against Lu Yu. Why? Because every biological technology Lu Yu had revealed served only one purpose: to prove one thing to the British elite: that he possessed the capability to achieve immortality through his research. What did this mean? It meant Lu Yu would drive the British elite and billionaires absolutely mad. Immortality. What an elusive and unattainable concept. If asked what is most precious to the world's wealthiest and most powerful individuals today, without a doubt, it is health. Countless fortunes can buy them the finest private hospitals, the most elite physicians, and the most advanced medical technology. Yet medical advancement on Blue Star remains too limited. Many inexplicable ailments defy even the most elite hospitals. Therefore, a healthy body is paramount. To this end, the wealthy and powerful spare no expense in hiring nutritionists and physicians to meticulously plan every detail of their 3 daily meals. The intake of each nutrient can be precisely calculated down to the gram or even the milligram. Yet, even so, illness sometimes strikes without warning. This is the most helpless aspect for many billionaires and powerful elites. Compared to ordinary people, their lives are far more extraordinary. Nearly limitless wealth and power grant them pleasures most people could never even imagine in a lifetime. The goddesses ordinary people worship are barely playthings to them. The mansions and luxury cars that ordinary people covet are merely everyday collectibles for them to pass the time. Yet, even if they remain billionaires, living lives of extraordinary splendor, the word death still inevitably catches up with them. Precisely because of this, their pursuit of health and immortality borders on obsession. For this, they can disregard so many things. Money, national interests. Things these wealthy individuals normally cherish. If they ever encounter a chance at immortality, they won't even blink an eye before casting them aside. And precisely because of this, they play right into Lu Yu's hands. Within the Morgan family mansion, a phone call was made to an elderly man with graying hair and eyes as still as death. The caller was Neil Morgan, a rising star among the Morgan family's new generation, or rather, his other renowned identity, director of the CIA's Operations Directorate 3. He was also one of the primary leaders of Operation Lu Yu. Despite Neil's prominent public persona within the family, he still had to maintain humility. The reason was simple: it had nothing to do with family etiquette or upbringing. Rather, within this family, there were simply far too many exceptionally capable and powerful individuals, billionaires, high-ranking officials. Even as the head of the CIA's third directorate, Neil could only be considered above average among the younger generation of the family. However, this time, Neil delivered some truly astonishing news. My esteemed grandfather, there is something I must tell you. Though this communication with you completely violates Eagle Nation's confidentiality protocols, the urgency of the matter leaves me no other choice. Neil swallowed nervously. He then recounted everything that had just transpired to his grandfather, the eldest member of the Morgan family, Richardson Morgan. You mean to say that the possibility of creating immortality technology has finally emerged in this world? At first, Richardson remained calm. After all, having lived 9 lifetimes, he had weathered countless storms. Ordinary matters, special operations, and the like barely registered his interest. However, after hearing Neil's account, Richardson's expression changed instantly. This man, who had always remained unflappable even when a mountain collapsed before him, suddenly began breathing with palpable urgency. Is what you're saying true? I swear on my family's honor, my dear grandfather, every word I've spoken is true, Neil declared, his eyes burning with intensity. After their intelligence unit analyzed the data sent by Lu Yu, he immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Without delay, Neil made this call. He relayed every minute detail of the situation to his grandfather. Though this action clearly violated the Eagle Nation's confidentiality agreement, the implications of this technology were far too extensive. He dared not hesitate for even a moment. He disregarded the confidentiality clauses entirely, dialed the call directly, and sought his grandfather's counsel. Do you think we should continue with this operation? Should we apply pressure to the White House? Or, before Neil could finish, Richardson cut him off. You don't need to concern yourself with this matter. I'll personally call the White House shortly. If that Dragon Nation man truly has the potential to develop immortality technology, for God's sake, no one will touch him under my watch. Not even the president. Not even God himself. Richardson hung up abruptly, then dialed a direct line to the White House. Though he didn't grasp every detail, Neil's account had made the gist crystal clear. Blowing up the plane could cost the Dragon Nation a genius scientist while significantly boosting the Eagle Nation's competitive edge. But if they went through with it, they would also lose any chance of ever developing the technology for immortality. On one side lay national interests, on the other, personal gain. Did he really need to choose? For these Anglo-Saxon and YT conglomerates, what could possibly matter more than their own interests? Even if the Eagle Nation were to collapse one day, they would simply relocate their blood-sucking operations elsewhere, albeit with a reduction in their total wealth. But when your wealth reaches a certain scale, it truly becomes nothing more than a number. But eternal life? That's the real deal. Without a moment's hesitation, Richardson immediately conveyed his urgent demands directly to the White House over the phone. Make that damn bomb stop ticking. If it detonates, you will be the villains of the entire Blue Star. Got it? Get your president on the line now. Tell him I'm Richardson Morgan. Similar scenes unfolded not only within the Morgan family but across numerous prominent British families. Call after call nearly overwhelmed the White House. Even many newly minted billionaires learned of the situation and began jointly pressuring the president, demanding that Liu Yu absolutely not be allowed to die on the plane. The justifications, naturally, were all lofty and noble. For instance, science knows no borders. Every outstanding scientist is a global treasure. Or, an outstanding scientist can significantly accelerate the pace of technological development for humanity. We should not harbor racial or national biases, but instead join hands to build a better Blue Star. These arguments sounded lofty and noble. But what exactly was going through the minds of these wealthy individuals? Even a 3-year-old child could see through it. White House. Damn it! Not a single one of these bastards has a shred of conscience. They should all be charged with treason and imprisoned for life. Just because we uploaded a technical document, do they really think they can casually develop immortality technology? These old fools, do they even comprehend what a genius nuclear scientist means to a superpower like the Dragon Nation? The CIA director was ranting incessantly in the president's office. They actually want me to halt this operation. Bunch of bastards. Their excuses sound noble enough. Science knows no borders? Where were they when we were assassinating third world scientists? And now, they're all putting on this righteous act, but it's just fear of death, isn't it? Mr. President, we absolutely cannot cancel this operation. If we let Liu Yu return to Longke, it's like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. It'll cause endless trouble. The director looked up expectantly, hoping the president would endorse his words. However, the president slowly set down his cigar and sighed. We must ultimately preserve the dignity of the great families. If we truly ignore their demands, well. Moreover, such despicable acts as assassinations and terrorist attacks have spread far and wide. It would tarnish our Eagle Nation's international image. The director froze, then exclaimed in disbelief, President, are you suggesting we cancel the operation and let Liu Yu return to Longke unharmed? The president waved his hand dismissively. This CIA director's expression turned grim in an instant. I know you must be furious inside. But if you truly offend those powerful families, forget your position. Even your life might be in jeopardy. Besides, people grow old. Once you reach my age, you'll understand certain things. The Eagle Nation's president said meaningfully. Why did he decide to cancel this operation? Fear of offending those powerful families was undoubtedly a major factor. If he truly alienated these powerful figures, even as the president of the world's leading superpower, he could very well find himself on a path to ruin. After all, the lessons from his predecessor were bloody and brutal. Take that one guy with the wild imagination. He met his end in a convertible. Beyond fearing the wrath of the powerful, the president had a more pragmatic reason for canceling the operation and letting Liu Yu go. People grow old eventually. He's only in his early 60s, yet he's already beginning to feel the weight of aging and the decline of his heart. Having tasted the bitterness of aging, he finds himself longing even more for the boundless energy of his youth. Though under the care of world-class medical teams, his health far surpasses that of most people his age globally. But there are some things that even modern medicine cannot change. If he were 30 years younger, he might well have defied the pressure from those powerful figures and pressed ahead with this mission for the sake of the Eagle Nation. But now, he has tasted the bitterness of advancing age. And he has begun to dream aloud. If the technology for eternal life were truly achievable, wouldn't he then be able to live forever, enjoying his wealth and power eternally? Under such temptation, the president ultimately made his decision: cancel the operation. On the plane. Ding. Amid Liu Yu's anxious wait, the call finally rang through. Congratulations. We've changed our minds. Enjoy your journey back to the Dragon Kingdom, Mr. Liu. The agent's cold voice was thick with resentment. He was merely a pawn, utterly oblivious to the deeper strategic maneuvers of the power brokers behind the scenes. He couldn't fathom why, in less than half an hour, the mobile industry heavyweights including their own bureau chief had abruptly changed their stance and decided to let Liu Yu return to China. In that half hour, hadn't Liu Yu just uploaded some irrelevant technical stuff? Hearing the agent's voice, Lu Yu finally let out a satisfied smile. Looks like I bet right. He hung up the phone immediately, his expression brightening once more. This gamble was essentially a calculated move. What was he betting on? Simple, human nature.
If these British agents weren't driven solely by self-interest, if they truly prioritized their country over their own gains, they would never have let him go. If those fellows possessed even half the dedication shown by the elders of the Dragon Nation who poured their hearts and souls into serving their country, he would likely find it impossible to leave today. Mr. Lu, have you made any progress with your research? ATU, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask when he saw Lu Yu smile. Ever since a moment ago, Mr. Lu had been frowning deeply, seemingly lost in thought, until just a few minutes prior when his brow finally relaxed. Had Mr. Lu achieved another great scientific breakthrough? I figured something out, that's all. Nothing major. Lu Yu gave a faint smile, but his gaze sharpened. Though the immediate danger had passed, certain matters remained unresolved. For instance, how had the Eagle Nation obtained his intelligence? How did they know he was involved in nuclear-related work? These questions would need to be unraveled piece by piece upon returning to the Dragon Nation. Gazing out at the expanse of azure sea and sky, Lu Yu sighed. This was no ordinary hassle. He hoped the investigation into the mole back in the Dragon Kingdom would proceed smoothly. Otherwise, this thorn would remain lodged in his heart, making it impossible to feel at ease with anything. Chapter 178, Smooth Landing. Ladies and gentlemen, your flight. The flight attendant's sweet voice echoed through the cabin once more. Passengers who had been resting their eyes, reading newspapers, or sleeping all opened their eyes once more. They began tidying their tray tables, preparing for the moment the plane touched down smoothly and they could disembark. Not a single soul realized that the Reaper's scythe had already brushed past their scalps once. Let's go, Achu. Lu Yu nonchalantly packed away his laptop and followed Achu off the plane. After leaving the airport, he did not rejoin the academic delegation. Instead, he headed straight to the spot where old Zhong was waiting to greet him. Junior colleague, you're back. Professor Zhong smiled warmly, then gave Lu Yu fresh off the plane a big hug. Academician Lu. How was your trip to the German Empire? Your speech at the World Mathematics Technology Summit made it into the Science Daily. Even from thousands of miles away, we could see you in the papers. Ha! A man in a suit standing nearby smiled warmly at Lu Yu. Who else could it be but Minister Sun? Professor Zhong. Minister Sun. I have something to discuss with you both. After exchanging brief greetings, a peculiar gleam flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. Oh? Old Master Zhong and Minister Sun paused slightly. They both noticed that Lu Yu's expression was anything but ordinary. This couldn't be a trivial matter. Let's go somewhere private and talk properly. Minister Sun escorted Lu Yu to his official vehicle, which slowly drove into an office within his department. After closing the door and confirming no one was around, and after verifying there were no listening devices nearby, Minister Sun frowned and asked, Academician Lu, what exactly happened? I heard from your team leader Wang that everything went smoothly during the trip to the German Empire. Could it have happened on the way back? Lu Yu sighed helplessly. Minister Sun. This is rather complicated. I might not be able to explain it clearly to you right away. Here's the situation. Everything proceeded smoothly before and after the mathematics summit. But on the return flight, that's all there is to it. Lu Yu recounted the entire incident aboard the flight to Minister Sun and Elder Zhong without holding anything back. The expressions on both their faces turned grave. That was far too dangerous. Thank goodness you made it back safely. Otherwise. After hearing the account, cold sweat beaded on the foreheads of both Elder Zhong and Minister Sunday. Lu Yu's story had sent a chill down their spines. They had assumed Lu Yu's mission in the German Reich had gone smoothly, that he'd not only made a grand impression but also enjoyed fine food and leisure. But now it seemed the entire journey could be described as perilous beyond measure. Even Minister Sun, who had weathered countless storms, looked visibly shaken now. By a hair's breadth. They had nearly lost Lu Yu. I had no choice but to leak some of the artificial organ technology. What a pity. Still, at least the ultimate goal was achieved. Lu Yu smiled and asked, Old Zhong, disclosing the artificial organ technology shouldn't count as violating confidentiality regulations, right? Of course not. Old Zhong declared with unwavering certainty. Then, taking a deep breath, he looked at Lu Yu with serious intent. Are you suggesting we have a mole or a traitor among us? Chapter 179, The Idle Man. A mole is undoubtedly a critical issue in any field. Especially in a high-precision, cutting-edge national field like scientific research, it is an absolutely critical issue that cannot be overlooked. Every year, Minister Sun's review of each research project required extensive screening to prevent the emergence of such threats. Yet as the saying goes, it's not the thief who steals we fear, but the thief who covets. Even the most meticulous defenses can falter at the last moment. Yet Minister Sun never imagined that this single oversight would nearly inflict the greatest loss in the history of their nation. Fortunately, Lu Yu's quick thinking allowed them to find a way out on the plane. Otherwise, The thought alone sent a chill down Minister Sun and Elder Zhong's spines, leaving them too shaken to dwell on the consequences. I cannot be 100% certain that my identity was leaked by an insider. But judging by what the agent who spoke with me on the plane said, it should be pretty much spot on, no major discrepancies. Lu Yu analyzed carefully. The agent who spoke with me on the plane, perhaps due to overconfidence, unwittingly revealed numerous critical details during our conversation, including the existence of the mole. This wasn't necessarily the agent's fault. After all, their initial orders were clear: regardless of whether Lu Yu surrendered the technology or not, his actions would trigger the plane's detonation, ensuring both Lu Yu and his technology were lost forever. Even if Lu Yu had surrendered the nuclear technology, the British government would never have spared his life. The reason was simple: every scientist involved in nuclear research represented an unignorable threat to Britain. They would never hesitate to eliminate one. After all, the incident involving Old Xian had served as a profound lesson for them. And if things unfolded exactly as the CIA anticipated, then the agent's revelation about the mole would scarcely cause any significant impact. But who could have imagined that in this seemingly inescapable death trap, Lu Yu would find a glimmer of hope against all odds, successfully break free from the deadly situation, and make it back to China? This outcome utterly defied the expectations of every British official. After all, the moment the plan was conceived, Lu Yu was already as good as dead in their minds. Of course, there are always exceptions. Unless Lu Yu had shown an overwhelming willingness to surrender on the plane, they might have reconsidered and changed their minds. After all, what country would ever complain about having too many top-tier scientists? Leave this matter to me. You should rest first and sort out the threads in your mind. Until the outcome is determined, I'll elevate your security clearance to the highest level to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Understood? Minister Sun said earnestly. Lu Yu's safety is of paramount importance to the entire Dragon Nation, an absolute priority that cannot be overlooked. The slightest oversight could ultimately lead to irreparable consequences. At the very least, until that mole is identified, they will not lower Lu Yu's security level by even the slightest degree. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your concern, Minister Sun. Lu Yu smiled faintly, feeling a warmth in his heart. Over the next few days, Lu Yu stayed away from the lab, resting properly in her apartment while organizing some research ideas in her mind. As Minister Sun had promised, the security around her was elevated to the highest level. In fact, the entire area where she resided was cordoned off by Minister Sun with a security perimeter. Ordinary students and faculty couldn't even approach it. Have you heard about that building? The one that's completely sealed off? I heard too. They say it's sealed off completely, not even a fly can get inside. Across Longke University campus, students began discussing the recent events. Seriously, what the hell happened? It can't possibly be true, like some rumors outside claim that they dug up the first emperor's tomb or something? What the hell are you talking about? Qin Shi Huang's tomb? Did you even study geography? How could there be Qin Shi Huang's tomb in the capital? I'm a science major. I ranked third in the province when I got in, and I never studied geography. So what? Got a problem with that? No way, no way. You're so impressive, big shot. The students all started discussing it too. Wild theories flew around, from unearthed artifacts to resurrected dinosaurs, though they knew most of their explanations were pure nonsense. But who could have imagined that the Dragon Nation and Dragon University had gone to such great lengths just to protect one person's safety? Phew, the German research team has finally arrived safely in Dragon Nation. Hopefully, the exoskeleton research would proceed smoothly. Recently, due to concerns over his safety from Elder Zhong and Minister Sun, he hasn't been permitted to freely go out and continue his exoskeleton research in the lab. He could only stay in his apartment and handle some remote work. However, for cutting-edge projects like exoskeleton development, being off-site severely limits what he can accomplish each day. Thus, Lu Yu found himself thoroughly idle during this period. Each day, he reads books, scrolls through news feeds, and lives quite leisurely. Today was no different for Lu Yu. He was scrolling through news when a pop-up headline suddenly caught his attention. Louis Vuitton's new product accused of copying the horseface skirt? The name Louis Deneve wasn't new to him. It was a renowned international luxury brand, highly popular in China. Even though a single bag could easily cost tens of thousands, buyers still flocked to it. As for the horseface skirt, he'd heard Lu Miera mention it during a casual chat before. It seemed to be a relatively traditional garment in Manhwa, with a long-standing history and heritage. How were these two things connected? A look of puzzlement flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. He clicked on the news article and began reading. Louis Vuitton's latest product, both in shape and design, appeared to plagiarize China's horseface skirt. However, Louis Vuitton's official statement firmly denied these claims, asserting it was their original creation. After skimming through the article, Lu Yu couldn't help but furrow his brow. How shameless. They're a luxury brand, a major label, after all. They've truly lost all sense of shame. Copying is one thing, but they don't even have the courage to admit it. Frowning, Lu Yu clicked into the comments section of the news article. He'd assumed most people would share his opinion. However,
Chapter 180, Professor Su's shock. Netizen A, huh? Is the horse-face skirt part of our Xia nation's culture? How come I've never heard of it before? Netizen B, could this be some kind of misunderstanding? They're an internationally renowned luxury brand after all, how could they possibly take an interest in our stuff? Netizen C, exactly. Some people should stop daydreaming here. Netizen D, this cracks me up. As if they can't afford any world-renowned designers and have to resort to plagiarism. Netizen E, some people just have zero national pride. They see plagiarism everywhere. The comments under that Weibo post were almost entirely focused on defending Louis Vuitton's official stance. The evidence presented in the Weibo post was already crystal clear and indisputable. It's practically 100% certain it's plagiarism. Yet there's still a massive swarm, whether paid trolls or who knows what, frenetically whitewashing it, endlessly shielding their masters and making excuses. Watching them grovel like that, they resemble a pet dog wagging its tail for scraps. How pathetic. Isn't this blatant plagiarism? Lu Yu frowned and glanced at another trending topic on Weibo. 12. South Korea seeks UNESCO heritage status for Mid-Autumn Festival boiling. Seeing this trending topic, Lu Yu's frown deepened. What the hell is this? While the Koreans are shameless, this isn't a new thing. He never imagined they'd be this brazen. Whose festival is the Mid-Autumn Festival anyway? Don't they have any sense? And they have the nerve to apply for heritage status? Suppressing his rage, Lu Yu clicked into the comments section below the Weibo post. Netizen 1, but honestly, Korea's preservation of Mid-Autumn Festival culture is just better than ours. Netizen 2, some kids nowadays don't even know why we celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival. It's laughable. Honestly, they might as well just hand the program over to them. Netizen 3, some people don't even know who Chang'e and the Jade Rabbit are. What's the point of celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival? The comments section was filled with scathing sarcasm. Their own festival is about to be stolen by others, yet they're still defending the invaders. Reading these words, anger flared in Lu Yu's heart. However, as a researcher, Lu Yu was not an emotional person. He preferred to look beyond the surface of problems to uncover their underlying causes. Why are the people of Dragon Nation becoming less and less familiar with their own traditional culture? The surface reason seems to be the accelerating pace of modern life. Everyone is so busy they have no time to care about their country's traditions. But the deeper reason? Is actually the lack of emphasis on cultural outreach and promotion. After all, if your cultural outreach fails to attract the audience you want, how can it possibly be effective? This can be attributed to the impact of today's fast-paced lifestyle and increasingly advanced internet. Young people today are exposed to a vast array of information. Cultural content often fails to be engaging or appealing. Thus, it fails to fulfill its intended purpose. As he pondered, an idea suddenly surfaced in Lu Yu's mind. Could the system reward I received earlier, VR virtual generation technology, be useful in this field? He had previously drawn prizes 3 times on the plane. The first 2 draws had yielded prizes like combat skills and culinary arts, neither particularly relevant to the tech field. But the third prize, VR virtual generation technology, was different. While it might not directly connect to their exoskeleton project team, if applied to cultural outreach, it would be absolutely top tier. Just imagine for a moment. If you were simply told the story of China flying to the moon. For today's youth, they'd probably get bored and fall asleep. But what if you could don virtual reality gear and witness the entire journey firsthand? What if Chang'e appeared right before your eyes, so close you could almost touch her? Even if you've heard the story 10,000 times. Wouldn't it feel utterly novel? The moment this idea flashed through Lu Yu's mind, he knew it was feasible. Without hesitation, he dialed old Zhong's number. Ring, ring. After a few rings, old Master Zhong answered. Hello, junior brother. Take it easy these next couple of days, rest and focus on your studies. Until we find that mole, don't rush back to the lab. Learn to prioritize safety above all else. He had assumed Lu Yu was rushing to return to lab work, which was why he'd called. Professor Zhong, you've misunderstood me. A wry smile tugged at Lu Yu's lips. I came to see you this time to share an idea that's been on my mind. Would you consider its feasibility? I believe that if this idea succeeds, it will elevate our nation's soft power to unprecedented heights. Old Zhong paused, curiosity stirring within him. Oh? Unprecedented? Tell me more, junior brother. He knew Lu Yu was always conservative in his assessments. For him to use the phrase unprecedented, it must be an absolutely brilliant idea. If executed well, it could genuinely elevate Dragon Nation's soft power significantly. I only have a rough concept at this stage, but imagine if. Lu Yu shared his inner thoughts with Elder Zhong. The more old Zhong listened, the brighter his eyes grew. If what you're saying is true, it does seem promising. But I'm not too familiar with virtual reality technology. With our country's current virtual tech, it might not be able to handle such a massive content load. Lu Yu patted his chest and assured him. Rest assured, old Zhong. Technology isn't the issue.
I've been diving deep into VR tech lately and discovered that our nation's current capabilities have significant room for improvement. Supporting the task volume I just proposed will be absolutely no problem. Old Master Jones' mouth twitched slightly. Lately. Well, I should be used to it by now. Sigh. The new generation pushes aside the old, leaving them stranded on the shore. Old Zhong sighed. He felt that even if Lu Yu were to pull out some cutting-edge technology from his pocket right now, he probably wouldn't be all that surprised. Here's what we'll do. I know an expert in this field domestically. I'll introduce him to you shortly. It'll give you something to focus on during this period. I'll give him a heads up first, so no need to rush. After pondering for a moment, Old Zhong provided Lu Yu with the contact information for a domestic expert in virtual reality technology. Thank you, Old Zhong. Lu Yu took a deep breath. After ending the video call with Old Zhong, he waited a moment. He dialed the number of the domestic VR technology expert Mr. Zhong had mentioned. Beep, beep. After a brief pause, the call was finally answered. An aged voice came through the line. Hello, this is Su Chen. May I ask who is speaking? My name is Lu Yu. I don't know if Mr. Zhong has introduced me to you. Lu Yu stated her name directly. Lu Yu? You're the genius Mr. Zhong mentioned? A skeptical voice came through the receiver. Just moments ago, his old friend Zhong Lao, whom he hadn't seen in ages, had suddenly called him to introduce a prodigious young man surnamed Lu. Moreover, praised this Lu prodigy to the skies over the phone. Professor Su couldn't help but question his own sanity. Is this guy even human, or is he some kind of alien? If an ordinary person had called him with such exaggerated claims, he would have hung up without a second thought and permanently blocked the number. But the problem was, the caller was Old Zhong, one of the pillars of China's scientific community. At his level of status and standing, what he said was unlikely to be mere idle talk. But seriously, this was just too far-fetched. Winning a major math prize, researching technology capable of revolutionizing the medical field in China? Even if he started learning from the womb, how could he possibly reach such heights by 18? Yes, it's me. Hearing the word genius, Su Chen froze momentarily, but forced himself to nod despite the awkwardness. Are you really as brilliant as Professor Zhong described? Professor Su couldn't help but ask. Virtual reality technology, though barely a decade old, wasn't something a fresh 18-year-old college student would typically grasp. His doubts were understandable, especially considering how much praise Old Zhong had heaped upon him. How could he know that Professor Zhong hadn't been exaggerating at all? On the contrary, he had deliberately avoided mentioning many crucial points, deliberately selecting less significant information to share. If he had actually disclosed all the classified details, Professor Su would likely be so shocked he'd question his entire life. Well, I suppose so. Lu Yu said slowly. He had no idea how Old Zhong had described him to this Professor Su. However, judging by the professor's tone, it seems like he's exaggerating quite a bit. Ahem, well then, please outline your general ideas. Professor Su cleared his throat and spoke slowly. He too was eager to hear what kind of brilliant ideas this genius, as described by Old Zhong, might have regarding the field of virtual reality. Professor Su, my current thinking is, because, in our nation's internal propaganda and cultural exports, we actually have significant shortcomings. And I believe the root cause of these shortcomings is closely tied to the formats and methods we use for our exports. Therefore, I propose integrating virtual reality technology to enhance immersion while also. Lu Yu outlined his thoughts to Professor Su. Professor Su listened with a furrowed brow, only refraining from interrupting out of courtesy. Only after Lu Yu had finished speaking did he ask, "Have you finished?" Professor Su couldn't help but ask. Yes. Lu Yu nodded lightly. It seems Old Zhong's description was a bit exaggerated after all. Your idea is sound, but putting it into practice would involve countless unforeseen problems. Professor Su shook his head, his voice tinged with disappointment. Never mind that. Have you researched the development of virtual reality technology in our country? And have you studied the global progress of virtual reality technology? With current VR hardware, encoding rates, motion sickness issues, and content capacity, these are all insurmountable hurdles. Not just in our Dragon Nation. Even in the United Kingdom, where VR technology is most advanced, achieving the level of immersion you describe is unlikely. Otherwise, do you think Hollywood is made up of fools? Would they pass up such a lucrative opportunity? Sigh. After speaking, Professor Su sighed, his face etched with disappointment. Young people these days, they think too much and know too little. You need to study more and hone your skills. Anyone familiar with Longke's virtual reality technology should understand that achieving the technical effects Lu Yu described is practically impossible. This isn't self-deprecation. It's an ironclad fact. Virtual reality technology has only developed over the past decade. The challenges it faces are practically countless. Currently, its applications are largely confined to gaming domains, and even then, the results can only be described as barely passable. Is it playable? Barely. But the experience? After just half an hour, most players feel dizzy, disoriented, and nauseous.
Using this technology for big-budget movies? Isn't that ridiculous? In an instant, Professor Su's internal assessment of Lu Yu plummeted by countless points. 4 words to describe it. Overambitious and incompetent. However, Professor Su, you may have misunderstood my meaning.
Speaking earnestly over the phone, Lu Yu explained. I specifically studied the virtual reality technology from Longke and came to seek your expertise precisely for that reason. The technologies you mentioned, I've already researched them, and solutions are ready to go. The only thing missing is practical implementation. That's why I'm reaching out to you. At Lu Yu's words, Professor Su froze in shock. What? You mean you've already solved all the problems I mentioned? His expression betrayed utter disbelief. Then, Professor Su shook his head, his face clouded with displeasure. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with Professor Zhong, nor why he recommended you to me. But young man, you must remember. As a researcher, having lofty ambitions but lacking the skills to match is our greatest pitfall. You must learn to be down to earth, progressing step by step, rather than constantly dreaming of shocking the world or whatever. Otherwise, you'll end up chasing rainbows learning nothing of real value. Do you understand what I mean? Professor Su said earnestly and solemnly. In his mind, he had unconsciously labeled Lu Yu as someone prone to such delusions. And it was no wonder. After all, no matter how short the time virtual reality technology has been developing, it's certainly not something a youngster could fully grasp. Chapter 181, Eye Tracking Technology. Professor Su, I understand your point. But please hear me out first, okay? Lu Yu felt both amused and exasperated. This Professor Su seemed to be speaking to him with some emotion, interrupting him after every sentence. All right, go ahead. Professor Su grew impatient, waving his hand across the screen. Initially, despite his reservations stemming from old Zhong's recommendation, he had actually held considerable interest in Lu Yu. The reason was simple enough. After all, it was someone recommended by old Zhong. How bad could they possibly be? But after actually interacting with him, in just a few brief exchanges, Lu Yu had already left him with a very poor impression. Pompous. All talk and no action. These were the impressions Professor Su formed of Lu Yu. Originally, out of respect for old Zhong's standing, he had intended to offer Lu Yu some advice to help him get back on track with his research. But what happened? Lu Yu showed no gratitude and continued to be stubborn and unreasonable. Now, he had completely lost interest in Lu Yu and intended to wrap up the call as quickly as possible. However, he heard the voice on the other end say, Professor Su, I actually understand your point. Many of the virtual reality technology challenges our nation faces are indeed quite difficult to resolve. But that doesn't mean these problems can't be solved. Take tile decoding technology, for instance. Tile decoding is an essential technology for VR video playback. Without it, retina resolution video would be a disaster for both computational power and network transmission. Professor Su, who had been about to hang up, froze upon hearing Lu Yu's words. He had been focusing precisely on tile decoding technology during this period. Tile decoding. Though the name sounds incredibly complex, the actual explanation is clear and straightforward. Virtual reality-derived videos offer 360-degree viewing, though 180-degree videos exist. For a 4K 360-degree 2D panoramic video, its width is 4K and height is 2K. This 4K edge length must ultimately wrap around a 360-degree circle. When viewers watch using VR goggles with a 100-degree field of view, each eye sees 1,111 pixels in one direction. However, for a dual-lens 4K display, the pixel count per eye is 2,000. Therefore, playing 4K video on a 4K screen VR headset is far from sufficient. A 4K screen should display 8K video. By extension, future retinal display 6K VR headsets will require 12K video playback. This is where tile decoding technology comes into play. Only 100 degrees of field of view visible at once? Then decode only 100 degrees. This way, an 8K video only needs to decode around 2K resolution. Current mobile processing chips can handle this with ease. However, while it sounds simple, putting it into practice proves to be fraught with difficulties. 3D rendering, materials, models, lighting effects. These are major hurdles for decoding resolution. For instance, Professor Su is currently tackling the issue that processors cannot meet the demands of 3D rendering materials, leading to numerous abnormal crashes. This problem has plagued him for nearly a month, yet he hasn't made any progress. In fact, forget about progress. It's fair to say he's completely stumped. During this period, I've developed a preliminary technical approach I've named focused rendering technology. It primarily leveraging a characteristic of the human eye. While the overall FOV is large, at any given moment, humans can only clearly distinguish objects within a very small field of view. As he listened, Professor Su's expression grew increasingly unsettled. Wait a minute. After a moment of hesitation, Professor Su interrupted again. Lu Yu, could you please explain the gaze-based rendering technique you just mentioned again? I didn't quite catch a few points. Lu Yu smiled faintly and replied, certainly. When compressing images beyond a 40-degree diameter at the center of the field of view to 14-pixel resolution, the human eye simply doesn't perceive this reduction in resolution. In other words, for VR goggles with a 100-degree field of view, we can focus high-definition rendering solely on the 40-degree range. The more Professor Su listened, the hotter his breathing grew. This. A strange gleam flashed in his eyes. The technology Lu Yu described could almost perfectly resolve every problem he'd encountered recently. And that's not all. If this technology truly lived up to Lu Yu's description, then virtually every problem encountered in future slice decoding techniques would be effortlessly resolved. Though it was merely conceptual knowledge. For the virtual reality industry, it was more precious than 1,000 tons of gold. Professor Su, do you need me to repeat it again? Lu Yu smiled faintly and asked. Professor Su pondered for a moment longer, then frowned and asked. Lu Yu, I find your idea quite promising, but there seems to be one issue. While gaze-based rendering technology can significantly reduce computational load, how exactly would you determine the zoom level based on the eye's rotation? Without a solution to this problem, your gaze-based rendering technology can only exist as a conceptual framework. Practical implementation faces far too many obstacles. Professor Su truly lived up to his reputation as a veteran in the field of virtual reality. He identified the flaws in Lu Yu's explanation after hearing it just twice. Indeed, to apply gaze-based rendering in practice, you must first be able to determine the gaze point. If you can't even pinpoint the gaze location of the eyeball, how can you possibly render based on that gaze? Even if this technology can't be applied practically in the short term, simply proposing the theory of gaze point rendering, especially at such a young age, already places you above 99% of researchers. At this moment, Professor Su began to understand why old Master Zhong had recommended Lu Yu to him. However, Professor Su, I've considered the question you raised. Lu Yu chuckled lightly. If we can't even confirm the gaze point of the eyeball, it's indeed impossible to apply the injection point rendering technique. But if we employ eye tracking technology, it should effectively resolve this issue. Professor Su paused slightly. Eye tracking technology? Do you have any specific ideas? As one of the pioneers in China's virtual reality technology, he was certainly no stranger to eye tracking technology. After all, this technology plays an extremely broad role in the VR field. However, constrained by domestic technological limitations, eye tracking technology remains confined to laboratory settings for small-scale projects. The road to its practical implementation in physical devices remains long and arduous. Yet, hearing the term eye tracking technology in Lu Yu's speech instantly rekindled his interest. Of course. Lu Yu smiled. I currently have 3 main ideas. One involves using contact lenses embedded with magnetic field sensors. By measuring magnetic field strength, they determine eye position, paired with a stable magnetic field source. The second involves infrared scanning, detecting the position of the eyeball by receiving infrared light reflected off the cornea. This approach should be the easiest to implement, though it faces significant challenges such as the delay caused by the reflectivity of infrared light. The third approach involves using EOG electrooculogram signals. When the eye is in the central position versus non-central positions, a voltage difference is generated. By analyzing changes in the EOG signal, the eye's position can be calculated. Lu Yu articulated these techniques with remarkable precision and clarity. After retrieving these techniques from the system, the knowledge points were imprinted in his mind like a branding iron. Good heavens! After hearing Lu Yu's explanation, Professor Su was so astonished his mouth hung open. In our lab, we've only managed to successfully configure one type. You. He was at a loss for words. The eye tracking technology currently being developed in Professor Su's virtual reality technology lab utilizes precisely the second type of technology Lu Yu mentioned. Relatively speaking, this was the simplest technology. But as Lu Yu said, simplicity comes at a cost. Certain problems were indeed insurmountable hurdles for them. As for the first type, during his academic exchange abroad, he'd heard that the UK was currently conducting large-scale experiments with this technology. But whether it will succeed remains an unknown. The third type? He had never even heard of it, let alone seen it. Even the underlying theory was uncertain. And Lu Yu had managed to bring up all 3 of these points in one breath, explaining them with such clarity and conviction. How could he not be astonished? All right, Professor Su. Some things are too complicated to explain and could easily lead to technical leaks. Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, add my contact information. I'll organize these points and send them to you shortly. Technically, there shouldn't be any major issues. It's just that some details might need refinement. Technical matters are simply too cumbersome to explain verbally. It's not just troublesome for the speaker, it's equally challenging for the listener. After all, many technical terms might not be caught clearly after just 1 or 2 passes. Once you miss a single point, it becomes extremely difficult to follow the rest of the content. Sending it directly as a document eliminates these issues. If you miss something on the first read, just drag the mouse back a bit and give it another go. All right. Professor Su didn't hesitate, nodding immediately. Then I'll leave it to you.
Thank you.
At this moment, his attitude toward Lu Yu had undergone a complete 180-degree turnaround. From initial impatience, he had transformed into this demeanor.
Lu Yu didn't hesitate either and hung up the phone.
Then, he organized his thoughts on virtual reality technology and sent them to Professor Su's email. This included not only gaze-based focus technology and eye-tracking technology, but also Lu Yu's comprehensive understanding of virtual reality technology. It could be considered a complete knowledge package.
Done.
Lu Yu pressed the enter key, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had a premonition that this technology would absolutely bring about a revolutionary impact on the soft power of the Dragon Nation.
Eagle Nation, Strategic Department.
Seated at the head of the table was an elderly man of imposing stature. Though advanced in years, his eyes burned with intensity, radiating a sharpness that belied his age. 3 stars and a flower emblem adorned his shoulders, signifying the rank of general in the Eagle Nation's military hierarchy.
After scanning the room, the old man frowned and spoke.
Regrettably, ever since our inside man sent us the last message, he's been under surveillance by the Dragon Nation authorities.
It's nearly impossible for them to relay any new intelligence to us now.
Therefore, we still haven't figured out exactly what breakthrough nuclear technology the Dragon Nation has achieved. The entire room fell silent.
Finally,
a middle-aged man with blonde hair stood up, his face flushed with anger.
Originally, we could have uncovered everything. Not only could we have uncovered the truth, but we could have acquired Longke's nuclear technology. But the CIA and those bastards ruined it all.
They only care about their own skins, not. Before he could finish, a colleague beside him abruptly stood up and forcibly pulled the blonde man back down.
Shut up.
Some matters are beyond the consideration of people at our level.
Are you trying to get yourself killed?
The colleague exclaimed frantically. The blonde man's face twisted in fury as he cried out in anguish.
I just can't stand it. How much effort and resources did we pour into this operation alongside the CIA? Success was within our grasp. Who would have thought it would all come crashing down like this? I refuse to accept this.
With that, he slammed his fist on the table, his face twisted with fury. Patriotic individuals exist in every nation. Dragon Nation is no exception, and Eagle Nation is no different. This blonde man, without a doubt, was one of Eagle Nation's patriotic heroes. He despised the actions of certain high-ranking officials, yet he was powerless to do anything about it.
He could only watch helplessly as Lu Yu returned to Dragon Nation. Enough!
What exactly? His colleague was about to intervene, but just then, the eldest elder spoke up.
Enough! What's the point of dwelling on what's already happened?
What we must focus on now is determining the most effective approach to curb the Dragon Nation's expansion.
Gentlemen, any thoughts?
His gaze, as sharp as an eagle's, swept around the room before settling on a young man with a hooked nose.
Staff Officer Mark, care to share your perspective? Chapter 182, Infiltration. Staff Officer Mark, with his striking golden hair, rose to his feet. After scanning the room, he offered a slight smile. Gentlemen, I believe we're all overreacting.
Although we failed to intercept Lu Yu on the plane and let him return to Dragon Nation, it is indeed highly disadvantageous for our Eagle Nation. But we shouldn't overestimate the scale of their nuclear threat capabilities. Don't forget our satellites in orbit, constantly monitoring every major move Dragon Nation makes. If they truly developed any high-yield nuclear weapons, our satellites would undoubtedly detect them during test launches. His words caused the assembled generals to pause in slight surprise.
That does seem to be the case.
I've been reviewing satellite data recently, and there really hasn't been any significant new information. If they truly succeeded in developing high-yield nuclear weapons, a test launch would absolutely leave some trace.
How many fools could possibly hold such a position in Britain?
They quickly grasped the meaning behind the young chief of staff's words, their eyes flashing with sudden understanding.
It seems everyone understands my point.
Seeing his proposed viewpoint successfully acknowledged by those present, a satisfied look flickered in the blonde young chief of staff's eyes. To this day, we've received no meaningful feedback from the satellites. In other words, even if the Dragon Nation has truly developed some nuclear weapon, it's still in its infancy, not even capable of conducting test launches.
What danger could it possibly pose to us?
Moreover, let's consider this from another angle. Even if we concede the point and assume Longke has genuinely succeeded in developing high-yield nuclear weapons.
So what? As long as we haven't entered a state of full-scale war, would they dare to use these nuclear weapons? Should either of the two nuclear superpowers strike first, it would ignite a full-scale nuclear war. The world would plunge into nuclear winter, with the global population potentially reduced by 90%. Does the Dragon Nation have the audacity to become humanity's executioners?
The blonde chief of staff spoke at length before concluding with a smile. Therefore, I believe we needn't place undue concern on the Dragon Nation's nuclear arsenal. Of course, this doesn't mean we can ignore them entirely. Intelligence gathering and reconnaissance operations must continue.
But strategically, we truly need not harbor excessive concerns. Alright, I've made my point. He returned to his seat. Clap.
An extremely enthusiastic round of applause erupted throughout the room.
Many admiring glances turned toward the young chief of staff. Almost everyone agreed he had made a compelling case. Indeed, your perspective aligns with mine. The general seated at the head of the table nodded approvingly. If Longke's nuclear weapons were truly advanced, our satellites would have detected test launch traces long ago. Thus, we needn't be overly concerned. In truth, neither his assessment nor that of the blonde chief of staff was incorrect. If the Dragon Nation were truly developing high-yield nuclear weapons, they absolutely couldn't skip the test launch phase. And once launched, they certainly wouldn't escape the surveillance of Eagle Nation's satellites in orbit. Their reasoning was sound. Yet they had made a grave error at the most fundamental level. The mole had revealed that the Dragon Nation was developing a secret nuclear weapon, but even the mole himself didn't know the specifics. Due to information gaps, even the Eagle Nation's think tanks failed to realize that the Dragon Nation's true objective wasn't weaponizing nuclear atoms, but developing controlled nuclear fusion to address its energy crisis. Moreover, as the secret base for controlled nuclear fusion, nearly all experiments could be conducted within the confines of Red Sun. Moreover, the facility itself was built deep within the densely forested Yenshan Mountains. To further obscure its location, Dragon Nation military signal jamming vehicles roamed the area around the clock. Even the most advanced Eagle Nation satellites couldn't detect the slightest trace of this facility. Thus, even now, the Eagle Nation remains utterly unaware that the Dragon Nation is not developing nuclear weapons, but rather controlled nuclear fusion technology, a breakthrough crucial to humanity's future. That said, the general seated at the head of the table suddenly shifted the conversation. Headquarters has instructed us to make some minor adjustments to our counter-strategy against the Dragon Nation. Adjustments? The assembled commanders all froze slightly, glancing at the general seated at the head of the table with puzzled expressions. Please elaborate on these adjustments. We must shift the focus of our confrontation from hard power to soft power. We must leverage our culture to infiltrate and undermine the Dragon Nation. Make them embrace our ideology and culture, doubt their own nation's history. Thus, we shall subdue the enemy without fighting, transforming the Dragon Nation directly into our fertile ground. The commander seated at the head of the table spoke slowly. That does sound brilliant. Upon hearing this, the assembled generals exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting unanimous approval. In fact, even without this recent news about Longke's nuclear weapons, the Eagle Nation's current strategic plan would still gradually shift from hard friction to soft confrontation and soft erosion. The reason is quite straightforward. After all, the current strength of the Dragon Nation is incomparable to what it was 20 or 30 years ago. If the Eagle Nation were to provoke a large-scale conflict with the Dragon Nation, even disregarding nuclear capabilities, achieving ultimate victory would exact a significant cost. When two tigers fight, one must be injured. Even the most inept leader understands this principle. If the Eagle Nation were to engage in a large-scale conflict with the Dragon Nation and suffer severe damage as a result, it would likely be targeted by other nations circling like wolves before it could even swallow the Dragon Nation whole. At that point, maintaining its status as the world's dominant power would be out of the question. Whether they could even remain a developed nation would be a complete unknown. Therefore, even as the Dragon Nation's rise made it a thorn in the side of the Eagle Nation's generals, their strategic approach grew increasingly cautious. Shifting from hard confrontation to soft struggle. This was the strategy devised by those in power. Through the gradual cultural erosion of Dragon Nation, they would be made to gradually embrace Eagle Nation's culture. Thus, when the next generation of Dragon Nation truly becomes its pillars, they will inevitably transform into the most loyal pro-Hawk faction. By then, the Hawk Nation will be able to manipulate Dragon Nation however it pleases. Admittedly, it might take a while. But if this grand chess game is truly won, it will prove infinitely more sophisticated than any direct confrontation. However, such a grand scheme, while ambitious in conception, presents a critical question for the Eagle Nation: how to execute the very first step. First, we must make the Dragon Nation doubt its own culture. The general seated at the head of the table let out a peculiar chuckle. This problem won't require our concern, it will be handled by our Ministry of Culture in Hollywood. Our concern lies with the subsequent steps gradually convincing the Dragon Nation to embrace our culture, to abandon darkness and embrace the light. This time, the Eagle Nation strategy is actually quite simple. Leverage their most powerful propaganda tool, film, to make the Dragon Nation doubt their own cultural roots and shake the foundations of their beliefs. To this end, the Eagle Nation's strategic department commissioned a renowned Hollywood director over a year ago, investing heavily to produce a mythological film with ulterior motives. No. Rather than being morally questionable, it was more accurately described as a covert operation. This film will heavily feature characters from ancient Dragon Nation mythology: Pango, Manhwa, the Yen Emperor, the Yellow Emperor, Fushi. Simultaneously, it will weave in deliberately manipulative narratives to distort the images of these figures and the history behind them. The goal? To undermine the nation's cultural confidence. This move, though seemingly simple, is actually extremely clever. Why? Because the initial targets of distortion are mythical figures, partly real, partly fictional rather than actual historical figures.
Thus, even if the people of the Dragon Nation sense something amiss, it won't spark significant resentment within them. Moreover, even if someone later points out something amiss, they can easily brush it off with the excuse of cultural differences, leaving both the Chinese people and the authorities unable to pinpoint any real issues. It's like spring rain seeping in silently, nourishing all things without a trace, leaving no evidence to be found.
But General, is one movie really enough?
In the meeting room, another person couldn't help but stand up and ask doubtfully.
Though the plan sounds promising, can a single film truly achieve such a significant impact? Relying solely on this one film, of course, won't achieve much.
A faint smile touched the general's lips as he replied calmly.
But everything has to start somewhere. This film is our breakthrough.
Once the people of Longke begin to doubt the very things left behind by their ancestors, it will become much easier for us to make inroads elsewhere.
Manhwa University Laboratory. Unbelievable, this Liu fellow. How could his mind be filled with so many extraordinary ideas?
After hanging up, Professor Su waited by his computer, his mind still replaying his recent conversation with Liu Yu. Before that call, he hadn't held particularly high expectations for Liu Yu. But after that one call, Professor Su's opinion of Liu Yu had completely changed.
This is what anticipation feels like. The documents he was about to receive would surely contain substantial content that could be genuinely applied to the future field of virtual reality, right?
Professor Su stared anxiously at the computer screen, waiting for the files Liu Yu would send.
Finally. Ding!
With a soft chime, a chat window from Liu Yu popped up and a file was finally sent over.
It's here!
Upon seeing the file, Professor Su's expression instantly lit up with excitement. He suppressed his anticipation, extended his trembling fingers, and slowly pressed the receive button. Click! The mouse clicked softly, and the entire document unfolded before Professor Su's eyes. This is... Professor Su adjusted the frame of his reading glasses and focused intently on the computer screen. The moment he saw it, his entire expression changed instantly. This... Impossible. Professor Su swallowed hard and murmured to himself. Color rendering capacity is constrained by GPU computing power and CPU processing, but if we employ local compression technology compressing non-critical scenes to 320p while supplementing with perspective focused. In virtual reality scenes with different camera setups, the experience of moving while watching versus sitting still is entirely different. Accelerated camera movement creates distinct focal points. Considering rendering constraints, we'll adopt next-generation graphics interfaces, dedicated hardware acceleration chips for rendering, and integrate cloud-based rendering. Facing an ocean of knowledge before him, Professor Su's entire expression froze. Unbelievable. How could this be possible? If Professor Su had already set his expectations for Liu Yu to an extremely high level just moments ago, at most, he anticipated Liu Yu might present a relatively complete eye-tracking technology, nothing more. In fact, forget about a relatively complete version. Even if it only achieved 50% of the technology's practical implementation, it would be enough to delight Professor Su for quite some time. But when he actually saw the information Liu Yu sent, he was genuinely startled. It was as if every single virtual reality technical challenge facing our nation was laid bare right there. Moreover, Liu Yu didn't just identify the problems. He had actually found solutions to them. It was simply unbelievable. As he studied the data and theories laid out before him, Professor Su began to tremble, a peculiar gleam flashing in his eyes. Although he hadn't actually conducted physical tests on this data yet, Professor Su, who had dedicated nearly half his life to this field, could roughly judge that at least 60% of these data points were highly probable to be correct. And even if the remaining 40% turned out to be problematic, it would still be astonishing enough to provide significant inspiration for future research. No! I must share this with the old guard. There's no way I can handle all this content alone. Huff, huff. Professor Su took a deep breath. Then, he carefully watched the computer screen, backing up the file countless times, as if afraid it might vanish at any moment. After everything last night, he had hurriedly left the lab. Chapter 183, An Old Friend's Curiosity. After leaving his laboratory, Professor Su wasted no time at all, immediately getting into his car and driving straight to his old friend's university laboratory. Hello, I'm here to see Professor AI. Professor Su handed his business card directly to the security guard at the entrance. Professor AI is currently occupied with a very important matter. Did you have an appointment? The guard took the card, examined it carefully, and then looked hesitant. Professor Su grew impatient. You must be new here. I'm an old friend of Professor AI's. No appointment is necessary, just tell him my name. That's not quite in line with our procedures. The guard scratched his head, his eyes still showing hesitation. Besides, Professor AI is currently meeting with some important corporate clients. He specifically instructed us not to disturb him unless it's absolutely urgent. How can you be so inflexible? I have something far more important to discuss with him than those worthless corporate clients. Professor Su was eager to share the technology he'd just acquired with his friend. He couldn't care less about the rules. He yanked open the car door, jumped out, and charged toward the building.
Professor Su, this violates our regulations. You. Watching Professor Su rush in with such urgency, the security guard hesitated. He wanted to step in and stop him, but he dared not use force after all. This was an elderly professor. If anything happened, the responsibility would be more than he could bear. Yet to completely ignore it would seem like negligence. Sigh, why are these professors always in such a rush? With no other choice, the security guard followed Professor Su into the laboratory. Inside the lab. Professor AI, I've long heard that your motion capture technology is at the forefront of virtual reality development in our country. Now that I've seen it firsthand, it truly lives up to its reputation. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie shook hands with Professor AI, his face beaming with a smile. Ha, Mr. Wang, you flatter us. While we have made some breakthroughs in motion capture technology recently. But calling us the front runner? That's a bit much, ha. Professor AI chuckled. Modest, very modest indeed. The middle-aged man in a suit, referred to as Mr. Wang, smiled back and gave a thumbs-up gesture. So regarding our collaboration. To encounter a game producer like Mr. Wang who genuinely wishes to promote our Dragon Nation's traditional culture price is irrelevant. This partnership is definitely happening, heh. Professor AI shook hands with Mr. Wang. Both men pulled out the contract, ready to sign their names in black and white. But just then, Professor AI, someone's here to see you. An assistant rushed over, panting heavily. The person is already at our lab entrance. What should we do? Who's looking for me? Didn't I tell you? I'm in the middle of a business meeting. Unless it's absolutely urgent, don't come looking for me. Professor Su frowned slightly and asked. It's your old friend, Professor Su. The assistant took a deep breath and slowly said. I've already explained the situation to him, but he insists on seeing you at this moment and says he has something very important to tell you. So, should we meet or not? The assistant simplified Professor Su's message before relaying it to Professor AI. This. A flash of confusion crossed Professor AI's eyes. After a moment's thought, he turned to look at Mr. Wang, dressed in a sharp suit. My apologies, Mr. Wang. Perhaps we should postpone our discussion for a moment? My old friend insists on seeing me immediately. I hope you understand. I'll be back shortly. Mr. Wang chuckled and replied. No problem, I'll wait. Your old friend, Professor Su, is also a leading figure in our virtual reality industry. After finalizing our contract, I'd be happy to chat with him later about the future prospects of our field, heh. His smile was warm and genuine, showing no sign of displeasure over Professor AI's impending departure. Alright, thank you, Mr. Wang. Please wait here a moment. I'll be right back. Professor AI apologized. With the partnership talks only halfway through, he really didn't want to leave so soon. But knowing his old friend Professor Su, Professor AI felt he should go first and deal with Professor Su's subtle demands. Otherwise, if Professor Su couldn't wait any longer and started causing a scene here, that would be more than just a little awkward. My old friend is great in every way, but he's just too impatient, sigh. I've told him repeatedly that when I'm discussing collaborations with companies, it's not urgent business, he shouldn't come bother me. Why can't he just show a little consideration? Professor AI sighed softly as he followed his assistant into the laboratory's front hall. The moment he entered, he spotted Professor Su sitting in a chair, his face radiating impatience. Old AI, you finally made it over. This damn lab is impossible to get into. All these security checkpoints back and forth nearly drove me crazy. Professor AI glanced at him, his expression resigned. Old Su, didn't I tell you? I was in the middle of discussing a collaboration with Mr. Wang from a company. You didn't even call ahead. Showing up like this puts me in a tough spot. Is there something important you need to discuss? Professor Su glared at him, fuming. Of course it's important. If it weren't urgent, do you think I'd be rushing over like this? Don't you know my temperament by now? This time it's a truly monumental matter, something that will absolutely leave you speechless. Professor AI looked skeptical. Can it really be that dramatic? You old codger, you're just blowing smoke. What is it, exactly? This isn't something I can explain in a few words. Come with me to my lab, and you'll see. This will absolutely transform our entire virtual reality industry. Professor Su declared with unwavering conviction. Come on, old Su, cut the nonsense. I'm in the middle of contract negotiations with Mr. Wang right now. How could I possibly go to your lab at this moment? How about this wait here for me for an hour, okay? Wait an hour. Once I've finalized the contract details, I'll head to the lab with you. Professor AI couldn't help but interject. Leaving Mr. Wang hanging already made him feel terribly guilty. If he were to abandon Mr. Wang now and accompany Professor Su to the lab, the entire collaboration would likely be off the table. Professor AI thought he'd already made significant concessions. Yet the impatient Professor Su pressed relentlessly. No, absolutely not. Forget about your so-called Mr. Wang. You can squeeze money out of him anytime. But this matter is truly crucial. I'm telling you this now, and you probably think I'm just blowing smoke. But you'll see for yourself when you get there. Professor AI grew somewhat impatient with Professor Su's persistence. Su, why can't you just understand what I'm saying? Even if some big-name academic publishes a paper, doesn't it matter if we see it later? Why are you dragging me over there? What exactly are you trying to accomplish? And what do you mean by making a quick buck?
Mr. Wang wants to use virtual reality technology to promote our Dragon Nation's traditional culture. That's why he came to my lab seeking genuine collaboration.
Do I look like the kind of person who chases after money?
University professors earn decent salaries, and research funding is covered by the Dragon Nation.
But people aren't saints, after all.
We all have desires and needs that require money. Therefore, many university professors collaborate with companies on projects of practice that's entirely above board.
But when Professor Su called it making a quick buck, Professor AI felt a bit annoyed.
Just as the two were locked in a heated argument, a sudden sound of footsteps abruptly interrupted their quarrel.
Tap.
Mr. Wang, impeccably dressed in a suit, appeared before them.
Professor AI, this must be your old friend, Professor Su, right? Long time no meet, Professor Su.
He smiled warmly at Professor Su, extending his hand politely in a gesture of greeting.
You're the Mr. Wang he mentioned?
Professor Su paused slightly, but Xuanji extended her hand and shook Mr. Wang's.
As the saying goes, you don't bite the hand that feeds you.
Seeing Mr. Wang's incredibly affable demeanor, even though Professor Su felt extremely anxious inside, he wouldn't do anything impolite.
Yes, allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Wang, and I'm the chief executive of Morningstar Games.
Mr. Wang smiled warmly and said,
To be perfectly honest, Professor Su, I've been fascinated by our Dragon Nation's traditional culture since childhood and have dedicated myself to studying it.
Unfortunately, perhaps due to a lack of natural aptitude, I've only ever reached the level of an enthusiast. I might say I know a little about the Book of Changes in traditional opera, but it really is just a little. Now that I'm a game producer, my goal is simple, to use emerging technologies like VR to spark greater interest in our traditional culture among the youth of Dragon Nation. I want to encourage them to engage with it more willingly, striving to prevent these fading traditions from disappearing entirely.
Currently, we're facing some technical challenges with visual focus, which is why I came to consult Professor AI. He outlined his original aspirations and hopes to Professor Su. After listening, Professor Su's expression shifted slightly, a hint of respect appearing on his face. In that case, I've misunderstood. Your vision aligns with his. How about this, you and Professor AI join me for a visit to my lab? If you truly have such aspirations, I trust you won't mind a slight delay. After all, good things come to those who wait. As a seasoned university professor, Professor Su possessed a keen ability to read people. Judging from their recent conversation, he was 80% certain that Mr. Wang hadn't been speaking insincerely, every word was genuine. What exactly aligns with his perspective? Yet Professor AI did catch the him in Professor Su's words, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Old Su. Who exactly are you referring to? A genius, an absolute, unquestionable genius. Professor Su's eyes flashed with admiration. Let me put it this way, old AI. You've done considerable research in visual dynamic focusing, I must admit that much. But his techniques in dynamic focusing and eye tracking are at least a decade ahead of yours, and that's just a fraction of the technologies he's pioneered. 10 years? Professor Su's words left both Professor AI and CEO Wang speechless. Professor Su, are you really aware of what you're saying? A flash of doubt flickered in Professor AI's eyes. He then stood up, circled his old friend carefully, and after scrutinizing him, asked in confusion. You don't look like you're sick or anything, do you? Old Su, what's this? He held up 3 fingers. Get lost. I'm not senile yet, I know exactly what I'm saying. Get that damn hand of yours off me. I know you don't believe me, and that's perfectly normal because I didn't quite believe it myself at first. No point in arguing. Just come with me. Professor Su glared at his old friend. I'm just worried you might slip up and forget yourself. Regardless, I still think your claim of 10 years is an exaggeration. Professor AI replied skeptically. Our entire virtual reality industry has only been developing for a few years, barely over a decade, right? How could any technology possibly be 10 years ahead of my dynamic visual focus technology? You just have to make a sensational statement to get attention, don't you? Professor Su grew impatient. I told you, talking about it won't help. Just come with me and you'll understand everything. Why can't you grasp what I'm saying? How many years have we known each other? Would I deceive you? Or do you need me to swear on our friendship? Will you only come with me after I make that vow? Professor AI glanced at Mr. Wang, a flicker of thought crossing his mind. That won't be necessary. Mr. Wang, why don't we go together? If there really is some fundamental innovation or breakthrough, it should be a good thing for the game you're developing. If his old friend said so, it must be something important. Refusing to go now would be a complete lack of respect for an old friend. Fine. Much to Professor AI's surprise, Mr. Wang agreed promptly. Good things take time, and seeing more can't hurt. Then we'll be counting on Professor Su. Professor Su nodded with satisfaction, then shot Professor AI a displeased look. Old AI, look at him.
Mr. Wang, a businessman, is far more decisive than you, an academic.
Aren't you embarrassed? Me? Professor AI offered an awkward smile while curiosity began to stir within him. What kind of major event could possibly earn such high praise from an old friend? Chapter 184, Why didn't you say he was a kindergarten teacher?
Mr. Wang, Professor Su, and Professor AI got into the car and headed straight for Professor Su's lab.
During the ride, Professor Su didn't idle.
Seizing a moment, he dialed several more calls to his old friends in the virtual reality research field, instructing them to gather at his lab.
Old Su, what's this all about? Is it legit? I heard Old Lee got your call too? What's the big deal here?
Old Su, don't get all worked up and scare us.
Alright, I'll be right there. Right away.
The other old comrades initially expressed skepticism and confusion when they received the calls. But hearing Professor Su's urgent tone, they ultimately decided to trust him and set off immediately for his lab.
Professor AI, sitting in the back seat, couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and asked doubtfully. Old Su, what exactly did you discover? Is it really worth all this commotion? Absolutely. Professor Su's tone was resolute, his expression stern. Even if I told you everything now, you wouldn't believe it. You'll only understand once you see the actual object. Just hang on a bit longer. We should be arriving soon. As the traffic light ahead turned green, Old Su fell silent and pressed down on the accelerator. Roar!
Amidst the roar of the engine, the sedan sped off toward the lab, trailing a cloud of dust.
This Old Su sure knows how to beat around the bush. Seriously.
Professor AI muttered to himself, then glanced at Mr. Wang beside him and apologized. Mr. Wang, I'm truly sorry to have you tag along on this trip today.
Oh, there's no need to apologize.
Any breakthrough in our virtual reality industry is huge news for us too.
I'm thrilled. Why would you feel bad about it? Ha!
Mr. Wang waved his hand dismissively, flashing a hearty smile.
Phew, finally back.
Please, no mishaps. Professor Su took a deep breath, his heart tightening as he surveyed the laboratory before him. Although he had confirmed countless times before leaving that the files were backed up and stored on different servers. But upon returning, a flicker of anxiety still crept into her heart, fearing that a single oversight might lead to data loss.
But then again, life isn't a movie. Where would all those unexpected incidents come from?
Phew, as long as everything goes smoothly, haha. Professor Su opened the prepared file, and a smile finally touched his lips.
Old AI, you'll soon understand why I'm so excited. Our virtual reality technology industry is about to undergo a revolutionary transformation. Earth-shattering.
Staring at the encrypted file before him, Professor AI couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. His old buddy really had a way with words.
Was this document the surprise he'd been talking about?
I thought it might be some groundbreaking new discovery worthy of a Nobel Prize.
Professor AI couldn't help but mutter to himself. It's just a file.
At best, it might have a minor impact on some technical details.
How could it possibly be earth-shattering? Heh, I know you're skeptical.
Professor Su shot his old friend a glance, instantly reading his thoughts.
He chuckled and said, once those old codgers arrive, you'll understand everything.
After waiting a while in Professor Su's lab, they finally saw the people Professor Su had invited along the way.
Old Su, what's the big secret you're keeping? You even got Old Lee to come? Old Zhao, you're here too. You weren't all invited by Old Su alone, were you? What exactly is he up to?
Those invited by Professor Su were undoubtedly the pillars of Longke's virtual reality industry, possessing profound expertise in this field. They often know each other personally. So after a brief exchange, everyone suddenly realized Professor Su hadn't just contacted one person, he'd practically summoned the entire virtual reality tech community.
That Old Su really is something. I asked him about it on the phone, but he wouldn't say a word. Exactly.
He's been acting all mysterious, insisting he can only talk about it in person.
I've got a feeling this probably isn't anything reliable. I actually had an academic seminar this afternoon. Sigh, looks like I'll have to miss it today. Yeah, I had plans this afternoon too. There's no way I'll make it now.
With lingering doubts in their minds, the group entered Professor Su's lab together. As soon as they stepped inside, they saw Professor Su, Professor AI, and Mr. Wang sitting in front of the computer.
Who is this?
The professors all turned their questioning gazes toward Mr. Wang.
Most present knew each other well, and Professor AI was an old acquaintance to them all.
Only this Mr. Wang seemed entirely unfamiliar.
Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Wang, and I'm the chief executive of Morningstar Entertainment.
I'm here at Professor Su's invitation. Mr. Wang chuckled and briefly explained his purpose to the assembled professors.
The professors immediately turned their skeptical gazes toward Professor Su. Old Su, you wouldn't be pulling our leg by calling this Mr. Wang the surprise you promised us, would you? Are you just messing with us? That Old Su always makes such a big fuss about everything. Could it really be that this so-called Mr. Wang was the reason they'd all been gathered here? If that's the case, it's downright disappointing. Of course not, ha. Professor Su chuckled, glancing at Professor AI beside him. Mr. Wang was originally invited by old AI. I just happened to bring him along when I invited AI over. He's not the focus of our meeting this time. It's this. Suddenly, he moved his arm and pointed his finger at a document projected onto the large screen. Now that everyone's here, I won't keep you in suspense. Let's get straight to the point. Take a look at what's on the screen. This document has the potential to revolutionize the virtual reality technology industry. Everyone, take a look. Professor Su hit the enter key, then folded his arms behind his back with a smug look, smiling as he watched the crowd, waiting for the professor's astonished reactions. After all, many of the technologies outlined here could be described as exceptionally forward-thinking and epoch-making. To call it earth-shattering is no exaggeration. When I first saw it, my jaw literally dropped. These old-timers must be feeling the same way, right? But, Old Su, what the heck are you up to? Yeah, why is there nothing here? Seriously, Old Su, what exactly are you trying to show us? A chorus of puzzled voices echoed through the lab as the professor stared blankly at Professor Su. Ha! Professor Su froze for a moment before looking up in confusion. Only then did he notice the screen was completely blank, not a single useful piece of information in sight. What was going on? Professor Su slapped his forehead. Once he realized what had happened, his expression turned awkward. Ah, my apologies, everyone. I saved it with password protection earlier and forgot to enter the password. My bad, my bad. A rather awkward smile touched his lips. Then, his fingers danced across the keyboard as he typed the prepared password into the computer. That should do it. Take another look, everyone. Ha ha. Old Su, can we even trust you? After that little incident, the professors who already harbored plenty of doubts grew even more suspicious. Their eyes fixed on Professor Su were filled with distrust. What could possibly be so valuable in this file? They cast their skeptical gazes toward the screen. Then, is this stereoscopic rendering technology? I've been researching this very field recently, using engine construction. This idea is genius. I've been experimenting with infrared eye tracking for a while now, but it's still a long way from practical implementation. But if we follow the method described above, it might actually be ready in just a month. Unbelievable. Where on earth did this technology come from? After the professors finished reading the document, they were so stunned they couldn't even close their mouths. Though the document wasn't large, the information it contained was terrifyingly vast. These professors were veterans of the virtual reality industry. Their discernment was razor sharp. Almost at a glance, they recognized the terrifying value of these technologies. Without exaggeration, it addressed virtually every technical challenge in the VR industry and provided exceptionally detailed solutions. While not every solution might be practical, the sheer scope was astonishing enough. Professor Su, could all this possibly be your work? After a moment of stunned silence, everyone's attention refocused on the figure behind Professor Su. Each face now wore a look of astonishment and disbelief. They knew Professor Su's caliber. He was undoubtedly a top-tier figure in the industry of the Dragon Nation. But the problem was that the technology here was simply too advanced. Even if Professor Su had a sudden burst of inspiration, it was impossible for him to research so many experimental results all at once, right? This was like cheating. Exchanging glances among themselves, the colleagues' eyes betrayed equal parts astonishment and disbelief. When did Old Su become so formidable? Professor Su sensed their thoughts and let a smile play at the corners of his mouth. Ha! What are you all thinking? Of course, these technologies aren't mine. Not yours? Then whose? Hearing Professor Su's response, the assembled professors all breathed a sigh of relief. Of course it wasn't his. That made perfect sense. But immediately afterward, everyone's expressions turned puzzled once more. Even if it wasn't Professor Su's original work, surely someone had researched it first before it ended up in his hands? So where exactly did these technologies come from? Old Su, where on earth did you get this stuff? I just reviewed the latest SCI papers yesterday. There were one or two related to our virtual reality field, but their combined value doesn't hold a candle to this document of yours. Professor Zhao couldn't help but ask. Professor AI, standing beside Professor Su, also looked at his old friend with a puzzled expression. Yeah, Old Su. Where on earth did you dig up all this stuff? Stop keeping us in suspense. Could it be one of our academicians at the Dragon Academy? But that doesn't make sense either. I don't recall our virtual reality field ever producing an academician. A faint smile touched Professor Su's lips as he replied. Don't worry. Now you understand why I was so eager to gather you all here, right? Ha! Mr. AI, you were the first person I called. Yet you still pulled that stunt. If I hadn't insisted on dragging you here, you wouldn't have seen this document today. Now you understand my intentions, right? This man, he holds a grudge. When he rushed to the lab looking for this guy surnamed AI, the bastard actually gave him the cold shoulder. Now, finally, it was time for payback. A hint of reckless glee crept into Professor Su's smile. Professor AI's smile turned awkward as he stammered guiltily. I just didn't know the situation, you see? Old Sue, stop keeping us in suspense. Where on earth did you get this technology? Could it be, not from one of our Longke Academy academicians, but from some big shot who returned from overseas? Professor Sue shook his head with a smile and said, neither. It's a student, or rather, a freshman. A student? And a freshman, no less? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Hearing Professor Sue's words, the few people present froze in place, their expressions twisting into something akin to the agony of constipation. Especially Professor AI, who couldn't help but roll his eyes. Old Sue, can't you just be serious for once? Besides, I only left you hanging for a little while. Didn't I come over to you in the end? Is it really worth getting so angry? Why not just say it was done by a 2-year-old in kindergarten? The surrounding professors all wore expressions that screamed, "Are you kidding me?" as they looked at Professor Sue with exasperation. Old Sue, do you really need to hold a grudge like that? We're all waiting here, can you please stop joking around? Your story won't fool us old-timers, let alone outsiders. What could a freshman possibly know? Chapter 185, New Developments. This wasn't because the professors in the lab lacked insight. After all, from a normal person's perspective, a freshman hasn't even finished their first year of college. Forget about making any concrete achievements in a specific field, just passing their courses would be impressive enough. Combined with Professor Sue's earlier attitude, anyone would assume he was just joking, right? Old Sue, stop messing with us. We're all on pins and needles waiting for answers, just tell us already. Professor AI pressed his hand to his forehead and couldn't help but say, I'll apologize to you, okay? I really shouldn't have kept you waiting, I should have rushed back to the lab with you. Is that satisfactory? Just tell us already, where did these technical data come from? Hearing Professor AI's apology, a delighted smile spread across Professor Sue's lips. Ha! You old rascal! Ha! Apologizing, huh? Ha ha! What are you laughing at? Professor AI was a bit baffled, unsure why Professor Sue was laughing. What am I laughing at? I'm laughing at you, of course. Ha! Professor Sue's smile grew even broader, lasting a full 5 or 6 seconds before he finally composed himself and said earnestly, I wasn't joking with you, and you certainly don't need to apologize to me. The source of these experimental technical data is a freshman currently enrolled at Longke University in our capital city. He was actually introduced to me by old Joan. At first, my reaction was the same as yours, I didn't believe he had any real talent. But then, it just goes to show that the new generation is pushing the old aside. Sometimes we old-timers really can't keep up with these young folks. Professor Sue outlined the sequence of events to the assembled professors. The expressions of the others present also turned somewhat inexplicably. So you're saying it was truly this young man named Lu Yu who sent you the data? Professor AI couldn't help but ask again. Having worked closely with Professor Sue for so long, he could clearly see the seriousness on his face. It didn't look like he was lying or joking. But this matter was simply too astonishing to comprehend. Even Professor AI, with his extensive experience, found it hard to believe that an 18-year-old college student could develop a technological system capable of revolutionizing the entire field of virtual reality. Well, of course. I called you all here not only to share these technologies. There's another matter that requires immediate attention. Handling it alone would be quite challenging for me. Professor Sue said slowly. What? Professor AI and the other experts hadn't yet recovered from the shock of the moment, their expressions still somewhat dazed. Professor Sue paused briefly before continuing. First, we need to verify the feasibility of some of the technologies here. Although I believe the vast majority of these technologies can be applied to our practical implementation. But we must prepare for any eventuality. Wouldn't you agree? He turned his head slowly, glancing at the other professors with a look that sought their input. Well, of course we need to verify it. The others nodded in agreement. Beyond that, we also need to explore how best to present these technologies. The reason our friend Lu has invested so much effort into our virtual reality industry is to better disseminate our Xia nation's culture and amplify its influence abroad. This is a grand vision. It cannot be achieved by just 1 or 2 individuals. Considering other factors, even the scientific community alone won't suffice. Therefore, we will likely need to leverage the connections of everyone present here to engage with individuals in the entertainment industry. Professor Sue explained his vision. I see. Upon grasping Lu Yu's vision, the assembled professors' expressions instantly turned solemn with profound respect. Achieving such technological breakthroughs is already an extraordinary feat, but what commands even greater admiration is that Lu Yu's ambitions extend far beyond this. He aims to empower Longke with significantly enhanced cultural outreach capabilities. However, some professors look troubled. The concept is truly remarkable. If it succeeds, it will undoubtedly be etched into the annals of Dragon Nation's cinematic history. But relying solely on R is a bit challenging. To achieve cultural export, we need to create a film imbued with traditional Chinese culture using virtual reality technology.
Technology is undoubtedly a major hurdle to achieving this goal. After all, given the current state of virtual reality technology in Dragon Country, without considering Luyu's technology, rendering and capacity remain insurmountable hurdles. However, this is by no means the sole obstacle to achieving this goal. To create truly influential works, beyond technical prowess, the inherent appeal of the content itself is an equally vital factor. If the script or film itself lacks appeal, even the most astonishing virtual reality technology can only spark a fleeting wave of technical excitement. It might draw a crowd of curiosity seekers eager to experience the novelty of the technology, but few will truly engage with the film or its narrative. And that certainly doesn't amount to what we call cultural export. Yeah, we're all just folks hanging around in the research world. I've collaborated with a few entrepreneurs at most, but I don't really know many people in the film industry. Sigh, same here. At best, I could offer some assistance with technical validation. But connections? I've got none. After a brief exchange, a look of unease spread across the professors' faces. Indeed, this is quite a challenge for us. Professor Su sighed, his expression turning somewhat disheartened. He understood the look of unease on their faces. They were all engaged in academic research. While professors at prestigious universities undoubtedly had connections, these were primarily confined to the academic sphere. They knew virtually none of the directors, screenwriters, or actors within the entertainment industry. Asking them to leverage their connections to invite these individuals was indeed a bit of a stretch. However, just then, a deep voice suddenly rang out. What a coincidence! I actually know a few big-name directors in the film industry. Ha! How about this considerate paying back a favor to Professor Su? I'll introduce all the directors I know to you and that Luyu. What do you say? The professor's gazes turned toward the source of the voice. The speaker was none other than Mr. Wang, the head of Morningstar Games, the very person they had mistakenly misunderstood at the beginning. Mr. Wang, you really have a solution? Professor AI asked cautiously. To be perfectly honest, several of my friends work in the entertainment industry. I won't claim they've achieved anything remarkable, but they do have some connections. A faint smile touched the corner of Mr. Wang's lips as he replied slowly. Actually, you shouldn't think those big-name directors are impossible to approach. After all, they're all in the entertainment industry. It's only natural they have some artistic aspirations. But they also hold deep respect for people like you with academic expertise. I'm confident that once you meet these big-name directors, explain your filmmaking vision, and demonstrate your latest breakthroughs in virtual reality technology, you won't even need to make any demands. These directors will be lining up to collaborate with you. Ha ha. Earlier, when discussing the technology, Mr. Wang didn't interrupt once. After all, this isn't his area of expertise. Those intricate technical parameters are truly beyond his comprehension. Interrupting recklessly would likely just make a fool of himself. Then, the conversation shifted to this topic and now he had plenty to say. Really? Professor Su was skeptical too. I've heard some big-name directors have rather peculiar temperaments. Their demands are anything but ordinary? Can our technology alone really make them come running to make movies? Mr. Wang laughed heartily and said. Absolutely. Professor Su, you can rest assured. Artists like them, who among them doesn't want to create something truly meaningful? Not necessarily to go down in history, but at least to leave a mark. Alright, I'll reach out to my childhood friend right away. Once you have a tech demo ready, I'll have him reach out to several big-name directors he knows. No need for any pitch, just let them experience it firsthand. You'll absolutely feel what passion means. His words carried unwavering certainty, brimming with confidence. And this confidence wasn't unfounded. Though Mr. Wang was a game producer, different fields are worlds apart. The gap between gaming and film is enormous. But when it comes to human nature, he sees right through it. Using virtual reality technology to create China's first immersive experience that carries traditional Chinese culture and exports it overseas. To put it dramatically, if this succeeded, it would undoubtedly be a work worthy of being recorded in history. What director wouldn't be tempted by such an opportunity? Alright, thank you very much. Professor Su's gaze toward President Wang now held an added note of gratitude. Well, Professor Su, please give our Sincerity Games company a chance when the time comes, haha. Promoting our nation's traditional culture isn't limited to film alone. Games are also an excellent medium for cultural outreach. Mr. Wang chuckled, his words brimming with implication. Understood. Professor Su and Professor AI beside him smiled as well. Mr. Wang had initially approached Professor AI precisely to collaborate with his lab, aiming to integrate dynamic focusing technology into their virtual reality games. Moreover, the core objective was to integrate Dragon Nation's traditional culture with virtual reality gaming. Their ideas had collided perfectly. Professor Su was confident that if Luyu knew about this, he would definitely approve of sharing the technology with Mr. Wang. Moreover, as Mr. Wang rightly pointed out, applying virtual reality to film was merely one avenue among many. Gaming represented another exceptionally promising channel for cultural export. In fact, considering the vast youth demographic, games could even prove more effective than films for reaching them.
After all, how many young people today don't enjoy gaming? Moreover, since video games are currently the primary application for virtual reality technology, integrating the two not only significantly boosts appeal but also fully unleashes the interactive experience, a unique strength of virtual reality. Longke University Faculty Apartments. Sigh. I wonder how things are progressing with Professor Zhong and the others. Lu Yu sighed silently, his expression tinged with resignation. After organizing the technical details in his mind and sending them to Professor Su, he returned to a state of idleness. Leisure for most people, it was undoubtedly a precious time they longed for. But for him, it was nothing short of torture. Being unable to delve into his own projects or advance Longwa's scientific research capabilities was an immense torment. Now, aside from reading books and taking time to reflect, there was truly little else he could do. Just then, a phone rang unexpectedly in the room. Ring, ring. Who could it be? Could it be Professor Su? Could they have already found new results so quickly? A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Yu's eyes as he glanced at the name displayed on the screen. Old Zhong? Has the research team made any new progress? Lu Yu hurriedly answered the call and asked curiously. Hello, Old Zhong, what's going on? Ha, junior colleague. I have some good news to share. A smile lit up Old Zhong's eyes as he spoke. We've made significant progress in identifying our mole. You might even be able to return soon, you know. You must be bored stiff these days, right? Progress? Lu Yu's heart stirred slightly. A complex mix of emotions flashed in his eyes, both delighted and tense, as he asked. That's wonderful. Have we found any leads? Could it be someone from our project team who leaked the information? The joy, naturally, stemmed from the significant progress in identifying the mole. Perhaps soon he could return to the Exoskeleton Research Center and resume his work. As for the nervousness, it was because he feared that the mole might be someone from their project team. The researchers in the project team were all colleagues who had worked day and night alongside him. If it really was one of them, Lu Yu would likely feel an indescribable ache in his heart. Chapter 186, Too Slow. We still need more time to verify exactly who it is. However, based on the current findings, it's unlikely to be someone from our project team. Old Zhong smiled faintly, offering reassurance. He understood Lu Yu's feelings perfectly well. In fact, his own thoughts mirrored hers. If someone from the project team had indeed caused a direct problem, it would mean two things. First, the scientific review department would be utterly derelict in its duties. Second, discovering that a colleague they worked alongside every day was actually a mole for Eagle Nation would deal a blow to the other researchers that would be anything but minor. Fortunately, based on the current information, this possibility was not very likely. Because Eagle Nation was unaware that Dragon Nation possessed controllable nuclear fusion technology, they merely mistakenly believed Dragon Nation was developing some kind of high-intensity nuclear weapon. If the leak truly originated from an internal researcher within the project team, Eagle Nation would likely have pinpointed the exact location of the Yenshan base, let alone misjudged the nature of the research technology. So, in a way, this could be considered a silver lining in an unfortunate situation. Phew, that's a relief. Listening to Old Zhong's words, Lu Yu finally exhaled deeply, his expression relaxing once more. Alright, for now, focus on developing that concept you just proposed. Once we root out the mole, you can return to our project team and continue advancing the next phase of research. Old Zhong instructed. Before the mole was exposed, sending Lu Yu into the lab would be far too dangerous. However, the danger was primarily to the laboratory itself. But Lu Yu's personal safety also faced significant risks. Therefore, no matter how you look at it, it was impossible to allow Lu Yu to return directly to her post before the mole was found. Yes, Old Zhong, I understand. Lu Yu smiled faintly and nodded. How could he not see that Old Zhong was looking out for his best interests? Ha, I'm glad you understand. Old Zhong smiled too, then changed the subject. By the way, did you get any leads from your conversation with Professor Su? Old Su has a rather peculiar personality. I hope he didn't give you a hard time? Rest assured, Old Zhong. Lu Yu hesitated briefly before speaking plainly. Professor Su was indeed skeptical at first about my ability to elevate our nation's virtual reality technology to a new level. However, after I demonstrated some of the technologies I've developed, he finally came around to believing me. I've already sent the technical documentation. However, theory is one thing, translating it into practical implementation will undoubtedly take time. Facing old Master Zhong, who was both mentor and friend, Lu Yu felt no need to withhold anything. He laid out the entire situation for old Master Zhong. After listening, a faint smile appeared on Master Zhong's face. Ha, excellent. Since they've all said your technology shouldn't have any major issues, it looks like it's almost certain to succeed. Alright, I'll report this to the higher-ups shortly and share your ideas with them. I'm confident they'll support your plan. Enhancing the soft power of the Dragon Nation has always been one of the goals for many in the higher-ups. Old Zhong was confident that once they learned of Lu Yu's ideas, not only would there be no obstruction whatsoever, but they would instead offer strong backing. Alright, Old Zhong. Thank you very much. Lu Yu didn't hesitate to agree immediately. To achieve the technological breakthroughs he envisioned, relying solely on his own efforts would be impossible.
He would undoubtedly require the full backing of the nation's resources.
That's settled then. After exchanging a few more brief words, both Zhang Lao and Lu Yu hung up the phone in perfect unspoken agreement.
Longke University, Exoskeleton Equipment Research Center.
Professor Zhong, what are you doing here?
Su Xiaoxiao approached old man Zhong, hesitated for a moment, then asked.
Nothing much.
I just called Lu Yu to share our good news, ha.
Professor Zhong chuckled and inquired. What's the matter? How did the test results turn out?
Su Xiaoxiao sighed and shook her head. Overall, it wasn't exactly smooth. After the Germanic bio-neuron team joined us, we did achieve a significant breakthrough in the bionics technology module.
However,
in our latest round of experiments, we still encountered an old problem we don't know how to handle. Su Xiaoxiao said with a hint of helplessness.
Is it the power control issue? Old Zhong frowned and asked.
Su Xiaoxiao saw no need to hide it and nodded directly.
Our power control technology has always been unstable.
Especially after switching from mechanical operation to the neural system, the performance has deteriorated significantly. Just now, we only tested it for less than 10 minutes, and we already experienced 2 or 3 instances of power control malfunction. Fortunately, we were in the lab, so no one was injured. If this had happened on the battlefield or even during a formal combat test, it would have been disastrous.
Especially with the power chain.
Su Xiaoxiao relayed everything that had just happened directly to old Zhong. As he listened, old Zhong's brow furrowed deeper and deeper.
This is indeed a problem we cannot ignore. If this continues, we may run out of time.
Alright, I'll call Minister Sun shortly to see if he has any solutions.
Su Xiaoxiao nodded lightly, She then exited the control room, leaving old Zhong alone.
Sigh, one problem after another. Old Zhong sighed softly, his expression tinged with resignation. If Lu Yu were here, he might come up with some ingenious solution to the current problem. But before the mole was identified, there was no way Lu Yu could return so soon. Otherwise, it would pose a significant risk both to Lu Yu's personal safety and to the security of the entire project. Therefore, the immediate priority remained swiftly identifying the mole. Old Zhong sighed deeply, slowly pulling out his phone and dialing Minister Sun's number.
Ring.
After a few rings, Minister Sun finally heard the call and answered.
Hello, Minister Sunday. What's the latest?
Time was of the essence, so old Zhong skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point.
We've made another discovery.
Minister Sun knew exactly what old Zhong was asking and replied immediately. We should be able to narrow down the scope of the mole even further.
It's likely within our field operations department.
According to our technician's path tracing, we discovered that a week ago, a member within the department repeatedly accessed core database materials through unauthorized program paths.
Moreover,
Minister Sun shared the newly uncovered information with old Zhong without holding anything back.
So the broad scope has essentially been narrowed down? It's someone within that department? Minister Zhong asked. Minister Sun nodded emphatically and replied, yes.
Next, we will conduct a thorough investigation within this department.
I'm confident we'll see results soon.
Old Zhong exhaled deeply and smiled.
Very well. With your assurance, Minister Sun, I can rest easy.
Without my junior colleague in our project team these past few days, the entire experiment's progress has truly slowed down considerably. Each new breakthrough often takes 3 or 4 days to achieve. At this point, old Zhong suddenly seemed to realize something, and his words trailed off. His expression shifted slightly, his face growing complex.
What's wrong, old Zhong? Has something happened?
Suddenly noticing complete silence on the other end of the line, Director Sun feared an accident had occurred and urgently inquired.
Nothing, Minister Sun. It's just, never mind. A wry smile touched the corner of old Zhong's mouth.
For a moment, he didn't know how to express the complex emotions churning within him. In the end, he simply shook his head and said nothing. Lately, he'd felt the project's research pace had slowed to a crawl. If the earlier pace had been like Usain Bolt sprinting 100 meters blazing fast, incredibly swift. Often, 2 or 3 bottlenecks, sometimes even more, could be overcome in a single day. Now, however, it felt like a snail, inching toward the finish line. Compared to the previous research experience, calling it a world of difference would be no exaggeration. More than one researcher had already voiced complaints about the recent slowdown in experimental progress, wondering if they could possibly make it in time.
But the question is the current pace of research truly slow? Breaking through a minor bottleneck in just 3 or 4 days.
This pace was once a dream come true. If you compare this pace to that of a research project just a year ago. This is precisely why old Zhong, mid-sentence, suddenly let slip a wry smile. He suddenly realized that the entire experimental team seemed to have adapted to, grown accustomed to, and even become somewhat dependent on Lu Yu's pace. With Lu Yu on the team, they could charge through once insurmountable peaks like a steamroller, effortlessly securing final experimental results. But without Lu Yu, the project's progress instantly hit slow motion play. Even after slowing down, the pace was still undeniably faster than before. But because everyone in the experimental group had grown accustomed to Lu Yu's pace, the current research progress still felt as slow as a snail crawling.
Still, this was merely a minor observation from old Zhong.
He saw no need to share these musings with Minister Sun.
All right.
In any case, we'll definitely push forward as quickly as possible on our end. Though completely baffled, Minister Sun saw that old Zhong wasn't going to elaborate and didn't press further, steering the conversation back to work matters.
All right, then it's in your hands.
If Lu Yu could rejoin our research team, it would significantly elevate the quality of our experiments. Old Zhong emphasized solemnly. After discussing plans to uncover the mole for a while longer, old Zhong suddenly remembered something and changed the subject.
Oh, right, Minister Sun.
During his recent period of recuperation at home, Lu Yu has been tinkering with a new plan.
Oh? Minister Sun raised an eyebrow, his expression relaxing once more.
That guy really can't sit still for a single day.
Tell me, what brilliant idea has he come up with this time? How much research funding does he need?
Ever since they discovered Lu Yu's talent, nearly half of the entire Dragon Nation's research funding over the past year had been poured into that kid.
But spending that money? That's no small joy.
Lately, numerous university presidents had come to him complaining bitterly. They claim the funding allocated by the organization is too meager to support further scientific research. But Minister Sun has been dodging the issue, deflecting the university president's concerns. Meanwhile, the research funding allocated to Lu Yu continues uninterrupted, not a penny short.
The reason is quite simple.
If the same money were spent on those universities, a full 60% would likely be squandered on watered-down research papers. On the surface, it might seem like countless papers and research outcomes are produced each year, but in the end, the number that actually translates into tangible results is likely less than 1 in 10.
Can this truly yield useful research outcomes?
Yes, but very little.
In fact, spending it on watered-down papers is still the better outcome.
Sometimes, the nation pours massive research funds into nurturing a talent, only for that talent to immediately defect to another country. It's as if the Dragon Nation squanders its own research funds to train talent for its rivals.
One word sums it up: loss. But when that same research funding is invested in Lu Yu, the returns are nothing short of extraordinary.
Controlled nuclear fusion technology, photonic quantum chips, artificial mechanical kidneys, and the upcoming exoskeleton equipment technology.
Which of these isn't a monumental technology capable of reshaping the nation's destiny?
This money was well worth spending. So when he heard old Zhong mention Lu Yu had a new idea, Minister Sun's first reaction was pure delight. Old Zhong smiled slowly.
It's not really about the funding.
Lately, he hasn't had much on his plate, so he's been conducting extensive research into virtual reality technology. It should elevate our nation's current VR capabilities to a whole new level.
Minister Sun froze for a moment, doubting his own ears. Virtual reality technology? He furrowed his brow, glanced at the phone in confusion, and asked, Professor Zhong, are you joking with me? He's not in that field, why would he suddenly start researching virtual reality technology? Isn't that leap a bit too big? Chapter 187, Escaped. Is he really researching virtual reality technology? Of course, Minister Sun.
Old Zhong gave a resigned smile and replied slowly, would I ever joke about something like this with you? Not only is he researching virtual reality technology, he's already made significant progress. It might soon be ready for practical application.
Old Zhong, I'm honestly at a loss for words.
Even if he were a genius, no, he's Lu Yu.
Anything is possible.
After fully comprehending old Master Zhong's response, Minister Sun's expression froze for a moment. After processing it, a helpless, wry smile crept onto his lips. If it were anyone else, even if Zhong Lao himself said it, he'd find it hard to believe. But the problem is, this person is Lu Yu. The Lu Yu who had created countless miracles. For someone like him, developing virtual reality technology across disciplines in such a short time didn't seem particularly extraordinary. After all, the miracles Lu Yu had created up to this point were simply too numerous to count. Why would he suddenly decide to research virtual reality technology? After a brief moment of stunned silence, a look of doubt crept back into Director Sun's expression. Virtual reality technology, though nearly a decade old since its emergence, significant technical barriers still exist. Even if breakthroughs are achieved, they're likely to be limited in scope. Moreover, its practical applications in everyday life remain exceedingly limited. Currently, beyond gaming and certain unspecified video content, it's mostly used to hype up the so-called metaverse concept. Both its market potential and future application value are unlikely to be particularly high. Therefore, Minister Sun genuinely hasn't grasped the situation. With so many worthy projects deserving further research, why focus on virtual reality technology? When Lu Yu first mentioned it to me, I actually had some doubts myself. Hearing Minister Sun's question, old Zhong's face softened into a smile as he replied calmly. But after hearing his reasoning, I must say this young man sometimes thinks more deeply than us old folks.
Oh? Minister Sun raised an eyebrow in puzzlement and asked, what do you mean?
Lately, he's been focusing on virtual reality technology. His primary goal is actually to enhance our nation's soft power, enabling us to further achieve cultural influence.
Old Zhong smiled faintly, distilling Lu Yu's ideas into a concise explanation for Minister Sun.
After listening, Minister Sun's expression turned somewhat puzzled. If this could truly be achieved as envisioned, it would indeed offer significant benefits to our nation's current situation.
But the question is, can this truly work?
As far as I know, Hollywood has long been exploring the application of virtual reality technology in large-scale film production. Yet in practice, it's proven nearly impossible to achieve. Even when sacrificing some quality, the final results can only be described as dismal.
Can our technology truly succeed?
A hint of uncertainty flickered in Minister Sun's words. Although he serves as the head of the Science Management Department, he isn't a frontline researcher.
But even if he hasn't eaten pork, hasn't he at least seen pigs run?
Virtual reality, as an emerging technology, might indeed present fewer challenges than established technologies when tackling certain problems.
But even the simplest things have their limits, right? How many days had Lu Yu been back in Dragon Nation from German Nation?
Moreover, with the current state of Dragon Nation's virtual reality technology, forget about full-length films. Even short videos lasting 10 or 20 minutes pose significant challenges to play back with guaranteed quality.
Even if a technical breakthrough were to occur.
Even if it could truly enable extended movie playback, the inherent dizziness caused by the devices themselves would remain an insurmountable obstacle for this project. If the dizziness caused by prolonged VR device wear remains unresolved, viewers would likely feel lightheaded and nauseous before finishing a single film, let alone enjoy the viewing experience.
With so many problems, has Lu Yu truly solved them all? Minister Sun, you needn't worry too much about the technical issues.
Old Zhong smiled faintly and explained.
I've already discussed this with Professor Su.
His concept, at least from a technical standpoint, shouldn't pose significant problems.
We just need to wait a little longer.
Once our nation's virtual reality technology completes its upgrade, the current problems will cease to be problems at that point.
However, there are other areas that may require assistance from the national level. With the matter laid out so plainly, Minister Sun understood completely. He smiled and said,
"Rest assured, Old Zhong. If there truly are no technical obstacles, we will spare no effort in providing support. Soft power has always been a key focus for our nation. If Lu Yu's vision can truly be realized, it will significantly elevate our country's international standing." Truthfully, when Minister Sun first learned Lu Yu was researching virtual reality technology, he felt not only puzzled but also a hint of disappointment.
Perhaps disappointment isn't entirely accurate.
In his view, virtual reality technology currently served at best as a conceptual application, offering limited potential for enhancing the nation's overall capabilities. Of course, this wasn't because Minister Sun looked down on the field of virtual reality technology. Rather, compared to the groundbreaking research achievements Lu Yu had previously produced, the potential impact of virtual reality technology seemed somewhat insignificant. However, upon learning Lu Yu's research objectives, his preconceptions were instantly shattered. If this technology could genuinely enhance Longke's soft power and cultural outreach capabilities, it would be invaluable given the nation's current circumstances. Although the higher-ups have always placed great emphasis on cultural outreach, they have consistently failed to find an effective approach. Often, substantial investments yielded only limited results, even described as twice the effort for half the reward. This had long been a source of frustration for many leaders. If Lu Yu's research can truly convey the Dragon Nation's outstanding culture and ideals overseas, it will undoubtedly bring a significant boost to the Dragon Nation's international standing and image.
Alright, then we'll trouble Minister Sun.
No trouble at all, it's all for the sake of our Dragon Nation, huh?
After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they didn't waste any more time and hung up.
Almost the moment the call ended, another ringtone sounded on Minister Sun's phone.
Ring, ring.
Minister Sun glanced down at the name displayed on his phone screen, his expression instantly turning grave.
Finally,
without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button.
Hello, this is Minister Sun. What's the situation?
After a brief pause, a heavy voice came through the receiver.
Old Sun, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?
Minister Sun's face darkened.
Cut the crap. Just tell me.
Alright, I'll cut to the chase.
The good news is we've completely sealed off the entire department.
By tracing the server paths, we've narrowed down the identity of the mole.
And the bad news?
After a slight pause on the other end of the line, the voice continued.
The bad news is that Mole seems to have sensed something was off and took leave 3 days ago.
They haven't shown up at the department since.
Now, they've vanished without a trace. Based on our personnel's assessment, they've likely already fled Kyoto.
As for whether they're still within the Dragon Nation, we can't say for certain.
After hearing the report, Director Sun's expression darkened. What? You mean the person vanished? A perfectly healthy man vanishes into thin air? What the hell are you lot doing? We never anticipated he could foresee our operation in advance. A resigned sigh echoed over the phone. This kind of work, hunting down a mole, is indeed tricky.
Although the core project teams at Yenshan Base are only 1 or 2, when you factor in the surrounding research groups and project teams associated with them,
there are far too many. We have to conduct covert investigations one by one, searching for evidence piece by piece.
If the mole got wind of the investigation and slipped away before the auditors arrived, making an early arrest would be incredibly difficult.
Are you absolutely certain he left the capital?
Minister Sun took a deep breath, forcing back his anger as he asked. He knew full well that venting his anger now would serve little purpose in the grand scheme of things. Therefore, Minister Sun redirected his focus toward the mole's identity and whereabouts.
Yes. We've preliminarily identified the mole.
His surname is Jiang, and his name is.
He was originally just an ordinary researcher in our backup management team. The vetting process before his recruitment revealed nothing unusual.
It's highly probable he abandoned his principles and chose to defect after joining. The voice on the other end of the line sounded resigned as it continued slowly. Based on his ID information, we can confirm he boarded a bullet train leaving Kyoto 3 days ago. As for why he didn't choose a flight, it was likely to avoid delays or similar issues. Facial recognition technology captured his image at 2 stations.
Therefore, we can confirm with absolute certainty that he has left Kyoto. As for whether he's left the Dragon Nation, we cannot guarantee.
Based on his ID information, he should still be within Longke's borders. However, it's also possible he used some form of illegal smuggling to leave the country. He reported the entire situation to Minister Sun.
This is a bit of a problem. Minister Sun took a deep breath and said with displeasure. You all know exactly what needs to be done. My demand is simple, whether he's within Longke's borders or abroad, he must be brought to justice.
This concerns the dignity of our nation and the safety of our researchers. There can be no room for negligence.
Understood?
Yes, Minister Sun. After hanging up, Minister Sun glanced at the clouds outside the window and couldn't help but sigh.
This is going to be a real headache. Although uncovering the identity of the mole is indeed good news.
After all, knowing their identity and confirming they'd left the capital meant we no longer needed to be on constant guard day and night.
Lu Yu could also return to the Exoskeleton Research Center.
He could focus on his research without excessive worry. This was indeed a piece of good news.
But this doesn't mean everything is settled. Regardless of the nation or organization, the stance toward traitors is fundamentally zero tolerance.
This is especially true in scientific research, a field that holds the fate of a nation's future.
Just imagine, on that flight, if not for Lu Yu's miraculous performance successfully intimidating the British officials and ultimately saving his own life, what would have happened? If that plane had actually exploded,
wouldn't the rising star of the Dragon Nation have truly?
Minister Sun furrowed his brow, unwilling to dwell on the consequences.
Therefore, no matter what, he must root out that mole. It was like a nail embedded in flesh. Even if pulling it out caused excruciating pain, one could never leave it lodged inside. In fact, it wasn't just about this one nail.
The entire research system department must undergo a thorough investigation. A certain studio in Kyoto. Action. This audition went exceptionally well. The emotional delivery was spot on. The director smiled and gave an okay sign, turning to Lumiere.
All right, as we discussed earlier, it's settled. This role is yours.
Great, thank you, director. A sweet smile blossomed on Lumiere's face.
It had been quite some time since Lu Yu left Longke, and she hadn't been idle during that period. She had been working tirelessly toward her dreams.
Keep it up, give it your all, huh? The director chuckled and said.
Polish up that son little luck of yours a bit more, and you'll have a proper version ready. In terms of quality, few TV or film ending themes in recent years have matched this standard. With some more polishing, it might even win an award someday, heh.
Chapter 188, Wang Ting's Reaction.
Thank you for your kind words, Director. I'll refine it thoroughly once I return, striving to live up to your expectations.
Hearing the director's praise, a bright smile lit up Lumiere's face as she nodded happily.
Though the production team she was currently working with was just an ordinary web series crew, nothing like a big budget production for a newcomer in the film industry like her, getting such an opportunity while still in school was already incredibly valuable.
Very well.
The director's expression softened with satisfaction as he smiled.
Keep up the good work.
Just as the two were talking, a door creaked open.
Squeak.
The room's door slowly swung open. Immediately after, a woman dressed in bright, vibrant colors and heavily made up entered, surrounded by a group of staff members.
Hello, Sister Wang.
Upon seeing the woman, Lumiere hurriedly greeted her with solemn respect.
The director also stood up, a flattering smile spreading across his face. Little Wang, have you been settling in okay with our crew lately? If you have any issues, don't hesitate to tell me. No need to be polite.
As long as it falls within my purview, I'll do my best to accommodate you, huh?
The heavily made-up woman addressed as Sister Wang flashed an impatient look. Director Lee, what on earth is going on here? Didn't I tell you?
For mineral water, I want Uni, not Nongfu Spring. These two brands look identical, but their effects on skincare are worlds apart.
Can't your staff even handle such a minor detail?
She didn't even glance at Lumia beside her, her eyes fixed intently on Director Lee, her expression demanding an explanation.
Well, Wang. Uni mineral water is a bit too expensive for our production budget. If we provided it for everyone, the costs would skyrocket.
So I thought about substituting Nongfu Spring instead.
My mistake, I didn't notice, ha.
A hint of apology flashed across Director Lee's face.
Budget too high?
Sister Wang froze for a moment, then a sneer crossed her face. Wait, when did I ever tell you to get uni for everyone?
There's only one person I specified it for. You should understand that, right?
Anyway, in my room and the lounge, only uni brand is allowed. As for what brand of water you want to provide for others, that's none of my business, and I couldn't care less. She rolled her eyes, her tone dripping with disrespect. It felt less like a conversation and more like a simple order being handed down. Yet Director Lee could only grit his teeth and apologize.
Alright, we'll do as you say. My apologies, this time I was careless.
I'll have it replaced immediately.
I promise. Sister Wang rolled her eyes again and sneered. That's more like it. Next time, pay more attention. Don't let mistakes like this happen again, understand? I've already had enough humiliation working on this crappy production, and now I have to put up with your attitude too?
Seriously. Director Lee could only stand by and placate her with gentle words, his expression equally helpless. This woman known as Sister Wang was a second-tier star in the entertainment industry in many ways, still a long way from being considered a true A-lister.
Yet she was undeniably the biggest name on this production.
In fact, she was practically the only established star who had truly made it big. The entire show's viewership and buzz were essentially carried by her alone. Precisely because of this, even Director Lee of the production team adopted a fawning attitude toward Wang Ting, fearing that any offense might anger this high-maintenance diva and jeopardize the ongoing promotional and filming efforts. Wang Ting shot a disgusted glance around the surroundings, frowning as she asked, "By the way, have you sorted out the ending theme song yet? You're supposed to be a professional production crew, seriously, you can't even handle something this minor?" Director Lee flashed a flattering smile. "Of course it's taken care of. Our tentative choice for the ending theme is Little Luck performed by Xiao Lu. I personally vetted the song's quality, no issues whatsoever. It'll definitely add the finishing touch to our drama. Add icing to the cake?" Wang Ting found it rather amusing and glanced at Lu Mier beside her. A newcomer demanding so much all day long, how ridiculous. Instead of taking the decent third female lead role, she goes and sings the ending theme, playing an extra.
"I really don't know what you're thinking."
Lu Miaowei instinctively took a step back, cautiously replying.
"Sis Wang, I just...
Forget it. I don't have time to listen to your excuses."
Wang Ting waved her hand impatiently.
"Anyway, as long as the final ending theme you deliver is up to par, that's all that matters. You can step out for now. I need to discuss a few things privately with the director."
Lu Miao bowed her head and said, "Alright, thank you for your guidance, Sister Wang."
After she slowly exited the room, the tension in her heart finally began to ease.
In small production teams like this, one's status is essentially synonymous with their standing. Even though she disliked Wang Ting's attitude,
she still had to lower her voice and agree.
"I wonder if Lu Yu has returned yet."
Lu Miao sighed softly, lifting her gaze to the azure sky as her thoughts drifted far away.
Director's room. Regarding the payment, we'll proceed as previously agreed. Any objections?
Wang Ting stood with her hands on her hips, glaring impatiently at Director Lee. "Beyond the contractually stated fee, I require an additional agreement guaranteeing at least 20% more than the stated amount."
"This was our prior arrangement, Director Lee, surely you haven't forgotten?"
"No, of course not. We agreed on this beforehand, and I certainly won't go back on my word." Director Lee forced a smile, "But we're talking about the upcoming official shoot." Wang Ting shot him a glance and snorted coldly. "Rest assured, I possess that level of professionalism. For all subsequent promotions and filming, I'll ensure every detail is executed exactly as agreed. Of course, that's contingent on you first properly meeting my demands." As a second-tier star, she had her reasons for condescending to join this web series production. On one hand, she hadn't landed any suitable roles lately and was facing cash flow issues. She was a bit short on funds. On the other hand, were naturally some undisclosed reasons. With no major investors backing this small production, she as the sole big-name star could demand an exorbitant fee. Director Lee, desperate to boost the web series' popularity and buzz, had no choice but to swallow his pride and agree. "Oh." Wang Ting suddenly remembered something and blurted out. "Get that girl to play the ending theme for me. Let me hear it. I recall she's from the Beijing Film Academy, right? She didn't even major in music. What kind of quality song could she possibly produce? You didn't just hire someone randomly to save money, did you?" She stared at Director Lee with a skeptical look. Director Lee flashed an awkward smile. "How could that be possible?" No, ha. You know what? This girl has some talent. Even though she's from Kyoto Film Academy, she actually studied both vocal music and acting during her entrance exams, and she scored pretty well in both.
I personally approve the quality of this song. Rest assured, it's absolutely 100% problem-free.
Wang Ting snorted and said slowly.
Whether there's a problem or not, just play it for me. Then we'll know everything. What are you waiting for? Play it. Director Lee asked in confusion. Right here? All right.
He unlocked his phone, scrolled through the file folders, and located the demo of Little Luck that Lumiere had sent him earlier. Then he pressed play, and the song began to play softly.
Ding.
The opening featured a gentle chord progression.
Though there were no complex or technically demanding parts, the first impression was one of remarkable smoothness.
Immediately after, the first verse began to play, rising slowly. I hear raindrops falling on the green grass, I hear the distant school bell ringing.
But I don't hear your voice, calling my name with such earnestness.
Wang Ting rested her chin in her hand, appreciating the music, a hint of surprise in her eyes.
This intro isn't half bad.
She had assumed this ending theme, whatever obscure track the director had dug up, would barely scrape by with a 40% quality rating.
But after hearing just that short snippet,
she found herself genuinely surprised. The quality of this opening section absolutely qualifies as a highly mature musical piece. If the rest didn't completely fall apart, a passing grade of 60 was practically guaranteed. As the intro slowly faded out, the chorus began to unfold. Under Lumiere's tender vocals, Little Luck reached its climax. Perhaps back then, we were too busy smiling and crying, too busy chasing shooting stars across the sky. We naturally forgot who stood silently in the rain, guarding the same spot all along. You were the luck I most wanted to hold on to, we were so close to love back then. That decision to stand against the world for me, that rain we shared together, every scene was you, pure and untainted sincerity. The more she listened, the more astonishment filled Wang Ting's eyes.
Is this really that girl's song? Did she write it herself?
Director Lee hesitated before slowly replying. Whether she wrote it herself, I don't know. She sang it herself, but it could have been produced by some music team her agency hired.
Either way, the song itself is actually pretty good. Not bad?
It's more than just not bad. Wang Ting narrowed her eyes slightly and said slowly. The quality of this song is probably among the best of all film and TV derivative tracks released this year. Once your drama airs, its popularity might not even match the song's buzz. Though she was only a second-tier star, she'd rubbed shoulders with plenty of bigwigs. Her discernment, naturally, had been honed to a high standard. Based on her judgment, judging solely by the quality of this song's intro and this climactic section, the overall quality absolutely won't be subpar.
If the latter half maintains this level of quality, it might just become one of the biggest hits in recent years.
As Director Lee and Wang Ting conversed, the song gradually built toward its second climax.
Meeting you, what a blessing. Yet I've lost the right to weep for you. May you spread your wings in skies beyond my sight and meet your destined one.
Oh, how fortunate she must be.
Lumiere's gentle vocals perfectly complement the atmosphere of Little Luck.
Though it's just a simple demo, not the full song, it already sounds remarkably polished.
See? Told you it'd be fine.
Director Lee smiled as he looked at Wang Ting.
MHM.
A hint of hesitation flashed across Wang Ting's heavily made-up face. After a moment's thought, she suddenly said,
Director Lee, could you have that girl come over for a moment? I need to talk to her about something. A meeting?
Sure.
Director Lee readily agreed. Shall I call her over now? He assumed Wang Ting wanted to discuss the song with Lumiere or offer some guidance as a senior colleague.
Such interactions were fairly common in the entertainment industry, so he didn't think much of it.
No rush. Let's wait a bit longer.
Wang Ting waved her hand and said, All right, after lunch, have her come to my room for a private chat.
Got it.
Director Lee agreed immediately.
After lunch. Luyu, have you returned to the capital yet?
After typing a few words in the chat box, Lumiere deleted them one by one. No.
Would that sound too abrupt? Forget it. Better find another way to say hello.
This feels too distant somehow.
She thought for a moment, then retyped. Back in the capital yet? Hi. Would this be better? At least it feels less distant? Yes, this is it. After a brief hesitation, she hit the enter key and sent the message.
After waiting about 2 or 3 minutes, Luyu's reply came quickly.
Yeah, I've been back for over a week now.
Sorry about that, lots going on lately, so I didn't get back to you right away. Lumiere crossed her arms, suddenly annoyed.
This blockhead is so inconsiderate. He didn't even bother to tell me he was back.
She paused, then hesitantly asked.
Are you free anytime soon? Our production team will start filming in earnest soon. Would you be interested in coming to check things out? Chapter 189, 100% correct? After sending the message, Lumiere's expression instantly turned anxious.
Her mother had always told her that girls should maintain a certain reserve around boys, that way, they'd be more likely to win the hearts of those who like them. But for some reason, when facing Luyu, Lumiere was always unable to stay calm. It was like a tranquil river surface suddenly having a large rock thrown into it. No matter how hard she tried to remain still, genuine ripples were bound to form. After waiting nervously for a moment, he cautiously added another sentence. Of course. If you're not interested, that's totally fine. We could just go shopping or grab a bite to eat. After a brief lull in the chat window, Lu Yu's reply finally arrived. Lately, I might not be able to free myself up. Let's wait a bit longer. I don't know exactly when I'll be free, but as soon as I can make time, I'll definitely let you know first. How about that? Lu Yu really had no other choice. He was curious about Lu Mier's situation on set. But with the mole's identity still unconfirmed, going out would not only cause trouble for himself but also put Lu Mier's personal safety at risk. So now was definitely not the time. Even if he really wanted to visit Lu Mier's set, he'd have to wait for some good news from old Zhong and director Sun first. Sigh. When would this life of being watched come to an end? Lu Yu couldn't help but sigh, letting out a deep lament. All right. Hearing Lu Yu's response, a hint of disappointment flashed across Lu Mier's face. After a moment's hesitation, she tapped on the keyboard. What exactly have you been busy with lately? It feels like, have you run into some trouble? Can you tell me about it? I guess you could say that. Lu Yu replied. It's not really anything particularly troublesome. The most troublesome part is already over. All that's left now is to wait. Don't worry about me, everything's fine here. Though everything about his work was classified, making it impossible to share with Lu Mier. But seeing Lu Mier's caring message still warmed his heart. Alright, then I wish you all the best over there. Before you arrive, I'll definitely be working my hardest. If you have any free time, don't forget to come find me. Since Lu Yu didn't elaborate, Lu Mier also tactfully refrained from asking more questions. Though she didn't know the specifics of Lu Yu's research, every sign pointed to one thing. It was undoubtedly something incredibly important. Alright, let's both give it our all. Lu Yu's reply came swiftly. Lu Miao clenched her adorable little fist and replied, A delighted smile blossomed on her face once more. That's just how people are when spending time with someone they like. They can't help but feel excited and joyful. There are exceptions, but they're truly rare. The production team was about to officially kick off soon, and I needed to buckle down and work hard. Lu Miao clenched her fist, about to give herself a pep talk, when Director Li suddenly appeared outside her door. Xiao Lu, are you free right now? Director? Lu Miao was startled for a moment, then hurriedly opened the door and welcomed Director Li inside. Director Li, what brings you here? Little Lu, it's nothing really. Director Li looked relaxed, offering a slight smile. Well, here's the thing. I played your original song Little Luck for Wang Ting. She thinks it's quite good, so she'd like to meet with you privately for a chat. Just wondering if you'd be interested, heh. Lu Miao paused for a moment, then her expression brightened with surprise. Really, Director Li? Sister Wang really said my song is of high quality? Of course. Would I ever lie to you? Director Li's eyes twinkled with amusement as he replied. Wang Ting is waiting for you in her room right now. This is a chance for you, don't miss it. Great. Thank you, Director. A flash of joy lit up Lu Miao's face. Having her singing praised and recognized by others was an incredibly joyful thing in itself. And what's more, the one praising her was Wang Ting, the most prominent figure in the production team. Sister Wang even wanted to meet with her privately. For Lu Miao, this was undoubtedly a blessing. Director Li's eyes also revealed a hint of quiet satisfaction. He held high hopes for Lu Miao, wishing this kind and polite young woman would carve out her own place in the entertainment industry. Given Wang Ting's stature, cultivating a good relationship with her would undoubtedly boost Lu Miao's acting career. After all, connections matter more than anything in showbiz. If she could build a good relationship with Sister Wang, who knows? Maybe in the future, Wang Ting could share some resources or opportunities with Lu Miao. Alright, thank you, Director. I'll go find Sister Wang right now. A flicker of delight lit up Lu Miao's eyes. After thanking Director Li, she hurried out of her room. Old Su, how's the progress on your side? How's the validation going? Professor AI turned his gaze toward Professor Su, his expression anxious. Ever since Lu Yu had sent over his research findings, they had embarked on a relentless, round-the-clock process of verifying the results. It was no exaggeration to say these professors practically lived in the lab, eating and sleeping in the break room just outside. Though it might sound a bit grueling. But for these professors, these days were nothing short of bliss. There's an ancient saying, if one hears the truth in the morning, one may die content in the evening. For them, studying the technology Lu Yu had sent was akin to a quest for truth, and this quest was accelerating at rocket speed, advancing at a pace never before imagined. If conducting research before was like navigating the vast ocean of knowledge, where one could easily drown if not careful. Now, it's like we're aboard a speedboat, cutting through the waves and charging ahead in the ocean of knowledge. The breakthroughs achieved in just the past 3 days alone likely surpassed the total progress made over the past 5 years. Old AI, don't rush me, I'm still verifying the data. Professor Su took a deep breath, gave a perfunctory reply, then refocused intently on his screen.
How could I not be anxious? This is the last crucial step.
Professor AI was about to say something, but Professor Su's voice suddenly cut in again.
80% match, 90% match, 100% match. No issues. Same here, the data and research results are all correct.
Professor Su looked up, a flash of delight in his eyes.
Everything is in order. Doesn't that mean? Professor AI swallowed hard, his eyes brimming with unmistakable astonishment. The technical findings he submitted are nearly 100% accurate? This is terrifying. Professor Su took a deep breath. Yes, it's utterly unbelievable.
We old fogies have clearly lived all these years for nothing. We can't even hold a candle to a youngster.
Professor AI chuckled.
Old Su, no need to put it that way. It's not that we old-timers are useless, it's just that today's youth are so incredibly talented, haha. Regardless, the fact that we've achieved results is a tremendous boon for our entire field.
Professor Su nodded emphatically. Right. Alright, you stay here and keep an eye on the lab. I'll go report this to Lu Yu. Got it.
Professor Su stepped out of the lab. After forcing himself to suppress his inner excitement, he slowly pulled out his phone and dialed Lu Yu's number.
Hello, Professor Su? You mean to say that all the research findings are sound and can be fully implemented? Got it. The next phase of the project is now in your hands. I'll handle the publicity matters by reaching out to old Zhong. I'll update you once there's progress. Lu Yu said calmly. Professor Su, speaking through the microphone, delivered his report on the experimental technology validation with immense excitement. As Lu Yu had anticipated, there were virtually no issues. With the implementation of industrial processes, the large-scale application of the experimental results could be rapidly achieved. Undoubtedly, this was excellent news. However, compared to Professor Su's overwhelming excitement over the phone, Lu Yu's reaction was remarkably calm. The reason was simple enough. He possessed an exceptionally strong confidence in his own technology. The successful technical validation was something he had anticipated long ago, so upon hearing the news, he felt little cause for particular excitement. Alright, I got it. Lu Yu hung up the phone and let out a long sigh of relief. Virtual reality technology, at least on the technical level, no longer posed any problems. But whether the technology could be integrated with other aspects, Lu Yu couldn't guarantee that. After all, to achieve genuine cultural export, relying solely on superior technical prowess was far from sufficient. Cultural elements were equally indispensable. But this was beyond Lu Yu's expertise. Lately, the system had been quiet for quite some time, as if it had gone dormant. Lu Yu stroked his chin, reflecting on everything he'd experienced lately. It seemed, since arriving in the German Empire, aside from that one instance on the plane when the system made a sound, it had been completely silent until now. Even during the most perilous moments, the system hadn't uttered a single word? Just as Lu Yu was lost in thought, a familiar alert tone suddenly rang out in his mind without warning. Ding! New option released. Option 1, mind your own business. Refuse to accompany Lumiere to her film crew. Reward, advanced knowledge in the field of chemistry. Option 2, refresh your mind and body. Join Lumiere's film crew tomorrow. Reward, 7-day 100x learning efficiency acceleration card. Please make your selection, host. Hearing the voice echo in his mind, Lu Yu couldn't help but let a wry smile curve his lips. Speak of the devil. The system actually appeared at this moment. The rewards sounded pretty good, and both options were acceptable, but a look of reluctance crossed his face. The system presented two options. Setting aside the difficulty of achieving them, the rewards offered were both highly tempting. Advanced chemistry knowledge would save him a ton of time mastering the subject, granting him powerful expertise in the field directly. The other reward? A 7-day 100x learning efficiency boost card. This was equally an extremely tempting option. He had experienced the wonders of this 100x efficiency acceleration card firsthand back on October 1st. A single day of study equaled 100 days of learning. Paired with the stay-awake pills, studying non-stop for a single day equaled over half a year's worth of learning. Take his recent trip back home, for instance. It took him only 3 or 4 days to overcome numerous challenges in bionics technology, significantly advancing his exoskeleton research. From any perspective, this 100-fold learning acceleration card provided terrifyingly effective efficiency boosts. If his condition was optimal, he could potentially complete the introductory phase of a subject in just a day or two. And 7 days would be more than enough time for him to master 2 or 3 subjects. The boost to his research capabilities was beyond description. But the decision to use it or not is a bit of a dilemma. Lu Yu massaged his temples, feeling a slight headache coming on. The system's requirement was for him to accompany Lumiere to his film set tomorrow. The problem was, there was still no word from old Zhong. With the mole still unidentified, it was absolutely inconvenient for him to leave the protective perimeter so easily. And if he missed the deadline and failed to accompany Lumiere tomorrow, he'd likely forfeit any reward entirely. Should I choose to refuse? At least compared to the second option, the first one was far easier to accomplish, almost requiring no effort at all. Plus, advanced chemical technology is genuinely a useful skill to possess. Overall, it didn't seem like a particularly bad deal. Lu Yu took a deep breath, slowly weighing the pros and cons of both options in his mind. After a moment of hesitation, he finally made his choice. I choose the second option. Chapter 190, Youth Wasted Without Passion. Host, do you confirm your choice? Confirm. With his decision made, Lu Yu felt no lingering hesitation. He nodded decisively, confirming his choice. Warning, this option must be completed within the next 24 hours. Failure to do so will result in forfeiture of the reward. Host, do you wish to change your selection? The system's cold voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind once more. But this was something Lu Yu had anticipated long ago, so he didn't change his mind. He simply shook his head. Option confirmed. The system's voice sounded for the last time, and silence returned to Lu Yu's mind. Must the options be completed within a single day? That's a bit challenging. Lu Yu took a deep breath and massaged his temples. Though advanced chemistry knowledge held considerable appeal for him. But in comparison, the 100-fold learning efficiency acceleration card held far greater practical value. Chemistry knowledge might prove useful someday in the future, but right now, Lu Yu's most pressing project was the exoskeleton device. The only chemical aspect involved in this project pertained to the battery. Moreover, several specialists within the team were already handling similar segments, so there was no need for him to concern himself with it. Therefore, at present, this advanced chemical knowledge holds little practical value. But the 100x Learning Efficiency Acceleration card is a different story. With a full 7 days to utilize effectively, it would be more than enough time for him to absorb substantial knowledge in the field he wishes to explore deeply. Whether considering the present or the future, its utility will likely far exceed that of mere chemical knowledge alone. But then again, nothing in this world is perfect. While the 7-day 100-fold Learning Efficiency Acceleration card is undoubtedly useful, completing this option seems to carry significantly greater risks. But is Lu Yu the type to shy away from challenges? Looking on the bright side, perhaps the mole will be exposed tomorrow. He needed to call Professor Zhong to inquire about the current situation. He also needed to report back to old Zhong on the progress of Professor Su's project. Lu Yu shook his head, refusing to dwell on the matter any longer. He pulled out his phone and slowly dialed Zhong Lao's number. Beep, beep. As the phone rang, Lu Yu pondered several questions in her mind. His analysis of the system options had been thorough, yet it seemed he'd overlooked some crucial factor that led him to choose the second option. What could that element be? Perhaps he hadn't even realized it himself. The reason he was reluctant to choose option 1, declining Lumiere's invitation. Deep down, there was another reason lurking within him. He simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Lu Yu's brow furrowed as he tried to ponder the question further, but the call was suddenly answered. Hello, junior brother. What a coincidence. I was just about to call you myself, but it turns out you beat me to it. Ha! Old Master Zhong's hearty laughter rang through the receiver, sounding incredibly warm and familiar. Ha! Lu Yu paused in surprise, asking with confusion. You were also about to call me? Is there any new progress in our project team? Or could it be? Mr. Zhong chuckled, his voice brimming with delight. Nothing new on the project front for now. But once you're back, I expect things will pick up quickly. After I return? Mr. Zhong, are you implying? A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. Could it be that our operation has made progress? Has the person been apprehended? Or? He was a sharp individual who needed no hints. He instantly grasped the subtext in old Zhong's words. Until the mole was exposed, leaving the safe zone was strictly forbidden, an ironclad rule set by both Minister Sun and old Zhong. And just now, old Master Zhong mentioned that after he returns. Meaning the operation to uncover the mole must have made new progress. Ah, yes. Overall, it was still good news. But this good news, well, it's not entirely good. After getting down to business, the smile on old Zhong's face faded from its initial brightness, replaced by a weighty expression. The good news is that the spy's identity has been confirmed. But we didn't catch them. The spy sensed trouble brewing and slipped away before the investigation could begin. To this day, we still haven't uncovered their identity. Old Zhong relayed all the information he had obtained from Minister Sun to Lu Yu. Lu Yu's expression turned somewhat puzzled. So you're saying the person slipped away? Yes. Old Zhong nodded slightly, his voice tinged with resignation. What we can confirm at this point is that the person has left the capital and is heading to another city. However, whether they've actually left the country or remain within the borders of our dragon nation remains unknown. Rest assured, though, no matter where he flees, we will make this traitor pay the price. By the end of his statement, old Master Zhong's tone shifted from initial resignation to unwavering resolve.
Traitors and spies have always been despised by all. Moreover, the information this individual betrayed has crossed the Dragon Nation's absolute red line. To provoke a great power, especially one at the zenith of its national strength, is undoubtedly an extremely unwise choice. Even if this traitor fled to the ends of the earth, as long as he remained on Blue Star, he would not escape the punishment he deserved. It just takes time. Yes, Elder Zhong, I believe the Dragon Nation can accomplish this. Lu Yu nodded solemnly. Though we haven't yet confirmed his whereabouts, your temporary safety here is assured. Old Zhong continued. We've deployed extensive real-time surveillance across several airports and stations in the capital. The moment his face appears, an alert will be triggered immediately. He's likely aware of this, so if he intends to flee, he probably won't return to the capital. I'll contact Captain Lu and have Ah Chu continue protecting you. After monitoring the situation for another day or two, you can officially rejoin our research team. After such a long rest, you should be feeling much better by now, right? Hearing Old Zhong's words, Lu Yu's lips curved into a faint smile. I've been keeping myself in top shape, Old Zhong. Returning to work is just a word from you, huh? Although his research responsibilities had significantly decreased during this period, it didn't mean his time had been wasted. Quite the contrary, he diligently absorbed new knowledge and refined his understanding. His mind was now brimming with ideas and concepts, just waiting to be unleashed once he returned to the lab. Now, hearing the good news from Old Zhong, his delight was beyond words. Good, as long as you're in good shape. Our research has indeed hit a rather significant snag. Dr. Zhong sighed helplessly, saying, everyone in the group is counting on your return to turn things around. But don't put too much pressure on yourself. After all, the time remaining should be sufficient for us to complete the research and field testing phases. Yes, Professor Zhong, I understand. Lu Yu nodded slightly and smiled. Then, as if remembering something, he took a deep breath. Professor Zhong, I have one small personal request. Would that be possible? Oh? Master Zhong paused, then asked with a smile. I've never heard you make any requests before. That's quite unusual. Go ahead and tell me. As long as it's feasible, I'll do my utmost to report it to the higher-ups and fulfill your request. Ever since they met, Lu Yu seemed utterly absorbed in his experiments. When he did occasionally make requests to higher-ups, they were mostly related to research and experiments, purely work matters. Considering they'd known each other for several months, Lu Yu had rarely made any personal requests. This unexpected request caught Old Zhong quite off guard. It wasn't an especially difficult request. Well, I'm not scheduled to return to the lab until the day after tomorrow, right? Could I take a trip tomorrow to meet a high school classmate? Lu Yu didn't hide anything, explaining everything he wanted to do to Old Zhong. However, by the end, he felt a bit embarrassed. Meeting your high school classmate? Upon hearing Lu Yu's request, Old Master Zhong froze for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. A smile touched the corners of his mouth. I thought it was going to be some kind of request. The high school classmate you mentioned, is that the girl who was on the helicopter when we first met? The one named Lu or something? Is it her? Lu Yu was completely dumbfounded. He never imagined Old Master Zhong would still remember Lu Mier. Yes, that's exactly who it is. Old Master Zhong, you still remember her? Old Master Zhong chuckled and said, I may be old, but I haven't forgotten what happened just a few months ago. Though I can't quite recall her exact name. But from what I recall, she seemed like a good girl. At your age, it's good to socialize with classmates more often. After all, you're not exactly young anymore, hey? His tone grew meaningful as he finished. Lu Yu's face flushed with embarrassment, and she could only nod. I'll report this matter to Director Sun. Rest assured, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be fine. Old Zhong chuckled lightly. Although the spy's identity hasn't been fully uncovered yet. Since the individual has already left the capital, it's unlikely they'll pose any further threat to Lu Yu's personal safety. A little outing might not be such a bad idea. All right. Lu Yu nodded slightly, feeling somewhat reassured. He had been slightly concerned about whether the options issued by the system could actually be completed, but after speaking with Elder Zhong, he felt somewhat reassured. Eagle Nation. How are things progressing with the film in Hollywood? The man seated at the head of the table furrowed his brow slightly. Sir, rest assured. This time, we've secured Mr. Later as director. His box office prowess is well known to you. In terms of promotional power and influence, it's absolutely guaranteed. Moreover, the cast is exceptionally star-studded. Even the second male lead is a major Hollywood star with countless fans right here in China. I'm confident our plan will be a resounding success. The subordinate spoke with unwavering confidence. The Eagle Nation's plan is complex in its execution, yet fundamentally simple in its essence. It involves using cultural invasion to make the people of Dragon Nation embrace Eagle Nation's culture while casting doubt on their own cultural heritage. And to achieve this subtle transformation, entertainment is naturally the most effective method. As for why he mentioned box office figures, the reason is quite straightforward. To achieve so-called cultural invasion, first, people must actually watch your content.
Without an audience, how could there be any influence to sway others?
Only with sufficiently high box office numbers and compelling appeal can the core message be subtly and effectively conveyed to the people of the Dragon Nation.
Not bad. The promotion absolutely has to be on point.
We must create the illusion for the Chinese that we made this film out of an obsession with their culture.
You understand?
The subordinate hurriedly replied, of course. I've already relayed your instructions to Director later, and he's confirmed everything is in order. Rest assured, we absolutely cannot fail this time. His words brimmed with confidence. When it comes to cultural influence, the UK rivals its military might as the world's undisputed leader. Superheroes, Marvel, DC, Disney, these are all household names. Even in the most underdeveloped continents, you can still encounter characters created by the British Empire.
This is what cultural influence looks like. Even in the cinemas of the Dragon Nation, Hollywood blockbusters consistently dominate the box office charts, drawing countless Chinese audiences to pay for tickets. Taking on China in this arena is simply too easy. What could possibly go wrong? Could China's meager entertainment industry possibly produce anything that could rival these works? Ha! The attendees in the Eagle Nation conference room couldn't help but let a smirk escape their lips. Chapter 191, The Excited Director. Dragon Country, Exoskeleton Research Center.
After ending his call with Lu Yu, old Zhong wasted no time, immediately dialing Minister Sun's number.
He relayed all the information in full.
This included the breakthrough in virtual reality technology and Lu Yu's specific demands.
Minister Sun's response was almost exactly as Zhong Lao had anticipated.
Very well, I'll submit this immediately.
If there are no technical issues, I will personally vouch for the rest. What? He wants to go out tomorrow? No problem, that's easily arranged.
I'll contact Chu right away and have him return to his post to provide close protection for Lu Yu. Additionally, we should reinforce the close protection team. After all, even though that mole has left Longke, it's always wise to remain vigilant. After hanging up, old Zhong watched the bustling activity in the lab, a satisfied smile curving his lips.
That kid is finally coming back.
Just then, hurried footsteps echoed outside the control room.
Old Zhong, it's bad. There's been an accident in the experimental group.
Turning around, old Zhong saw Su Xiaoxiao rush to his side, breathless with urgency as she reported.
What's going on? Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's frantic expression, old Zhong's brow instinctively furrowed.
A sense of foreboding began to take root in his mind. Though young in age, Su Xiaoxiao had handled numerous major projects and was no stranger to high-stakes situations. Thanks to the rigorous training instilled by Huaqing University's president since childhood, she might not be completely unflappable in the face of a collapsing mountain, but her composure far surpassed that of ordinary people. For Su Xiaoxiao to be this panicked,
something major must have happened. What exactly happened? Don't rush, tell me slowly.
Over at the experimental group, an accident occurred during the power system test.
Su Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and said anxiously. A small-scale explosion unexpectedly occurred in the out-of-control exoskeleton component.
Although the nearest experimenter had donned protective gear in advance, they were still caught in the blast's shockwave.
Currently, the person has not regained consciousness.
Their heartbeat has grown faint, and it's uncertain whether they can be saved.
After hearing the report,
old Zhong's expression abruptly changed.
What? How could this happen? Have the medical staff been contacted?
Su Xiaoxiao nodded forcefully, biting her lower lip.
Yes.
The medical staff have already taken him to the nearest top-tier hospital for emergency treatment, but whether he can be saved remains uncertain.
Mr. Zhong, what should we do now? Originally, the experimental group was conducting an on-site dynamic test, and the data showed no significant fluctuations. But then, without warning, a component exploded.
Although Su Xiaoxiao and several other researchers were spared because they were farther away and not caught in the blast's blast radius, the researcher closest to the explosion, however, was not so fortunate.
Struck by the blast's shockwave, he was fortunate not to die instantly, but now lies unconscious, his survival uncertain. Whether he survives depends entirely on the doctor's skill. Sigh.
Old Zhong frowned and sighed helplessly.
Suspend the experiment for now. Has the cause of the accident been determined? What exactly triggered this explosion?
Su Xiaoxiao shook her head solemnly and said, the data team has cross-checked all records and figures, but found no obvious issues.
It's possible the initial calculations were flawed.
Generally speaking, major accidents like this don't happen without reason. Often, problems arise from minor details. A single misstep can set off a chain reaction, ultimately causing the entire experiment to fail.
However, after examining multiple datasets, Su Xiaoxiao and her research team could not pinpoint where the problem originated.
Undoubtedly, this had a significant impact on the entire project.
Alright, let's temporarily suspend the experimental work in this area for now.
Professor Zhang glanced at the date on his phone, his expression growing somber.
We still have time, there's no need to rush.
Once Lu Yu returns, we'll resume this part of the experiments.
Yes, Professor Zhong. Su Xiaoxiao gave a slight nod.
At the mention of Lu Yu's name, a peculiar emotion flickered in her eyes. Though it had only been 2 weeks since she last saw Lu Yu. But, for some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off whenever she couldn't see him. It must be because our experiment's progress has slowed without him. That's why, yes, that must be it. Su Xiaoxiao silently concluded within herself. After leaving old Zhong's control room, she made her way back to the data team's station.
How is the injured person? The doctor has new updates. Another researcher's face showed relief. Although the blast's aftermath was significant, he suffered severe internal organ damage that ultimately wasn't life-threatening. Moreover, the brain injury was not severe, just a moderate concussion. Though he might struggle to emerge from the coma for a while. However, with sufficient rest and recuperation, his consciousness should gradually return. He gave Su Xiaoxiao a brief overview of the patient's condition. Su Xiaoxiao's expression finally relaxed a little. Phew, as long as he's okay, as long as he's okay. Though she always gave off a rather cold impression, like a high mountain flower blooming on a snowy peak. But in reality, beneath that icy exterior, she was a girl who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Seeing that her daily lab partner was out of mortal danger, the heavy weight in her heart finally began to lift. Terms like severe internal organ damage and moderate concussion made it clear the injuries were no joke. But to have his life spared was a blessing in disguise. This was a bit of a headache. Once she knew the patient was out of danger, Su Xiaoxiao refocused her attention on the experiment. However, after thoroughly reviewing the entire aerodynamics experiment with the data team once more, they still couldn't pinpoint where the problem had originated. It seemed as if everything appeared perfectly normal. Yet whenever they conducted the actual experiment, an invisible barrier would block their path no matter how hard they pushed, they couldn't overcome it. This inexplicable sense of failure was truly unbearable. How about we take a break first? Yeah, we've been working day and night for the past 2 days, yet progress remains, sigh. Back when Academician Lu was still with us, our experimental progress was much faster than it is now. I heard Academician Lu was supposed to return to our lab the day after tomorrow? I think so, but we can't be sure if it's true or not. We'll just have to wait for old Zhong to make the announcement. Without Academician Lu, our progress has slowed dramatically. After several failed experiments, the researchers look downcast, as if all their motivation has been drained. Truthfully, it's not their fault. After all, preparing for this real-time experiment over the past 2 days had already drained nearly all their energy. If not for sheer willpower keeping them going, they'd likely have collapsed into a deep sleep within minutes. But what was the result? Not only did the experiment fail, but it also resulted in a close colleague sustaining serious injuries. And what crushed their confidence the most was, after scrutinizing the experimental data countless times, they couldn't even pinpoint where exactly things went wrong. Who wouldn't lose their cool under such circumstances? Sigh. Su Xiaoxiao sighed softly, slumping into a chair with a look of exhaustion on her face. Like everyone else, she'd been burning the midnight oil for nearly 2 days straight. Now that the tension had finally eased, she genuinely couldn't keep her eyes open. Could Lu Yu's return truly change all this? Glancing at her equally exhausted colleagues, uncertainty flickered in Su Xiaoxiao's eyes. Now, with the support of Germany's top neuron team, their integration modules in bionics and neuron technology were no longer problematic. The primary challenge they now faced was the power source for the exoskeleton equipment. This involved a significant amount of aerodynamic physics content. The difference between the two could be described as worlds apart. If the entire exoskeleton technology were likened to a sedan, then neural technology would be the steering wheel, while the joint modules powered by bionics would be the brakes and accelerator. The experimental team's current challenge lies in the power system. Specifically, the car's engine. This is a completely different realm from the previous challenges they faced. Can Lu Yu overcome this research hurdle as he has before? Even Su Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of unease deep down, unable to be certain. Alright. You thought of me first, seems I still hold some weight in your mind, huh? So we're settled then? Oh, right, I was being silly. Ha! Such a big decision can't be made lightly. We really need to do our research and shop around. But I'm confident I can outshine all the other directors, ha! Alright, I'll fly to Kyoto tomorrow to take a look. After hanging up, Director Zhang's face lit up with an excited smile. Ha, great. Fantastic. This scene left the staff nearby utterly stunned. Director Zhang, is there some good news? Why are you so happy? One staff member quickly asked, trying to curry favor. Director Zhang was a household name in Longke, a director who had seen it all over the years. Whatever had Director Zhang this excited couldn't be just any ordinary thing. And it really is cause for celebration. Our entire film industry might soon be facing earth-shattering changes, huh? Director Zhang smiled and turned directly to his assistant. Book me a flight to Kyoto tonight. I need to fly there directly. Direct flight to Kyoto? Director Zhang's assistant froze slightly, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Just tonight's flight? Not a round trip? Could it be that the big director got a new project? But that doesn't make sense. Just book the outbound for now. We'll decide about the return later. Director Zhang waved his hand dismissively, his eyes still brimming with satisfaction, as if a pent-up frustration had suddenly dissipated. Back in the day, it was a single film, Farewell My Concubine, that cemented his legendary status, propelling him straight to the pinnacle of Dragon Nation cinema. But after that one film, he found himself trapped in an inexplicable slump. The films he made afterward, though not without their merits, fell far short of the brilliance of his early masterpiece, Farewell My Concubine. Many viewers began to question whether his creative well had run dry. In truth, director Zhang yearned to create another grand production exploring China's traditional culture and history. But now, investors were fixated on the production processes of quick money, high-return projects featuring young heartthrobs and big IPs. The mindset of immersing oneself in crafting a single film with dedication is gone forever. In recent years, director Zhang had nearly abandoned his inner artistic ideals. But precisely at this moment, a call from the Film Bureau delivered a tremendous surprise. Funded by the Dragon Nation government and supported by cutting-edge virtual reality technology, he would direct a grand production to promote Dragon Nation's traditional culture. This offer was more tempting to director Zhang than anything else in the world. After leaving the crew, his assistant cautiously inquired, "Director Zhang, should we still go to the meeting?" "Negotiate my ass." Director Zhang waved his hand decisively and declared, "Tell that investor it's not about the money. Let him name his price. Find someone else. Don't bother me anymore. That trashy movie makes me sick just watching it. Let's go. Get ready. Tonight we set sail for Kyoto." The assistant gave a slight nod and replied respectfully, "Yes, Director Zhang." Watching Director Zhang stride like a dragon or tiger, it wasn't just the crew members who were puzzled. Even his assistant, who worked closely with him day in and day out, couldn't help but wonder. What could possibly have been said in that phone call to make Director Zhang so excited? A similar scene was playing out not only here, but also among several renowned directors in the Dragon Kingdom. Upon first receiving the call, they were stunned. Then, one after another, they couldn't help but reveal expressions of wild delight. One director, whose film was already halfway through production, even insisted on terminating his contract with the investors. He was willing to pay an astronomical penalty just to come to the capital and fight for the chance to join this masterpiece. Chapter 192, Long-Awaited Reunion. Longke University Faculty Apartments. Before they knew it, the day had flown by. After enjoying his leisurely day, Liu tidied up briefly before heading out to the meeting spot he'd arranged with Lumiere. Of course, he was accompanied by Achu. "Mr. Liu, should I switch to a more discreet location and follow you secretly?" Achu scratched his head and looked at Liu. He might be a bit simple, but he wasn't stupid. A man and a woman going out together, and him trailing behind like a third wheel? No matter how you looked at it, it seemed odd. Even without Liu asking, he felt uneasy and out of place. Will this affect your mission?" Liu asked. "It should be fine. I'll stay about 2 meters behind you and blend in a bit. Even if something unexpected happens, I should be able to react immediately and handle it. Of course, if you don't mind, it would be safer for me to stay close and protect you personally." Achu smiled. "All right then. Ahem, just disguise yourself a bit. Standing right behind me like this does look a bit off." Liu clicked his tongue and accepted Achu's suggestion. Truth be told, he'd felt something was off about this arrangement since they first stepped out. But since Achu was providing close protection, complaining about it might be a bit hurtful, right? So Liu never brought it up himself. But since Achu had mentioned it, and being a bit more discreet wouldn't affect the mission, he was happy to have a little more breathing room. "Mr. Liu, I'll head over now." Achu pulled a book from his pocket, one he'd prepared long ago. Then, seemingly casually, he plopped down on a bench behind Liu, slipped on his sunglasses, and pretended to read. His gaze, concealed behind the sunglasses, remained fixed on Liu. The slightest movement wouldn't escape his notice. This guy certainly looked more cultured than before. Watching Achu's pretentious reading posture, a faint smile involuntarily curved Liu's lips. Remembering their first meeting at Longke University. That day, Achu had also disguised himself as an ordinary student, leaning against the campus gate reading while keeping watch over him. But back then, Achu had just been discharged from the military. His entire demeanor clashed so starkly with the campus atmosphere that he even held his book upside down, making him an instant giveaway to the sharp-eyed Liu. But after spending 2 months with him, Achu seemed to have picked up a bit of scholarly air, though upon closer inspection, his demeanor still differed significantly from that of ordinary students. But at first glance, it was absolutely impossible to detect anything unusual. What was he thinking? Just as Liu was deep in thought, a crisp voice suddenly rang out behind him. Immediately afterward, a smiling, charming face appeared before Liu. "Long time no see, our ever-busy Liu." This sudden, charming figure was none other than Lumiere, who had arranged to meet Liu here.
Today, Lumiere was dressed in a youthful and vibrant style. Her upper body was adorned with an exquisite little dress, accentuating her curvaceous figure a sight that would turn heads wherever she walked. For her lower half, she chose a short, sheer skirt in a deep forest green. With autumn deepening and temperatures dropping, she paired it with sheer tights that made her legs look flawless. The whole ensemble was dazzling and utterly eye-catching. Even Luyu, who rarely paid attention to such things, couldn't help but glance at her a few extra times. How do I look today? Pretty good, right? A shy, faint smile also appeared on Lumiere's face. After so long apart, finally getting to hang out with Luyu, she'd naturally taken extra time to get ready. Her makeup alone took nearly 10 minutes. But honestly, at Lumiere's age, collagen hadn't significantly diminished from her face yet. Her bare face didn't look much different from when she was wearing makeup. Beautiful. It really suits your aura. Luyu didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. She smiled lightly and complimented her. He. Lumiere smiled, her eyes widening with curiosity as she asked. By the way, did you finish your business? Didn't you say yesterday you had something urgent to handle? How come you're free to hang out with me today? Is it all taken care of now? She remembered that when she chatted with Luyu yesterday, he mentioned he had something important to handle and was very busy. Yet this morning, Luyu had actually reached out to her to come to the set. This was a bit unexpected. Luyu blinked and said, "Pretty much. I didn't expect to wrap things up so quickly either." Well, that's not entirely true. Things aren't completely settled yet, but it won't stop us from going out. Never mind. Shall we head out? Pursuing this topic further might risk exposing some important secrets. So Luyu didn't linger on the topic with Lumiere, instead proactively suggesting they leave. Sounds good. Lumiere gave a sweet smile and said, "Perfect timing. Our production team officially starts tomorrow. I can take you to see the set. Plus, Sister Wang wants to meet you too." Sister Wang? Luyu paused, puzzled. Who exactly is Sister Wang? You'll probably understand once you get there. Lumiere chuckled softly. She led Luyu across the street and onto the bus. Meanwhile, Ah Chu rose from his bench and discreetly followed their footsteps, boarding the bus as well. Fortunately, 2 adjacent seats were vacant at the back, so Luyu and Lumiere took them. Autumn deepened. Leaves drifted through the air outside the window. Opening the window slightly, the cool autumn breeze brushed against their faces, creating a pleasant sensation. This weather is so pleasant. Ha! Lumiere took a deep breath and smiled. Luyu nodded slightly and sighed. Yeah, we haven't had much fresh air lately. These past 2 months have been the most pleasant weather-wise. Once winter arrives in a bit, it won't be so pleasant. Exactly. It feels like summer and winter are stretching on forever these days. The most pleasant seasons, spring and autumn combined, barely add up to 2 months. Lumiere agreed. With the advancement of human industry, the climate has grown increasingly erratic. It's actually quite normal for areas like the capital to experience unusual weather. After all, it's hardly surprising that strange weather occurs in places where sandstorms used to be frequent. But some coastal cities, which should have relatively stable climates, still suffer from the capricious whims of the heavens. Sometimes, you'd be wearing a light jacket one day, complaining about the heat, only for the temperature to plummet to 3 degrees Celsius the next. You'd freeze so badly your fingers would start shaking, making typing feel like a stumbling, clumsy task. Climate issues are indeed becoming increasingly severe. Luyu pondered silently to himself. The two sat in the car, chatting back and forth. Being a handsome guy and a pretty girl, they naturally drew the attention of the passengers. Hey, look behind us. What's back there? You'll see. Whoa, you mean that couple back there? They really are good looking. You know, could they be celebrities? They seem like they're in a different filter altogether, totally different vibe. No idea. And stop staring at them like that. Can't you act a little more mature? Don't just gawk around like that. Guys this handsome are just too rare to come by. Though the group tried to keep their voices low, the bus was cramped, and they weren't far from Luyu and Lumiere's seats. Their conversation naturally drifted clearly into the ears of the two. Did you hear what they called you? Handsome guy? Lumiere's smile was charming, her eyes flashing a hint of bashfulness. Especially when she first heard the words couple, a blush spread across her cheeks. They're just being polite, teasing me a bit, haha. Being discussed by passers-by like this made Luyu feel a bit embarrassed. Though, he knew he was pretty handsome himself. After chatting for a while longer, the bus finally reached its destination. After getting off, the production crew's location wasn't far from the bus stop. They barely took a few steps before reaching the set. This place is actually a bit bigger than I imagined, and the environment is pretty nice too. After scanning the area, a hint of surprise flashed in Luyu's eyes. In Kyoto, where real estate is extremely expensive, film sets are typically small. Add to that the fact that Lumiere and their crew were just a regular web drama production. And budget constraints were even more pronounced. Luyu had assumed the space wouldn't be much larger than he'd imagined. But after actually touring the place with Lu Miaoer, it turned out to be quite a surprise. This was the outskirts of the capital, where land prices were relatively cheaper. Plus, this place was originally a film studio for campus dramas. Small and medium-sized production teams like ours couldn't get the kind of access needed to shoot on actual university campuses, so we had to make do here. Lu Miaoer chuckled and explained.
But we're not the only crew here.
2 other crews are also wrapping up their shoots here at the same time.
Oh, I see. Lu Yu instantly understood.
Suddenly remembering something, he asked curiously, by the way, the sister Wang you mentioned earlier.
Let me take you to meet her. Lu Miaoer smiled.
She's the biggest star in our production crew.
She's like a senior to me.
Just yesterday, she heard the song Little Luck you wrote for me.
She thought it was exceptionally well written and specifically sought me out.
She recounted everything that happened yesterday to Lu Yu without holding anything back.
Just after dinner yesterday,
Director Li suddenly came looking for her, asking her to go to Wang Ting's room to talk with her.
At first, Lu Miaoer was a bit uneasy.
After all, Wang Ting had seemed rather harsh on set before, and her attitude toward Director Li had been decidedly unfriendly.
Then, when she was actually summoned to the room, Wang Ting's attitude was unexpectedly friendly.
First, she pulled Lu Miaoer to her side and inquired with genuine concern about the situation on set. Then, she expressed strong interest in the song Little Luck, even asking if Lu Miaoer had written it herself. Faced with Wang Ting's inquiries, Lu Miaoer also didn't hide or lie. She told Wang Ting directly that the true creator of Lu Miaoer wasn't her, but one of her high school classmates.
Wang Ting, upon hearing this, expressed keen interest.
She wanted to meet this classmate. Liu Miaoer mentioned Lu Yu. I'd already planned to bring you to see the production crew, and now that she's mentioned it, I figured it was perfect timing.
I just don't know if you're interested.
Lu Miaoer smiled softly as she looked at Lu Yu.
Wang Ting. That name, I think I've seen it on TV before, but it doesn't ring a bell.
Lu Yu scratched his head and said.
He'd never paid much attention to the entertainment industry.
Maybe occasionally while flipping through news feeds, he'd catch a glimpse of some gossip. Besides, Wang Ting was only a second-tier celebrity. She wasn't exactly unknown, but her fame certainly wasn't high. So she hadn't left much of an impression on Lu Yu's mind. He merely knew such a person existed.
So, what do you think? Meeting up for a chat wouldn't be out of the question. I don't think I've ever actually chatted face-to-face with a celebrity before.
Lu Yu thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded, not refusing. Though he wasn't particularly interested in the idea, he decided not to refuse Lu Miaoer's invitation. After all, if Wang Ting really was the highest-ranking actress on set as Lu Miaoer said, then helping Lu Miaoer build a good relationship with her
would be quite beneficial for Lu Miaoer in the production team. Besides, what harm could a little conversation do? With that thought in mind, Lu Yu didn't refuse. Alright, Sister Wang Ting should still be on set. Lu Miaoer giggled as she pulled Lu Yu along to the room, knocking on the door. Knock, knock. Sis Wang, are you there?
Squeak. With a soft creak, the door slowly swung open. Wang Ting, dressed in flashy clothes and heavy makeup, appeared before Lu Yu and Lu Miaoer.
Little Lu, this is.
Wang Ting first flashed a gentle smile at Lu Miaoer. Then, her attention was instantly drawn to Lu Yu beside her, a hint of puzzlement flickering in her eyes. As a celebrity in the entertainment industry, her standards were naturally quite high. Ordinary handsome guys rarely caught her eye, but upon seeing Lu Yu, she found herself inexplicably startled.
This is my high school classmate, Lu Yu. He's the creator of Little Luck, the one you wanted to meet earlier.
Lu Miaoer said with a light laugh.
He's the classmate you mentioned? Chapter 193, Room Key?
After the door opened, Wang Ting looked at Lu Yu standing beside Lu Miaoer at the doorway, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes.
Sorry, I didn't expect him to be so handsome. Wang Ting couldn't help but look at Lu Miaoer and repeated her question. He really isn't your college classmate, but your high school classmate? Sis Wang Ting, honestly, he's not. Lu Miaoer answered with a charming smile. His name is Lu Yu. He's currently attending a prestigious university in our country. Ahem. I told you from the start, isn't he gorgeous? She could see Wang Ting's lingering doubt. Why? If he were a student at the Kyoto Film University, being that handsome might be understandable. After all, people in the entertainment industry tend to care more about their appearance. Combined with naturally good looks, being handsome isn't that unusual. But such otherworldly looks on an ordinary person? That was truly astonishing. Especially since, judging by Lu Miaoer's tone, this classmate apparently attended a prestigious domestic university and was an outstanding student? That was even rarer. In Wang Ting's mind, most top students seemed to fit the stereotype of bookworms. Could the prestigious university be Tsinghua or Peking University? This guy's got something special. Wang Ting's moment of surprise didn't last long. She quickly recovered and asked with a smile. After all, this was Beijing. For most people here, the words prestigious university would instinctively bring to mind Huaqing and Jingu, two nationally renowned institutions. For actress Wang Ting, it was no different. Pretty much. Lu Miaowei gave a soft chuckle, sidestepping the question with a vague response. She wasn't sure if Lu Yu's enrollment at Longke University counted as a secret, so she chose to be vague. Lu Miao's subtle maneuver only deepened Lu Yu's admiration for this thoughtful young woman. "Hello, Sister Wang Ting."
Lu Yu took a small step forward, mimicking Lu Miao's address and calling her Sister Wang Ting.
"Hello, hello." Wang Ting waved cheerfully and joked. "Why don't you two come inside and talk? Standing there at the door like that makes me feel a bit like I'm not hosting you properly." "Heh. Thank you, Sister Wang Ting. We'd be rude to refuse." Lu Miao and Lu Yu didn't hesitate, following Wang Ting's lead into the room.
Once inside, Lu Yu instinctively scanned the room.
Sure enough, it was much larger than the typical actor's room, complete with a dedicated dressing table. He thought silently.
Earlier, while touring other parts of the set with Lu Miao, he had glimpsed the interiors of some other actors' rooms. While those weren't exactly poor conditions. But compared to Wang Ting's room, the difference was like night and day. Whether in terms of size or the level of refinement in the decor, it was like comparing heaven and earth.
But that was only natural. On a production set, if they're not going to pamper a few big-name actors, are they going to pamper nobodies?
It's not that there aren't A-list stars who live and eat alongside extras, but most of them are veteran actors from an older generation. You can't expect everyone to meet such high standards.
You called Lu Yu, right?
Wang Ting smiled as she turned her gaze toward Lu Yu.
Is this your first time producing music? Or have you already gained considerable experience? Is that an acceptable question? Lu Yu nodded slightly and replied. This is my first time writing a song.
I wouldn't call it producing music, just a rough draft.
No need to be so modest.
Wang Ting covered her mouth and laughed. Xiao Lu probably told you already. I've heard your little luck, and it's exceptionally well written.
Judging by professional standards, it's a rare gem among current TV and film soundtracks. It might even win awards someday. Especially considering this is your very first song to achieve this level of quality. It'd be a shame if you didn't pursue a career in artistic creation, huh? Oh, I almost forgot to ask, did you study humanities? Or arts? Neither. I studied science. Science?
Upon hearing Lu Yu's answer, Wang Ting looked even more surprised. Generally speaking, the two most crucial steps in music production are lyric writing and composition. It's hard to say which of these two steps is more important. But taken together, they are undoubtedly two indispensable steps in music production.
Lyric writing primarily tests linguistic proficiency.
Some high-achieving humanities students, even without formal music training, can craft excellent lyrics due to their rich cultural background. Composing, on the other hand, primarily tests one's knowledge of musical composition. Without prolonged exposure to music, crafting a truly good melody is nearly impossible. This was precisely why Wang Ting had wondered whether Lu Yu had studied arts or humanities. Yet Lu Yu's response left her so astonished she was momentarily speechless.
A science major? Aren't most of them those awkward, nerdy guys? Yet he could actually write love songs?
Maybe it's because my Chinese grades were pretty good in high school. I have some foundation. Plus, I studied piano and other instruments for a while, so I know a bit about music theory. Lu Yu noticed Wang Ting's surprise and humbly explained. Truth be told, when he composed the song, he hadn't really thought too deeply about it. He'd simply built a rather abstract model in his mind and then directly layered these love song elements into it. If you call that coasting on past achievements, well, maybe a little bit. But the real strength came from mathematical thinking.
Impressive.
I thought you were just naturally gifted, but you're even more impressive than I imagined.
Wang Ting gave him a surprised thumbs up.
As she spoke, her gaze drifted unconsciously toward Lu Yu. Today, Lu Yu wore a white shirt and jeans, perfectly accentuating his tall, slender frame. His muscles weren't overly defined, but they were certainly present, not the skeletal aesthetic some might prefer. If there was a phrase to describe him, it would be slim in clothes, muscular without them. A physique like this was rare even among male dancers. Not only is he handsome, but he's also in great shape.
Wang Ting couldn't help but glance at him again before turning to Lu Miao. Oh, right, Lu. There's something I need to discuss privately with Lu Yu. Could you run out and grab me a bottle of water?
Lu Miao was taken aback for a moment before nodding gently.
Sure, Sister Wang Ting.
She stood up and slowly left the room.
Meanwhile, she wondered to herself, does Sister Wang Ting want to ask Lu Yu to sing?
But Lu Yu is always so busy, I doubt he'd have time for that. Though Lu Miao didn't know why Wang Ting wanted to talk to Lu Yu alone, given their respective statuses, she felt she could guess the reason. Though Wang Ting's primary role was as an actress, the company had positioned her as an all-around entertainer. Therefore, she occasionally released music projects. While Lu Miao was hesitant to judge the quality of those works, she had to admit they weren't exactly stellar. If Sister Wang Ting wanted to talk to Lu Yu privately about songwriting, it would actually make perfect sense. The question was whether Lu Yu would agree.
In fact, it wasn't just Lu Miao who thought this outside the room.
Even Lu Yu inside the room assumed Wang Ting wanted him to write songs.
Ahem, Sister Wang Ting.
Writing songs for Lumiere is just something friends do for fun. Besides, I'm swamped with schoolwork right now and don't have time to write songs, so.
Lu Yu stated bluntly. Write a song?
Wang Ting froze for a moment.
Then she shook her head with a light laugh. Ha, you misunderstood me. I just wanted to talk to you privately, not to ask you to write a song for me, but about something else? Not songwriting? Sister Wang Ting, this is our first meeting, right? May I ask what you'd like to discuss with me?
Lu Yu blinked, looking at Wang Ting with confusion.
If Wang Ting wanted to talk privately about songwriting, he might understand. But it's not about songwriting. Then why? It couldn't possibly be because she fancied him, could it? Ahem. Relax, Lu Yu.
Wang Ting gave a charming smile, leaning closer to Lu Yu as she spoke slowly.
Truth is, I'm not one for beating around the bush.
So I'll just say it straight.
I really love your song Little Luck.
So, I'm willing to offer 500,000 yuan to buy the copyright to this song.
If you're interested, we can draft a contract right now. Just sign your name, and I'll transfer the money to your account immediately. The only question is, are you interested?
After saying that, she gave Lu Yu a flirtatious wink.
Buy the rights to Little Luck?
Lu Yu's brow furrowed slightly as he instantly grasped Wang Ting's meaning.
You mean you want me to transfer the copyright of Little Luck from Lumiere's hands to yours? Exactly.
Wang Ting smiled seductively and said, I adore this song and would love the chance to perform it myself. Besides, you should probably know this. The impact of the same song being performed by a famous singer versus an unknown artist in our industry is like night and day. With my name attached, I'm confident this song will easily surpass 100,000 streams.
You surely don't want your work to be buried, do you?
Besides, I'm not asking you to transfer the copyright to me for nothing.
500,000 yuan is a sum that might take you 5 or 6 years to earn after graduation as a student.
For you, this is a pretty good deal, right?
Her eyes locked onto Lu Yu's, brimming with confidence.
In her view, paying 500,000 yuan was already.
Yet the next moment. Sorry, not interested.
Lu Yu flatly rejected Wang Ting's proposal, his expression turning cold.
He stood up, ready to leave the room.
500,000 yuan for the average student, it certainly wasn't a small sum. After all, even students from prestigious universities couldn't expect to land six-figure salaries right out of school. That was only possible for a select few.
But for Lu Yu, it was truly nothing.
Forget all the other abstract talk, just the value of the stocks HW had gifted him a month ago alone far exceeded that amount.
And
this Wang Ting is really stingy. Lu Yu might not know much about the entertainment industry, but he had a rough idea of what a song was worth.
For a song of this quality, wouldn't be secured for just 500,000.
The song's intrinsic value alone far exceeds that amount. And besides, this song was meant as a gift for Lumiere. Its significance lay not in monetary terms. Therefore, without a second thought, he flatly refused Wang Ting's request, his expression turning noticeably colder.
Hey, don't rush off just yet.
Seeing Lu Yu about to leave, Wang Ting grew a bit anxious.
We can still discuss the price. If you think 500,000 is too low, I can bump it up a bit or offer you a share of the download revenue.
She gritted her teeth and raised the offer slightly.
I'm sorry, but this isn't about the money. However, Lu Yu didn't even hesitate before rejecting her proposal once more.
Moreover, a hint of contempt flickered in his eyes. Lumiere treated Wang Ting with the utmost respect as a senior colleague, yet she never imagined Wang Ting would betray her so ruthlessly without a second thought.
Such underhanded, scheming tactics were utterly despicable to Lu Yu.
Therefore, without a second thought, he flatly refused once more. Yet when these words reached Wang Ting's ears, they took on a different meaning entirely.
Not about money?
Wang Ting glanced at Lu Yu, her eyes darting around as she sized him up.
Her expression instantly turned peculiar. Are young people these days really that bold? After a moment's hesitation, she made up her mind and hurried over to Lu Yu. Don't get so worked up. If you want to think about it, that's fine too. Actually, I'm free tonight too. We can talk about it then.
Wang Ting gave Lu Yu a flirtatious glance before discreetly slipping a card into his pocket.
Think it over. This is. Lu Yu took the card and glanced at it, then he was completely dumbfounded.
It was a hotel room key card. The hotel wasn't far from the film crew's location, just a 400 or 500 meter walk away.
Lu Yu? Had his eyes really not deceived him? This Wang Ting handing him a room key like that, what was she up to?